My name is Chen Yuan. I am an ordinary college student. My life seems ordinary. It was not until I met Lin Shutong, the goddess in my mind, that I knew what it meant to be moved. At first, I just liked her silently and did some trivial things, such as bringing her breakfast in the morning and even buying her things she wanted. At that time, I only thought in my heart that I hoped to impress her and win her heart one day. As time went by, I began to devote myself to her tirelessly. I worked part-time, ran errands, and took care of her daily chores. I would do anything to make her happy. I even changed her phone, bought her clothes, and was willing to be her backup, but my heart was full of admiration for her. However, things were not as simple as I thought. Although Lin Shutong accepted all my efforts, she never gave me a real response. She always said, "Thank you," but never expressed too much emotion. Until one day, she suddenly told me, "Let's break up." At that moment, I felt like my heart was being cut by a knife. She told me that she still loved her ex-boyfriend Huang Kaijun, and I was just her comfort when she was lonely. She even mentioned that I was just a loser, which made me completely collapse. After 3 years of hard work, all I got in return was her disdain. At that moment, I was really heartbroken. I didn't understand why I had given so much, but never received her true love. For her, I was willing to endure her flirting with other boys and even be her backup. Every time I saw her smile, I felt it was all worth it. However, in the end, what I got was indifference and humiliation. Just when I was in despair, a strange voice sounded in my mind. The system said, "The strongest dog-licking system has detected the appearance of a suitable host." I was shocked. I didn't expect such an absurd thing to happen to me. The system told me that it would give me a special ability to change my fate through licking dog behavior. It asked me to use a mysterious black card to pay for my expenses when I paid for women. Every time I do something for a woman, their favorability will increase, and I can get rewards for it. The system's words made me a little stunned, but I soon decided to give it a try. Anyway, I had nothing to lose, so I started using this black card to pay for other girls, trying to win their favor in this way. I remember that day, when I went to the supermarket, I met a girl named Su Lele. She was a girl dressed very fashionably. When she was queuing behind me, she glanced at me and seemed a little impatient. So, I made up my mind and said to her tentatively, "Beauty, can you add me on WeChat? I'll pay the bill." To be honest, I didn't expect her to agree, but she didn't refuse. At that time, the system prompt sound in my mind rang again. Ding. The dog-licking action is started. My heart beat faster, knowing that this was my chance to change my destiny. When I paid for Su Lele, she was obviously a little surprised. She began to be interested in me and gradually became more fond of me. I know that this is the first step brought about by the dog-licking system. I began to understand that I can gain her favor or even her love by giving to her. Gradually, Su Lele began to ask me to buy more things for her, and we went to the Gucci store together. She liked a bag, and I paid for it with my credit card without hesitation. At that time, the clerk looked at me with surprise in his eyes. Who would have thought that a seemingly ordinary boy like me could spend a lot of money in a famous brand store without hesitation? After this shopping experience, Su Lele's favorability began to improve significantly. She said, "Honey, you are so nice." At that moment, I knew that the way this system works is really effective. However, fate always seems to like to play tricks on people. When Su Lele and I just came out of the mall, I met Lin Shutong again. She was also shopping, and when she saw Su Lele and I together, her expression instantly became cold. She asked me, "Chen Yuan, why are you following me? I've already said I don't like you. You really make me feel disgusted." These words were like a slap in the face. In the past, my 3 years of dedication to her was just a joke in her eyes. However, this time, I did not bow my head like I did in the past. I replied coldly, "I didn't follow you. I came with Su Lele to buy a bag." After saying that, I turned around and left, feeling more determined than ever before. As I was walking out of the mall, the system notification sounded again in my mind. Ding. The dog-licking action is on. I knew that Lin Shutong's favorability was increasing. The task the system gave me was to make her my licker, and this time, I had to succeed. This was not for her, nor for anyone else, but for myself. In order to change my fate from this licking behavior. Chapter 5. Give you some sweetness first, and then slowly induce you to get closer step by step, just like flying a kite. If you move forward, I will move backward. If you move backward, I will move forward. After a long time, you will eventually become my dog. Fuck. This routine is so familiar. It's a standard operation. I suddenly realized while getting my hair cut. I just want to get some dog-licking gold. I don't really want to be her dog-licking dog. Can you let me go? I secretly swore in my heart that I would never fall in love so easily. I could spend money, go on dates, buy things, and even flirt, but I absolutely could not fall in love. Speaking of today's haircut, Mr. Tony's skills are really amazing. Under his hands, my originally messy chicken coop hair was transformed into the most popular trendy men's hairstyle at the moment, and the whole person looks completely different. After putting on the fashionable clothes carefully selected by Su Lele, my temperament has improved a lot. I am not bad looking, but I am just too lazy to take care of myself. As a result, after dressing up, I am as handsome as the young idols on certain audio platforms. Su Lele was almost stunned. The contrast between before and after was so huge. It was like a completely different person. Her favorability towards me increased rapidly. Her favorability rose to 83 points, which was already very high. To her, I was a treasure boy. From being ordinary when we first met, to getting better and better after getting to know each other, she gradually began to discover countless shining points in me. First of all, I am rich, although I always pretend to be an ordinary person. Secondly, I am loyal. For the girl I like, I can silently devote myself to her for 3 years. This kind of gentleness and consideration is really unmatched by others. She began to reevaluate me and thought I was better than her boyfriend Huang Junkai. I remember when Lin Shutong saw a bag in a Gucci store, Huang Junkai was reluctant to buy it for her, but I paid for her without hesitation. She suddenly felt that she seemed to have missed the best, picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Why don't we go out for dinner? I suggested. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and she hadn't had dinner yet. If I eat with Su Lele, she can help me get some money. Otherwise, there will be less than 200 yuan left in my card, and I will have to live on dirt. Su Lele happily agreed, and we went to a nearby high-end restaurant. During the meal, I wolfed down the food, but Su Lele didn't care at all, because I looked handsome anyway. At 10:30 p.m., we ended the date and exchanged contact information. When I returned to the dormitory, my roommate Zhou Haikuan looked at me and raised his eyebrows and said, "Wow, where did you go today? You look so handsome in a new outfit." "I went on a date." I answered casually. "Who is she dating?" "Lin Shutong." Zhou Haikuan joked. "She obviously treats you as a tool and asks you to help her when there is nothing to do. You should let go." "It's not Lin Shutong. I'm going to date Su Lele today," I said calmly. "Su Lele? Are you kidding? She's one of the 3 most beautiful girls in the art academy. How can she date you?" Chao Jinyan didn't believe it either. "Don't always stare at those pretty girls. Just find someone who's similar. The key is whether you deserve her or not." Just as I was about to respond, my cell phone rang. I opened it and saw it was a message from Lin Shutong. "Chen Yuan, are you asleep? I didn't mean to say those words to you today. I just said harsh words to prevent Huang Junkai from misunderstanding me. In fact, I feel very uncomfortable too. Can you forgive me?" Her message made me so angry that I almost smashed my phone. It was this hot and cold attitude that made me completely become her liquor in the past few years. In the past, I would definitely continue to be angry, but I would soon be coaxed back by her and continue to be her liquor. This time, I still have to continue to lick. After all, the system has bound the relationship of licking the dog, and I have to lick it. It's okay. I forgive you. As long as you are happy, I am willing to do anything. I edited the good news and sent it over. Looking at the phone screen, Lin Shutong's reaction was the same as I expected. She didn't care if I was angry or not. She just wanted to know where I got the 50,000 yuan. "Chen Yuan, I'm sorry. My mother is sick and in the hospital. She urgently needs 50,000 yuan for medical expenses, so I had to ask Huang Junkai for money. He didn't buy me a bag, so I used this reason to force him to lend me money. I'm really sorry." The message sent by Lin Shutong stunned me. Ding dong. My phone rang just as I was stunned. Looking at the transfer page, I almost rolled my eyes. Lin Shutong had no intention of deceiving me. I didn't expect that I would directly transfer 50,000 yuan. She didn't expect me to be so direct. Seeing that Huang Junkai, whom she liked, was reluctant to buy her a bag, Lin Shutong couldn't help but feel some complicated emotions. Chapter 6. Chen Yuan, where did you get so much money? The message from Lin Shutong startled me. "Oh, my house was demolished and I lost more than a dozen houses." I made up an excuse. "So that's how it is. But even if the house is demolished, you can't spend money lavishly," she replied to me. "Shutong, I'm willing to do anything for you." I suppressed the discomfort in my heart and sent that familiar dog-licking message. At this moment, Lin Shutong has completely turned into a complete green tea in my eyes. If you don't like her, why do you still tease others? When someone is determined to pursue you, you start to find all kinds of excuses to push them away. Do you just enjoy the feeling of being pursued by others? It's really annoying. "Chen Yuan, please don't be like this. I'm really embarrassed." Her message made me a little angry. But this time, I didn't reply to her, but turned around and continued chatting with Su Lele. "Miss Lele, how about I treat you to dinner tomorrow?" I asked tentatively. Tomorrow. I have an appointment with my bestie to do her nails. She seemed a little embarrassed. That's fine. I didn't insist. I'm sorry. She apologized with a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Although Su Lele has a high favorability of 84 points towards me and is actually willing to go out with me, as a girl, she is still very reserved. She doesn't want to push the relationship too fast, because if a man gets it too easily, he will often not cherish it. I'm not in a hurry to date. I just want to take advantage of the opportunity to spend the money to have a good meal. Since Su Lele doesn't want to, I can just find someone else to lick. Anyway, as long as the money can be spent, it doesn't matter who licks it. Meanwhile, Lin Shutong was still staring blankly at her phone. She was struggling over whether to accept the 50,000 yuan that Chen Yuan had transferred. She knew her mother wasn't sick at all, and if she accepted the 50,000 yuan, it would actually be a scam. 50,000 yuan was too much for her, and it was hard to explain. Besides, she had just broken up with me today. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to accept the money? At this moment, Lin Shudong's best friend Sun Rue came over. Shutong, who was so generous to transfer 50,000 yuan to you? Was it Huang Junkai? Sun Rue asked curiously. It's not Huang Junkai, it's Chen Yuan. Lin Shutong looked at Sun Rue, looking a little troubled. Xiao Rue, what do you think I should do? Sun Rue was obviously a little surprised. Chen Yuan actually has so much money? Can he transfer 50,000 yuan to you? Lin Shutong sighed. I didn't expect that after breaking up with him today, I would run into him again. I felt really uncomfortable when I saw him with Su Lele. And the bag I liked, Junkai didn't buy it for me, but Chen Yuan bought it for Su Lele. I almost exploded at that time. From what you said, it seems like you can't bear to part with Chen Yuan. Sun Rue teased. But can he compare with Huang Junkai? No matter in appearance or family background, there is a huge difference. And you gave your first time to Huang Junkai. Lin Shutong was somewhat helpless. Yes, Junkai is indeed dishonest. I can't touch his phone at all, and the gifts he gave me are pitifully few. Last time I wanted to look at his phone, he was so angry that he wanted to break up with me. In order to piss him off, I agreed to Chen Yuan's confession. Through this series of things, I found that Chen Yuan is still better to me. Sun Rue began to waver. Hey, it was demolished? I thought so. Chen Yuan actually has more than a dozen properties. He really has potential. Sun Rue was a little jealous. She thought her figure and appearance were only slightly inferior to Lin Shutong. Why didn't she encounter such a good thing? Chen Yuan, who was infatuated and devoted, even demolished more than a dozen houses. This seemed much more reliable than Huang Junkai. Shutong, I suggest you don't rush to make a decision and keep observing. Since Chen Yuan has transferred the money to you, you should keep it first. If he asks you for it, it's not too late to take it back. However, I think you are too dependent on Huang Junkai, and you may suffer losses easily. Sun Rue's suggestion made me a little shaken. I understand. Lin Shutong nodded, her eyes a little hesitant. Then, Lin Shutong sent a message to Huang Junkai. Brother Junkai, my mother is sick and in the hospital. Can you lend me some money? Huang Junkai's reply made me sneer. Oh, are you sick? You should have told me earlier. How serious is it? Brother Junkai, you are so nice. Lin Shudong's tone was a little proud. Huang Junkai casually replied. I have 500 yuan here. Is it enough? If not, I will borrow some more. Tomorrow I will accompany you to the hospital to see your mother and buy some nutritional supplements. He seemed to be concerned, but actually he was questioning her. 500 yuan. Is that all I am worth in your eyes? Lin Shudong's heart suddenly sank. She had given so much to Huang Junkai, but he only gave her 500 yuan and even suspected that she was lying. At this moment, her heart was completely cold. She suddenly felt that maybe she was really wrong. In the boys' dormitory, I had just finished taking a shower and lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. I opened the Shark Live app and randomly clicked on the live broadcast rooms of several female anchors. I wonder if I can spend my money by giving tips to female anchors. I thought to myself and started trying to recharge. I didn't expect the recharge was successful. I was so excited. It's so hard to spend money in real life. Going on a date with a girl and having to go shopping with her is so tiring. But licking female anchors on the internet is very efficient, and spending tens of millions in one night is not a problem. Ding. System prompts. Only when the girl chosen by the host has an appearance score of more than 7.6 points and meets the minimum standard of a goddess can she get a bonus rebate after a counterattack. The voice of the system made me even more excited. So, I browsed more than a dozen female anchors and found that at least 1/3 of them met the requirements. What was even more surprising was that several female anchors had a beauty score of more than 8 points, and one of them was a female anchor with a score of 9 Xiaomir. She is the dancer of Shark Live, with an angelic face and a devilish figure. I heard that she also did a live broadcast without makeup so she should be a pretty good girl. Licking her is absolutely right. Chapter 7. The only drawback is that it is extremely difficult to date her in real life. It is even more difficult to win her over. After all, she is a wealthy person with a monthly income of 1 million, and there are a lot of wealthy people who like her. Simply spending money may not necessarily increase her favorability above 95%. But suddenly I had an idea. Who cares? Just brush it and it will be done. As for whether I can make a comeback, I will brush it first and take my time. So I sent a comment. Xiaomi, can you be my girlfriend? I want to be the #1 on your list in seconds. As soon as I posted this comment, I started to recharge like crazy. Then, a bunch of comments mocking me started floating in the live broadcast room. Ha 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 ha. A level 3 account is also trying to make a name for yourself. If you can really get the first place in the ranking, I will eat shit on live broadcast. There are also, I remember Xiaomi's #1 in the overall ranking. She spent a total of 9 million, right? Brother, don't talk about the overall ranking. If you can get the first place in the weekly ranking, I will stand upside down and have diarrhea. I smiled at these comments and thought to myself, these people were too naive. It was just the beginning, and I had no idea how I was going to shock the entire live studio. Then, a golden rocket shot up into the sky, instantly covering the entire live broadcast room. The entire screen was shining with dazzling special effects. Xiaomi exclaimed in the live broadcast room. Wow. Thank you, brother, Lonely One Cigarette, for sending the super rocket. Do you think this is the end? No, this is just the beginning of the explosion. Next, I continue to send rockets, one after another, the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. In a short moment, I sent out a full 100 shots. Even if Xiaomi is a popular anchor with millions of fans, this situation is extremely rare. Generally speaking, only during the live broadcast competition, the guild bosses will be so generous in giving gifts. And the money given by the guild must be fully refunded, and the real local tyrants do not have so much spare money. But today, I completely broke this rule and fired super rockets one after another, which simply blew up the live broadcast room. Fuck, this is really a super rich man, Mr. Long. You were slapped in the face. The barrage began to get enthusiastic. I saw that you didn't think highly of me, so I told you to look down on the 3rd level account. Now you know how powerful I am, right? I sneered in my heart. The room manager of Longzong 001 seemed unconvinced. He posted, 100 super rockets are worth 200,000. It's nothing for the truly wealthy, but can 100 super rockets easily knock off the top spot on the overall list? I watched these people's reactions and felt more and more satisfied. What a joke. This is just an appetizer. If you want to show off, you have to show off in a big way. Next, I started to give gifts like crazy. Rocket rains were everywhere on the public screens of all the anchors' live broadcast rooms on the Shark Live platform. Super rockets kept flying out one after another. I'm lonely. I'm giving a cigarette to the anchor Xiaomi, a super rocket for 1,987. I'm lonely. I'm giving a cigarette to the anchor Xiaomi, a super rocket for 1,988. I'm lonely, and I'm going to buy a cigarette. So I'm going to give the anchor Xiaomi a super rocket, 4,989. Before I knew it, the entire live streaming platform was boiling because of my crazy gift giving. An anchor from the British League saw that Xiaomi's live broadcast room was so popular that he ran over to watch. Fuck. This post is so popular, it hasn't stopped for half an hour. Too scary. Xiaomi's live broadcast room has exceeded 2 billion views. 2 billion. The views are fake. This number must be fake. Yin Zong has leveled up from a level 3 account to a full level 120, and he also ranked first in the overall ranking in 1 second. So awesome. As the super rockets continued to appear, Xiaomi was completely stunned. She had seen many wealthy people in the past 2 years, but she had never seen such a rich and inhumane person. 5,000 super rockets instantly took the top spot in the overall ranking. This was too exaggerated. The key is that she doesn't know this person at all. Among her top 10 in the overall ranking, the top 3 are gifts from the guild, and she actually didn't get a single cent. But this big guy with the ID Lonely One Cigarette, who is a complete passerby, can be so generous. 5,000 super rockets, 10 million. The platform splits it in half. I can make 5 million. 5 million in income. This is outrageous. Xiaomi was so excited in the live broadcast room that she kept thanking him. Thank you, Lonely Brother, for sending 5,000 super rockets. She tried to contact me. Lonely Brother, what dance do you want to see? Brother Lonely, are you there? Do you want to add WeChat so I can chat with you privately in the background later? However, I did not respond. I was so tired from shopping today. My hands were sore from giving away rockets. I tapped the screen for more than half an hour, and my hands were almost broken. I didn't even notice the private message Xiaomi sent me. However, all the anchors on the Shark Live platform were in an uproar. The ID Lonely One Cigarette, instantly became famous in the hearts of all anchors, especially the female anchors. Almost all of them remembered this name. This mysterious local tycoon left a deep impression on people. This big guy started with a level 3 account, and within half an hour he swiped 5,000 super rockets, instantly topping the overall list, completely breaking the rules and creating a sensation. Under my ID, there were private messages, advertisements, and requests for support. My followers increased dramatically, with tens of thousands of new followers pouring in. One blogger even wrote a special microblog titled Shocking. The most arrogant person in history appeared on Shark Live, blasting 5,000 super rockets in half an hour, and the popularity of the female anchor's live broadcast room soared to 2 billion. As soon as this Weibo post was published, it accidentally became a hot search. The next day, I did not log into the live broadcast room and prepared to attend the elective open class. Although one can choose not to attend the open class, today is different. Zhao Yuqi, the most beautiful girl in the School of Arts of HUSD, will be attending the class, so all the boys are ready in advance. Normally everyone is lazy, but today, everyone got up early and prepared to dress up. Especially my roommates. They all washed their hair and were busy dressing themselves up. Hurry up, Lao Si. We can see the goddess Zhao Yuqi today. Zhou Haikuan urged me. Yes, every time we see her, we get to see her less. Every time I see her, I get so nervous that I can't speak. Xiong Tao excitedly fixed his hair. But I was thinking in my heart that I must perform well in today's class. After all, Zhao Yuqi is the school belle. Chapter 8. Zhao Yuqi, of course I know her. In the entire School of Arts of Hubei University, there are very few people who don't know her. She is the kind of woman who is so outstanding that she is a little too outstanding. She is not only the vice president of the student union, but also the president of the dance club. She has hosted many cultural performances, sings beautifully, and has obtained a level 10 piano certificate. But these are not the main points. The main point is that she is so beautiful. In the eyes of many boys, she is even more beautiful than the popular star Gulina. You may not know what it means to fall in love at first sight before you meet her. But once you meet her in person, you know you can't lie to yourself. Not only that, Zhao Yuqi's family background is also very unusual. Her halo is too dazzling, and there are really very few boys in school who dare to pursue her. Because even I would feel that I am not worthy of her. To be honest, I have always been self-aware. When I was pursuing Lin Shutong, I felt that I was a bit out of my league, not to mention Zhao Yuqi. She was someone I dared not pursue. But now, it seems that it doesn't matter if I give her a lick. After all, I'm not spending my own money. At 8 o'clock in the morning, I arrived at the open classroom on time. Today I wore the clothes that Su Lele picked for me yesterday, and my hair was not messy. I have to say that Su Lele has a good eye. The clothes she picked for me can perfectly show my temperament and look both delicate and clean. I walked into the classroom, and several girls immediately started to whisper, "Hey, who is this boy? He's quite handsome. Why haven't I seen him before? I don't know him either, but he looks a little familiar. Oh my god, is it really Chen Yuan? Why didn't I realize he's so handsome before?" In fact, Chen Yuan wasn't ugly. It's just that his hairstyle was too bad and his clothes weren't very good before. And he ran to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory every day, like a dog, and brought breakfast to Lin Shutong. He looked really cool. I didn't expect that Lin Shutong would dump him, and he would change so much. It seems that breaking up can really help people grow. Listening to these girls' comments, I was a little speechless. The efforts I made for Lin Shutong over the past 3 years did not make her look at me differently. Instead, she hated me more and more. Now that I changed my clothes and dressed up a little, I increased my favorability by 30 points. This is simply a curse. At this time, Lin Shutong and Sun Rue walked into the classroom together. They were dressed fashionably and youthfully, especially Lin Shutong, who had a ponytail, wore white sneakers, and tight hip pants that set off her figure to the fullest, looking both youthful and beautiful. When she saw me for the first time, she was stunned for 2 seconds. She seemed to be unable to believe that I, who used to be unkempt, could become so good-looking after a little tidying up. I was a little speechless. When Lin Shutong saw me again, her favorability increased by 30 points at first sight. The efforts I made for 3 years before did not make her have any favor towards me. Instead, she became more and more disgusted with me. Now, just by changing clothes and being a little more handsome, I have gained so much favorability. It is simply overwhelming. A few seconds later, Lin Shutong and Sun Rue sat behind me. In the past, she would never sit so close to me. Even if we had confirmed our relationship, she would try to keep her distance. Now, she actually took the initiative to sit behind me. At this time, several boys around began to discuss. "Did you watch Shark's live broadcast yesterday? Wow, Xiaomier's live broadcast room had a popularity of over 2 billion yesterday. A rich man posted 5,000 times in half an hour, which was really popular. I didn't watch the live broadcast yesterday, but I saw the trending searches on Weibo this morning. It's so extravagant. 5,000 posts is super popular. Doesn't that mean 10 million? That much money can buy a villa, right? But I spent all my money on the female anchor and didn't get anything. I can only say that poverty limits my imagination. Haha. Do you think those rich people are really stupid? Who would give you so much money without any benefit? It's either PY trading or guild hype. What's so strange about it? Listening to the discussion of my classmates, I was suddenly stunned. Isn't the mysterious rich person you are talking about me? I didn't expect that my gift of rockets could be on the hot search list. It seems that this gift was not in vain. This feeling of being talked about and admired by others is really pleasant. I want to tell everyone loudly. I'm going to reveal my cards. I am the mysterious rich man you are talking about. I am a lonely cigarette, haha. At this time, two more girls walked in from the classroom door. One was dressed in a neutral style, with short hair like a boy, and was about 1.72 meters tall. The other girl was 1.68 meters tall. The moment they walked into the classroom, the whole classroom fell silent, especially the boys, whose eyes were wide open and they couldn't look away at all. These two girls are really eye-catching. Zhao Yuqi's temperament is completely different from that of ordinary girls. She is like a white swan breaking into the world of an ugly duckling. Her every move attracts everyone's attention. Zhao Yuqi is so beautiful. She looks so beautiful even without dressing up. She has good skin, a good figure, a pretty face, and she is also very talented. Girls like her, not to mention boys. Even girls will like her. I heard that Zhao Yuqi has been kept by someone. Last time I saw her get into a Rolls Royce with my own eyes. Why do you care what car she gets into? Don't talk nonsense if there is no evidence. At this moment, a handsome and tall boy stood in front of Zhao Yuqi and walked straight towards Zhao Yuqi. Chairman Zhao, can I add your WeChat? He said, his eyes full of expectation. Damn, Li Jianfeng is so bold. He actually asked for someone's WeChat in person. Someone laughed in a low voice. Damn, he's not thick-skinned enough. I should have done it first. Another boy said angrily. At this moment, the eyes of the whole classroom were focused on Zhao Yuqi. Everyone was looking forward to her reaction. However, before Zhao Yuqi opened her mouth, the short-haired girl standing next to her had blocked Li Jianfeng. What are you doing? She asked coldly. I'm Li Jianfeng, and I want to join the student union. Yuqi is the vice president, so I want to ask. Li Jianfeng explained hesitantly. To join the student union, you need to fill out the application form yourself. The student union recruits new students every year. You haven't joined for 3 years, and only today did you find an opportunity to ask for Yuqi's WeChat. Do you want to join the student union, or do you have some other purpose? The short-haired girl unceremoniously exposed Li Jianfeng's excuse. For a moment, the whole scene became extremely awkward. Li Jianfeng's face instantly turned red like a burning cloud, looking extremely embarrassed. Chapter 9. Haha. Luckily I didn't do anything. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Xiong Tao smiled with a gloating look on his face. Wu Xiaofei is really a devil. I knew that when she was around Zhao Yuqi, no boy who wanted to chat up would succeed. It seems that if you want to get close to Zhao Yuqi, you have to deal with Wu Xiaofei first. At this time, another handsome and clean boy stood up. Classmate Yuqi, I actually want your WeChat too. The whole classroom fell silent after hearing this sentence. Everyone was shocked. Chen Yuan actually dared to ask Zhao Yuqi for her WeChat in person? He was really too bold. Who gave him the courage? They must have been thinking Li Jianfeng had failed. How could Chen Yuan dare to do this? Do you want to join the student union? Wu Xiaofei asked with contempt. No, I'm not interested in the student union. I shook my head. Then why do you want Yuqi's WeChat? Because I want to hook up with her. When I said this, even Wu Xiaofei was stunned. She seemed to have never expected me to be so direct and bold. Everyone's eyes were focused on me, and the air seemed to freeze. Ding. The dog-licking operation begins. Name: Zhao Yuqi. Age: 20. Height: 168 centimeters. Weight: 49 kilograms. Appearance: 8.7 points. The girl's favorability towards the host: 10 points. Bound to number 3 licking dog relationship. When the girl's favorability towards the host exceeds 95 points, the counterattack is successful, the identity is changed, and the other party will become the host's licking dog. After the counterattack is completed, you will be rewarded with 10% of the consumption gold. Reward reinforcement points: 25 points. Reinforcement points can enhance the host's physical attributes, including physique, spirit, talent, strength, perception, etc. Reward skills: master piano performance. I never expected that Zhao Yuqi actually had a 10-point favorability rating for me. This was something I had never expected. Zhao Yuqi is such a perfect person, and she has seen many boys pursuing her since she was a child. In order to get close to her, these boys often find excuses to join the student union, the dance club, or get close to her in various ways. However, few people would directly say that they want to pick her up like I did. Why do I dare to do this? Because I don't care. As early as when I was chasing Lin Shutong, I had already lost my face and dignity. Now, all the beautiful women are just money-making machines in my eyes. If she meets the standard of licking dog gold and making money, I will lick her first. Okay, what shocked me was that Zhao Yuqi actually agreed directly and looked at me with admiration. In fact, for her, adding WeChat was really no big deal. She was tired of those boys finding all kinds of excuses to get close to her. On the contrary, she appreciated those who were straightforward. I added Zhao Yuqi's WeChat, but I didn't continue to talk to her. My goal has been achieved. At this time, Lin Shutong suddenly whispered, "What's wrong with Chen Yuan? He actually wants to seduce Zhao Yuqi. He is so bold. And didn't he transfer 50,000 to you yesterday? Today he actually asked Zhao Yuqi for her WeChat in front of you. What does that mean?" Sun Rui also asked, "Why don't you care about him?" Lin Shutong's face looked very bad. Her emotions were a little out of control, as if she was being cheated on by Chen Yuan. She didn't expect that this licker, who used to pay for her silently, would become so bold and even flirt with Zhao Yuqi in front of her. "Are you doing this on purpose? Or do you not care about me at all?" Lin Shutong blushed with anger and felt anxious. She began to fear losing Chen Yuan. She understood a psychological principle. If a man obeys you in everything, you will not be attracted to him at all. You will only find him more attractive when he stops being around you and gives you freedom. My attitude now makes her see me differently. I am no longer the licker who gives everything for her, but an independent man who can make his own choices. What the hell is going on? I was a little confused. I thought this would make Lin Shutong's favorability towards me decrease, but it actually increased? I was a little upset. I was really confused by her. I treated her according to her standards before, but what happened? She dumped me like a dog. Now, I flirted with the school beauty in front of her, and her favorability actually increased? Didn't you say you don't like philandering men? I said to myself, didn't you say you hate scumbags? Didn't you say you hope a man would be devoted to you? I really don't understand her. Then, Xiong Tao came over from the side and said, "Old Four, I find that you are completely different now. You dare to flirt with Zhao Yuqi. Awesome. What old Four? Call me fourth brother." I replied unhappily. "Fourth brother, can you send me Zhao Yuqi's WeChat ID?" Xiong Tao asked flatteringly. I smiled and said, "That's not good. You can ask for it yourself." "Brother, don't be like this. We are good brothers who wear the same underwear. You don't even give me your WeChat ID." He joked. I shook my head helplessly. No, 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 I can't help you with this. Even if I give it to you, they may not add you. Fuck, you are such a traitor. Xiong Tao muttered and laughed. Unknowingly, time flies and 2 open classes have passed. After class, I just walked out of the classroom and saw Su Lele coming towards me. She was wearing the latest Chanel dress, wavy hair, exquisite makeup, and every move exuded feminine charm. After the date yesterday, she was not eager to advance our relationship, and she declined my invitation last night. But after seeing the trending search on Weibo this morning, she was obviously shaken. Because the mysterious rich man who gave the female anchor 10 million yuan crazily, his ID is Lonely One Cigarette, which happens to be the same as my WeChat name. I was moved. Sure enough, she had guessed it. I was ready to test her and see what she would do. What a coincidence, Su Lele. Are you also attending classes at the art academy here? I asked casually. She smiled and said, "What a coincidence. I came here to see you." Then, she handed me a painting. This painting was actually me. It was so lifelike that it looked like a photo. Su Lele's sketching skills were really good. At this moment, the boys in the classroom were shocked again. Fuck, Su Lele from the art academy actually took the initiative to give Chen Yuan a gift? I'm shocked. Why don't I have such luck? A boy sighed. Chapter 10. Shutong, have you noticed? Chen Yuan is becoming more and more popular now. Sun Rui whispered. First, Zhao Yuqi gave him WeChat, and now even Su Lele from the art academy has taken the initiative to look for him. Is it because his house was demolished? I didn't know if I was angry or what when I heard what Sun Rui said, so I didn't react for a while. I just watched Chen Yuan and Su Lele talking and laughing. I deliberately walked past them to let Chen Yuan know that I was angry. I always hoped that he would come to me and comfort me like he used to when I was angry. But this time, he ignored me and continued to chat happily with Su Lele. Girls often have a strange mentality. The more others dislike a boy, the more they disdain him, thinking that such a boy is short, poor and ugly, and that others don't like him. So of course I don't like him either. But if a boy is popular and everyone likes him, then he must be attractive, and only then will they start to get in touch with him and think that he is more worthy of pursuit. This is why the lickers always end up with nothing, while the scumbags live a prosperous life. Chen Yuan, after experiencing emotional setbacks, has gradually changed from an honest man to a scumbag. He no longer cares about true feelings. Now he just treats these women as tools to make money. Your ex-girlfriend Lin Shutong seems a little unhappy. Why don't you go and comfort her? Su Lele asked intentionally or unintentionally. She had already noticed that I was a little uneasy. Just now I deliberately let her see me, and Chen Yuan laughing. She looked at my expression and obviously felt that I would not let her succeed again. No need. Since we've broken up, it's not appropriate for me to coax her. Chen Yuan spread his hands, looking indifferent. If it were him in the past, he might not be able to handle these women at all, but now, he has his own ideas. As long as he doesn't get too emotional, he will be invincible. After all, in his eyes, all women are just tools to make money. I can't help but think that I am still too young. Su Lele's painting almost made me waver. Brother Xiao Yuan, do you like watching live broadcasts? Su Lele suddenly asked in a gentle tone. Live broadcasts, not often. I'll take a look occasionally when I'm bored. Oh, then what platform do you usually watch? She continued to ask. Shark, Douyin, Dragon Tooth. I have watched almost all of them, but I watch Shark more. Sure enough. Su Lele seemed to be more convinced of her guess. Brother Xiao Yuan, I actually want to be a broadcaster too. I heard that female broadcasters make a lot of money now. That's great. You can make money on your own. If you start broadcasting, tell me and I'll support you. Really? Brother Xiao Yuan, you are so nice. She said, already holding my arm. She has a hot body and a pretty face, and attracted the attention of many students passing by when she walked. At this moment, suddenly, a handsome boy about 1.8 meters tall walked towards us angrily. His eyes were full of anger, as if he had been betrayed and deceived. Su Lele, didn't you say you were going to get your nails done with your bestie today? How could you lie to me? Who is this guy? He asked. Wang Yu, it's none of your business who I'm with, right? You're not my boyfriend. Su Lele replied contemptuously. But you agreed to go to the movies with me 2 days ago. Why do you go back on your word now? Do you girls never keep your word? I have been pursuing you for half a year. Why are you always like this? Am I just a spare tire in your eyes? Wang Yu's eyes were filled with tears, and he was too angry to speak. Don't be so self-indulgent, junior brother Wang Yu. Did I ask you to pursue me? Every time you find an excuse to take me to the movies. I have watched that movie more than a dozen times, and I really don't want to waste my time anymore. Su Lele's voice was impatient and even a little harsh. I frowned when I heard this. Su Lele's words were too ruthless, and it seemed that he didn't care about Wang Yu's feelings at all. I suddenly shook Su Lele's arm away. Brother Xiao Yu and you? Su Lele seemed a little surprised. Su Lele, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. What's the point of playing with boys' feelings? Who did you watch a movie with more than 10 times? I looked at her coldly, with dissatisfaction in my tone. I'm so disappointed. Su Lele looked at me, a little surprised. Brother Xiao Yuan, let me explain. No need. Do you think you can be proud because there are many people chasing you? Let me tell you, flies are attracted to rotten meat. Don't you feel disgusted by those who want to chase you? I snorted coldly and walked away. I didn't even look at her and threw the sketch she gave me into the trash can. Now, I really don't care about Su Lele's favorability towards me. Anyway, I just want to vent my anger, and the feeling of pointing at her nose and scolding her is so damn good. Fuck, this guy is so awesome. He dares to point his finger at such a pretty girl and scold her. The boys next to him were stunned. TSK, what kind of man is this? He has no manners and doesn't know how to care for girls. He deserves to be single for the rest of his life. A girl muttered. After a while, Su Lele walked to the trash can and picked up the sketch. Her eyes were red and tears were evident. Wang Yu saw this and suddenly comforted her like a dog. Lele, that man doesn't cherish you at all. You'd better not spend your time on him. I am the best to you. Get lost. If it weren't for you, how could Chen Yuan misunderstand me? Su Lele replied with gritted teeth. What did I do wrong? Why do you treat me like this? Wang Yu looked very sad. He suddenly felt that he was no worse than Chen Yuan. Whether in appearance, temperament, or temper, he was not inferior to Chen Yuan. But why did Su Lele look down on him? Su Lele was full of regret at this moment. She found it more and more clear that Chen Yuan was definitely a man with a rich family background. She had intended to play with him and try to trap him, but she didn't expect that this man would turn against her on the spot. She even felt a little sad and began to realize that she might be really wrong. She was eager to explain this misunderstanding, otherwise she would be unable to sleep or eat. Unconsciously, Chen Yuan had completely entered her heart. Chapter 11. Su Lele. Favorability plus 5. Su Lele's current favorability towards the host, 88 points. Seeing on the system interface that Su Leilei's favorability had increased by 5 points, it was already as high as 88 points, and I was stunned again. I thought Su Leilei would be angry at this confrontation, but it turned out to be the exact opposite. How could this be possible? Was I really wrong before? I felt more and more confused and bored, so I returned to the dormitory. I started watching Douyin by myself. The short video platform has become more and more popular recently. Everyone is watching short videos in their spare time, and Douyin is simply the most popular platform. I clicked on the local recommendations and scrolled a few times, and suddenly saw a familiar face. In the video, a girl in white was playing the piano. Although the shooting was a bit far away and the shooting equipment was not professional, her temperament and appearance were really different. The most special thing was that she didn't turn on the beauty filter, which shocked me a little. Nowadays, most internet celebrities can't do without beauty filters. With beauty filters on, they are goddesses, and with them off, they are just passers-by. Some girls are even uglier than passers-by without beauty filters. But this girl not only has no makeup, but also no beauty filter. She is still very pure and charming, wearing white Chinese clothes, like a fairy descending. Her skillful piano fingering is very elegant. Isn't this Zhao Yuqi? She actually also shoots Douyin. My god, she has quite a lot of fans. After only 7 or 8 videos, her fans have exceeded 1 million. This is too fast. Zhao Yuqi's beauty and talent are no surprise. She is the second most beautiful girl in HUSD, so she is destined to be extraordinary. I thought about it, clicked on follow, and continued to browse her other videos. Suddenly, Zhao Yuqi started broadcasting. She had just started broadcasting, so there were not many people in the live broadcast room, and only a few people were watching. She was chatting with her bestie Wu Xiaofei. They didn't look like they were in a school dormitory, but in a large room. Welcome to our live studio. Fuck, big brother, your name is interesting. Did you look at the trending searches on Weibo today? How dare you impersonate me, Mr. Yen? Boy, you are a little arrogant. I remember there was a super rich ID on Shark called Lonely One Cigarette. He earned 10 million in half an hour and went from a level 3 small account to the maximum level and ranked first in the overall list in an instant. Maybe it's really the super rich himself. Huh. Zhao Yuqi's Douyin account is Chi Little Cute. Her live broadcast content is mainly singing and playing the piano. The number of people in the live broadcast room gradually increased from a few to hundreds. Some gifts came in slowly, but most of them were small. In less than half an hour, she received 5,000 sound waves, which is about 500 yuan. At this time, the PK in the live broadcast room started, and Zhao Yuqi was quickly suppressed by another big-name female anchor Peng Shiqi. Peng Shiqi's fan base has long exceeded 30 million, and the number of online users exceeds 100,000. She is simply the top internet celebrity on the platform. Fuck, I finally recharged the money. The recharge limit of Douyin is really small. The maximum recharge is 50,000 at a time. I recharged 200 times to get 10 million. It's tiring. I watched Zhao Yuqi being suppressed and started to give gifts without hesitation. Zhao Yuqi is now one of my dog-licking objects. If she can counterattack, the more she spends, the greater the reward. And she is an HUSD, so her chances are better than Xiaomi's. Then, I unceremoniously send out a carnival gift. Thank you, brother Lonely One Cigarette, for the carnival gift. Zhao Yuqi thanked me with some surprise. She didn't expect that a big brother would suddenly help her. Fuck, could this be? Boss Yen. Oh my god, it's really Boss Yen. Boss Yen himself has arrived. Chi, you are saved. Boss Yen is really a rich man. Then, gifts came in like a tide. Every time a carnival was sent, voices of thanks rang out in the live broadcast room. Thank you for the cigarette from Lonely, and give it to the anchor Chi Little Cute Carnival. 999 at this moment. All the rich people in Peng Shiqi's live broadcast room were shocked. Even if more than a dozen of them were added together, they couldn't fight against me. Fuck, who is that guy on the other side? He's so strong. Boss Yen, huh? Isn't he the mysterious rich man who made Shark a trending topic? Awesome. Awesome. Shark finished brushing and came to Douyin to brush. He has so much money that he has no place to spend it. He is so rich. With my crazy brushing, Zhao Yuqi not only defeated the well-known internet celebrity Peng Shiqi in the live broadcast PK battle, but also ranked first in the live broadcast hourly list of the entire platform. The number of fans in the live broadcast room quickly increased by tens of thousands, and the number of followers also increased by more than 20,000. The most unexpected thing is that my ID also gained 100,000 fans. I was completely confused what was going on. Someone actually followed me because of the gifts I gave. Chapter 12. Although the PK between Zhao Yuqi and Peng Shiqi was over, my gifts kept appearing on the screen. The carnival kept appearing on the screen, and there seemed to be no end. 1 carnival per second, 60 per minute, and 610 minutes. Time passed, an hour passed, and I still kept brushing. Thank you for a cigarette from Lonely, and send it to the host Chi-Chi Little Cute Carnival. 33-31 inch. Thank you for a cigarette from Lonely, and send it to the host Chi-Chi Little Cute Carnival. 3,332 inch. Finally, I stopped. Zhao Yuqi was already numb, and she was stunned. She had just started broadcasting. When had she ever seen such a scene? Xiao Feifei, pinch me and tell me that I am not real. Did someone really send me more than 3,000 carnivals? Chi-Chi, you've made a fortune. Damn, this rich man gave you 10 million directly. Thank you, rich man. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Mr. Yin. While I gave so many gifts in an hour, the number of viewers in Zhao Yuqi's live broadcast room exceeded 300,000. 300,000 online viewers simply shocked everyone. Awesome. A new anchor has only been on the air for 2 days and has already earned 100 million yuan in sound waves. The number of people online in the live broadcast room has exceeded 300,000. Even celebrities are not as popular as you. I'm not here to see the female anchor. I'm here to see the rich people making money. Huh. Boss Yin, let me know next time you make money. I want to be your #1 lackey. Boss Yin has a good eye. The girl is very pretty. I think she's not inferior to Peng Shiqi at all. Boss Yin, I'm already following you. Send a private message to make an appointment. I looked at the backstage and saw that the number of private messages had exceeded 99 plus, including many private messages from female anchors. What shocked me the most was a private message from Peng Shiqi. She is a big internet celebrity with more than 30 million fans and is the dream lover in many people's hearts. I couldn't believe that Peng Shiqi would actually send me a private message. This was something I had never imagined. I clicked on the private message. Brother Lonely 1 cigarette. I follow you. Can we follow each other? You beat him up so badly. I immediately replied. Sorry, beautiful. She sent another message. Lonely brother, why don't you add me on WeChat? I have something I want to talk to you about. What is it? I asked. Regarding business cooperation, I recently set up a new media company and I need rich people like you to join. There are many young ladies and internet celebrities in it. Really? Then I'll think about it. Send me your WeChat ID. I narrowed my eyes. Xiaoping Shiki's WeChat account is actually not bad. After all, she is not only a beautiful woman, but also knows many internet celebrities. I think if I can get into the internet celebrity circle through her, it will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. And I don't have to use the system to make dog money. I can make money myself. It is still necessary to be low-key. I don't plan to become an internet celebrity. Brother Lonely, my WeChat ID is Pengshit. Okay, I added him decisively. In less than 20 seconds, he passed my verification. Brother Lonely, is your age real? Are you only 21? It's true. You'll be 22 in a month. I didn't expect you to be so young. In my impression, only CEOs of large corporations can afford such a thing. What's a CEO of a large corporation? Even if it's a Fortune 500 company, I can buy it in a matter of minutes. Do you believe it? She laughed. Haha, little brother. You are so humorous. She obviously thought I was bragging. After all, the Fortune 500 is not something that ordinary people can afford. Even Jack Ma doesn't dare to say such a thing. Old Four, why are you back so early? Didn't you go on a date with Su Lele? Xiong Tao asked immediately after returning to the dormitory. Su Lele is not a good person. I scolded her and came back. Don't brag. It's good enough that you don't get scolded. Xiong Tao shook his head with disdain. Chen Yuan, who are you chatting with again? Zhou Haikuan asked casually. Peng Shiqi. What? Who are you talking about? Peng Shiqi, the female internet celebrity on TikTok. Come on, why don't you say that you were chatting with the President of the United States? Haha, forget it if you don't believe me. I was too lazy to explain. At this time, Zhao Yuqi followed my Douyin account almost immediately after the live broadcast. She felt that whether out of gratitude, courtesy, or other purposes, she should thank me privately. Moreover, she found out that the person who gave her the gift, Lonely 1 cigarette, was actually her friend on WeChat. This shocked me. It was someone I knew. How's it going, Chi-Chi? Have you added the WeChat of that mysterious rich man? Wu Xiaofei asked. I've already added him. Zhao Yuqi said absent-mindedly. You added him so soon? No. I found out that the person who just gave me a gift, Lonely 1 cigarette, was already my WeChat friend. Zhao Yuqi explained. Chapter 13. Wu Xiaofei was stunned. Huh? Someone in your WeChat spent 10 million? Who is it? Zhao Yuqi replied. It's the one who asked me for his WeChat this morning, Chen Yuan. Wu Xiaofei cursed directly. Fuck. Him? Just a lonely cigarette. She was shocked and looked like she couldn't believe it. In her impression, Chen Yuan was just an honest and a little immature boy. How could he be a super rich man? She used to think that a person who gave such a reward would drive a limited edition sports car and be surrounded by beautiful women. But she never expected that this person was Chen Yuan, a famous licker in the school. Wu Xiaofei was quite gossipy and continued to explain, I've heard of him. He is from the same department as us, and he has been pursuing Lin Shutong for 3 years. 3 years, not just 3 months. He confessed his love to her almost every month, sent breakfast, lit candles in the shape of a heart, sang love songs, and gave gifts. But Lin Shutong never agreed to him. But they didn't know that I had already pursued Lin Shutong a month ago, but she asked me to keep a low profile. I couldn't post on WeChat moments. I couldn't show off my affection, and no one could know. So many people still think that I am unrequited love, and I am still a poor person who is not loved by anyone. Zhao Yuqi listened in fascination, with an unbelievable look on her face. Chen Yuan is so outstanding, has a strong family background, and is not bad looking. Why doesn't Lin Shutong agree? At this time, Wu Xiaofei was like the heroine in a novel, and began to imagine. He must be pretending to be poor, hiding his identity, and testing true love. Rich people are like this now. The prince pretends to be poor just to find a girl who is not after money. After listening to this, Zhao Yuqi nodded thoughtfully and thought that this explanation made sense. She was touched and felt that this boy was quite extraordinary. He was willing to devote 3 years to the person in his heart. This persistence was so romantic. If it was true, as Wu Xiaofei said, then Chen Yuan was quite admirable. She began to think that this boy whom she had never cared about before was actually quite outstanding. Thinking of this, she also felt that the gift of 10 million was too heavy, and she felt a little uneasy. She hesitated for a moment, but still picked up her phone and sent a message. Chen Yuan, thank you for the gift you gave me today. It's really precious. I'll treat you to a meal at 6:30 tomorrow night as a token of my gratitude. When I saw this news, I was stunned. Zhao Yuqi wanted to treat me to a meal? She was the vice president of the student union and the school beauty of the College of Arts. Normally, ordinary boys wouldn't even dare to approach her. Now she actually took the initiative to treat me to a meal. What was going on? I quickly replied, it's an honor. Chairman Zhao is inviting me to dinner, so I must be on time. She sent me a message, East Gate of the school, 6:30, see you there. I also joked, be careful or I'll bankrupt you. She smiled and replied, eat as much as you want, my family runs a restaurant. We started chatting. She was surprisingly talkative. She would reply 3 or 4 times to each of my messages. It was unlike when I was courting Lin Shutong before. I would send 10 messages but not receive a single reply, and would only reply once every few hours. I was really sad at that time. After 3 years of hard work, I got nothing but indifference. It was not until now that I realized that if I don't improve myself, it's useless no matter how long I lick. At this time, Zhou Haiquan called me in the dormitory. Old 4, do you want to play games? We need an assistant. I rolled my eyes at him and said, you are so good at this and you want to help me get to gold? You are bragging without thinking. I am not bragging. I am in the 1st district and I am in the silver district. I can beat the suburban king. He continued to be stubborn. I ignored him and said with a smile, don't make a fuss. I am chatting with the school beauty. He rolled his eyes and said, you're just bragging. The next evening, at 6:30, I arrived at the east gate of the school a few minutes early. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yuqi was already standing there, wearing a white t-shirt and white shoes, with a ponytail, looking particularly fresh. When she stood there, she attracted almost 100% of the attention. Not only the boys, but even the girls couldn't help but take a few more glances. Chapter 14. Just as I was still immersed in the joy of Zhao Yuqi's initiative to meet up, the roar of an engine broke the silence. A red Ferrari 488 quickly stopped at the school gate, attracting countless eyes. The surrounding students gathered around. Envy was heard everywhere, and the discussion also exploded. Oh my God, it's a Ferrari. It must be worth at least 4 million. Look at that man, driving with one hand. So handsome. Just as everyone was still immersed in the impact brought by this supercar, a tall boy got out of the car. He was about 25 or 26 years old, well-dressed, with neatly combed hair, and he looked like an elite. He walked straight towards Zhao Yuqi with a confident smile. Yuqi, where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Zhao Yuqi shook her head gently and politely refused him. No, Senior Zheng Bin, I have an appointment today. Zheng Bin's smile froze slightly, and he tried to save face. Who are you going to meet? If you don't mind, we can go together. I know the private restaurant has good food. But Zhao Yuqi's attitude remained firm. She said with a slight curl of her lips, it's still not very convenient. Thank you. It can be seen that she was not shaken by the fact that the other party drove a luxury car. Instead, she became more calm and decent. To be honest, I was a little proud at that moment. The girls who are not tempted by money are the most attractive. At this time, I happened to be riding my broken bicycle, pressing the time on my mobile phone, and appeared in front of her on time. Student Zhao, am I a little late? I came here on time, but I didn't expect you to arrive early. She smiled at me and said in a relaxed tone, I just arrived not long ago. I looked down at my phone, and it was exactly 6:30, no more, no less. In fact, when I was dating Lin Shutong before, she was always half an hour late, and I would deliberately delay until the last minute. But today I didn't play tricks and arrived on time because I thought Zhao Yuqi was worth it. And I didn't expect that she arrived more than 10 minutes earlier than me, which was unimaginable before. And Zheng Bin, who was still standing next to me, had a green face. He probably had never suffered such a setback before. He thought he could easily get the girl by driving a supercar, but he didn't expect to be crushed by me, a cyclist. Senior Zheng Bin, we're leaving first. Zhao Yuqi's voice was not loud, but full of aura. The next second, with everyone's jaws dropping, she sat on the back seat of my bike without hesitation. At that moment, I felt like the sun was shining on me. Damn, Zhao Yuqi would rather ride a bike than a Ferrari. Love. I believe in love again. Did you see clearly? The one riding the bike is Chen Yuan. I listened to the whispers around me, feeling very happy in my heart, but trying to keep calm on my face. Zheng Bin stood there, his face livid, his eyes almost piercing me. He could accept losing to a rich second generation, but this time he lost to a cyclist, and I guess his mentality was completely blown. He gritted his teeth and got back into the car. Before leaving, he snorted coldly. Humph, a poor student wants to get a high-class position. He really overestimates his own abilities. I was too lazy to pay attention to him. I turned back to Zhao Yuqi and asked with a smile, Student Zhao, where are we going to eat? You treat us. She smiled easily. Isn't there a Edam lobster near the school? The food is delicious. Let's go eat shrimp. I nodded. Okay. When we arrived at the lobster restaurant, the environment was clean and tidy, and the prices were affordable. A table could be prepared for 3 or 400 yuan. Zhao Yuqi is obviously a regular customer. She ordered a large portion of spicy food, which made me drool. Who said goddesses are all light eaters? She ate more fiercely than me, peeling shrimps and laughing at the same time. Her appearance made me feel more real. Fairies also eat spicy food and have spicy oil on their hands. Just as we were chatting happily, a man and a woman walked in. The man was wearing a full set of Versace, and the woman was pretty, but her temperament was far inferior to Zhao Yuqi. I recognized the woman at a glance, and my mood immediately sank. Lin Shutong? How come I can run into these two people everywhere? They are haunting me. She also saw me, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. When she saw that the person sitting next to me was Zhao Yuqi, she froze. She probably never dreamed that I, Chen Yuan, could have dinner with Zhao Yuqi. She stared at the two of us absent-mindedly, as if she saw something illogical. Huang Junkai, who was standing by, also looked unhappy. He pretended to be calm and pulled Lin Shutong to sit at the table next to us. He said, It just so happens that there are acquaintances here, but his hands kept moving around Lin Shutong's waist, obviously showing off to me. But his eyes kept drifting towards Zhao Yuqi, as if he was eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. In this awkward atmosphere, a roar of anger exploded from another corner of the store. Huang Junkai, what are you doing? I turned my head and saw a plump girl standing up aggressively with a livid face. Huang Junkai's face turned pale immediately. Wei Xiaoqing? Why are you here? How dare you ask me? Who is the woman next to you? Wei Xiaoqing pointed at Lin Shutong and scolded her with tears in her eyes. The situation got out of control in an instant. Didn't you say that I was the only one you had? I bought you clothes, watches, and even lent you my car. You actually found a mistress behind my back. You beast. Pa. A slap hit Lin Shutong on the face, and the scene completely exploded. Chapter 15. Huang Junkai's face looked uglier than if he had eaten a fly, and his whole face fell. Xiaoqing, I was wrong. She seduced me. You are the only one in my heart. After saying that, he actually pushed Lin Shutong away and pounced on Wei Xiaoqing's legs like a dog, hugging her tightly. I was stunned on the spot. This guy was so arrogant just now, but now he is just kneeling down to lick my ass. He is dressed like a decent man, but it turns out he is a gigolo who lives on women. Brother, you have a strong taste. You can even eat a female tank of this tonnage. The doctor said I have a bad stomach. Actually, I also want to try living off others. The people around were watching the fun and laughing so hard that they almost got a stitch in the side. Those who were filming videos on their phones did not stop. Lin Shutong stood there with a pale face, as if she had been drained of energy. She probably never thought that Huang Junkai was actually a gigolo who depended on Wei Xiaoqing for a living. She thought she had found a rich man, but it turned out to be a parasite who licked her even harder than me. Wei Xiaoqing said with a cold face at this time. Didn't you say that she seduced you? Then slap her twice now, and I will forgive you. Also, take off the necklace on her neck. I bought it. We all thought Huang Junkai would pretend, but he raised his hand and slapped her twice. Pa pa pa, the sound was crisp and fierce. Lin Shudong's face was swollen and she was stunned. You bitch, how dare you seduce my woman? Give me the necklace and get out of here. At that moment, I really couldn't help myself and directly picked up a plate of hot crayfish on the table. Without saying a word, I walked behind Huang Junkai, raised the plate, and slammed it on his head. The hot lobster oil splashed directly on his face, and the plate was broken into pieces. The whole restaurant was silent. Wei Xiaoqing was shocked. Why did you hit someone? I looked at Huang Junkai with a cold face. I hit this bastard. What's wrong? Huang Junkai was furious. You dare to touch me? I will kill you today. After saying that, he pounced on me and we fought on the spot, overturning the table next to us. To be honest, he is taller than me, so I am at a disadvantage in a fight. But before I could take a few more blows, a system prompt popped up in my mind. Lin Shutong favorability +20, +20, +20. I was stunned. Saving someone can also increase your favorability? It soared to 95 points in one go. The system also popped up a prompt. The favorability of the dog-licking target Lin Shutong has exceeded 95, and the conversion is successful. Reward reinforcement points +20. Please choose the reinforcement direction. I immediately chose to add 10 points to strength and 10 points to physique. The moment the strengthening was completed, my whole body seemed to be injected with fire and was burning hot. The next second, Huang Junkai raised his fist, and I grabbed it and swung him out. With a loud bang, he fell heavily to the ground, his face bruised. He wanted to get up and fight back, but I kicked him 3 meters away without waiting for him to stand firm. The whole audience was shocked and stunned. Fuck, isn't this Chen Yuan? How did he suddenly turn into a fighting maniac? Huang Junkai is over 1.8 meters tall, and he was kicked away by him. Is this guy still a human? I brushed off the shrimp shells on my clothes and looked at the stunned Lin Shutong. She looked at me with tears in her eyes and whispered, "Thank you." I didn't even look at her. "No thanks, I'm not helping you. I just don't like him for a long time." I told the truth, but she obviously misunderstood and thought that I still loved her. Tears flashed in her eyes, and her face was full of regret. She was obviously regretting that she had made a mistake in her judgment. She must have thought that I was still the dog who was devoted to her. It's just that now he has turned over and started to deny it. At this moment, Huang Junkai fell to the ground, crying out in pain. "Xiaoqing, take me to the hospital quickly. I'm dying." Wei Xiaoqing walked over and kicked him away. "You deserve it. Good fight." Then she turned her head and smiled at me. "Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat?" I glanced at her and thought to myself, love comes so fast, like a tornado. Chapter 16. Huang Junkai. This guy just pretended to be a decent guy, but now he is completely broken. The more I see him, the more disgusted I feel. You can't even win a fight. How dare you come out to pick up girls? The key point is that he knelt so skillfully, holding Wei Xiaoqing's thigh tightly like a dog. The scene was so eye-catching. I felt ashamed for him. At this time, Zhao Yuqi suddenly walked to the front desk, took out her mobile phone and said with a smile, "Madam, all the damaged items today will be charged to me." The owner was originally angry and wanted to call the police, but when she heard this, she nodded and agreed. After all, who doesn't like customers who can compensate? I glanced at Zhao Yuqi, and there was a little more light in her eyes. Unlike before, she was just being polite. This time, she really admired me. Maybe she saw something different when I made the move just now. The system prompt also popped up. Zhao Yuqi's favorability +10, +10, +10. My heart moved. Zhao Yuqi's favorability towards me has reached 40 points. 40 points, it seems, is the critical point at which the system determines that an ambiguous relationship can be developed. To be honest, I didn't intend to win her favor, and I didn't beat Huang Junkai to please anyone. But if a goddess of Zhao Yuqi's level starts to be attracted to me, then it's really sweet. Girls probably all admire strong men, especially those who seem capable, confident, and can protect her. I walked up to her, scratched my head, and said a little embarrassedly, "Today's meal was really full of twists and turns." But she smiled gently, and her eyes were a little soft. "It's okay. On the contrary, I feel that I saw a different you today. Every time you appear, it seems like I discover more unexpected sides of you." Her eyes were bright and big, and she looked at me as if she was carefully selecting a treasure. I have always been like this. There is nothing different. I spread my hands and smiled, trying not to look too proud. Zhao Yuqi chuckled. "The time you asked me for your WeChat, I thought you were quite direct and sincere. Then when you gave me lots of gifts in your live broadcast room, I realized that you were not an ordinary person. Now you are still so good at fighting. It really makes me recognize you in a new way." I was a little speechless. She misunderstood everything as me being rich, but I knew it all. "So, you are a fan of me because I eat shrimp without gloves and lick my fingers? You are annoying. Why are you saying such things to me?" Zhao Yuqi stamped her feet and said something coquettish, which made me feel relaxed and happy. She no longer looked like the high-ranking school beauty, but more like an ordinary girl who loves to laugh. At this time, a shadow suddenly approached. It was Lin Shutong. She came over with a complicated expression. "Chen Yuan, can I talk to you?" I glanced at her and said calmly, "There's nothing to talk about. I really have something to say. You wouldn't have been so cold to me before. No matter how much I went too far in the past, you always tolerated me. Can we go back to the past? I know I was wrong, but you still like me, right?" She choked up and her tears fell. But I was not moved at all and became more sober. "Go back? Where?" "Back to me chasing you like a dog, sending you 10 messages and you only replying to one. We've been dating for a month, but you won't let me post on WeChat moments or hold your hand, saying you're afraid your parents will know. I believe you. I think you're afraid your backup guys will know, so they'll all run away, right?" I became more and more excited as I spoke, and my voice became louder. "I've been chasing you for 3 years, and I've done all kinds of stupid things for you. You've enjoyed my efforts, but you've never taken me seriously. Lin Shutong, I'm telling you now, we can't go back. I don't love you anymore." After saying this, I let out a long breath, as if 3 years of repression were completely released at this moment. She stared at me blankly, her face pale, but I didn't want to waste any more time. I turned around and took Zhao Yuqi's hand. "Let's go back." Zhao Yuqi was startled at first, but she didn't break free. She just followed me and let me hold her hand. She didn't say a word along the way and seemed to be digesting what had just happened. I didn't know if she was frightened by my holding her hand or if she was thinking about something, but I could feel that she didn't reject it and even enjoyed the process. She lowered her head and said softly, "Are you sad?" I shook my head and said, "It's not that difficult. In fact, I have let it go. It's just that today, I just happened to have a chance to make things clear." She nodded and suddenly asked, "I don't understand why you didn't just tell her you were rich if you liked her so much. If she knew you were really rich, she would have agreed a long time ago, right?" I paused and smiled. "How can I be rich? I'm just an ordinary college student. Didn't you give more than 10 million gifts in my live broadcast room? That doesn't count as being rich." I smiled and shook my head. "You always look at things on the surface. I have a little money, which was given by the system, not from my family. So that's how it is." She nodded thoughtfully, but there was no disappointment in her eyes, but more expectation. Chapter 17. Lin Shutong's Heartaches. "Actually, I'm just an ordinary person. All I want is a simple love, but things don't go as I wish." Chen Yuan said this very sincerely. He is really just an ordinary person and doesn't have any impressive identity. In Zhao Yuqi's opinion, Chen Yuan is too modest. It turned out to be just as she had guessed before. Chen Yuan has been hiding his identity because he wants to obtain pure love and does not want to link feelings with material things. But the reality is that a loser does not deserve love. Fairy tales are just fairy tales after all. You don't have money, so you can't give girls romance, a sense of security, or the various bourgeois lifestyles they want. Why should people choose you? You pretend to be a loser to test it. You are destined to be someone else's fish. Destined to be a spare tire. Become a liquor. Become a jack. Let me explain this on 2 sides. After Chen Yuan left the lobster restaurant, Lin Shutong returned to the dormitory alone in a daze. She felt that she had really messed up this time. Not only was she severely deceived by the scumbag Huang Junkai, but even Chen Yuan seemed to have completely given up on her. If it were in the past, she wouldn't care at all about what Chen Yuan thought of her. Anyway, it's just a dog. Once it's gone, it's gone. At worst, I can just train another bootlicker. There are not only Chen Yuan and Huang Junkai in Lin Shutong's fish pond. There are other fish stocked as well. When necessary, vacancies can be filled at any time. Although the conditions of these fish are just that. But something is better than nothing. There is finally a transition, right? But this time, she seemed to really care about Chen Yuan. Especially since the other party is becoming more and more generous. He is becoming more and more free and easy. When even fighting becomes more and more manly. She then realized that she didn't seem to understand Chen Yuan before. There are also Zhao Yuqi and Su Lele, goddess-like figures in the school, who all took the initiative to contact Chen Yuan. She felt more and more that Chen Yuan was actually a man with substances. "Shutong, you're finally back. I discovered a huge secret and wanted to tell you, but you were out on a date with Huang Junkai today, so I thought it would be a little inconvenient. I'd better wait until you come back before telling you. Sun Rue frowned and said excitedly, "What secret?" Lin Shutong had a blank expression on her face and was obviously not in a good mood. The humiliation and blow she suffered today were too severe, and she would not recover in a short time. Shutong, do you know who the real identity of Lonely Cigarette is? Sun Rue asked. Lonely One Cigarette. Is that the rich man who was trending on Weibo? The one who gave 10 million to the female anchor. It's not 10 million. It's 20 million. Shutong, did you know that? Last night, I just casually browsed Douyin, and who knew that the most popular anchor on the entire platform was Zhao Yuqi? I was shocked at the time. Then I discovered that Zhao Yuqi not only took the first place in the hourly list, but also the sound waves of this game reached 100 million. This rich man is just lonely like a cigarette. However, this is not the point. The point is this Lonely One Cigarette. After I followed his Douyin account, I found that he and I were friends on WeChat. And this person is Chen Yuan. Oh my god, do you know how I felt at that time? I was completely stunned. How could Chen Yuan, a loser, be a super rich man who spent 20 million yuan on the internet? This guy hides too deeply. I guess the demolition of his house is fake. His real identity should be a super rich second generation or a group tycoon. Shutong, you're going to be rich. If you can marry into a rich family in the future, don't forget your sisters. Sun Rue kept chattering. I was so excited that I couldn't stop. Lin Shutong was struck by lightning. It felt like I had suffered a critical hit of 10,000 points in an instant. What did you say? Chen Yuan. He is just a lonely cigarette. It's true, Shutong. I couldn't believe my eyes at first, but the WeChat account bound to the Douyin platform must be correct. Moreover, Chen Yuan can transfer 50,000 yuan to you casually. I think even if his family was demolished, his parents would not give him so much money casually, right? Then there is only one possibility. Chen Yuan himself is a rich second generation, a super rich man. Shutong, why don't you dump Huang Junkai? Just be with Chen Yuan. Sun Rue suggested. But it would have been better if she didn't say this. As soon as she said this, Lin Shutong felt like her heart was stabbed several times. It's bleeding. Stop talking. Xiao Rue, stop talking. Stop talking. What's wrong, Shutong? Why are you crying? Lin Shutong felt heartbroken at this moment. She finally understood why Zhao Yuqi and Chen Yuan came out to eat alone. This is 10 million. Originally, the 10 million should have been hers, but why did it get so much money, that bitch Zhao Yuqi? It turned out that this was the rich young man she had been pursuing. She had already got it. This rich young man is even richer and more powerful than she imagined, and he is also devoted to her. He is simply her ideal perfect man. However, this male god was pushed away by her own hands. At this moment, she wanted to slap herself twice. You have a treasure mountain, but don't know it. More than just stupid? It's just stupid. No, this isn't how it should be. Chen Yuan is mine. I haven't lost yet. I still have a chance to redeem myself. I shouldn't give up like this. I must get Chen Yuan back. After a series of blows, Lin Shutong decided to regroup. As the saying goes, when a man chases a woman, there are mountains between them. When a woman chases a man, there is only a layer of gauze between them. Moreover, Chen Yuan had been pursuing her for 3 whole years, and he had strong feelings for her. As long as she turns from passive to active, there is a great chance of saving this relationship. Lao Si, why did you come back so late again today? I haven't seen you playing games recently. Where have you been? Asked roommate Zhou Haiquan. Didn't I tell you a long time ago? I went out to eat with Zhao Yuqi, and then we went shopping because we were bored. She even bought me a pair of Yeezy shoes. Chen Yuan pointed to the new shoes on his feet and said calmly, Old 4, there should be a limit to bragging. Zhao Yuqi asked you out for dinner and bought you shoes? The more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. Okay, if you don't believe me, I won't explain. Maybe she wants to pursue me, but I don't know for sure. Fuck, this guy really deserves a beating. Do you want to fuck him? Fuck him. Old 4, take my 18 dragons subduing palms. There will be regrets in resisting the dragon. The monkey stole the peach. The kick that will end your family lineage. Chapter 018. I accidentally typed an extra 0. Tonight, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. After playing around for a while, Chen Yuan and his roommates Zhou Haiquan, Xiong Tao, and Chao Jinyan prepared to take a shower and go to bed. In the bathroom, Chen Yuan discovered that he actually had 8 abdominal muscles. His originally skinny body became extremely strong after taking off his clothes. The standard is to look thin when dressed and show off your muscles when undressed. The system's strengthening points are too effective. For an ordinary person to get this body shape, it would take at least 3 to 5 years in the gym, right? Chen Yuan complained in his heart. The 20 points of enhancement almost doubled his physical fitness and strength. This was just a counterattack against Lin Shutong. If he could win over more goddesses, Chen Yuan wondered if he could become a Superman in the future. But the reward for this counterattack is still too little, only 5,000 yuan. I should have spent more money on Lin Shutong earlier. Chen Yuan shook his head with some regret. He had just checked his personal account not long ago. It's indeed $5,000 more. For Chen Yuan, these 5,000 yuan are his own money, and he can spend it however he wants. For an ordinary junior student, this is a huge sum of money. No matter how much money a dog licks, he can never spend it on himself. Only by having money in his personal account can Chen Yuan stand up straighter. After washing up, Chen Yuan found several unread messages on WeChat. He clicked them one by one. Zhao Yuqi. Good night, my number one. Lin Shutong. Chen Yuan, I know that what I did may have completely hurt your heart, but you didn't block me as a friend, which means that you still care about me at least a little bit in your heart. I know that it's useless to say anything now. I regret it very much. I regret that I didn't understand until now who really treated me well. Chen Yuan, I care about you in my heart. It turns out that I have always cared about you. Please don't leave me, give me a chance, and I will make up for what I owe you. Su Lele, brother Chen Yuan, can you lend me some money? 3 messages. Chen Yuan read them all carefully. Zhao Yuqi's message, he replied, good night. Lin Shutong didn't reply at all. As for Su Lele's news, according to common sense, the person Chen Yuan should least pay attention to should be Su Lele, because this woman talks about money all the time. Last time Chen Yuan spent hundreds of thousands on her, but she was still not satisfied. Now she actually asks for money on her own initiative? To be honest, Su Lele's eating style is a bit ugly. And this woman does have a bad reputation. Not only does she hook up with rich second generations everywhere, but she also seems to accept any boy in school who spends money on her. If Lin Shutong is a typical green tea girl, then Su Lele is a materialistic scumbag. Not only is she materialistic, but she is also an obvious scumbag. But, for Chen Yuan now, he likes people like Su Lele the most. I'm not afraid of your materialism. I'm not afraid of you asking for money. I'm afraid you don't want enough. I have 900 trillion in dog-licking gold. How much have I spent so far? If we continue to spend at this rate, it may take 10,000 years to finish spending. The output quota must be increased. Chen Yuan decisively replied with a message. How much do you want? The other side. In a shared house in Menghu waterfront community. Looking at the message sent back by Chen Yuan, a ray of light seemed to appear in Su Lele's desperate eyes. These 2 days, she was chased by a loan shark company for debt and didn't even dare to go to school. Chen Yuan, my father lost money in business and owed loan sharks. Can you help me? Su Lele did not lie to Chen Yuan. Her father Su Tianao originally ran an internet cafe business. There are 17 internet cafe chains in Seoul. The family assets are tens of millions. Originally, the internet cafe business was booming, and the money invested previously could be recovered within 1 or 2 years. But who would have known that a sudden epidemic would cause internet cafes across the city and even the country to suffer an unprecedented blow? All internet cafes were forced to close, and it lasted for half a year. As a result, Su Lele's family went bankrupt. Her best friends who used to get along well with her now keep their distance from her. Before asking Chen Yuan to borrow money, almost all of Su Lele's friends have borrowed from him, especially those rich second-generation men who pursued her. However, the amount Su Lele asked for was huge. When those so-called rich second generations heard that they had to borrow so much money, they immediately cut off ties with Su Lele. Some even insulted her as a chicken. Of course, it is definitely wrong to curse people. But from another perspective, you asked someone to borrow so much money, and your family still borrowed from a bottomless pit of loan sharks. Do you really think that they are all stupid and rich idiots? There are no guarantees. There is no written agreement. Just because of your body, your beauty? Don't be naive. This society is very realistic. Why would you spend millions of dollars to play with a woman who can be had for tens of thousands of dollars? Su Lele felt a little nervous. Although Chen Yuan is rich, he may not be willing to lend her so much money. And last time, because of Wang Yu's sudden appearance, Chen Yuan felt disgusted with her. She was unsure. Brother Chen Yuan, I want to borrow 500,000 yuan. Don't worry, I can sign with you, and I will definitely pay you back. Send me your bank card number. Chen Yuan typed back. He doesn't have any bullshit. Okay, my bank card number is 6225. After a while, Su Lele received the bank transfer message. Ding dong. 5 million yuan has been credited to your account with the last digit 6,987. Su Lele looked at the bank text message alert. She was stunned. Brother Chen Yuan, I borrowed 500,000 yuan. Why did you transfer 5 million yuan to me? Su Lele quickly sent a message to ask. Oh, I accidentally typed an extra 0. See this message? Su Lele cried. She really cried. Brother Chen Yuan, it turns out that you care about me. Otherwise, how would you know that my family owes a total of 5 million in high-interest loans? So you already found out everything. Thank you, Brother Chen Yuan. I really don't know how to thank you. I will definitely repay you. All the grievances that Su Lele had suffered in the past 2 days burst out at this moment. The tremendous pressure she was under disappeared in an instant. Her family owed a total of 4.8 million yuan in high-interest loans. As a student, even if she sold her body, it would be impossible for her to raise so much money in such a short period of time. She just wanted to borrow as much as she could. She borrowed money from all her friends, but those boys who once said they would love her, protect her, and give everything for her, ended up not wanting to lend her even a penny. Especially those second-generation rich people. The richer they are, the more stingy they are. And Chen Yuan. No questions asked. He didn't even talk about signing a loan agreement. So I transferred a huge sum of 5 million to her. This amount of money is enough to pay off all the high-interest loans in her family at once. Su Lele was moved. The hard shell in her heart was broken, and she completely fell. At this moment, Chen Yuan's slightly thin body suddenly seemed extremely tall in Su Lele's memory. She felt that this man gave her an unprecedented sense of security. It's so fascinating. As for Su Lele's WeChat, several boys lent her their entire living expenses for a month, but she seemed to selectively ignore it. Chapter 019 Stunned. Su Lele, favorability +1. Su Lele, favorability +1. Su Lele, favorability +1. After Chen Yuan transferred the 5 million, Su Lele's favorability towards Chen Yuan began to grow again. Even if we can't see each other, we keep going up. Su Lele's favorability towards Chen Yuan has already reached 88 points. At this time, it is rising steadily. The favorability has reached 94 points. Just a little bit more to break through the critical value and successfully counterattack. But just when it was almost there, the favorability stopped growing. Fuck, could you please stop messing with my mentality? You almost stopped me. Chen Yuan looked at the system interface and almost burst into cursing about the progress of Su Lele's counterattack. Do I have to continue transferring money? No. Everything should be done in excess. If he keeps transferring money, the other party will most likely treat him as a mere ATM, which will not necessarily increase his favorability. Money plus sweet words equals invincible. Follow this formula. Now I have the money, but sweet words are not enough. Besides, Chen Yuan himself is not good at sweet talk. Of course, Chen Yuan would never confess his feelings to Su Lele, because he had learned a bloody lesson. It was because he confessed his feelings to Lin Shutong too early that he fell into an extremely passive situation. Later he summed up his experience. The best way to pick up girls is to never confess your feelings. Just make an appointment, and that's it. If you can make a date, it means that the other person is interested in you and the relationship can continue to develop. If you can't make a date, then end it as soon as possible and cut the loss in time to avoid getting deeper and deeper into the situation, unable to extricate yourself and becoming a bootlicker. Once the love is confessed and the need is exposed, the girl will subconsciously dodge. They will even distance themselves from you. If you chase him at this time, the difficulty will be hellish. At the beginning, Chen Yuan never intended to really pursue Su Lele. He always treated Su Lele as a tool to make money. So in front of Su Lele, his attitude was very casual and relaxed, and he even deliberately lost his temper in front of her 2 days ago. Because he doesn't care, he seems particularly cool. Thought about it. Chen Yuan began typing. If you have any difficulties in the future, tell me. I will help you no matter what. No, this is too much of a bootlicker. I lent her 5 million, not her lending me 5 million. Why should I try to please her like this? Chen Yuan felt sick when he thought about how he had tried to please Lin Shutong in the past. I deleted the information immediately. Retype. Su Lele, you are not allowed to be ambiguous with other boys in the future, do you hear me? Still not working. This statement is a bit too harsh and makes people feel uncomfortable. And I don't plan to develop Su Lele into my girlfriend, right? Continue deleting. Finally, Chen Yuan simply sent Su Lele 2 words, good night. That's right. The polite phrase, good night, is most appropriate at this time. Chen Yuan felt that he shouldn't guess Su Lele's inner thoughts. Instead, Su Lele should be made unsure of his true attitude. Only in this way can you be invincible. Turning active into passive, this is the highest level of a bootlicker. Well, good night, brother Chen Yuan. Su Lele replied immediately, but the favorability still did not increase. Forget it, just go with the flow. The more anxious you are, the more likely you are to make mistakes. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Chen Yuan sighed. Early the next morning. Phase 2 apartment, downstairs of the boys' dormitory. A girl with a good figure and appearance, holding an exquisite breakfast in her hand, has been waiting for more than 10 minutes. Fuck, this girl is pretty hot. She's actually bringing breakfast? I wonder which brother is so awesome that he can get a girl to bring him breakfast. I've seen many boys giving breakfast to girls, but this is the first time I've seen a girl giving breakfast to a boy. Alas, these days, the good cabbages are eaten by pigs. I am so handsome, but I have been single for more than 20 years. Just when a group of boys were pointing and talking, Chen Yuan and his roommates Xiong Tao, Chao Jinyan, and Zhou Haikuan went downstairs. He had just walked out of the boys' dormitory. Lin Shutong, who had been waiting for a long time, trotted over to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, this is the breakfast I prepared for you. Let's go to class together. Lin Shutong said flatteringly. No, you eat by yourself. It's better for us to keep some distance to avoid misunderstandings. Chen Yuan looked serious and decisively rejected Lin Shutong. As soon as these words came out, several boys who had been following Lin Shutong for a long time almost vomited blood on the spot. Fuck, who is this guy? Why is he so arrogant? Fuck, such a pretty girl brought him breakfast, but he actually looked disgusted? He's not particularly handsome, not even as handsome as me. Is this girl blind? Just when the two boys wearing glasses looked angry, another girl with a hot body and super good looks came over. She glanced at Lin Shutong, her eyes revealing a strong hostility. Brother Chen Yuan, I brought you breakfast. It's still hot. Come eat it quickly. Su Lele spoke in a coquettish voice. The crisp and sticky sound almost made many otaku's bones go weak. Fuck. Another hot chick brings him breakfast. Who the hell is this guy? He must have a mind at home. Awesome. This is a real master. He can actually make two such hot girls fight for his favor. His level of picking up girls is too high. At this time, my roommates Zhou Haikuan, Xiong Tao, and Chao Jinyan were almost shocked. Before, they always thought that Chen Yuan was bragging in the dormitory. But who could have thought that he was actually so awesome? Lin Shutong and Su Lele actually rushed to bring him breakfast. And even though he clearly saw the other person, he did not back down. What the hell is going on? Chase after me. At this time, the atmosphere at the scene was a bit weird. Two girls with good figures and looks, each carrying a breakfast, handed them to Chen Yuan at the same time. It depends on which one he chooses. More and more boys came downstairs, attracting a lot of attention. Isn't this guy Chen Yuan, the bootlicker? When did he become so awesome? It seems that the direction of my efforts is not wrong. Look, Chen Yuan, the dog licker, has already succeeded. If I insist on confessing my feelings to Qin Bingxue, who knows, maybe one day I can succeed too. Qin Bingxue, the most beautiful girl in Hu University? Are you dreaming? Brother, how many bottles of snow did you drink so early in the morning? Why are you so dizzy? Old 4, we haven't had breakfast yet. If you don't want to eat, let us eat. Xiong Tao saw that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he spoke to ease the situation. Okay then, I'll give it to you guys to eat. Chen Yuan took the breakfast from Su Lele and Lin Shutong at the same time, and then stuffed it into the hands of Xiong Tao and Zhou Haikuan. This action made Su Lele and Lin Shutong a little unhappy. But while they were unhappy, they were relieved. At least Chen Yuan didn't eat the breakfast of the woman opposite, which saved her some face. The atmosphere eased a little. But at this moment, the most beautiful girl in the School of Arts, Zhao Yuqi, came over with a package of soy milk, fried dough sticks, and rice noodles. She took light steps and slowly walked towards Chen Yuan. Here, this is your breakfast. For a while, all the boys in the audience were petrified and stunned. Chapter 20, Zhao Yuqi is not an easy person to deal with. How is this possible? How could Zhao Yuqi deliver breakfast to Chen Yuan? This can't be real. This must be an illusion. Senior sister Yuqi is my goddess. How could she do such a thing? No, I don't believe it. What kind of magic did this Chen Yuan cast? Why do three beautiful girls, Lin Shutong, Su Lele, and Zhao Yuqi, all want to please him? He's not that handsome, and he doesn't have much money. I saw him delivering a package last week. Most of the boys have a series of question marks in their minds at this moment. Zhou Haikuan, Xiong Tao, and Chao Jinyan were also completely confused. Zhao Yuqi is the goddess they have secretly loved for 3 years. He actually delivered breakfast to Chen Yuan? Is this still their roommate? Are you sure you were Chen Yuan himself? Are you possessed by the love saint? Otherwise, how could he be so awesome? Compared with other boys, Lin Shutong and Su Lele truly understood why Zhao Yuqi wanted to show her favor to Chen Yuan. Just kidding, someone gave her a gift worth 10 million. It would not be too much if she gave me breakfast for a month. As long as she can maintain a good relationship with Chen Yuan and get his support, Zhao Yuqi's development in the live broadcasting career will advance by leaps and bounds. It won't be long before she becomes a big internet celebrity. It's easy to earn $1 million a month. Just this morning, Zhao Yuqi successfully made it to the hot search list on Weibo. The reason why she was on the hot search on Weibo was the same as Xiaomiu a few days ago, because she was given crazy gifts by the mysterious rich man, Lonely One Cigarette, which led to her popularity exploding. In just 2 days, the number of followers increased by several million. Many netizens on the Douyin platform also frequently discussed what happened that day. I even took screenshots and posted videos. They all became popular. The short video platform Douyin is amazing. Sometimes a person becomes famous all of a sudden. For some unknown reason, its popularity suddenly exploded. Other netizens also rushed to take advantage of the popularity. Zhao Yuqi became more and more popular. The more popular it is, the more you will get involved. Under this magical effect, she is already showing signs of becoming very popular. Of course, Zhao Yuqi is beautiful, has a good temperament, and is multi-talented. The conditions were there, and the appearance of Chen Yuan just ignited the fuse. Even if Chen Yuan hadn't been giving gifts crazily, Zhao Yuqi's development in the live streaming short video industry would not be bad. It just might not become popular so quickly. By the way, Chen Yuan, I have another gift for you. Yesterday, I saw that you were still using an old phone, so I bought you a new one. See if you like it. After saying that, Zhao Yuqi took out a new mobile phone that had not yet been opened from her bag. Damn, this is the latest model of Apple 12 Pro, and it costs more than 10,000 yuan. Zhao Yuqi gave Chen Yuan a cell phone? What on earth did this bastard do to deserve such treatment from a goddess? Why? I don't understand why I lost. Goddess, are you blind? What's so good about Chen Yuan? No, I can't stand it anymore. I want to expose the shameless behavior of Chen Yuan, this bastard. Not only is he a gigolo, but he's also cheating on his girlfriend. See you at the campus forum. Under the indignant gaze of a group of boys, Chen Yuan accepted the new mobile phone Zhao Yuqi gave him without any embarrassment. Apple 12 cost more than 10,000 yuan. Don't miss it. Chen Yuan took a bite of the fried dough stick and drank a sip of soy milk happily. Cool. It feels so good to receive gifts from a goddess. It really proves the old saying. It's not that beautiful women don't take the initiative, but that you have never seen beautiful women taking the initiative. Zhao Yuqi, favorability +5. After Chen Yuan accepted the gift, the favorability score above Zhao Yuqi's head actually increased by 5 points, becoming 45 points. Chen Yuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that in addition to giving gifts to increase favorability, receiving gifts can also increase favorability. As for Zhao Yuqi, Chen Yuan did not eat the exquisite breakfast that Lin Shatong and Su Lele prepared for him, and even gave their breakfast directly to his roommate. On the contrary, Chen Yuan took several bites of the soy milk and fried dough stick she bought casually. He even accepted the gift she gave him with a happy look on his face. This shows that her current position in Chen Yuan's heart is incomparable to Su Lele and Lin Shatong. A cell phone that costs just over 10,000 yuan. Can't Chen Yuan afford it? The reason why he was so happy was definitely not because he received an Apple phone, but because the person who gave him the phone made him feel good and thoughtful, so he was so happy. What he values is friendship and thoughtfulness. That's what Zhao Yuqi thinks. Obviously, she misunderstood Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan is not that noble and doesn't think that much. He is actually very superficial. A mobile phone worth more than 10,000 yuan is really a luxury for him. How can I not be excited when you give me such an expensive gift? Yuqi, thank you for your gift. I like it very much. I'm glad you like it. I'm leaving now. I've accepted a live broadcast event tonight. It's about live broadcasting and selling goods. This is my first time to accept such an event. I hope you can help me support it when the time comes. At this point, Chen Yuan finally understood why Zhao Yuqi suddenly gave him an Apple phone. It turns out that she wanted him to show his support. Come to think of it, Zhao Yuqi's liking for him was far from high enough to make her pursue Chen Yuan. She now sends breakfast and mobile phones to Chen Yuan, which seems ambiguous on the surface. In fact, she just wanted to use Chen Yuan to continue to build momentum. This woman is actually very calm. She is not a little girl who will be blinded by love. She suddenly appeared today and not only suppressed Lin Shatong and Su Lele. Let the two girls give up. It will also create an illusion for Chen Yuan. If Chen Yuan hadn't seen the favorability level above her head, it was only 45 points. Maybe one would think that Zhao Yuqi really fell in love with him. In fact, the other party has not invested real feelings. She is still testing. I just flirted with Chen Yuan. If Chen Yuan gets carried away and pursues Zhao Yuqi recklessly, he will eventually lose the initiative and become a bootlicker. Hi. It's really high. This woman is no pushover either. Chen Yuan suddenly woke up. The so-called school beauty goddess, in fact, is just an ordinary woman after losing her goddess halo. At most, she looks a little better, that's all. School beauties are not as noble, pure, and otherworldly as we imagine. She is also a human being, with the same emotions and desires, and the same vanity as a normal woman. Looking at the 45 points of favorability above Zhao Yuqi's head, Chen Yuan's originally hot heart seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water. A woman's heart is as deep as the sea. If you only look at how she behaves in front of you, you have no way of judging how much she loves you. Don't worry, Chairman Zhao, I will definitely be there to support you when the time comes. After Chen Yuan finished speaking, he took a bite of the breakfast prepared by Lin Shutong and Su Lele. Hey, this tastes pretty good. Come on, I don't want to eat rice noodles anymore. Who wants some? After Chen Yuan finished speaking, he turned around and handed the rice noodles that Zhao Yuqi had given him to the eldest brother Chao Jinyan. Old four, this is a gift from the school beauty. It's okay, it's just breakfast. I'll just eat a little bit anyway. Chen Yuan looked indifferent. It seemed as if the breakfast personally delivered by goddess Zhao Yuqi was nothing special in his eyes. Boss, I actually prefer rice noodles. How about you just give it to me? Xiang Tao said immediately. Get lost, I can't even bear to eat it myself. Chapter 021. Thank you, lonely brother, for opening the emperor. Zhao Yuqi was just about to leave. But when she turned around, she saw Chen Yuan giving the rice noodles she gave to others without any care. I suddenly felt uncomfortable. For a long time, she has been accustomed to boys treating her as a goddess. As long as she shows the slightest bit of appreciation, the other party will be deeply moved and even shed tears of gratitude. She thought that Chen Yuan was the same in front of him. Although this boy is very rich, he is essentially no different from other men. They were all conquered by her charm. But now, Chen Yuan didn't look at her differently at all. In this guy's eyes, Lin Shutong and Su Lele are the same. Zhao Yuqi hated this feeling. She turned and strode away, her face clearly looking unhappy. Chen Yuan, I think Zhao Yuqi seems angry. I think you're angry too. A school beauty brings you breakfast, but you are willing to give it to someone else? I would be angry too. Zhou Hequan shook his head with a sigh. That's right. Even a straight man like me understands this truth. How can you not understand it? Even though you are a very good brother, you can't miss your lifelong happiness. Chao Jinyan patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder with a serious look on his face. There was a hint of vulgarity in the words. Boss, haven't you been secretly in love with Zhao Yuqi for a long time? Are you so willing to let your goddess be seduced by that bastard, the fourth brother? Xiang Tao interrupted. Bullshit, as the saying goes, brothers are like limbs, and women are like clothes. Do I look like someone who values women over friendship? Boss, are you sure you can't hook up with Zhao Yuqi, so you say this to comfort yourself? We are brothers, can you stop pretending? Fuck you, can't you give me some face? After Zhao Yuqi left, Lin Shutong and Su Lele also left one after another. Today is the first official confrontation between the three women. I originally thought that Zhao Yuqi crushed Su Lele and Lin Shutong, but in the end I found that no one gained the upper hand. The main reason is that Chen Yuan's attitude is ambiguous. I have no idea who he likes. Since Lin Shutong learned about Chen Yuan's background last night, she has completely made up her mind. No matter how Chen Yuan treated her, she vowed to win him back. Since Chen Yuan could pursue her for 3 years, she could also pursue Chen Yuan for 3 years. She must take back what she had lost. Maybe she didn't realize that her behavior was becoming more and more like that of a female lickspittle. As for Su Lele, she felt that Chen Yuan had feelings for her. Otherwise, why would he lend her 5 million so casually? Moreover, there is never a shortage of women around rich men. It is normal for Chen Yuan, who is so outstanding and so rich, to have some beautiful women around him. Compared to those unwanted ones, she would rather go for a man that many girls like. The better a man is, the more women like him, which means he is more outstanding. Even Zhao Yuqi likes Chen Yuan, so it is even more impossible for her to give up. To retreat when faced with difficulties is just the weak person's complaint. The strong will only face challenges head-on. Come to the classroom. Chen Yuan spent some time adjusting the new Apple phone that Zhao Yuqi gave him. Just logged into WeChat. Suddenly, several messages popped up. Lin Shutong. Chen Yuan, let's go to the movies tonight. I've already bought the tickets. The show is at 10 o'clock. Let's go have some midnight snack after the movie. I've been feeling very low lately. Can you keep me company? Lin Shutong's message was quite explicit. It's enough to make people think about it. A movie that starts at 10 p.m. will end at 12 p.m., right? Have another midnight snack without turning the clock? It's at least 1 or 2 in the morning, right? The school was closed by then. What to do if there is no place to sleep? I have to find a hotel and book a room. If a single man and a single woman go to a hotel to book 2 rooms, it's impossible for them to book 2 rooms, right? What a waste of money. Opening a room is a good opportunity to chat, talk about life and ideals. This routine. Why does it look so familiar? Chen Yuan. No, I have to review my lessons tonight. I will graduate next year, and I am also preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam. Chen Yuan himself didn't believe this excuse, it was just nonsense. but I still sent it to Lin Shutong. Lin Shutong, you want to take the postgraduate entrance examination? I know you are a very hardworking boy. If you want to take the postgraduate entrance examination, I can accompany you to take the examination. Chen Yuan, I was just talking casually. I don't actually want to go to the movies. Lin Shutong, it's okay. If you don't want to go today, tomorrow is fine too. Lin Shutong, weekends are fine too. Lin Shutong, why don't you reply to my message? Lin Shutong, can you pay attention to me? Lin Shutong sent dozens of messages in a row. Chen Yuan didn't reply at all. Only then did she finally understand how crazy she felt when Chen Yuan sent her dozens of messages and she didn't reply for several hours. It's so fucking torturous. Zhao Yuqi, my number one. See you in the live broadcast room at 8 p.m. Chen Yuan, okay. After replying to Zhao Yuqi's message, Chen Yuan clicked on Su Leilei's unread message. Su Leilei, brother Chen Yuan, I will cook for you at home tonight. Thank you for your help. Can you please come and have dinner with me? Su Leilei, oh, right. I printed out the loan agreement today. Although it was brother Chen Yuan's help, I still have to sign a loan agreement for a loan of 5 million yuan, otherwise I won't feel at ease. Chen Yuan, you cook for me yourself, so I have to taste your cooking skills. Su Leilei, I promise to satisfy brother Chen Yuan. Su Leilei replied immediately. Close the WeChat chat page. Chen Yuan began to download common software apps such as Shark Live app, Douyin app, Longya Live app, Penguin chat group software, Alpay, etc. Because it is a new phone, many software need to be downloaded again. But now in the 5G era, the internet speed is very fast. It won't take long to download. Chen Yuan was bored and opened the Shark Live app. He originally wanted to watch the live game broadcast. But for some reason I glanced at the appearance area. I found Xiaomi was live streaming. He clicked on it casually. This time, Chen Yuan is no longer a level 3 nobody. He's a level 120 boss. Although he is not an emperor, he still has some pomp. Fuck, Mr. Yin is here. That man is here. Welcome, Mr. Yin. Welcome, Mr. Yin. Welcome, Mr. Yin. Boss Yin, you are already a level 120 boss. Why don't you consider becoming an emperor? The emperor is a facade for those petty local tyrants. Don't you see who the cigarettes are from? Do you need a facade? Brother Lonely is here. I sent you a private message a few days ago, and you didn't reply. I even said I would add you on WeChat. Xiaomi pouted. Well, thanks to Brother Lonely, one cigarette for opening the emperor. Chapter 22. Don't give face to Mr. Yin. Noble Emperor, 120,000 a month. It's actually useless. It's just that when you enter the live broadcast room, there are special entry effects. The barrage of comments is conspicuous, it looks impressive, and the female anchor will also look at you differently. Spend 120,000 to become a noble emperor, just to make yourself look a little more prestigious? In Chen Yuan's opinion, this kind of behavior is really stupid. I heard that there was an accountant who, in order to satisfy his vanity, embezzled public funds to give millions of dollars in tips to female anchors. This person is simply a moron. If you really had money, I wouldn't say anything to you. You're still pretending to be cool when you have no money? Finally put yourself in jail? You are awesome too. But Chen Yuan is doing this kind of stupid thing now. Just become an emperor. It's not your money anyway. The dog's money can be spent at will. Xiaomeyer, have you sent me a private message? I'll go check it out. Chen Yuan finished posting a comment. I immediately went backstage to check the private message. He received a lot of private messages, and it took me a long time to find Xiaomeyer's private message. It contains the WeChat account that Xiaomeyer sent him. Chen Yuan copied and pasted the message and decisively added her as a friend on his WeChat account. But after waiting for several minutes, it didn't get through. He ran to the live broadcast room again. Xiaomi, I added you on WeChat. Please accept my request. Yes. Okay, Brother Yin. After a while, the other party accepted Chen Yuan's WeChat friend request. Xiaomi, can I treat you to a meal? Chen Yuan asked, openly typing in the live broadcast room. Let's eat. I have a fan meeting every month in Pudong, Shanghai. Where are you from, Brother Yin? I'm from Seoul. Oh, actually it's not far. It only takes 2 hours by plane. Mr. Yin, do you want to come and see me? No, no time. If it was a fan meeting, there would definitely be a lot of people, and Chen Yuan didn't want to join in the fun. Either don't go, or if you go you have to meet in private. Yes, a successful person like Brother Yin must be a very busy man. However, the Shark Live Carnival will be held in Seoul next month, so we will have a chance to meet then. Haha, carnival event, Xiaomier, are you hinting that Mr. Yin will use rockets? Every time at the carnival, it's all about cutting leaks. Boss Yin, everyone is here, why don't you get a rocket before leaving? Wow, thanks to Brother Lonely, one cigarette for the super rocket. Love you, touch me. Since Chen Yuan was giving out gifts, it was impossible for him to only give one. A super rocket is just the beginning. In just a few minutes, he had swiped 100 super rockets. Then he ran away. It's not that he doesn't want to continue swiping, but the shark fins on his account have been used up again. Damn, the recharge limits on these live streaming platforms are too small. I have to recharge multiple times each time. It would be great if I could recharge 100 million at a time. Chen Yuan couldn't help but start complaining. Half an hour later, Chen Yuan came online again. This time, he prepared sufficient ammunition. But this time, I didn't click into Xiaomier's live broadcast room, because he found that another popular beauty anchor was online. Xiao Xinxin is also a dancing anchor. She is good at ancient dance, modern dance, and Korean dance. She is cute and has a great figure. In terms of appearance alone, she may be slightly inferior to Xiaomier, but in terms of talent content, she does better. I estimate her appearance to be around 8 points, but her talent is full marks. Also has millions of fans. Fuck, Mr. Yin, why don't you go to see Xiaomier and come to Xiao Xinxin's place? Welcome, Mr. Yin. Welcome, Mr. Yin. Boss Yin, you just gave Xiaomi 100 super rockets. Why don't you show some respect by coming to Xinxin? Mr. Yin, please give me some pointers. At least 100 super hot ones should be enough to start with, right? Boss Yin, what do you do? Can I work for you? As soon as Chen Yuan arrived at Xiao Xinxin's live broadcast room, the barrage of comments began to set the pace. The fans of the female anchor's live broadcast rooms basically overlap. Many people watch one host for a while, and then watch another host for a while. They are basically in a state of flow. Chen Yuan is now more famous on Shark Live than many other anchors. Wow, it's President Yin. Welcome, welcome. Xiao Xinxin welcomed it immediately. Faced with countless comments and criticisms, Chen Yuan didn't say any nonsense. He only posted one comment. Xiao Xinxin, what's your number 1 position in the overall ranking? I'll take you there. This eye-catching barrage has just been sent out. Suddenly, the entire live broadcast room was in an uproar. Fuck, Mr. Yin has started. He is going to start again. This is so scary, Mr. Yin. Please stay calm. I just checked. Xiao Xinxin's total ranking is 18 million, and her leader is the Dragon King. Mr. Yin, are you going to defeat the Dragon King in 1 second? The Dragon King is already a level 120 boss. He has several brokerage companies under his name. It is said that he is also one of the shareholders of Penguin Group. He is awesome. Boss Yin, you can have fun or joke around, but don't joke about the number 1 on the list. Just when the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room began to scroll wildly, a golden rocket rose from the bottom of the screen, officially starting the smoke of battle. First shot. Second shot. The 100th round. The 1,000th round. The 2,000th round. The 5,000th round. Starting from the first rocket sent by Chen Yuan, the endless rain of rockets never stopped. This one brush took a full 2 hours. That's right, 2 hours of nonstop brushing. The popularity of Xiao Xinxin's live broadcast room has soared from 2 million at the beginning to a staggering 4 billion. All the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Xiao Xinxin opened his mouth wide, motionless, as if he was petrified. 80% of the audience on the entire Shark platform were attracted to Xiao Xinxin's live broadcast room. I am shocked and numb. Mr. Yin, you are too scary. You have posted more than 10,000 posts and it is so popular. Too exaggerated. So awesome. Boss Yin, have you got cancer? That's why you want to give away all your wealth. Dad, if you have too much money to spend, give it to me and I can be your son. Just when Xiao Xinxin's live broadcast room was refreshing the screen frantically, the comments in Xiaomier's live broadcast room are a bit sparse. Looking at the endless rocket rain on the world's public screen, Xiaomier was very jealous. She began to wonder if she had just said something wrong. Mr. Yin wanted to invite her to dinner, but she did not agree. Instead, she tactfully said that they would have a chance to meet at the fan meeting, because the other party asked the question in the live broadcast room. If she directly agreed to meet in private, it would have a bad impact in the end. And she has so many fans, most of whom are husband fans. Of course, I can't agree to something that is too explicit. But just because she didn't agree, President Yin turned around and sent Xiao Xinxin more than 10,000 super rockets, and he hasn't stopped yet. It is very likely that Xiao Xinxin will be the one on the hot search tomorrow. Thinking of this, Xiaomier regretted more and more that she had said the wrong thing. Can a wealthy man like Mr. Yin be the same as ordinary fans? Her open refusal is just a way of not giving face to Mr. Yin, isn't it? Chapter 23 Xiao Ruoyu. I'm sorry, Xiaomier, I'm going to Xiao Xinxin's live broadcast room to watch. Let's go together. Let's go together. It's so lively over there. Haha. I'm not here to watch Xiao Xinxin. I just want to see how many rockets Yin Zone can swipe. I'm almost going crazy. You traitors, beasts, wait for me. I watched as more than a dozen nobles left the live broadcast room. Xiaomier is so sad that she has no tears to cry. The smoke is really too much. With the huge impact of more than 10,000 superhot posts, the traffic he brought was beyond imagination. People are more curious. Everyone likes to watch the fun. If you swipe dozens or even hundreds of rockets, maybe it will be all right. Because this situation has become commonplace. Shark Live has been established for many years, and there is no shortage of rich people who can fire hundreds of rockets. But you can fire more than 10,000 super rockets at once. Never before. Unprecedented. Unprecedented in history. Since the establishment of Shark Live, no one has ever been able to send more than 10,000 super rockets at a time. And today, a lonely cigarette did it. This sudden and extraordinary rich man has become the leader of the rich world in just a few days. He not only brushes on the Shark platform, but also on the Douyin platform. Every time he makes a move, he is extravagant and inhumane. And each time is more ruthless and more generous than the last. In just 3 attempts, he made nearly 50 million. With a gift worth half 100 million, you can become a Shark shareholder. Watching the live broadcast room become less and less popular. Xiaomier finally made up her mind that she wanted to apologize to Mr. Yan. She wanted to explain why the live broadcast room did not accept the invitation just now. If she offended such a rich man, she would lose her job. Picking up her phone, she opened the WeChat chat and began to edit the message. Brother Yan, I'm sorry today. There were a lot of people in the live broadcast room before, so it's inconvenient to answer some questions. Actually, I have time these days, and I also want to travel to Seoul. Brother Yan, can you be a guide? After editing the message, Xiaomier sent it immediately. At this time, Chen Yuan was still sending rockets. After clicking the screen for 2 hours, my hands are really sore. Fortunately, his body has been strengthened, otherwise he would not be able to bear it. Ding dong. Suddenly, a message popped up on WeChat. It was actually sent by Xiaomier. Chen Yuan clicked it and took a look. A little confused. What does it mean? I asked you to meet for dinner before, but you disagreed. Now you have time to fly from Shanghai to Seoul for a trip? This change in attitude was a bit unexpected. Could it be that I finally understood my brother's meaning? It must be like this. Chen Yuan smiled and nodded. Forget it, I won't brush it today. It's too tiring to brush rockets all the time, and my phone is running out of battery. This is an iPhone 12. Why is it so power-hungry? When Chen Yuan stopped brushing rockets, a full 5 minutes passed. The viewers of Shark Live finally reacted. It's over, it's finally over. 12,700 super fires, my god. This time I got a total of 12,700 super fires. Welcome, Dragon King. Fuck, Dragon King, you are finally back. You were raped, did you know that? Your number 1 was killed instantly. Before I met Mr. Yan, I thought that if I got 100 rockets, I was considered rich. After I met Mr. Yan, I felt embarrassed to show off if I didn't get 1,000 rockets. Xiao Xinshin's live broadcast room is still very lively. But Chen Yuan had already left quietly. Unconsciously. The morning class is over. Only then did Chen Yuan realize that he had been brushing rockets for the entire morning. He didn't really listen to the teacher's lecture. Except for the counselors, other university teachers basically don't manage students. If you want to learn sincerely and ask questions humbly, he will naturally teach you. If you indulge yourself in depravity, no teacher will urge you to study. It all depends on self-awareness. Basically, students sitting in the front row are more studious and are preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. The students sitting in the back row are planning to get a diploma. As long as they don't fail the exams and get a passing score of 60 points, it will be fine. HUSD is considered a first-class undergraduate university, but it is not among the 985 and 211. Compared with Wuhan University, Huazhong University of Science and Technology, it is a level lower. Speaking of which, Chen Yuan's grades in high school were not that good, barely in the upper middle level. With this score, I wouldn't be able to get into a top university. But one day, when he learned that the girl he had a crush on for 3 years, Xiao Ruyu, was preparing to take the entrance exam for Wuhan University, he suddenly started to work hard. There are some youth-themed movies in which the male protagonist has poor grades for 3 years in high school. In the last 3 months, he studies very hard to pursue a goddess, and in the college entrance examination, he suddenly ranks among the top 10 in the school. The story sounds very inspiring. But this kind of bloody plot is not common in reality. Chen Yuan is a typical failure case. He thought he was also a cheater. If you study hard in the last 3 months before the college entrance examination, you can go to the same university as Xiao Ruyu. We were admitted to Wuhan University together. Even if he couldn't be Xiao Ruyu's boyfriend, as long as he could be in the same school and silently pay attention to her, Chen Yuan would feel satisfied. He admitted that the 3 months of hard work did have some effect, and his academic performance had improved significantly. but it is already quite far from the admission score of Wuhan University. So, he failed. Xiao Ruiyu was finally admitted to Wuhan University, one of the top 10 universities in China. But Chen Yuan ended up only going to HUST. Although it is the same book, there are actually many differences. After entering college, in order to forget Xiao Ruiyu, Chen Yuan chose to pursue another girl. That is Lin Shutong. At first, I just wanted to forget someone, but who knew that I would get deeper and deeper into it and end up becoming Lin Shutong's bootlicker? Has he really fallen in love with Lin Shutong and completely forgotten Xiao Ruiyu? Chen Yuan doesn't think so. After 3 years of dedication, he was not really devoted to Lin Shutong. He just felt moved and was unwilling to give up. Suddenly, I remembered the figure of that girl who was as warm as spring. Chen Yuan only then realized that even after so many years, he had never forgotten her. 3 years of high school. Because he has a crush on Xiao Ruiyu, Chen Yuan would be the first one to jump out of the window and climb into the classroom every morning to wipe the tables and chairs for her. I would secretly follow her home after evening self-study and then go home alone. I would often lie in ambush on the road where she passed just to see her smile. I would even fight with someone when I accidentally saw him carving her name on a table. I deliberately lent her books just to see her and say a word to her, and stared at her in a daze during class. The name Xiao Ruiyu occupied almost Chen Yuan's entire youth. She is so good. She was so outstanding that Chen Yuan didn't even dare to confess his feelings. From the moment he entered HUST, he knew that his life and Xiao Ruiyu's life would be two parallel lines that would never intersect again. Chapter 024 joined a rich group. Thinking of Xiao Ruiyu, Chen Yuan shook his head with some emotion. I picked up my phone and sent a message to Xiao Mir. Okay, Xiao Mir, if you want to travel to Seoul, I will definitely be your guide and make sure your trip is worthwhile. That's it, Brother Yen. Just set a time and let me know. This Saturday, Brother Yen, what do you think? No problem. Then can you please send me a photo first? I'm afraid I won't recognize you then. No need for photos. You'll know what I look like when the time comes. After successfully making an appointment with Xiaomir, Chen Yuan felt a little unbelievable. He really didn't expect that it would be so easy to make an appointment with this big anchor. He also asked the other party to fly from Shanghai to Seoul to find him. It turns out that money makes the world go round. After replying to the WeChat message, Chen Yuan opened the Shark Live app again. He wanted to see if Xiao Shinshin had sent him a private message. This is also a very popular anchor, with good looks, good figure, and good talents, and can also be a target for licking dogs. The money has already been swiped. No matter whether you can succeed in the counterattack in the end, you should at least try it, right? What if it succeeds in the end? Really? Chen Yuan opened the backstage and quickly found Xiao Shinshin's private message. Thank you, Mr. Yen, for being number 1 on my list. Please add me on WeChat. Except for Xiao Shinshin's private message. Another person's private message caught Chen Yuan's attention. Hello, Mr. Yen. I'm the Dragon Emperor. Let's make friends. We're all in the same circle. More friends mean more paths. I have a WeChat group full of shark noble emperors, elites from all walks of life. We can take care of each other in future business matters. Mr. Yen, will you do me a favor? The account level of this Dragon Emperor is also the maximum level 120. He is definitely a rich man. Chen Yuan thought about it and decided that there seemed to be no harm in joining a circle of wealthy people. He directly sent his WeChat number. At the same time, don't forget to add Xiao Shinshin as your WeChat friend. After a while, Chen Yuan was pulled into a WeChat group. There are not many people in this group, only about 30 in total. Chen Yuan just joined the group. The whole group went wild. Fuck, Mr. Yen. Is this really Mr. Yen himself? Dragon Emperor, you are so awesome. You actually invited Mr. Yen to join the group. I immediately feel that the reputation of the entire group has been improved. Wouldn't it be great if I could tell you from now on that I know Mr. Yen? Huh. Boss, please take care of me in the future. Although the people in this WeChat group are all emperors. But emperors are also divided into different levels. A big shot like Chen Yuan, who can give out tens of millions of gifts at a time, is the top one even among the emperors. Hello everyone. I am Lonely One Cigarette. Please take care of me. Chen Yuan sent a message very politely. Don't be like this, Mr. Yen. Who can be worthy of being a boss in front of you? Mr. Yen, you're too polite. Mr. Yen, you're too polite. Boss Yen, are you in Seoul? I have a villa that I want to sell. Are you interested, Boss Yen? A group member named Qing Feng Shulai suddenly asked. Qing Huang, please stop being so ridiculous. What kind of person is Mr. Yen? How could he not have a villa like yours? I can't do anything about it. You all know that I'm in the hotel business. Due to the impact of the recent period, the domestic tourism and hotel industries have basically all gone cold. I don't have enough capital chain, and now I'm operating at a loss. I can only sell villas to hold on for a while and wait for the industry to pick up. Don't tell me. Every industry has been hit hard, and everyone doesn't have enough funds. Why don't you go find Lan Huang? This bastard Lan Huang bought a mask factory at the end of last year. It was like he was robbing money. Now he's getting rich. But the Blue Emperor is not in Seoul. Chen Yuan looked at the messages in the group and immediately narrowed his eyes. Do you have a villa for sale in Seoul? As a group member, you should at least give us some discounts, right? Of course, Chen Yuan had no money to buy a villa. But he can buy it for others. Lin Shutong, Su Lele, Zhao Yuqi, or other girls. As long as the relationship of bootlicking is established, someone else's name is written on the property certificate, and the villa is not in his name, it can naturally be used as bootlicking money for consumption. When the time comes, I will buy a villa and live in it myself. It doesn't matter if it's not in my name. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan sent a reply message. Since we are in the same group, it doesn't matter if I help you out. Add me as your friend, and let's chat privately. Chen Yuan typed back. Thank you, Mr. Yin, you are so generous. Obviously, in the impression of these emperors, a wealthy man of Mr. Yan's level must have 1 or 2 villas. The reason why he was willing to buy the Qinghuang villa was purely out of consideration for the group members and to help them. Such a generous and magnanimous friend is very worth making friends with. As long as you build good relationships, you will reap benefits in the future. Ding dong. Qingfeng Shulai wants to be your friend. Do you agree to the friend request? Agree. Chen Yuan clicked on and accepted the other party's friend request. Soon, the other party's message came. Boss Yin, my name is Hong Yuan Xiao. You can just call me Xiao Hong. I am indeed a little short of funds recently. I wonder when you have time to come and see the house. I don't have time today. How about tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Where is your house? Chen Yuan asked in typing. This villa is located in Jiangkou. I bought it in 2018. It has a river view and was renovated only a year ago. It has an area of 980 square meters and is a 3-story standalone building with a garden, parking space, lawn, outdoor swimming pool, and private cinema. Speaking of this, Hong Yuan Xiao also posted several photos of the villa. There are indoor photos as well as outdoor photos. Both the decoration and design are luxurious. From the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can actually see the beautiful scenery of the Yangtze River. This decoration. Chen Yuan was almost shocked. Chen Yuan naturally knew about the Riverview Villa community. This is one of the most expensive neighborhoods in Seoul. The housing price is as high as more than 50,000 yuan per square meter. The villa in Hanyuan Bridge is worth at least 50 million. This is definitely one of the top villas in Seoul. After all, it is not a first-tier city. Compared with the housing prices in Shanghai and Kyoto, it is considered cheap. There are not many houses worth hundreds of millions of yuan. Well, not bad. Your house is okay. Send me the location. I will contact you when I go there tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Yan. I'm always available if you want to come and see the house. Hong Yuan Xiao replied immediately. In fact, villas that are too valuable are not easy to sell. It may not be sold even after being put online for half a year or even a year, and it is far less sellable than ordinary commercial housing, especially since the economy has been so bad recently. It is extremely difficult to sell a villa worth 50 or 60 million yuan in a short period of time. I am extremely lucky to have the opportunity to meet Mr. Yin unexpectedly this time. Boss Yin is indeed Boss Yin. He is so rich. Buying a villa is like a piece of cake. Boss Yin gives tens of millions of dollars to female anchors. Isn't buying a villa just like buying a toy? I am now more and more curious about Mr. Yan's identity. Could he be Mr. Ma's alias? Egg Emperor, this is your first day in the group. Don't you understand some of the rules? Don't ask too many questions. Dragon Emperor warned. Chapter 025. I can finally show off my skills. The Emperor group message was closed. The time has reached 12 noon. Chen Yuan and his roommates Lao Chao, Lao Zhou, and Lao Xiong went to the cafeteria to eat together. Lunch in the school cafeteria is very cheap, only 7 or 8 yuan per meal. I'm afraid no one would have thought that Mr. Yen, who had just gained more than 10,000 followers on the live streaming platform, would actually eat a cafeteria lunch worth 7 or 8 yuan and was reluctant to even order a meat dish. Xiaorui, what should I do now? Chen Yuan seems unwilling to pay attention to me. Lin Shutong held the phone that hadn't received a reply for several hours. My mentality is a little bit exploded. Shutong, what's wrong with you recently? Didn't you always have Chen Yuan under your control? Why do you lose confidence in front of him after you found out he's rich? You can't be like this. You have to know that men are born to be mean. The more you indulge him, the more he will ignore you. You should just deal with him the same way as before. If he ignores you, you can ignore her too. Sun Rue suggested. But I feel like this method is no longer feasible. Chen Yuan is being targeted by several vixens, including Su Lele from the Art Academy and Zhao Yuqi from the Student Union. If I continue to be hot and cold towards him like before, he might be seduced away by the other two vixens. Lin Shutong shook her head dejectedly. Things are different now. In the past, Chen Yuan only pursued her. Now she has two competitors, and their figures and looks are no worse than hers. She had insulted Chen Yuan before and said so many nasty things. If it were still the same as before, Chen Yuan would definitely not continue to please her. I see. Come to think of it, we are not the only ones who know that Chen Yuan is rich. It seems that we really can't look at him with the same eyes as before. But Shutong, you also have advantages. You have to know that Chen Yuan pursued you for 3 years and never gave up, which shows that you have a different position in his mind. All men have a first love complex, and you are his first love. No woman can compare to this. So I guess the reason why Chen Yuan is so cold to you is that he might want to vent his dissatisfaction. After all, you treated him the same way before. Once he has vented enough and his anger has subsided, he will probably forgive you. That's when your chance comes. My best friend Sun Rue conducted a rational analysis. Lin Shutong thought it made sense. If his roles were switched with Chen Yuan's, he would definitely be angry and want to vent. If you put yourself in her shoes, you can explain why Chen Yuan didn't reply to her message. I understand, Xiao Rurue. If you want to win back Chen Yuan, you have to calm him down first. I won't give up. Come on, Shutong, you will definitely succeed. Sun Rue raised her little fist to cheer, and on the surface, she looked like she was supporting her best friend, but in her heart, she was full of contempt. You, Lin Shutong, looked down on others and treated them as your bootlickers. Now that you know others are rich, you start to remember the good things about them? Want to save it? What are you daydreaming about? But Lin Shutong has no chance. Do I have any chance? But it would be a bit like a green tea to flirt with Chen Yuan directly. It just so happened that Chen Yuan's roommate Zhou Haikuan was pursuing her. This relationship can be utilized. After lunch, Lao Chao, Lao Zhou, and Lao Xiong, the 3 guys dragged Chen Yuan to the internet cafe to play League of Legends. I didn't want to fight, but I couldn't go against the public anger. Because there are no classes in the afternoon. We are all students, and there are no other entertainment activities. Apart from lying in the dormitory and sleeping and reading novels, the most common activity among college students is probably going to internet cafes to play games. Network administrator, do you have any computers with 4 seats in a row? Lao Chao started asking as he walked into the internet cafe. Yes, the internet cafe business is not good recently, so there are a lot of people online. The girl sitting at the cashier counter answered with a smile, and she seemed to be pretty good looking. Su Lele, why are you here? Are you working part-time as a network administrator in the internet cafe? Looking at the 2 girls sitting at the cashier counter, one of whom was Su Lele, Chen Yuan asked in confusion. I'm not the network administrator. This internet cafe is owned by my family. Brother Chen Yuan, don't you know that? Su Lele was a little excited. She didn't expect to meet Chen Yuan in the internet cafe. Her family owns 17 internet cafes, but due to the impact of the epidemic, business has not yet recovered. There are 6 or 7 employees in the internet cafe, and they haven't been paid for 3 or 4 months. And the rent is due soon. The rent of an internet cafe is paid at least once a year. This internet cafe is near the school and has a good location. The annual rent is as high as 200,000 yuan. Su Lele is here today to pay the employees' salaries. By the way, I paid the rent. The 5 million that Chen Yuan lent her was enough to maintain the operation of her internet cafe and repay the loan. I really didn't know your family was so rich that you actually run an internet cafe. Chen Yuan sighed. This internet cafe has nearly 200 high-end computers. Adding the decoration and rent, it would cost at least 2 million to open a store. Fuck. I remember that Daluo Internet Cafe seemed to be a chain with more than a dozen stores. Does that mean the entire Daluo Internet Cafe belongs to you? Xiong Tao looked at Su Lele in shock. Yes, but now all internet cafes are doing very bad business, basically losing money, and my family is almost bankrupt. Su Lele admitted it openly. He also glanced at Chen Yuan intentionally or unintentionally. If it weren't for Chen Yuan's financial support, her family would have really gone bankrupt. Awesome. Su Lele, you are actually a rich second generation. Zhou Haikuan exclaimed. There were a lot of rumors about you in school before, saying that you were a gold digger, but now it seems that they are just jealous people. Lao Chao smiled and glanced at Chen Yuan. It seems that your luck with women is a little too good. They are right. I am a gold digger. Don't think that you can get free food just because we know each other. Of course, except for brother Chen Yuan. When he uses the internet in my internet cafe, it is always free. Su Lele made a joke. It naturally resolved an awkward topic and, more importantly, made Chen Yuan feel proud. This EQ is really not low. Damn it, old four. Why don't you just give in to her? I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to vomit. Damn it. Why are there no girls chasing after me? Am I not handsome? Xiong Tao complained with a jealous look on his face. Several roommates are now increasingly confused. Why is this guy Chen Yuan suddenly popular among girls? No reason? If we talk about the guy who is best at picking up girls in the dormitory, it has always been Xiong Tao. This guy is eloquent, handsome, and humorous. In the 3 years of college, he has dated 7 or 8 girls. Of course, the main thing is that he is not picky about food. It's enough to be slightly pretty. You don't necessarily have to find a girl with high scores. And now the 3 girls who are pursuing Chen Yuan all seem to have high scores, and each one is more beautiful than the other. Totally unscientific. Let's fire a 5 machine gun. Sun Rui will be here soon. Zhou Haikuan suddenly said. Who, Sun Rui? Isn't she Lin Shudong's roommate? When did you hook up with her, old Zhou? In fact, I have been pursuing her for several months. I think she has a good impression of me. Just now, I said that several roommates in our dormitory are going to play games in the internet cafe, and she was very considerate and said that she can be my assistant. It happens to be a 5-man team. Haha, I can finally show my skills in front of a girl. Zhou Haikuan rubbed his palms excitedly. Chapter 026. You're so arrogant to me again. What's your skill? Unyielding silver. You don't understand. I'm Yasuo. Wait for me to show off my skills. Zhou Haikuan waved his hand. He only plays one hero, Torso. Although he is very skilled in playing heroes, he often ends up killing himself. He always likes to fight 1 against 2 or 1 against 3, and he likes to fight back in an extreme way. He is completely different from his honest character in real life. An hour later, Sun Rui rode a hello bike to the internet cafe. She had obviously dressed up today. With light makeup, she looks elegant and not too tacky. What's even more outrageous is that she was actually wearing a JK Lolita-style uniform. Short skirt, beautiful legs, campus, student, and wearing a small hat. It looks youthful and cute yet sexy. Chen Yuan's roommates were all stunned. Oh my god, why didn't I notice before that Sun Rui is so pretty? Old Zhou, you're great. The girl has even dressed up carefully. Sun Rui is a potential stock. She used to have a bit of baby fat, but now after losing weight successfully, her appearance and figure are not inferior to Lin Shudong. A few creepy roommates commented on it. Lao Zhou seemed a little reserved and almost blushed. But at this moment, he also felt very proud. After all, she was the girl I made an appointment with. Hi, beautiful lady, add me on WeChat. As Sun Rui walked into the internet cafe, a gangster-looking young man with a cigarette dangling from his lips stopped her. Ask for contact information right away. The other person's gaze was very bold, scanning Sun Rui's chest and thighs several times. Sorry, I'm looking for someone. Sun Rui shook her head and refused. Don't leave, beautiful lady. Adding WeChat won't cost you a thing. I don't want to add it, please move aside. Fuck, you have no shame. You look like a prostitute dressed like this. Why are you pretending to be so noble? The scoundrel young man seemed unwilling to give up and actually grabbed Sun Rui's arm. Fuck, whose WeChat do you want, you bastard? Try to touch me again. Zhou Haikuan stood up suddenly, his face full of fury. The girl I made a date with was molested right in front of me. How could I tolerate this? Zhou Haikuan rushed forward and kicked him. Alpaca, you little bastard, how dare you hit me? The scoundrel was about to fight back when he noticed 3 more people coming up from behind Zhou Haikuan, and they were obviously in the same group. 1 against 4, we can't win. What's wrong with hitting you? You dare to flirt with my brother's girl? Are you looking for death? Xiong Tao roared in a cowardly manner. Okay, you have more people, so I'll count you as ruthless. The scoundrelly young man threw away his cigarette and walked away as if he had admitted defeat. TSK, I thought you were so awesome, but you're just a wimp. Old Zhou, you're great. You usually seem to be so obedient, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful at the critical moment. You act as soon as you say you will. You're a real man. Lao Chao and Lao Xiong praised one after another. Hee. Actually, it's nothing. People like this just bully the weak and fear the strong. Zhou Haikuan touched the back of his head embarrassedly. Then he glanced at Sun Rui, who knew that Sun Rui was actually staring at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, thank you for helping me out just now. And Haikuan, thank you too. I didn't seem to do anything just now. If you want to thank someone, then thank Lao Zhou. Chen Yuan was confused. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word, let alone take action. He just stood behind Zhou Haikuan and watched. Sun Rui doesn't thank the people he should thank, but instead thanks the people he shouldn't thank. Is there something wrong with your brain? At this time, Su Lele came over. Chen Yuan, why don't you guys go first? That guy looks like a scoundrel. He won't let you go. Maybe he'll get someone to block you later. There is some truth in what Su Lele said. Chen Yuan thought, it's better to have less trouble than more. If that person really finds someone to stop them, they might be the ones who suffer. Chen Yuan was about to speak. Zhou Haiquan interrupted him with an unpleasant look on his face. If you want to leave, then you go first. I won't leave today. I'm not afraid of a coward. Even if he really finds someone to come, I'm not afraid of him. Zhou Haiquan was obviously speaking in anger. He was not a fool and could clearly see that there was something different in the way Sun Rue looked at Chen Yuan. Of course, boys care more about face. Su Lele, a girl, ran over and told them to leave and admit their defeat. No man would like to hear such words. Not to mention that Guy might not necessarily find someone to stop them. If you are scared by a hypothetical condition, you will appear even more cowardly. Don't worry, Lao Zhou. We are all brothers. We will definitely not leave. We will solve problems together and fight together. Xiong Tao patted Zhou Haiquan on the shoulder. Come on, let's get online and start. Sun Rue, just sit on the sidelines. Lao Chao made a move without making any expression. Let Sun Rue sit next to Zhou Haiquan. Oh well. Sun Rue nodded in agreement without much interest. She actually wanted to sit next to Chen Yuan, but she couldn't show it too obviously. Chen Yuan felt that he was being framed innocently. He understood Lao Zhou's feelings. The girl I dated actually showed an unusual attitude towards another roommate in the dormitory. This is too heartbreaking. But Chen Yuan didn't hook up with Sun Rue. He didn't even want to pay attention to Lin Shatong, let alone Sun Rue. Lele, go get us a few bottles of water, it's okay. Chen Yuan touched Su Lele's head, showing that he was already taken, and it was obvious that he intended to stand by his roommate. Oh well. Su Lele nodded shyly. Her favorability towards Chen Yuan is now as high as 94 points. Chen Yuan's intimate behavior not only does not make her feel disgusted, but makes her very excited. By the way, brother Chen Yuan, come to my house tonight, and I will cook for you myself. Don't forget it. When delivering water, Su Lele spoke into Chen Yuan's ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Chen Yuan just felt his bones go soft. The blood in my body began to stir. I always feel that the weather is a bit hot and humid. He took one look at Su Lele's hot body, and he couldn't hold his gun down anymore. Play games. Play games. Humph. Women are the root of trouble. How can there be any fun game? After the game starts, Chen Yuan plays Garen on the road. Lao Zhou's mid lane Yasuo. Sun Rue assists the Wind Girl in the bottom lane. Originally, after the support Janna establishes an advantage in the bottom lane, she can go to the middle lane to help Yasuo. The two of them cooperate with their skills to kill the opponent's mid laner and establish a greater advantage. But Sun Rue didn't know whether he really didn't know how to play or he did it on purpose. Instead of helping Yasuo in the middle lane, she went around half of the map to help Chen Yuan in the top lane. Even ADC is ignored. Sun Rue, I don't need your help in the top lane. I've already killed the opponent twice. Go help the middle lane. It's okay, Chen Yuan. I'll help you push the tower first and establish a greater advantage. But you've taken advantage of my experience. Then I'll stand farther away and watch you kill soldiers and tower money. Sister Rue, why don't you go back to the bottom lane and help me? I'm being suppressed and can't get out of the tower at all. Xiong Tao couldn't help but speak. It's too difficult for him as an ADC. In this game, we had an advantage in the early stages, but lost in the end. Everyone knows the reason. I wanted to open a second one. But at this moment, more than a dozen young men suddenly rushed to the door of the internet cafe. This group of people have tattoos, some have blonde hair, some have shaved heads, and they all have strange shapes and are all different. But there was a cigarette in the corner of his mouth. He looked like he was looking for trouble. One of the young men was the gangster who had been kicked by Zhou Haiquan before. Fuck, you little brats, get out here. Weren't you guys arrogant just now? Try to be arrogant again. Chapter 027, Incomparable Bravery. A loud roar interrupted all the internet-addicted teenagers who were playing games in the internet cafe. The atmosphere is so depressing that it's suffocating. Zhou Haiquan's face turned pale. Xiong Tao and Chao Jinyan also looked evasive. Although they are all young and full of vigor, they are not bad boys who often fight. There are more than a dozen people on the other side at the moment. It is impossible to say that I am not scared at all. Taozi, Lao Chao, you don't need to worry about this matter. I was the one who kicked him just now. At most, he will hit me back. It's just a beating. Can it cost me my life? At the critical moment, Zhou Haiquan was very loyal and planned to take on the task alone. While Zhou Haiquan was speaking, this group of hooligans had already surrounded him. Sun Rue was so frightened that her face turned pale and she shouted, "Don't come over here, you hooligans. If you come over here again, I will call the police. Call the police, take the bastard's phone away. Damn it, I'm going to kill you little bastards today." Huangbo roared. A fierce slap hit Zhou Haiquan in the face. He thought that no one would dare to stop him this time. After all, there were more than a dozen people standing behind him. This group of students were frightened early on. I don't even dare to fight back. It's impossible to fight back. But the results are often unexpected. When Huang Bo slapped him, Zhou Haiquan clenched his fists tightly. He stood there motionless, ready to be beaten. But just when this heavy blow was only 10 centimeters away from Zhou Haiquan's cheek, a strong hand grabbed Huang Bo's arm tightly, making him unable to move. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Fuck you, you dare to fight back? How dare you fight back? Why didn't I dare to fight back? You didn't even ask for my opinion when you hit my brother? Chen Yuan said in a firm tone. Who the hell do you think you are? Bang! Before Huang Bo could finish his words, Chen Yuan kicked him hard and sent him flying. Chen Yuan's strength has reached 19 points, twice that of a normal person. This kick sent Huang Bo flying 3 meters away, causing him to roll several times on the ground. It hurts, Fuck. You dare to fight me, my brother? Let's go together and kill these little bastards. A burly man with a crew cut saw Huang Bo being beaten and rushed over in rage. Chen Yuan did not retreat but advanced, rushing towards the group of thugs alone. When his strength and physical fitness reached twice the level of a normal person, Chen Yuan's combat effectiveness is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Good physical fitness means he can withstand more beatings. His great strength meant that his hits hurt a lot. When Chen Yuan punches someone, the other person can't bear it. When someone punches him, he doesn't feel any pain. He is now both strong and has output. This time, Chen Yuan also wanted to test what kind of transformation the 20 points of strengthening would bring to him. Next, this is the picture that everyone saw. This boy, who didn't look particularly strong, was actually extremely brave. He could fight against more than a dozen people alone and was not at all at a disadvantage. He doesn't have any advanced fighting skills. It means you punch me and I kick you. Head-on confrontation. Extremely strong. In fact, although there were 12 thugs in this group of thugs, when the fight really started, only 5 or 6 of them took action, and the remaining 5 or 6 were just for show, specially brought in to cheer. 5 or 6 people fighting against Chen Yuan alone, they actually couldn't beat him. Chen Yuan is so strong and can withstand a lot of beatings, no one can restrain him. He attacked boldly, like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Extremely brave. Don't panic, Lao Si. I'm here to help you. Damn it. A group of people are beating up my brother. Do they really think I'm a decoration? Xiong Tao roared and wrestled with one of the thugs. Fuck, second brother, fourth brother, you guys are so fierce. Why am I such a coward? Damn it. Chao Jinyin joined the fight. Zhou Haiquan followed suit. This incident was caused by him, and now that his 3 roommates have been involved, he has no reason to hide behind it. What's more, Sun Rue was watching from the side. It's even more important to show off. With the help of his 3 roommates, Chen Yuan became even more powerful. After all, being surrounded and beaten by more than a dozen people is a bit of a disadvantage. Now that someone is sharing the pressure, he is naturally more courageous and more motivated. It only takes a few minutes. More than a dozen people were lying on the ground. A group of internet-addicted teenagers watching were almost all stunned. Who is this guy? Oh my god, he's too strong. He can beat more than a dozen people by himself. Awesome. I should have taken a video and posted it on WeChat Moments. The main thing is that he didn't use a knife. If he had used a knife, do you think he could have fought 10 people at once? Young man, can you please stop being so argumentative? Will you die if you admit that someone is awesome? Chen Yuan, you are so awesome. Sun Rue looked at Chen Yuan with admiration. Pink hearts appeared in the big eyes. She didn't expect that Chen Yuan was not only rich, but also such a good fighter. His heroic appearance just now was already deeply imprinted in her mind. This man is so brave, so manly. She thinks Lin Shudong is really stupid. I actually missed such a perfect man. She is almost crying. At the same time, Su Lele was also stunned for several seconds. The way she looked at Chen Yuan became more and more admiring, even to the point of obsession. Chen Yuan is not only brave, but also responsible. Originally, the trouble was caused by his roommate, but in the end it was he who solved the problem. From beginning to end, he never said a word bad about his roommate. Such a man makes me feel so safe. And he is very handsome and rich. If you miss a man like this, Su Lele estimated that he would regret it for the rest of his life. Su Lele, favorability +1. Ding. Number 1 liquor target Su Lele has been detected. His favorability towards the host has successfully exceeded 95 points. Congratulations to the host for his successful counterattack. Ding. The first dog licker spent a total of 5.3 million yuan in dog licking gold, and rewarded the host with 530,000 yuan. Ding. Su Lele successfully transformed into the host's bootlicker, rewarded with 5 strengthening points. Name: Chen Yuan. Age: 21. Height: 180 centimeters. Weight: 67 kilograms. Strength: 19. Constitution: 19. Spirit: 10. Agility: 9. Peak level for adults is 10. Status: healthy. Skills: none. Reinforcement points: 5. Host: please choose the direction of strengthening. I choose to enhance agility. 5 enhancement points, all add agility. Ding. Strengthening successful. Host current agility is 14 points. Next second. A familiar warmth surged through my body. Chen Yuan felt that his body was beginning to become lighter. The whole person has become much more flexible. He had previously fought head-on with this group of thugs and looked very brave, but in fact he had suffered quite a few beatings. He was punched 7 or 8 times and kicked more than 10 times. Fortunately, I had strong physique and was able to withstand this severe beating. Now that his agility has increased and he is as light as a swallow, he is confident that if he fights again, he will not be so embarrassed, nor will he be kicked dozens of times. Chapter 28, Surface Best Friend. Get lost, don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Zhou Haiquan kicked Huang Bo, who had already fallen to the ground, and said angrily. He felt that his performance today was already very wise and brave. For people fought against more than a dozen people, using the few to defeat the many, and beat the other side to a pulp. This kind of amazing feat can be boasted about for at least a year. He felt that Sun Rue would look at him with admiration. But when he looked back, he found that the girl had already run up to Chen Yuan and was showing her courtesy. His face began to look ugly again. Fuck, Lao Si, how come you are so powerful? I never noticed it before. Have you practiced before? Xiong Tao asked in surprise. He must have practiced before, otherwise he wouldn't be so brutal. It seems he was just pretending in the dormitory before. If he really attacks, the 3 of us combined can't beat him. No wonder girls like him. It turns out this guy is a martial artist. Several roommates looked envious. They seemed to have finally discovered why Chen Yuan was so popular. However, what they don't know is that the reason these girls lick Chen Yuan is not because he is good at fighting, but because he has money. Chen Yuan ignored Sun Rue's advances. Her appearance score is only 7.5 points, which doesn't even meet the minimum standard of a goddess. Chen Yuan would not waste any energy on her at all. Take a look at the system layout. Chen Yuan discovered that his physical strength had been enhanced. His body seemed to have undergone a secondary development. Originally, he was only 179 centimeters tall, but now he has grown to 180 centimeters. Even though it's only a small increase of 1 centimeter, it means he has the potential to continue growing taller. I also gained a lot of weight. No wonder I always feel hungry and eat more recently. I'm sorry, Su Lele, we had a fight in your internet cafe. I think you broke several computers just now, right? It's okay, it's just a few broken monitors. Just replace them and they'll be fine. Tell me how much these monitors cost. Let's pool our money. Zhou Haiquan said with a painful look on his face. Fighting is fun, but if you break something you have to pay for it. He is a very stubborn, down-to-earth person. No need to pay, no need to pay. You are all Chen Yuan's good brothers. Not to mention that it's just a few broken monitors. Even if the whole internet cafe is smashed, it's okay. That's what I said. Several roommates almost vomited blood on the spot. What kind of magic did this bastard Chen Yuan use to make the girl so devoted to him? Are you willing to even destroy the internet cafe? Is Chen Yuan really that good? Fuck, where are the old 4? How come they disappeared in the blink of an eye? Chen Yuan has already left Daluo Internet Cafe. He really couldn't stand Sun Rue's intentional or unintentional courtesy. She's like a licking dog. Even though he knew that she was not interested in him, he still insisted on sticking to her. So disgusting. What's more, she is Lin Shudong's best friend. At the beginning, Chen Yuan pursued Lin Shutong for 3 years and finally moved her and made her agree to be his girlfriend. It was this Sun Rue who gossiped in Lin Shudong's ear all day long. He also looked down on Chen Yuan in various ways. Lin Shudong's materialism is one reason, but Sun Rue's instigation behind the scenes is also an important reason. Now things are different. I don't know if Sun Rue is crazy or not. She actually comes over to show her affection to him? Does Lin Shutong know? Are you just a superficial bestie? Even if he doesn't like Lin Shutong anymore, your best friend immediately comes over to seduce her. Isn't that too ugly? Chapter 029, I'm just running around for fun. After leaving the internet cafe, Chen Yuan came to the school playground alone. He had just added the agility enhancement point and was looking for a place to test the effect of enhancing agility. But there seemed to be a lot of people on the playground this afternoon. Classmate, why are there so many people on the playground today? Chen Yuan found the most beautiful girl nearby and asked, "Don't you know? There's a short distance running competition at the Sports Institute today. I heard they're going to select national second-level athletes." The girl explained kindly. "So that's how it is, beautiful lady. Can I add you on WeChat?" "Excuse me, I have a boyfriend. The contestant in red in the middle is my boyfriend." The girl, who was originally kind, immediately became cold and distant when she heard that Chen Yuan wanted to add her on WeChat. It seemed as if he had automatically adopted a defensive posture, and he pointed with pride at the man in the red vest who was warming up on the track. "Liang, it's actually him." Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes. "Do you know my boyfriend?" "More than just knowing each other, we were classmates in high school. He was the sprint champion of our school's sports meet. So he was so good in high school. I thought he was just bragging." When the girl heard Chen Yuan praising her boyfriend, who was also Li Yang's high school classmate, her attitude gradually softened. Chen Yuan and Li Yang were indeed high school classmates. But the relationship is not very friendly. There was even a fight. The reason for the fight was that Li Yang wanted to hook up with Xiao Ruyu. And this Li Yang is not just a playboy. He once became famous for winning the short-distance running championship in the school sports meet. He changes girlfriends as frequently as he changes clothes. Chen Yuan couldn't control Li Yang's unfaithfulness, and he had no right to control it. But this boy wanted to hook up with Xiao Ruyu, so Chen Yuan became enemies with him. In that fight, Chen Yuan lost and was slapped in the face by Li Yang while he was on the ground. This is a shame for his whole life. I still feel upset about it. But to be honest, Li Yang has a sunny appearance, a strong body, and a sporty style, which is indeed popular with girls. The girlfriends he finds are all of high quality. At this time, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding! The dog-licking operation begins. Name, He Jiying. Age, 19 years old. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 8.2 points. The girl's favorability towards the host, -5 points. Bind to the number 4 lick-dog relationship. When the woman's favorability towards the host exceeds 95 points, the counterattack is successful, the identity is changed, and the other party will become the host's lick dog. After the counterattack is completed, you will be rewarded with 10% consumption bonus. Reward reinforcement points, 22 points. Bonus skill, dance mastery. What's going on? They are actually linked to a bootlicker relationship? System, are you forcing me to poach Li Yang's girlfriend? Chen Yuan shook his head. What he hated most was scumbag men. But now I have become the person I hated the most in the past. But why? It feels a bit good. At this time, Chen Yuan took a closer look at He Jiying. At first glance, he thought this girl was the most beautiful in the entire playground. He didn't expect her to be so beautiful. The appearance score is as high as 8.2 points. She is more beautiful than Su Lele and Lin Shutong. And she is only 19 years old, so she must be a freshman. Look, the game is about to start. Come on, Liang. Come on, Liang. He Jiying jumped up and shouted. Chen Yuan did not continue to ask for the other party's WeChat. If he demands it by force, what's the difference between him and the gangster before? And doing so will only make people disgusted. Just as He Jiying was cheering, a group of students were pointing and talking. Chen Yuan walked towards the rubber track silently. This Li Yang is a very good talent. His best result is 100 meters in 10.12 seconds. He is already qualified to be a substitute player for the national team, and he still has a lot of room for growth. Yes, Li Yang is really good. He has the most potential in this class. The two coaches talked to each other. After saying that, he whistled. The boys from the sports college are ready. Preparation. Bang! When the coach fired the flare in his hand, more than a dozen boys from the sports college rushed out on the track like cheetahs. They were extremely fast and obviously had received professional training. Especially Li Yang, who was in the middle of the track, he was in the lead. His speed and reaction almost reached the level of a national professional athlete. Wait a minute, who is that person? Just when the two coaches were looking at Li Yang, a boy in ordinary casual clothes suddenly caught up from the track. Even though he was already 5 or 6 body lengths behind the other athletes, he started running at full speed. He actually surpassed the athletes from the sports college one after another at an incredible speed. In the end, he had opened up a gap of 2 or 3 meters from Li Yang and was the first to cross the red line. 100 meters in 9.63 seconds. My God, it's over 10 seconds. Shit, he was almost a second slow at the start. If he had used his full strength, wouldn't he be a world-class player? Genius, this is a genius. Classmate, don't go. Are you interested in joining the national team? The coach chased after him and asked. I'm not interested. I was just running around for fun. Who knew these guys from the Sports Institute were such losers? Chapter 030 Children, do you have a lot of questions? Classmate, which college are you from? I'm from the Faculty of Arts. The coach was confused. Aren't all the students in the Faculty of Arts a bunch of nerds? How could they crush a group of macho men in a professional track and field competition? Why does it sound a bit fantasy? Are you sure you're not pretending? Chen Yuan, why is it you? Li Yang's expression suddenly turned a little ugly. He had fought with Chen Yuan before. The two have disliked each other for a long time. In Li Yang's eyes, Chen Yuan is an extremely annoying bootlicker. When I was in high school, he wanted to pursue Xiao Ruoyu, but Chen Yuan always got in the way. You don't dare to chase her yourself, and why don't you let me chase her? What's the meaning? Aren't you mentally ill? Once, Li Yang arranged a hero-saving beauty routine. He found two buddies outside of school and deliberately blocked Xiao Ruoyu on her way home from school. He just waited for the critical moment, then jumped out to save Xiao Ruoyu and win the heart of the beauty. But who knew that Chen Yuan jumped out at the critical moment? This guy followed Xiao Ruoyu all the way and stopped two of his acting buddies before him. I had no choice but to go along with the mistake and beat him up. Who knew that this kid not only didn't learn his lesson, but also followed Xiao Ruoyu home every day? It was precisely because of Chen Yuan's obstruction that the hero's plan to save the beauty was completely ruined. In the end, Li Yang still couldn't catch up with Xiao Ruoyu after graduation. This also became the biggest regret in his heart. Therefore, he hated Chen Yuan. You kid are just occupying the toilet without doing anything. You are just a bootlicker and you want to be a flower guardian? Li Yang, you know this classmate. It just so happens that although this classmate is from the College of Arts, no one has stipulated that students from the College of Arts cannot join the track and field team. Classmate, as long as you agree to join the track and field team, I will make an exception and give you the only provincial recommendation quota in the school. When the time comes, you will represent our school to participate in the provincial track and field competition, and you will soon stand out and join the national team. With your talent, it won't be long before you can participate in the Olympic Games, and you may even win an Olympic title and bring glory to your country. The coach described it with excitement. The explosive power Chen Yuan just displayed was truly amazing. This is definitely the most talented seated player he has ever seen in his many years of career. He can run so fast without any professional training. What if we had some professional training? Coach, didn't you say you would give me the provincial recommendation quota? Li Yang said in confusion. Li Yang, the teacher understands your feelings. Although you are also very good, even if you get this place, you may not be able to represent our school and win the provincial championship. But this student is different. You saw his explosive power just now. He is much stronger than you. I dare to assert that as long as he is willing to participate, he will definitely win the provincial championship and will definitely become a national top athlete. What is the concept of a national top athlete? One level higher than national first-class athletes. And their competition today is just to select national second-level athletes. There is a world of difference between the two. The gap is really huge. It would be fine if the genius who suddenly appeared today was someone else. But this person happened to be Chen Yuan. The useless bootlicker he once looked down upon actually beat him in seconds in the profession he was most proud of? Chapter 031. I'm so angry. At this time, He Jiying, who was originally watching the game outside the stadium, walked over with a bottle of mineral water. She came to bring water to Li Yang. But he said to Chen Yuan with a surprised look, "You are so amazing. You ran so fast just now. Faster than my Li Yang." He Jiying, favorability +5. He Jiying, favorability +5. He Jiying, favorability +5. Because of Chen Yuan's performance just now, He Jiying's favorability towards Chen Yuan suddenly increased from -5 points to +10 points. After all, a truly talented person can indeed make girls feel favorable towards him invisibly. It is a woman's nature to admire the strong. But when Li Yang heard this, he almost exploded with anger. The coach wanted Chen Yuan to join the track and field team, replace him, and represent the school in provincial track and field competitions. He had nothing to say. After all, he has no say in this matter. I can only swallow my anger. But Sakura is more than just his girlfriend. He actually said to his face that Chen Yuan was better than him? Who is this? Chen Yuan. How could Chen Yuan, a loser like that, be better than me? Track and field is the specialty he is most proud of. Sprint champion is a title he is proud of. He can accept others pointing out his other shortcomings. But the only thing I cannot accept is losing to others in the sprinting field. And now, his girlfriend said in front of so many people that he is not as good as a useless bootlicker? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Li Yang's mentality exploded. He Jiying, what do you mean? You say he is better than me, but in what way is he better than me? Am I so unbearable in your eyes? I am not even as good as Chen Yuan. If you think he is so powerful, why don't you just go and fight him? Li Yang shouted loudly. Of course, these were just words spoken in anger, and he regretted it right after he said them. You yelled at me. You actually yelled at me? You were not like this when you were pursuing me. It's been less than a month and your true nature has been exposed? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Chen Yuan is your high school classmate. He just praised you for being the sprint champion of the school sports meet. You, on the other hand, can't run as fast as him. Why are you angry at me? More than just tears welled up in Sakura's eyes. He pointed at Li Yang with a look of grievance and got angry. Although she looks gentle, amiable, and weak, she has a somewhat willful personality. Girls have a higher status these days. Girls like He Doing who are beautiful and have good figures have even higher status. She is not the kind of woman who would not talk back when scolded. You, Li Yang, are not nice to me, but there are many people out there who are nice to me. Li Yang originally regretted the angry words he had just said. But it was not just Sakura who did not realize her mistake. And it's adding fuel to the fire? He repeatedly said that Chen Yuan ran faster than him. He also said that Chen Yuan praised him as a short-distance running champion? Is this a compliment? This is obviously ironic. And when did you praise it? Have you two communicated privately? He Jing, please don't go too far. I have tolerated you for a long time. Okay, Li Yang, you can really do it. You were competing, and I came to bring you water out of kindness. Not only did you not appreciate it, you got angry at me after losing the game. Are you still a man? If you are really a man, go and beat Chen Yuan. Go and prove yourself. I don't know if I was blind at the beginning, otherwise how could I have fallen in love with you? He Jing became angrier the more she spoke. She was also completely annoyed. Forget it. Stop arguing. Is it necessary for a young couple to quarrel so much over such a small matter? Li Yang, you too, a man should be more generous. The coach mediated casually, then turned to Chen Yuan and said, by the way, Chen Yuan, have you considered joining the track and field team? No, forget about the track and field team. I have something to do, so I'm leaving now. After Chen Yuan finished speaking, he left the playground without looking back. He came and went in a hurry. Only a mysterious back is left, making people look up to him. No, it's such a waste for such a talented person not to join the track and field team. It's simply a loss for the Chinese sprinting world. I must do some ideological work for him. Coach Sun, why don't you go talk to the school leaders, and I'll go talk to his counselor to get to know this student better. Okay, let's do it. When the two coaches consulted with each other, cracks have begun to appear in the relationship between Li Yang and He Jing. At the same time, there were also two girls in the audience who filmed a video of the sprint race, edited a text, and posted it. The title of the copy reads, during the school track and field team's sprint competition, a man accidentally entered the track and showed a devilish speed. Chapter 032, Keyboard Warrior. Ching, do you think my video will go viral? Liang Xiaoqin, who posted the video with acne, asked with a smile. I don't know if he will become popular, but that boy is really awesome. A boy from the College of Arts can actually run much faster than the track and field team of the sports college. Is he possessed by Lu Xiang? Haha, I was just planning to shoot a normal competition video, but who knew a great guy would suddenly appear? The two girls discussed with a smile. They didn't expect this video to really go viral. It was just a random shot for fun. After the video was successfully uploaded, they didn't care anymore. Let me explain this on two sides. Chen Yuan had just left the school playground. My roommate Lao Chao called me. Hey Lao Si, where are you? Why did you sneak away alone? I came out to relax. You saw what happened before. Old Zhou seems to have some complaints about me. Please explain to him for me that I have no interest in Sun Rue. Anyone can tell that you are not interested in Sun Rue, but Sun Rue is interested in you. I am confused. Didn't she look down on you before? Why did she suddenly change her attitude so much? It feels like a dog licking you. Maybe. I'm too handsome. Chen Yuan joked. Get lost. I need to tell you something serious. You've been criticized. On the school forum, a guy called Keyboard Warrior has been smearing you everywhere. Your reputation has become a mess. Go and see for yourself. Hear Lao Chao's reminder. Chen Yuan was stunned. He didn't do anything excessive, did he? Why would I be criticized? Moreover, aren't there only influential figures who are discussed and criticized on campus forums? Chen Yuan has always been very low-key. Of course, he just thought he was being low-key. The so-called campus criticism posts are usually about some students who have done extremely bad things and have been exposed on the internet, calling on everyone to collectively boycott and denounce this guy. This kind of post is called a battle post. Simply put, it is cyber violence. Chen Yuan immediately opened the browser and logged into the campus network. Soon, he found a pinned post. This post was published this morning, but within half a day, there were already thousands of comments. This is a long post. The content of the post reads as follows. I am silent in real life, but I strike hard online. If God hadn't given me a keyboard warrior, the world would be as dark as night forever. I have one button to open the gate of heaven, and I have one button to kill the immortal. Fight against 3,000 emperors alone, and conquer 13 continents with 2 keys. The top of the immortal world. With my keyboard, there is the sky. The key to the great river comes from the sky. One key spans the sky and suppresses the world. Break through the mortal world. Kill all the immortals. Slash through the 9 heavens with one key. If there are no real immortals in the world, I would like to hold the key and become an immortal. Today, I, the keyboard warrior, am back. Just for justice in the world, expose the shameless scumbag. This person, named Chen Yuan, is currently a junior student at the School of Arts of Wuhan University. He appears to be simple and honest on the outside, but is actually shameless, ruthless, and three-timing. Below, I'll attach screenshot evidence. Picture 1. Picture 2. Picture 3. The 3 pictures just happened to capture 3 young and beautiful girls delivering breakfast to Chen Yuan. The girls all had smiles on their faces. Chen Yuan's eyes were cold. See, this was breakfast on the same day, and 3 different girls brought him breakfast. The prettiest girl among them even gave this scumbag an iPhone 12 phone. Not only is he a scumbag, he's also a gigolo. I can no longer describe my anger in words. I can't use words to describe the evil deeds of this scumbag. They are all young and beautiful girls, so pure and kind. Their smiles are so innocent. But why do they fall for such cruel tricks by such scumbag men? Why can such a social scum have 3 girlfriends, each one more beautiful than the last? And we honest people deserve to be the scapegoats? No. There is justice in the world. The scumbag will get his comeuppance. Today I am here to fight him and expose him. In the name of keyboard warriors, I will call on all girls in the school to boycott him together. I hope this post can be pinned so that more people can see it. From now on, when you see the scumbag Chen Yuan, you will no longer be deceived by him. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. The keyboard warrior left a message. After reading this battle post, Chen Yuan was completely speechless. This is completely a distortion of the truth. What the hell did I do to provoke you? You don't even understand the situation and you just criticize me? But you have such great literary talent. I don't know how to refute you. The keyboard warrior is worthy of being the keyboard warrior. With his writing skills and ability to curse, he can really write a novel. After reading this post, Chen Yuan looked at the comments below again. This is such a scumbag. This is such a scumbag. Keyboard warrior, I support you. You bastards, beasts, scumbags, you only know how to play with the feelings of us girls. None of you men are good. Girl upstairs, please don't hurt innocent people. I admit that the guy in the picture is a little handsome, but not to the point of being earth-shatteringly handsome. On the contrary, the 3 girls are prettier than the last one. The last one is absolutely stunning. How did he do it? I've been single for 23 years and never enjoyed this kind of treatment, but he enjoyed it 3 times in one go. I felt like my young heart was devastated. Support the fight and resist the scumbag. Support the fight and resist the scumbag. What should I do? I'm a girl from Huda University. I'm afraid of being hurt by a scumbag, so I don't even dare to have a boyfriend. There are too many comments below. Chen Yuan couldn't keep up. To be honest, Chen Yuan didn't take such battle posts seriously at all. Anyway, his reputation was not good before. I have always been regarded as a bootlicker. Now he is called a scumbag. A scumbag is better than a bootlicker, right? When I think about it this way, it seems like it has been upgraded. At the same time, Phase 2 apartment, male dormitory 709. A boy wearing black-framed glasses is typing quickly on the keyboard. There was only a lewd smile on his face. Chen Yuan, you are doomed this time. You actually dared to let my goddess Zhao Yuqi bring you breakfast. This time, just wait for all the girls in the school to whip your corpse. I am the keyboard warrior, and I am not just a name for nothing. P.S. I recommend a masterpiece, The Left Behind Little Shin Gnome, which is really good to read and is a new book by a great writer that the author is following. Chapter 033 Chen Yuan stood up the school beauty. Look, isn't this the scumbag Chen Yuan who was exposed on the campus forum? Oh my god, it's really him, damn scumbag, ugh. I didn't check the campus forum, but someone in the class group posted his photo and wanted to find out who he was. I know this guy. He used to hang around downstairs of the girls' dormitory. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. It turns out that he is not only a scumbag, but also a perverted voyeur. Chen Yuan obviously underestimated the power of the campus forum. He never expected that along the way, so many girls would know him and point fingers at him. His photos were even circulated in various class groups. Internet information age. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels far and wide. Plus, someone is deliberately smearing it behind the scenes. Chen Yuan was not careful and almost became a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to beat. He was still thinking about it. Let's see if I can try my luck and develop a few more bootlickers today. But now, those girls avoid him as if he were a plague. How can this develop? The fire of public opinion can start a prairie fire. Cyber violence is in no way inferior to real-life violence. At this time, the cell phone rang, and it was Lin Shutong calling. Chen Yuan thought about it and pressed the answer button. Hey, Chen Yuan, I know what happened on the campus forum. I didn't expect that sending you breakfast would cause such a big negative impact. But don't worry, no matter what people say about you, I will not leave you, because I know that you are not the scumbag that others say. I missed you before, and now I regret it every moment, every second. Please give me another chance, okay? Lin Shudong's voice was choked with sobs, and her attitude was extremely sincere. In his words, he was as humble as a dog, just like how Chen Yuan treated her in the beginning. Listening to such sincere and earnest words, Chen Yuan's heart was inexplicably shaken. He remembered when he first met Lin Shutong. This girl was so beautiful in his eyes, as cute as an elf. His feelings for Lin Shutong cannot be explained in a few words. Maybe he pursued Lin Shutong just to forget Xiao Ruoyu. But he had to admit that there was a time when he really liked Lin Shutong and loved her deeply. The importance of Lin Shutong in his mind, far surpassing Su Lele and even the school beauty Zhao Yuqi. How he had hoped that Lin Shutong could truly love him. But now, there's no going back. He always remembers the day they broke up. Lin Shutong used an ugly face and said such vicious words, and trampled on his dignity. And now it's just because she discovered that Chen Yuan is rich. Just want to redeem it? You are a little too realistic. When Chen Yuan almost knelt on the ground begging her not to break up, did she give Chen Yuan even the slightest chance? Since you treated me like this in the beginning, why should I be soft-hearted now? Lin Shutong, I'm telling you this for the last time. I don't love you anymore. Please don't bother me again. Okay. Chen Yuan hung up the phone in an extremely stiff and cold tone. No, Chen Yuan, you can't do this to me. Lin Shutong cried and called again. Chen Yuan refused. She called again. Chen Yuan simply turned off his phone. Beep, the phone you dialed is powered off. Please call again later. Listen to the artificial intelligence voice on the phone. Lin Shudong's cell phone fell to the ground. At this moment, she felt her heart aching as if it were being pricked by needles. It was as if all the strength in my body was drained away at once. Why, my heart hurts so much. It hurts. Lin Shutong cried, crying like crazy. In more than 20 years, there had never been a moment that made her feel so heartbroken. She really fell in love with Chen Yuan. Why? Why can't you give me a chance? I love you, I really love you. Lin Shutong cried and yelled. She was sitting alone on the road. I kept crying into a phone call that was not going through. The despair is heartbreaking. After Chen Yuan turned off the phone, I'm also in a bad mood. This time, he acted really decisively. Men have to learn to grow up eventually. You can't be so soft-hearted forever. Learning to say no is just to protect yourself from getting hurt. But all the time, I feel a little empty inside. Chen Yuan went into a restaurant, ordered more than a dozen dishes, and had a big meal. The emptiness in your heart can sometimes be filled by filling your stomach. Chen Yuan drank 2 bottles of Erguo 2. Then he returned to the dormitory drunk. Maybe it was because his physical fitness had been enhanced, he was able to remain a little sober after drinking 2 bottles of Erguo 2, which was really amazing. When he got to the dormitory, he fell asleep immediately. No matter how chaotic the outside world is, he just needs to wake up first. But Chen Yuan seemed to have forgotten. He still has some things to do today. For example, in the evening Su Lele invited him to her home to cook for her. For example, Zhao Yuqi has a very important live broadcast tonight to sell goods, and she needs the internet tycoon, Lonely One Cigarette, to come and support her. Chen Yuan was drunk like this. Even the cell phone is turned off. Naturally, I stood them up. 8 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Yuqi started the live broadcast. It was 10 o'clock at night. The popularity of her live broadcast room is still sparse. Chi-Chi, have you contacted Chen Yuan? It's been 2 hours. Why hasn't that guy come yet? Wu Xiaofei asked anxiously. Because Chen Yuan didn't come, there were no large gifts as rewards. Not on the hourly chart. Zhao Yuqi had been broadcasting for 2 hours already, and there were only about 2,000 people watching in the live broadcast room. Compared with the 300,000 people online in the previous few days, there was a huge difference. The sales of live streaming orders do not seem to be ideal. I told him this morning, and he agreed to it. How could I have known that he would stand me up? Zhao Yuqi was almost furious. She was a school beauty goddess. When she asked the boys to do something, she just showed some appreciation and they would happily do it for her. Today's live broadcast is for a very important advertiser of hers. It depends on the live broadcast effect and the sales of the goods. This is related to her personal traffic assessment and future development potential. To confirm this matter, she personally went to bring breakfast to Chen Yuan in the morning and also gave him an Apple phone as a token of her appreciation. But Chen Yuan stood her up. That's too much. Maybe Chen Yuan had something urgent to deal with and couldn't take care of me for a while. His phone couldn't be reached, and he didn't reply to WeChat messages. It must be something important. Zhao Yuqi found reasons to defend Chen Yuan. What's so important that you can go back on your promise? And Chi-Chi, do you know that Lonely One Cigarette is on the hot search again? This guy gave more than 12,000 super rockets to shark anchor Xiao Shen this morning. There are more than 12,000 super hot ones. A full 25 million. He has time in the morning to spend tens of millions with a female shark anchor, but he doesn't come to see you in the evening. He obviously doesn't take you seriously. Wu Xiaofei finished speaking. Zhao Yuqi quickly took out another mobile phone and opened the hot search on Weibo. Really? The richest man in shark society is lonely and has only one cigarette, with 11 large characters ranked 5th on Weibo's hot search list. When you open it, it's full of screenshots of rockets. There are also screenshots of the host Xiao Shinshin's live broadcast room's popularity exceeding 4 billion. Damn it, that's too much. Zhao Yuqi was so angry that her teeth were itching. As a campus beauty goddess, she had never been ignored by boys like this. She thought that Chen Yuan was about to be taken down by her. There is no way to escape from her grasp. But who knows? Chapter 034, News of the Bombardment. Chen Yuan didn't take her seriously at all. This feeling of being ignored is what makes Zhao Yuqi most crazy. This will make her feel frustrated. Will she wonder if her charm has declined? Chen Yuan was willing to give so much for Lin Shutong. Why don't you take her seriously when it comes to her? Is she not as good as Lin Shutong? Girls love to compare. The prettier the girls are, the more they like to compare with each other. If Chen Yuan met Zhao Yuqi's request today and really continued to reward her with gifts, it would boost her popularity. Then Zhao Yuqi would always believe that Chen Yuan was under her control. No matter how rich this man is, he still falls at her feet, right? From a psychological perspective, everyone is born with an instinct to be a slut. She will subconsciously feel that anything that can be easily obtained is not the best. What you can't get is the most precious. The less you take her seriously, the more she wants you to take her seriously. Of course, the prerequisite is that the woman has developed enough curiosity about you and has a certain liking for you. Girls will always say that they like men who are good to her, who love her, who indulge her in everything, and who will never make her angry. In fact, such boys are basically single. Because from the beginning, your status is not equal to that of the girl, you are just a bootlicker. You want to pursue her, so you are humble. This has nothing to do with whether you are rich or not. Even if a rich man meets a woman he likes, he may become a bootlicker. Chen Yuan got drunk because of Lin Shutong. Accidentally stood up Zhao Yuqi. Zhao Yuqi was very unhappy. But the more unhappy she was, the more she cared. The more she cares about him, the more important Chen Yuan becomes in her mind. Sometimes it's not a bad thing to make a woman angry occasionally. The key is how to deal with it afterwards. If not handled properly, we will break up. If handled well, the relationship can quickly heat up, or even be reversed. Xiaofei, I'm not going to broadcast today. I'm not in the mood. After Zhao Yuqi finished speaking, she closed the live broadcast room. A sleepless night. Early the next morning, Chen Yuan stretched comfortably. He picked up his phone and prepared to check the time. Fuck, why is it turned off? No, it seems I turned it off myself. Wait a minute, it seems like I didn't do something important yesterday. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan immediately sat up from the bed. Looking at the bright morning light outside the window, Chen Yuan felt a chill in his heart. Damn it, I stood up the campus beauty Zhao Yuqi. And Su Lele asked me to go to her house for dinner at 8 p.m. It's already the next morning. I actually stood up two beautiful women. Depend on. Chen Yuan patted his dizzy head hard. Drinking will cause trouble. Such a good opportunity yesterday was actually missed. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan quickly turned on the phone. Just turned on within seconds. Suddenly, a series of messages popped up. There were more than 20 missed calls and more than 300 WeChat messages. Lin Shutong, Su Lele, and Zhao Yuqi all called him. There is actually one for Sun Rue. Ignore missed calls. Chen Yuan was the first to open the WeChat message. Lin Shutong. Chen Yuan, why didn't you answer my call? Chen Yuan, I'm so sad. I really know I was wrong. Please, don't do this to me. It's only now that I realize that I really can't leave you. Don't ignore me. Please send me a message back. Just one sentence. Even one word will do. Su Lele. Brother Chen Yuan, why didn't you answer my call? Aren't you coming to my house for dinner today? Brother Chen Yuan, I have prepared all the dishes and a bottle of red wine. But why didn't you come? Don't you like me anymore? Brother Chen Yuan, do you mind that I have a lot of friends of the opposite sex around me? Don't worry, I can delete them all. I'll delete it now. Zhao Yuqi. Chen Yuan, what's wrong with you? Why did you stand me up? I know you are rich, and I know you don't care about me, but you have to do what you promised. How can you go back on your word? Sun Rue. I'm sorry, it may be a little abrupt, but I want to tell you. Chen Yuan, I like you. Until now, I still can't forget your heroic image in the internet cafe. Lin Shutong doesn't cherish you, but I can. I can give you what Lin Shutong can't give you. Looking at the series of news about the bombardment, Chen Yuan felt a little numb. These women are so scary. Why do they all seem to be chasing after souls? I'm not your boyfriend yet, am I? I simply treat you as tools and want to make more money. Do you have any misunderstandings? Whether it was Su Lele or Zhao Yuqi, Chen Yuan's purpose was very simple from the beginning. They are just treated as tools to make money. Now the money is spent. But why do you want to talk about feelings with me? Do you all like to talk about feelings with rich people and talk about money with poor people? Can we fix the standard and just talk about one thing? And this Sun Rue is even more confusing. Bother. It's so uncomfortable to wake up early in the morning and be harassed by a girl. Chen Yuan couldn't help but complain. Old four, do you really want to be beaten? You're saying such beastly things so early in the morning. Don't you see there are 3 single guys in our dormitory? That's right, this is such a beast. I suggest that this guy be expelled from 503. Second, both hands in favor. At this time, another message came from Chen Yuan on WeChat. Boss Yin, this is Xiao Hong. You said yesterday that you would come to my place to look at houses. I wonder when you are free today. This message was sent by Hong Yuanxiao. Chen Yuan thought about it, and it seemed that they had indeed agreed to go see the house today. Yes, Mr. Hong. I have time today. Please send me your location, and I will take a taxi to find you later. Taxi. Hong Yuanxiao raised a question mark. In his impression, how could it be possible that the wealthy Mr. Yin didn't have a car? Oh, the driver went home to visit his relatives 2 days ago. Chen Yuan reacted immediately and typed a reply. So that's how it is. Since your full-time driver, Mr. Yin, has gone home to visit his family, I'll send my company's driver to pick you up. Just send me the location. That's fine too. Chen Yuan replied. Since he had agreed to go house viewing with Hong Yuanxiao, Chen Yuan naturally planned to buy the villa. But he can't spend the dog money himself. He needs to find someone to help him spend the money. After thinking about it, Chen Yuan called Zhao Yuqi. Chen Yuan, you finally decided to return the call. Zhao Yuqi asked in a cold voice. I'm sorry, Chairman Zhao. I was delayed yesterday. I'll explain it to you later. Can you please come out now? I have something very important to discuss with you. What is it? Come out first. We'll talk later. See you at the school main entrance at 9:30. Chapter 035. It's all routine. Chi-Chi, who is this? Calling you so early in the morning. Can't I sleep? Said her best friend Wu Xiaofei with a complaining look on her face. It's Chen Yuan. He asked me to meet him at the school gate at 9:30. He seemed to want to explain why he stood me up yesterday. Zhao Yuqi reported truthfully. Who, Chen Yuan? This guy finally showed up. Chi-Chi, you must not let this go easily, otherwise this kid will be in trouble in the future. You must let him know the consequences of offending a woman. It is very serious, especially since he offended our school beauty. It is even more unforgivable. Wu Xiaofei gritted his teeth, looking like he was united against a common enemy. Then what should I do? Zhao Yuqi asked. It's very simple. Didn't he ask you to meet him at 9:30? Then go at 10:30 or 11:30 and make him wait impatiently for a few hours. Then see if he is sincere in admitting his mistake. Wu Xiaofei came up with a bad idea. Zhao Yuqi nodded in agreement. Well, let's do this. He stood me up yesterday, so I'm going to be 2 hours late on purpose today to vent my anger. Zhao Yuqi said angrily. After saying that, she started putting on makeup. Before I knew it, it was already 9:30 in the morning. Chen Yuan dozed off in bed for a while before washing his face and brushing his teeth. Then he sent a message to Zhao Yuqi. Beautiful Chi-Chi, I'm already at the main entrance of the school. When will you arrive? Soon, Zhao Yuqi replied. Almost there, almost there. Seeing this message, Chen Yuan showed an expression that said, as expected. He stood up, Zhao Yuqi yesterday. It would be strange if this woman wasn't late today. When he was pursuing Lin Shutong, she was often late for no reason. If she is in a good mood, it's fine. But if she is in a bad mood, making you wait for 2 or 3 hours is considered a light punishment. Chen Yuan has been trained. He was already familiar with this routine. I washed my face, brushed my teeth, washed my hair, blow-dried it, changed my clothes, put on my shoes, and looked at myself in the mirror for 10 minutes. Sure enough, he is still handsome. I took out my cell phone and checked the time. It was already 10 o'clock. Chen Yuan sent another message to Zhao Yuqi. Chairman Zhao, Sister Yuqi, why haven't you arrived yet? I've been waiting for half an hour. Almost there, it will be here soon. Another similar message came back. Chen Yuan chuckled. It would be strange if I really believed what you said. Chen Yuan walked down the stairs slowly and came to a noodle restaurant on the back street of the school without any hurry. He ordered 2 bowls of hot dry noodles, 2 cups of soy milk, 2 eggs, and a basket of steamed dumplings. He has been eating a lot lately. A breakfast that can feed 3 people. Chen Yuan ate happily and sent messages to Zhao Yuqi while eating. Miss Yuqi, Boss Yuqi, I've been waiting for you for almost an hour. Why haven't you come yet? I know I was wrong about what happened yesterday, but you can't be so late. I really have something important to discuss with you today. 2 messages were sent in succession. Chen Yuan seemed to be getting impatient with waiting. Xiao Fei, Chen Yuan has been waiting for nearly an hour. I think he should have been taught a lesson. We can't go too far. I'll leave now. It'll take another 20 minutes from here to the main entrance of the school. Zhao Yuqi said. No, you're already impatient after only waiting for an hour? You must not indulge him. This kind of man should be taught a profound lesson, otherwise he will dare to stand you up next time. You are the school beauty Chi-Chi, and there are so many people chasing you. What's wrong with Chen Yuan being rich? Can he do whatever he wants just because he has money? You have to let him know that you are different from other girls. You can't make him look at you differently just because you have money. You must be sincere. Seeing that Zhao Yuqi was soft-hearted, Wu Xiaofei immediately started brainwashing. Well, let him wait for another hour. I also want to see if he really cares about me. If he really cares about me, he wouldn't mind waiting for 2 more hours. Zhao Yuqi nodded in agreement. She felt that what her best friend Wu Xiaofei said made sense. The other side, Chen Yuan was full and satisfied. A few minutes later, he received another message from Zhao Yuqi. It's really almost there this time. Wait for me a moment. After seeing this message, Chen Yuan laughed and turned to go into an internet cafe nearby. After turning on the machine, he logged into his League of Legends account. In Zhao Yuqi's situation, she would have to wait at least half an hour. Wouldn't it be better to start a league game first? Of course, if Zhao Yuqi arrived first and didn't see Chen Yuan could also make an excuse, saying that he had waited for an hour and a half and had not had time to eat breakfast. So he went to the back street to eat a bowl of noodles. Anyway, it takes less than 10 minutes to walk from the back street to the main entrance of the school. What happened to the school bell? Just a tool, man. Won't you let me play some tricks? Just when Chen Yuan had just turned on the machine and logged into the Alliance account, a call came from an unfamiliar phone number. Chen Yuan pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. Yin? I'm Mr. Hong's driver, Xiao Lu. I've already arrived near the University of Hunan according to the location you sent me. When will you arrive? How about this, Xiao Lu? You drive the car to the roadside of the main entrance of Huda University first. I will be there in about 40 minutes to an hour. Okay, Mr. Yin, my license plate number is E12345. Xiao Lu drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom and quickly parked the car on the side of the road at the main entrance of the school. Mr. Hong has explained that Mr. Yin is a very important client with a very powerful status. No matter what his request is, he must comply. And your attitude must be respectful. Not to mention just asking him to wait for an hour. Even if he was asked to wait for half a day, he would have to obediently wait for orders. Chen Yuan hung up the phone. I just randomly picked a stone man as the top laner and started playing the game. In this game, I almost got beaten like a dog in the early stage. In the later team battles, the stone man played an extremely crucial role, especially the last wave of big moves, which directly knocked 5 enemies away and instantly killed the opposing ADC, and his teammates immediately followed up with output. With a kill difference of 39:56, we won the game. However, this game took a bit long, lasting more than 40 minutes. Yeah, it's almost time. Chen Yuan took out his cell phone and started texting Zhao Yuqi. Boss Yuqi, I've been waiting impatiently. When will you arrive? Almost, I'm already out. After seeing this message, if Chen Yuan really ran to the school gate and waited for 2 hours, I guess he'd be so angry that he'd vomit blood. But now, he is in a very stable state of mind. Exit the game and shut down the computer. Chen Yuan started to head for the agreed location. When he just arrived at the school gate, Chen Yuan did not see Zhao Yuqi, but instead saw 2 familiar faces. It was Li Yang and He Jiying. The 2 people seemed to have reconciled. Li Yang, did you see that car? It's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It seems to be a luxury car worth more than 6 million. What's the big deal? People who drive this kind of car are usually drivers. The real big bosses sit in the back seat. Li Yang said with some jealousy. Yeah, I wonder what kind of rich person can afford this car. He Jiying took out her cell phone and started taking pictures. At this time, Li Yang found a person who made him very disgusted walking towards him. Who else could it be if not this bastard Chen Yuan? Chapter 036. Instant slap in the face. Last time, he almost broke up with his girlfriend because of this guy. I finally managed to coax He Jiying into submission today. I didn't expect this guy to show up again. Li Yang already understood the cause and effect of the last incident. When he learned that Chen Yuan had actually asked He Jing for her WeChat before rushing onto the track, he almost went berserk with anger. A high school bootlicker. A piece of trash he despises. A coward who was once ridden on the ground and slapped by him. Now he is bold enough to poach his employees? Chen Yuan. They want to poach Li Yang's people. Can you believe it? But Chen Yuan really did it. Not only did he do it, he also severely humiliated him on the track and field. In the sprinting event, which he was most proud of, he was completely defeated. This dog did it on purpose. It was definitely intentional. Chen Yuan was beaten up by him back then, and this guy still holds a grudge against him. Snort. So what if you beat me in the short distance race? The most important thing in this society is always money. Li Yang comes from a wealthy family and was able to take over the family business directly after graduation, starting as general manager. Chen Yuan, you are a poor licker. What can you compare with me? Hey, isn't this an old classmate? Your performance yesterday really impressed me. You look like you're going somewhere. I can give you a ride. Li Yang chuckled, as if he had completely forgotten how angry he was yesterday. He just took out a pair of car keys. Drop. A BMW 7 Series sedan in front suddenly flashed twice. This is a luxury car worth nearly 1 million. Originally, this car belonged to his father, and he drove it out today to take his girlfriend out for a ride. I didn't expect that I could show off in front of Chen Yuan at the same time. This is such an unexpected gain. He must pretend to be perfect today. He wanted Chen Yuan to feel inferior when he looked at him in the future. A dog licker is a dog licker after all. Can you really go against the will of heaven? No need, Li Yang. I have an appointment today too. Chen Yuan answered in a calm tone. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Xiao Lu. Chen Yuan, have you made an appointment too? That's perfect. I have 2 extra seats in my car. Let's go out for an outdoor barbecue together. After all, we are old classmates. We should get together more often when we are free to keep in touch with each other. Li Yang put his arm around He Jing's waist, and the smile on his lips became more and more obvious. He has already enjoyed the pleasure of showing off. He felt that he had not only regained his lost face in front of He Jing. Chen Yuan is such a low self-esteem guy that he can hardly raise his head. Haha. Cool. Really no need. Chen Yuan was still holding his phone and sending text messages, and shook his head to refuse. Okay then, Jing, get in the car. I'll take you to eat French food today. Just when Li Yang was feeling very proud and triumphant in front of Chen Yuan, the Rolls-Royce in front, which had been parked for an hour, suddenly moved. The luxury car drove slowly towards them. A middle-aged man wearing a suit, white gloves and sunglasses. He got out of the car immediately and then came to Chen Yuan very respectfully. Master, please get in the car. Xiao Lu, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, bent over and opened the car door for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan walked calmly and slowly got into the Rolls-Royce. Li Yang was stunned for a moment. I was completely stunned. More than Sakura's mouth is open. A look of astonishment. What's going on? This Rolls-Royce Phantom worth more than 6 million yuan was actually here to pick up Chen Yuan? The driver also called him master? Damn it. So embarrassing. Li Yang suddenly wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He was showing off his luxury car just now, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face in an instant. It's so embarrassing. Chen Yuan didn't want to care about Li Yang's complicated mood now. He just discovered it by accident. Not only did He Jing's favorability towards him suddenly start to rise again. He Jing, favorability +5. He Jing, favorability +5. He Jing, favorability +5. Just by casually getting on the car, He Duiying's favorability towards him increased by 15 points, and now it has reached 25 points. I have to say, this was an unexpected gain. Jing, let's go. Li Yang's mentality has exploded. He grabbed He Jing's hand and dragged her into the BMW 7 Series. He Jing looked back several times. She originally thought that Li Yang's car was very good. After all, it was a BMW 7 Series, which was already a luxury car. He is only a junior, but he can drive such a nice car. Few of his classmates can do this. But he turned around and took a look at the Rolls-Royce Phantom that Chen Yuan was sitting in, and the driver called out, Master. It really makes people think a lot. Chen Yuan's identity is too complicated. Li Yang, I think you should learn more from Chen Yuan in the future. He is so outstanding, yet he is so low-key. You just like to show off too much. Isn't this a joke? He Jing couldn't help but criticize. Li Yang's mentality was already exploded, and when He Duiying said this, he instantly got furious. Chen Yuan is excellent? How is he excellent? Did you see that he has a luxury car? So you were attracted to him? Do you regret not leaving him your WeChat ID yesterday? Li Yang roared angrily. You yelled at me. You yelled at me again? Yes, I just like him. I just regret not leaving him my WeChat yesterday. What's wrong? If you have the ability, go drive a Rolls-Royce. Why are you pretending in front of others when you don't have money? Every word that He Doing said was like a needle pricking Li Yang's fragile self-esteem. What she said was really harsh. It's simply challenging a man's bottom line. Bang! Li Yang was so angry that he raised his hand and slapped He Jing. He Doing was stunned. She is also the spoiled little darling of the family. Even her parents never hit her since she was a child. But now, she was beaten by Li Yang. Li Yang, you are not a man. Let's break up. He Jing pushed open the car door suddenly, covered her face, and left angrily. This time, Li Yang didn't chase after him. He felt that He Jing's words had really gone too far this time, and he was completely unable to tolerate it. As a woman, no matter how beautiful you are, you cannot challenge a man's self-esteem again and again. In particular, it praises Chen Yuan and belittles Li Yang. This is an insult to him. Li Yang sat in the car, lit a cigarette, and took a deep puff. He still can't figure it out. Why did Chen Yuan, this loser and bootlicker, suddenly become so awesome? Was he pretending all along? At this time, school beauty Zhao Yuqi finally arrived. Isn't this Zhao Yuqi? She's so lucky to meet the second most beautiful girl in the school. Humph. If you, He Doing, want to break up, then let's do it. When I catch up with Zhao Yuqi, you, He Doing, will be nothing to me. Li Yang made up his mind. He wants to pick up the prettiest girl. A blessing in disguise. Chapter 037, Check out the villa. Zhao Yuqi wore a plain college-style fairy dress today. The color was not too bright, but it brought out her elegant and clear temperament. Coupled with exquisite makeup, bright eyes, and white teeth, she is naturally beautiful. It is like a snow lotus on the Tian Shan Mountains, which can be admired from a distance but not touched. Li Yang's heart was pounding at just one glance, and he couldn't forget it. Hi. Hello, classmate Yuqi. I'm Li Yang, the captain of the school track and field team. We've met before. Li Yang got out of the car and said hello. It's you, classmate Li Yang. Zhao Yuqi nodded politely. She is the vice president of the student union, and Li Yang is also one of the most influential figures in the school. They had dealt with each other once before. Knowing each other, we can understand each other, but not very familiar. Student Yuqi, are you going somewhere? How about taking my car, and I'll give you a ride? Li Yang pointed at the BMW 7 Series next to him intentionally or unintentionally. No, I have an appointment today. Zhao Yuqi looked around and glanced around. No one actually found Chen Yuan. She stamped her foot angrily. She dressed up carefully today, even though she made Chen Yuan wait for more than 2 hours. You are such a rude guy, aren't you? Are you tired of waiting after only 2 hours? Wouldn't that mean today's makeup is wasted? Beautiful Chi-Chi, you are finally here. Hurry up and get in the car. Just at this moment, Chen Yuan rolled down the car window and shouted to Zhao Yuqi. Zhao Yuqi turned around and took a look. He discovered that Chen Yuan was already sitting in the car, and it was a top-of-the-line luxury car, a Rolls-Royce Phantom. She was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. Judging from how generous Chen Yuan was, Zhao Yuqi had long guessed that he was a young man from a wealthy family. Although I rode a broken bike last time, but it's normal for them to have luxury cars. Just like that, Zhao Yuqi simply ignored Li Yang. It was as if he didn't exist. Chen Yuan, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Zhao Yuqi apologized and got into the car naturally. Li Yang was stunned again. He originally wanted to make a comeback and take the opportunity to chat with the school beauty to save some face in front of Chen Yuan. But who knew that he would be slapped in the face again? It's too difficult. It's really too difficult. Throwing someone away once a day is not enough. He lost twice in a row, trying to show off, but end up getting fucked. This time I've really brought shame upon myself. I will never drive this crappy BMW out to show off again. After Zhao Yuqi got in the car, the Rolls-Royce that had been parked at the school gate for a long time finally slowly left. In the car, Zhao Yuqi found that Chen Yuan was more than 2 hours late for her, but he didn't seem to have any complaints, which showed his manliness. He didn't care about these little things. She was very satisfied with Chen Yuan's reaction. This is the mentality that a mature man should have. In fact, she didn't know that Chen Yuan had just arrived. I waited for her for 10 minutes at most. Naturally, my mentality is very stable. Xiao Lu, thank you so much for what you did just now. Your acting is great. I will praise you to your CEO Hong and ask him to give you a raise. Mr. Yin, you're too polite. In fact, I didn't expect that Mr. Yin is so young, said the middle-aged driver Xiao Lu with a smile. Just now Chen Yuan sent him a text message, asking him to cooperate in showing off. He looked in the rearview mirror several times before he was sure that Chen Yuan, a young man in his early 20s, was the Mr. Yin he was going to meet today. I heard that this guy is a wealthy man on the internet. He casually spent tens of millions of dollars to reward female anchors. I originally thought that this boss should be a middle-aged man with a successful career, who knew he was still a college student. Of course, he doesn't dare to underestimate college students. How could a person who is capable of such a feat have an ordinary family background? Chen Yuan, where are we going today? Zhao Yuqi didn't know what Chen Yuan and the driver Xiao Lu were talking about, so she asked curiously. You'll know when you get there. Chen Yuan smiled slightly and remained mysterious. Half an hour later, the luxury car finally drove into the Riverview Villa community. Finally, it stopped in front of the most luxurious garden villa number 1. Mr. Yin, we're here, said the driver Xiao Lu politely. Okay. Chen Yuan pulled Zhao Yuqi out of the car. At this time, in the garden villa, a middle-aged man who looked to be about 37 or 38 years old, with a slick back hair, who looked like a successful man, walked out with a smile on his face. Following behind him was a hot female secretary wearing glasses. Mr. Yin. When Hong Yuanxiao saw Chen Yuan for the first time, he was a little bit unconvinced, but he still asked in confusion. Boss Hong, I'm just a lonely cigarette. Chen Yuan stretched out his hand and admitted it openly. Fuck, Mr. Yin is so young. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. Let's stop being polite here and get down to business. Chen Yuan didn't want to say those empty words of flattery. It was the first time he and Hong Yuanxiao met. Although they were group members, they didn't have much of a relationship. Hong Yuanxiao wanted to sell the villa to recover funds. Chen Yuan wanted to get it and get a bargain. It's that simple. In comparison, Hong Yuanxiao is more anxious than him. His funding chain is almost breaking. Boss Yin is a quick-witted person, so I won't say any more nonsense. Lena, introduce me to Boss Yin. Okay, Mr. Hong. The female secretary wearing glasses nodded. Boss Yin, please follow me. Lena made a pleased gesture. Chen Yuan took Zhao Yuqi's hand and walked into the garden villa. Hong Yuanxiao nodded with some admiration. Mr. Yan's approach is always different. The girls he brings with him are even prettier than the female secretaries he carefully selects. Sometimes it is difficult to judge whether a man has the ability. Just look at the girls he's with. Chen Yuan, what kind of business are you and Mr. Hong going to discuss? Zhao Yuqi asked in a low voice. It's not a big deal. Mr. Hong wants to sell this villa and wants to ask if I'm interested in buying it. So I'll take you to have a look today. Chen Yuan spoke in a casual tone. It seems that buying a villa is just like buying vegetables in the market for him. The female secretary Jolina was secretly surprised. He knew that Mr. Hong had spent more than 57 million to buy this villa, and with all the luxurious decorations, the total value exceeded 60 million. The sale of a villa worth 60 million is not considered a big business in the eyes of the other party. For a moment, the female secretary became more respectful towards Chen Yuan. Boss Yin, this is the first floor of the villa. The entire villa is a 3-story duplex with a basement, a total of 4 floors. This villa has 2 kitchens, 3 toilets, a separate bathroom, 2 cloakrooms, a master bedroom, for guest bedrooms, and a nanny's room. In addition, there is a private swimming pool in front of the villa, a private cinema on the 2nd floor, and a starry sky room on the 3rd floor. It adopts a floor-to-ceiling window design, which provides excellent lighting, especially in summer. Just press the remote control, and the starry sky roof will automatically pop open, so you can lie on the bed and watch the stars, which is very romantic. Mr. Hong even spent 500,000 yuan to buy an astronomical telescope for the design of this starry sky room. Secretary Lena took Chen Yuan around the entire villa. Introduce as you walk. When we got to the 2nd floor and introduced the master bedroom, I wondered if Mr. Hong had any strange hobbies. His bed was 4 meters long and 3 meters wide. Is it a bit too big? Fortunately, the master bedroom is more than 100 square meters, otherwise such a large bed would not be able to fit in. Chapter 038. This villa is named after Zhao Yuqi. After walking around this circle, the more Zhao Yuqi looked, the more surprised she became. Although her family had a good environment and ran a restaurant, her parents had worked hard from scratch. Therefore, it is also more frugal. Never waste. Although the house is only about 170 or 180 square meters, it is also an ordinary commercial house. This Riverview villa is really luxurious. It completely refreshed her worldview. Even an ordinary cloakroom is larger than the 8-person girls' dormitory in the school. It can be regarded as a clothing store. There is also a shoe wall, watch cabinet, belt cabinet, tie cabinet, personal jewelry cabinet, special bag wall, safe, and so on. In addition to the starry sky room, the 3rd floor also has an extremely luxurious study, an extra-large balcony of more than 70 square meters, and a painting studio. There is also a dance practice room, piano room, and private gym in the basement. If I lived here every day, I guess I'll be woken up by laughter when I wake up in the morning. You can also overlook the Yangtze River in the distance. The scenery is so refreshing. Boss Yan, what do you think of this house? After Lena introduced all the places, she asked with a smile on her face. It's just SOSO. Actually, I'm not very satisfied. This villa is still a little too small. But considering that Mr. Hong and I are group members, you should ask him to give you a real price. Chen Yuan was actually quite satisfied, but he certainly wouldn't say such a thing. If people knew that you were quite satisfied, wouldn't they raise the price? Isn't buying a villa the same as buying clothes? Okay then, I'll report to President Hong now. Lena walked into the elevator in her high heels. You know what? Although this villa only has 3 or 4 floors, it is still equipped with an elevator. Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuqi stayed on the balcony to enjoy the scenery. Chen Yuan, do you really want to buy this villa? I just checked the house price here on my phone, and it seems to be 50,000 per square meter. This villa, big and small, will cost at least 50 or 60 million. Add to that the luxurious decoration and stylish design that the other party has invested in, and it is estimated that it may be 60 or 70 million. Zhao Yuqi said in surprise. So do you like it? What do you think of the environment here? Chen Yuan had a smile on his face, as if he didn't care at all about the price calculated by Zhao Yuqi. Just asking, do you like it? Of course I like it. Who doesn't want to own such a big and beautiful house? But then there's nothing to say. As long as you like it, I'll buy it. Chen Yuan waved his hand and interrupted Zhao Yuqi's words. He was worried about where to spend his money. This time I finally got a chance to make a large purchase. How could I let it go? You woman, don't even think about stopping me from making money. Zhao Yuqi, favorability +5. Zhao Yuqi, favorability +5. Zhao Yuqi, favorability +5. Chen Yuan's words completely touched Zhao Yuqi's heart. Just because he liked it, this man spent more than $500 million to buy a villa. Even though it sounds a bit cliché. But when it really happened to her, Zhao Yuqi was still extremely moved. And listen to what Chen Yuan said. It seems that he plans to live with her after buying the villa. Is he already working on building his love nest? But I'm not ready yet, and I haven't agreed to be his girlfriend. Why is he so overbearing? Doesn't he even ask for my opinion? Zhao Yuqi felt shy. Although she thinks Chen Yuan is domineering, she just likes this kind of domineering. The other side. Lena, is President Yan satisfied with this villa? Hong Yuanxiao asked with great concern. Boss Yan seems not very satisfied. He said this villa is too small. Lena reported truthfully. Is this still small? But think about it. A person of Mr. Yan's status must be from a top wealthy family. It's normal that he doesn't like my small villa. But Boss Yan also said that since you and Boss Hong are friends, he asked you to give him a real price. Lena, next time could you please finish what you want to say at once and stop being naughty? Hong Yuanxiao said seriously. It was obvious that this female secretary had a special relationship with Hong Yuanxiao. Otherwise, how could a secretary dare to joke in front of her boss? Okay, I won't joke with you next time. After a while, Hong Yuanxiao personally went to the 3rd floor balcony. Mr. Yan, what do you think of the scenery here? Hong Yuanxiao lit a cigarette and passed another one to Chen Yuan. Not bad, we can just see the Yangtze River. Chen Yuan took the cigarette and lit it. By the way, Mr. Yan, I still don't know your real name. My name is Chen Yuan. Brother Chen Yuan, to be honest with you, if it weren't for the fact that the market conditions this year are so bad, the entire hotel and tourism industries are operating at a loss, and there are hundreds of employees in the company waiting for my salary, I would never sell this villa. But now, brother, if you are willing to take it over, I can give you a real price of 58 million. When I bought this villa, I spent a total of 57 million yuan, and later I invested more than 4 million yuan in decoration and design. Even without considering the room for appreciation, according to the market price, it is still over 60 million. 58 million is definitely a realistic price. Hong Yuanxiao said this almost from the bottom of his heart. Of course, Chen Yuan could tell that there might be some truth in what he said, but not too much. After all, the market housing prices are there. Just search online on your mobile phone, and you will find out. The difference naturally cannot be too big. One price, 55 million, full payment, one lump sum. Mr. Hong, I can transfer the money anytime you want. Chen Yuan didn't cut much. Because a house is real estate, and even has room for appreciation, it is not a depreciating item like clothes that can be bargained down in half price. The specific amount is exactly how much it is. Brother Chen Yuan, this price is exactly my bottom line. If you can really pay it off in one lump sum, then sign the property transfer agreement at this price, and we can go through the transfer procedures at any time. Hong Yuanxiao nodded and did not continue bargaining. No problem. Chen Yuan snapped his fingers. By the way, you are not transferring this villa to me, but to her. Zhao Yuqi's name should be written on the property certificate, Chen Yuan said calmly. No way. His own name is on the property deed, so he has no way of spending the money he earned. But it's different when writing Zhao Yuqi's name. When Chen Yuan said this, Zhao Yuqi was stunned for a moment. I was completely stunned. She looked at Chen Yuan in disbelief, feeling a little suffocated. Hong Yuanxiao was also confused. Lena was also confused. This is a Riverview villa worth 60 million. Chen Yuan actually wants to give it to her? Chapter 039 Zhao Yuqi's favorability soars. No. Chen Yuan, I really can't take this. This is a villa worth 50 or 60 million. How can you write my name on it? Although Zhao Yuqi was extremely shocked, I was also touched that Chen Yuan had such a thoughtfulness. But this gift is too big. It was so big that she was a little reluctant to accept it. After all, giving gifts in a live broadcast room and directly sending a villa in real life have completely different meanings. Even if they are a newly married couple, the man may not put the woman's name on the house he buys. In order to avoid financial disputes during divorce, people will even go through the notarization of premarital property. And now Chen Yuan has nothing to do with her. At most, there is a little ambiguity between the two of them, and they have some feelings for each other, but they are not even boyfriend and girlfriend in the true sense of the word. You're going to give me a villa. Zhao Yuqi really didn't dare to accept it. And if she really agreed to it right away, it would make her look greedy, materialistic, and low class. Any woman with a little emotional intelligence would not agree to it so easily. That's such an ugly way of eating. Yuqi, if this villa is not in your name, I'm afraid I won't be able to buy it today. Why? Zhao Yuqi asked immediately. Why else? Because I have too many properties under my name. You know the country has a housing restriction order, right? Once a person has multiple properties under his name, he can no longer purchase new properties, so this villa can only be temporarily transferred to your name. Just consider it as doing me a favor. Of course, if you really don't want to help, I can only say sorry to Mr. Hong. Mr. Hong, I'm really sorry. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. You should find a way to solve your funding gap yourself. Chen Yuan spread his hands, looking helpless. He had thought of this excuse a long time ago, because according to normal logical thinking, he could guess that Zhao Yuqi might not accept it. And the excuse of housing restriction order is simply perfect. Firstly, it gave Zhao Yuqi a way out and an excuse to accept the transfer of the property. This way she doesn't seem so greedy or materialistic. She was just helping Chen Yuan. With this excuse, it is more acceptable on a moral level. Girls also need to save face. Secondly, Chen Yuan said in front of Hong Yuanxiao that he would not buy it. In order to fill the funding gap, Hong Yuanxiao will certainly try every means to make Zhao Yuqi accept this villa. Chen Yuan didn't need to waste any more words. Naturally, someone will persuade Zhao Yuqi for him. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Sure enough, when Chen Yuan said he didn't want to buy it, Hong Yuanxiao immediately became anxious. My lady, since brother Chen Yuan has said so, why don't you agree to this and transfer this villa to your name temporarily? No, I really can't accept it. A villa worth 50 or 60 million is really too scary. Zhao Yuqi still shook her head and refused. Beautiful lady, please agree to this. There are still hundreds of people in my company waiting for my salary. If this villa cannot be sold, my capital chain will be broken. Then the company will go bankrupt and a lot of people will be unemployed. Those people also have parents and children to support. Can you really bear to see them all lose their jobs? Hong Yuanxiao is indeed a businessman. He made up a lot of lies. Directly persuade from the perspective of righteousness, as if you don't accept this villa today, you are an unforgivable person. But it's nothing, beauty. I'm really going bankrupt and I need some money to tide over the difficulties. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so anxious to sell the villa. Just give me some face and do me a favor, okay? Yes, sister, our President Hong is really in trouble. Hong Yuanxiao and Zhou Lina began to persuade them in turns. In the mixed doubles match between the two, Zhao Yuqi couldn't stand up at all. Finally, after half an hour of brainwashing, Zhao Yuqi nodded and accepted it. Hong Yuanxiao wanted to get the funds as soon as possible. That afternoon, I signed the villa transfer agreement with Zhao Yuqi and completed the transfer procedures. Chen Yuan did not hesitate and transferred the 55 million yuan instantly. When Zhao Yuqi got the villa key and property certificate, she's still a little dreamy. Chen Yuan, has this villa really been transferred to my name? Yes, from now on you will be the owner of Riverview Villa, Garden House, number 1. Chen Yuan said with a smile. No, the villa is yours. I'm just doing you a favor temporarily. I'll transfer it to you next time. Zhao Yuqi was a little confused about today's entire schedule. Out of nowhere, a villa worth 60 million appeared. Would you believe it if I told you? Even if this villa is only temporarily under her name, it is also enough to show Chen Yuan's sincerity towards her. Zhao Yuqi suddenly thought, could it be that the reason why Chen Yuan stood her up yesterday was to prepare such a huge surprise for today? And I not only misunderstood him, I was late for more than 2 hours on purpose in the morning. She inexplicably felt that she owed something. I'm sorry, Chen Yuan. Actually, I was late on purpose this morning. I hope you won't be angry. It doesn't matter. I don't take this little thing to heart at all. Chen Yuan told the truth. He only waited for 10 minutes, so it was impossible for him to take such a small matter to heart. But Zhao Yuqi thought he had waited for more than 2 hours. Never complained from beginning to end. And buy her a villa. This man has such a broad mind. So graceful. So romantic. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 10. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 10. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 10. Chen Yuan's casual words may have touched a soft spot in Zhao Yuqi's heart. Her favorability towards Chen Yuan suddenly soared by 30 points. Previously, Zhao Yuqi's favorability towards Chen Yuan was 45 points, which increased by 15 points when they looked at the house, and now it has skyrocketed by another 30 points. Now Zhao Yuqi's favorability towards Chen Yuan has reached an astonishing 90 points. Only the last 5 points are needed to successfully counterattack. Chen Yuan looked at the 90 points of favorability above Zhao Yuqi's head. I felt greatly encouraged at once. He was a little excited. The reward for counterattacking Zhao Yuqi is so generous. He has already spent 60 to 70 million yuan on Zhao Yuqi. As long as he succeeds in his counterattack, he will get a bonus of 60 to 70 million yuan. There are a full 25 reinforcement points. This tool man is a bit fat. Harvest a wave and take off directly. Haha. Cool. Chen Yuan, why do you keep looking at the top of my head? Is there something dirty on my head? No, I just think you look particularly good today. No way, wasn't she pretty before? Zhao Yuqi said shyly. She is now becoming more and more shy in front of Chen Yuan, especially when she thinks that if she lives in the same villa with Chen Yuan in the future, wouldn't some unspeakable things happen? After all, it's easy for a man and a woman to get into trouble when they're alone in the same room. Oh, how embarrassing. Why would I think about these things? Chapter 040 Chen Yuan's EQ is too high. Chen Yuan, it's my birthday next week. I want to invite my best friends and former high school classmates to come here for a birthday party. I wonder if it's possible. Zhao Yuqi glanced at Chen Yuan with blushing cheeks, asking for his opinion. Although the villa is now under her name. But after all, it was Chen Yuan who paid for it. She wanted to have a birthday party in the villa. Naturally, I have to ask Chen Yuan for his opinion. So your birthday is coming soon. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I should have prepared something for you in advance. Chen Yuan was thinking, could he spend some money to please his friends by holding a birthday party? And giving gifts is also legitimate. Not only can you win Zhao Yuqi's favor, but you can also continue to make money. It's simply the best of both worlds. Zhao Yuqi felt that Chen Yuan was not only a graceful man, but also well-mannered. And his EQ is simply too high. Zhao Yuqi asked him if they could have a party at the villa, and he immediately started to care about her birthday. I immediately focused on the key point of the problem. Sometimes women's words usually have two meanings. If she asks you a question, maybe it's not the point. What she wants to express is that she wants to tell you her birthday time, or that she has taken a fancy to something, where she wants to go, and so on. If a boy doesn't understand the meaning, he will just focus on the question itself. She will say you are straight. I think you have low emotional intelligence. This is probably the difference in thinking between men and women. Chen Yuan is also a straight man at heart, and he's a straight man of steel. However, from the beginning to the end, he was only thinking about spending more money to lick the dog, and this idea accidentally collided with Zhao Yuqi's idea. In this way, Zhao Yuqi would instinctively feel that Chen Yuan has a very high emotional intelligence. It's very comfortable to be with him. Very pleasant. This is simply a perfect male god. He is handsome, rich, skilled, generous, considerate, gentlemanly, cultured, low-key and introverted, and he also has the aura of a domineering president. When you think about it this way, Chen Yuan has so many advantages. So much so that Zhao Yuqi almost lost her confidence in front of him. Chen Yuan had no idea that Zhao Yuqi would think of him this way. He used to be seen as a bootlicker by others. There is not a single good thing about him. Even Lin Shutong called him a waste. But after having cash power, it seems that all the previous shortcomings have become advantages. As expected, if you are rich, even your farts smell good. Brother Chen Yuan, there are some of my personal belongings in this villa. I will find a moving company to move them in the next 2 days. They will be cleaned up quickly. You may have to wait 2 or 3 days before you can move in. Sorry, Hong Yuanxiao said apologetically. It's okay, Lao Hong, we're not in a hurry. Chen Yuan waved his hand. Actually, apart from some things that need to be dealt with in the master bedroom, the guest bedrooms are still habitable. No, no, no. Please ask the driver Xiao Lu to take us back. By the way, Xiao Lu helped me today. I have to thank him very much. Chen Yuan mentioned it casually. Haha, Xiao Lu is my right-hand man. I will give him a raise next time. Brother Chen Yuan, if you need me for anything in Seoul, just tell me. I don't have any other advantages. I just like making friends. Hong Yuan Xiao laughed and solved the financial difficulties. He felt that Chen Yuan was someone he should get to know better. This kind of rich young man who can easily take out more than 500 million yuan in funds is not someone you can get to know just by wanting to. Now that I have this opportunity to meet him, I naturally have to take advantage of it. By then, if someone introduces him to a business, he will probably make a fortune. In business, personal connections are of utmost importance. Hong Yuan Xiao has been doing business for many years. How could he not understand this truth? Chapter 41 Zhao Yuqi, you're stepping on dog shit. Get in a Rolls Royce. Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuqi started to return to school. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat ambiguous. Zhao Yuqi doesn't know whether she is Chen Yuan's girlfriend now. He did so much, but he never expressed his feelings. He never explicitly expressed his desire to be her boyfriend. This unclear attitude made Zhao Yuqi scratch her head. You're talking about other boys. They say they like you as soon as they open their mouth, but it is always just lip service and they never take any real action. Even if they do take real action, it would just be giving you a small flower or a small doll. Girls nowadays would have already sneered at such gifts. But Chen Yuan is just the opposite. He would give away hundreds of millions of dollars at any time. Even a villa is available for free. Full marks for actual action. But he never says he likes you. This put Zhao Yuqi in a passive position. As a girl, she would be too embarrassed to confess first, right? Chen Yuan, how could he fail at the critical moment? The atmosphere has been set to this point. As long as you confess your feelings, I will agree to it. But why don't you confess your feelings? What are you thinking about? In the car, Zhao Yuqi stared at Chen Yuan with her big round eyes from time to time. There was a hint of affection in his eyes, as if suggesting that the other party increased their firepower. And her snow-white arms often touched Chen Yuan's arms deliberately. It was like an electric shock. This is a small range of physical contact. Chen Yuan almost lost control, but Chen Yuan finally forced himself to hold back. He felt that he should learn from his mistakes and not be tempted by Zhao Yuqi's beauty. Lin Shutong had used the same method to make him distracted before, but afterwards she just left after flirting with me. However, Chen Yuan was deeply trapped in it, unable to extricate himself, and turned into a bootlicker. Therefore, Chen Yuan now remembers the 9-word mantra. Don't take the initiative, don't refuse, don't take responsibility. It is impossible to confess. It's impossible to confess in this lifetime. Only if the girl takes the initiative to confess her love can you continue to maintain your life. More than half an hour later, the car drove to the gate of Hubei University. Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuqi got out of the car. Yuqi, I have something to tell you. Well, you say. Zhao Yuqi suddenly became excited. Are you here? Could he finally hold it in and speak? You seem to have stepped in dog shit. Oh. Zhao Yuqi didn't notice the trap on the ground just now. After hearing Chen Yuan's reminder, he immediately looked at the soles of his shoes. There really is a black and yellow mass. It also stinks. She actually stepped in dog shit. So disgusting. Haha. I didn't expect that the school beauty would step on dog shit. It stinks. Stay away from me. Chen Yuan said with disgust. Chen Yuan, you bastard, don't laugh at me. Wait a minute. Don't move. Let me take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments. Chen Yuan immediately took out his cell phone. Stop filming. I'll beat you to death, you bad guy. Zhao Yuqi became furious and started chasing Chen Yuan and beating him. Chen Yuan immediately ran away. She couldn't catch up or hit him no matter what she did. Almost cried. Today was supposed to be a very romantic day, but who knew it would turn out to be a joke in the end? Hey, isn't that the school beauty Zhao Yuqi? She's chasing after a boy and playing around with him? I'm so envious. I also want to be chased and beaten by the school beauty. Even if I am beaten to death, I am willing. Isn't that the scumbag Chen Yuan? Damn it, this scumbag is still alive and even made Chairman Zhao cry. This is too much. When I first saw the revelations on the campus forum, I didn't believe it. I didn't expect Zhao Yuqi to really be tricked by a scumbag. My goddess, can you wake up and stop being deceived by a scumbag? After a few days of fermentation, more and more people in school know Chen Yuan. His reputation was getting worse. This matter has even been reported to the school leaders. It produced extremely bad effects. And just at this moment, on the Acne platform, a video of a campus track and field competition suddenly became popular. It has been published for only 2 days, and has received over 10 million likes and over 100,000 comments. This video has gone viral. Chapter 042 accidentally became popular. After finishing the fight with Zhao Yuqi, Chen Yuan returned to the dormitory. As soon as I walked into 503, my 3 roommates rushed over with excitement on their faces. Fuck. Lao Si, you're famous now. You're really going to be famous this time. Why the hell didn't I see before that you actually have the potential to be an internet celebrity? Xiong Tao looked at Chen Yuan with envy and jealousy, as if he really couldn't believe that the running man, who was so famous on the internet, was actually his roommate Chen Yuan. What's popular? Is it the bad reputation on the campus forum? Chen Yuan asked. No, there are only a few people reading the campus forum. We are talking about you on Douyin and Bilibili. They are all popular. Lao Chao began to explain. Chen Yuan was shocked when he heard this. Has my identity been exposed? Everyone knows that I'm a rich man on the internet, so I'm lonely and have a cigarette. Shit, I can't be so unlucky. Chen Yuan thought that if his identity was really exposed, wouldn't it be difficult for him to continue to pretend to be a bootlicker? But obviously, he misunderstood. The identity of Lonely Cigarette was not exposed. He became famous because of another thing. Chen Yuan, you can check it yourself and you will know that your video is almost the most popular on the internet right now. Chen Yuan heard this. I immediately took out my phone and started brushing the acne sound. After watching more than a dozen videos in a row, an extremely popular short video came into view. The video has received over 12 million likes. There are more than 100,000 comments. It was posted 2 days ago. During a campus track and field competition, a man accidentally entered the track and ran at a devilish speed, shocking the whole audience. Chen Yuan clicked on the video. The entire video is only a dozen seconds long. But what was clearly captured was that during a track and field competition, a handsome man in casual clothes, despite being 5 or 6 lengths behind the other athletes, actually overtook everyone and, with an absolute advantage, left the first place 2 or 3 meters behind. The short 100-meter track showed incredible explosive power. It's simply a blast. It's beyond reach. You know, those track and field athletes running on the track are not ordinary people. They all run faster than normal people. The normal running speed of an average adult male is between 12 seconds and 15 seconds per 100 meters. It is usually around 13 seconds. Anyone who can reach 12 seconds is definitely considered a fast runner among normal people, and this requires extremely good physical bursts. Anyone who can run 100 meters in 11 seconds is already considered a professional athlete. As for the speed between 10 and 11 seconds, the national team players can only run at this speed. As for the results within 10 seconds, they are basically set to break the record. Asia's top sprinter at the time broke the fastest running speed of the yellow race with a time of 9.91 seconds. Once upon a time, history was made. The handsome man in the video actually displayed amazing explosive power that was in no way inferior to that of Asia's top sprinter. This speed is almost comparable to the world's #1 sprinter. So amazing. Moreover, this video does not have any special effects added at all. It was an accident that happened in a real game. Unbelievable. Chen Yuan watched this video several times. Who else could it be if it wasn't him? Oh shit. Is this a hot topic? Chen Yuan originally just wanted to show off that day. Who knew that it was actually filmed and uploaded to a short video platform? It became popular for no apparent reason. Fortunately, the video was not very clear and the distance was a bit far, so he could not be recognized at first glance. Chen Yuan clicked on the comment section. It was very lively inside and seemed to have caused great controversy. I have to say, there are many experts among the people. This guy ran too fast. I am a professional physical education teacher. I will share some knowledge about sprinting with you. You may not realize how fast the guy in the video runs simply by watching this video. This video is 15 seconds long, from the start of the run to the moment he crosses the finish line, a distance of 100 meters. If you press pause when he crosses the finish line, you will find that he only took less than 10 seconds to run the 100 meters. How many seconds does it take to become a world champion? Calculate it yourself. Awesome. The world record for the 100-meter sprint is about 9.58 seconds. If this guy participates in the Olympics, he might be able to break the world record. I think this video is exaggerated and cannot be used as a reference. To say that he is better than the world champion is a bit too much. I don't know if he can compare to the world champion, but he is definitely better than you. Chapter 043, I don't want to be famous. Old 4, you're not even the best on Douyin. You're the real star on Bilibili. If you don't believe me, go check it out for yourself. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan quickly turned on the computer. Log in to Station B. He immediately found the most popular video on the entire platform, which seemed to be related to him. The publisher of the video is an up-host with millions of fans. This person's name is the number one handsome guy. Chen Yuan opened the video and found that it had obviously been edited. It happens to be the process of Chen Yuan running from the starting point of the track all the way across the 100-meter red line. Above the video, there is a special 1-second timer clip. Through timed editing, the video is then played simultaneously with the footage of the man running, creating a sharp contrast. Finally, the time stopped at 9.31 seconds. The picture also froze. Hello everyone, I am your up master, the number one handsome guy. Although I am very handsome, you must not worship me, because I am just a legend. Okay, let's get back to the topic. In today's video, the handsome guy will analyze for you the most awesome folk god in this issue. We don't know the name of this great man yet, so let's call him Running Man. Why is he called the Running Man? Because he runs really fast. Moreover, he is likely to be the next person to break the world's sprint record. You must not think that the handsome guy is alarmist, exaggerating, talking nonsense, speaking insincerely, or talking nonsense. This handsome guy has a basis. It is no exaggeration to say that I never brag. Always seek truth from facts. The previous video is ironclad evidence. I did not perform any speed up on the video above. This handsome guy can guarantee this with his good looks. According to insiders, the competition in the video was a competition in which a university track and field team was selecting national professional athletes. The level of strength is quite high. The slowest athlete among them ran 100 meters in less than 12 seconds. The runner who suddenly rushed out in the video was not wearing professional sportswear, nor did he do any warm-up exercises. Even his shoes were just the most ordinary Taobao sneakers, which cost only 50 or 60 yuan a pair. It was such an ordinary young man who suddenly rushed into the racetrack. He proved with his strength how awesome he is. It can be seen from the video that when the coach fired the signal flare, the other athletes rushed out like cheetahs. But the runner was 4 or 5 meters slower than the others. Even though he was already 5 meters slower than the others, he managed to surpass all the track and field athletes at an incredible speed. The last contestant even opened up a distance of 10 meters from him. What a terrifying speed. After a detailed editing analysis and speed assessment by this handsome guy, he finally came up with an estimated speed of 9.31 seconds for the 100 meters. Although it may not be completely accurate, but it's pretty much the same. The world's fastest sprinter once broke the world record with a time of 9.58 seconds for the 100 meters, and no one has surpassed it for more than a decade. But our runner ran the 100 meters in 9.31 seconds. Yes, you read it right, and there is no need to doubt it. I can no longer use words to describe the shock in my heart. I'm afraid only the 4 words, terrifying, can describe my feelings at this moment. The most handsome guy on the uploader, he explained in an exaggerated tone. While taking out the video for analysis and comparison, he studied this short 10-second running video of Chen Yuan repeatedly and played it more than 10 times. It really makes people feel more and more awesome the more they watch it. It doesn't look that great at first glance, but upon careful analysis, it's actually even better than the best in the world. This person is really awesome. There is no room for rebuttal. Handsome guy is awesome. Running man is awesome. Handsome guy, I believe you when you say that the runner is awesome, but I don't even believe your punctuation when you say that you never brag. Handsome guy, you're using your looks to guarantee something. Isn't that a little funny? Do you have good looks? This video went viral. It's really popular. It can be found not only on Douyin, but also on the homepage of Bilibili and even on Penguin News. It's so popular. Chen Yuan was a little confused. He wondered if this most handsome guy had a grudge against him. I don't really want to be famous. Are you guys full and have nothing to do? There are so many internet celebrities who want to be famous, but you don't recommend them. Why the hell are you bothering me? Chapter 44 Happy Zhao Yuqi. The other side. Zhao Yuqi returned to the girls' shared apartment. As soon as she came back, her best friend Wu Xiaofei started questioning her. Chi, why are you back so late? You went out early in the morning, and it's already evening. What on earth did Chen Yuan take you to do? Chen Yuan, he took me to buy a house. He bought me a villa. Zhao Yuqi tried her best to speak in a calm tone, so that she would appear calmer. What? Chi, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't have a fever today. Wu Xiaofei touched Zhao Yuqi's forehead, trying to see if her brain was stuck in the door. It's true. Why would I lie to you? I have all the property certificates and the keys to the villa. Zhao Yuqi took out a property certificate and keys from her bag. Wu Xiaofei opened the property certificate and took a look. Suddenly, the whole person became petrified, stiff, and suffocated. She felt like her 3 perspectives had all collapsed. This property certificate is actually real. Wait a minute. Riverview Villa Community? 980 square meters? Only your name is written on it. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Wu Xiaofei said fuck 3 times in a row. However, no amount of WTF could express her shock at this moment. This is a large villa of 980 square meters, and it is located on the bank of the Yangtze River where every inch of land is valuable. Yet, it was given to Zhao Yuqi. Chen Yuan's move is too generous. Which woman can withstand this? Wu Xiaofei was jealous. She was really jealous. Chi-Chi, please tell me this isn't true. This is all an illusion. Your property certificate is fake, and you just went out and fulfilled the dream I've been fighting for my whole life? Damn, this world is so unfair. Wu Xiaofei was stunned, looking at my best friend's exaggerated expression. An expression of joy instantly spread across Zhao Yuqi's face. Who says school beauties don't show off? She looks very happy when she shows off in front of her bestie. It's so joyful. Cool. Okay, Xiaofei, don't be so exaggerated. This villa is temporarily registered in my name. The main reason is that Chen Yuan has too many properties under his name, which does not meet the purchase standards of the National Housing Restriction Order. That's why he temporarily put the house in my name. I will still have to return it in the future. Zhao Yuqi quickly explained. Give it back? Why should I give it back? This is a 980 square meter villa, sister. If you are with Chen Yuan in the future, won't this villa be yours? To be honest, Kiki, I have seen a lot of rich second generations. They are rich and generous and can buy you luxury bags, clothes, and cosmetics. But there are very few rich second generations who will directly buy you a car or a house. The value and meaning of the two are completely different. Chen Yuan not only bought you a house, but also a 980 square meter villa. Your status in his mind is really different. He should be sincere to you. Wu Xiaofei also started to speak well of Chen Yuan at this time. Because there is no black. He has already bought the villa, what else can you say? A girl's standard for measuring whether a man loves her is very simple. It all depends on whether he is willing to spend money on you. Chen Yuan is absolutely impeccable when it comes to spending money. In fact, I also think Chen Yuan is really good. He is really my ideal type. After you get to know him, you will find that he is not only handsome, but also humorous. He also has the same values as me, and he is also very skilled. Little stars of admiration had already begun to appear in Zhao Yuqi's big round eyes. If others saw the school beauty Zhao Yuqi, they would actually show such a crazy look. I guess I was so shocked that I started to doubt my life. Okay, stop praising him. Isn't your birthday coming soon? How are you going to celebrate it? Wu Xiaofei asked. I've already made plans. I'm going to have a birthday party at the Riverview Villa. I'm going to invite the student union, my high school classmates, and a few good friends. It would be best if I could invite Qin Bingxue as well. Zhao Yuqi said with a smile. Qin Bingxue, aren't you on the wrong side of her? Oh, I see. Wu Xiaofei nodded. Of course he knew that Zhao Yuqi and Qin Bingxue were not compatible. Qin Bingxue was a senior student. One of them is the vice president of the student union, and the other is the president of the student union. Qin Bingxue is definitely superior to Zhao Yuqi. Moreover, there are often rumors in the school that Zhao Yuqi is the second most beautiful girl in the school, and Qin Bingxue is the most beautiful girl. No matter how hard Zhao Yuqi tried, it seemed she could not surpass Qin Bingxue. She was crushed to death. Who is willing to always be the second one? It would be great if we could invite the student union and Qin Bingxue to this birthday party. It will appear when the time comes. The Riverview Villa community and the 980 square meter garden villa are definitely something that will make people envious. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Chapter 045, Mr. Yin, do you want to buy a car? Although Chen Yuan's video became popular on the internet, but he wasn't particularly worried. First, the video was not very clear, and only a silhouette of his back was captured. He was not worried about being recognized when he walked out. Maybe people who are familiar with him can recognize him at a glance. But if you are not familiar with someone and walk on the street, no one will pay attention to you. Second, this is an era of internet information explosion. A person may suddenly become popular, but if he does not show up for a while, he will soon disappear. If he wants to maintain long-term popularity, he must appear in front of the audience frequently. The so-called internet celebrity. It gets hot quickly and cools down quickly. You may be very popular a few months ago, but become unpopular a few months later. That's normal. Night. Chen Yuan was holding his cell phone and chatting with Zhao Yuqi, who knew that the news in the Emperor's group would keep coming out. He opened the group chat and took a look. The content of the chat was all about him. Emperor Qin, have you solved your funding problem? It's been resolved. I really want to thank Mr. Yin this time. He has already bought my villa and paid the full amount directly. With this money, I think I should be able to hold on until the market picks up. Mr. Yin is so generous and efficient. Mr. Yin is more than just a generous person. Dealing with him this time has completely refreshed my worldview, and made me understand what a truly wealthy person is. The breeze came slowly and left the question in suspense. What do you mean? Let me tell you, when Boss Yin came here this time, he brought a girl with him, and he immediately gave my villa to her. Although I admit that this villa is not the most luxurious one, it is worth 60 million anyway. Boss Yin gave it away without even frowning, which is really amazing. But that girl is really pretty. Hong Yuanxiao was bragging in the group. However, this awesome thing did cause a huge response. The emperors in the group are all rich people. They can easily give female anchors hundreds of thousands or even millions of gifts. But it is absolutely impossible to give away a mansion worth 60 million yuan. Even the Dragon Emperor would probably have to think carefully about it. Awesome. Mr. Yin really doesn't take money seriously. What kind of girl is worth 60 million? Mr. Yin, give me the money and I will find you 10 different beautiful anchors. I guarantee they are all top-notch. At Mr. Yin, I'm a luxury car agent. I have channels to get luxury cars that many 4S stores in China can't get. I wonder if Mr. Yin is interested? A group member with the ID Car King asked in a message. Mr. Yin should have plenty of luxury cars, right? But it doesn't matter if he buys a few more. Are there any Bugatti? At this time, Chen Yuan bubbled out a message. As soon as this news came out, the whole group went wild. Mr. Yin is worthy of being Mr. Yin. He starts with Bugatti. Awesome. Bugatti is usually a global limited edition. If you don't have the channels in the country, you really can't buy it even if you have money. But Che Huang should have some connections. I bought an Aston Martin from him before. At Mr. Yin, private chat. Che Huang sent a message back. Ding. The Car King from the Shark Emperor group wants to add you as a friend. Please let me know if you are approved. Pass. Chen Yuan quickly accepted the other party's friend request. Boss Yin, if you really want the Bugatti, I can think of a way, but I'll take a 5% commission. What do you think? No problem. Any Bugatti Chiron? Chen Yuan asked nonchalantly. It is normal for the other party to charge a certain commission if you want to get this kind of top-of-the-line luxury car. After all, they have channels, but you don't. Chen Yuan asked directly about the Bugatti Chiron, which almost scared the king of cars to death. This is a top-of-the-line luxury car worth $160 million, and there are only 20 of them in the world. I thought you just wanted a Bugatti Veyron. Who knew you wanted a Bugatti Chiron? I'm sorry, Mr. Yin. I'm afraid I don't have any channels to buy the Bugatti Chiron here. A Lamborghini Veneno or a Pagani Zonda would also be fine. Chen Yuan typed back. Settle for the next best thing. The king of cars is speechless. This business is too difficult. Why do you always ask for this kind of global limited edition? The luxury cars he represents generally tend to range from 2 to 3 million to 8 to 9 million. What Chen Yuan wanted were all the world's top limited editions. The cheapest Pagani Zonda cost 48 million, and the Lamborghini Veneno was worth 90 million. Even though his network of connections is deep, it's still a bit overwhelming. Boss Yin, the car model you mentioned is too hard to get. Why don't you take a look at other models? The most expensive car I can get is a Ferrari LaFerrari, which is priced at 22.5 million, and a top-of-the-line Lamborghini Aventador, which is priced at 9.2 million. If you buy this type of car, I can waive your commission. Che Huang finished sending the message. Sent several more pictures. Picture 1. Picture 2. Picture 3. Picture 4. Chen Yuan looked at the picture and felt that the Lamborghini Termini was more in line with his aesthetic taste and was more domineering. But it's only over 9 million. It's too cheap. It's not presentable. The Ferrari LaFerrari is more expensive, but the car is too small and is suitable for women to drive. By the way, isn't Zhao Yuqi's birthday next week? I haven't thought of a gift yet. This Ferrari LaFerrari is quite suitable. Chen Yuan thought about it. Decided to take this car and give it as a gift. Car King, I've made my choice. It's this Ferrari LaFerrari. Price is not a problem. I only have one request. The car must be delivered to the #1 garden villa in the Seoul Riverview Villa community next week. Cash on delivery. No problem. I still trust Mr. Yan's reputation. Che Huang was very happy to have made another deal. This business can make him at least 1 million. We just chatted for a while. Selling cars in the Emperor Group, the circles you come into contact with are different, and the money you earn will naturally be different. Otherwise, why do they say that a casual meal by the big guys can cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars? As long as you can get into this circle, making money will become easy. Chapter 046. Charge 200 million first. Discuss the specific car purchase matters with the Car King. Chen Yuan quit WeChat. Through 2 dealings with people in the Emperor's Group, Chen Yuan increasingly realized the benefits of knowing these wealthy people. This is connections. Most people in the circle of wealthy people have their own power and complex network of relationships. They are involved in a wide variety of industries, but they are basically at the top of the industry. Things that you normally cannot buy or do, perhaps these people can easily do for you. No wonder so many people are trying so hard to enter the upper class. It's not just for face. The interests involved are what attract people so much. And the rich person account that Chen Yuan created on the internet, it benefited him a lot. Chen Yuan felt that the wealthy ID, Lonely One cigarette, was not just for the purpose of giving gifts to the female anchor. The benefits brought to him by this identity were also unimaginable. That being the case, then just make this name more famous. Now he has established a certain fame on the Shark platform and the Douyin platform. But other platforms don't. Today, Chen Yuan set his sights on the Longya platform. It's better to just give rewards to the female anchor honestly. Giving gifts to female anchors is a dog-licking behavior and is in line with system regulations. Log in to the Longya Live app. Chen Yuan created a new account. ID, a lonely cigarette. Level 1 trumpet. The live streaming platform allows duplicate registration of aliases. Because behind every ID name, there will be an account number given to you by the live broadcast platform. So don't worry about the same ID. Change the live broadcast platform. Chen Yuan went from being a level 120 wealthy emperor to a small fry that no one cared about. He began to shuttle between the live broadcast rooms of major female anchors. No, this one is too ugly. This one won't work either, it's too small. This still won't work, you don't have any talent, you can only sit and chat. Hey, this one is pretty good, the voice is nice, the body is good, and the appearance is also good. After Chen Yuan wandered around the live broadcast rooms of more than a dozen female anchors, he finally locked onto one of them. The anchor's ID is Sarah. She is also a very popular female anchor on the Longya live broadcast platform. The popularity of the live broadcast room is close to 1 million. Her voice is sweet, soft, and gentle. It seems that you will feel very comfortable when you listen to her talk. Next, it's time to show some action. Chen Yuan logs in to the recharge page. Start charging money. He found that on the recharge page of the Longya live broadcast platform, he could enter the recharge amount himself, and the maximum recharge amount was 900,000. This is much more than the recharge amount of Douyin. Chen Yuan spent half an hour to recharge his account. This time, he recharged a total of 200 million. Ammunition reloaded. Chen Yuan logged into the live broadcast room of Shalala again. Host, you have a really nice voice. Call me brother and let me listen. I will give you a treasure map, and you will be ranked first in seconds. Fuck, this level of trumpet is quite coquettish. How dare it steal my name? I was wondering why this ID looks so familiar. It turns out to be the ID of the richest man in Shark. Who is this Mr. Yin you are talking about? Anchor Sarala asked curiously. She has been live streaming on Longya, so it is normal that she doesn't pay attention to other platforms. However, some netizens are circulating on major live broadcast platforms, and some of them overlap. Sarala obviously saw the barrage of comments sent by Chen Yuan, but he ignored it. Female anchors are so realistic. If you have a high level and give her gifts, she will treat you as her dad. You are of low level, I won't even bother to pay attention to you. Chen Yuan thought about it, and chose to open the nobles first. The nobles of Longya Live are divided into swordsman, knight, lord, duke, king, emperor, and super god emperor. First opening of emperor, 150,000. You can activate the super god emperor account only if you spend more than 150,000 in a month. To activate the super god emperor account, 1,500,000 RMB is required. Chen Yuan activated the imperial noble without thinking twice. Wow, thanks to brother Lonely One cigarette, the emperor who opened the way. The beautiful and sweet-voiced host Sarala suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Fuck, this couldn't be Mr. Yin himself, right? Did that godlike man come to Longya to show off? No, I don't believe it. If Mr. Yin takes action, he will definitely be number 1 in the rankings. It's coming, it's really coming. Chapter 047. She is a powerful anchor. Mr. Yin, what song do you want to hear? I'll sing a song for you. Sarala said in the live broadcast room. Whatever you are good at. Chen Yuan came in because of her looks and didn't know she could sing. However, given that the other person has such a nice voice, it is not surprising that he is a singing host. Just when Chen Yuan was about to swipe a few treasure maps and leave, Sarala began to sing. As soon as she opened her mouth, her voice that sounded like the sound of nature instantly attracted Chen Yuan. He is actually a powerful anchor? No wonder it is so popular. It has to be said that on today's live streaming platforms, the competition among female anchors is becoming increasingly intense. The anchors who can stand out from thousands of female anchors and have super high popularity on the platform basically have some skills. It's not enough to just be beautiful. Must have talent. And it has to be professional. The more professional the performance, the easier it is to retain fans. Chen Yuan had to admit that he was moved by Sarala's singing. This female anchor's singing skills are not inferior to those of professional star singers. Chen Yuan inexplicably felt a sense of surprise. It's like you were originally planning to give her an 8, but suddenly found out that she actually got a 9. It feels like finding treasure. Bonus points for talent. Miss, your singing skills have amazed me. So are you ready to receive the gift? So, Mr. Yen, are you really planning to give me a treasure map? The treasure map of the Longya live broadcast platform is the most expensive gift, worth 5,000 yuan each. Chen Yuan did intend to get the treasure map, but how could one treasure map be enough? A cigarette for loneliness, a treasure map for Anchor Shalala? 1. A huge gift special effect instantly blinded the entire screen. However, this is just the beginning. Chen Yuan didn't know what the first place of this anchor was in the overall ranking, but he is absolutely confident that he can take the top spot in seconds. Because a cigarette for loneliness, a treasure map for Anchor Sarala 2. A cigarette for loneliness, a treasure map for Anchor Sarala 3. Lonely cigarette. Give the Anchor Sarala treasure map 4. Barely a minute. Chen Yuan found 30 treasure maps, worth 150,000 renminbi. After his consumption exceeded 150,000, Chen Yuan spent 1.5 million and chose to open the Super God Emperor. Since you want to open aristocrats, then naturally we have to open the most prestigious noble one. Wow. Thank you, Mr. Yen, for sending me 30 treasure maps. Thank you, Mr. Yen, for opening the Super God Emperor. Mr. Yen is so majestic and powerful. I love you, Pencor. Fuck, this must be Mr. Yen himself. Who else but Mr. Yen can always turn on the Super God Emperor? A cigarette for loneliness, a treasure map for Anchor Shalala 31. After opening the Super God Emperor, Chen Yuan continued to give out gifts. He maintains an average frequency of 1 refresh per second. I did this for an hour. At first, the audience in the live broadcast room was just a little shocked, but slowly it began to petrify. An hour later, everything was stiff. 2 hours later, all the anchors and audiences on the platform were petrified. Collective stiffness. Collective tremor. Everyone was stunned. Their eyeballs were almost popped out of their sockets. The popularity of Shalala's live broadcast room exceeded 100 million. She herself was completely confused. It's nothing but confusion. Fuck, I can't do it anymore. Mr. Yen has already scoured 10,000 treasure maps. 10,000 treasure maps, my god. This is 50 million RMB, half 100 million. Sit down, everyone sit down. This is basic operation, a group of guys who have never seen the market. Mr. Yen always does this when he takes action. This is so awesome. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. I just want to interview Sarala about her feelings. She became rich overnight. This time, it wasn't just the Longya anchor and the audience who were shocked. Even the chairman of Longya and the platform shareholders were almost shocked, because they just got the background recharge data. This guy with the ID, Lonely One Cigarette, actually recharged 200 million? With such a huge capital flow, you can become a Longya shareholder. Chapter 48. My brother was cuckolded. Longya Live has exploded on all platforms. Lonely One Cigarette. This rich ID only appeared once, but the anchors and viewers on all platforms remembered his name. People may not have such a deep memory of ordinary wealthy people. However, the rich man who caused a sensation on the entire platform and broke the highest reward record will definitely be remembered vividly. Because whenever you think of those super rich people, the first one you think of is the most awesome one. The ID, Lonely Cigarette, has created reward history many times. His legend has been left on major live streaming platforms. Up to now, the amount of tips given by Lonely Yiqian to the female anchor has exceeded 100 million yuan. Mr. Yen, thank you so much. Thank you so much. How about I sing a song for you? I really didn't know you would give me so many gifts. What should I do? I'm so happy. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yen. Thank you, Mr. Shinhao. The host, Sarala, has become completely incoherent. She herself didn't know what she was saying. She really wanted to say some words of sincere gratitude, but no matter how she thanked him, it seemed that words were too pale and powerless. Mr. Yen, please add me on WeChat, and I will send you a private message in the background. Lala, how could you do this? I have been seeing you for a year, and you didn't even give me your WeChat. Mr. Yen only saw you for one day, and you gave it to me? Brother, you have been watching for a year, and you are still not level 10, which means you are a loser who gets away with it for free. Boss Yen, does your family still need a dog? One that can talk. Boss Yen, my sister is 36D, are you interested? I don't mind you being my brother-in-law. The live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments. The screen is full of smoke, which is very atmospheric. Chen Yuan was about to add Sarala on WeChat. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. It also interrupted Chen Yuan from giving gifts. The caller ID showed a very familiar name. Lu Wenjia. Chen Yuan pressed the answer button. Old Chen, what are you doing? Lu Wenjia asked. I didn't do anything. I just lay in the dorm, played with my phone, watched some female anchors, and sent some gifts. Chen Yuan told the truth. I'm in a bad mood. Come out with me for a drink. Don't ask why. I don't want to tell you. Lu Wenjia didn't bother to be polite with Chen Yuan and directly asked him to go out for a drink. Okay, tell me the location and I'll be there right away. Chen Yuan thought that Lao Lu usually wouldn't ask him to go out for a drink in the middle of the night. Now that this call has been made, something must have happened. There is no need to say so much nonsense about the relationship between them. In Chen Yuan's heart, Lu Wenjia is much more important than a female anchor. I'm at the east gate of your school. Just come find me. 10 minutes. Chen Yuan hung up the phone and went out immediately. Lu Wenjia is Chen Yuan's best friend. The relationship between them may be even stronger than that between roommates in the dormitory. They were classmates in elementary school. Later, we were classmates and sat at the same table again in junior high school. We were classmates in high school. They are brothers who have grown up together and have been friends for more than 10 years. We tore out a novel and read it together. You read a page, I read a page. We are so loyal. Even if we were caught by the head teacher, we were all beaten together. Share the joys and sorrows. Oath of blood, sworn brotherhood. However, after entering college, Chen Yuan entered HUSD, while Lu Wenjia entered Wuhan University. The contact between the two is much less than before. Although we are in the same city, we are in different schools, so it is impossible for us to get together every few days. Before, Chen Yuan bought a gift for Lin Shutong. I spent all my living expenses. I can't even afford instant noodles. In the end, it was Lu Wenjia who helped him. If Lu Wenjia hadn't transferred a few hundred yuan to him when he was in the most difficult time, he might have starved to death. Some friendships don't need to be mentioned all the time. Just keep them in your heart. 10 minutes later, when Chen Yuan arrived at the east gate of HUSD, he saw a down-and-out man squatting on the side of the road with a dejected look on his face. The good young man who never smoked now has cigarette butts all over the floor, almost one after another. Judging from the look of him, he's probably been dumped by his girlfriend. Have you broken up with Liao Jia? Shit, how did you know that? Lu Wenjia was completely confused. I hadn't intended to say it, but who knew that Chen Yuan would guess it as soon as we met? You can tell by the look on your face. Half an hour later, Chen Yuan and Lu Wenjia found a barbecue stall. Eat skewers and drink at the same time. After a few bottles of wine, Lu Wenjia finally began to express his true feelings. Chen Yuan, I can't accept this. I have given so much to Liao Jia. Why does she treat me like this? It's been 6 years, a full 6 years. I have liked her since my freshman year in high school. She was the study committee member, and I was a poor student. In order to make myself worthy of her, I studied very hard and finally got admitted to Wuhan University, but she went to China University of Finance and Economics. I should have gotten a lower score so that I could go to the same university as her. Fuck, are you talking like a human being? Chen Yuan rolled his eyes at him, thinking that this boy was showing off. Really, I really thought so. After entering university, I went to the University of Finance and Economics almost every other day. I thought Liao Jia would see my efforts, but her attitude towards me became colder and colder. I sent her more than a dozen messages, but she didn't even bother to reply to one. Today, I went to the University of Finance and Economics without informing her in advance. But you know what I saw? Liao Jia was actually kissing someone else. She was actually kissing someone else. Lu Wenjia spoke word by word, almost roaring. The veins on his arms popped. I loved her so much, but she cheated on me just because the guy drove a Porsche. Looking at Lu Wenjia's painful expression, Chen Yuan patted his shoulder. Wasn't he just as humble as a dog in front of Lin Shutong? Don't be like this. It's not worth it for such a woman. You pursued her for 3 years in high school, but she didn't agree. Later, if she hadn't heard that you were admitted to Wuhan University, she would never have agreed to be with you. This woman doesn't like you. She just thinks it's prestigious to have a boyfriend who is from Wuhan University. You spend 2,000 yuan a month on living expenses, 800 yuan on food, and 1,200 yuan on Liao Jia. She has a blast in bars and KTVs every day, while you only have coarse food. Why do you like to degrade yourself so much? Stop talking. Liao Jia is not that kind of person. She just can't refuse the social engagement with her best friend. So if she cheated on you, was it also a social thing? Maybe. It's because I didn't stay with her for a long time that she was taken advantage of. Lu Wenjia began to explain. Chen Yuan almost vomited blood when he heard this. She cheated on you. And you're still making excuses for her? Chapter 049, Who can lend me a car? So what do you want to do now? Chen Yuan asked. I don't know either. I'm in so much pain. Lu Wenjie blew up a bottle of beer. Because he drank too quickly, he spat it out. Ahem. Lao Lu, if you trust me, I will arrange it for you and make sure Liao Jia will regret it. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes. What do you want to do? Just listen to me. Chen Yuan chuckled. After saying that, he opened the WeChat Emperor group. At this time, the discussion in the group was still very lively. Do you know? Just now, Boss Yin went to Longya to show off again. Oh my god, you didn't see the scene. Boss Yin refreshed more than 10,000 treasure maps in one breath. Now the circle of rich people in Longya is going crazy. Awesome. Mr. Yin is really awesome. He spent $500 million in one go. Even Principal Wang might not be that awesome, right? The principal is pretty impressive. He even opened a live streaming platform. However, Mr. Yan's status and position are probably not much different from the principal's. Boss Yin and I are in the same group. I can brag about this again. Huh. Watching the discussion in the group, Chen Yuan smiled indifferently. He immediately edited a message and sent it. Whoever has a nicer car, please lend it to me tomorrow. The location is Seoul. I'll just consider it as a favor to you. As soon as this message was sent, someone responded immediately. At Mr. Yin, I have a Maserati, but you probably wouldn't like it. At Yin Zong, I have a Porsche 911. At Yin Zong, I have a Lamborghini. At Mr. Yin, I have a Bentley. You can take it anytime you want. At Yin Zong, although I am not in Seoul, my friend has a Koenigsegg in Seoul. The minimum price of this car is 26 million, which should be considered quite impressive. The Dragon Emperor personally, at Chen Yuan, sent him a message. Boss Yin, private chat. Chen Yuan replied immediately. He just spent $500 million on the Longya live streaming platform. Today, his status among the rich emperors is quite high, and he is almost the most prestigious rich man. Everybody wanted to be on good terms with him. However, trying too hard to please others may seem a bit abrupt and too purposeful, which may annoy people. But now Mr. Yin asked personally to borrow the car. This is an opportunity to make friends with the wealthy man Yin Jia. Naturally, we can't let it go. This is the lineup. Once a person has enough fame and status, it will be no problem to borrow not only a car, but also an airplane, a cruise ship, or even a wife. But if you are just a poor loser, people may not agree to lend you a bicycle. Chen Yuan began to talk to Long Huang about borrowing a car. Lu Wenjie still looked heartbroken. After all, there is a green grassland above your head, and anyone who encounters such a thing will be upset. Chen Yuan felt the same way. He and Lu Wenjie can be said to be the same type of people. They are all lickers. He had been extremely humble for the sake of the woman he loved. Lu Wenjie's level of bootlicking is even greater than his. Otherwise, it would be impossible to play together. This is what it means. Birds of a feather flock together. Because we have the same feelings, we can better understand each other's feelings. Chen Yuan has now come out and made changes. He also wants to help Lu Wenjie change. There is nothing left to lick. No need to lick anymore. Liao Jia's vain character is very similar to Lin Shudong's. If she thinks that you have no money and no ability, no matter how much you give, it will be useless. The only way is to slap her hard in the face. After thinking about it, I realized that just borrowing a car is not enough. We have to arrange a girl for Lao Lu. Chapter 050 Favorability reaches 96 points. Lele, are you free tomorrow? After thinking about it, Chen Yuan sent a message to Su Lele. Yes, brother Chen Yuan, you finally took the initiative to contact me. You didn't show up for the last date, and I thought you didn't want to talk to me anymore. Su Lele replied to the message instantly. In fact, before Chen Yuan showed up for the last date, she already knew her position in Chen Yuan's heart. She didn't blame Chen Yuan. He just hated that he had left a bad impression on Chen Yuan from the very beginning. She is a well-known gold digger in the school. She also has ambiguous relationships with many boys. It was just a coincidence that I met Chen Yuan. How could a scumbag like her compare with the school beauty Zhao Yuqi? No matter in appearance, temperament, or fame, there is no comparison. When we first met, she acted very greedy for money. In the past, even if there were boys who were interested in her, it was just for fun. She never cared about what others thought. Anyway, we can just play with each other. You play with me, and I can play with you. We can play with each other, and no one will suffer. When you are young, you should indulge yourself and pursue everything you want. But now she regrets it. When she realized that she was really in love with Chen Yuan, she began to feel very inferior. Because her body is no longer pure. I only regret that I was young and ignorant, sacrificed my blood too early, and was hurt by a scumbag. Because of this, she began to degenerate. Drinking, smoking, getting tattoos, being rebellious, going to bars, staying out all night, At such a young age, I have experienced so much. I have changed more than a dozen boyfriends. How could she expect Chen Yuan to fall in love with her? She has hatred in her heart. She hates why the world is so unfair. Why did she meet such a perfect Chen Yuan only after she was covered in bruises? Meeting the right person at the wrong time is also a kind of sadness. If she had met Chen Yuan earlier, why would she have become what she is now? The sadness of life is that when you really want to give your all to someone, you are no longer qualified. Lulu, I need your help with something. One of my best friends has been cheated on, and I want you to help him put on a show. Chen Yuan edited the message and sent it immediately. Sure, brother Chen Yuan, I'm very happy to be able to help you. I lent you 5 million last time, and you haven't even signed a loan agreement with me. Aren't you afraid that I won't pay you back? Su Lele asked. It doesn't matter. I don't intend to ask you to pay it back anyway. Chen Yuan sent a message back. The 5 million was originally just dog-licking money, which was spent to win Su Lele's favor. Now Su Lele's favorability has reached 95 points. Chen Yuan successfully counterattacked. It doesn't matter whether you pay it back or not. Why should I feel bad about spending money on the system? Su Lele, favorability +1. Ding. The current counterattack target, Su Lele, has a favorability of 96 points towards the host, and the host is rewarded with 5 strengthening points. Tip. When the favorability of the host's bound liquor reaches 95 points, continue to improve the favorability to gain enhanced attribute points. For every point of favorability increase, 5 enhanced points will be awarded. Fuck. When Chen Yuan saw the system prompt, he was almost shocked. He originally thought that as long as the favorability of the target of counterattack reached 95 points, the mission would be completed. There is no need to maintain the relationship afterwards. Anyway, the task has been completed, so the tool is naturally useless. Who knows if the favorability continues to increase? There will be unexpected rewards. And every time the favorability increases, 5 points of enhanced attribute will be awarded. This reward is really generous. Of course, the higher the favorability, the greater the difficulty. After all, the maximum level of favorability is only 100 points. A favorability level of over 100 points means that this person loves you even more than he loves himself. The person everyone loves most in this world is themselves. It is basically impossible to love others more than yourself. If there is, it should be Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai. They would even die for each other. At this time, the system interface popped up. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 67 kilograms. Strength, 19. Constitution, 19. Spirit, 10. Agility, 14. Peak level for adults is 10. Condition, very healthy. Enhancement points, 5 points. Host, please choose the direction of strengthening. I choose to strengthen my spirit. Chen Yuan answered with his mind. Ding. Strengthening successful. Host's current spirit is 15 points. As soon as the system finished speaking, Chen Yuan suddenly felt a cool breath surging in his mind. He inexplicably felt that his thinking began to become unusually clear. It seems like many of the questions that I didn't understand before have suddenly become clear to me. There was a feeling of epiphany. A very comfortable group. Chapter 051. You are really hopeless. Lao Chun, who are you messaging? Lu Wenjia asked. I'll arrange an actor for you. Then, you can ask Liao Jiao out for a good talk tomorrow. I promise to make you proud in front of her. Chen Yuan said with a solemn vow. Is this really okay? Of course, to save your face. I even lent you a car. Lu Wenjia believed that Chen Yuan just borrowed an ordinary car. He didn't hold out much hope for that. But since it was his brother's kindness, there was no need for him to refuse. The point is, he also wants to have a good talk with Liao Jia. After 6 years of relationship, there must be an explanation. At night, Chen Yuan did not return to the dormitory. He stayed with Lu Wenjia drinking until 1 o'clock in the morning. Chen Yuan was fine. After his physical fitness improved, his alcohol tolerance also increased. Even after drinking half a box of beer, I was only a little tipsy. Lu Wenjia had already vomited 2 or 3 times due to drinking. When a man breaks up with his love, he needs to get drunk. Chen Yuan didn't stop it. I found a hotel and spent the night there casually. The next day at 10 o'clock in the morning, a strange phone call came. Hello, is this Mr. Yin? I'm Dragon Emperor's friend, Zhang Haoyin. You can call me Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, are you here to deliver a car? Chen Yuan asked casually. Yes, Mr. Yin. Your performance on Longya Live yesterday was so awesome. I was stunned. It's an honor to have the opportunity to meet a big shot like you. Zhang Haoyin on the phone was like a fan meeting his idol. The posture is very low. He doesn't have the domineering attitude of a rich second generation at all. Zhang Haoyan is considered one of the top second-generation rich people in Seoul. The Zhang family is a large real estate developer in Seoul. Top-notch properties like the Riverview Villa community were developed by the Zhang family. Zhang Haoyan also likes to watch live broadcasts. Sometimes when I'm enjoying the show, I'll give the host hundreds of thousands of gifts and even wear an emperor costume to show off. Hundreds of thousands are nothing to a top second-generation rich man like him. After all, he is the young master of the Zhang family who can spend 20 or 30 million to buy a Koenigsegg luxury car. But today, the eldest son of the Zhang family has a very humble attitude. Because the person he has to face is the wealthy Mr. Yin. This big guy has spent 100 million on various live streaming platforms. Although the Zhang family is rich, assets exceed 5 billion. But Zhang Haoyan definitely didn't dare to use 100 million to reward the female anchor. But this Mr. Yin did it easily. Especially when Dragon Emperor mentioned that not only did President Yin casually spend 100 million on the live broadcast platform, he was also generous enough to give a girl a villa worth 60 million. This shows. This big guy is not a stupid idiot who is just trying to show off. He is a truly wealthy man. The background is unfathomable. Zhang Haoyan is usually arrogant, but in front of President Yin, he can't be arrogant at all. Oh, you were watching the live broadcast at Longye yesterday. They were all trivial matters, not worth mentioning. I'm at Chen Yuan Community on Yuyi Avenue. Just drive over here. Okay, sir. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. Chen Yuan had just hung up the phone. Lu Wenjia's phone rang again. The caller ID showed it was Liao Jia. Lu Wenjia hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and finally chose to answer the call. Hello, Wenjia. There are some things that I have wanted to explain to you for a long time, but I just didn't know how to start. Do you have time? I want to talk to you in person. Liao Jia's tone on the phone was very calm. He didn't seem to feel the slightest bit ashamed of cheating on his wife. Okay, Jia, I have time. Actually, I have something to say to you. See you at Konoha Cafe at 12 noon. Liao Jia informed the location and hung up the phone. Chen Yuan shook his head helplessly. This guy, he's been cheated on, but his attitude is still so good? Are you used to being a bootlicker? Old Chen, I've thought it through. I still want to win Jia back. I can't lose her. Lu Wenjia said with a firm look. Fuck. You're really hopeless. Chapter 052 Call All the Brothers. Left the hotel. Chen Yuan bought 2 bowls of hot dry noodles on the roadside. At this moment, a silver lightning came whistling like a ghost. I saw an extremely domineering supercar parked in front of the home inn. Fuck, what kind of car is this? It looks so awesome, even cooler than the Ferrari 488 I saw last time. This sports car must cost at least several million, right? A girl passing by said in shock. Haha, you ignorant fellow, what's 488? This is a Koenigsegg, the world's top supercar, priced at 26 million. Go search it on Baidu. 26 million? My god, this is too much. It's just a car, but it's more expensive than a villa. I thought it was just a cheap sports car, but it turns out to be so awesome. Just as a group of passers-by were amazed. A young man wearing sunglasses got out of the Koenigsegg. He had a toothpick in the corner of his mouth, a Patek Philippe on his wrist, and Versace on his body. There seemed to be 2 big words written on his face. Arrogant. Hello? Mr. Yin, I'm here. Where are you? In the alley 10 meters in front of you on the right. The one wearing a white t-shirt, overalls, and holding hot-dried noodles is me. Listen to the voice on the phone. Following Chen Yuan's instructions, Zhang Haoyan looked in the direction of the sound. He saw 2 boys who looked like losers walking towards him in the alley. What these 2 guys were wearing were cheap items that cost less than 200 yuan, eating 5 yuan hot dry noodles. One of them waved and greeted him with a smile on his face. Zhang Haoyan looked confused. Is this the legendary Mr. Yin? Too young. It's so cool. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a wealthy man who would casually give half 100 million to reward the female anchor. You are Mr. Yin? It's me. Chen Yuan nodded. I'm sorry, boss, I didn't react just now. You are too low-key. Zhang Haoyan took off his sunglasses. He quickly realized that some truly wealthy and powerful people didn't actually need those superficial things to set them off. Because this kind of thing has no meaning to them anymore. When a boss does things, he always follows his own will. Whether low-key or domineering, the mode can be switched at will. This is the true high realm. It seems that I need to learn from Mr. Yin and not be so exaggerated in the future. Xiaozhong, give me the car keys. I'll return them to you tomorrow. By the way, your watch is pretty nice. I'll lend it to my friend first. I'll treat you to a meal later when I have time. Although it was the first time that Chen Yuan met Zhang Haoyan, but he didn't get polite with him and acted bossy. After all, this kind of behavior is more in line with his temperament as a wealthy and powerful boss. Zhang Haoyan glanced at Lu Wenjia, who was beside Chen Yuan, and instantly revealed an expression of understanding. It seems that this friend of President Yin is just an ordinary person. He lost face for some reason, and President Yin decided to help him get it back. This kind of thing is almost common in the circle of rich second generations. Boss Yin, here are the car keys and a watch. If you think that's not enough, I'll call a few friends over. Apart from anything else, a fleet of more than a dozen cars won't be a problem. As soon as Zhang Haoyan said this, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. Sure. If you're willing to help, that would be great. Wait a minute, I'll call my friend now. Hey, Guzi, there's an event today. I'll introduce you to someone. Who is it? Boss Yin. Fuck, Brother Tian, you're not talking about Mr. Yin who made $500 million in Longya yesterday, are you? Now you know how your brother Tian and I stand, right? Hurry up and call all the brothers. Chapter 053, Petrified on the Spot. 12 o'clock noon. Konoha Cafe. Chen Yuan and Lu Wenjia had arrived 10 minutes early. Konoha Cafe is a place with a very bourgeois atmosphere. The style of the entire cafe is very artistic. Clean, tidy, and quiet. In the hustle and bustle of a city, being able to drink coffee, read a book, and enjoy an afternoon in such a place is one of the favorite lifestyles of many urban female white-collar workers. But ordering a cup of coffee here costs 1 or 200 yuan. For ordinary students, it is considered high consumption. There's nothing wrong with coming once or twice now and then. If you want to come here often, your family environment must be good. Lu Wenjia felt a little uneasy sitting in the cafe. Chen Yuan sat in a farther corner, covering himself with a book. This wait lasted more than half an hour. Around 12:30, a Porsche Cayenne finally drove slowly into the door of the cafe. At this time, a girl who seemed familiar yet unfamiliar to Chen Yuan walked out of the Cayenne. The girl was quite pretty, wearing a Chanel dress, carrying an LV bag in her hand, and a Swarovski necklace around her neck. This outfit probably costs around 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Although they are all luxury goods, they are just ordinary styles among luxury goods. But the expression on her face was as proud as a peacock. Jia, you're finally here. I ordered the American coffee you always drink. See if you like it. Liao Jia just sat down. Lu Wenjia automatically switched to dog-licking mode. Wenjia, let's break up. Liao Jia said directly. Why? I don't understand what I did wrong. Maybe it was really my fault. I shouldn't have gone to you without informing you. I can pretend that what happened yesterday didn't happen. I can pretend that I didn't see anything. As long as you cut off your relationship with that man, I can forgive you. Lu Wenjia grabbed Liao Jia's hand with red eyes, as if he was grabbing the last straw. He really can't let go of the 6-year relationship. In front of Liao Jia, he had already been so humble that he had no dignity at all. But Liao Jia suddenly shook Lu Wenjia's hand away. Lu Wenjia, I want you to understand one thing. I don't need your forgiveness. In fact, I didn't do anything wrong. We are not married yet. I have the right to choose. Maybe I should have made it clear to you earlier. This society is very realistic. We will graduate in a year. Do you know how low the salary of college graduates is? You can't give me what I want. Let's break up. Liao Jia said in a resolute tone. Jia, believe me, I will definitely work hard to make money in the future. No matter what, I am a 985 university graduate. I will study hard to take the postgraduate entrance examination. My future salary will definitely not be low. Even if I earn money to support the family alone, I can guarantee that you will have no worries about food and clothing in the future. Lu Wenjia vowed solemnly. But to Liao Jia, these words were simply a joke. Graduate school entrance exam. Now a graduate student just started working. Can he get 10,000 yuan salary, 20,000 or 30,000 at most? And I have to wait for you for several years. A woman's youth is the most precious. I can't wait for you that long. And even if you have 20,000 or 30,000 yuan salary, buying a house, a car, and a betrothal gift, which one doesn't cost money, you still have to be frugal. This is not the life I want. You don't understand at all. When Liao Jia said this, Chen Yuan really couldn't listen anymore. A woman's youth is precious. Isn't a man's youth precious? If you want to get something for nothing, just say it. Why make it sound so grand? It's simply both right and wrong. Do you think a salary of 20,000 or 30,000 yuan is too low? Can you earn 3,000 a month? Damn it. Jia, are you really going to be so heartless? After so many years of relationship, are you really going to just break up like that? Lu Wenjia's eyes turned bloodshot, and his tone turned cold. It's not that I'm heartless, it's that you're too naive. Did you see the bag I'm wearing? It's LV. You'll have to spend a year's living expenses to afford a bag like this. I don't want to say any more nonsense to you. Brother Kai is still waiting for me in the car. I came here today to completely break up with you. Don't contact me anymore. After saying this, Liao Jia was about to turn around and leave. The man in the Porsche Cayenne suddenly walked in. This guy was probably around 27 or 28 years old and looked like a decent human being. In the hot summer, he wore trousers, leather shoes, a red vest, and had a slicked back hair, which was very ostentatious. Jia, are you finished? I've told him everything clearly, Brother Kai. After Liao Jia finished speaking, Brother Kai pointed at Lu Wenjia with disdain. Boy, I have to advise you, if you don't have money, don't play with high-end games. If you are poor, get out of here right away. Don't harass my girlfriend in the future, or I will kill you. The man in the vest threatened Lu Wenjia in an extremely arrogant manner. Then he took Liao Jia's hand and left. Lu Wenjia was humiliated and ridiculed repeatedly. He finally couldn't bear it anymore. Liao Jia, you will regret this. From today on, you have lost me. You have completely lost me. Lu Wenjia almost shouted. TSK, a poor bootlicker really thinks he's insignificant. The man in the vest sneered with disdain. Upon hearing this, Liao Jia was suddenly distracted for a moment. She felt like she had really lost something. But he quickly shook his head and put aside this childish and ridiculous idea. Hey, there's a supercar up ahead. So cool. I wonder who it belongs to. Oh my god, this is Koenigsegg, a top luxury car worth 26 million. Jia, let's go over and take a picture. It's rare to see a top supercar like this. The man in the vest is obviously a luxury car enthusiast. He is quite knowledgeable about the world's top luxury cars. This car is worth more than 20 million? That's too scary, right? I wonder what kind of person can afford this car. Liao Jia said with lingering fear. After saying that, he started taking selfies standing in front of the car, striking various poses. The man in the vest took photos of Liao Jia while taking selfies at the same time. Just at this moment, Lu Wenjia walked over. Please make way for a moment. Lu Wenjia, what on earth are you going to do? Didn't I already tell you? Ding ding. Lu Wenjia pressed the car key, and the Koenigsegg scissor doors slowly opened like butterfly wings. The smooth and domineering car model has great visual impact. Liao Jia was petrified on the spot. A look of astonishment. This, Chapter 054 The girl's mentality exploded. This is impossible. How could you have such a luxury car? I understand, Lu Wenjia. You rented this car, right? I didn't expect you to have learned these tricks now. Do you think that renting a luxury car can change my mind? I tell you, it's impossible. Liao Jia was shocked at first, but I reacted quickly. She and Lu Wenjia have known each other for a long time, although they don't know each other very well. But I also understand it quite well. How could she not know what the situation was at Lu Wenjia's home? What are you pretending for? As expected, has it been exposed? I've already told Xiao Chun that this trick wouldn't work, but you insisted on asking me to do it. Lu Wenjia sighed secretly in his heart. He knew that he had failed in his attempt to show off. Not only would he not be able to regain the face he had today, but he would probably lose even more face. All the face and dignity are lost. So it's a rental car. Be careful not to scratch it, otherwise you won't be able to pay for it even if you sell your kidney. Ma Kai said with more contempt. At this time, a beautiful woman with a charming appearance and a hot body, wearing red high heels, walked towards me step by step. Brother Wenjia, didn't you say you would take me for a ride today? Hurry up and get in the car. Humph. Two country bumpkins who have never seen the world actually said that Brother Wenjia's car is rented. Go rent one of these luxury cars worth 26 million and show it to me. Su Lele cursed with his arms folded across his chest. Her acting skills are quite high. Completely true to himself. She looked at Liao Jia and Ma Kai with disdain, and the contempt and disdain in her eyes were clearly revealed. And she was right. There are indeed some luxury cars worth millions of dollars available for rent on the market. But you can't rent a luxury car worth more than 20 million. Anyone who can afford a luxury car of this level will never rent it out. You're really good, Lu Wenjia. This time, you not only learned how to rent a car, but you even hired actors. You must have spent a lot of money, right? I'm telling you, don't do these fancy things. It's useless. Fake is fake. No matter how real you are, you're not a rich second generation. Liao Jia continued to taunt. She absolutely did not believe that Lu Wenjia, this bootlicker, could be the legendary super rich second generation. If you can really afford a supercar worth more than 20 million, why did you hesitate to buy an Apple phone when I asked you to do so, saving up for 2 months and only buying it during the Double 11 discount event? Boom, boom, boom. Liao Jia's sarcastic words had just fallen. Suddenly, there was a roar of motors not far away. This is the sound of supercars blasting down the street, and there is more than one. A total of more than 20 luxury supercars were driving towards the Konoha Cafe. Some girls who were watching the show on the roadside exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, this is Maserati, Lamborghini, Porsche 911, Ferrari 488, Aston Martin, Maybach. Wow, wow. Wow, that's awesome. There's even a Koenigsegg. Is this a gathering of top second-generation rich people? Hurry up and take a photo and post it on social media. This scene is so terrifying. Wow, that handsome guy driving the Ferrari with one hand is so handsome, exclaimed a girl with a good figure. What's so handsome about him? I want to drive a Ferrari. I'm more handsome than him, the girl's boyfriend shouted in dissatisfaction. In the astonished eyes of everyone, all the luxury cars were parked near the Kanoha Cafe, blocking the entire street. The atmosphere was suffocating and depressing. The situation is out of control. At this time, a domineering young man with a toothpick in his mouth and wearing black sunglasses slowly got out of the car. Then he took 2 steps at a time and trotted to Lu Wenjia. Master Wen, I heard that someone looks down on you. I came to see who is so bold as to offend Master Wen. Are you tired of living? Hello, Mr. Wen. Hello, Mr. Wen. Hello, Mr. Wen. All of a sudden, all the rich second generations who were driving supercars walked up to Lu Wenjia after getting out of their cars and respectfully called him young Master Wen. For a while, the whole audience was stunned. Lu Wenjia was furious. Pretending to be cool is like the wind and always accompanies me. Although this young Master Wen didn't say a word from beginning to end, but it still didn't affect him becoming the focus of the whole audience. So domineering. It's so impressive. Liao Jia was completely dumbfounded. Her 3 views collapsed. Her mentality exploded, and she began to doubt her life. Lu Wenjia is actually a super young master? Such an awesome identity. Such an amazing display. Even this group of arrogant rich second generations had to respectfully call him Mr. Wen. Damn it. How could this happen? At this point, Liao Jia had to believe that the supercar worth more than 20 million might really be his. The facts are there. Can't refute. An actor is good to invite. It's also good to invite 2 actors. But now there are more than 20 rich second generations driving supercars around the streets. They can't all be actors, right? Even if they are really actors, if you can invite such a lineup, it means you are very awesome. Fuck you. I thought it was some awesome guy who dared to show off in front of Master Wen, but it turns out to be you, Ma Kai. A second-generation rich man with dyed white hair seemed to recognize the man in the vest and said with disdain on his face, "White hair, do you know this boy?" Zhang Haoyan asked. No, this guy has no other skills, but he is quite good at picking up girls. That group of people are all engaged in packaging design, so low level. Bai Mao said sarcastically. Packaging design, what the hell? You guys don't understand this, right? Nowadays, some losers, who obviously don't have much money, have to pretend to be rich second generations and create a circle of friends to hook up with high-scoring girls. There were about 20 or 30 people in their group. Rent a luxury car and have 20 people take turns taking photos. Each person spends an average of 1 or 200 yuan, and you have a luxury car selfie. Renting a 5-star presidential suite costs an average of $200 per person, and you can get a photo of the luxury suite. Renting a luxury cruise ship costs an average of 500 yuan per person, and you can get a luxury cruise photo. Rent a plane. Rent a villa. Dozens of people take turns to attack. After going through the whole process, the average amount per person is less than 2,000 yuan. Their circle of friends are all high-end, and they either go to high-end places or have luxury cars and villas. These girls thought they had met their Prince Charming. In fact, this guy might not even make 5,000 yuan a month. I could tell at first glance that the LV bag she was wearing was fake. Bai Mao pointed at the LV in Liao Jia's hand with a smile on his face and mocked her unscrupulously. This time, even Chen Yuan, who was hiding in the dark and watching, was confused. Is this the way to pick up girls? Can you hook up with high-scoring girls with just a few $1,000s? There are so many talented people in the Celestial Empire. There are always more solutions than problems. This operation, 666. That's impossible. How could my LV bag be fake? I have a formal invoice. Brother Kai and the others are all liars, right? You didn't lie to me, right? Liao Jia asked hurriedly. Formal invoice? I can get you 10 for 100 yuan. Do you want one? Chapter 055. Mr. Yen, can you support me? The more Liao Jia looked at Ma Kai, the more suspicious he became. Because Bai Mao said everything right. Ma Kai's circle of friends is indeed extremely luxurious. A 5-star hotel today, a cruise to watch the sunrise tomorrow, and a villa and winery the day after tomorrow. It can be as luxurious and high-end as it can be. It was because I saw Ma Kai's circle of friends that I had a perfect first impression and felt that he was exactly my ideal type. That's why I established an unusual relationship with him in just half a month. But in recent days, she found that Ma Kai's car was not driven very often. Buying her an LV bag seemed to have been prepared in advance. At the time she thought it was a surprise, so she didn't take it seriously. I even felt touched. Coupled with Ma Kai's sweet talk, She had been coaxed into losing herself. Now someone has pointed out the loophole. I immediately found many suspicious points. Ma Kai looked at Liao Jia with an increasingly suspicious look. I immediately chose to throw the jar into the ground. Okay, Liao Jia, I'm going to be frank. I'm definitely not a second-generation rich kid, but I've never said I am, so I'm not lying to you. You, don't look at me like that. I've seen a lot of gold diggers like you. I spent $200 on that LV. You're only worth that much. I paid for the room and the meal. I've spent more than $1,000 on 3 dates with you. You should be content. Upon hearing this, Liao Jia was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. It turned out that she was really tricked. Even if you know you have been cheated, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. There was no reason to even call the police. Because from beginning to end, Ma Kai didn't cheat a penny from her. From a legal perspective, there is no fraud involved. You two are just normal friends. Even if you check into a hotel, you do it willingly. You can't sue someone for fraud just because of a relationship conflict between a man and a woman. This reason is not valid. Liao Jia's mentality collapsed. The thought of losing her real, rich second-generation boyfriend who drove a supercar worth more than 20 million yuan because of a scumbag who cheated on her boyfriend made her feel embarrassed. But this man is so good to her. He has been devoted to her for 6 years, always available and considerate. He is a top student from a 985 university. In such a comparison, Lu Wenjia is simply an angel. She regretted it. She really regrets it. Literary philosophy. Don't call me that. Since you said you want to break up completely, I hope you won't contact me in the future. That's it. This time, Lu Wenjia finally stood up for once. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in saying more. Lu Wenjia turned around and got on the Koenigsegg, and Su Lele sat in the passenger seat, amid the envious and jealous eyes of the surrounding girls. This luxury supercar sped away. So handsome. It would be great if I had a boyfriend like him. You don't know? I just saw this woman breaking up with someone in the cafe. Isn't this stupid? She lost the watermelon for the sesame seeds, but now she doesn't even get the sesame seeds. I give in. Haha. Nowadays, green tea girls just can't see their own weight and weight. They only want to be with rich men. They deserve to be played with. There's nothing to sympathize with. The gold digger deserves it. But after Lu Wenjia drove away, Liao Jia was pointed at by others. Every harsh word was like a sharp knife, stabbing into her chest. Let her bleed profusely. Finally, she completely broke down, sitting on the ground, crying madly. But no one sympathized with her. There must be something hateful about a pitiful person. You Ma Kai, right? You stole Mr. Wen's girlfriend, and you think you can leave so easily? At this time, Chen Yuan, who had been hiding in the corner watching the show, finally stood up, stopped Ma Kai, who wanted to leave. Lu Wenjia is an introverted person and usually doesn't do anything out of line, but this kid has stolen his brother's girl, and Chen Yuan won't let him off easily. Chen Yuan just stood up. Zhang Haoyan followed immediately, and a group of rich second generations behind him also surrounded Ma Kai. Ma Kai was almost frightened to death. Brothers, I really didn't know that this girl was Mr. Wen's girlfriend. I was blind. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I cut off all ties with her immediately. I also blocked her on WeChat. I really won't dare to do it again in the future. Can you guys let me go? Is saying sorry enough? I stabbed you with a knife and then just said sorry to you. Is that enough? Bai Mao said in a teasing tone. I won't fight with you. Just slap yourself 100 times and then leave. Otherwise, believe it or not, I will make sure you don't survive in Seoul. Chen Yuan said in a cold tone. I'll hit you right now. Ma Kai nodded timidly. After saying that, he started slapping himself in the face, and he did it quite hard. Are you kidding? Any rich second generation here can easily kill him, let alone a group of them. If only this matter could be resolved today. It doesn't matter if I lose face or suffer a little. Those who are engaged in packaging design are all real men who can bend and stretch. After being slapped 100 times, Ma Kai's face was swollen. Awesome. Anyone who dares to be so cruel to me must be a real character. Zhang Haoyan nodded with some surprise. Go away, and don't let me see you again. I'm leaving now. Finally, Ma Kai drove away like a dog in a rented Porsche Cayenne. Haha, Mr. Yin, my acting was pretty good just now, right? Zhang Haoyan said with a smile. In front of Chen Yuan, he took off his sunglasses and put away his usual arrogant attitude. Fuck, is this Mr. Yin? I thought that Mr. Wen just now was Mr. Yin. I even bowed to that guy just now. I also thought that young Master Wen was Boss Yin. After all this time, it turns out to be a huge misunderstanding. I saw Brother Tian called him young Master Wen, so I started calling him young Master Wen too. So Boss Yin has been watching the show. I was wondering why Boss Yin would fall for that kind of rubbish. Wait a minute, do you think Mr. Yan's back looks familiar? He seems to be a bit like the running man who went viral on TikTok a few days ago. It's true. Stop kidding. How can Mr. Yen be the running man? He should be the divine hero. A group of rich second generations talking to each other. They all keep a very low profile. My dear brothers, thank you for your support today. Lu Wenjia is my brother. You support him and give me face. How about we go to the cafe and have a seat? I'll treat you to a cup of coffee. Chen Yuan said politely. Since they have helped you and supported you, you should reciprocate. But if Chen Yuan were to invite this group of rich second generations to dinner, he couldn't afford it. Who knows if they would order something extremely expensive? If it's just coffee, Chen Yuan can still afford it. Although it is a bit painful to spend my own money, I can't lose face. Sure, I'm thirsty. By the way, Mr. Yen, I actually have something I want to ask you for help with. I wonder if it's convenient for you. The rich second generation with dyed white hair suddenly spoke. Chen Yuan suddenly felt panicked. You're really so rude? It's like this, Mr. Yen. I've recently fallen in love with a female anchor. She's beautiful, has a good figure, and is talented. She's my type, but she's not very popular. I'd like to invite Mr. Yen to come over and show my support. I can say that I was invited by the white-haired hero, so that I can look very impressive. Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. Supporting female anchors, isn't that his strong point? Today, you second-generation rich people will see with your own eyes what a truly extraordinary rich man is. Chapter 056, I'm going to the bathroom. Bye Mao, don't go too far. How dare you make such a request when you meet President Yen for the first time? Zhang Haoyan scolded. It's okay, it's just a small matter. Which platform is this female anchor you were talking about from? Chen Yuan smiled and waved his hand. As they talked, this group of people walked into the Konoha Cafe. Boss Yen, the female anchor I'm talking about is in Longya. I've opened a duke shop in Longya, but it's just average. If Boss Yen is willing to help, I'd really appreciate it. Bai Mao begged for help. There is another meaning on the other side as well. Up to now, he still doesn't quite believe that the guy in front of him is the wealthy Mr. Yen. Chen Yuan is too young. Moreover, the clothes and shoes he was wearing cost less than 200 yuan in total. This is the image of a poor loser. Which part fits the temperament of the rich Mr. Yen? Not only Bai Mao had some doubts, but other rich second generations also had some doubts to some extent. Nowadays, the various tricks are so complicated that we have to be on guard. Since you are the wealthy Mr. Yen, it's not too much to ask you to support the female anchor in front of everyone, right? Of course, if you ask Chen Yuan to treat you to a meal, he might be hesitant. But if you want him to give gifts to the female anchor, there is really no problem at all. He still has 150 million dragon fangs left to earn, and the system has so much money that it can't be spent. Since you want to test me, I will satisfy you. Waiter, bring 20 cups of coffee. Yes, sir. The beautiful waitress in the cafe smiled sweetly. But she knew what kind of people these were. There are 20 luxury cars parked outside. As soon as this group of people came in, the seats in the cafe were almost full. There were originally 5 or 6 female office workers in the cafe, and now they all had shy looks on their faces. Under normal circumstances, how can you see so many rich second generations at once? Suddenly, the business of Konoha Cafe became much better. The number of girls coming and going increased several times. There are many young, beautiful, and fashionable beauties among them. After finding a seat and sitting down, Chen Yuan took out the iPhone 12 mobile phone that Zhao Yuqi bought for him. Turn on traffic data. Click on the Longya Live app. It's actually Mr. Yen. A rich second-generation man saw the familiar ID name, Lonely One Cigarette, on Chen Yuan's phone and finally nodded in approval. Brother, what's the name of your favorite female anchor? Chen Yuan asked Bai Mao calmly. Boss Yen, the female anchor I like is named Classmate Ruashi. She is a female anchor in the Star Show area. She currently has only more than 50,000 subscriptions. She is just a small anchor. Okay, Chen Yuan nodded. Start searching for the name Classmate Ruashi. He doesn't usually watch these small anchors, but there are many good-looking ones among them. Through searching, Chen Yuan clicked on Ruashi's live broadcast room. Coincidentally, this female anchor was not only broadcasting live, but was also competing with another female anchor. Nowadays, a large part of the income of female anchors on major platforms comes from PK. Because PK can promote audience consumption. You can also interact with other anchors to attract fans. This leads to many female anchors engaging in PK whenever they start broadcasting. Not bad. She's really good looking. Chen Yuan couldn't help but praise her. He looked at the beautiful woman who was broadcasting live on his phone, and her appearance could almost get a score of 9. This classmate Ruashi is among the top 3 in terms of appearance among all the female anchors Chen Yuan has ever seen. Even Zhao Yuqi may not be prettier than her. Of course, I won't know after turning off the beauty filter. Brother Bai Mao's aesthetic standards are still as sharp as ever. Not bad, not bad, it's really good, it's just right. Oh my god, isn't this Zhou Ruoshi, the school beauty from the Conservatory of Music? She's actually live streaming on Lanya. In the crowd, a younger, rich second-generation guy seemed to recognize the female anchor. Conservatory of Music. Is it the Seoul Conservatory of Music? Yes, Zhou Ruoshi is very famous in the music school. Before, a friend of mine wanted to date her, but failed. Who knew that Brother Bai Mao has already paid attention to her? Just when several rich second generations were discussing. Classmate Ruoshi seems to have finally discovered that a wealthy man has arrived in the live broadcast room. The special effects of the Super God Emperor's entry activated by Chen Yuan are really amazing. It's hard not to notice. And the Super God Emperor who entered the scene was none other than Mr. Yen, who had just made $500 million in Lanya yesterday. Wow. Welcome, Mr. Yen. Good afternoon, Mr. Yen. What should I do? I'm a little excited. I didn't expect Mr. Yen to come into my live broadcast room. Ruoshi, you are famous now. All the female anchors that Mr. Yen visits are famous. Boss Yen is awesome. Where are my Yen family troops? Mr. Yen is so generous. Thank you, Mr. Yen, for sending me 1,000 treasure maps. Haha, did I say it too early? Smoke is always great. Smoke is always great. Before Chen Yuan started giving gifts, the live broadcast room was already filled with comments of "Smoke is so majestic." At this time, Chen Yuan sent a barrage. The white-haired hero introduced me here, saying there was a very pretty lady here, and I was not disappointed. Fuck, Bai Mao, do you know Mr. Yen? He's so impressive. After Chen Yuan came online, Bai Mao also took out his mobile phone and went online. Of course not, Mr. Yen is my good buddy. You guys have no idea of my power. Bai Mao typed and pretended to be cool. Chen Yuan looked at the comment. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He clicked on the gift interface and started swiping through them skillfully. Wow. Thank you, Mr. Yen, for the treasure map. Thank you, Mr. Yen. Zhou Ruoshi had just finished saying thank you when she discovered that the number of treasure map gifts had exceeded 30. And it is still brushing wildly at a rate of 2 per second. This is a luxurious gift worth $5,000, but why does it feel like a free glow stick in Mr. Yan's hands? It started, Mr. Yen has started again. Boss Yen, how much money do you have? Can you give me some? Even if it's Principal Wong, he will go bankrupt if he spends money like this every day, right? The live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments. The female anchor, Ruoshi, was stunned. However, what was even more stunned was the group of rich second generations who saw Chen Yuan giving out gifts with their own eyes. When watching others giving gifts in the live broadcast room, the most you can do is sigh that the other person is really rich. But in reality, I saw with my own eyes a wealthy man using his mobile phone to give rewards to the female anchor. In just a few minutes, he had already given away millions. And look at Mr. Yan's hand speed. It seems like I can't stop at all. It's too exaggerated, too extravagant and inhumane. Fuck, Mr. Yen, please stop giving out so many gifts. It's only been a few minutes, and you've already given out a sports car. Bai Mao quickly stopped him. At the beginning, he was the one who asked Chen Yuan to go and show his support. Now someone has given your favorite anchor several $1 million. So do you want to repay the favor? But the favor is too great to be repaid. It's okay, it's just a few treasure maps. If any of you have a favorite female anchor, I'll go and show you my support one by one today. How about that? Chen Yuan said with a smile on his face. Before we knew it, the number of treasure map gifts in the live broadcast room had reached 1,000. Bai Mao almost fell to his knees. Boss Yen, it's 5 million now. Don't spend it anymore. Really don't spend it anymore. I can't afford it. I didn't ask you to pay it back. I think this anchor is pretty good. Let's just brush 10,000 treasure maps first. Oh, by the way, can someone help me click? I'm going to the toilet. Chapter 057. How could Mr. Yen be reluctant to spend money on a cup of coffee? Shock. Dumbfounded. Has Mr. Yen become so rich and inhumane? He actually asked someone to help him brush it? Bai Mao took the phone stupidly, and then Chen Yuanjin went to the toilet. He opened the backstage to check the remaining dragon tooth coins. Puff. Bai Mao just took a sip of coffee and suddenly sprayed it out. Oh my god, what's going on? Bai Mao, you sprayed me in the face. Zhang Haoyan said unhappily. I'm sorry, Brother Tian, I couldn't help it just now. The dragon tooth coins in the background of Boss Yen are so amazing. Let me see. Except for Zhang Haoyan, a group of rich second generations hurried over to look at their phones. Count it, how many digits are there? 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, 100 million. Fuck, 9 figures, more than 140 million dragon tooth coins. I'll trick you. Boss Yin has already spent over 50 million on Lanya. Doesn't that mean he has spent at least 200 million? The ratio of dragon tooth coin to RMB is 1:1. Just like the shark fins and shark live, and the RMB exchange rate is 1:1. 200 million dragon tooth coins means 200 million RMB. Damn, using such a huge amount of money to give rewards to the female anchor is unheard of and unseen before. There has never been anyone like this before, and there will never be one again. The group of rich second generations present were almost beaten to a pulp. Before, they felt like high-end players. Look down on civilian players. But in front of Mr. Yan, I feel like an elementary school student. He looks like he has never seen the world. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced this time. Mr. Yan's rank is probably much higher than ours. Brother Tian, should I continue brushing? My hands feel a little weak and they don't obey me anymore, asked Bai Mao. Since Boss Yan asked you to help him swipe the money, then just do it. It's not your money anyway. Don't you always feel like you don't have enough money to spend? This time, I'll let you show off as much as you want. Zhang Haoyan said. Brother Bai Mao, this is not your character. Aren't you usually fearless? Why are you so willful this time? Another rich second generation also joined in the fun. Who said I'm weak? Isn't it just about making money? I've never been panicked about this. Believe it or not, the cigarettes won't come back, so I dare to keep making money. Bai Mao said with a solemn oath. These days, you can lose anything but your face. Brother Bai Mao, you said this. I hope you don't hit yourself in the face. A bunch of rich second generations who never mind making trouble. Anyway, Mr. Yin has spoken. Just brush it, and it's done. Bai Mao made up his mind and started clicking on the gift-giving button frantically. When your left hand gets tired, use your right hand. When your right hand gets tired, switch to your left hand. 5 minutes later, Chen Yuan hasn't come back yet. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuan still hasn't come back. 20 minutes later. Fuck, why hasn't Mr. Yin come back yet? I've already spent nearly 20 million. Sweat began to form on Bai Mao's forehead. He really had never given a female anchor so much money in one go. Although Mr. Yin had asked him to help with brushing before. But if you really spent 10 or 20 million on others, you would still feel a little panicked. Only these rich second generations dare to be so bold. Others would not dare to swipe at all. I just went to the toilet to ask. Mr. Yin said he had an upset stomach from the barbecue he ate yesterday, and he's taking a dump now. If I split, isn't Mr. Yin afraid that I will spend all his money? Brother Bai Mao, didn't you say that you wouldn't stop until Mr. Yin came back? If you're panicking, just say it. It's not shameful to panic in front of Mr. Yin. Who said I was panicking? I was just a little tired from clicking the screen. 30 minutes later, Chen Yuan finally came back from the toilet. I ate too much barbecue with Lu Wenjia last night, and the food was a bit unclean, so he felt a bit uncomfortable early this morning. Now, after a big bowel movement, I finally excreted all the filth in my body. I felt instantly refreshed. But this time I squatted in the toilet for a long time, almost half an hour. Boss Yin, you are finally back. Bai Mao has given you 30 million. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan frowned. Everyone thought Chen Yuan was angry. After all, anyone would be angry if more than 30 million yuan was swiped away from his account. This is not a question of being stingy or not. The main thing is that this Bai Mao guy has no sense of propriety. I don't know when to stop. The atmosphere suddenly became a little depressing. At this time, Chen Yuan changed the subject. Bai Mao, you are no good. I gave you half an hour, and you only managed to swipe 30 million. You are not even half as fast as me. You are such a rookie. Chen Yuan's face was full of disdain. He was not angry at all, because Bai Mao spent more than 30 million. Instead, he blamed his hand speed for not being fast enough. And he didn't say this to show off. He really thought Bai Mao's hands were not fast enough. It's quite tiring to send gifts all the time by yourself. Finally, someone helped him brush it. Can't you just brush faster? Petrified. Stiff. Sluggish. A group of rich second generations look at each other. I feel like my 3 views have exploded. Before, I always thought I was a rich man, with a sense of superiority. Now, I find that I am actually a poor guy. No, I am not even a poor guy. Boss Yin, I will be your little brother from now on, okay? I want to take you as my role model. Boss Yin, I'll return your phone to you. I'm sorry. Actually, I was testing you on purpose at the beginning, but this time I'm really convinced. I, Bai Qilin, am convinced. It turns out that the white-haired creature is called the white unicorn. Chen Yuan took the phone and nodded. Time for a cup of coffee. 20 rich young men were all impressed by Chen Yuan's powerful aura. His calmness and ease don't seem fake at all. Even though someone gave him 30 million, he still has such a good attitude. I can only say that in other people's eyes, 30 million may really just be a few cents of pocket money. It doesn't matter. We are all friends. We get to know each other better through fighting. Let's form a face-to-face group and get together next time when we have time. Chen Yuan took the initiative to suggest. Okay, Mr. Yin, it's my honor to be friends with you. Boss Yin is my group leader, so I can brag about it now, huh? You can brag about this for a whole year. Not just 1 year. I can brag for 50 years. Just like that, Chen Yuan created a WeChat chat group, and 20 rich second generations joined in, without a single person absent. With these people joining, Chen Yuan felt that his circle of contacts had expanded a lot. He will have more and more resources to use. These second-generation rich may not have much influence now, but the family forces behind them are well known in Seoul. If something goes wrong, it can be solved with just a phone call, and they will gradually grow up. Anyway, there's no harm in getting to know each other. Brothers, see you next time. Chen Yuan left the Konoha Cafe. Now that the smoke had left, this group of people naturally planned to disperse as well. Everyone, who will pay the bill? The beautiful waitress suddenly called out. Didn't Mr. Yin pay for it? Maybe he forgot. How could someone like Mr. Yin be so reluctant to spend money on a few cups of coffee? Chapter 058, One Shot, One Kid. I'm afraid no one expected it. Just now in the live broadcast room, the wealthy Mr. Yin spent more than 30 million without even frowning. He actually ran away intentionally. Damn, a cup of coffee is over 100. Wouldn't 20 cups of coffee be over 2,000? It's too expensive. I bought hand-brewed coffee from Taobao. I can make 50 cups for 30 yuan. Chen Yuan had a face full of complaints. Soon, he took a taxi and prepared to go back to school. On the way, Lu Wenjia called. Hey, Xiao Chun, I've already sent the actress Su Lele that you invited back to her. Liao Jia just called me again and was crying very sadly. She said she really regretted it. What should I do? On the phone, Lu Wenjia asked in a very troubled tone. Stop it, you're acting like that again, aren't you? Have you forgotten how she treated you before? Why do you soften your heart just because she said a few nice words to you? Damn it. But, no buts. I spent so much time to support you today, but you were persuaded by just a few words. Don't you feel sorry for your brother's hard work? What is your position? Chen Yuan hung up the phone angrily. The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Why can't we change your dog-licking habit? Back to the dormitory. It's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lao Si, where did you go last night? You didn't come back all night. Did you go out to have sex with a girl? Asked my roommate Xiong Tao with a lewd look on his face. Yes, kid, not only did you not come back last night, you also didn't go to class this morning. The counselor even criticized you by name, and it was me who asked for leave for you. Lao Chao said earnestly. Fuck, I was tricked by Voldemort. I almost won the game. Zhou Haiquan was holding a cell phone with a furious look on his face. Recently, several guys in the dormitory have started playing less in the league. Anyway, I've been playing for so many years, but I still can't get to Diamond. If I can't form a team of 5, it will be even more boring to play alone. Might as well play chicken. Anyway, you can play it with just a mobile phone. No need to go to an internet cafe, you can do it anytime and anywhere. Come on, let's go in 4 rows. It's good that the 4th one is back. We can form a full team. I guess we can become the super ace soon. Xiong Tao shouted. Chen Yuan was speechless. I thought you were going to kill everyone, but who knew you actually said you wanted to form a team of 4 and hide together? Chen Yuan had played the game chicken before. After playing for more than 2 months, I reached the Immortal Star Diamond, but I couldn't get any higher after that. Because he doesn't like to hide, he likes to fight with others. The result of a gunfight is that you die quickly, lose a lot of points, and naturally your rank cannot be improved. If you like to hide, you can be Voldemort. Even if you don't kill anyone, as long as you can survive to the final circle, you can still get points. Soon, the 4 of them pulled out their cell phones. Let's go online together. Except for Chen Yuan, who is currently at the Immortal Star Diamond level, Zhou Haiquan, Xiong Tao, and Chao Jinyin have all been awarded the Glory Crown. Especially Zhou Haiquan. He has reached Glory Crown 1 and will soon be able to become a super ace. Enter the game interface. While operating the special forces, Chen Yuan suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. After adding 5 points of spirit attribute yesterday, Chen Yuan just felt that his overall mental state had improved a lot. Didn't notice much change from usual. But when he suddenly concentrated on playing the game, he inexplicably felt a change from before. The originally clumsy operating technique unexpectedly became extremely handy. Where to jump? Xiong Tao asked. Let's jump to Port G and have a gunfight. Chen Yuan suggested. No, there must be a lot of people from G Port on this route. I'll probably be killed as soon as I get there. Fuck, why did you jump first, Lao Si? It turns out that the worse you are, the more you like fighting. Zhou Haiquan said sarcastically. More than 30 people were missing from the plane just now. There are at least 6 or 7 full-scale teams in this G-port. Lao Si, You are done for. If you can come out alive, I will kneel down and call you daddy. Lao Chao looked very confident. Chen Yuan did not say anything. He just quickly calculated the landing positions of all the enemies the moment he opened his parachute. Jumped behind the container. Chen Yuan landed and picked up an Uzi. But 4 people landed beside him at the same time. Chen Yuan fired a volley of bullets, knocking down 2 people in an instant. But he didn't make up for it. Because the other 2 enemy teammates, one landed with M4 and the other landed with AKM. Chen Yuan was shot twice and instantly crawled and jumped off the container. He's already half dead. After reloading the bullets, he circled the container twice and determined the enemy's position based on the sound of footsteps. He rushed out instantly and knocked down an enemy teammate who was helping someone. Soon he hid in the container again. 3 enemies have fallen, with only the last teammate left. Going around, a sneer appeared on Chen Yuan's lips. He raised his hand to switch the interface and fired a volley of bullets. The opponent just rushed out from behind the container and was hit by the prediction. Quad kill at the start. Fuck, you can actually predict? Are you cheating? The guy who was finally killed started cursing in full voice. After destroying a full-strength team, Chen Yuan quickly cleaned out their boxes, and this time he had upgraded his weapons. M4 in the left hand, AKM in the right hand, plus level 2 armor, level 2 helmet, and level 3 bag. Although there are not many bullets, they are enough. Next, Chen Yuan embarked on a real journey of slaughter. When he played this game before, he always felt that his opponents were very strong and he could never lose in a gunfight. I played this game today and found that everyone's reactions were very slow. Each and every one of them is like a robot, so stupid. Chen Yuan alone destroyed 4 full-strength teams. There are also 3 human machines and 2 lone wolves. When he came out of Port G, he actually killed 21 people. It's so exaggerated. Fuck, Lao Si, you killed so many people? Xiong Tao was shocked after taking a look at the number of kills on Chen Yuan's phone. You monkey, 21 kills. Are you cheating, Lao Si? Of G-Port, Chen Yuan had already acquired divine equipment. Next, he looked for people to kill. With the strength of 1v4, he wiped out a full team, 3 lone wolves, and a human machine. The number of heads reached 29. Fuck, Lao Si, come here quickly. Our car was shot down by someone. It's full of troops, very powerful. As soon as Lao Chao finished saying this, someone else interrupted him. Xiong Tao and Zhou Haiquan were also eliminated one after another. Chen Yuan was the only one left in the team. Chen Yuan was driving a motorcycle and stopped at a slope more than 400 meters high where his teammates were. He now has an M4 and an AWM. He picked up the sniper rifle, turned on the 8x scope, and instantly shot an enemy special forces soldier who was licking the box in the head. Even a level 3 helmet cannot withstand the power of the AWM. Fuck, there's a sniper rifle. Quickly hide behind the car. There's only one person on the high slope. He should be the last lone wolf. What are you afraid of? How dare you confront me with a gun? I'm so fucking. A PUBG anchor was bragging, but before he could finish, he was shot in the head. Fuck, a moving target with a headshot at 500 meters. Is this a lock-and-lock hack? Bang. Another gunshot was heard. The 3rd teammate fell. Bang. The 4th shot, the last person driving a Maserati, was shot in the head in the car. 1 shot, 1 kid. Damn it, this guy is definitely cheating. Report him. Shark live streaming platform, a popular PUBG anchor with millions of fans, cursed loudly. Chapter 59, Xiaomier comes to Seoul. He turned on the spectator mode. However, they were extremely shocked to find that this lone wolf who had wiped out their entire team had actually killed 33 people. It's so terrifying. In the game Peace Elite, only 100 special forces are deployed at the beginning. It's not certain whether you can meet 30 people in one game. You only killed 33 of them? This hasn't even reached the finals yet. Are you a head harvester? Anchor, you are too bad. You can't even beat a passerby. This guy is definitely dead, not hanging me to eat shit. It's unscientific. After Penguin officials have vigorously rectified it several times, plugins are basically no longer seen. Basically not being able to see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Wait a minute, let me see the kill replay. The anchor replayed the scene of Chen Yuan killing them more than a dozen times. But I found it very confusing. It seems to be a prediction, not a lock. But how could a person's prediction be so strong? This is not scientific. Is he really a master? At least he has the strength of an invincible god of war. After thinking about it, the PUBG anchor did not choose to report, but chose to add a friend. Unconsciously, Chen Yuan has entered the final round. In the end, there were only 5 people left on the field. After these 5 people fought against me, only 2 people were left. Chen Yuan, holding an M4, rushed forward and knocked down a man. He was then attacked by another Voldemort. At this critical moment, even though his health was already low, Chen Yuan actually made a series of sly movements. And then with incredible reaction, he instantly locked onto Voldemort's position and shot him in the head with 3 shots, killing him. Counterattack with low health. With 35 kills, we successfully won the game. Shock. Confused. Xiong Tao, Zhou Haiquan, and Xiao Jinyan, the 3 guys looked at Chen Yuan as if he were an alien. That's impossible. How can you be so strong, Lao Si? 35 kills. You can even become a professional player. Have you been practicing your chicken-eating skills for the past 2 months? That doesn't make sense. I never saw you playing normally. Are you really cheating? Lao Chao asked, more puzzled. He discovered that since Chen Yuan and Lin Shutong broke up, just 1 week, Chen Yuan had undergone an almost earth-shaking change. Not only popular among girls, fighting has become awesome. Now you are so good at playing games. Is there any justice in the world anymore? Is it true that breaking up can make you stronger? Can a broken heart cause such drastic changes in a person? Or has Chen Yuan been hiding his strength all along? And in fact, they have never really understood Chen Yuan? Lao Chao, you wretched man, stop changing the subject. Didn't you say you would call me daddy if I could get out of Portji? Now that I've won the game, hurry up and call me daddy. Chen Yuan said with a smile. We are all brothers. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Lao Chao, this is where you're wrong. How can you, a real man, a tough guy, go back on your word? Xiong Tao suddenly rebelled and formed a united front with Chen Yuan. That's right. Hurry up and shout. Zhou Haiquan also started to join in. You bastards. Oh, I'm going to eat. I'm starving. Lao Chao is determined to cheat. Chen Yuan had no choice. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat together. After dinner, Chen Yuan was lying in the dormitory. Today is already Friday. Tomorrow is Saturday. Chen Yuan opened WeChat and found that the anchor Xiaomir had sent him several messages. Brother Yan, are you there? Brother Yan, I'm going to travel to Seoul tomorrow. My flight is between 9 and 11 in the morning. Can you pick me up, Brother Yan? I've been live streaming these past 2 days, but Brother Yan hasn't come to see me. I'm a little sad. Looking at the 3 WeChat messages sent by Xiaomir, Chen Yuan suddenly realized. Xiaomir was the first anchor he gave gifts to. Although Xiaomir said at that time that she would come to Seoul to find him, Chen Yuan did not take it seriously. He is a big anchor with millions of fans, and he chats with you for a few words, and you take it seriously. What if they are just teasing you? These days, the schemes are so complicated that some of the words are just for listening. When dealing with these anchors, Chen Yuan always holds a reserved attitude. When he was flirting with Xiaomir, he just said a few words. I didn't expect that they would actually come over this Saturday. I've been a bit busy these past 2 days. I had some important things to do, so I didn't go to the live studio to see you. I'll have time tomorrow, so let's meet at the airport. Chen Yuan edited the message and sent it to Xiaomir. After all, he was the first anchor that I had arranged to meet with, and he was a very popular anchor as well. Chen Yuan was a little excited. On the other side, in a luxurious hotel, Xiaomir saw the message sent by Chen Yuan. I am completely speechless. Busy. She naturally knew that Mr. Yin was always busy. Busy giving gifts to other female anchors. It's not enough to give gifts to Shark Xiaoshinshin. He also went Alanya Live to give gifts. Nearly 100 million yuan was spent in just 2 days. Yesterday, it was Longya's popular singing host, Sarala. Today's guest is a completely unknown little anchor, Roashi. Yu Yin always gives gifts to female anchors everywhere, and the amount is tens of millions at a time. Who in the entire live broadcast circle doesn't know about this? If not, Xiaomir also doesn't plan to go to Seoul so soon. Because the cigarettes are really expensive, she desperately wanted to get Mr. Yan's support. Shark Live is about to hold its annual live broadcast carnival event. By then, all anchors on all platforms will go all out to compete for the top 10 anchors of Shark. This is related to their future development and the platform's traffic support plan. Because he is one of the top 10 anchors of Shark, your fame and traffic will not be bad. Some anchors, in order to make themselves famous, use their own money or even take out loans to do so. Because as long as you have fame and traffic, making money will become easy. Playing a game for yourself is also a way of operation. Originally, if it were the situation in the past, Xiaomir would have no chance of competing for the top 10 anchors. It would be great if she could be ranked among the top 10 outstanding anchors in the region. But this time, she saw hope. As long as we have the support of Mr. Yan, who can beat her in a competition, she may not be excluded from the list of the top 10 anchors. If you want to get to the top, you naturally have to pay a price. This time she has made up her mind. Capture Mr. Yan at all costs. Otherwise, the cigarette will always be taken away by other slutty foxes, and then it will be too late to regret. There are so many female anchors on the live streaming platform, Who doesn't want to get the favor of Mr. Yin? Xiaomier felt a strong sense of crisis in her heart. That's why she couldn't wait to come to Seoul to meet Chen Yuan. I knew that Brother Yin is a busy man, but you can't just ignore him. He thought you forgot about Mir. Xiaomier replied in a message. How could that be? Mir, you are so beautiful, cute, and sexy. I am actually worried that you, a big anchor, are too busy to pay attention to me. Chapter 060 Routine. How can you say that, Brother Yin? No matter how busy I am, I can't ignore you. Xiaomier replied to the message immediately. He also sent a shy emoticon. Haha, am I that proud? In Mir's opinion, Brother Yin always comes first. This wave of counterlicking made Chen Yuan feel extremely comfortable. When Chen Yuan thought about a popular anchor with millions of fans lowering his attitude to please him, he suddenly felt that life was so colorful. The goddess in the hearts of countless otakus. Now he has become my dog. This feeling is so cool. Mir, you are so thoughtful. I can't wait to see you. Tonight feels so long. Chen Yuan replied. I also want to meet the mysterious Mr. Yin soon. I'm very curious. Brother Yin, are you sure you don't want to send a photo to others? It doesn't matter if you don't look good. The most important thing for a man is not his handsome appearance, but his inner qualities. Xiaomier sent 3 messages in a row. Seems like he really wants to know what Chen Yuan looks like. The more Chen Yuan didn't let her know, the more she wanted to know. However, she guessed that Mr. Yin should look very ordinary, even a little old, and most likely a middle-aged man with a big belly. After all, how could a handsome guy not have even a single selfie in his circle of friends? I don't usually like taking selfies, but you'll see tomorrow. Chen Yuan is chatting with Xiaomier. We chatted for 2 hours. From hobbies to what you like to eat, what you like to play, what movies you like to watch, and which star you like. Which TV series are you following recently? What type of girls do you like? Cute, lively, pure, or quiet? What kind of boys do I like? Mature and steady, sunny and sporty, or gentle and knowledgeable? Wait. And so on. After chatting for 2 hours, Chen Yuan felt that they had quite a lot of common topics. Of course, it could also be the result of the other party's deliberate cooperation. Just like that, Chen Yuan fell asleep with anticipation for tomorrow's date. Unconsciously, it was raining heavily outside. It seems to indicate that tomorrow will not be a good day. Early the next morning, the sky is still gray. The dark clouds did not dissipate. Although the rain has decreased a lot, it is still a bit inconvenient to go out. Chen Yuan got up very early today. After washing his face, brushing his teeth, washing his hair, changing his clothes and shoes, he went out. I ate 2 bowls of hot dry noodles on the roadside, drank 2 cups of soy milk, took a taxi, and went to the mall. Chen Yuan bought some handsome clothes and shoes, and went to the barber shop to get a haircut. After all, he still has a bit of a loser mentality. The first time to meet a beautiful anchor. He is still a popular anchor. It's inevitable to be a little nervous. He subconsciously wanted to make himself look more handsome. Dress yourself well so as not to leave a bad impression when you meet someone for the first time. This kind of psychological suggestion is uncontrollable. Just like girls always like to put on makeup before going out on a date. And the less familiar they are with someone, the more they want to make their image more perfect. The same goes for men. After the hair designed by teacher Tony, Chen Yuan looked at the elegant and handsome man in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. He has become taller and stronger recently. Appear more masculine. He was not ugly to begin with, but was a little skinny before, like an internet addict. Now I have a model figure, 8-pack abs, and a mermaid line. The previous chicken coop hairstyle. Now professionally designed. In the past, I wore shorts and slippers. Now wearing fashionable brand. I feel like I almost don't recognize myself anymore. So cool. Finish this outfit. It's already 10 o'clock in the morning. The airport is a bit far from the city center. It takes about an hour to get there by taxi. The timing is just right. Because the other party walked out of the airport, it was around 11:20. Chen Yuan would not go to the airport to pick someone up in advance. Just the right time will do. Even if you are late for 10 minutes, it doesn't matter. I would rather let the goddess wait for me than I wait for the goddess. This is one of the 10 rules that scumbag men follow. Just like Chow Chow's famous saying, I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. That's true. Of course, you can do it, but you can't say it. As soon as he got into the taxi, Chen Yuan sent a message to Xiaomier. I'm already at the airport. Xiaomier didn't reply. Maybe there is no signal on the plane, or the phone is turned off. But it doesn't matter. The message she receives will also show that it was sent at 10 o'clock. Finish sending this message. Chen Yuan started chatting with Zhao Yuqi and Su Lele. Only by maintaining the habit of daily contact can you prevent the degree of favorability from decreasing and slowly enhance your relationship. Sometimes, more haste, less speed. And just at this moment, Lin Shutong suddenly sent him a message. Chen Yuan, please pay attention to me. If you ignore me, I will commit suicide. Damn it, Lin Shutong, are you sick? Chen Yuan was really afraid that she would commit suicide, so he quickly replied to the message and cursed her. Girls' dormitory. Lin Shutong held the phone with an excited look on her face. Xiao Ruiwei, Chen Yuan replied to my message. This trick really works. It shows that he still cares about me. Lin Shutong continued typing and sending messages while talking. Chen Yuan, you finally replied to my message. You are worried that something might happen to me. You still care about me in your heart, right? No, I'm just afraid that you will implicate me. Don't think too much, Chen Yuan quickly explained. You don't have to deny it. I know you still have me in your heart. Anyway, since you are willing to reply to my message and haven't blocked me, it means I still have a chance to save the relationship. Chen Yuan, you took 3 years to prove that you love me, and I will also take 3 years to prove that I love you too. Chen Yuan looked at the message. He wondered if he should just block Lin Shutong on WeChat. Ding. System warning. The host cannot actively delete the contact information of the dog licker, otherwise 20 basic attributes will be deducted. The system warning voice suddenly rang in my mind. Chen Yuan was confused. Damn, is there such a ridiculous rule? After binding with a dog-licking object, you are not even allowed to delete the other party's contact information. Chen Yuan thought about it carefully and felt that such a rule should be reasonable. Otherwise, if you bind one and delete another, it means you have severed the relationship with the other party, and the rewards you obtained before will no longer exist. After thinking clearly about the cause and effect relationship, Chen Yuan didn't continue to worry about it. If you don't want to delete it, then don't delete it. It's just a friend position. He still has some tolerance for it. An hour later, finally arrived at Tianhe International Airport. At this time, Xiaomir's message came. Excuse me, Brother Yan, I just got off the plane. Have you been waiting for a long time? Not long, just an hour. Chen Yuan sent a message back. In fact, he had just got out of the taxi. It's a routine. The purpose is to make the other party feel a little guilty at the beginning. This is the only way to win more favor. Chapter 061 Debt Collection on the Street. Chen Yuan arrived at the airport entrance. Waited about 5 minutes. Finally, a girl wearing large sunglasses and a mask slowly walked out. She was accompanied by a female assistant. The female assistant looks average and is a little fat, so let's not talk about her for now. This girl wearing frog-eye glasses has a perfect figure. She is about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a pleated skirt, with slender legs, flawless white skin, graceful posture, and exquisite curves. She is worthy of being a dancing anchor. There is really nothing to say about this figure. At least among the girls Chen Yuan knows, including female celebrities, her figure can be ranked among the best. Just by looking at her figure, Chen Yuan almost recognized Xiaomir at first sight. Xiaomir here. Chen Yuan waved and said hello. Xiaomir was stunned and stopped. She took off her sunglasses, revealing a face that was pure yet a little doubtful. You are Brother Yan? It's me. Chen Yuan nodded. Oh my god, Brother Yan, you are so young and so handsome? Xiaomir covered her mouth in surprise. There was an obvious hint of surprise in his eyes. As for the rich Mr. Yan, she didn't expect him to be handsome or good-looking from the beginning. After all, a man's wealth and looks are often not proportional. You can't have your cake and eat it too. But I didn't expect that after meeting. Chen Yuan's appearance was far beyond her expectations. Not only is he rich, he is also handsome, and his figure is tall and well-shaped. He is exactly the standard of the Prince Charming in fairy tales. What a surprise. Compared to Xiaomir's surprised reaction, Chen Yuan was a little disappointed. In the live broadcast room, she has an almost 9-point super high appearance. In reality, it is estimated to be around 8.3 points. A little bit worse than Zhao Yuqi. Although he is also very eye-catching in the crowd. But it is definitely not as harmful to the country and the people as what is shown in the live broadcast room. Who says female anchors are prettier in real life than in the live studio? This is complete nonsense. Without the magic of beauty filters, she is only at the level of a school beauty and cannot reach the level of a national goddess. But fortunately, it is barely acceptable and the difference is not too big. It's much better than some anchors who die in the spotlight. Xiaomi, I finally see you in person. I didn't expect you to be prettier in real life than in your live stream. Chen Yuan showed a look of surprise and expressed his respect. But these are just polite words. This is what most guys say when they meet a girl for the first time. Even if you think in your heart that she is uglier than in the photo, you will still say that she is prettier than in the photo. But some girls actually take it seriously. Brother Yan, you are much more handsome than I thought. At first I thought you were a middle-aged man in his 40s. Who knew you were so young? Xiaomir was telling the truth. She looked shy and seemed to have a really good first impression of Chen Yuan. System, why don't you bind a relationship with the dog? Bite. Name, Su Yihan. Stage name, Xiaomier. Age, 23 years old. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 8.3 points. The girl's favorability towards the host, 70 points. Ding. Because the girl's first favorability towards the host is too high, the dog-licking relationship binding failed. Tip. When the target's favorability towards the host drops below 10 points, the relationship can be rebound. Fuck. Listen to the system prompt sound in your mind. Chen Yuan felt as if his whole body was in a mess. 1,000 alpaca horses are running wildly through my heart. He really didn't expect it. A first impression that is too good can actually lead to the failure of a bootlicker relationship? I shouldn't have worn this outfit if I had known. He hadn't expected it at all. Xiaomier's initial favorability towards him was as high as 70 points. This is almost love at first sight. Certainly. The reason why Xiaomier had such a good first impression of Chen Yuan was not just because he looked so handsome today. Being handsome is only one aspect. The point is, the identity of the super rich Mr. Yen has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. And he had given her huge gifts before. Due to various factors, Xiaomier's favorability level reached 70 points when she met Chen Yuan for the first time. But now, we cannot form a bootlicker relationship. What's the point of having so much favorability? No, the money has already been spent, and the favorability must be reduced. Chen Yuan made up his mind. He decided to start disgusting people. Brother Yen, where's your car parked? Xiaomier asked casually. I didn't drive. I haven't bought a car yet. I just took a taxi here. Chen Yuan spread his hands and told the truth. Brother Yen, stop joking. You are so rich. How is it possible that you don't even have a car? Xiaomier looked unconvinced. Chen Yuan looked into her eyes and said seriously, I'm not kidding. I used my dad's money to buy gifts in the live broadcast room. Now my dad's company is almost bankrupt because of me, and he still owes the bank tens of millions. I called you here this time to discuss with you whether you can return some of the money I used to buy gifts for you. As soon as these words came out, Xiaomier was stunned on the spot. She looked at Chen Yuan in disbelief. It seemed as if he couldn't believe that this well-dressed guy could actually say such shameless words. How dare you ask for back the gift you gave out? How shameless. Su Yihan, favorability -10. Su Yihan, favorability -10. Su Yihan, favorability -10. Su Yihan, favorability -10. The woman's current favorability towards the host, 30 points. Boss Yen, are you serious? Xiaomier's tone began to turn cold. Even the assistant next to her changed his original admiring look to one of contempt. Seriously, I'm definitely serious. Look, I gave you about 10 million before. I know your platform takes half of it, so let's just say 5 million. You pay me back 5 million, and I won't bother with the extra. How do you think? Chen Yuan said confidently. He looked like a scoundrel who had no money and was asking for debt on the spot. Xiaomier almost had a mental breakdown. She came to Seoul this time originally to get closer to the rich man Yen Zong and to gain more support. Help her to become one of Shark's top 10 anchors. But unexpectedly, this rich man was not what he had imagined at all. He actually bankrupted his own family. Now you want to ask me for money? Are you dreaming? Fuck, I've never seen such a shameless person like you. You voluntarily bought the gift for my Xiaomi, right? No one forced you, right? Now that you have no money, you want to go back? You are an adult after all. You should be responsible for your own actions. Don't be such a scoundrel. The fat assistant rushed over with a furious look on his face, blocked Xiaomier, pointed at Chen Yuan's nose and cursed. Su Yihan, favorability -10, current favorability 20 points. I did buy the gift voluntarily, but why can't I get a refund? Taobao, JD.com, and Pinduoduo all offer refunds within 7 days without giving any reason, so why can't you? I'm putting this out here today. You have to return the money, or I'll sue you in court. Chen Yuan shouted loudly. His appearance as a street scoundrel completely destroyed Xiaomier's last bit of good impression of him. Su Yihan, favorability -20. Su Yihan, favorability -20. Su Yihan, favorability -20. The current girl's favorability towards the host, -40 points. Ding. The dog-licking relationship has been successfully bound. Chapter 062. This is a waste of money. Finally, the binding was successful. But it seems a bit too disgusting. Xiaomier's favorability towards him actually dropped to -40 points. At the beginning, Xiaomier's favorability towards him was as high as 70 points, but in less than 5 minutes, there was a shocking reversal. The favorability dropped from 70 points to -40, with a gap of 110 points in between. It's really exaggerated. When you want to win a girl's favor, you often need to pay a lot to slowly increase her favorability. But you want a girl to hate you. But it's very easy. Just a few disgusting words can ruin your image in her mind and destroy your personality. The favorability dropped instantly. Sure enough, it is easier to be a bad guy than a good guy. It's easier to be a villain than a hero. At this moment, Xiaomyer's originally admiring look was now filled with a strong sense of disgust. Go ahead and sue me. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You're an adult, not a child. You have the capacity for civil conduct, and you should be responsible for what you've done. I've never seen a disgusting man like you, a loser, and you're still trying to be rich. If you don't have money, don't act so cool. Xiaomyer cursed with disdain. She changes her attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. You were calling me Brother Yin just now, but in less than 5 minutes you're calling me a loser and a prodigal? Chen Yuan was also drunk. Although he admitted that he had deliberately said some unpleasant words in order to lower the favorability. But no matter what, he at least gave Xiaomyer more than 10 million gifts. Even if you don't return the money, you don't have to speak so harshly, right? What is waste? What is a prodigal son? I'm still your number one now. You got angry as soon as you heard that I had no money. Too realistic? Sure enough, for these female anchors, when you have money you are the daddy, but when you have no money you are worse than a dog. The quarrel between Xiaomyer and Chen Yuan. It attracted the attention of many onlookers at the airport. I was wondering why this beauty has such a great figure. Turns out she's a live streamer. What did I just hear? This guy gave gifts to the female anchor and bankrupted his family. Now he wants to ask her to give it back. Holy shit, is there such a weirdo? Are there not many people like this now? Didn't the internet report a few days ago that a courier made 3,000 yuan a month, gave 5,000 yuan in tips to a female anchor, and took out a loan of 2,000 yuan, all just to hear a line like Old Iron 666? This is the mentality of a loser. They don't have any real skills in real life, so they just want to show off on the internet and feel a sense of existence. Huh. A group of onlookers pointed and talked. The way he looked at Chen Yuan was like looking at a sand sculpture. Whether it was a man or a woman, they all looked at him with deep contempt. You said that if you have money and ability, you can just give gifts to the female anchor. Just treat yourself as a local tyrant. You can do whatever you want with money. But you have no fucking skills, and you don't make any money yourself. Yet you even stole your dad's bank card to give gifts to the female anchor? Are you mentally retarded? Are you stupid? Are you mentally retarded? Waste stuff. You have no ability, but like to pretend. A real prodigal son. Such people deserve to be despised. At this time, a Bentley luxury car stopped on the side of the road in the airport hall. I saw a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s walking out of the luxury car. The man was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in formal clothes, and was a little plump. He looked like a successful man. Mir, I heard you were coming to Seoul today, so I came here specially to pick you up at the airport. The middle-aged man looked at Xiaomyer unscrupulously. Are you Xiao Huang? I just posted a casual message on WeChat Moments, but I didn't expect you to come to pick me up at the airport. Xiaomyer looked at her phone and seemed to recognize the middle-aged man in front of her through the WeChat photo. She said with a look of surprise. Chen Yuan wanted to laugh. Unexpectedly, this woman not only made an appointment with herself, but also made an appointment with other rich men. As expected, as long as there are a lot of fans, there will be backup planners everywhere in the country. Chen Yuan had some impression of this Xiao Huang. Her ID name was Tianyi Shenxiu. Therefore, he was nicknamed the Show Emperor by the viewers in the live broadcast room. Xiao Huang is also one of the top 10 rich people in Xiaomi's live broadcast room. A total of more than 2 million were spent, ranking 8th. It seems that Xiaomyer came to Seoul this time, not just for Chen Yuan. She also wanted to deal with a few more rich people at once. This way, she will be more competitive in the Shark Carnival. Who is this? Emperor Xiao seemed to have finally noticed Chen Yuan's existence, so he asked. This guy is the famous rich Mr. Yen. Xiaomyer introduced with disdain on her face. So you are Mr. Yen. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you just now. If I had known that Mr. Yen would come to pick me up in person, I wouldn't have humiliated myself. Although Chen Yuan looks very young. However, after learning that he was the famous rich man named Yen Zong who was well known on the internet, Xiao Huang immediately lowered his posture. Are you kidding? In just a few days, he made 100 million in the live broadcast rooms of major platforms. He has been watching live broadcasts for 2 or 3 years and has only earned more than 2 million. The total assets do not exceed 100 million. Now that I have met this legendary rich man, how can I not lower my posture? For those who do business, it is basic practice to serve different dishes to different people. Xiao Huang, you don't have to be like this. He's just a prodigal son. Do you know where his money comes from? He stole his father's money, bankrupted his father's company, and owed the bank tens of millions. Now he wants to ask me to return the money. I'm so angry. I have been live streaming for 2 years, and I have never met anyone like this. He really has the nerve to ask? That's disgusting. The more Xiaomi spoke, the angrier and more contemptuous she became. At first she thought Chen Yuan was quite handsome. But now, the more I watch it, the more I find it filthy, disgusting, a scum, a waste, and sickening. Just such trash. She was actually moved just now. Almost love at first sight. It's chilling to think about it. How could it be that the internet's super rich Mr. Yin is actually this kind of person? Xiao Huang was confused. He still couldn't believe that this powerful man who could spend 100 million on major live streaming platforms could actually be a spendthrift who stole money from his family to give tips to female anchors. But it seems that there is no need for Xiaomi to lie to him. And Chen Yuan is too young, probably still in college. Even if a college student like this comes from a wealthy family, they probably won't give him 100 million to reward the female anchor. It is also impossible for him to control such a huge amount of funds. So stealing money must be true. It is also true that the family was bankrupt. This is just a stupid thing, confirmed. After figuring out the problem, Emperor Xiao no longer looked at Chen Yuan with any respect. He was thinking that this matter would be exposed today. It is estimated that it will cause a stir in the circle of wealthy people. It'll be on the news tomorrow. He even thought of a hot news headline. Recently, a netizen broke the news that the newly risen #1 internet tycoon, who smoked a cigarette for nothing, was actually a super spendthrift. In order to give tips to a female anchor, he spent 100 million in 3 days and bankrupted his entire family. Haha. Xiao Huang started out as a self-media company. He thought this news should be able to sell for a lot of money. Chapter 063 smiled with contempt. Chen Yuan looked indifferent. Facing all kinds of ridicule, it feels like being out of this world. At the beginning, he had a good impression of Xiaomi. After all, we had a pleasant chat last night. But he didn't expect that he deliberately said a few words that disgusted the other party just to establish a bootlicking relationship. She actually has such a face. Chen Yuan had seen gold diggers before. For example, Su Lele. Although they also worship money, at least they know how to be grateful. After borrowing 5 million, I was always thinking about paying it back. But Xiaomi's eating habits were so greedy that Chen Yuan felt disgusted. Just now, when Chen Yuan asked her to return the money, he was just talking. He didn't really intend to ask Xiaomi to return the 5 million to him. If the other party shows a little hesitation or uses a negotiating tone, even if you decide not to refund the money in the end, Chen Yuan wouldn't say much. After all, that's what they do, and they're doing it for your friendship. Isn't that reasonable? But her attitude changed so quickly. Not only did he turn against him mercilessly, he even mocked him in front of others. How the hell can you tolerate this? Xiaomi, no matter what, I am still your #1. You don't have to say such harsh words, right? Chen Yuan took a deep breath and spoke in a very calm tone. Anyone who knows him knows that this is just the calm before the storm. #1? Ridiculous. I'm unlucky to have a #1 like you. If people knew that you always stole money to buy gifts, I don't know how many people would follow your lead. Have you ever considered the impact on my reputation? I'm lucky I didn't ask you to compensate for the loss of my reputation. Also, you gave gifts to more than just me. Why didn't you ask Xiao Shinshin for it? Why didn't you ask Sarala for it? Why did you ask me instead of others? I'm the anchor you gave the least gifts to. Do you want to bully an honest person? Xiaomi spoke with confidence and righteousness, and almost pointed at Chen Yuan's nose and cursed at him. Mir, don't bother with this prodigal son. You haven't eaten yet, right? I've booked a table at a 5-star hotel. Didn't you say you were here for a trip? In a couple of days I'll take you to see the 3 gorges and the beautiful Shenlongjia primeval forest. How do you think? Xiao Huang deliberately ignored Chen Yuan, then calmly put his arm around Xiaomi's waist. Hate it, brother Xiao Huang. Don't you know that you can't touch a girl's waist casually? I'm sorry, Mir. Your waist is too thin. I couldn't help it. Bad guy, brother Xiao Huang, you are so bad. Xiaomi said shyly. She wasn't angry? Could it be that the relationship between the beautiful anchor and the rich man? Understood. Chen Yuan finally understood. The girl Su Yihan, Xiaomi, appears to be pure and cute. When she is in the live broadcast room, she seems like a fairy who is not of this world. But behind the scenes, he is so unrestrained. The relationship between her and the local tycoon must contain some unspeakable secrets. Xiao Huang took direct action, and she was able to flirt with him without changing her expression, which shows how experienced she is. In front of such a woman, Chen Yuan didn't even have the desire to show off. He didn't want to explain anything. If you misunderstand, just misunderstand. Even though he has already bonded with this kind of bootlicker, Chen Yuan doesn't want to continue spending a penny on her. That's all. Xiao Huang, Su Yihan, and her assistant walked towards the Bentley luxury car on the side of the road. Right at this moment, A silver lightning came whizzing. With a loud bang, it stopped behind the Bentley luxury car. Oh my god, Koenigsegg, a supercar worth more than 26 million. So cool. Su Yihan said in shock. As far as I know, there is only one person who owns this car in Seoul, the eldest son of the Zhang family, Zhang Haoyan. Xiao Huang looked at the young man who got off the Koenigsegg with awe. The eldest son of the Zhang family? Su Yihan obviously didn't know the power that the Zhang family had in Seoul. But Xiao Huang knows. It is because we know this that we are more in awe. The Zhang family is one of the top wealthy families in Seoul. Their main business is real estate development, and their network of relationships covers the entire city. Compared with a behemoth like the Zhang family, I am just a small fry, Xiao Huang explained. So that's how it is. Su Yihan's beautiful eyes were full of spring, and she looked at Zhang Haoyan as if she was looking at a huge prey. This young, wealthy, top-tier second-generation guy is her ideal type. As for a small local tyrant like Xiao Huang, she would at most just let him take advantage of her, and would not give up everything easily. Hello, Mr. Zhang. My name is Feng Xiaobao. We met at the cocktail party last time. Xiao Huang took the initiative to extend his hand to greet him. Oh, it's you. I have some impression of you. Zhang Haoyan replied absent-mindedly. He came to the airport today to pick someone up, so he has no mood to pay attention to this kind of stranger who is trying to make connections. Hello, Mr. Zhang. My name is Su Yihan, and I'm a dancing anchor on Shark Cliff. You can also call me Xiaomir. Su Yihan took the initiative to lift her hair. She shyly began to introduce herself. At this time, Chen Yuan walked out of the airport gate. When Zhang Haoyan saw Chen Yuan, he was stunned. He didn't expect to meet Mr. Chen at the airport. Chen Yuan was also stunned. Sometimes this happens when you have too many friends, and you run into acquaintances wherever you go. Mr. Zhang. Wait a minute, I met a big guy. Go say hello to him. For Zhang Haoyan, Mr. Yin is the real rich boss. Not to mention what kind of family power is behind him. The fact that he can top up 200 million yuan on the live streaming platform for entertainment rewards and give girls a villa worth 60 million yuan. This is far beyond what Zhang Haoyan can compare to. After what happened yesterday, this group of rich second generations have all been conquered by Mr. Yan's powerful aura. That's convincing. I almost recognized him as my big brother on the spot. Now that I've met my eldest brother, I naturally have to go and say hello. Zhang Haoyan took 2 steps at a time and trotted over to Chen Yuan. Boss Yin, I didn't expect such a coincidence to meet you at the airport gate. Zhang Haoyan kept a very humble attitude. When greeting Chen Yuan, he even used the honorific you. Su Yihan was a little confused. Feng Xiaobao was also a little confused. Mr. Zhang, do you know him too? Feng Xiaobao asked. Of course I know him. He is the famous Mr. Yin, the undisputed #1 rich man on all major live streaming platforms. Who doesn't know him? Master Zhang, don't be fooled by him. This so-called Mr. Yin is a shitty rich man. He just stole his father's bank card and gave gifts to female anchors everywhere. Now his family has gone bankrupt because of this prodigal son, and he is looking for people to borrow money everywhere. Su Yihan added fuel to the fire. Hearing this, Zhang Haoyan looked at Su Yihan carefully, then looked at Chen Yuan, as if he had thought of something. He immediately laughed with contempt. Chapter 64. The cigarette company is asking you to return the money? Stop joking. What's going on? Zhang Haoyan asked casually. What else can I do? This so-called Mr. Yin used his family's money to show off on the internet and pretend to be rich. Now his family is bankrupt, and he actually wants me to return the money? What kind of person is he? Really? Su Yihan said indignantly. No matter who she met, she seemed to mock Chen Yuan harshly. The atmosphere suddenly became a little weird. Zhang Haoyan looked at Su Yihan as if he was looking at a sand sculpture. Boss, Yin is asking you to return the money? Don't be ridiculous. He just recharged 200 million yuan in Lanya casually, and there is still more than 100 million left. Bankruptcy? You don't know Mr. Yan's strength at all. Chen Yuan was too lazy to explain. But Zhang Haoyan will not tolerate her bad temper. You dare to look down on Mr. Yin? Do you want to go to heaven? Shock. Petrified. Dumbfounded. Su Yihan was completely confused. If someone else said this, she might not believe it. But since the young master of the Zhang family, who drove a supercar worth more than 20 million yuan, said this, she felt that there was no need for the other party to deceive him, nor was there any need to deliberately elevate Chen Yuan's status. What the hell? Could it be? Did President Yin deliberately test her before? Su Yihan suddenly came to her senses and almost slapped herself on the spot. It's so heartbreaking. I actually made such a low-level mistake. I heard that some super-rich second generations don't like a woman to be with them for money, and they think that this is not true love. So they always find ways to pretend to be poor to test the other party. If you can withstand the test, you can fly to the tree and become a phoenix. When I watched TV dramas before, I always thought those women were stupid. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. It's so stupid. Regret. Heartache. I feel like I missed out on $1 billion. Mir, I knew you must have misunderstood Mr. Yen. How could he go bankrupt so easily when he can easily make 100 million on major live streaming platforms? Mr. Yin was just joking with you, but I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Feng Xiaobao suddenly changed the subject and began to scold Sui Han. It was as if he had always been on Chen Yuan's side. I'll go. The speed of turning the gun tip is simply unbelievable. Even the assistant beside him looked confused. The show emperor is worthy of being the show emperor. The show will make your scalp tingle. At this time, Sui Han's eyes looking at Chen Yuan changed again. Sui Han, favorability plus 30. Sui Han, favorability plus 30. Sui Han, favorability plus 30. Current favorability, 50 points. Brother Yin, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Can you forgive me? Sui Han was nervous and apologized quickly. Chen Yuan sneered inwardly. He has completely seen through what kind of person the other person is. In her eyes anyway. If you have money, you are a dad. If you don't have money, you are a dog. In that case, there is no need to show any mercy. Hit her hard in the face. Acting really cool in front of her. Just treat her as a tool. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan was no longer angry. There's no need to be angry. Just a tool, man. Once my favorability is maxed out, I'll just ignore you. Make up your mind. Chen Yuan waved his hand calmly. It's okay. I don't care at all. I'm just a little disappointed. Chen Yuan sighed. If an ordinary person was ridiculed and belittled like that, he would probably be furious. Wouldn't you curse back harshly when you get the chance? But Chen Yuan didn't. He was calm from beginning to end. It seems that no matter how severe the humiliation is, he can handle it calmly. From this perspective, this is the aristocratic demeanor cultivated by top families. It's indeed different from others. Sui Han, favorability plus 10, current favorability, 60 points. This woman. Chen Yuan was speechless. Her favorability drops quickly and rises quickly. It seems that once your image as a rich second generation is established, her favorability towards you will skyrocket. Once your image as a rich second generation collapses, her favorability towards you will instantly drop to 0. But some girls are slow to warm up, and their favorability will only increase little by little. There are also huge differences between women. Boss Yin, I came to the airport to pick up my sister, so I won't talk anymore. I'll go in first. Zhang Haoyin spoke. Okay, go ahead, and we'll make an appointment next time when you're free. Chen Yuan waved his hand and planned to take a taxi back to the city center. Mr. Yin, if you don't mind, why don't you take my car? We are both going back to the city center, so it's on our way. Actually, these were just some minor misunderstandings. I hope Mr. Yin doesn't mind. Feng Xiaobao quickly apologized. Although he hadn't said anything overly sarcastic before. But he also showed contempt. I feel a little regretful now. Why should you believe Xiaomier's one-sided words? If not for this, he might have been able to get close to Mr. Yin. The benefits of making friends with a super rich man are much more important than a female anchor. No matter how beautiful the female anchor is, she is just for entertainment. And you have to keep spending money on her. She will continue to take advantage of you. But if you make friends with super rich people, they can help you make money. A consumption. One makes money. There is no comparison between the two. Yes, brother Yin, let's go together. I'm really sorry about what happened just now. Maybe I haven't been feeling well these past 2 days. I'm a little upset and I get angry when something happens. I'm not that kind of person normally. Sui Han explained sincerely, trying to restore her image in Chen Yuan's mind. Well, since it's on the way, let's go together. You don't have to keep apologizing. I really don't take it to heart. After Chen Yuan finished speaking, he opened the back seat of the Bentley luxury car and sat in it very naturally. Feng Xiaobao breathed a sigh of relief. Since Mr. Yin was willing to get into his car, it meant that he was planning to resolve their past grievances. Sui Han also smiled slightly. Xiao Feng, you go sit in the front passenger seat, and Mr. Yin and I will sit in the back seat. Okay. Just like that, Sui Han and Chen Yuan sat in the back seats. Feng Xiaobao didn't say anything either. He would not have a quarrel with a super rich man just for a woman. The atmosphere is a bit awkward. The 4 people in the car didn't say much. The main thing is that I don't know where to start. The apology has been made, and continuing to apologize will not necessarily make Mr. Yin completely let go of the previous unhappiness. At this time, Chen Yuan took out his cell phone, opened the Longya Live app. Sui Han didn't know if she did it on purpose. There was obviously a lot of space in the back seat, but she insisted on sitting very close to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan could almost smell the faint fragrance on her. The brand of perfume this woman uses is quite high-end. It doesn't smell pungent or strong. On the contrary, it is very natural and fresh. However, the more natural the perfume, the higher the price. She is a popular anchor, so it's normal for her to be able to afford top-notch perfume. Brother Yin, are you watching Long You Live? It seems like you haven't been to Shark Live in the past few days. Sui Han glanced at Chen Yuan's phone. I found that he had clicked into the live broadcast room of a female anchor. Then, Chapter 065, Collective Trembling. Welcome to the great Mr. Yin. Mr. Yin, why did you leave without a word yesterday? I sent you a private message in the background. If you see it, please reply. The live broadcast room that Chen Yuan clicked into. It was Ruashi, the classmate he had given a gift to yesterday. Zhou Ruashi is extremely beautiful and has a good figure. In terms of appearance and temperament, she is no less beautiful than Sui Han next to him. Even worse than before. However, Zhou Ruashi is still just a student at present, and her live broadcast depends purely on her mood. 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying the nets. Play it when you have time, don't play it if you don't have time. She has been live streaming on Long Ya for several months, but her performance has been lukewarm. But there are also many rich people who give her rewards. I can earn more than 10,000 yuan every month. Enough to support her daily living expenses. Zhou Ruashi is very satisfied with this lifestyle. She doesn't have any ambitions. But it was around 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. She just broadcasted occasionally on a whim. Who knew it would attract the attention of the wealthy Mr. Yin? Smoke always takes action. As expected, it blew the whole place away. In just over half an hour, she was given more than 30 million gifts. She was almost so shocked that she began to doubt her life. Even the host Big Bunny who was piking with her was petrified instantly. Just yesterday, the number of fans in her live broadcast room skyrocketed from 50,000 to 300,000. Added 250,000 new followers. Not only that, the popularity of her live broadcast room exceeded 10 million yesterday. Even after yesterday's popularity, the popularity of her live broadcast room remained stable at over 1 million when she started broadcasting today. There are also hundreds more nobles. It seems like it's going to be a hit. Of course, this is not the point. The point is, yesterday Mr. Yin gave her more than 30 million in gifts. Even after deducting the platform share and personal income tax, she can still get a huge sum of more than 10 million. More than 10 million. As a student, she never thought she could earn so much money in a day. It's incredible. For the young anchor Zhou Ruashi, Mr. Yin is like a god. After she went off the air yesterday, I paid special attention to Mr. Yin's deeds. Although this mysterious rich man is very generous and gives tens of millions of dollars in rewards every time, he rarely gives rewards to the same female anchor a second time. This is the rule she summed up herself. It starts airing today. She didn't expect the smoke to come to her live broadcast room again. She just gained 250,000 new fans, so she needs to live stream for a few days to consolidate the popularity of her room. But I didn't expect it. It's been less than half an hour since it started airing. President Yin has come again. Ruashi was excited. She was thrilled. Her blood started to boil. She felt like she was favored by the emperor. It seems like the card has been turned over again tonight. Mr. Yin, what song do you want to listen to? Zhou Ruashi just finished speaking. A treasure map gift flew out. Wow. Thank you, Mr. Yin, for the treasure map. Mr. Yin, please don't give me gifts right away. You gave me too many gifts yesterday. I'm still a little nervous now. I feel like I'm dreaming. If you keep sending me like this, I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to give myself to you. Anchor, I suspect you were driving, but I have no evidence. Ruashi, aren't you usually quite aloof? How come you were conquered in front of Mr. Yin in just 2 days? Anchor 666, you actually dared to set your sights on my boss, Mr. Yin. You must be dreaming. I just want to ask, Mr. Yin, are you a grass fan? The live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments. Chen Yuan ignored the rhythm of the barrage. He just started giving gifts to Zhou Ruashi in front of Sui Han. A treasure map that cost $5,000. Chen Yuan seemed to be receiving free glow sticks, relaxed and carefree, not caring at all. This delivery never stopped. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuan spent 10 million. Sui Han's rosy little face suddenly became extremely shy, and she looked at Chen Yuan as if she was looking at a gold mine. Sui Han, favorability plus 10, current favorability 70 points. Half an hour later, Sui Han began to have difficulty breathing. Because it's just a short while. Chen Yuan has already given Ruashi more than 30 million. More than 30 million? Sui Han has been in the live streaming industry for nearly 3 years. Her total income over the 3 years did not even reach 30 million. But it only took half an hour. Chen Yuan spent all her 3 years' salary. She is a popular anchor who earns millions a month. If it were an ordinary person, wouldn't his entire life's income be wasted? An hour later, Sui Han suffocated. She received gifts in the live broadcast room and witnessed others giving gifts. But they are two different feelings. Chen Yuan has been in the car for a full hour, A full hour. A full hour since he got on the bus. It's important to say it 3 times. He was giving gifts to classmate Ruashi. Never stop. More than 13,000 treasure maps have been given away. Including the previous rewards, the gifts he gave to Ruashi alone exceeded 100 million. Shock. Petrified. Sluggish. Her heart was in turmoil, but Chen Yuan was very calm. From beginning to end, Chen Yuan always maintained a calm expression. It seems like the amount he spent was not 60 or 70 million. Just $6 or $7. Oh shit. Until this moment, only then did Su Yihan truly realize how terrifying President Yan's strength was. Unbelievable. Unfathomable. This is not just about showing off. If you don't have a strong foundation to support you, how can you remain calm when you spend 600 or 700 million in front of others? Su Yihan felt more and more regretful. She thought, if she had not offended Mr. Yin before and had not said so many unpleasant words, she would have been able to pass the test. Maybe Mr. Yin will give her the 600 or 700 million today. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Seeing Yin giving gifts to other female anchors, she was not angry, but started to blame herself. Mr. Yin is young, rich, handsome, and has an extraordinary demeanor. This is exactly the Prince Charming in her mind. How could I be blinded by lard? She actually behaved so ugly in front of the Prince Charming and left such a bad impression. So stupid. What a mistake. Brother Yin really becomes more and more handsome the more you look at him. Su Yihan, favorability plus 10. Su Yihan, favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 90 points. Chen Yuan almost fainted when he saw that Su Yihan's favorability level had soared to 90 points. I just gave you tens of millions of gifts in front of you. Can this also increase favorability? Well, it seems that for some women, as long as you have money, whatever you do is right and whatever you do is charming. Oh my god, Brother Yin, you have already given me 100 million? Right now. Except Su Yihan, who was already shocked by Chen Yuan's huge move. Longya live streaming platform. In Ruashi's live broadcast room, all the viewers were trembling collectively. Chapter 66 Large Rollover Scene. Mr. Yin is so generous, he spent 100 million in 2 days. More than 100 million, including the reward for Sarala, 150 million was raised in 3 days. I was shocked. I was really shocked. Some people say that I am Mr. Yan's lackey. I want to say, what's wrong with being a dog? Woof woof woof. The live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments. Classmate Ruashi bowed 90 degrees to express her gratitude. I have said thank you almost hundreds of times. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was extremely hot. In just 3 days, Chen Yuan became the undisputed #1 rich man in Longya. His fame on Longya Live is even greater than that of Sharkpox. All the female anchors in Longya are looking forward to Mr. Yan's visit. They were so envious of Ruashi that their eyes turned purple. There are so many female anchors in Longya, but Mr. Yin only likes Ruashi. It's really enviable. An unknown little anchor. He actually received 100 million in rewards, and the share alone is tens of millions. With so much money, wouldn't it be great to be your own boss? Why would he do a live broadcast? This is simply a step to heaven. Boss Yin, we're here. I've reserved a seat at the Zhao's private restaurant in front. Even though the scale of Zhao's private restaurant is not as good as a 5-star hotel, it's definitely harder to reserve a seat here than at a 5-star hotel. Feng Xiaobao drove the Bentley luxury car into the parking lot and pointed at the Zhao's private restaurant in front and said confidently. Chen Yuan had heard of Zhao's private dishes. This private restaurant is quite famous in Seoul. It is said that the owner, Zhao Jiangwo, was once the chef of the Yanjing State Banquet. Won numerous gold medals in chef competitions. His cooking skills have reached a superb level. Even his apprentices are comparable to Michelin 3-star chefs. The business of Zhao's private restaurant is extremely booming, and this restaurant strives for excellence. Therefore, they have a strange rule of only accepting 50 table reservations per day. Sometimes, reservations for Zhao's private restaurant would even be scheduled for a month later. It's just so exaggerated. If you want to eat real gourmet food, Zhao's private kitchen is the first choice in Seoul. Sure, Emperor Xiao. I didn't expect you to be able to reserve a table at Zhao's private restaurant. I've heard that the food here is second to none. Emperor Xiao is treating us today, so I won't be polite. Chen Yuan gave him a way out. Since the other person invited you to dinner, he must want to resolve the grudge. Chen Yuan felt that there was no need to worry too much. Sometimes your enemies can become your friends, and your friends can become your enemies. As long as there is not too big a conflict of interest, it is always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Chen Yuan closed the Longya app, got out of the car, and walked towards Zhao's private restaurant with Feng Xiaobao, Su Yihan, and Xiao Feng. I don't know if Su Yihan did it on purpose, but he always deliberately leaned towards Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan has a tall figure, handsome appearance, and good temperament. Su Yihan is tall, curvy, graceful, fair-skinned, and beautiful, and she seems to be a good match for Chen Yuan. This handsome man and beautiful woman attracted a lot of people's attention as they walked on the street. Walking into Zhao's private restaurant, you will find the style inside is very elegant. It is not the traditional Chinese style, but the Nordic minimalist style. Clean and tidy, elegant environment. Floor-to-ceiling windows for natural lighting, crystal glass tabletop. Although business is booming, it does not seem crowded or noisy. As soon as Chen Yuan walked into this private restaurant, he heard an intoxicating piano melody. I saw a beautiful woman in white clothes, with a fairy-like temperament and long hair like a waterfall, who was skillfully playing the famous piano piece Castle in the Sky. The piano music of Castle in the Sky is very simple, but it is very difficult to play it well. Because this song contains extremely rich emotions, it is not an easy task to integrate such emotions into the song and arouse resonance in others. But the woman in white sitting on the piano chair in front of him had fingers as graceful and beautiful as butterflies. Her performance of Castle in the Sky made people enter a state of emotional resonance almost instantly, which shows the high level of her performance. When Chen Yuan saw the beautiful woman in white playing the piano, he was stunned for a moment. Boss Yin, this beauty is very smart. She is not just an ordinary piano girl. She is the daughter of Zhao's private restaurant, the only daughter of Chef Zhao Jiangwo, Zhao Yuqi. I heard that there are quite a few rich young men pursuing her. Feng Xiaobao looked at Zhao Yuqi with admiration. Then he looked at the beautiful anchor Sui Han next to him. The two girls are not much different in age, have good figures, and even their looks are not that different. But when standing together, one can still feel that Zhao Yuqi's temperament is superior. When Sui Han saw a girl who was just as pretty as herself, she felt a little dissatisfied. She can't play the piano, but if it comes to dancing, she feels she can beat the girl in front of her. She is Shark's #1 dancer and a popular anchor with millions of fans. She is the focus of the crowd wherever she goes. I will never be willing to be outdone by another girl. At this time, whether Sui Han did it intentionally or unintentionally, she actually put her hand around Chen Yuan's arm without making a sound. Seems to want to assert sovereignty. And it was at this moment, Zhao Yuqi finished playing the last note. She raised her head slightly and was about to bow to express her gratitude, but unexpectedly she saw Chen Yuan at a glance. However, she saw more than just Chen Yuan. There is also a fashionable beauty with fair skin, long legs and a thin waist, who is holding Chen Yuan's arm. The relationship between them is self-evident. Instantly, Zhao Yuqi's face turned pale. Almost lost all the blood color in an instant. She felt betrayed like never before. A man who had given her a luxurious villa a few days ago and made her fall in love with him. A man who made her heart flutter and almost fall for him completely. He actually turned around and got involved with another woman? Chen Yuan, you. No, Yuqi, listen to my explanation. Chen Yuan was also a little confused. He really didn't expect that Zhao Yuqi was actually the daughter of Zhao's private restaurant. If I had known, I would not have had dinner with Sui Han and Feng Xiaobao. It's okay to have a meal, and it can be explained if we just happen to meet. But who knows if Sui Han is mentally ill, she just happened to hold his arm in front of Zhao Yuqi. Damn it, even if you jump into the Yellow River, you can't wash yourself clean. Chen Yuan's mentality is a little exploded. Who knew we would suddenly encounter such a large car rollover scene? Sure, a hell begins. It's so heartbreaking. It's too difficult. Although Chen Yuan may not really be in love with Zhao Yuqi's position in his mind is definitely much higher than Sui Han. So, he decisively shook off Sui Han's hand and chased after her to explain to Zhao Yuqi. What do you want to explain? Isn't what I saw clear enough? Chen Yuan, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. What do you think of me? Chapter 67 Chen Yuan fooled. Chen Yuan, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? Do you think I will be your mistress just because you have money? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Zhao Yuqi will never share the same man with other women in my life, no matter who this man is. Zhao Yuqi said this with absolute certainty. The way she looked at Chen Yuan was as if she was looking at an unforgivable scum. Playing two games at the same time has already touched the moral bottom line and does not deserve any forgiveness at all. No matter what explanation you give, it's just an excuse. Chen Yuan quickly thought of a countermeasure in his mind. The key is, how to resolve this mess. Zhao Yuqi, favorability -5. Zhao Yuqi, favorability -5. Chen Yuan was silent for a moment, and Zhao Yuqi's favorability began to decline continuously. In this case, no matter what explanation he made, it would be in vain. It will only make things worse. The only way to break the impasse is to turn passivity into initiative. Yuqi, do you have any misunderstandings? We are just ordinary classmates. Why are you suddenly so hostile to me? What about mistresses? Are you thinking too much? Chen Yuan asked back. This question completely confused Zhao Yuqi. It seems that she is indeed not Chen Yuan's girlfriend yet. From the beginning to the end, she never confessed her feelings, and they never formally confirmed their relationship. They are not boyfriend and girlfriend at all. Since they are not boyfriend and girlfriend, then Chen Yuan's behavior of two-timing does not exist. She is single and free, so she can be with whoever she wants. It is none of Zhao Yuqi's business at all. No, that's not it. If we were just ordinary classmates, why would you give me a luxurious villa? Why would you give me tens of millions of gifts in the live broadcast room? Aren't you pursuing me? Zhao Yuqi's attitude softened a little, but she still questioned aggressively. Student Yuqi, this is a long story. You should know that I didn't just give you the reward. During this period, I have spent a lot of money on various live streaming platforms. But actually, I have my reasons. As Chen Yuan was talking, he quietly changed the subject. What's your problem? Let's talk for a moment. I can tell you about this, but you must not let anyone else know. Chen Yuan said, pulling Zhao Yuqi's arm and walking to an empty stairwell. Zhao Yuqi did not resist either. Yuqi, have you seen The Richest Tomato? I have seen it. Why are you asking this? Since you've seen it, let's make it short. My situation is actually similar. I have a 50 billion inheritance to inherit, but the condition for inheriting this huge inheritance is that I must spend 1 billion within a month and cannot leave any assets behind. However, I don't have as many restrictions as in the movie. The only requirement is that I can only spend money on girls. Do you understand now? Why should I buy you a villa, give you gifts, and give the same gifts to other female anchors? Actually, I have no choice. By the way, the girl you just saw is actually a female anchor on the Shark Live platform. She just flew here from Shanghai today. She became attached to me just because I gave her a tip of 10 million. In fact, I have nothing to do with her. Chen Yuan was fooling around. By the way, he explained his relationship with Sui Han. Zhao Yuqi suddenly learned such an explosive secret. She was a little confused. You have a 50 billion inheritance to inherit? The inheritance requirement is to spend 1 billion within a month? Isn't this a plot from a movie? Are you sure you're not telling a story? If someone else told this kind of thing, Zhao Yuqi didn't believe it at all and just thought you were joking. But when Chen Yuan said this, it suddenly became somewhat credible because he had indeed done so before. He gave gifts crazily to female anchors on major live streaming platforms. It's tens of millions at any time. For this reason, her best friend Wu Xiaofei even complained about Chen Yuan several times. I think Chen Yuan might be very fickle. He falls in love with every beautiful female anchor he sees. Now it seems that they do have their own difficulties. Otherwise, even if it was Principal Wang, it is impossible for him to give so much money to the female anchor for no reason. Think about it this way. The reason why Chen Yuan bought her a luxury villa worth 60 million was simply to complete a family mission and inherit a 50 billion inheritance. No one really pursued her. She actually was being too sentimental. Oh my god, how embarrassing. Zhao Yuqi blushed. She wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. First, Chen Yuan did not pursue her. Second, she and Chen Yuan are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. According to the above conditions, Chen Yuan's reason for playing both sides is completely invalid. I'm not a scumbag. Moreover, Chen Yuan also explained that the girl who just held his hand was just a female anchor on the Shark platform who had fallen in love with him. The other party just flew here from Shanghai today. How could he have any unclear relationship with Chen Yuan? Think about it this way. She has no reason to be angry. You are not even someone's girlfriend. So what qualifications do you have to point at someone's nose and curse at them? Just seeing a girl holding his hand? Are you criticizing others from the moral high ground? Stop being funny. After sorting out the relationship, Zhao Yuqi's perspective changed. Different relationships naturally have different requirements. It is also easier to consider things from the other person's perspective. The point is, Chen Yuan actually has a legacy of 50 billion to inherit? What a huge asset this is. If other girls knew about this, who knows how many slutty girls would come and seduce Chen Yuan. He is young, rich, handsome, and has an extraordinary demeanor. He also has hundreds of billions of inheritance waiting to be inherited. Such a top-notch rich son-in-law, a modern version of Prince Charming, you, Zhao Yuqi, may not be worthy of him. I'm sorry, Chen Yuan, I misunderstood you. I shouldn't have scolded you in front of so many people. Zhao Yuqi apologized quietly. After saying that, he lowered his head. It's okay. I'm glad you understand me. As for you, if my behavior during this period of time has caused you to misunderstand, I'm really sorry. Maybe I should have made it clear to you earlier. In fact, after what happened with Lin Shutong, I don't want to fall in love in the short term. I just want to complete the task quickly and inherit the family legacy. Chen Yuan reminisced with a look of deep affection. It seems that after being hurt, one does not want to start another relationship immediately. This is also a kind of respect for past relationships. Of course, Chen Yuan said this just to give a warning. He may continue to give gifts to other female anchors and continue to have ambiguous relationships with other girls in the future, so he doesn't even need to find an excuse. Absolutely perfect. Chapter 068, Shocking Reversal. Zhao Yuqi, Favorability +5. Zhao Yuqi, Favorability +5. Zhao Yuqi, Favorability +1. Current favorability, 91 points. Chen Yuan's powerful trick not only made Zhao Yuqi's favorability level rise again, but it even increased a little bit. Although only a little. But the higher the favorability level goes, the harder it is to improve. Especially after 90 points, it is not easy to increase the favorability by a little bit. In fact, after Chen Yuan explained it clearly, Zhao Yuqi felt a little uncomfortable. Because she found out that Chen Yuan never really liked her from the beginning, nor did he pursue her. He was just trying to complete the task of inheriting the estate. But at the same time she felt sad. I admire Chen Yuan's character more and more. This just shows that Chen Yuan is not a casual man. He can turn around and pursue another woman right after breaking up with Lin Shutong. This kind of seamless connection is actually the behavior of a scumbag. Before, Zhao Yuqi had always been reserved in her attitude towards Chen Yuan. Because Chen Yuan pursued her seamlessly and also gave gifts to other female anchors online, it was impossible for her to say that she was not jealous at all and had no doubts about Chen Yuan's character. No matter how many advantages a person has, it is impossible to completely cover up his shortcomings. But Chen Yuan's explanation let her know that he is not simply attracted by her beauty, nor is he a prodigal son who randomly gives money to the female anchor. Even if someone spends 1 billion, he can still inherit 50 billion. He just wanted to complete the mission of the successor. He has a valid reason. Moreover, although Chen Yuan said it was simple, could the task of actually inheriting a 50 billion inheritance be so simple? Of course not. He appears calm and composed on the surface, but who knows how much pressure he is under behind the scenes. How could a wealthy family with assets worth tens of billions of dollars not be scheming and scheming? But Chen Yuan told her such an important secret. This shows that her position in Chen Yuan's mind is somewhat different. After some self-imagination, the look in Zhao Yuqi's eyes when she looked at Chen Yuan began to become softer. Chen Yuan, I really didn't know you were under so much pressure. Compared to you, I am too naive and have always misunderstood you. I am really sorry. What? Have I endured a lot? How come I don't know it myself? Where the hell are you thinking about? Chen Yuan's mind was full of question marks. He felt that Zhao Yuqi might watch too many soap operas. I always like to make up some storylines on my own. Otherwise, I wouldn't say such nonsense. So, you really understand me? Chen Yuan didn't know what she was thinking, but it was definitely right to say that you understand me. Zhao Yuqi, favorability +1. Current favorability, 92 points. Fuck, this is even possible? That's all. Chen Yuan took Zhao Yuqi to talk in the stairwell for 5 minutes. Then he took her back to the restaurant. Before going out, everyone in the hall saw that Zhao Yuqi was furious and wanted to eat Chen Yuan alive. A scumbag like this, who was caught cheating on his girlfriend, should be torn into pieces. Otherwise, it will be difficult to get rid of the hatred in my heart. But 5 minutes later, Zhao Yuqi is back. Her complexion returned to normal, and she looked shy. She even followed behind Chen Yuan, looking very guilty. What the hell? What? Feng Xiaobao pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. My jaw almost dropped. He was stunned, dumbfounded, and confused on the spot. He saw it very clearly just now, and the relationship between Mr. Yin and Zhao Yuqi was obvious at a glance. This kind of situation where he was caught on the spot by his legal girlfriend and died on the spot. In his opinion, there is no solution at all. The more you describe it, the worse it gets. Zhao Yuqi's reaction didn't seem like she could be coaxed into submission. But the smoke always pulled her to the stairwell. 5 minutes. It only took 5 minutes. The fatal situation unexpectedly saw a shocking reversal. Zhao Yuqi is fine. Not only was she completely recovered, but she also looked guilty. It was as if it was not Mr. Yin himself who had the accident just now, but the woman who made the mistake. Oh shit. So awesome. This is so awesome. This mysterious technique of picking up girls will make your scalp tingle. Is this guy possessed by a love saint? A fatal accident can be resolved perfectly? Unscientific. It's really unscientific. Feng Xiaobo was already 36 years old, but he actually had an urge to become a disciple. If he had the same skills as Mr. Yin in picking up girls, the old woman at home would have been tamed by him long ago. Why do you have to act like a thief every time you go out? I'm sorry, I was in a bad mood just now and disturbed everyone's meal. I apologize to everyone. Zhao Yuqi apologized to the other diners first, then turned to Feng Xiaobo and Su Yihan and said generously, You are Chen Yuan's friends, right? Since you are his friends, you are my friends. I will treat you to dinner today. No, Miss Zhao, we agreed that it's my treat today. Feng Xiaobao immediately said something polite. It doesn't matter. Chen Yuan's friends are my friends. They're all my own restaurants. Don't be polite. Zhao Yuqi seemed to be talking to Feng Xiaobao. But in fact, there is one meaning revealed in both words. She has a special relationship with Chen Yuan. It's one of us. It is not something that some people can instigate at will. If you want to seduce a man, don't you see whose territory this is? Sui Han obviously understood what Zhao Yuqi meant. But she didn't care at all. How could it be possible that such an outstanding and wealthy boss like Mr. Yin doesn't have a few female confidants around him? There were 4 or 5 female anchors who received huge gifts as rewards. She never cared about anything. Judging from Zhao Yuqi's appearance, she is probably not Mr. Yan's official girlfriend. Otherwise, how could he be coaxed into submission with just a few words? Since none of us is Mr. Yan's official girlfriend, why are you being so arrogant? Everyone competes fairly. Everyone has a chance. When you meet an outstanding man, you should take the initiative and snatch him away. She looks down on those losers who are not liked by women. You have to fight for happiness yourself. Sui Han has been working in the live broadcast industry for 3 years and has gradually grown from a small anchor that no one cares about to where he is today. She understands this truth deeply. If you don't fight and you don't compete, you will be the only one who suffers in the end. Come on, sit down and eat. You've been hungry all day. Chen Yuan waved his hand, found a seat in the restaurant, and sat down. Zhao Yuqi immediately followed and sat on his left without hesitation. Sui Han was not to be outdone and sat down to Chen Yuan's right. The atmosphere was inexplicably tense. There was a smell of gunpowder in the air. Boss Yin, actually, I still want to explain what happened at noon. 2 years ago, I was still a small anchor. I had a boyfriend at that time. He was #1 in my live broadcast room and was very generous. When we met later, I found that he was not only funny and humorous, but also good-looking. He was a mature uncle who was very caring. Then we got together. He and I were in love for a year. I really loved him and gave him almost everything. But in the end, not only did he get together with my best friend, he also cheated me of my money. I worked hard for a year's live streaming and earned it all, but he borrowed it all under the pretext of doing business. Because of a loophole in the contract, I can't get my money back. Since then, I have been very sensitive to netizens who ask for money, and because of this incident, I overreacted at the airport. I really didn't mean to do that. Sui Han's eyes were red and her tone was extremely sincere. She seemed to really remember the sad things that happened in the past that she couldn't bear to look back on. Chapter 69. My brother has a big appetite. Chen Yuan was speechless. If it were anyone else, they might really be moved by Sui Han's sincere tone. Completely forget the previous unpleasantness. Because her excuse was just right, and it made people feel a little sympathy for her. It is also easier to understand why she is so realistic and materialistic. But it seemed that Chen Yuan just used this trick to fool Zhao Yuqi. You turn around and use the same trick to fool me? Excuse me, are you kidding me? The story you made up is even more ridiculous than mine. You spent more than an hour thinking about it, and this is it. Chen Yuan sneered in his heart. But on the surface there was a hint of sympathy. So you've had such an unbearable experience. Sigh. We're both wanderers in this world. I've had similar experiences before. I understand you. Chen Yuan nodded and said. He seemed to have really gotten over the unpleasant experience of being ridiculed at the airport. Sui Han, favorability +1. Current favorability, 91 points. Sure enough, girls seem to particularly like hearing the phrase, I understand you. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether you really understand it or not. As long as you understand her, follow her words, and show understanding and empathy, she will show her favor towards you. Anyway, no matter whether you understand it or not, just make it clear. Brother Yin, thank you for understanding me. By the way, I still don't know Brother Yin's real name. My name is Chen Yuan. It turns out to be Brother Chen Yuan. The conversation between Chen Yuan and Sui Han made Zhao Yuqi feel relieved. Unexpectedly, after all this time, she didn't even know Chen Yuan's name. It seems that Chen Yuan did not lie to her, they just met. Humph. You shameless green tea girl, you're already holding a man's arm after just meeting him. If you knew that Chen Yuan had 50 billion worth of assets waiting to be inherited, wouldn't you have pounced on him? Zhao Yuqi thought with disdain in her heart. Stop chatting. I'm starving. Let's order some food. Chen Yuan picked up the menu and changed the subject. Give me 1 serving of this marbling beef. I'd like to have 1 portion of the best braised pork, too. There are also dry pot spicy chicken, steamed grouper, Australian lobster, boiled small yellow croaker, stir-fried pork, bird's nest, and lotus seed soup. Bring 1 portion of all these dishes. Chen Yuan looked at the menu. I just ordered 7 or 8 dishes at random. Anyway, I don't spend my own money. The prices of Zhao's private dishes are generally on the expensive side. A very ordinary farmer's stir-fried meat cost 108. Steamed grouper costs more than 2,000 yuan per piece. The 7 or 8 dishes that Chen Yuan casually ordered cost almost more than 10,000 yuan in total. It's so damn expensive. It's really a shady shop. In other small restaurants, their stir-fried farm-style pork only costs 20 yuan per serving. You sell it for 108, which is 5 times more expensive. Chen Yuan began to complain in his heart. Normally, he only eats in the school cafeteria. Even if he has time to go out to eat, the combined cost for several classmates usually doesn't exceed 500. If there are more than 1,000, then it must be a party with more than a dozen people. For Chen Yuan, spending more than 10,000 yuan on a meal for several people is really a luxury. Half an hour later. Oh shit. So delicious. The taste is so delicious. It's just a very ordinary stir-fried farm-style meat dish, using the leanest ingredients. So delicious. It turns out that there is a reason why they sell it at a high price. Yuchi, the food in your restaurant is really good. The Zhao family's private cuisine is so famous in Seoul, it really lives up to its reputation. Chen Yuan praised it and started to eat voraciously. He has a big appetite, and the more he eats, the more delicious it tastes. Really? Chen Yuan, if you think it's delicious, then come often in the future. I'll ask someone to reserve a seat for you. In fact, these dishes are just made by my father's apprentice. If my father cooks it himself, it will be truly delicious. Why don't you come back to my house next time, and I'll let my father cook for you himself? That's not so good. Don't be nervous. I was just kidding. Haha. Zhao Yuchi laughed and stuck out her tongue, looking cute and well-behaved. This meal. Chen Yuan was quite satisfied with the meal. This is the real master. President Yin is worthy of being President Yin. He remains calm even when facing a huge crisis. Awesome. At this moment, Lu Wen just suddenly called. Hey, Xiaochen, are you free tomorrow? What? It's like this. Tomorrow we have a high school reunion. It was initiated by class monitor Jean Minjing. It happens to be Sunday. Do you plan to go? No, there's no point in going. Oh, but I heard that the monitor also invited Xiao Ruoyu to the party. When Chen Yuan heard the name Xiao Ruoyu, his pupils suddenly shrank and his breathing paused. Chapter 70. More than Ying's favorability inexplicably soars. Xiao Ruoyu was Chen Yuan's goddess in high school. It was also his first love. At the age of 16, it was the first time my heart beat faster, the first time my face turned red, the first time I was so nervous that I couldn't speak. In front of this girl, Chen Yuan didn't even have the courage to confess his feelings. Until he graduated from high school, he just looked at her silently in the crowd. This is a girl with brilliant radiance, while Chen Yuan is as humble as a speck of dust. Thinking back carefully, it was not that he was afraid to express his feelings, but that he knew himself well. How could Xiao Ruoyu fall in love with him? This is impossible. Since it is impossible, why humiliate yourself? A man's heart is beating fast only so many times. Perhaps the green and budding teenage years are the easiest time to fall in love. He will also remember a girl because of the first heart-pounding feeling he had, and will not forget her even after many years. But as I get older, I meet more and more girls. Even if he meets a very beautiful girl later, he will not have the same feeling of accelerated heartbeat as when he was a young boy. Maybe I've seen too much, and I've become indifferent to it, and it doesn't matter anymore. Or maybe if one person already lives in the heart, it becomes difficult for a second person to live in it. Until many years later, he will become more and more casual. It doesn't matter because no one is her anyway. Chen Yuanqing was silent for more than 10 seconds before he said, "Where will we meet tomorrow?" "Tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock, Jiuzhou Hotel. By the way, Li Yuntao will also be there. After so many years, this guy is still unwilling to give up," Lu Wenjie reminded. When Li Yuntao was in high school, he was an outstanding 3-good student and an advanced cadre in the class. Later, he was admitted to China University of Geosciences, also a 985 top student. And the family conditions are very good. My father is the head of the Education Bureau. After the college entrance examination, Li Yuntao confessed his love to Xiao Ruoyu in public. Although it was later rejected. But he still did a lot of things that boys wanted to do but didn't dare to do. "It's okay. I'm free tomorrow." Chen Yuan hung up the phone, not knowing what he was feeling. It's complicated anyway. At this time, Sui Han sent him another WeChat message. "Brother Yin, I'm going to start a live broadcast later. Will you come to the live broadcast room to watch me?" "Yes." Chen Yuan typed back absent-mindedly. In fact, he had already planned to stop giving Sui Han gifts. But after thinking about it carefully, Sui Han's favorability towards him was only 4 points away from a successful counterattack. Give more gifts now, and you will get more dog money back soon. There is absolutely no need to be stingy with money. It is also time to consolidate the reputation of the rich man Mr. Yin on the Sharp platform. Chen Yuan opened the system page and took a look at Sui Han's dog-licking progress bar. Name, Sui Han. Stage name, Xiaomier. Current favorability, 91 points. The limit for dog money consumption, 10.2 million. Counterattack return bonus, 1.02 million, unfinished. Reward reinforcement points, 25 points, not completed. Bonus skill, dance mastery, unfinished. Let's take a look at Zhao Yuqi's progress. Name, Zhao Yuqi. Stage name, Chi-Chi is cute. Current favorability, 92 points. The limit for dog money consumption, 65 million. Counterattack return bonus, 6.5 million, not completed. Reward reinforcement points, 25 points, not completed. Bonus skill, Grandmaster Piano Mastery, unfinished. Name, Lin Shutong. Current favorability, 95 points. Current status, counterattack successful. Name, Su Lele. Current favorability, 96 points. Current status, counterattack successful. Name, He Jiying. Current favorability, 76 points. The limit for spending money on dog money, 0. Counterattack return bonus, 0. Not completed. Bonus reinforcement points, 22 points, not completed. Bonus skill, dance mastery, unfinished. There are currently 5 girls who are bound to me as my lickers. Among them, Lin Shutong and Su Lele have successfully counterattacked. He was also handsomely rewarded. The favorability levels of Zhao Yuqi and Su Yihan have both reached over 90 points. Whether they can make a comeback depends on this most crucial wave. What surprised Chen Yuan was not just Ying. It seemed like he had never spent a penny on He Jiying. He only had 2 conflicts with Li Yang, slapped Li Yang in the face twice, and showed off his luxury car at the same time. But he remembered that at that time, He Jiying's favorability towards him was only 25 points. How come I haven't seen you for a few days? The favorability suddenly increased to 76 points? What the hell? Is it possible that without doing anything, the favorability will increase rapidly? Chen Yuan was shocked. Could it be that He Jiying knows my identity as President Yin? Or maybe it's because of the popular incident of Runner on the internet that her heartbeat accelerated and she could no longer control herself. These are the only 2 aspects Chen Yuan could think of. That's right, Chen Yuan really guessed it. After Chen Yuan's video went viral on the internet, He Jiying inexplicably felt a little regretful. She does not regret breaking up with Li Yang. Instead, he regretted not leaving his WeChat account to Chen Yuan. This man is not only invincible in track and field events, sweeping across the board and suppressing everything, but his true identity is also so extraordinary. A rich young man who drives a Rolls-Royce. He is so low-key in school. He has amazing strength, but he doesn't like to show off. If Li Yang hadn't been so aggressive and humiliated himself, no one would have bothered to show off in front of him. Thinking about it this way, Chen Yuan is hundreds of times stronger than Li Yang. And Li Yang has a bad temper. These 2 days. It's not just Ying who is brushing acne. Every time I see Chen Yuan's video, I regret it in my heart. Somehow, she felt like she had fallen in love with Chen Yuan. Although in reality she and Chen Yuan had only met twice. But these 2 times, Chen Yuan left an extremely deep impression on her mind. As a result, when she watched the video later, she found him more and more handsome and her heart was moved. I wish I could repeat it hundreds of times, every day. Room 708, HUSD Girls Dormitory. Jiying, today is Saturday. Aren't you going out to play with your boyfriend? You've been watching videos every day? You must have watched Runner's videos hundreds of times, right? Aren't you bored? Asked roommate Zhou Qing. Li Yang and I have broken up. He is a scumbag. I have decided that Runner will be my next boyfriend. Don't be ridiculous. Do you know who the running man is? Of course I know. This story is a bit long. I was watching a game on the school playground at the time. A very handsome boy suddenly rushed over to chat with me and asked me for my WeChat. I didn't give it to him, so he must have been very disappointed. Later, in order to prove himself, he rushed onto the racetrack. This person is the now popular running man. He Jiying said this solemnly. What? Running man became famous because of you? Stop bragging. Xiao Ying, I know you like Running Man and you like sporty guys, but you can't dump your boyfriend just because you like an internet celebrity, whose face you can't even see clearly. Zhou Qing advised. I just saw Li Yang downstairs holding a bouquet of roses and 999 candles, ready to apologize to you. A roommate who just returned to the dormitory said to He Jiying, apologize? You know how to apologize now. It's too late. No matter what, you should go down and take a look. You have to make things clear, right? At this time, Chen Yuan returned to school. He had just walked into the school gate, and when he passed the library, he found that there were a lot of people near the girls' dormitory. A huge crowd. Many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures and make a fuss. Chen Yuan walked towards the crowd with gossipy curiosity. Chapter 71 Talent can also attract girls. Wow, is this Li Yang, the captain of the track and field team? He's quite handsome. Li Yong is not only the captain of the track and field team, but his family also runs a company with tens of millions of assets. Do you see the BMW 7 Series next to him? How many junior students can afford a BMW? Li Yong is so outstanding. Is he Jing mentally ill? She wants to dump a boyfriend like this? She just relies on her beauty, big breasts, and long legs. What's so great about that? Among a group of onlookers, a few girls were jealous. They seemed to have a good impression of Li Yong. Therefore, I particularly dislike He Duying. When she first entered school last year, He Jing, as a freshman, stole the show at the New Year's Eve party. It attracted many outstanding seniors to pursue her. This causes many girls to be uncomfortable with it. Later, Li Yong successfully defeated all his opponents in the competition among his senior schoolmates and spent half a year to win He Jing's heart. But we've only been dating for a month and we're breaking up? He Jing is really too pretentious. Different from the girls' thoughts, the boys think that Li Yong is really lucky. He Duying is definitely one of the prettiest girls among this class of freshmen. Not only is she extremely beautiful, but most importantly, she has a magnificent, ups and downs, S-shaped curve. This guy Li Yong just relies on the money in his family. Otherwise, how could I catch up with such an attractive schoolgirl? The good cabbages are eaten by pigs. She's coming down. Not only Ying is coming down. When Chen Yuan got closer, he realized that it was Li Yong who was apologizing to He Jing. He made a huge heart shape with candles downstairs of the girls' dormitory, holding 99 roses in hand, kneeling on one knee. And there was a BMW 7 Series parked next to it. Luxury cars, flowers, candles, love, and onlookers. The atmosphere is set. There is sincerity too. Under normal circumstances, He Duying should forgive him. After all, this is not a confession, but an apology. The fact that Li Yong is willing to put so much thought into this shows that he is sincere and also gives He Duying enough face. But the outcome of things is often unexpected. He Duying just went downstairs. He actually spotted Chen Yuan watching in the crowd at a glance. Xiaoying, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you that day. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Li Yong walked up to He Jing, handed her the flowers with both hands, and spoke sincerely. Go away. He Jing did not take his flowers. Instead, he trotted all the way to Chen Yuan. I'm sorry. That day? Actually, how about we add each other on WeChat? He Jing spoke hesitantly, with a shy look on her face. This time, she actually took the initiative to ask Chen Yuan for his WeChat. In an instant, the whole audience was stunned. The crowd of onlookers were dumbfounded. Li Yang's face turned pale. It feels like a green hat is put on my forehead. He was almost so angry that he vomited blood. Isn't He Jing Li Yang's girlfriend? What is she doing, flirting with a guy in front of him? Fuck, isn't this the scumbag Chen Yuan? The #1 scumbag on our campus forum. Lin Shutong, Su Lele, and Zhao Yuqi, 3 beauties, all sent him breakfast. Now even Li Yang's girlfriend has been poached by him. Why do I feel like he's so awesome? Even though his reputation is so bad, there are still girls throwing themselves at him. Is He Jing deliberately trying to anger Li Yong? Or does she really want to dump Li Yong for Chen Yuan? Watching the onlookers pointing and talking, Li Yong felt completely humiliated. For a man, the most embarrassing thing is to be poached right in front of him. Li Yong was angry. He was really angry. He felt like there was a fire burning in his chest, completely destroying his sanity. Fuck you, Chen Yuan. If I don't kill you today, my last name is not Li. Li Yong rushed over in anger. He raised his fist and punched Chen Yuan in the face. He is the captain of the track and field team of the Sports Institute. He is strong, tall, and has amazing explosive power. Normally, 2 or 3 boys combined may not be able to beat him. But the person he faced today was Chen Yuan. Li Yong is fast, but Chen Yuan is even faster. Li Yong has strong explosive power, but Chen Yuan has even stronger explosive power. He was about to throw a punch. Chen Yuan kicked him away at lightning speed. Li Yong rushed over again quickly. Then he was kicked out again. Less than 2 minutes. Li Yong was beaten down by Chen Yuan. How could a hunk from the sports department be no match for Chen Yuan, a sickly guy from the literature department? What the hell? Are all those strong muscles of yours just for show? Can't even beat Chen Yuan, the loser from the Arts Academy? It's a disgrace to the Sports Institute. That's impossible. Why can't I beat him? Li Yong began to doubt his life. I still remember 3 years ago. He rode on Chen Yuan's neck and slapped him. This little bastard didn't even have the strength to resist. He can fight however he wants. Humiliate me however you want. But 3 years later, not only did Chen Yuan steal his girlfriend right in front of him, but he couldn't even win a fight. In the sprint race, he lost. In the competition of luxury cars, he lost again. When it comes to girls, he still loses. Now he even loses the fight. Li Yang's mentality collapsed. He Jing, you bitch, how dare you betray me? Chen Yuan, you just wait. This matter will not end like this. Li Yong said harshly and ran away in shame. If you don't leave now, are you waiting to be laughed at? Are you crazy? I really provoke you. Chen Yuan was quite speechless. He admitted that he and Li Yong did not have a good relationship. But except for the first time when I deliberately targeted him at the track and field event. The other 2 times, he did not take the initiative to provoke the other party. Instead, it was Li Yong who wanted to show off in front of him, but ended up getting slapped in the face. Today's incident was purely an accident. He was just there to watch the fun. Who knew that he would be caught in the crossfire? Your girl took the initiative to flirt with me. Do you blame me? You really want to hit me? There's no way I won't fight back, right? Is this my fault again? Chen Yuan shook his head. He was about to leave when He Jing suddenly ran up to him again. She clasped her fingers together, looking shy, and pink bubbles seemed to pop out of her big round eyes. The look in her eyes when she looked at Chen Yuan was extremely passionate. Chen Yuan, you are amazing. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Even Li Yong can't beat you. Have you ever practiced? He Jing, favorability +5. He Jing, favorability +5. He Jing, favorability +5. Current favorability, 91 points. He Jing simply ignored Li Yong. This girl with big breasts and long legs seems to be a bit of a violence advocate, which may be why she likes athletic boys. Chen Yuan never expected that He Jing's favorability towards him would grow so quickly. We have only met 3 times in total, but the favorability has already increased to 91 points. And he has never given He Jing a penny. Could it be that I have reached a high level where I can attract girls with my talent without spending any money? Chapter 72, Hammering a Scumbag. Let me explain this on 2 sides. Just when He Jing was chasing Chen Yuan for his contact information. The other side, Zhao Yuqi returned to the girls' dormitory. She had just returned to the girls' dormitory when her best friend Wu Xiaofei came over with a troubled look on her face. Chi-Chi, there's something I don't know whether I should tell you or not. If I don't tell you, I'm worried that you'll be deceived, but if I tell you, I'm afraid you'll be sad. Wu Xiaofei said hesitantly. Zhao Yuqi's heart skipped a beat. I thought something bad had happened. It's okay, just tell me. Chi-Chi, I advise you not to contact Chen Yuan, this scumbag, in the future. You may not know how bad he is. Oh. Zhao Yuqi was stunned. Why is Chen Yuan involved again? What did he do? Chi-Chi, take a look for yourself. This is the trending search on Weibo that just came out this afternoon. Zhao Yuqi glanced at the phone Wu Xiaofei handed over. The title on Weibo reads, A rich man smokes a cigarette and spends 150 million in 3 days. An unknown anchor gains 1 million fans in 1 day and becomes a new star in the live broadcast industry. This Weibo post was trending for just a few hours. The following comments have exceeded 20,000 plus. See, Chi-Chi, I have been following the movements of Lonely One Cigarette for you these past 2 days. Who knew that this scumbag Chen Yuan was so cunning? He stopped going to Shark Live and Douyin Live, and instead went to Longya Live, which I never paid attention to, and gave 150 million to 2 female anchors. This is 150 million. Especially that classmate Ruashi. The gifts that Chen Yuan gave her alone amounted to more than 100 million. I originally thought that he bought you a luxury villa because he wanted to be devoted to you. But look, what has he done in just 2 days since we last met? This playboy, scumbag, villain, and beast is simply playing with your feelings. He is a spendthrift. If he continues to spend money like this, even if the family has a lot of money, he will squander it all. It makes me so angry. He is a hopeless case. Wu Xiaofei became angrier as he spoke. What Chen Yuan did was simply unforgivable and too numerous to list. He flirts with female anchors all over the internet and is totally an unreliable person. But after Zhao Yuqi heard her revelations, not only was there no shock about this incident, on the contrary, it is very peaceful. Xiaofei, don't say bad things about Chen Yuan in front of me anymore. You don't understand him at all. Also, I know that he gave gifts to the female anchor. What? Wu Xiaofei was stunned. Shocked. She really couldn't understand what Zhao Yuqi was thinking. Since you know that Chen Yuan gave gifts to other female anchors behind your back, and the gifts were huge, how come you're not angry at all? Have you been brainwashed? Any woman would be angry if she knew about this, right? Chi-Chi, what's wrong with you? Have you really been seduced by this scumbag? Chen Yuan is such a beast, he is really not a good guy. Why don't you listen to my advice? Wu Xiaofei said earnestly. Xiaofei, if you keep saying that, I'll really get angry. I know exactly who Chen Yuan is. He gave the female anchor gifts for other reasons. You are not allowed to slander him anymore. Do you hear me? Zhao Yuqi's face darkened, and she suddenly spoke to Wu Xiaofei in a very serious tone. She seemed to really dislike her best friend saying bad things about Chen Yuan behind his back. Crazy. Crazy. You are really crazy. Wu Xiaofei showed an expression of disbelief. She really didn't expect that she would help her best friend expose the scumbag with good intentions. Instead of being grateful to her, Zhao Yuqi always protected Chen Yuan. Has this guy been drugged? It's already been proven like this, and you're still stubborn? Are you out of your mind? Because of this incident, Zhao Yuqi and Wu Xiaofei had a fight. If Chen Yuan knew about this, I guess you will be very glad that you got vaccinated in advance. Otherwise, there would be the overturned bureau today. After Wu Xiaofei's blow, Zhao Yuqi's favorability towards him will drop rapidly. Even disgusted. Moreover, if this matter is not handled in a timely manner, even if Chen Yuan makes up an excuse later, Zhao Yuqi may not believe it. On the contrary, Chen Yuan took precautions in advance. If there is evidence behind the scenes of Wu Xiaofei's crime, then you are just spreading rumors, sowing discord, making irresponsible remarks, and making malicious slander. The order of the hammers is different. The effect is completely different. Zhao Yuqi, favorability, +1. Current favorability, 93 points. On the way back to the dormitory, Chen Yuan suddenly discovered that Zhao Yuqi's favorability towards him had increased a little. What's going on? What happened to Zhao Yuqi again? Did she trigger some hidden plot? Chen Yuan was confused. I feel like these women are a bit confused lately. It's not just Sakura who is like this. She has an inexplicable increase in her favorability towards me. This situation actually happened to Zhao Yuqi? It seems that my charm has indeed reached the highest level of attracting girls without spending any money. This may be the trouble of handsome guys. Chen Yuan let out a long sigh. I returned to the dormitory and lay on the bed. Then he opened Shark Live, entered Xiaomyer's live broadcast room, and started sending her rockets. Fuck, Mr. Yen, you are back. Mr. Yen is very generous and awesome. Mr. Yen earned 100 million in Longya, and finally went back to Shark to show off. I feel like Mr. Yen alone can beat all the rich people. Wow. Thank you, Brother Yen, for the super rocket. Thank you, Brother Yen. Mwah. Xiaomyer said with surprise. It seems that unpleasant incident is finally over. Mr. Yen really forgave her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have continued to give him gifts. The other side. After being taught a lesson by Zhao Yuqi, Wu Xiaofei felt somewhat unconvinced. In her heart, she has already determined that Chen Yuan is a scumbag. She absolutely couldn't let her bestie get caught up in this. Zhao Yuqi must be made to wake up. Wu Xiaofei opened the Shark Live broadcast. She didn't have much hope at first, but as soon as she came in, she found a live broadcast room that was extremely popular. On the world public screen, a wealthy man was frantically sending super rockets to the anchor Xiaomyer. Who else could this person be if not Lonely Cigarette? You scumbag Chen Yuan. I was originally thinking of collecting evidence to prove my point, but I didn't expect you to come to me on your own. If I don't beat you to death this time, my last name is not Wu. Chi-Chi, come over here and take a look. I won't say anything about the screenshots from the Weibo post, but look at this guy Chen Yuan. What is he doing now? Wu Xiaofei pointed at the computer screen righteously. The ID above is Lonely One Cigarette, and he has given more than 1,000 super rockets to the anchor Xiaomyer, and there is no sign of stopping. At this time, Zhao Yuqi walked over slowly. P.S. I would like to recommend a masterpiece to everyone. I can impersonate the big boss of all worlds, written by Pinyin Zidu. This book is very well written and is written by a friend of handsome guys in a group. Friends who are short of books can go and take a look. Chapter 73, I've changed my shoes. See it. Chen Yuan, that scumbag, is sending rockets to other female anchors. Wu Xiaofei crossed his arms. She really wanted to see Zhao Yuqi's face change drastically. But it didn't. Zhao Yuqi's expression remained calm, even though she had witnessed Chen Yuan sending rockets to other female anchors. But they are still a calm group. I know this female anchor. I had dinner with her today. She tried every means to seduce Chen Yuan. Zhao Yuqi said with some disgust. Have you eaten together? Yes, me, her, and Chen Yuan. The three of us together. Zhao Yuqi nodded. Hearing this, Wu Xiaofei was shocked to the point of being petrified. She was stunned, looking at Zhao Yuqi in complete disbelief. Is this still the most beautiful girl in the Faculty of Arts that she knows? Is this still the arrogant and proud campus beauty of HUSD? Are you already so humble for Chen Yuan that you don't mind the existence of other women? Oh my god. You are the school belle. How come you have become a bootlicker now? Don't think too much. Chen Yuan is not the kind of person you think. She gave gifts to the female anchor for other reasons, but it is not convenient for me to tell you now. Anyway, I will not give up Chen Yuan. If I quit now, it will give these bitches a chance. Hearing Zhao Yuqi's explanation, Wu Xiaofei almost vomited blood. She really couldn't think of what reason could make Zhao Yuqi not mind Chen Yuan giving gifts to other women. Is there such a generous woman in the world? Impossible. Doesn't exist. Don't believe it. Could it be that Zhao Yuqi doesn't really like Chen Yuan in her heart, but simply treats him as an ATM, so she doesn't mind at all? But this doesn't look like it. Zhao Yuqi's behavior clearly shows that she likes Chen Yuan. It's too complicated. I feel like my worldview is about to collapse. Chi-Chi, you better take care of yourself. It's already been proven, and you still want to speak well of Chen Yuan. Looking at Wu Xiaofei's exhausted look, Zhao Yuqi was also speechless. You are my best friend. Why do you have to pick on Chen Yuan? Did he provoke you? And you only know the surface of the situation, and you criticize others. Don't you think that's too arbitrary? Zhao Yuqi didn't want to explain so much, because she understood Wu Xiaofei's character. This best friend is a big mouth, loves gossip, and can't keep secrets at all. If she knew that Chen Yuan had 50 billion assets waiting to be inherited, I guess it won't take many days. Everyone in the school will know. By then, I don't know how many slutty girls will want to seduce Chen Yuan. Isn't this just making enemies for yourself for no reason? Although she is very confident in herself. But there is another Qin Bingxue in the school. Just in case. An hour later, Chen Yuan gave the anchor Xiaomier a total of 10,000 super rockets. As of now, the viewers and anchors on the Shark platform have become completely numb. The first time I saw Mr. Yin giving gifts like this, I was almost shocked to the point of pooping. But after seeing it many times, they found that their hearts had become more resilient. It seems that tens of millions are not money anymore. You can always earn 100 million in Longya. It's only 20 million now. This shows that there are still some reservations. Don't 6. Everyone sit down. Basic operations. The live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments. The whole screen is full of smoke. Smoke is awesome. It's not just Xiaomi's live broadcast room that has people doing this. In the entire Shark platform, almost all the live broadcast rooms of all the anchors are filled with smoke, and the atmosphere is great. He is not a broadcaster, but he is more famous than the anchor. Mr. Yan's name has become well known among the wealthy. Damn it, my hands are almost cramping from giving out gifts like this every day. I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Chen Yuan wondered whether he should hire a staff member specifically to give him gifts. Don't do anything every day. Just sit here and give me gifts. 10,000 yuan salary per month. But after thinking about it carefully, forget it. At present, it is not convenient for Mr. Yin to be exposed to the public. Only he can use the system's money. This idea is just a joke. After taking a shower, Chen Yuan fell asleep. This night, the stars twinkled and the dark clouds dissipated. The crescent moon hangs in the sky, and the hazy moonlight spreads all over the earth. It seems to indicate that tomorrow will be a good day. The next day, the morning light was bright, and the golden sunlight shone through the glass window onto the dormitory desk. It is indeed a nice day. Chen Yuan didn't get up until 10 o'clock in the morning. After getting up, he washed his face, brushed his teeth, took a shower, and washed his hair as well. According to his previous habit, he usually washed his hair every 2 days. I washed it yesterday. Logically, you don't need to wash today. However, there is a class reunion today, and Xiao Ryu will also show up. This head must be washed. I feel insecure if I don't wash my hair. Boys always care about their hairstyle for no reason. After washing his hair, Chen Yuan changed his clothes and went to the cafeteria to eat. After dinner, I looked at the time. It's only 12 o'clock. For some reason, Chen Yuan felt that today's time was particularly long. I always feel that time passes very quickly. Just start a few games and play for half a day. But he really wasn't in the mood to play games today. Walking back and forth in the dormitory, the roommates who left were all annoyed. Old Four, what's wrong with you today? You seemed a little absent-minded when you were eating just now. Old Chow suddenly asked. Come on, stop wandering and get online quickly. The special forces are ready. Xiong Tao urged. You guys go have fun. Sun Rue just sent me a message. She said that the 4 girls in her dormitory were very bored this afternoon and wanted to set up a party with me and my roommate. It just so happens that there are 4 boys and 4 girls. Let's go to KTV and sing together. Are you interested? Zhou Haikuan suddenly said with great excitement. As soon as these words came out, Lao Xiong and Lao Chao were equally excited. Oh my god, the girl took the initiative to socialize. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In addition to Sun Rue and Lin Shutong, Li Xiaoling is also good in their dormitory. What's the other one's name? Xiong Tao smiled obscenely. I don't know about the other one either. He's a fat guy. I haven't paid much attention to him, but Li Xiaoling is definitely good. Let's do it. Quickly reply to Sun Rue and tell her we agree. Xiong Tao urged excitedly. He seemed to have automatically ignored Chen Yuan's opinion. Wait a minute, I can't go today. I have other things to do in the afternoon. Chen Yuan said something. Oh well. Zhou Haiquan nodded and began to edit the information. Xiao Rui, Chen Yuan can't go today because he has something to do. The other roommates in our dormitory are all free, so let's go to Happy Space to sing. It's not far anyway. Why don't we go out first and talk about it after we meet? After editing the message, Zhou Haiquan sent it immediately. The other side quickly responded. Chen Yuan can't go? Forget it. Today's event is cancelled. No, Chen Yuan can't go, but we can still have fun. I'm not in the mood. I suddenly don't want to sing. When Zhou Haiquan saw the message sent by Sun Rui, he was confused. Why did everything go fine and suddenly change? Lao Zhou, what's going on? I've even changed my shoes. Chapter 74, What's Wrong with a Girl Being 20 Minutes Late? Well, Sun Rui said the event was cancelled. Zhou Haiquan said embarrassedly. What's going on? Didn't she just ask you out? Why did she cancel it all of a sudden? Chen Yuan didn't go, and then everyone in the dormitory didn't want to come out. Zhou Haiquan spread his hands. Some are helpless. Life is so lonely like snow. I watched helplessly as the girl I liked fell in love with my brother. But you can't do anything. Can Chen Yuan be blamed for this? Obviously, Chen Yuan never intended to snatch Sun Rui from him. But Sun Rui just likes Chen Yuan, and it is obvious that she uses him as a stepping stone to get closer to Chen Yuan. He also thought about deleting Sun Rui, but he couldn't do it. He felt that he had inexplicably become Sun Rui's backup plan, and it was possible that he was not even a backup plan. I understand. Lin Shutong is in their dormitory, and Sun Rui seems to be there too. Lao Chao glanced at Chen Yuan. Didn't say it completely, because I was concerned about Zhou Haiquan's feelings. Ahem. I'm afraid this social gathering was deliberately organized by Lin Shutong in order to reconcile with the fourth brother. If the fourth brother didn't go, today's event would definitely be cancelled. Lao Chao shook his head. He saw it quite clearly. Brother Yuan, can't I just call you Brother Yuan? For the sake of our brothers' happy lives, you should sacrifice yourself a little. Besides, you won't suffer any loss by singing with the girls. Xiong Tao suddenly changed his name to Brother Yuan. In order to pick up girls, he really risked his life. It's no use calling me Master Yuan. I really have something important to do today. Chen Yuan waved his hand with a decisive tone and was not moved at all. Master Yuan, are you really so cruel? If I remain single from now on, you will be responsible. By the way, what time do you have to do this afternoon? 5 o'clock. Why are you in such a hurry for 5 o'clock? It's only a little after 12 o'clock now. You should agree to it first. After the girls in Sun Rui's dormitory come out, you can transfer at 4 o'clock. Do you know what time management is? Xiong Tao said this. It suddenly makes people enlightened. Time management seems to be really possible. 2 appointments a day is pretty normal. It is said that there are some awesome people who can do 5 or 6 shows a day without any problem. Boss Tao is right. It's just a matter of time. As long as you invite Sun Rui and her roommates out, you've completed the mission. You can go anywhere you want afterwards. Brother Yuan, the happiness of the rest of our lives depends on you. Lao Chao also echoed. Okay then, I'll be leaving at 4 at the latest. Chen Yuan thought about it and decided that Happy Space KTV was not far from Jiuzhou Hotel, only a 20-minute taxi ride away. The high school reunion is at 5 p.m. There's definitely enough time. Okay, old Zhou, try to make another appointment. Without Xiong Tao saying much, Zhou Haiquan had already started sending messages to Sun Rui. Xiao Rui, Chen Yuan has agreed to come out. Let's meet at the school gate later. What do you think? Girls' dormitory. Sun Rui held her cell phone and saw the message from Zhou Haiquan. He looked uninterested at first, but suddenly he became interested. Shutong, Chen Yuan has agreed to come out. How about that? I'm pretty supportive, right? Since you can't make an appointment with Chen Yuan, let's start with his roommate. My idea is correct, right? As long as the person comes out, everything will be fine. Sun Rui's face was full of smiles, and she looked like she was going to help Lin Shutong take down Chen Yuan. But another roommate, Li Xiaoling, always felt something was wrong. You helped Lin Shutong to make a date with Chen Yuan. Why are you so excited? And what kind of magic does this Chen Yuan have? How could it cause Lin Shutong and Sun Rui's attitude towards him to change so much? Really? Did Chen Yuan really agree to come out? Thank you, Xiao Rui. I knew you were the best to me. In order to help me win back Chen Yuan, you actually sacrificed your looks to seduce Zhou Haiquan. I don't know how to repay you. Lin Shutong said with great gratitude in her heart. Although she could also sense that Sun Rui was a little too enthusiastic about this matter. But she didn't doubt anything. After 3 years of best friend friendship, it's impossible for Xiao Rui to seduce Chen Yuan behind her back, right? About 1:30. Chen Yuan and his 3 roommates appeared at the school gate. I waited for 20 minutes. Lin Shutong, Sun Rui, Li Xiaoling, and Wang Wenwan, the four girls finally arrived. Chen Yuan also didn't know why girls like to be late so much. We had agreed to meet at 1:30. I have to be 20 minutes late. Chen Yuan was quite disgusted with this. You are not required to arrive early, but it is okay for you to arrive on time, right? It seems that if a girl is not late or arrives early, she will seem to lose face. I'm sorry, Chen Yuan, we're late. We just put on makeup and changed clothes, which took us too much time. Are you angry? Lin Shutong asked cautiously. Haven't seen you for a week. She found that Chen Yuan seemed to have grown taller, stronger, and more handsome. Although what she was wearing was still cheap goods, she was confident and sunny, and looked extraordinary. Lin Shutong's heart was beating very fast. She found that Chen Yuan was becoming more and more like the Prince Charming in her mind. Not only is he rich, but his appearance, figure, and temperament are also the type that I like. Why was I so blind before? Abandoned Chen Yuan and fell in love with the scumbag Huang Junkai? Don't be angry. I'm used to you being late. I'll be surprised if you're not late one day. Chen Yuan's tone was cold. It seems that he doesn't want to have too much entanglement with Lin Shutong. Oh my God, how can you be so ungraceful? As a boy, what's wrong with waiting for a girl? I didn't ask you to wait for a long time, only 20 minutes, and you're already impatient? I've never seen a man as ungraceful as you. Li Xiaoling scolded him. She is not familiar with Chen Yuan. I don't know Chen Yuan's specific situation. All I know is that this boy pursued Lin Shutong for 3 years. It seemed like Lin Shutong had done something to offend Chen Yuan. But no matter what, they are all girls. Now I've given you a way out and apologized. What else do you want? In her opinion, Chen Yuan's behavior was simply too much. Moreover, he was wearing cheap clothes, which had no advantages other than being a little handsome. Xiaoling, don't be like this. It was indeed our fault. We shouldn't have been late. Chen Yuan, I apologize to you on behalf of Xiaoling. She didn't mean it. As soon as Sun Rui said this, Li Xiaoling was confused. In her impression, Sun Rui is not such a reasonable person. She used to date a man, and she could be an hour late without any hesitation. Now I'm 20 minutes late, and you're already apologizing? Isn't that unscientific? The atmosphere was somewhat subtle, but Li Xiaoling still felt unconvinced. What can a person who has been a bootlicker for 3 years achieve? Isn't he just a little more handsome? Can being handsome be used to make a living? 20 minutes later, the group arrived at Happy Space KTV. Just got out of the taxi. A blue Maserati stopped in front. There was a handsome young man sitting inside. Wow, so cool. I wonder when my boyfriend will be able to drive such a luxury car. He only has a Mercedes-Benz 350, Li Xiaoling exclaimed. This is obviously a pretense. At this time, Chapter 75 Li Yuntao has completely expanded. A handsome and gentle man got out of the Maserati. He is about 1.82 meters tall and slightly thin. She is fair and clean, even whiter than women. He has a bookish air about him. The first impression is that he is a knowledgeable young man. He is somewhat similar to the current national idol Kuan Kuan. They are all the young and handsome type. The man was stunned when he saw Chen Yuan for the first time. It took a full 5 seconds before he walked over. Chen Yuan, I didn't expect to see you here. We haven't seen each other for about 3 years, right? What? Li Xiaoling was confused. Chen Yuan actually knows this rich second generation who drives a Maserati? And he is so elegant and handsome. He feels a bit like a Korean hunk. This is my ideal Prince Charming. Li Yuntao. Chen Yuan asked somewhat uncertainly. Yes, it's me. Li Yuntao nodded. Chen Yuan didn't expect that he would run into Li Yuntao before the high school reunion even started. This guy appears to be gentle and clean on the surface, but he is actually a very sultry person behind the scenes. It is said that his father is the leader of the Education Bureau and his mother is the founder of an educational institution. As a result, he had strict family education since childhood. I was afraid to fall in love during high school. He also had a crush on Xiao Ruiyu for 3 years. However, when Li Yuntao finally graduated, he mustered up the courage and confessed his love to Xiao Ruiyu in front of all the teachers and students in the school. But Chen Yuan didn't even have the courage to confess. It is said that Li Yuntao was suppressed by his parents during high school. I completely liberated myself when I went to college. From then on, things got out of control. Often hang out in red light districts. Of course, it is also possible that after being rejected by Xiao Ruiyu, he was deeply traumatized and completely indulged himself. Chen Yuan didn't know the specific reason. Anyway, this guy likes to say one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. Li Yuntao's first impression is that he is gentle and elegant. In fact, this guy really likes to show off. I showed off my test scores when I was in high school. Go to college and show off your school. Show off your luxury car. Show off the villa. Show off girl. Often post on moments to show off. Travel abroad frequently. Then it's the KTV bar party. At a young age, he led a life of extravagance and luxury. As a result, Chen Yuan simply blocked him. Because I feel uncomfortable watching it. Chen Yuan, who is this handsome guy? My high school classmate, Li Yuntao, was the vice class monitor of my former grade 3-2 class. He is currently studying at Huaxia University of Geosciences, a top 985 student. His mother is the founder of an English training institution. His family assets must be worth over 100 million, right? Chen Yuan gave a detailed introduction to Li Yuntao's background information, fully satisfy his need to show off his personality. No, Chen Yuan, you are exaggerating. My family currently only has 5 apartments, 2 villas, and 4 cars. My mother just likes to be a teacher. In fact, the total amount is less than 50 million. Chen Yuan, you are exaggerating. Li Yuntao waved his hand. He looks very humble. But between the lines, there is naked showing off. It's okay to pretend. I'm afraid I don't even have the qualifications to show off. He is a real second-generation rich. Different from the fake rich second generation that Lin Shutong and Liao Jia had encountered before. Li Yuntao's family background is all true. Sure enough, Li Yuntao said this. Li Shaoling, Sun Rui, Wang Wenwan, and Lin Shutong, the 4 women's eyes all lit up. The way they looked at Li Yuntao was obviously different from the way they looked at the 3 roommates behind Chen Yuan. But Lin Shutong reacted quickly. Although Li Yuntao is excellent, he is not as good as Chen Yuan. After all, Chen Yuan is a powerful man who can give out tens of millions of gifts in the live broadcast room. Li Yuntao's family assets total only 50 million. There is no way he can compare to Chen Yuan. She couldn't be indecisive any longer. Otherwise, Chen Yuan would never forgive her. Different from Lin Shudong's idea. Sun Rui was very interested in Li Yuntao. Since she can't hook up with Chen Yuan, Li Yuntao is also a good choice. He is a top student from a 985 university. He is handsome, gentle, has a good family background, and drives a Maserati. Isn't he 100 times better than Zhou Haiquan, who is a poor loser? Men choose women. Women can choose men too. As long as you meet a man with good conditions, why not give yourself another chance? Classmate Li Yuntao, my name is Sun Rui. Can I add you on WeChat? So that we can hang out together in the future? Sun Rui said proactively. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Haiquan, who was standing aside, suddenly showed an incredible expression. He was confused. In his mind, Xiao Rui, who has always been reserved, cute, and pure, would actually take the initiative to ask a man for his contact information? What the hell? His mentality exploded. Just because this pretty boy drives a luxury car, you can take the initiative like this? You are the girl I dated. Why can you ask for the WeChat ID of another man in front of me without considering my feelings? I have my own self-respect. How could you do this to me? Zhou Haiquan was roaring in his heart. But he could never say this. He's just a spare tire. When Sun Rui has a better choice, she will kick him away without hesitation. From the beginning to the end, he was just being used. Li Yuntao smiled slightly. I feel very proud. The air is filled with pressure. Chen Yuan is such a scumbag. He actually asked me for my WeChat when he made a date with a girl. Haha, you must have lost all your face. How dare a poor loser like you to set your sights on Xiao Ruyu? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? A loser is still a loser after all. The girl I worked so hard to date was still hooked up by me in a matter of minutes. Li Yuntao was laughing wildly in his heart. I feel like I'm pretending to be cool since the class reunion hasn't even started yet. Very cool. But on the surface, he looked embarrassed. This is a bit awkward. I added you on WeChat. Will Chen Yuan be angry? We are old classmates. I still understand that you should not cheat on your friend's wife. Oh, I'm not Chen Yuan's girlfriend. We are just ordinary classmates. Sun Rui explained. Fine then, sweep me. Li Yuntao deliberately hesitated for a few seconds, then took out his mobile phone and opened the WeChat QR code. Ding. Scan successful. Sun Rui just added Li Yuntao as a friend. Li Shaoling actually walked over as well. I'll scan it too. Handsome guy, don't you mind? No problem. No problem. We are all classmates and friends. This classmate can also add me. Li Yuntao suddenly pointed at Lin Shutong. Because among these 4 girls, it seems that Lin Shutong is the best looking. Li Yuntao has now become completely inflated. The way he looked at Chen Yuan was as if he was looking at an idiot. Chapter 76. The core concept of a scumbag. This is not good. Lin Shutong hesitated. If she had encountered this situation before, she would definitely add Li Yuntao's WeChat without hesitation. But now, she looked at Chen Yuan several times, and it was obvious that she didn't dare to be ambiguous with other men in front of him. This attitude is completely different from before. Well, you guys go ahead and play first. I have something to do, and I'm leaving first. Li Yuntao put his cell phone into his trouser pocket with an indifferent look on his face. Although Lin Shudong's appearance is okay, she is definitely not the best. The target of his focus today is his first love, Xiao Ryu, who has been haunting him for 3 years since he graduated from high school and whom he still can't forget. This kind of woman I just met on the street. That's it. Although she is a bit pretty, it's okay to play with her casually. But if you really care about it, there is no need. He can still distinguish the primary from the secondary. The point is, I was pretending to be cool in front of Chen Yuan today. This is such a cool pretender. I'm afraid that idiot Chen Yuan is still confused now, right? And the 3 idiots with him. I'm going to flirt with your girls right in front of you. And you idiots have nothing to say, huh? Li Yuntao got into the Maserati with a proud look on his face. Start the car and drive away. Bye, handsome guy. Goodbye, brother Tao. Sun Rui and Li Shaoling waved their hands enthusiastically. Damn it. Other people are called Tao, and I am called Tao too. Why is there such a big difference? Xiong Tao looked self-deprecating. I originally had some good feelings towards Li Shaoling. But now it turns out that this woman not only has a boyfriend, but also actively hooks up with Li Yuntao even though she has a boyfriend. This girl is such a scumbag. Eat what's in the bowl and look at what's in the pot. But it doesn't matter. The worse the woman, the more he likes her. They are just trash to each other. Xiong Tao and Zhou Haikuan are completely different. He is essentially a sea king. In 3 years of college, I have already had more than 20 girlfriends. Sometimes 2 or 3 at the same time. Otherwise you won't be good at time management. Although Xiong Tao's family conditions do not meet the standards of a rich second generation, they do have some money, and this guy is eloquent and thick-skinned. Often go out and chat up girls. His core idea of picking up girls is cast the net widely, fish in a targeted manner, accept all that comes, the more the better. Since we can't pursue quality, then make up for it with quantity. When he was a freshman, he was dating 4 people at the same time. Because of the car accident, I became more low-key afterwards. He looks bronze. Actually a king. This guy often says that he was hurt by his first love, so he goes crazy to meet girls and flirt with them. He has extensive experience in picking up girls, and many of the tricks Chen Yuan learned were learned from Xiong Tao. Xiong Tao once said, picking up girls is a matter of probability. If you lick one goddess, you are the goddess's licker. If you lick 100 goddesses at the same time, all the 100 goddesses are your lickers. Quantitative change can lead to qualitative change. When you have more than 500 girls on WeChat on your phone, you will never lack a girlfriend. Even if you have no money and are a loser, you can still be wild and shameless and overcome everything. He once said that boys can only relieve their inner anxiety by pursuing several girls at the same time. If you only pursue one girl, you will be worried and anxious. If she doesn't reply to your message, you will wonder if she is not interested in you. Did you say something wrong? Did you send the wrong message? Then you will keep sending her messages like a dog. Girls will get more and more annoyed with you. But if you pursue several girls at the same time, not only will your chances of success be higher, but you will also not experience psychological anxiety, because if one girl ignores you, you can still flirt with another one. You will be very calm. If a girl doesn't reply to your message, you can remain calm, behave generously, maturely, and rationally. On the contrary, girls will be more likely to have a good impression of you. So, chasing several girls at the same time can really relieve psychological pressure. Don't worry about the progress bar. You will also stay passionate about a girl for longer. The chances of catching up with her will definitely increase. Chen Yuan once could not agree with such scumbags' words. But now I find that it seems to be true. The less you care about what girls think of you, the better you will perform. Of course, scumbags will eventually hurt others and themselves. No matter how sophisticated your routine is, nothing can change the situation of the rollover. The truth will never come out. The most common routine for boys is chase several girls at the same time. If one girl shows interest in you, you will be with her, and if you catch her, you will cut off the other lines. It can not only relieve inner anxiety, but also increase the probability of picking up girls, and there is no need to worry about failure. Reasonable, and legal. This is just like a girl looking for a backup, choosing the best one. So true. The reason why Xiong Tao is interested in the scumbag woman. It's because bad girls can play with each other and no one is responsible for anyone else. I won't feel any guilt at all because of the breakup. 10 minutes later. There were 8 of them in the group, and they booked a large KTV room. Xiong Tao seemed to have arrived at his home court. He livened up the atmosphere in the KTV box and ordered songs crazily, joking around with a few girls from time to time. It seemed as if he didn't care at all about what had just happened. Zhou Haikuan was very silent. It was obvious that he was really hurt by Sun Rui's behavior just now. Old Zhou, don't take it too seriously. Men should be generous. As long as you can get Sun Rui to a hotel room today, everything you've done before will be worth it. After singing, we'll go to the movies, have some supper, and drink some wine. After a day's work, it should be about the same. After singing a song, Xiong Tao walked to Zhou Haiquan and whispered, "Is this really possible? Isn't it a bit too fast?" "What do you mean fast? You've been chasing Sun Rue for several months. How can you call this fast? Do you believe that I can take down Li Xiaoling tonight?" Xiong Tao swore solemnly. "Don't brag. She has a boyfriend and is also interested in that rich second-generation guy who drives a Maserati. Can you win her over in one day?" Zhou Haiquan looked unconvinced. Even though Xiong Tao had some glorious achievements in the past, but since his accident, he has been silent for almost a year. "Can you still be as good at picking up girls as before?" "Haha, let's make a bet. If I can take her down today, you will bring me breakfast every day for the next month. Do you dare to bet?" "What if I can't get it?" "If you can't get it, I'll bring you breakfast." "Okay, you said it yourself." Zhou Haiquan felt that he had already won. Although Sun Rue embarrassed him today, but at least I've earned enough money for a month's breakfast. Could it be that Xiong Tao has seen that I am sad, so he deliberately lost the bet to me to make me feel better? Good brother. Zhou Haiquan was very touched, but then he found that Xiong Tao ran to Li Xiaoling and told jokes. And it's a dirty joke. Li Xiaoling was so amused that they actually sang a love song together. An hour later, Xiong Tao and Li Xiaoling are hugging each other. This operation. Zhou Haiquan was dumbfounded by what he saw. Li Xiaoling did not resist at all when Xiong Tao attacked her, nor did she push him away. What the hell? Chapter 077, Can you still slap someone in the face again and again? Watching Xiong Tao and Li Xiaoling fighting fiercely, the atmosphere in the box began to become somewhat ambiguous. At this time, Sun Rue suddenly raised the microphone and asked, "Chen Yuan, I want to confirm something with you." "What is it? Tell me." Chen Yuan answered in a calm tone. "Are you the rich Mr. Yin? I've seen your WeChat profile picture and name before. You were just Lonely Cigarette, but you changed your WeChat name later." As soon as these words came out, the originally noisy KTV box suddenly became dead silent. The atmosphere is so depressing that it's suffocating. Everyone's eyes were directed towards Chen Yuan. Sun Rue once guessed that Chen Yuan was the wealthy Mr. Yin, but I can't be 100% sure. Chen Yuan never admitted it himself. There is no solid evidence, so confirmation is needed. Lin Shutong also had the same doubts in her mind. In recent days, the peerless rich man, who is lonely but smoking a cigarette, has been giving more and more gifts on major live streaming platforms. More than 200 million have already been spent. It was already confirmed that Lonely Yikan was Chen Yuan, but now I'm not sure anymore. The main reason is that the cigarettes are too expensive. It's so awesome that it seems unreal. Even if Chen Yuan has hidden his identity and is a second-generation rich man, he doesn't look like the kind of person who can easily spend 200 million, right? This is too exaggerated. Li Xiaoling, Wang Wenwan, including roommates Chao Jinyan, Xiong Tao, Zhou Haiquan, and others. They all looked confused. They stared at Chen Yuan in a daze. Seems to be thinking about something. I understand. No wonder so many girls have suddenly shown affection for Lao Si recently. No wonder his luck with women has suddenly soared recently. Even the school beauty Zhao Yuqi is very close to him. So his true identity is actually. Xiong Tao looked as if he had suddenly realized something. That's awesome. Are you really Mr. Yin, Lao Si? Mr. Yin is my idol. How can such an awesome rich man be my roommate? Lao Chao was also shocked. I finally understand where I lost. If you are really President Yin, well, I admit defeat with all my heart. Zhou Haiquan sighed. He actually discovered it. Chen Yuan's recent behavior is indeed a bit abnormal. Mr. Yin? Is he the Mr. Yin who gave 100 million gifts to a female anchor who was on the hot search on Weibo? How is this possible? Li Xiaoling pushed away Xiong Tao's dirty hands on her and looked at Chen Yuan with the same shock. 7 people. 7 pairs of eyes. Staring at him intently. Sun Rue's questioning today was intended to make Chen Yuan reveal his true colors. Lin Shutong also wanted to get Chen Yuan's personal acknowledgement. She had been deceived by Huang Junkai once and didn't want it to happen a second time. Chen Yuan's expression was very calm at first, but suddenly he showed an equally shocked look. I'll go. Are you crazy? You actually suspect that I'm Mr. Yin? Do I look like someone who can give 200 million yuan to a female anchor? If I had so much money, I could buy myself a luxury car and a villa. Wouldn't that be great? Why would I spend this money on gifts? Am I sick? Just to hear a word from you, my friend. Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. He directly denied the fact that he was Mr. Yin. This identity is somewhat sensitive. If his roommates knew how rich he was, they wouldn't know how to get along with him in the future. Maybe in the future he will ask me to treat you to dinner every day. The point is, Chen Yuan doesn't have that much money to treat people to dinner every day. At that time, People would feel that he could spend a lot of money on online female anchors, but he was a bit stingy with his roommate who had been in the same dormitory for 3 years. You might even start to suspect that he has character problems. Chen Yuan denied it on the spot, leaving Lin Shutong stunned. You are not Mr. Yin. You are really not Mr. Yin? Lin Shutong looked at Chen Yuan in disbelief. The expression on his face began to look a little lost. I'm sure I'm not Mr. Yin. I'm Chen Yuan, an ordinary junior. My family's house was demolished a while ago, so I have a little money. But I did brag a little before. In fact, the houses my family was allocated are all in the suburbs. One house is only a few $100,000. A dozen houses together cost about 3 to 5 million. Chen Yuan spread his hands. It looked like a complete showdown. I believe what Xiaochen said. Although his behavior has indeed been a little abnormal recently, I have been his roommate for 3 years, and I know his character. He normally wouldn't even spend 200 yuan on a meal, let alone give a female anchor 200 million yuan in tips. Haha, I was wondering how come you suddenly have enough money to buy brand name clothes? Turns out your house was demolished. Demolition of the second generation. Awesome. The 3 roommates were talking to each other and seemed quite happy. But Lin Shutong and Sun Rui turned pale when they heard it. A super rich man with a net worth of billions and a second-generation demolition worker who only lost a few million. The gap between the two. It's like heaven and earth apart. There is simply no comparison. One person has too high expectations of another person. Once you find out that his real situation is not what you imagined, you will feel disappointed or even disgusted instantly. Lin Shutong, favorability -1. Lin Shutong, favorability -1. Lin Shutong, favorability -1. Just like that, Chen Yuan discovered that Lin Shutong's favorability towards him began to decline. But it only took a few minutes. The favorability has dropped to 70 points. And there seems to be a trend of further decline. Ding! The favorability of the dog's binding target, Lin Shutong, to the host has dropped to 70 points. Once the favorability drops to 0 points, the binding will be automatically untied. The host can choose to rebind or not bind anymore. Is there such an operation? Chen Yuan was a little confused. The object of counterattack can actually be unbound. And can it be bound a second time? Are they trying to torture people to death? Can we still play like this? Disappointment, despair, counterattack, disappointment, despair, counterattack. Can you repeatedly pretend to be awesome and then get slapped in the face? I'll trap your monkey. System, you are too evil. However, Lin Shutong's reaction really disappointed him. Chen Yuan had been indifferent to her before. Lin Shutong's favorability did not decrease at all. But after finding out that Chen Yuan was not the wealthy Mr. Yin, his attitude immediately changed. It's really hard to understand. Is a person's status really that important? In other words, if Chen Yuan really has that kind of identity, do you, Lin Shutong, think you are worthy of it? Don't rich people also care about marrying someone of the same social status? Why do you have to climb high branches? Is it because I have watched too many idol dramas or listened to too many fairy tales? Shutong, actually, I've seen everything you've done during this period. I think you're sincerely repentant. You said before that you'd pursue me for 3 years. This really touched me. I think. Chen Yuan hadn't finished speaking yet. Lin Shutong interrupted him immediately. Chen Yuan, I haven't thought it through yet. My mind is a little confused. Can you give me some time? Chapter 78 Mr. Yin, the supercar you ordered has been delivered. Lin Shutong, favorability -1. Lin Shutong, favorability -1. Lin Shutong, favorability -1. Current favorability, 62 points. Chen Yuan smiled self-deprecatingly. What he just said was actually just a test. Unexpectedly, Lin Shutong is still as realistic as ever. It turns out that a dog will never change its nature. A person's world outlook, values, and character cannot be changed in a day or two, or in a month or two. The scar heals, and the pain is forgotten. This is human nature. I saw Lin Shutong looking so pitiful before. He even felt a little compassion. I wonder if I have gone too far. How heartless. But now, fuck love. Don't you want a chance? I've already given it to you, but you never cherished it. Don't ever say I didn't give you a chance again. Chen Yuan snorted coldly. He stood up and strode away. He closed the door of the KTV room casually. Only a lonely back is left behind. Lin Shutong, Sun Rui, Li Shaoling, Wang Wenwan, Chao Jinyin, Zhou Haiquan, Xiong Tao. 4 women and 3 men looked at each other. The atmosphere gradually cooled down. Xiao Rui, did I do something wrong just now? I had to fight hard to get Chen Yuan out today, but why did I say that? I feel so confused, so confused. Lin Shutong said a little madly. She feels really contradictory. She had tried every possible way to get it back, but when she really had the chance, she hesitated. What the hell is this? It doesn't taste right. Are you denying your own determination? Shatong, you did nothing wrong. Fortunately, I asked you clearly today, otherwise you would have been trapped. Think about it carefully. During this period of time, Chen Yuan has been on your mind all day long. You sent him a message and he didn't reply. You called him, but he didn't answer. You even brought him breakfast and surrounded him like a dog. You have lost yourself and are so humble that you don't have a trace of dignity. This is not the Lin Shutong I know. Where has your pride gone? Why did you become Chen Yuan's liquor? Sun Rui asked several questions in a row. Lin Shutong began to feel more and more uncomfortable after asking this question. The thought of Chen Yuan ignoring me. She had humbled herself and given up her girlish dignity to please him, but he actually turned his face away from her? That's too much. Thinking of this, her temper flared up. Xiao Rui, you are right. It is Chen Yuan who is ungrateful. Do you think that just because his house was demolished, he can look down on others? Since he doesn't care about me, I don't care about him either. Just because my family lost several million, do you really think you are a rich second generation? Lin Shutong said angrily. It's good that you know this. This is the Shutong I know. Xiao Rui, thank you for asking Chen Yuan about his true situation for me. Otherwise I would still be in the dark. Lin Shutong said gratefully. I feel that all men are scumbags, and friendship with best friends is more reliable. But she didn't know that Sun Rui was not asking on her behalf, but on his own behalf. Because she also wanted to know whether the rich Mr. Yin was really Chen Yuan. If confirmed, who cares about your friendship with your besties? She will take down Chen Yuan at all costs. Best friends on the surface, just plastic sisters. Who the hell really considers you? Are you dreaming? Do you really think that just because you are good-looking, you should be the center of attention? After Chen Yuan walked out of the KTV, she discovered that Lin Shutong's favorability towards him was still declining. Although the rate of decline is relatively slow. Every few minutes, drop a little. But if this situation continues, the 60 points of favorability will not last long. But he doesn't care. For a dog licker who has successfully counterattacked, even if his favorability is completely lost, the reward will not be deducted. Since there is no penalty, you can do whatever you want. When the favorability level drops below 0, I will completely block you and never see you again. This time, Chen Yuan's heart was as firm as iron. He would never have the slightest sympathy for Lin Shutong again. Walk out of the Happy Space KTV. He pulled out his cell phone and checked the time. It's already 4 o'clock. At this time, Xiong Tao sent him a message. Brother Yuan, are you okay? Look at it calmly. Even if Lin Shutong rejects you, don't you still have Su Lele and Zhao Yuqi? A man should have the world in his heart. How can you give up the entire forest for a tree? It's okay. I just happened to be going to a high school reunion today, so I don't need to find another excuse to leave. It's just perfect. Chen Yuan edited the message and replied. Just finished sending this message. Che Huang, who hadn't been in touch for several days, suddenly sent a voice message. Boss Yin, the Ferrari you ordered has been delivered. We just got off the highway, and it will be delivered to Seoul in 2 hours. Hear this voice message. Chen Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect that the Emperor of Cars was so efficient. In just a few days, a supercar worth more than 20 million has been transported here. Originally, he was going to give this supercar to Zhao Yuqi as a birthday gift. But now, there are still a few days left until Zhao Yuqi's birthday. If Zhao Yuqi doesn't sign for it, then who should it be given to? Plans cannot keep up with changes. Without the gift signed for by the person to whom he is bound, he cannot use the dog gold. But considering Mr. Yan's appearance, paying a few days late shouldn't be a big deal, right? Okay then, have someone deliver it over here, and I'll send you the location later. Chen Yuan edited the message and sent it to Che Huang. Okay, I'll give you the shipping master's phone number. If you have any instructions, just tell him directly. The Car King is also very straightforward. Don't mention money at all. When Mr. Yin ordered this top-of-the-line supercar, he didn't spend a penny on deposit. However, Mr. Yan's appearance is worth more than 100 million. How could he be short of this little money? So he is not in a hurry at all. People can spend 200 million yuan on gifts for female anchors. What's the point of buying you a luxury car worth more than 20 million? For such a wealthy boss, we naturally need the best service. Leave a good impression on the boss is the most important thing. With Mr. Yan's status, he must have bought more than one car. In his eyes, luxury cars are just like toys. Build good relationships, and you will have a steady stream of business in the future. We should use a developmental mindset to do business. This is the way to success. While sending a message to Che Huang, Chen Yuan hailed a taxi. Master, let's go to Kyushu Hotel. Okay, fasten your seatbelts. The traffic conditions in the city were a bit bad today. It would only take 20 minutes to get from Happy Space KTV to Juzhou Hotel by taxi, but due to the traffic jam in the city center, It took almost 40 to 50 minutes. At this time, Lu Wenjia called Chen Yuan. Hey, Xiao Chen, have you arrived yet? I'm already at Kyushu Hotel. I'll be there soon. I just got off the bus. Chapter 79 Class Reunion. Chen Yuan hung up the phone and got out of the taxi. At this time, a blue Maserati, looking extremely cool, was parked in front of the entrance of Jojo Hotel. A man with a gentle and clean appearance casually threw the car keys to the security guard at the door. Please help me stop the car. This is a tip. Li Yuntao threw out a pair of car keys. He also handed over a $100 bill. Upon hearing this, the security guard immediately took it with a look of joy. The boss is generous. Li Yuntao is very domineering. I just happened to see an acquaintance at the door, so I took the opportunity to show off. Lu Wenjia, why are you still standing at the door? I have already booked a seat. Just follow the front desk clerk to private room 520. Li Yuntao said with a familiar look on his face. I'll wait for Chen Yuan. He should be here soon. Lu Wenjia answered in a calm tone. If it were in the past, he would definitely be envious when he saw Li Yuntao driving a Maserati. But now, he has even driven a 26 million Koenigsegg, and your Maserati Quattroporte is only around 1.4 million. Nothing to brag about. It's just ordinary, mediocre, sloppy, and casual. Chen Yuan. Speaking of Chen Yuan, Li Yuntao wanted to laugh. This loser is still as useless as ever. When I met him at noon, the girl he had a date with actually took the initiative to add him on WeChat. This is so funny. A loser is still a loser after all. You don't know yourself at all, and always want to date high-scoring girls. Isn't that nonsense? If you don't act like a bootlicker, who will? Fuck, Brother Tao, you actually drive a Maserati. That's too awesome. A girl who also came by taxi said with a shocked look on her face. Wang Xiaoyi, it's you. I haven't seen you for a year. You seem to have grown prettier. What's so beautiful about her? She just knows how to put on makeup and dress up. She can't compare to your goddess, Xiao Ruoyu. Wang Xiaoyi joked. At this time, the security guard had already parked the Maserati in the hotel's dedicated parking space and returned the car keys to Li Yuntao. Hey, who is that person? He looks familiar. Wang Xiaoyi pointed at a man wearing a t-shirt that was a fake product from Pinduoduo. Isn't he Chen Yuan? Don't you recognize him? Fuck, this is Chen Yuan. He seems to be more handsome and taller. He hasn't attended a single class reunion in 3 years since he graduated from high school. I didn't expect him to come this time. Wang Xiaoyi said in surprise. But in just a moment, Chen Yuan had already walked up to them. Xiao Chen, your look today is a bit sloppy. Why are you here wearing only a t-shirt and shorts? Lu Wenjia asked. It's okay. It's just a class reunion, not a meeting with any important leaders. Just be casual. Chen Yuan patted Lu Wenjia on the shoulder. The two of them are arm in arm, just like a pair of gay friends. Don't you know that Xiao Ruoyu is coming over today? Can't you act a little cooler? Lu Wenjia whispered in Chen Yuan's ear. I think this is pretty cool. It doesn't matter. If being handsome could make Xiao Ruoyu like him, wouldn't Li Yuntao have won her over long ago? Chen Yuan shook his head, even though I don't want to admit it. But Li Yuntao really looks a little more handsome than him. Chen Yuan's looks can at most be considered class idol level. But in the eyes of many girls, Li Yuntao's appearance is already at the school idol level. He is well-mannered, has fair skin and an elegant temperament. Wearing a white shirt, he feels like a young and handsome senior. I don't know if it's due to the influence of K-pop culture and idol soap operas. Most girls nowadays like fair and tender boys. Li Yuntao is just this type. If you shoot an idol drama, Chen Yuan looks like the second male lead, and Li Yuntao looks like the first male lead. That's the difference. Although this second male lead is also very good looking, the first impression is that he is not as popular as Li Yuntao. I'm so angry. In addition, Li Yuntao's identity, family background, and even the school he attends are better than Chen Yuan's. Compared with him, Chen Yuan seems even less noticeable. But he is not in a hurry. This is just the beginning. Let you act as cool as you want. Don't you like being the boss? I'll give you this chance. I hope you won't let me down. Soon, Li Yuntao, Wang Xiaoyi, Chen Yuan, and Lu Wenjia. They walked into the hotel box almost one after another. This box is large and luxurious, enough to accommodate 20 or 30 people. Although there are 50 or 60 students in their high school class. But every time we have a class reunion, it's good if we can get a dozen or so together. Some went to different cities. Some simply stopped studying. Some even went to college. They went their separate ways and embarked on different paths in life. Some people can't even find their contact information. It's like I've completely disappeared from your world. I heard that Xiao Ruoyu would come this time. That's why more than 20 people gathered. Among them, boys account for 60% and girls account for 40%. When Chen Yuan walked into the box, there are already 13 people inside. They are all familiar yet unfamiliar faces. The reason for his familiarity was that these were his classmates for 3 years of high school, and he felt a natural sense of intimacy as soon as they met. They felt strange because he hadn't seen them for 3 years. They looked quite different, and he couldn't even remember the names of some of them. Those whose names I can't remember are those who had little presence in the class before. Oh my God, Deputy Squad Leader, you're finally here. I heard that you drive a Maserati now. That's awesome. A boy with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks. As soon as he saw Li Yuntao, he immediately flattered him. Chen Yuan remembered. His name was Wang Wei. He used to be one of the boys in the class who liked to study Japanese art films the most. No. I didn't earn this money myself. There's nothing to show off. Li Yuntao waved his hand modestly. After saying that, he threw the Maserati keys on the dining table. Very conspicuous. He also took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and started to smoke them. Some students smoke. Some students don't smoke. When boys meet, they smoke and start bragging and chatting. When girls meet, they start talking about topics like cosmetics, clothes, bags, lipstick, hairstyles, nails, etc. Or just reminiscing about the past. What happened in the past? Who put chalk dust in the homeroom teacher's teacup? Someone deflated the math teacher's bicycle. I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, so I climbed over the wall to go to the internet cafe for the night, and then I got bitten by a dog. Speaking of it, it really conjures up a picture. It seems like I miss it a lot, but it's actually useless. Then, following the normal routine, we talked about the past and the present. Speaking of now, this is where some people start to show off. Even though I haven't graduated yet. But we still have to talk about the future development direction. What is your major? How is the employment situation nowadays? I want to buy a house and a car in the future. How can we gain a foothold in a big city? Should I take the postgraduate entrance examination or go to work? Should I go to work for a company or start my own business? It's almost senior year, and every student has some anxiety in their heart. Chapter 080, it's too real. Among them, the most enviable one is Li Yuntao. His family has a villa and luxury cars, and the educational institution founded by his mother has growing profits every year. It is estimated that within 2 years, the assets will exceed 100 million. His father has a wider network of contacts. He is the leader of the Education Bureau and has served as a principal before. He has many students all over the world. Such a network of contacts. Li Yuntao didn't have to do anything, but he was already standing at the end of many people's lifelong struggle. When I was in high school, people don't have this awareness yet. They will not be particularly nice to you just because you have a good family background. But it's different now. You are already in your 20s and are about to enter society. You should also understand the importance of personal connections. So there were a lot of people surrounding Li Yuntao. All kinds of flattery. All kinds of flattery. All kinds of licking. It just sounds embarrassing and hypocritical. Of course, there are also those who don't fit in. They were scattered in 2s and 3s in other corners of the box, while others sat aside playing with their cell phones. For example, Chen Yuan and Lu Wenjia. Xiao Chun, I find that Li Yuntao is getting more and more arrogant. He just drives a broken Maserati. What's so great about that? Why don't you borrow the Koenigsegg and show off? Lu Wenjia suggested. There's no need. It's pointless to borrow other people's cars all the time. When we make money in the future, we can buy a car of our own. Chen Yuan shook his head. He already felt that borrowing a car to show off was a bit low. It doesn't fit Mr. Yan's temperament and identity. By the way, I haven't asked clearly about the situation last time. How do you know so many rich second generations? Are you hiding something from me? Lu Wenjia asked suspiciously. Although after going to college, the time we spend playing together is getting less and less. But basically every 1 or 2 months, Lu Wenjia would get together with Chen Yuan for a drink, and then talk about life, ideals, and girls. But ever since the last time Chen Yuan showed off his extremely powerful network of contacts in front of him, Lu Wenjia was shocked. After not seeing each other for 2 months, Chen Yuan has completely left him at a loss for words. I am a rich second generation. I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my cards now. I don't want to keep a low profile anymore. Chen Yuan joked. Just blow it. Lu Wenjia looked unconvinced and was about to continue asking questions. At this time, a few more classmates pushed the door and walked in. There are 4 girls in total. The first person to come in was Liao Jia. When her eyes met Lu Wenjia's, she immediately lowered her head with an extremely unnatural expression. Lu Wenjia also had a complicated expression on his face. The second person to come in was squad leader Jean Minjing. This is a girl who loves to laugh. Although she is not particularly good-looking, she has a carefree personality and a very friendly smile. She has a good relationship with her classmates. She was the one who organized this party. Chen Yuan no longer remembers the name of the third girl. She is also very beautiful and dresses very fashionably. Her appearance is not inferior to Liao Jia's. Chen Yuan had no impression of her at all, but he felt that she seemed to have had plastic surgery. Class monitor, who is this beauty? She doesn't seem to be from our class. Wang Wei, with his pointed face and monkey cheeks, was the first to ask. Who said she's not from our class? Lu Wen, don't you recognize her? Puff. Lu Wen. She's Lu Wen? Isn't Lu Wen a 200-pound fat girl? Holy shit. You are really Lu Wen. Tank Lu Wen has transformed into a beautiful girl? You blinded my titanium alloy dog eyes. Lu Wen once pursued me. I feel a bit disappointed. The boys in the box. Eyeballs are about to fall out. Even the other girls were confused. It seems that no one expected that Lu Wen, who was once the most disliked fat girl in the class, turned out to be a beauty after successfully losing weight. The appearance has almost reached the level of 8 points. This image reversal is really amazing. Even Chen Yuan was almost shocked. At this time, the last girl finally pushed the door and walked into box 520. The moment she appeared, all the boys in the class suddenly held their breath. The atmosphere inexplicably became tense. Originally, Liao Jia and Lu Wen were already considered beauties. But in front of this girl, it seems that all the beauties pale in comparison. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, pure and elegant, like a fairy from an ancient legend. She has eyes like autumn water, a fairy-like figure and jade-like complexion, and is a combination of elegant and graceful temperament, beautiful inside and out, and intelligent inside. She is different from the ordinary internet celebrity face. The first time you see her, it's enough to impress you. Before you met Xiao Ruyu, you might not know that there is such a beautiful woman in real life. When she is quiet, she is like a delicate flower reflecting in the water. When she moves, she is like a willow swaying in the wind. She is like a light cloud covering the moon, and like snowflakes floating in the wind. I'm afraid only a sentence like this can describe Xiao Ruoyu's temperament. Chen Yuan has never given a woman a score higher than 9. Even the school beauty Zhao Yuqi. Even the million-popular anchor Sui Han. It was only a few minutes past 8. But Xiao Ruoyu can really score more than 9 points. It is no exaggeration to say that out of the 30 boys in their high school class, it seems that 29 of them have a crush on Xiao Ruoyu. There is another possibility that there is a problem with the orientation. Xiao Ruoyu was very beautiful back then. Even without makeup or dressing up, she was still popular in the school. And now she is even more beautiful? As soon as he appeared on the stage, he killed everyone in seconds. All the girls present felt that under Xiao Ruoyu's scorching light, they looked very ordinary, as if a white swan had appeared among a group of ugly ducklings. There is no harm without comparison. Very angry. Ruoyu, you are finally here. I haven't seen you for several years. You are even more beautiful now. Mr. Li Yuntao, who is always confident and elegant. The moment Xiao Ruoyu appeared, he actually revealed a rare hint of nervousness. Yes, my Penguin account was hacked before, and I didn't leave any contact information. I'm so sorry. Xiao Ruoyu answered politely. At this time, Chen Yuan, who was not noticed by anyone in the crowd, actually stood up and walked towards Xiao Ruoyu with firm steps. Classmate Xiao Ruoyu, I haven't seen you for 3 years. We've almost lost touch. Please add me on WeChat so that I can find you again in the future. Chen Yuan asked for the contact information openly. It seems that he doesn't take Li Yuntao seriously at all. Ding. The dog-licking operation begins. Name, Xiao Ruoyu. Age, 21 years old. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Appearance, 9.2 points. The girl's favorability towards the host, 0 points. When the woman's favorability towards the host exceeds 95 points, the counterattack is successful, the identity is changed, and the other party will become the host's bootlicker. After the counterattack is completed, you will be rewarded with 10% consumption bonus. Reward enhancement points, 35 points. Enhancement points can enhance the host's physical attributes, including physique, strength, agility, and spirit. Bonus skills, English, French, Russian, Korean, for languages. Ding. System binding successful. Before the system is bound, Chen Yuan had a glimmer of anticipation in his heart. He expected Xiao Ruoyu to have a good impression of him. Although he didn't confess his feelings back then, at least he made some efforts. He once fought for Xiao Ruoyu. He also secretly followed her home on the road and protected her all the way. To be honest, he really hoped that Xiao Ruoyu could see what he did. But obviously, the reality is cruel. The way Xiao Ruoyu looked at him was as if she had no impression of him at all. In the eyes of the goddess, he was just a passerby from beginning to end. So true. Chapter 81 Accusations from Liao Jia. Who are you, classmate? Chen Yuan, don't you remember? I used to sit behind you. Ah, Chen Yuan, it's you. I remember now. Xiao Ruoyu looked as if he had suddenly realized something. She seemed to really remember Chen Yuan. Of course, whether he really remembered it or not is unknown. Chen Yuan felt a little uncomfortable. A little sad. Only then did he realize that in Xiao Ruoyu's heart, he had never had any sense of existence, even though he had given a lot silently. But what does this have to do with Xiao Ruoyu? A girl with excellent conditions in all aspects. Why should you care about an ordinary boy? There were countless male classmates who pursued her, had a crush on her, and wrote love letters to her. Who do you think you are, Chen Yuan? Since you were so ordinary, what qualifications do you have to be looked at differently? Figured out the reason. Chen Yuan quickly adjusted his mindset. He used to be a nobody, but now he wants to be the coolest guy in the crowd. Just sweep me. Chen Yuan didn't bother to be polite. He just took out his mobile phone and opened the WeChat QR code. Okay. Xiao Ruoyu nodded. I took out my phone and scanned it. She didn't refuse, but she felt it was unreasonable to refuse to have her high school classmate add her on WeChat. Li Yuntao saw that Xiao Ruoyu really added Chen Yuan's WeChat. I feel very unhappy. You are just a passerby. A bootlicker. Why don't you just sit back and cool down instead of running in front of the goddess to show off your presence? Fuck you. You're still harboring such evil intentions? You, a toad, want to eat swan meat? Li Yuntao cursed madly in his heart. But on the surface he still appears gentle and elegant. Chen Yuan, go ask the waiter to serve the food. By the way, go outside and buy some playing cards. We can play cards if we are bored. Li Yuntao waved his hand and spoke in a commanding tone. He told Chen Yuan to do things as if he was telling a younger brother. Aren't there playing cards on the table? Chen Yuan pointed to a brand new deck of cards on the table. Just buy it if you're told to. Why are you wasting time? It's just one deck of cards. How can so many people play? We're not here to play cards. Chen Yuan remained unmoved. Do you really think you are something important? Do you dare to order me, your grandfather, to do something? Did I give you face? Chen Yuan, why are you becoming more and more argumentative? Mr. Tao asked you to buy 2 decks of cards, so just buy them. Don't you have money? How about I give you 20 yuan? Why are you complaining so much? Wang Wei suddenly interrupted. Hey, so he is Chen Yuan. I didn't recognize him just now. I heard from a friend from HUSD that Chen Yuan seems to be quite famous in their school. Is Chen Yuan so awesome? Haha, he's just a famous bootlicker. You don't know that this guy has been chasing a girl since his freshman year, and he hasn't been able to get her after 3 years. In order to buy her an Apple phone and brand name bags, he doesn't have enough living expenses, so he often asks Lu Wenjia to borrow money. Because of this, Lu Wenjia and I have quarreled countless times. If it weren't for Chen Yuan, Wenjia and I might not have broken up at all. Liao Jia suddenly said with red eyes. Because of her greed and vanity, she was deceived into having sex and broke up with him. I don't dare to blame Lu Wenjia now. He actually pointed the finger at Chen Yuan. Fuck. Sister, can you please be reasonable? You broke up with Lu Wenjia. What does that have to do with me borrowing money from him? Besides, when did I ever borrow it so often? I've only borrowed it 3 times in total. Lu Wenjia's monthly living expenses are 2,000 yuan, and he gave you 1,200 yuan, but he didn't give you anything for only 3 months. Did you keep it in mind? Chen Yuan was also drunk. Liao Jia's words instantly caused a huge response. All the old classmates present. Everyone looked at each other, and no matter they were boys or girls, they all looked at Chen Yuan with a hint of contempt. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability -5. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability -5. Current favorability -10 points. Liao Jia, what are you doing? Why are you saying that about Chen Yuan? He didn't offend you. Our breakup is our own problem. Don't you always blame others? Don't you know what you did? Lu Wenjia immediately stepped forward to explain. But it seemed that others were no longer listening, especially the girls. Lu Wenjia, why have you changed now? I remember how attentive and considerate you were when you were pursuing Jia. Why do you have such an attitude now that we've broken up? Are all men like this? Don't you know how to cherish what you have? It seems like you're also a scumbag. A girl in a floral dress cursed on the spot. Puff. When Lu Wenjia heard this, he almost vomited blood. I was cheated on. Liao Jia was the one who broke up with me. Is this my fault? Cici, don't say that about Wenjia. Actually, Wenjia is very good to me. It's because I didn't do well enough that Wenjia was sad. Last month, Chen Yuan asked Wenjia to borrow money, and I had a quarrel with him because I disagreed. Liao Jia speaks half of what he says and keeps the other half. She even really felt that this matter was Chen Yuan's fault from beginning to end. If Chen Yuan hadn't asked Lu Wenjia to borrow money, they wouldn't have quarreled. If they hadn't quarreled, she wouldn't have wanted to dump Lu Wenjia in a moment of confusion. If she hadn't had this idea, she wouldn't have met Ma Kai, this scumbag who was cheating on women. Then Lu Wenjia would still obey her in everything. So, in the final analysis, it was Chen Yuan's fault. Lu Wenjia just made the wrong friends. Liao Jia's words caused even more misunderstanding. Chen Yuan, I know you have a good relationship with Lu Wenjia, but you can't affect the relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend just because of your good relationship, right? Wang Wei said. Damn it, this is the kind of person I despise the most in my life. You borrow money from your friends to pick up girls, but you still can't get any? Why are you messing around when you don't have money? If you can't afford expensive gifts, don't pretend to be that cool. It's fine to be a bootlicker, but he even causes trouble for his brothers. Forget it, I won't say anything more. This kind of person is shameless. Waves of taunts. Waves of discussion. The atmosphere on the scene was extremely awkward. The ones who mocked the most fiercely were the sycophants who had just flattered Li Yuntao. They were almost sneering at Chen Yuan right in front of him. There is no mercy for classmates at all. Chen Yuan, I say the same to you. If you really need money, you can come to me. Why do you have to make things difficult for Lu Wenjia? You even caused a conflict between the couple. Li Yuntao looks very loyal. It seems that if any classmates really encounter difficulties, he is willing to donate generously. Watching Chen Yuan being accused by Liao Jia, being ridiculed by classmates, being despised by girls, Li Yuntao felt extremely happy. Today's wave of pretense and face slapping was simply perfect. Using Chen Yuan's meanness to highlight the nobility of Mr. Li, and doing it in front of Xiao Ruoyu, it feels so good. Let you could be dishonest. You probably don't know how to write the word death. Chapter 82. Mr. Yin has spoken. At this time, Lu Wenjia, who had been patiently watching for a long time, really couldn't bear it anymore. Lao Jia, that's enough. That's really enough. Why do you never look for the reasons in yourself when you make a mistake, but instead keep shirking the responsibility? In the past, I spoiled you and loved you. Even if it was obviously you who made the mistake, I would not force you to reason with me. You said you don't like to listen to big truths. Good. I won't preach. I will take the initiative to apologize to you and to comfort you. No matter whose fault it is, I will be the first to bow my head because I am a man. I thought you would understand my magnanimity. I thought you would understand that I have been giving in to you. But in the end, you actually thought I was wrong? It is your relentless pressure that has made me lose my principles and bottom line as a man. I admit that I am a masculine. But it was you who proposed the breakup, and you were the one who betrayed me first. Xiao Chen asked me to borrow money, but it's not a reason for us to quarrel, and he's not going to pay it back. It is you who are greedy and blinded by lust for money. What right do you have to speak ill of my brother? Who the hell are you? Last word. Lu Wenjia almost shouted. He lived a very depressed life during this period. Last breakup. He didn't say anything, but just drove away in the Koenigsegg silently. But there is always some depression in my heart, and I can't feel relieved unless I express it. This time, Lu Wenjia finally shouted out what was in his heart. Human patience has its limits. Do honest people deserve to be bullied? You take yourself too seriously. Lu Wenjia, you. Liao Jia was confused. Lu Wenjia never yelled at her. Never. And now, just for Chen Yuan, he actually called her a nobody? She felt that Lu Wenjia, who had always obeyed her, had really disappeared. It seems that it can no longer be recovered. Old Lu didn't have this temper before. He is a very gentle person. Could it be that Liao Jia really did something to offend old Lu? Lu Wenjia is a real man. For the sake of his brothers, he doesn't even want women. But is Chen Yuan really worthy of being treated as a brother? Chen Yuan also looked at Lu Wenjia with great surprise. I didn't expect this guy to be so tough today. He actually turned against Liao Jia on the spot. We are indeed true brothers for more than 10 years. There is nothing wrong with the united front. I'll remember this friendship. Forget it. Forget it. Everyone, please stop talking. Today, we won't talk about other things or personal emotional issues. We've finally gotten together, so don't make the atmosphere so awkward. Squad leader Jean Minjing stood up and spoke. She is a person with high emotional intelligence. I can get along well with almost every classmate. With her presence, the atmosphere in the box eased a little. Yuntao, I heard that you're doing pretty well recently. It seems like you're filming a short video of acne. Jean Minjing suddenly asked. It's okay. Besides studying, I also do some part-time video shooting in my spare time. I've been doing it for about half a year and now have more than 2 million fans. Li Yuntao looked at Xiao Ruoyu with a smile on his face. Automatically turn on the pretense mode. Originally, he was too embarrassed to brag about such things. Otherwise, he would be suspected of showing off. But Jean Minjing asked him. This guy just pretends to be natural. You have so many fans now? I thought you just started playing. With so many fans, you should be able to make a lot of money, right? Jean Minjing continued to ask. It's not much, only a few 100,000 a month. Just consider it as pocket money. Although my family can support me as a man, I can't always rely on my parents, right? Besides, I'm really not interested in the education industry. Later on, I plan to open my own media studio and then slowly build it up to the scale of a media company, shooting movies and TV series. Li Yuntao began to talk a lot. Crazy pretense. When he revealed his income, most of the students present were stunned, especially female classmates. Several of them looked at Li Yuntao with eyes that clearly showed they were attracted to him. This also includes Liao Jia. Among the old classmates present, many are confused about their future. After graduation, they may not even be able to find a job that pays 5,000 yuan a month. But look at Li Yuntao. Not to mention that he is a rich second generation, he can also earn hundreds of thousands of yuan a month by shooting short videos and doing live broadcasts. He is only a junior? Compare yourself to others. So infuriating. Mr. Tao, I won't say anything more. I will work with you from now on. When you start a company, you must remember me, your little brother. Wang Wei said earnestly. Sure. We're all classmates. I'll definitely help if I can. Li Yuntao was filled with anger. Things are getting better. He felt that Xiao Ruoyu looked at him with some respect. As expected, only men who are successful in their careers are most likely to attract the attention of goddesses. It's not enough to just be called a rich second generation. You also have to have your own career. A rich second generation who only knows how to spend his family's money is a prodigal son. The second generation of rich people who can have their own careers are the truly impressive young talents. The feeling between the two is completely different. Soon, the waiter has served the food. More than 20 students sat on a rectangular table that was 10 meters long and 1.6 meters wide. Everyone ate together at the table. It doesn't feel crowded either. Chen Yuan has a good attitude. And it's very appetizing. He didn't seem embarrassed at all. He was just ridiculed by others, but now he acts like nothing happened. Eat and drink as much as you want. If this guy has any shame, he probably won't be able to eat it. But what about Chen Yuan? He completely ignored everyone's contempt and ridicule. Shameless enough to be outrageous. Xiaochen, are you okay? If you feel uncomfortable, let's go. Lu Wenjie came over and asked in a low voice. It's okay. I'll send a message first. Chen Yuan waved his hand. He opened the WeChat Soul Second Generation group. In the past few days, it seems that a lot of people have been added to the Soul Second Generation group. They were all brought in by friends. The size of the group has expanded to 34 people. Mainly, every second generation has a different circle. When they show off, they will say that they are in the same group as Mr. Yin, and that the group owner is Mr. Yin himself. Then someone wants to join the group. There is no doubt about Mr. Yin's current reputation and status. Chen Yuan at everyone is the group owner. Then a message was sent. I want to show off. Let's gather at Kyushu Hotel. This message has just been sent. Suddenly, the entire second generation group exploded. Shit, Boss Yin has summoned me. Damn it. Who on earth is this blind bastard who dares to offend Mr. Yin? Jojo Hotel? Wait a minute. I'm nearby and will be there in 20 minutes. Haha. Brothers, hurry up and show your weapons. Boss Yin has spoken, so we must be tough. Chapter 83 Sweet Smile. Finished sending the message. Chen Yuan continued to eat. Li Yuntao sat in the middle of the main seat. He pointed out the situation, wrote passionate words, and expressed his views with great force. Already has a leadership posture. Boss Tao, come here. Let me toast you. You are the one who has made the most progress in our class. You can earn more than 100,000 yuan a month before you even graduate. Only Boss Tao has such ability. Yun Tao used to be the most handsome boy in our school, and he is still as powerful as ever. It's so awesome. Mr. Tao is handsome, has a good family background, is capable, and is a top student from a 985 university. He is perfect in every aspect, said Liao Jia's best friend Gu Sisi shyly. If I didn't know that Li Yuntao liked Xiao Ruoyu. She couldn't help but throw herself into his arms. Thinking about how awesome Li Yuntao is now. Everyone's eyes involuntarily focused on Xiao Ruoyu. She had rejected Li Yuntao back then. I wonder if you regret it now? But Xiao Ruoyu remained calm from beginning to end, and was not shocked by the fact that Li Yuntao earned more than 100,000 yuan a month. Her calmness is not fake. When you have seen some amazing people who earn 1 million or tens of millions a month, or even build their own listed groups worth tens of billions, naturally you will feel that earning hundreds of thousands of yuan a month is really average. Vision determines a person's pattern and height. Since the circles are different, the people you come into contact with are naturally different. Xiao Ruoyu comes from an extraordinary family background and is proficient in 5 languages. Naturally, I have come into contact with some very outstanding people. During her sophomore year, she went to the UK as an exchange student for a year. She has also attended gatherings of world-renowned universities, overseas returnees, and bigwigs. Li Yuntao can only pretend to be cool in front of his classmates. If he really wants to compare himself with others, there are no less than 4 digits of young people in Seoul who are better than him. Xiao Ruoyu naturally didn't need to look at him differently. Had some wine. Li Yuntao is already a little bit proud. Ruoyu, actually, I have never forgotten you all these years. Li Yuntao was preparing to make a lyrical confession. Unexpectedly, a boy wearing black-framed glasses sitting in the corner suddenly said excitedly. Fuck. Xiaomio came to Jiuzhou Hotel for dinner, and she was even doing a live broadcast. The man with glasses is called Zhang Chao, a fat otaku. While eating just now, he couldn't help but stare at the female anchor on his phone. He is not a very sociable person. Xiaomio? She is the #1 dancer of Shark. Xiaomio? Is she really coming to Seoul? A boy asked in surprise. Of course not. You don't know how popular Xiaomio is right now. Last night, Mr. Yin gave her more than 10,000 super fires. Her popularity has exploded. As of today, her popularity is still as high as ever, with more than 5 million. Come on, let's go and watch. I'm also a fan of Xiaomio. Maybe I can take a photo with her, a boy cheered. I'm not a fan of Xiaomio. I'm a fan of President Yin. President Yin is really awesome. You may not know that President Yin is currently in Seoul. He is the group owner of a top-rich second-generation group. Just yesterday, one of my friends mentioned to me that if there is a chance, I can also be added to this group. Maybe then I can invite President Yin out for dinner. Li Yu now continued to brag, trying to flatter yourself. Hearing this, Chen Yuan almost spit out his food. I drafted it. You're using my name to show off? Boss Yin is sitting right in front of you. Aren't you embarrassed? Chen Yuan glanced at Li Yutao with some amusement, but he certainly didn't expect it. Xiaomio will come to Jiuzhou Hotel for dinner and also start an outdoor live broadcast. Mr. Tao is awesome. If you could really have dinner with Mr. Yin, you would be able to break into the circle of super rich people and step into the upper class. Wang Wei said enviously. Boss Yin has been able to give gifts worth 200 to 300 million yuan on major live streaming platforms. I estimate that this big boss is worth at least tens of billions of yuan. A group of classmates were talking about it. Li Yutao felt that his status had been improved. Chen Yuan was thinking, having dinner with me means I've entered the upper class? So this is the standard for entering the upper class? He had thought about it before. How to blend into the legendary upper class society. It turns out that I am upper class in the eyes of others. There's nothing wrong with it. Come on, let me tell you something else. I actually know this anchor Xiaomio. I met her once before when I attended an event in Shanghai. We are from the same circle, so we can be considered colleagues. Li Yu now showed a charming and confident smile. My luck is really good today. He actually doesn't know many big anchors on the Shark platform. But Xiaomio happens to be one of them. Now I happen to meet the Shark's #1 dancer. Isn't this a chance to save face for myself? Today I'll let you losers and bootlickers see this. How strong is my network of contacts? How awesome are the people I know? That's all. A group of boys and girls rushed out of box 520 as if to watch the fun. Arrived at the hotel lobby. Sure enough, they saw a girl who was about 1.7 meters tall, dressed fashionably and sexy, with a graceful figure. The girl was holding a selfie stick in her hand. She is really beautiful. She is a little taller than Xiao Ruoyu, but her appearance and temperament are slightly inferior to Xiao Ruoyu. However, she can also be considered a top beauty. Another plus point is her identity. Shark is a super popular female anchor, has millions of otaku fans. And after several waves of huge rewards of tens of millions from Mr. Yen, her number of fans is about to break through 10 million. Xiaomio has begun to become a phenomenal top female anchor. The phenomenal female anchor on the Shark platform used to be Feng Xiaoma, and now it's Shada Anchuan. This shows how quickly her popularity has increased during this period. Xiaomi, can I take a photo with you? I'm your fan, and I have your 7th level fan badge. Zhang Chao ran over and asked excitedly. He looked shy and a little nervous. Okay. Xiaomio smiled slightly and agreed generously. Generally, when popular anchors are broadcasting outdoors, they will often receive requests from fans to take photos with them. She was used to it. Thank you, Xiaomio. I will continue to support you, and I will give you a plane later. Zhang Chao vowed. Then thank you to the fans for the plane. Haha. Xiaomio laughed, showing a very friendly attitude. When live streaming, you must be nice to your fans. Otherwise, you will be criticized immediately. Xiaomi, I'm also your fan. Although I don't have your fan badge, I will definitely get one for you later. Can I take a photo with you? Okay. That's all. A group of male classmates excitedly surrounded Xiaomio and took photos. Li Yutao smiled slightly. He put his hands in his pockets and walked towards Xiaomio with a calm and confident pace. He was about to say hello. Xiaomio saw a man who surprised her greatly. Suddenly, she showed a sweet and shy smile. Li Yutao thought Xiaomio was looking at him. Chapter 084. Damn, is this a Ferrari La Ferrari? Hello, Xiaomio. Li Yutao extended his hand and greeted him. He gave a smug smile. But Xiaomio walked past him. It was as if he hadn't even been seen. Ignore. Blatant disregard. Li Yutao's expression froze. I feel a little embarrassed. He just boasted in front of all his classmates that he knew Xiaomio. But now people treat him as heir. This is a bit embarrassing. He immediately turned around and chased after him, trying to save face by force. But then he discovered that Xiaomia walked up to Chen Yuan. She also looked shy and cute. Brother Chen Yuan, I originally wanted to invite you out for dinner today, but I was afraid that you were busy and didn't have time. I didn't expect that we would meet by chance. It's such a coincidence. Xiaomia said in a delicate tone. It sounds like she's just acting coquettishly. The way she looked at Chen Yuan was as if she was looking at a male god. The worship and respect contained in those eyes didn't seem fake at all. Li Yutao was stunned. It was so funny. He's a little confused. What kind of existence is Xiaomia? A popular anchor with millions of fans. She is known as the goddess of otakus and is the dream lover in the minds of countless bootlickers, losers, fat boys, and more. And Chen Yuan. Just a piece of trash. A waste. A man who has to borrow money from his friends to pick up girls, and still can't get any. Such a scumbag could actually make Shark's #1 dancer, the otaku goddess Xiaomia, look so shy. Oh shit. What's going on? Li Yutao was not the only one confused at the scene. There are also Li Wei, Liao Jia, Gu Cixi, Jin Minjing, Lu Wen, and others. Even Xiao Ruoyu, who originally looked indifferent, showed a hint of surprise. Is there anything unusual about this Chen Yuan? It's quite a coincidence indeed. My high school classmates are having a party here today. I didn't expect you to come here to live stream. Chen Yuan smiled and spread his hands. Are these all your high school classmates? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chen Yuan, how did you get to know Xiaomia? Li Yutao suddenly interrupted. I'm also her fan. When she came to Seoul yesterday, I was at the airport. Because of fate, we talked a lot and even had a meal together. Chen Yuan spoke in a flat tone, without any emotion. It seems like it is narrating a very ordinary thing. In fact, in his eyes, this kind of thing is very common, and there is no need to show off too much. But Li Yutao heard these words. He felt that Chen Yuan was showing off. Just a loser who happened to have a meal with a big anchor, so he thinks he is great? He thinks he can show off in front of Mr. Li? Are you afraid that you don't recognize yourself enough? So that's how it is, Mir. We met before in Shanghai, at the 2D comic exhibition. Oh, I remember now. You look familiar. What's your name? Puff. Hearing this, Li Yutao almost vomited blood. He originally wanted to show off his powerful network of contacts, but who knew that Xiaomir didn't even remember his name? This is a bit of a power outage. There are so many classmates watching. Can you give me some face? Haha, Xiaomir, you are so humorous. Li Yutao cleverly smoothed things over and eased the awkward atmosphere a little. Mr. Tao, we have finished our meal and it is still early. Why don't we go sing? Li Wei suddenly suggested. This is the process for most class reunions. Let's go sing after dinner. Then we would dance in the KTV until 1 or 2 in the morning. Drinking, chatting, and eating melon seeds. With the help of the dim light, the already somewhat strange feeling quickly heated up. There are 1 or 2 couples who may fall in love with each other or rekindle their old love. Then things got really intense and something hard to describe happened. This is the rhythm that people look forward to. Not only boys think so, some girls may think so too. After all, youth is about to pass away. If we don't go crazy now, we will get old. If you don't indulge yourself when you were young, why would you indulge yourself when you were old? Okay, let's go. It's only 20 minutes from here to the happy space. Let's meet at the entrance of the happy space later. I'm driving here, and it should be able to seat 3 or 4 people. Ruoyu, how about you take my car? Li Yutao turned and asked Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu did not refuse and nodded slightly. Squad leader, Gu Cixi, Liao Jia, you can take my car too. There are 3 of us in the back, so it shouldn't be too crowded. The Maserati that Li Yutao drives is not just a sports car with 2 seats. It is a luxury sedan with 4 seats. Sports cars are just for style. Sedans are generally more practical than sports cars. There is really no problem in seating 3 people in the back row if they squeeze in a little. Xiaomia watched quietly behind Chen Yuan. She could tell at a glance that this group of people seemed to have no idea of Chen Yuan's true identity. Otherwise, how could Li Yutao, who is nothing, have the right to give orders here? But since Chen Yuan didn't expose it, Xiaomia couldn't say much. Mr. Yin is still as low-key as ever. Soon, the group walked out of Kyushu Hotel. Drop. Li Yu now pressed the car key. I saw a rather dazzling Maserati President on the side of the road, and its headlights flashed twice. Damn it, Mr. Tao, you're driving a Maserati President. The high-end version of this car costs more than 1.6 million, and even the low-end version starts at 1.4 million. Damn it, I plan to buy a Civic within 10 years, but Mr. Tao is already driving a Maserati. I really don't want to say anything. Why isn't my dad Ma Yun? Forget about Ma Yun. If Yin Zong can be my father, I will change my last name to Yin immediately. Although some students have already seen the trident key in Li Yuntao's hand. But when I really saw him driving a Maserati, I couldn't help but feel a little shocked. When I was in high school, I didn't see anything special about Li Yuntao. He was just a little handsome, had better grades, and had more pocket money. But now 3 years have passed. They finally realized that they had lost at the starting line from the very beginning. Perhaps in the future, the gap between them will become wider and wider, until they become people from two completely different worlds. It's so sad. Sometimes the world itself is unfair. Li Yuntao looked at all his classmates with envious eyes. The face that had just been lost seemed to have finally been regained. A smile appeared on his lips again. He opened the passenger door for Xiao Ruoyu very gentlemanly. One hand was placed on Xiao Ruoyu's head to prevent her from accidentally bumping into anything. This detail of his makes him look elegant and handsome in the eyes of girls. Yuntao is so attentive to details. I really envy Xiao Ruoyu. Why has no boy ever treated me like this? Can I have love if I'm not pretty? A plain-looking female classmate sighed. Just when Xiao Ruoyu was about to get in the car. Suddenly, a trailer stopped in front of Kyushu Hotel. I saw 2 tow truck workers getting off the truck. Of course, the trailer isn't the point. The point is, what was being transported on the trailer was actually a Ferrari supercar. This Ferrari is so cool, I'm afraid it will cost 4 or 5 million, right? Wait a minute, this isn't just an ordinary Ferrari. This is a Ferrari LaFerrari, a super luxury car worth more than 20 million? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Is this really a Ferrari LaFerrari? Oh my god. What kind of person can afford this car? Chapter 085 I bought this car. The staff responsible for trailer delivery took out my cell phone and made a call. Beep, beep, beep. Unfortunately, Chen Yuan's cell phone just happened to ring. Hey boss, where are you? I have delivered the car to your specified address. Please come and sign for it. Okay, Chen Yuan nodded. Next second, he walked towards the shipping staff with a calm expression. Under the gaze of all classmates, he said calmly, "This car is mine. Please help me unload it." Okay boss, please sign. Also, you need to send a message to our superiors to confirm receipt of the goods. Otherwise, if they are delivered to the wrong person, I can't afford the compensation even if I sell my whole family, said the middle-aged tow truck driver respectfully. Okay, Chen Yuan made a gesture. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Che Huang. I have received the car. I will pay you after trying it for 2 days. Great cigarettes, feel free to try them. If you have any quality issues, feel free to contact me. Che Huang replied immediately. Very quickly, in less than 10 seconds. The tow truck crew's phone started ringing. Hey, okay, Mr. Che. Okay, Mr. Che. Don't worry, I promise to follow this gentleman's instructions. Hang up the phone. The 2 tow truck drivers looked at Chen Yuan with more respect. Then, the unloading of the truck began. How is this possible? Did Chen Yuan buy this Ferrari LaFerrari worth more than 20 million? Boom. A girl wearing glasses just finished speaking. The whole audience was stunned. A moment of dead silence. More than 20 students were stunned. They were all frozen, petrified, shocked. Their mouths are so wide open that it seems like an ostrich egg can fit in them. No one could have imagined that Chen Yuan, a loser and a bootlicker, could actually afford a luxury supercar worth more than 20 million? Are you kidding me? What is wrong with this world? Chen Yuan can even afford a supercar? Chen Yuan? No matter how many question marks appear on their heads. But everything that happened before my eyes seemed to be true. Didn't you see the staff? Have they already confirmed Chen Yuan's identity? The expression on Li Yuntao's face. Suddenly I felt as uncomfortable as if I had eaten shit. Originally, he drove his Maserati to the class reunion today just to show off. Even the goddess Xiao Ryu seemed to be about to get in his car. But at the most critical moment, this bastard Chen Yuan actually made a comeback and scored a stunning counterattack. There is no comparison at all between a Maserati Quattroporte worth more than 1.6 million yuan and a Ferrari LaFerrari worth more than 22 million yuan. A fraction of the price of someone else's car is more expensive than his. How can this be compared? But he really couldn't understand how Chen Yuan could afford such a luxury car. When did a person who was always considered a bootlicker become so awesome? I understand. I finally understand. Chen Yuan, are you going to play the same trick twice? Do you really think everyone is stupid? Acting once is enough, but acting twice is too fake. Liao Jia suddenly said with a sneer. What? Jia, what are you talking about? Is Chen Yuan acting? Asked the squad leader Jin Minjing, looking puzzled. Yes, I broke up with Lu Wenjie a few days ago, and he used the same trick. Although the event was grand and the luxury cars were real, I absolutely did not believe that he could afford a luxury car worth more than 20 million. Afterwards, I asked a friend to go to Lu Wenjie's hometown to inquire about it. He is not a super rich second generation at all. It's all a lie. Do you think that if you have a grand event, you are really rich? Wake up. Why lie to yourself? Liao Jia said with a very contemptuous tone. Everyone knows that Lu Wenjie and Chen Yuan have the best relationship. Lu Wenjie has an honest character and doesn't have any ulterior motives. He wouldn't think of borrowing a luxury car to show off and slap Liao Jia in the face. So this evil idea must have come from Chen Yuan. Since Chen Yuan was able to do this to Lu Wenjie, he can certainly play this trick himself. So, it's all a routine. In order to leave a deep impression in front of Xiao Ruiyu, he spent a lot of money and borrowed a luxury car to show off. You have good intentions, but fake is fake after all, and it cannot withstand any test. Once exposed, what is the difference between this and a morally corrupt liar? Disgraceful. So that's how it is. I almost got tricked by this guy just now. He bought a luxury car worth more than 20 million yuan to show off. I guess it would cost a lot to rent it for a day. I don't even have money to eat. Could it be that Chen Yuan has borrowed money from a loan shark? This idiot. I think his brain is stuck in the door. For a while, everyone went from being shocked to looking at her with contempt. Liao Jia's words made most of the students believe it without a doubt. Because in their impression, Chen Yuan was just a loser. I've known him for so many years, and he has never changed. It's understandable that a person pretends for a month or two. If he had been pretending for 5 or 6 years, that would be a bit ridiculous. Compared to Chen Yuan's amazing status of being able to afford a luxury car worth more than 20 million, they were more willing to believe Liao Jia's words. People were unwilling to believe that a bandit's name was Zhang Muji. They were more willing to believe that this bandit was called Zhang Matzi. Lu Wenjie, did you really borrow a luxury car to show off a few days ago? Liao Jia's best friend Gu Sisi suddenly asked. Yes, I admit that it was Xiao Chun who helped me borrow the luxury car that day, but... Okay, I understand. Don't explain. It turns out that Chen Yuan has used this trick more than once or twice. Fortunately, Jia exposed it. Now that you've been exposed, stop pretending. If you take off your $20 million supercar and it gets bumped or dented, you won't be able to afford the compensation. Stupid thing, if you want to show off, why don't you do something new? Borrowing luxury cars to show off every day, this routine is outdated. Things have developed to this point. Chen Yuan almost became the target of public criticism. Li Yuntao was almost laughing crazy. He really didn't expect Chen Yuan to be so low level. Trying to show off is not enough and getting ridiculed. He was actually exposed on the spot and slapped himself in the face. Even Lu Wenjie personally admitted that Chen Yuan borrowed the car. There's nothing to wash. It turns out that showing off depends on the person. It's awesome when capable people show off. If a person who has no ability tries to show off, he will only make himself look like a fool. Everyone, please stop talking. We are all old classmates after all. We should save each other's face and not hit people in the face. It's not easy for Chen Yuan to do this, haha. Li Yuntao suddenly turned around and spoke well of Chen Yuan. However, whether this is a compliment or a mockery, anyone with a discerning eye can tell. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability -5. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability -5. Current favorability -20 points. Chen Yuan looked at the favorability level above Xiao Ruoyu's head, which had dropped by another 10 points. He shook his head helplessly. It turns out that goddesses also follow the crowd. She is just an ordinary person, not as smart and clever as imagined. At this time, suddenly, there was a loud bang on the road. Chapter 86, everyone is shocked. The first car to appear was a Lamborghini. Then the Lamborghini Maverick followed closely. Subsequently, luxury cars such as Porsche 911, Ferrari 488, Aston Martin, Maybach, McLaren, Bentley, Rolls-Royce Phantom, and others appeared on the scene. There's even a Koenigsegg. All these luxury cars were heading in the same direction towards Kyushu Hotel. So aggressive and domineering. Passers-by on the road were all amazed. At a glance, there were more than 30 luxury cars. Every luxury car is no less attractive than Li Yuntao's Maserati President. The visuals are simply explosive. The atmosphere was suffocating and depressing. The whole place was dead silent. All the staff members of Kyushu Hotel were trembling in their hearts. This scene is scary. After a while, more than 30 luxury cars were parked in front of the Kyushu Hotel, surrounding the entire parking lot of the hotel. A young man wearing sunglasses was the first to get off the Koenigsegg. Then a white-haired man got out of the Lamborghini. A group of rich second generations got off the car at the back. They all walked towards Chen Yuan in unison. Haha, it's still the same group of people. They're just changing the soup, but not the medicine. They're too perfunctory. I've seen this young man wearing sunglasses and holding a toothpick last time. Isn't that the Koenigsegg that I lent to Lu Wenjie last time? Liao Jia continued to taunt, his face full of contempt. She hadn't seen much of the world. Although he was also shocked by the scene before him. But she had already determined in her heart that they were a group of actors, and no matter how grand the show was, it was all fake. Shut up, you idiot. Do you know what you were talking about? That's Zhang Haoyan, the eldest son of the Zhang family. Longjiang real estate belongs to him. Li Yuntao immediately turned hostile and scolded Liao Jia. This is the eldest son of the Zhang family. He dreams of getting into the top circle of rich second generations by making connections. It's a pity that no one wants to play with him. There is also Bai Qilin, the eldest son of the Bai family, who is also an extraordinary person. His dad is a shareholder of Xiaomi Mobile. It's simply awesome. What is Zhang Xiaobai's identity? Can an actor act out such a grand and majestic scene? Is your brain full of shit? Longjiang real estate. Liao Jia was dumbfounded on the spot. Who in Seoul doesn't know the name of Longjiang real estate? Not to mention Seoul, even the entire province has famous large companies. Liao Jia had naturally heard of the name of Longjiang real estate. She even thought about buying a house from Longjiang real estate when she made money in the future. But now, Li Yuntao told him that the man in sunglasses was actually the young master of Longjiang real estate? What the hell? Liao Jian was stunned. Naturally, there was no need for Li Yuntao to lie to him. That means these people are not actors. But why would such a top young man lend his car to Lu Wenjia? Is Lu Wenjia qualified to enter such a circle? Just when Liao Jia was confused and his mind was in a mess, the legendary eldest son of the Zhang family trotted up to Chen Yuan like a younger brother. He shouted respectfully, "Hello, young Master Yuan. Hello, young Master Yuan. Hello, young Master Yuan." More than 30 second-generation rich people shouted one after another. This moment, the whole audience was petrified. Everyone's breathing stopped, almost gasped. The air seemed to be condensed. Li Yuntao was shocked. Gu Sisi was shocked. Jin Minjing was shocked. All the old classmates were collectively shocked. Even all the onlookers at the Kyushu Hotel were shocked. Exaggerate. Scary. More than 30 second-generation rich people, including the young master of Longjiang real estate, the son of a rice shareholder, and other second-generation lunatics with various amazing backgrounds, actually greeted Chen Yuan collectively? Nima. My scalp is tingling. Now, even Xiao Ruiyu, who was usually calm and composed, showed a look of surprise on her face. She also met the young master of Longjiang real estate once at a high-end cocktail party. The other party is famous for his unruly temper. Even she might not be confident that she could marry such a top young master. And Zhang Haoyan already has a girlfriend. The other party is the daughter of Xiangliao Group. The market value of Xiangbiao.com is close to 10 billion yuan, which is a good match for the Zhang family. Such a top young master, who is also known for his bad temper, would actually say hello to Chen Yuan? So Chen Yuan's real identity should be? I can't imagine it. Unbelievable. Young Master Yuan? Chen Yuan is so awesome? Squad leader Jin Minjing said with a trembling voice. Classmates who had just mocked Chen Yuan, such as Li Wei and others. Now I really want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Shameful. Just now they mocked Chen Yuan for being a waste, a bootlicker, and a loser. If this is considered a bootlicker, then what are they? May I ask what you are? Li Yuntao's face has turned green. He really didn't expect that Chen Yuan would have such strength that the eldest son of the Zhang family would respectfully call him young Master Yuan. When I thought about how I was bragging in the box just now, he even boasted in front of Chen Yuan that he could earn more than 100,000 yuan a month. It's so embarrassing. He was acting so pretentious before. Now that I think about it, I am just an idiot in front of others. Liao Jia, what's wrong with you? Why do you keep slandering Chen Yuan, causing us to misunderstand him? Said her best friend Gu Sisi angrily. Her eyes widened. Gu Sisi just discovered it now. It turns out that the most awesome person among my high school classmates is Chen Yuan. The strength displayed by Chen Yuan is more than 100 times stronger than that of Li Yuntao. If it weren't for Liao Jia's misleading, she could have developed a relationship with Chen Yuan that went beyond friendship, but was not love, thanks to their status as old classmates and their friendship. At least you can use your connections to find a good job, or get to know other rich second generations. And now, this relationship is probably going to be broken. The loss is incalculable. How can you blame me for this? I don't know either. Sisi, how could you say that to me? Liao Jia said aggrievedly. When faced with greetings from a group of rich second generations, Chen Yuan just waved and smiled. Everyone, you guys are really kind to me today. I'll remember this favor. Haha, the group leader has called us. How dare we not come? You're welcome, sir. Yenda, I am your fan. This group of rich second generations were all very humble in front of Chen Yuan. But at this moment, Li Yuntao suddenly found an acquaintance. Among this group of rich second generations, there is a young man named Yang Huanyu, who has a good relationship with Li Yuntao. Li Yuntao had been bragging at the dinner table before. He said that he knew a very awesome person who could get him into a group of top rich kids in Seoul, and that the group leader was the richest man on the internet, Mr. Yin himself. Now, Yang Huanyu is here. Many awesome rich second generations also showed up. Looking at Chen Yuan, who was like the moon surrounded by stars. He suddenly had a bad guess in his mind. It can't be such a coincidence. Am I just showing off in front of Mr. Yin himself? Oh my god. Chapter 87. Don't say brothers are disloyal. Li Yuntao, why is it you? Just when Li Yuntao discovered Yang Huanyu also discovered him. This guy is a rich second generation who drives a Porsche 911. The family's assets are just over 100 million, which is slightly better than Li Yuntao's family background. Can barely join the upper second generation circle. Among the 30 or so rich second generations, there are only 3 or 5 who are truly awesome. People like Zhang Haoyin and Bai Qilin are top figures in the circle. Yang Huanyu is very powerful in front of Li Yuntao, but in front of the young masters of the Zhang and Bai families, he is just a follower. The first time he saw Li Yuntao, I felt that something was wrong. Brother Yang, Chen Yuan's true identity, could it be that mysterious? Li Yuntao had cold sweat on his forehead and asked with some hesitation. Could it be? The one who just acted arrogantly and yelled in front of Mr. Yin was you. Yang Huanyu was confused. He thought it was some awesome being. Dare to show off in front of Mr. Yin. This is a person that even the eldest sons of the Zhang family and the Bai family admire. Who knew it was Li Yuntao? Don't you want to mix with me anymore? How many hairs do you have? Even if you take out all your family property, it's still not enough for Mr. Yin to give out gifts for one day. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Really, Mr. Yin? When Li Yuntao heard this, his legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. Actually, it doesn't matter if I lose face. At worst, I can just stop associating with these classmates in the future. But if you offend Mr. Yin, the matter will be very serious. Who the hell could have thought that his loser classmate would actually be the super rich Mr. Yin? What a fuck. You're done. You're really done. Don't say that I'm a disloyal brother, and don't say that you know me in the future. Yang Huanyu quickly tried to distance himself from the matter. Come on, brother Yang, I know I was wrong now. How the hell did I know he was Mr. Yin? Li Yuntao said in a panic. Yang Huanyu wants to cut off ties with him. If other people in the circle knew about this, wouldn't they also have to distance themselves from him? How the hell is this going to work? Don't tell me you're wrong. Go talk to Mr. Yin and apologize to him in person. Show your mettle and say a few nice words to him. Yang Huanyu suggested. Do you really want to apologize? But I didn't do anything wrong. Li Yuntao found it difficult to speak. He really couldn't bring himself to do this. If Mr. Yin was someone else, a big shot he didn't know, he would probably run over and apologize immediately. But this person happened to be Chen Yuan. This caused him some psychological problems. The image of Chen Yuan in his mind has always been just a bootlicker, a loser, and a piece of trash. Apologize to a piece of trash? Isn't this worse than eating shit? Why did things turn out like this? Xiao Ruoyu is still watching. If I run over and kneel down to lick Chen Yuan now, wouldn't I lose all my face and dignity? It's too hard. It's really too hard. I will never pretend to be cool again. Li Yuntao was struggling internally. With Mr. Yan's status and position, he really can't survive in Seoul. But if he had to kowtow in front of Chen Yuan in front of Xiao Ruoyu, he would not be able to accept it either. For a moment, I was caught in a dilemma. Xiao Ruoyu and Li Yuntao were less than 5 steps away from each other. So, she heard the conversation between Yang Huanyu and Li Yuntao. Boss Yin. Chen Yuan is the wealthy Mr. Yin who spent over 200 million on various online live streaming platforms. No wonder so many second-generation rich people give him face. No wonder the anchor Xiaomir looks at Chen Yuan as if he is a male god. It turns out that this guy is so well hidden. In that case, Liao Jia's previous slanderous remarks against Chen Yuan were also nonsense. Figured it all out. Xiao Ruoyu's impression of Chen Yuan changed greatly. Now Chen Yuan is the center of attention and looks really handsome. And Chen Yuan and Li Yuntao are different. He is low-key, introverted, mature, and steady. Although he is very awesome, he never brags about himself and only proves himself with actions. This is the true style of a big boss. There is such an outstanding person among my former classmates. Why don't I have much impression of him? Xiao Ruoyu carefully recalled her high school memories. I really can't seem to remember. Chen Yuan didn't know what Xiao Ruoyu was thinking. He only knew that Xiao Ruoyu's favorability towards him began to rise rapidly. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability plus 20. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability plus 20. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 40 points. This wave of counterattack. Xiao Ruoyu's favorability soared from minus 20 points to 40 points. Chen Yuan felt that today's arrangements were worth it. He glanced in the direction where Xiao Ruoyu was standing. Just then, Xiao Ruoyu looked towards him. The two people's eyes met each other. They stared at each other for 3 full seconds. Xiao Ruoyu blinked her big eyes, and looked at him without showing any weakness. There was no evasive look in his eyes. That look? Is there a play? For the first time, the goddess that Gao Xian admired looked at him with such attention, and Chen Yuan felt a little excited. But it calmed down quickly. He is no longer a rookie. Be able to look at some problems rationally and not act rashly. Even though Xiao Ruoyu was his first love. But her actions today still made Chen Yuan feel a little disappointed and dissatisfied. Before, Xiao Ruoyu's favorability towards him was minus 20 points, but because of a comeback, his favorability rose to 40 points. During this process, Chen Yuan never spoke a word to Xiao Ruoyu. But the reality is, because of the influence of external factors, even a goddess with a beauty score of 9.2 is not immune. Maybe that's just human nature. Her good looks don't mean she is different from others. They are just ordinary people. How could there be so many fairies who are detached from worldly affairs? But you still have to lick it. Chen Yuan adjusted his mentality. From this moment he began to understand, there is no such thing as a goddess in the world. But we are all mortals. It's only because you praise her too highly that she seems out of reach. If you look at her with a normal mind, she is just an ordinary person. Just as Chen Yuan was sighing inwardly, the two staff members in charge of delivering the car had already unloaded the Ferrari LaFerrari from the trailer. It's just that the scene just now was a bit shocking. They were just confused for a moment. Now it took 10 minutes to react. Boss, the car has been unloaded for you. For payment, just contact our superiors directly. Here are your car keys. The staff handed the car keys to Chen Yuan respectfully. This time I finally saw what real pomp and circumstance is. As expected, he is a big shot who can afford a supercar worth more than 20 million yuan. His cards are indeed amazing. Chen Yuan took the car keys. At this time, Li Yuntao, who had been struggling for a long time, finally decided to let go. Chapter 88 Xiao Ruoyu's family drives a Bentley. He took steps with difficulty and finally walked up to Chen Yuan. Li Yuntao took a deep breath, then bent down and bowed 90 degrees. Chen Yuan, Li Yuntao wanted to say something flattering, but he felt like there was something stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter it. Li Yuntao, what are you doing? We are old classmates. Don't do this. Chen Yuan patted his shoulder. It is obvious that he no longer cares about this show-off, given the way he was acting like a big shot just now. He didn't take the previous sarcasm seriously. Maybe he's used to being ridiculed. Already have a certain immunity. He really didn't need to hold a grudge against Li Yuntao. Damn, why did the unruly Li Yuntao bow to Chen Yuan? Is Chen Yuan's identity really that awesome? Li Wei said in shock. Can't you see whether it's awesome or not? This display is beyond the description of the word awesome. This old classmate of ours is too low-key. It's been 5 or 6 years, and no one has figured out his true identity. A group of students were extremely shocked. I also think Li Yuntao is a bit funny. I originally thought he was a king. Who knew it was a younger brother? He was acting really cool just now, ordering Chen Yuan around like he was ordering a little brother, asking him to do this and that. Now, aren't you bending over and kneeling to lick? But this guy knows how to deal with things. Be able to take it and put it down. Lao Lu, get in the car, classmates. Today's party ends here for now. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You guys have fun. Chen Yuan waved to Lu Wenxia. Let him sit in the passenger seat of the Ferrari LaFerrari. He then took the driving seat. To be honest, it was the first time for Chen Yuan to drive such a supercar, and he was a little nervous. And he just got his driver's license not long ago. It seems that he is not very skilled in driving. However, after his mental strength increased to 15 points, his learning and comprehension abilities became extremely strong. It took me about 2 touches to get the hang of it. The whole process takes less than 5 minutes. In fact, there doesn't seem to be much difference between driving a supercar and driving a training car. The only difference is that the car he has can buy 200 training cars. Squad leader, are we still going to KTV to sing tonight? UCC asked Jean Minjing with some lack of interest. You can ask everyone for their opinions. I actually feel a little bored too. Jean Minjing shook her head. I saw such a great scene today. Who was still in the mood to sing? And since Chen Yuan wasn't going, they didn't want to go even more. At this time, Li Yuntao stepped back. Ruoyu, get in the car. Sorry, Yuntao, I'm not feeling well today, so I won't go to sing. Everyone doesn't seem to be in the mood, so let's go. Xiao Ruoyu shook her head, as if she didn't intend to ride in Li Yuntao's car. Even if Chen Yuan didn't invite her to get in the car. She also didn't want to cause any unnecessary misunderstandings. Then, Ruoyu, where do you live? I'll take you home. Li Yuntao continued to be attentive, and seemed to be pursuing her relentlessly. Really, no need. My driver is here to pick me up. Xiao Ruoyu had just finished speaking. A Bentley luxury car drove over. The driver is a female driver. Miss, get in the car. Okay, sister mate, classmates, let's meet again when we have time. Xiao Ruoyu waved goodbye, then got into the Bentley. Sister May started the car and drove away. A group of classmates looked at each other in bewilderment. A little dumbfounded. Does Xiao Ruoyu's family drive a Bentley? Oh my god. I always thought her family was well off, but I didn't expect she was so rich and even drove a Bentley. So, Xiao Ruoyu is still a rich lady. Maybe her family is even richer than Li Yuntao's. Li Wei, Gu Sisi, Lao Jia, Zhang Chao, Jin Minjing et al. I am completely speechless. What happened today? Why are there so many rich second generations among our classmates all of a sudden, and each one is more awesome than the other? After Xiao Ruoyu got in the car and left, this group of rich second generations who were watching the fun finally noticed this extremely beautiful girl. They looked at the smoke on the Ferrari LaFerrari and nodded as if they suddenly understood something. Mr. Yin is going to pretend to be this good today. It is obvious that it is not just to slap Li Yuntao in the face. The point is probably to hook up with this super pretty girl, right? When Xiao Ruoyu got into the car, Zhang Haoyin looked at her carefully for several times. This girl looks familiar. She seems to be the daughter of the Xiao family. I have seen her once before at a cocktail party. She is indeed beautiful and has a good temperament. She is very impressive. However, the Xiao family seems to have encountered difficulties recently. Zhang Haotian nodded and shook his head, and said with some regret. He didn't feel sorry for the Xiao family because they encountered difficulties, but he felt that he couldn't seduce such a beautiful girl. It was too depressing for this rich second generation to be like this. It's because the daughter of Tomato Group is too powerful. He doesn't even dare to flirt with other girls outside. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Chen Yuan heard Zhang Haoyin talking about Xiao Ruoyu's family. I immediately became interested. He immediately leaned over the car window and asked, what kind of difficulties did Xiao Ruoyu's family encounter? Boss Yin, do you know what business the Xiao family is in? Have no idea. Chen Yuan shook his head. Her family is engaged in import and export trade. After hearing this, Chen Yuan knew what difficulties her family had encountered without Zhang Haoyin's further explanation. Import and export trade is a very profitable industry. The profits are extremely high. However, a wave of epidemics swept the world last year, causing economic setbacks, and the situation abroad was out of control. Many countries have already entered a state of isolation. The economy in all sectors has suffered an unprecedented blow. I won't say much about the tourism industry, hotel industry, and internet cafes. Import and export trade is one of the industries that has been severely hit. It's completely cool. Xiao Ruoyu's family is engaged in import and export trade, so the ending is naturally imaginable. I'm afraid that this wave of natural disasters and man-made calamities is enough to make many wealthy families go bankrupt on the spot. I don't know much about the Xiao family's affairs. I just heard that the Xiao family stockpiled a large batch of goods near the end of last year, but now this batch of goods cannot be sold at all and has been stuck in their hands. The Xiao family's bank loan has also expired. I heard that her family is now preparing to sell their house and car to pay off their debts. Even Xiao Hanjun has been looking for marriage opportunities with major families in order to sell his daughter. But everyone knows that this is a bottomless pit. The overall market conditions are not good right now. Who has so much money to invest? Zhang Haoyin shook his head. Brother Tian, you can't say that. I haven't seen Xiao Ruoyu before, but after seeing her this time, I found that she is really beautiful. If Boss Yin hadn't made a move first, I might not have been able to hold back. Bai Mao joked. The conversation between Zhang Haoyin and Bai Mao made Chen Yuan fall into deep thought. Maybe this is an opportunity. Chapter 89 Xiaomier successfully counterattacks. Chen Yuan's eyes have always been focused on Xiao Ruoyu, but he seemed to have forgotten someone else. Host Xiaomier. She watched quietly from beginning to end, and she also started a live broadcast. Although it was already past 7 o'clock, the sky was a little dim. She was also about 10 meters away from Chen Yuan, so the picture was not particularly clear. But she still live-streamed the shocking scene of more than 30 luxury cars crashing into the street. Millions of fans collectively tremble. Fuck, the second-generation rich guy is showing off and getting slapped in the face. The effect of this show is explosive. Xiaomier, is that person just now Mr. Yin? Mr. Yin is so young and handsome. Zhong Yan's appearance is so amazing, so awesome. Anchor, can you zoom in a little bit? I can't see what the smoke looks like. Xiaomier, we want to see Mr. Yin. Please show us Mr. Yin quickly. The live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments. But Xiaomier didn't even look at the barrage. She looked at Chen Yuan with fascination as he held the steering wheel of the Ferrari with one hand. My heart is pounding. It turns out that the man who drives a Ferrari with one hand is really handsome. Mr. Yin is so outstanding, his style is so amazing, and he is so charming. Xiaomier showed a crazy expression. Sometimes a person's temperament. It needs to be set off. When you look at him alone, maybe he's just a little bit handsome. Not yet so handsome as to be earth-shattering. But with more than 30 rich second generations driving luxury cars as a backdrop, President Yan's powerful aura of a king exploded the whole place. Who else but me? I'm so handsome that you'll wet your wetness. Xiaomier fell instantly. She had always had a very high liking for Chen Yuan. Now the situation is out of control. Su Yihan, favorability +1. Su Yihan, favorability +1. Su Yihan, favorability +1. Su Yihan, favorability +1. The target's current favorability, 95 points. Ding. Detected that the number 5 dog licker Su Yihan, stage name, Xiaomier, has successfully exceeded 95 points in favorability towards the host. Congratulations to the host for his successful counterattack. Ding. The liquor target number 5 spent a total of 31.2 million yuan in liquor gold and rewarded the host with 3.12 million yuan. Ding. Su Yihan successfully transformed into the host's bootlicker, rewarded with 25 reinforcement points. Ding. Bonus skill, dance mastery. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 67 kilograms. Strength, 19. Constitution, 19. Spirit, 15. Agility, 14. Peak level for adults is 10. Condition, very healthy. Reinforcement points, 25 points. Host, please choose the direction of strengthening. Just when Chen Yuan and Zhang Haoyin were discussing the Shao family's affairs, suddenly, a series of system prompts sounded in my mind. Chen Yuan was stunned on the spot. He looked back and found that there was a female anchor at the entrance of Jiuzhou Hotel who was looking at him with obsessed eyes. I really didn't expect it. What an unexpected surprise. Could it be that, when you try to plant flowers, they don't bloom, but when you plant willows by accident, they grow into a shade? All his arrangements today were to make Xiao Ruyu look at him with admiration. This isn't just about gaining favor. I want to make up for the regrets of high school. He didn't want to be a humble bootlicker anymore. I don't want to secretly love someone anymore. He wants to be the coolest guy on the street. But who knew that this wave of operations did not win Xiao Ruyu's high favor? Instead, Xiaomier counterattacked? The reward for counterattacking Xiaomier is extremely generous. The rebate bonus alone is more than 3 million. There are 25 more enhancement points. Ding dong. China Construction Bank reminds you that your account with the last digit 7687 has received 3,120,000 yuan, and the current balance is 3,621,410 yuan. Watching more than 3 million deposited into the bank account, Chen Yuan looked ecstatic. Damn, I finally have money. The feeling of receiving more than 3 million yuan in the account is even better than when he spent 200 million yuan. Give gifts to the female anchor. Except for the first time I was a little excited. Later on, Chen Yuan was actually very calm. Spending more than 200 million feels like giving out free glow sticks. My hands are sore from brushing. These 3 million are different. Once it enters the private account, it is his own money and he can buy himself anything he wants. Why not change your computer and get the best configuration? Why not buy a house near the school? It will be convenient to bring girls there in the future. Don't you have to change the car? This Ferrari LaFerrari under my, but will have to be given away sooner or later. Chen Yuan himself has very low requirements and does not need a luxury car. Just buy an SUV worth 2 or 300,000 yuan. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, more than 30 luxury cars left Kyushu Hotel one after another. There were a few people who hadn't eaten yet, so they had a meal here. Chen Yuan drove to send Lu Wenjie back to Wuhan University. On the way, Lu Wenjie's curiosity exploded, his mind full of questions. Xiao Chen, do you really regard me as a brother? We have been friends for so many years, and I only just now found out that your identity is so awesome. Don't say you don't know. I don't know either. Chen Yuan sighed helplessly. What do you mean? To tell you the truth, one day I suddenly got a system that could give me endless money, and then... Okay, Xiao Chen, I'm not kidding you. We've been brothers for so many years. Can you please stop being perfunctory with me? We've been brothers for more than 10 years, and I've been open with you. But you don't even want to tell me your true family situation? You're really hurtful. Lu Wenjie's face darkened, and he seemed to be really angry. Put yourself in their shoes. You open your heart to a brother, treat him as your best friend, and tell him everything, including the fact that you were cheated on. But he has been hiding something from you, and it was concealed for more than 10 years. Can you think well? Do you feel good? This kind of behavior is chilling. Chen Yuan was speechless. I was telling you the truth, but you didn't believe it. Why did you force me to make up a story? All right. It's like this. Actually, I didn't know I was a second-generation rich man until a while ago, when my dad suddenly told me that my family was actually very rich. He then gave me a bank card with over $1 billion in it and told me to spend it as I pleased. Chen Yuan is talking nonsense. He himself felt that this lame excuse was a bit fake, but I didn't expect that Lu Wenjie actually believed it. So that's how it is. I heard that when Principal Wang was studying abroad, he didn't know his family was so rich. After returning to China, he found out that his father was the richest man. Then he started dating internet celebrities everywhere. It seems that your situation should be similar. Lu Wenjie nodded with understanding. If this is really the case with Chen Yuan, you really can't blame him. After all, he doesn't know the situation in his own family. I didn't mean to hide it. Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. You don't believe the truth when I tell you it, but you believe it when I tell you a story? With your IQ, how did you get into Wuhan University? Ding dong. When Chen Yuan started to complain crazily in his heart, a message suddenly popped up on WeChat on his phone. Lao Lu, I'm driving. Can you help me reply to the message? Lu Wenjie took the phone. I took a look at the WeChat messages. I was immediately confused. Xiao Chun, Xiao Ryu took the initiative to send you a message. What did she post? Chapter 90. Chen Yuan is surprisingly knowledgeable. She sent, hello, classmate Chen Yuan, a total of 6 words. Lu Wenjie spoke seriously and carefully. The message was ordinary, short and normal. It doesn't have any other meaning. It seemed like just a polite way of saying hello. Chen Yuan was inexplicably excited. Obviously, it doesn't matter what kind of message is sent. What matters is who sends the message. This message was sent by Xiao Ruiyu, and it was sent proactively. This seems to have a somewhat different meaning. Come back for me, Chen Yuan said while driving, his eyes fixed intently. He was a little excited inside, but he looked calm on the surface. After all, he is Mr. Yin, so he cannot act too cool. Otherwise, where is the dignity? Where is the domineering attitude? Isn't this too bad I'm not very good at chatting with girls? Liao Jiao once said that I have low emotional intelligence, am a straight man, and often kill the conversation. Lu Wenjie said unconfidently. It's okay, just chat casually. I won't blame you if the conversation breaks down. The reason why Chen Yuan said this was because he also didn't know what to talk to Xiao Ruiyu. It seems like there are thousands of words accumulated in my heart. But in the end, I couldn't utter a word. Are you really just chatting? Then can I reply to him with classmate Ruiyu? You look really good today? Whatever you want. After getting Chen Yuan's consent, Lu Wenjie decisively typed and replied to Xiao Ruiyu. Soon, less than 10 seconds after the message was sent, Xiao Ruiyu replied. Wasn't I pretty before? Who said that? You were pretty before, too, but you're getting prettier every day. I don't know what mistakes you made in your past life to be banished to the mortal world. Lu Wenjie was typing a message while muttering to himself. Damn, aren't you good at flirting? Why did Liao Jia say you're a straight man? Chen Yuan said in shock. I learned those cheesy love words on the internet, but Liao Jia said that I was a little disgusting and greasy when I sent such messages, and she wanted to vomit after reading them. Well, then he might still be the one who scores. Chen Yuan nodded as soon as he finished speaking. Ding dong. Another message popped up on the phone. Student Chen Yuan, are you teasing me? Yes. Just like that, Lu Wenjie started chatting with his mobile phone. Anyway, it's not your account, so just chat casually. He expresses himself freely and effortlessly, coming up with all kinds of jokes at will without having to think about anything else. And Xiao Ruiyu is a student of Wuhan University. He is also a student of Wuhan University. He knows Wuhan University very well. He started from the school life, talked about the heritage history of Wuhan University, the outstanding seniors in the past, and some anecdotes that happened in Wuhan University. He is knowledgeable, and Xiao Ruiyu happens to be a top student. For a while, Xiao Ruiyu's impression of Chen Yuan changed again. It turns out that this boy is not only versatile and handsome, but also knowledgeable and has a very rich level of knowledge. Even though it's not his alma mater, he knows it very well. Even better than myself. This definitely took some effort. For a moment, Xiao Ruiyu admired Chen Yuan, her high school classmate, even more. Xiao Ruiyu, favorability +5. Xiao Ruiyu, favorability +5. Xiao Ruiyu, favorability +5. Current favorability is 55 points. Fuck, Lao Lu, you're really good. Who said you can't chat? Who said you're a straight man? Your ability to pick up girls is much better than mine. Really? I'm just chatting casually. I didn't expect Xiao Ruiyu to not be as cold as I imagined. She actually talks a lot. Many boys think that the prettier a girl is, the cooler she is, and the harder it is to chase her. In fact, this does not seem to be the case. Many beautiful girls are actually easy to get along with and reply to messages quickly. When boys pursue girls, they always like to find the kind that is somewhat pretty but not particularly beautiful. This way I feel like I should be able to catch up. There is no need to worry that a girl will be coveted by others because she is too beautiful. In fact, girls like this should be the hardest to pursue because the competition is too fierce. On the contrary, girls who are very good-looking will have fewer people pursuing them. This has created a very strange social phenomenon. Girls who are 50% or 60% good-looking are all extremely inflated. This beautiful woman with a perfect appearance is surprisingly easy to approach. Of course, nothing is absolute in this world. All we can say is that whether a girl is approachable or not cannot be determined solely by her appearance. Lu Wenjia received recognition from Chen Yuan. I have begun to let myself go. Xiao Chen, it seems like there are a lot of unread messages on your phone. Fuck. Su Lele sent you more than a dozen messages. Lin Shutong sent you 3 messages. Zhao Yuqi sent you 5 messages. More than Ing sent you 2. The host Xiaomier sent you 6 messages. Anchor Sarah, I sent you 4 messages. Anchor Ruashi, I sent you 7 messages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, plus Xiao Ryu and Xiao Chun. There are 9 girls who have sent you messages. You have been a bit unfaithful recently. Why do I feel like you have become a scumbag? There was a strong sense of doubt in Lu Wenjia's tone, but there was a hint of envy and jealousy in his eyes. It turns out that rich men are different. If you don't open his phone, you will never know how proactive a girl will be. When he thought about himself flattering Liao Jia was too lazy to reply to his message. But there are so many girls who actively send messages to Chen Yuan on his phone. This is really heartbreaking. How can I be considered a scumbag? Just because I'm handsome and some girls like me, and they want to pursue me and covet my looks, does that mean I'm a scumbag? Well, maybe I shouldn't release this charm that has nowhere to go. Roll. Lu Wenjia rolled his eyes. I've never seen such a nasty person. Although he did argue, he felt a little uncomfortable when he saw so many girls' messages on Chen Yuan's phone that he hadn't replied to. After all, he is a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Chapter 91. You may not know what despair is. Xiao Chun, I felt bad when I saw you didn't reply to my message, so I replied for you. Lu Wenjia has obsessive-compulsive disorder. He is used to being a bootlicker. Every time I send a message to Liao Jia, the man must be the last to reply. If a girl sends a message to a boy but he doesn't reply to her message, he will instinctively think that the girl will feel uncomfortable if she doesn't reply to the message. Will you feel disappointed? Will there be any little emotions? He cares a lot about girls' feelings. Even a little sensitive. But he never thought about this. Why can girls take it for granted not to reply to boys' messages? But why can't boys not reply to girls' messages? This is your first time as a human being. Why should I give in to you? It's up to you. Go back whenever you want. Chen Yuan ignored Lu Wenjia and focused on driving. To be honest, this was the first time he drove on the road after getting his driver's license. As a new driver, he was driving a Ferrari LaFerrari worth more than 20 million yuan. He really didn't dare to be distracted, let alone play with his mobile phone while driving. That's what new drivers are like. Be careful and concentrate, for fear of making mistakes. Half an hour later, he sent Lu Wenjia back to Wuhan University, then drive back to school. During this period, Chen Yuan's WeChat messages kept ringing. He didn't care. Nearly 40 minutes passed. Chen Yuankai drove back to HUSD. He parked his sports car in an underground parking lot near the school and walked back to the dormitory. It's already 9:30 in the evening. The west back gate of HUSD is a must-go place for many students to eat, have midnight snacks, buy fruits and snacks, surf the internet overnight, and shop at street stalls. There are a lot of students coming and going. Chen Yuan also often passed by this road. Same as usual. After parking his Ferrari LaFerrari in the underground parking lot, he walked through the west back gate of the school like an ordinary student. But at this moment, something strange happened. I saw a group of aggressive young men holding steel pipes and wooden sticks, with cigarettes dangling from their mouths, walking towards Chen Yuan in unison. Among these people were students from the sports college and thugs from outside. At a glance, there were more than 20 of them. Chen Yuan's face darkened. Among this group of people, he saw a familiar figure. Liang. I didn't expect things to come to this point. Because of He Jiying's incident last time, Liang held a grudge against Chen Yuan. He was cheated on in front of everyone and felt humiliated time and time again. He just couldn't swallow this. Young people tend to act impulsively, especially a man full of vigor and vitality. He no longer wanted to think about the consequences. If he didn't beat Chen Yuan up, slap him hard in the face, and break this kid's legs, he would feel like a coward and would never be able to hold his head up. Today, he has been blocking Chen Yuan here for 3 hours. Chen Yuan, you bastard finally showed up. Aren't you a good fighter? Aren't you awesome? I called all my brothers here today. Do you have the guts to fight 20 of them alone? Liang roared. He pointed at Chen Yuan with a steel pipe, and a group of people had surrounded Chen Yuan. To be honest, with Chen Yuan's current physical condition, it should be no problem for him to fight 5 or 6 people alone. It would be quite difficult for one person to fight against 10, and he might even fail. 1 against 20, there is absolutely no chance of winning. And today this group of people were not unarmed. They were holding steel pipes and wooden sticks. Without considering the terrain factors, Chen Yuan was alone and could only be abused. If it was a few days ago, Chen Yuan might really panic. But now, he was not panicked at all, and even felt a little funny. I just got 25 reinforcement points and haven't had time to use them yet, and you're here to find me? Okay, you may not know this, but yesterday I only had 30% of my combat power, but today I have 40%. 20 people are awesome. You probably don't know what despair is. Chen Yuan carried it with one hand behind his back. Sneer indifferently. System, I want to strengthen my physical fitness by 10 points, my strength by 10 points, and my agility by 5 points. Chen Yuan muttered to himself. Ding. The system is being strengthened. Strengthening completed. In an instant, Chen Yuan only felt a familiar warm current flowing through his body. His body seemed to have awakened an explosive power again. The muscles are getting stronger and stronger. From the inside to the outside, extremely strong. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Strength, 29. Constitution, 29. Spirit, 15. Agility, 19. Peak level for adults is 10. Condition, very strong. Strengthening points, 0 points. What? You don't dare to speak? Are you scared? Weren't you very arrogant before? Try to be arrogant again. Li Yang roared more and more arrogantly. The group of young people surrounding Chen Yuan also sneered with disdain. Each of them acts like they are worth 2.5 million. The steel pipes in their hands were eager to try, as if they had already planned to take action. As long as Li Yang started it, a beating would follow. Facing Li Yang's threats and roars, Chen Yuan was not at all flustered or nervous. He just sighed leisurely. He casually threw the egg-fried rice he just bought on the ground. Then looked up at the sky. It seems that the bright starry sky is what he yearns for. Li Yang, stop it now. It's not too late to regret it now. Chen Yuan's tone was flat, but in his plain words, there was a hint of contempt for the whole audience. It was as if he didn't care about the 20 or so people combined. Fuck, you're looking for death. Li Yang, what are you doing? Just as Li Yang was about to take action, He Jing suddenly rushed out from the crowd. She just received a call from her roommate. It was learned that Li Yang brought a group of people to squat at the back door of the school to block Chen Yuan. So I rushed over without stopping. As soon as I arrived, I saw this tense scene. It was a good thing that Li Yang didn't see He Jing. As soon as I saw her, the anger in my heart was ignited like a gasoline barrel. His eyes were bloodshot, like an angry bull. Pull her aside. Women don't need to interfere in men's affairs. Li Yang, do you know the consequences of gang fighting? You will be expelled from school. He Jing shouted loudly. Stop threatening me. You are still defending Chen Yuan, a bitch. You are a fickle bitch. I will kill this bitch in front of you today. Li Yang's face was full of ferociousness. He picked up the steel pipe and swung it towards Chen Yuan. Bang! It happened in the blink of an eye. At this critical moment, Chen Yuan dodged the heavy blow with his incredible speed and instead struck back first, kicking Li Yang away. This kick was extremely powerful. Li Yang was almost knocked unconscious by the kick. If it weren't for his excellent physical fitness, his ribs would probably have been broken. Fuck, you little brat, you dare to fight back? There are always people asking stupid questions like this. It seems that when a group of people beat up one person, they assume that this person will not dare to fight back. They felt their dignity was challenged. 20 people, all angry. Chapter 92, 1 versus 20. Kill him. 20 people rushed over, waving steel pipes and wooden sticks, shouting. Chen Yuan was surrounded and attacked from all sides. He did not retreat, but advanced. It was like a chariot crashing into the crowd, crushing it. He just grabbed with his big hand, lifted up a 140-pound young man, and threw him out like a humanoid weapon. A large area was knocked down in an instant. Improving his physical fitness can give him a higher ability to withstand blows. The increase in strength will give him higher attack power. Increased agility allows him to have more flexible speed reactions. It has both meat and output, and is flexible. It's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Next second, Chen Yuan who joined the flock of sheep. With a courageous spirit of, I will go forward even if there are thousands of people against me. One person PKs 20 people. The group fight mode has begun. He was like Zhao Yun at Changbampo, going in and out 7 times, unstoppable, extremely strong and powerful, sweeping across the area. How can this be 20 people beating up one person? This is clearly one person beating up 20 people. 10 minutes later, more than a dozen young people fell to the ground. They lay on the ground wailing in pain. A few others were so frightened that they ran away on the spot. At this time, Chen Yuan picked up the crushed fried rice on the ground and threw it into the trash can. Seems to be very qualified. He is a good citizen who is civilized, polite, and doesn't litter everywhere. All the students watching. They all looked at the scene in front of them in confusion. Transfixed. Like petrified. That's awesome. I've never seen anyone who can beat 20 people on his own. Isn't this Chen Yuan? That scumbag Chen Yuan. Damn. I finally understand why Zhao Yuqi likes him. From today on, Chen Yuan is my idol. A girl covered her face and said in a crazy way. Why? Why is this happening? Liang held his stomach in pain. He simply couldn't believe what he saw. 3 years ago, Chen Yuan is just a loser and a waste. He could ride on Chen Yuan's face and slap him all by himself. 3 years later, Chen Yuan beat him in the sprint race, slapped him in the face when he was showing off his car, humiliated him in front of He Jing, and he couldn't even beat Chen Yuan in a one-on-one fight. Today, he called 20 brothers to take revenge. Who would have thought that 20 people couldn't beat Chen Yuan alone? What the hell? Why can one person be so strong? How come in just 3 years, he could transform from a useless bootlicker into an awesome man? He couldn't believe it. Can't believe it. This is unscientific. At this time, Chen Yuan walked up to Li Yang with a cold look. I squatted down and patted his shoulder. Don't bother me again. We're all high school classmates. There's no need to be so drastic. You may not know that when I kicked you just now, I used a little more strength. Otherwise, you would have been admitted to the hospital. What Chen Yuan said is true. He really didn't use all his strength for fear of seriously injuring the person. It will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. You? Li Yang looked ashen and was trembling all over. It seemed as if he couldn't believe that Chen Yuan, who was already so powerful, actually had another trick up his sleeve. Chen Yuan is gone. He came quietly and left quietly. Wave your sleeves and not a cloud is taken away. From beginning to end, he never said a word to show off or boast. Nor did he mock Li Yang with the attitude of a winner. Because it's not necessary. His awesomeness has penetrated into his bones. His aura of forcing the king had already shocked the entire audience. Talking too much nonsense will destroy his cool image. From today on, perhaps Chen Yuan, this ordinary and common name, will become a legend of HUSD. He Jing stared blankly at Chen Yuan's receding back. The eyes are blurred and eager. She felt that her heart had been stolen by this free and unrestrained man. From now on, I will probably never be able to forget him. Who would have thought? Will the result be like this? She rushed over to try to stop the fight, but failed. However, she saw such a shocking scene. This man is far more awesome than she had imagined. It turns out that one person can really beat 20 people? So cool. It's so cool. He Jing, favorability +1. He Jing, favorability +1. He Jing, favorability +1. The current favorability is 94 points. Chen Yuan just left the back door of HUSD. I discovered that He Jing's favorability had risen to a level that was almost breaking through the critical value. Chen Yuan finally took her seriously. Is the favorability already 94 points? Isn't it that this tool man is only one step away from a counterattack? But so far, I don't think I've spent a penny on her, and I didn't get any bonus after the counterattack. It's a bit of a loss. How about finding an opportunity to swipe at her? Or giving her some expensive gifts? Chen Yuan thought of the Ferrari LaFerrari. This car is not suitable to be given to Xiao Ryu, mainly because the other party may not want it as their relationship has not reached that level yet. Giving such an expensive gift rashly may even have the opposite effect. Sometimes the more expensive a gift is, the better. The time and the scene must be right. Xiao Ryu didn't celebrate her birthday? It wasn't Chinese Valentine's Day yet. It seems like there aren't many good excuses. Giving it to Zhao Yuqi seemed like an option, but Chen Yuan had already given her a villa, and nominally it was only temporarily in her hands. If a woman really likes a man, the more expensive the gift you give her, the less likely she will want it. After all, she also wants to maintain a good image in your mind. I hope to gain more favor from you. Zhao Yuqi is very fond of Chen Yuan now. Maybe she really won't want him. More than Sakura, it seems to be a good choice as well. Anyway, no matter who you give the supercar to, as long as it can be given away, it's fine. When Chen Yuan returned to the dormitory, he found that none of his 3 roommates had returned. It's already 10 o'clock in the evening. Could it be that these guys' social activities are not over yet? Forget it. Never mind. Just take a shower and go to bed. Chen Yuan is a little tired today. I've been through a lot. He is not physically tired, but mentally tired. He started packing and preparing at 10 in the morning. Due to some unexpected events at noon, he had a social activity with 4 girls from Lin Shutong's dormitory. However, Lin Shutong was very disappointed with him during this process. Maybe he also disappointed Lin Shutong. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I went to a reunion with my high school classmates. By the way, he also brought a wave of pretentiousness and face-slapping, which made Xiao Ryu look at him with new eyes. Unexpectedly, Xiaomier made a comeback. I thought nothing was wrong. After returning to school, I was blocked by people again. Originally, he just wanted to live a low-key life on campus, pretending to be a bootlicker, and then look for some bootlicker targets to bind. Who knew that a series of events would make it impossible for him to keep a low profile? After all, my strength doesn't allow it. Chapter 93. Conversation with Xiao Ruiyu's mother. 11:30 p.m. Roommates Lao Chao and Lao Zhou supported each other and returned to the dormitory. The two were drunk. He kept talking about girls. But Xiong Tao was the only one missing. This guy used to often stay out all night, but he became much more restrained after he capsized while stepping on 4 boats a year ago. It seems that he is planning to turn over a new leaf and start a new life. I don't know if I've been hit by Chen Yuan recently. He is actually making a comeback. Chen Yuan didn't care about that. Because he was very tired today and didn't have the energy to care about other people's affairs. There are still many WeChat messages on my phone that I haven't replied to. Chen Yuan opened WeChat and sent a good night message to all the girls. Then go to bed. Among those who wished good night was Xiao Ruiyu. We're sending them together anyway, so this one won't make a difference. If it is the previous dog-licking mentality, I guess it would take me a long time to think about sending a good night message to the goddess I like. Now it's very casual. Anyway, there are a lot of girls among my WeChat friends, and they are all beautiful. I am very confident. That's right. When a man gets to know more high-quality beauties, he seems to become more confident. Because girls are magical creatures, they can give men the power of confidence. The other side. Waterfront International Townhouse Community. In a pink boudoir that looked like that of a young girl, Xiao Ryu saw the words, "Good night," sent by Chen Yuan on her cell phone. I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At this moment, her door was pushed open. Mother Yu Fangxiao walked in. This is a charming woman who looks to be around 40 years old. As she gets older, her figure and appearance have declined, but from her facial contours, we can see that when Yu Fangxiao was young, she must have been a famous beauty. Like mother, like daughter. If the mother is beautiful, the daughter she gives birth to will be even more beautiful. Yu Fangxia has a gentle and generous personality, but is very opinionated, and Xiao Ryu also inherits this from her mother. Mom, it's so late. Why don't you go to bed? Mom came to see you. You usually don't come back many times a month. Today you finally came back. Can we have a heart-to-heart talk as mother and daughter? Yu Fangxia asked gently. Although she was her own daughter, she never used a commanding tone. Instead, ask for your daughter's opinion. Sure, Mom. Xiao Ruoyu nodded. I heard that you went to a class reunion today. How was it? Did you have fun? Actually, I'm not really happy, but there's a classmate who really surprised me. It seems like I never really understood him before. Xiao Ryu thought of Chen Yuan being treated like a star by a group of rich second generations. In private, he is knowledgeable, well-educated, and profound. This guy seems really interesting. Oh, to be able to surprise my daughter, this classmate must be really outstanding. Mom, if you have something to tell me, just say it. Xiao Ryu seemed to have sensed the motive behind her mother's conversation, so she asked. Well, I can't hide anything from you. You also know that your father's career has suffered a setback recently. The Yuanhang Trading Group, controlled by our Xiao family, is now on the verge of bankruptcy. There has been no business for more than half a year. The huge amount of money invested in the early stage cannot be recovered. The company's business has shrunk and people are in panic. Not only have many low-level employees resigned, but even many middle and senior managers have left. Now Yuanhang is just trying to save face and not delay the salary of employees. There is no money in the company account, and it may not even be able to pay next month's salary. The bank loan is about to expire. If we can't pay it back, the house we live in now may be taken away. Speaking of this, Yu Fangxia burst into tears. The former glory is now a thing of the past. If a person has become accustomed to a life of wealth and returns to poverty, she will feel that life is worse than death. Xiao Ryu also knew that the Xiao family was currently in trouble. But I didn't expect things to have reached such a serious level. Mom, is the situation on the voyage really this serious? It's more serious than you think. Your father has lost more than half of his hair because of the company's affairs. Who could have imagined such a natural disaster, however? Crisis is also an opportunity. Now that the epidemic has been brought under control in China, I believe that it won't be long before the epidemic abroad will also be gradually brought under control. By then, Everything will be in ruins and the economy will need to recover. The country will definitely support related industries. As long as we can hold on, the Xiao family will not only be able to recover from the bankruptcy crisis, but may even become more glorious than before. Yu Fangxia said so much. Xiao Ryu seemed to understand a little. There was something else behind my mother's words. Since he stayed up late at night to talk to her, it means that the focus of the conversation is related to her. Can she save the Farsi trade group? Of course not. Unless... She vaguely guessed something. But I still don't quite want to believe it. Mom, has Dad thought of any solution? Xiao Ryu asked calmly. Yes, now my only hope lies in you. Right now, the only family in Seoul that has the strength and is willing to invest in Yuanhang is the Han family. You should have met Han Xiaojing, the only son of the Han family. He likes you very much. I think you can try to get along with each other. Yu Fangxia said this very tactfully. But it was obvious that Xiao Ryu could understand what she meant. The so-called trying to get along with each other is nothing more than a marriage. The Han family provides the money and the Xiao family provides the manpower. If they were just trying to get along with each other, how could the Han family come up with such a large sum of money? After all, I'm not stupid. Only when this substantial relationship is confirmed can the money be taken out. Xiao Ruiyu's face turned pale when he heard this. She really didn't expect that her mother, who had always been open-minded and broad-minded, would one day say such words to her. How could she not know Han Xiaojing? He was once taken to the police station for having improper transactions with a woman in a club. Although he was quickly rescued afterwards, this gossip had already spread throughout the second-generation circle in Seoul. Among the wealthy young men in Seoul, many like to play with women. But going to the roadside to fight in the wild is really a bit low. It would be fine if you were just a jungler, but you were taken to the police station? Make it known to everyone. Xiao Ryu couldn't accept it at all. Mom, do you know who Han Xiaojing is? Xiao Ryu asked in disbelief. Xiao Yu, you can't believe all the rumors. You haven't had any close contact with the person. So how do you know that he is that kind of person? Your father has already arranged it for you. You can meet the young master of the Han family tomorrow. Mom doesn't have to force you, but you just don't refuse without even meeting him. Do you know how many people your father has begged for this opportunity? Chapter 094. Was it really conquered in one day? Yu Fangxia's attitude was tactful, with a hint of pleading in her tone. Xiao Ryu really didn't know how to refuse. She is still her mother. Sometimes people can often say no to tough orders. But I couldn't refuse the tactful plea. The nicer your attitude, the less likely she will refuse. I clearly didn't want to do it, but I just couldn't bring myself to say no. A soft knife is the most difficult thing to do. Mom, please stop talking. I promised to meet Han Xiaojing. I knew you were always very sensible, Xiaoyu. Your father and I have cultivated you for so many years. Your brother will go to college soon. If our Xiao family goes bankrupt, he may not even be able to find a girlfriend in the future. Yu Fangxia sighed. They are born from the same parents. My elder sister, Xiao Ryu, always ranks first in the class in every exam, so I don't have to worry about anything for her. I don't know how many tutors we hired for my younger brother, Xiao Ruhan, but his academic performance has not improved. He even hung out with some thugs in society. Uneducated and incompetent. This year's college entrance examination has just ended, but the scoreline has not yet been released. With Xiao Ruhan's grades, let alone getting into a first-tier university, he probably wouldn't even be able to get into a second-tier university. If it were in the past, the Xiao family was well off, and the worst that could happen was that they would send him abroad, and then he would go to an unknown foreign university to study for a few years. When he came back, he would still be a Ritter Ni and have a high level of education. But given the current situation, why go abroad? There is chaos abroad now. If you send him out, you might even lose your life. If Xiao Ruhan doesn't make progress, the Xiao family must not fail. They have to leave him a share of the family business, right? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ryu remained silent. She really didn't want to mention that bastard Xiao Ruhan. In order to help the boy improve his academic performance, she asked her college roommate to be his tutor. But who knew that this boy would actually tease her roommate? Even physical contact. Because of this incident, her roommates fell out with her. She had no choice but to move out of the dormitory and rent a house outside. Every family has its own problems. Who knows the bitterness and pain behind a family that seems so prosperous to outsiders? The world is unfair. But it's fair. Whether rich or poor, good or bad, everyone has his or her own troubles. No one is exempt. Mom, I'm going to bed. You should go to bed early too. Okay, Mom won't nag you anymore. I'll go see Xiaoan. After my mother left, Xiao Ryu took out his cell phone, opened Chen Yuan's chat message box. She wanted to say something, but I also feel that something is not quite right. Finally, he replied to Chen Yuan, "Good night." She wondered if Chen Yuan would continue to come back. but I waited for 10 minutes. Chen Yuan did not reply. She put down her phone, turned off the lights, and closed her eyes. I don't know if I can sleep tonight. Tonight, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. It is almost July. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. I guess summer vacation will be here soon. Zhao Yuqi's birthday is June 25th. Today is the 23rd. When Chen Yuan woke up in the morning, his whole body was covered in sweat and his face was oily. I don't know which guy turned off the air conditioner when he was sleeping. Is this going to heat people to death? This may happen if you live in a dormitory. Although sometimes we have fun playing together, there will also be some small conflicts in life. For example, some people don't like to sleep with the air conditioner on because they are afraid of the cold. Some people are afraid of heat. We have argued several times about whether to turn on the air conditioner when sleeping. Chen Yuan didn't want to dwell on these things. It's better to hurry up and find a house outside. Of course, some people will ask, doesn't Chen Yuan already have a villa? Although his name is written as Zhao Yuqi, he can also live here. That's right. He bought the villa. He can live too. However, the Jiangjing Villa community is a bit far from HUSD, and it takes at least 40 minutes to drive there. Taking the subway or bus requires transferring, which may take more than an hour. The round-trip time is 2 hours. It's a bit inconvenient after all. There is a Chen Yuan community next to HUSD, which was developed not long ago. The house is all new. It is completely next to HUSD. It takes less than 10 minutes to walk to school. The subway and bus are also nearby. Very convenient. This is considered a standard school district house, and the most core school district house. If only I could buy a house here. Chen Yuan thought it would be very good. Chen Yuan had checked the housing prices near the school before, and found that they were around 30,000 yuan per square meter. The housing prices in Chen Yuan community may reach between 32,000 and 35,000. There are basically no new houses for sale there. Maybe it was sold when the property was just built. Now most of them are second-hand housing transactions. The domestic second-hand housing transaction market is much larger than the first-hand housing transaction market. That's because second-hand housing transactions usually do not depreciate, but instead appreciate. The house you bought for $500,000 10 years ago may now be worth $1 million or even $2 million. In a good location, there is no need to worry about selling new houses. Some properties have been sold out before they are even completed. Second-hand housing has become the mainstream market. Chen Yuan has more than 3 million in his hands. It's just enough to buy an apartment of over 100 square meters. However, Chen Yuan has not yet decided whether to buy or rent a house. He held his mobile phone and searched for properties on the real estate market. At this time, Xiong Tao finally returned to the dormitory, dragging his exhausted body. He had dark circles under his eyes and looked particularly haggard. Fuck, old bear, why are you like this? Damn it, don't mention it. Li Xiaoling's desire is too terrifying. I can't resist it. Lao Zhou, I have to admit defeat. You promised to treat me to breakfast for a month. As soon as Xiong Tao said this, Chen Yuan was almost shocked. It's only been one day, and this kid actually captured Li Xiaoling? I lost it. Are girls nowadays too open-minded, or am I too conservative? Why did I flirt with so many girls? Now it's just in the ambiguous stage. You can have substantive relations in just one day? Awesome. Mr. Xiong is back in action, and he is unstoppable. Zhou Haiquan looked so annoyed that he almost exploded. He thought Xiong Tao made the bet with him out of brotherhood, to take care of his low mood, and because he saw the tragic fact that Sun Rue treated him as a backup, so he deliberately made the bet with him and wanted to lose a month's breakfast money to him. Who knew that this kid didn't mean that at all? And myself yesterday. Not only did he watch Xiong Tao and Li Xiaoling enter the City Express Hotel. When he made that request, he was scolded by Sun Rue. In the end, he had to act like a bootlicker and send her back to the girls' dormitory. He's already so scarred. Xiong Tao actually mentioned betting? Fuck, can you have some compassion? Can you please not add insult to injury? It's so infuriating. Chapter 095. Are you interested in joining our company? Old bear, Li Xiaoling is not an honest person. She has a boyfriend. Don't you mind? Chao Jinyan asked. Why would I mind? I don't consider her my girlfriend. I just got along well with her yesterday, and then we found a quiet place to discuss life and ideals. I wanted to test her, and she wanted to understand my strengths and weaknesses. The relationship between us is pure friendship. Xiong Tao answered seriously. Fuck, you beast. The three people in the dormitory collectively raised their middle fingers. Zhou Haiquan became more and more doubtful about his life. Taozi, I just can't understand. Yesterday I confessed to Sun Rue that I was willing to treat her well for the rest of my life, but she didn't want to be with me. But you, a scumbag, obviously just wanted to play with Li Xiaoling. Li Xiaoling also understood it in her heart. But why did you succeed and I failed? What do you know? Do you think girls nowadays will still believe in such unreliable verbal promises? Even if you really want to, they may not be interested. What do you mean by a lifetime? Bullshit. Do you think only men want to go out and play around, but women don't? They also want to try new things, they also have needs, and life needs embellishment. As long as you don't interfere with each other, what's wrong with occasionally discussing life? Xiong Tao said confidently. Fuck you, you scumbag, such a scumbag. You are wrong again. This is not called scumbag. It is just consensual. Hai Quan, you should be able to see that Sun Rui and Li Xiaoling are actually the same kind of people. They are restless inside. They both want to pursue an exciting life, but you want to give her a peaceful life. This is obviously not what others want. And to be honest, it is not enough to chase girls just by chasing them now. You have to improve yourself. What Xiong Tao said makes a lot of sense. Chen Yuanshan nodded in agreement. The most important way for boys to win the favor of girls is to improve themselves. If you don't have enough hardware conditions, even if you learn all kinds of tricks, you will still be helpless. If you bloom, the breeze will come. Chen Yuan is the most typical example. But he still couldn't be as unrestrained as Xiong Tao. He is still not hard enough and is a bit chauvinistic. He thinks he must be responsible if any girl has sex with him. Maybe the girl doesn't even want you to take responsibility. You're probably dreaming. After having fun for the first time, do you want to keep having fun? Chen Yuan's inherently straight male mentality cannot be changed in just a week or two. He needs to experience more. I washed my face, brushed my teeth, and tidied myself up casually. Chen Yuan was wearing slippers, shorts, and a vest, preparing to go to the school cafeteria for breakfast. Along the way, many students pointed fingers at him. Oh my God, is that Chen Yuan? My idol. So handsome, really so handsome. Even in a vest and shorts, he still looks so confident and carefree. He has a really good body, with clear muscle contours, very strong but not bloated, which is my favorite type. Is he Chen Yuan? It seemed like everyone in the circle of friends spread the news last night, saying that he knocked down 20 people by himself at the back door of the school yesterday. Is this true? Recently, it seems that many people have been talking about Chen Yuan. One moment, it was rumored that school beauty Zhao Yuqi sent him breakfast. The next moment, it was said that he poached Li Yang's girlfriend. Some people also said that he was the popular running hero on Douyin. Now, it is said that he can beat 20 people by himself. It sounds less and less reliable to me. Is it an internet celebrity who is hyping him up? Chen Yuan didn't know what happened today. Anyway, whenever he goes out, people point fingers at him everywhere. It seemed like everyone in the school knew him. Chen Yuan was a little confused. It seemed like he had become a celebrity in the school for no apparent reason. Right at this moment, a fashionable beauty, about 27 or 28 years old, about 1.72 meters tall, who looked a bit like a queen, suddenly stopped in front of Chen Yuan. The woman came in a Land Rover, followed by a young assistant. Hello, are you Chen Yuan? I am. May I ask who you are? Chen Yuan was a little confused. He had never been approached by a strange woman, especially when the other person is a young and feminine woman. It seems like I don't know this type of girl. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shun Shui, the founder of Dream Building Media under Xiangbao Group. I think you have great potential to become an internet celebrity, so I want to sign you to my company with an annual salary of 3 million. Are you interested in considering it? What? Chen Yuan was confused again. He really didn't expect that someone from an agency would come to him and ask to sign him to be an internet celebrity. And he also offered an annual salary of 3 million. This seems a bit unexpected, but it makes sense. After all, during this period, Running Man's videos have continued to be popular on the Douyin platform. He has become an internet celebrity. She's just an internet celebrity whose face you can't see clearly. But since he is so popular, someone will naturally dig him out. So, after a period of exploration and the revelation of the original author of the video, an economic company finally set its sights on Chen Yuan. This is also because of the revelations made by the original author. Everyone then knew that the runner was actually a student of HUSD. Knowing the detailed address, it would not be difficult to locate Chen Yuan himself. After a period of gestation, Chen Yuan's identity was finally exposed. It seems that he will never be able to keep a low profile in school again. Chen Yuan shook his head. Sorry, I have other things to do. I'm not too interested in being an internet celebrity. Chen Yuan's answer surprised Shen Shui. He is just an ordinary student, but he so decisively rejected the temptation of an annual salary of 3 million? This is fucking unscientific. It is difficult for college graduates to find jobs nowadays. It is rare for a fresh graduate to earn 10,000 yuan. With an annual salary of 3 million, the monthly income would be at least 200,000. You can refuse this? Student Chen Yuan, I think you should consider it. Our company is very formal. We are not one of those unscrupulous economic companies that swindle people everywhere. We will not let you sign some text contracts with loopholes. Our company has made dozens of internet celebrities famous, such as the recently rising Kiki on Douyin. Not long after she started broadcasting, she received a reward of 10 million gifts from President Yin. If you join our company, I can guarantee that your achievements will not be inferior to Kiki. Chen Yuan heard this, a thoughtful look on his face. The cute little Chi-Chi you mentioned, is that Zhao Yuqi? I've also heard of President Yan's name. Yes, Zhao Yuqi is the school beauty of your school. It should be normal for you to have heard of her. In addition, let me tell you that our company has a strong background and is in a cooperative relationship with the super rich Mr. Yin. Otherwise, he would not have given 10 million to the cute little Chi-Chi for no reason. If you are willing to join, your future will be bright. Shen Shuyi said seriously. Chapter 96. Banning you is just a matter of one word. Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. This guy is really good at fooling people. Seeing how serious you look, I almost believed it. Why do you want to pull the skin of Mr. Yin? Are you here to make people laugh? I'm sorry, I really don't plan to be an internet celebrity. You should find someone else. Chen Yuan nodded and politely declined. He probably also knew what kind of nature these brokerage companies were. Anyway, I'm not afraid of your bragging. I'm just afraid that your boasting isn't loud enough. Let's pull the people in first. It's just like those rental agencies. The pictures on the internet are more beautiful than each other. When I asked, I found out that they all had rented the place. None of it is real. You can either make do with it and find something worse, or spend more money and find a higher-end one. It's all just facade work. When Shen Shuyi heard Chen Yuan's answer, she was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that even after talking to this point, Chen Yuan still refused. Student Chen Yuan, are you dissatisfied with your salary, or do you have other concerns? It doesn't matter, you can tell me anything. If it's a salary issue, I can raise your signing fee to 3.5 million per year. You can also consider a free profit-sharing contract. The company will not impose any restrictions on you. At the same time, you can also enjoy company benefits, and the company will help you reasonably avoid taxes and a series of other benefits. Shen Shuyi continued to seduce. If Chen Yuan was just an ordinary college student, I guess they can't stand such sugar-coated bullets. Pity. I really have something important to tell you. Let's talk about it next time. Chen Yuan was getting a little impatient. He turned and left. Although this woman looks super A, the noble temperament of a beautiful female president. He has a very strong aura, speaks clearly and logically, and can tell lies without blushing or feeling nervous. But Chen Yuan really didn't have any good feelings towards her. Shen Shuyi did not give up and still followed Chen Yuan. She originally thought that Chen Yuan really had something urgent to do. Who knew that this boy would turn around and come to the school cafeteria? Then I ordered 2 servings of Xilong Bao, a bowl of hot dry noodles, a bowl of black rice porridge, 2 fried dough sticks, a scallion pancake, and a bowl of rice noodles. A full table. He ate leisurely by himself. He doesn't look anxious at all. Student Chen Yuan, are you in such a hurry just to run to the cafeteria to have breakfast? Shen Shuyi asked, suppressing her anger. Of course, man is iron and food is steel. If you don't eat, you will be hungry. Is there anything more important than eating? Chen Yuan swallowed a steamed bun without a care in the world and answered perfunctorily while eating. You? Shen Shuyi was angry. She was really angry. I've never seen a boy like this. As a company boss, he started from scratch at the age of 20, worked hard for 8 years, and accumulated a fortune of tens of millions. With her outstanding looks, noble aura, and powerful ability to deceive, she can get something for nothing and has the upper hand among men. She is always successful. She has met many people. There are successful bosses, wealthy second-generation rich people, young people who are ignorant of the world, and the most ordinary students. According to her understanding, young people like Chen Yuan have suddenly become popular on the internet recently, but still have the mentality of hanging silk. She offered a signing fee of 3 million, which should be easy to get. But the result was not what she imagined at all. What made him most angry was that this little brat actually ignored her beauty and looks. Aren't these little boys generally attracted to pretty women who are like mature women the most? If you talk to them closely, they will blush. Why is this guy completely different? Are you a straight man? Or is it the late stage of straight male cancer? Or is he just prosopagnostics? So infuriating. Of course Chen Yuan is not face-blind. It's just that he has come into contact with too many beautiful women recently, and he is a little tired of them. Shen Shuyi's appearance is not as good as Xiao Ryu and Zhao Yuqi. Nothing amazing, of course. If you have seen Mount Everest, would you still lament that Mount K2 is too high? Student Chen Yuan, aren't you being disrespectful? I sincerely offer you over 3 million to join our company. If you are not satisfied with the price, you can just say so. Why are you being so perfunctory? Shen Shuyi questioned condescendingly. Am I being perfunctory? I think I've been very polite to you. Chen Yuan laughed. Are you using Mr. Yan's name to cheat people everywhere? I didn't expose you. I'm already giving you face. Why are you so persistent? What does it mean? Do you think that because you are pretty, I won't dare to slap you in the face? What the hell? Ding. The dog-licking operation begins. Name, Shen Shui. Age, 28. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Appearance, 8.0 points. The woman's favorability towards the host, minus 60 points. Bind to the host's lick-dog relationship. When the woman's favorability towards the host exceeds 95 points, the counterattack is successful, the identity is changed, and the other party will become the host's lick dog. After the counterattack is completed, you will be rewarded with 10% consumption bonus. Reward enhancement points, 20 points. Enhancement points can enhance the host's physical attributes, including strength, physique, agility, spirit, etc. Bonus skill, master level deception. I heard the system prompt sound in my mind. Chen Yuan was a little confused. Can this also lead to a dog-licking relationship? He never even thought of licking Shen Shui. Is the system binding mechanism random? In other words, as long as you meet a beautiful woman with a beauty score of more than 7.6 in real life, and there is an intersection and a certain degree of communication between them, the system will automatically bind? In fact, it doesn't matter whether it is bound or not. After all, there is nothing to lose. What Chen Yuan was worried about was that if he tied up his brother's woman in the future and she accidentally counterattacked, wouldn't that be very beastly? Or just tell your brothers not to find girlfriends who are too beautiful. Hey, why do these weird thoughts pop up in my head? Just when Chen Yuan's thoughts were gradually being pulled far away, the assistant next to Shen Shui couldn't bear it anymore. What's so great about you? Do you really think you're an important person? Do you believe that with your current popularity, if there is no company to package you, you will be forgotten in a month? Our CEO Shun is willing to come here in person to poach you. He is giving you face. Why don't you be so shameless? The assistant was a young man in his 20s, about 1.8 meters tall, with a gentle appearance. He has been secretly in love with his beautiful boss for a long time. I really admire Shen Shui's eloquence and ability. Although she usually says some misleading words, who in their line of work doesn't mislead people? How to make money without cheating people? Xiao Qian, stop wasting time talking to him. Let's go. Boy, you're done. You probably don't know our CEO Shen's network and power. Even CEO Yin, the richest man on the internet, has to give our CEO Shen some face. You are so ungrateful. Banning you only takes a word. Chapter 97. Face the wind. Qian Xin made wild remarks. Chen Yuan laughed immediately. Very good. Your pretentious look successfully caught my attention. Face the wind. Your company is called Dream Building Media, right? Can I give you a call? Chen Yuan took out his cell phone expressionlessly and called Zhang Haoyan. Because Zhang Haoyan's girlfriend is the daughter of Xiangliao Group. Zhuming Media is just a cooperative agency under Xiangliao Group. Hello, Mr. Yan. I was just about to call you, but I didn't expect you to call me first. Zhang Haoyan said in surprise. What's up? Today Han Xiaojiang was showing off everywhere, saying that he was going to win Xiaoruyu. I was thinking that this girl from the Xiao family must be someone that you, Mr. Yan, like. So I wanted to tell you about this. Han Xiaojiang. Chen Yuan frowned. He didn't expect to hear such news when he called Zhang Haoyan. He suddenly felt like he was being poached. Yes, the Han family is one of the well-known families in Seoul and is not much worse than our Zhang family. His family is also in the real estate business and is a competitor of our Zhang family. I usually don't like this guy, and we can't play together. I heard that the Xiao family and the Han family have specially arranged a blind date meeting today, and the parents of both parties will be present. It's called a blind date, but it's actually an engagement. Zhang Haoyan didn't know whether he revealed the news out of friendship or on purpose. Anyway, Chen Yuan felt very unhappy when he heard it. You even dare to dig up my foundation? Are you afraid you don't want to mix with me anymore? Even if Zhang Haoyan really wanted to provoke a fight, Chen Yuan couldn't just sit back and watch. By the way, Mr. Yan, what is it that you want to talk to me about? It's nothing serious. Today, Mr. Shun from Dream Building Media said he wanted to ban me. I heard he's under the Xiang Liao Group. So that's how it is. I can't get involved in the affairs of Xiangbao Group, and my family is not in the new media industry. But you can go directly to Long Huang. Long Huang himself is a senior member of the board of directors of Xiangbao Group. Whether it is the traditional film and television industry or the internet live short video industry, Long Huang has a very high status in this industry. Okay, I got it. Chen Yuan nodded and hung up the phone. Then he opened WeChat and made a voice call to Dragon Emperor. Watching Chen Yuan looking for someone to call everywhere. If one doesn't work, look for a second one. Shen Shui and Qian Xin almost laughed. This guy really thinks he is a big shot. Who doesn't know how to make a phone call? Are you trying to be mysterious, bluff, and show off your power in front of Guangdong? They have already played this routine to death. You are playing such tricks in front of your ancestor. Who are you trying to show off to? For a student who hasn't even fully grown his hair, his behavior looks very childish. Inside the Xiangyao high-level meeting room, a middle-aged man in his 40s was in a meeting. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Normally, he wouldn't answer the phone when he was in a meeting. But when he saw that the person displayed on WeChat on his mobile phone was Mr. Yan, without much hesitation, he walked aside and answered the call. Hey, Mr. Yan, you are such a busy man. How come you have time to call me? It's like this, Dragon Emperor. Today, an agency under the Xiangbao Group, Dream Building Media, said they wanted to ban me. I was a little panicked, so I wanted to find out how awesome this company is. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Emperor's face froze. What Mr. Yan said was neither a chat among group members nor a business cooperation. The implication was clearly that he was here to call for an explanation. Through his understanding of each other during this period, he felt that Mr. Yan was a person who could be treated as an equal to him, even more awesome than him. Not to mention that he gave more than 200 million yuan in tips to the female anchor in the live broadcast room. In real life, Mr. Yan is also extremely wealthy and generous. He bought a villa worth 60 million yuan as a gift, and 2 days ago, he bought a luxury car worth more than 20 million yuan from the king of cars. This was just one side of what he saw. How many places has he not seen? Mr. Yan is a man of unfathomable character. Just a glimpse of his true self can give us a rough idea of his situation. This is the Dragon Emperor's evaluation of him. To deal with such a wealthy and powerful man, one must make friends with him. You never know when you might be able to close a big deal. Mr. Yan is now one of the most influential figures among the emperors. Because of Mr. Yan's existence, there have been several more big guys in the Emperor Group recently. At this time, Mr. Yan came over to question the culprit. The Dragon Emperor was immediately furious. I don't know which idiot was so pretentious as to go to Mr. Yan, but it happens to be under the Xiangliao Group. What the hell? You bunch of idiots, have your brains been kicked by a donkey? Please rest assured, Mr. Yan, I will find out the truth about this matter immediately. Hang up the phone. The Dragon King asked with a gloomy face. Who among you knows Dream Building Media? I know. A young man in his 30s wearing glasses stood up. Dream Builders is an agency that has been working with Xiangbao Group for 2 years. It's not a big company, but it's still pretty good. There are more than 200 anchors in their guild, but most of them are unknown small anchors, and only 2 or 3 of them are popular. Give the order. From today on, this agency will be included in the Xiangbao Group's blacklist. Announce it to the entire network. As soon as the Dragon Emperor said this, all the senior executives in the conference room were collectively shocked. I really don't understand why Mr. Long got so angry after receiving a phone call. What on earth did Zhuming Media do that angered God and the people? Boss Long, this might not be a good idea. In any case, Dream Building Media has been cooperating with us for 2 years. If it is suddenly banned, it will probably cause dissatisfaction among other partners. Dream Building Media has offended President Yan. It was President Yan who called just now. Do you want me to offend a big boss with tens of billions of assets for a small, unknown agency? After these words were spoken, the whole audience was silent. The other side, Shen Shui and Qian Xin. After watching Chen Yuan finish 2 phone calls, he continued to eat breakfast. She felt a little funny. Qian Xin even showed a look of contempt. Why, you're not calling? Have you found out more about our Dream Building Media? If you regret it now, it's not too late. Mr. Shun is very generous and may not be angry with you. If you admit your mistake and sign this contract, you will still have an annual salary of 3 million, and you will still be the popular runner on the internet. After being packaged by our company, you will be even more popular than you are now. By then, it's possible to earn $1 million a month. On one side, you'll be successful and famous, and on the other side, you'll be banned from the entire internet. It's your choice. Qian Xin looked down at Chen Yuan. It's like standing in God's perspective and looking down on the world. He is full of nonsense, which can only deceive those who don't know the business. How can a small agency praise itself to the sky? Are you really that awesome? Do you really need to poach people from everywhere? Just at this moment, Shen Shui's phone rang. Chapter 98. Shen Shui is shocked. Hey, Mr. Shun, something terrible has happened. Didn't I tell you a long time ago that you shouldn't rush around when something small happens? You should stay calm when things happen. There is no problem in this world that cannot be solved. No, Mr. Shun, something serious has happened. Xiangbao Group is going to blacklist our company and notify the entire network. They have even posted on their official Weibo account. The voice on the phone just fell. Shen Shui was stunned on the spot. Xiao Yuan, don't make such jokes. Xiangbao Group, and we have been cooperating well. It's true, Mr. Shun. Director Sun has called us. Mr. Shun, have you offended someone? From what Director Sun said, it seems that you have really offended a big shot this time. Even Director Sun can't save you. Confused. Completely confused. This is simply devastating news. What is Xiangliao Group's position in the industry? How could she, a small media company, possibly move such a big man? If this blacklist is not removed, I am afraid that no platform in the industry will cooperate with them anymore. The point is that the contracted anchors under her will probably also be in chaos. 8 years of hard work could be destroyed in one day. Why is this happening? Shen Shui almost collapsed to the ground on the spot. Mr. Shun, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Qian Xian looked at Shen Shui's pale face and hurried over to support her. It was fine just now. Why do I feel like I've been hit hard after receiving a phone call? Could there really be some big problem in the company? Call Director Sun quickly. Call him quickly. Shen Shui shouted hurriedly. Okay. Don't worry, Mr. Shun. I'll call you right away. Right away. Qian Xian's forehead also began to sweat. He had never seen Shen Shui so out of control. Hello, is this Director Sun's office? I'm Xiao Qian, the assistant to Director Shun from Dreams Media. No need to say more. Director Sun has already given instructions. Your CEO Shun has offended the super-rich CEO Yin. The top management of the group has just personally issued an order that Dream Building Media will be included in the Xiangbao Group's blacklist from now on. You can handle it yourself. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? Qian Xian is so stupid. He couldn't understand how Dreaming Media had offended President Yin. Could it be that President Yin knew that they were using President Yan's name to show off? Impossible. That doesn't make sense. They don't know Mr. Yin either. It's only in the last 2 days that he has been using Mr. Yan's name to show off. How come Mr. Yin himself found out about it so quickly? Isn't this too unlucky? Could it be that Mr. Yin possesses clairvoyance and super hearing and has minions spread all over China, so he can keep track of every little disturbance? Even the CIA isn't that scary, right? Boss Shun, have we really offended Boss Yin? But who exactly is Boss Yin? Could it be? Qian Xian turned his head and glanced behind him. The only person who called just now was Chen Yuan. They didn't offend anyone else today, based on the process of elimination. Then there is only one truth. Qian Xian suddenly widened his eyes, and an extremely absurd and terrifying guess came to his mind. Shen Shui was shocked on the spot. She also stared at Chen Yuan with an incredible look. This running man has suddenly become popular on the internet recently. He is actually? What the hell? My scalp is tingling. Qian Xian trembled. Shen Shui trembled. Mr. Yin? You are Mr. Yin? Shen Shui asked stutteringly. Yeah, aren't you going to ban me? I heard that Mr. Yin has a cooperative relationship with your company. I was wondering, when the hell did I ever cooperate with you? Was it in a dream? The expression on Chen Yuan's face remained calm. He had already cleared out the breakfast on the table. I ate until I was 80% full. I've been growing taller recently, so my appetite has increased a bit. While eating, Chen Yuan spoke unusual words in a calm tone. Just like the legendary boss in the movies. The temperament explodes. Even wearing slippers, shorts, and a vest, it still couldn't hide his powerful aura of a king. It reminds me of the fire cloud evil god in Stephen Chow's movies. It's also the style of a big boss who is not bound by any rules. Hearing Chen Yuan's answer, Qian Xian's legs immediately went weak. I heard that Mr. Yin is not only a top tycoon on the internet, but also a leader among the second generation of rich people in Seoul. The energy background is amazing. The strength is unfathomable. He is just a small assistant, but he just pointed at Mr. Yan's nose and said he wanted to ban him. Scary. What Qian Xian is thinking about now is no longer the question of whether it is embarrassing or not, but fear. For a person like Mr. Yin, killing a small assistant of his would be a piece of cake, right? Boss Yin, this is a complete misunderstanding. I really didn't know you were. You are a great man who does not bear grudges. How about we just forget about this matter? Qian Xian is an assistant I just hired. He has just entered the society and is a little immature, but this is all my fault. I am willing to apologize to you. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? You can ask me to do whatever you want. Dream Building Media is my hard work, and I really don't want to lose it. At this moment, Shen Shui no longer had any noble aura. Like a deflated ball, took off the queen's new clothes. All that is left is humility and begging. There is no room for redemption in this matter. Just take this as a lesson for you. Don't always try to fool people. You should pay the price for what you have done. Chen Yuan had no sympathy for women at all. He strode out of the cafeteria. Shen Shui knelt down on the ground on the spot. Boss Shun, this guy is going too far. He is bullying us too much. He wants to push us to a dead end. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Otherwise, we should find someone to expose him. Doesn't he want to keep a low profile, hide, and pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger? I won't let him have his way. Qian Xin, is your brain stuck in the door? You dare to retaliate against President Yan. Do you know how powerful he is? You offended him the first time, and you dare to offend him the second time? Do you really want to die? Or do you think you can do it? And even if it is exposed, what loss can it cost to him? He will just be the second Principal Wang. Mr. Shun, you are right, but what should we do now? We can't just watch the company go bankrupt, right? Please. This is the only way now. If one time doesn't work, try twice. If 2 times don't work, try 3 times. If 3 times don't work, try 10 times. As long as he's a man, I don't believe he won't be soft-hearted. Shin Shuyi made up her mind with a firm look in her eyes. She started from scratch at the age of 20 and was able to build her own media company. Her greatest advantage was that she had enough perseverance. She is not afraid of failure in anything, and at certain moments, she can even completely abandon her personality and dignity for the sake of success. This is a woman who will do anything to succeed. Chen Yuan was too lazy to care about Shin Shuyi. His mind wasn't here at all. Xiao Ruyu was actually forced to go on a blind date. How can this be tolerated? Chapter 99. This blind date is not just a formality. Out of the school cafeteria, Chen Yuan took out his cell phone and sent a message to Xiao Ruyu. Where are you? Let me explain this on 2 sides. Xiao Ruyu at this time, sitting in a Bentley luxury car. His father Xiao Hanjun drove the car himself. Xiao Ruyu and Yu Fengxiao sat in the back row. The atmosphere in the car was a little heavy. Xiao Hanjun is a middle-aged man in his 40s with a flat head. He is not tall, about 1.75 meters. He is a little bit overweight, but not fat. He has a sharp-edged face, thick eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and bright eyes. Judging from his appearance, Xiao Hanjun must have been a handsome guy when he was young. His father is handsome and his mother is beautiful. Xiao Ruyu has completely inherited the excellent genes of the previous generation. That's why she has such a high appearance value. After talking with my mother Yu Fengxiao yesterday, Xiao Ruyu originally planned to meet Han Xiaojiang by herself today. The 2 young people found a cafe and sat down to chat, just as a formality to complete the task assigned by their elders. Then after chatting for more than 10 minutes, you can say it's not suitable. Say sorry politely. Everyone goes back to their own home and finds their own mother. This is how blind date routine is usually played out in movies. But Xiao Ruyu obviously made a mistake. She underestimated how much importance Xiao Hanjun and her mother Yu Fengxiao attached to this marriage. She also underestimated the psychological pressure this bankruptcy crisis would put on Xiao Hanjun. People reach middle age, falling from the peak to the bottom. After enduring a career decline for more than half a year, Xiao Hanjun can still maintain the calm aura that a father should have in front of his children, which shows that he has a very strong mental quality. But this is just a pretense. Watching the old employees who once worked together in the company leave one after another. Watching the high-paid talents that he had recruited with great difficulty being forcibly dismissed one by one. The company's business is shrinking every day and it is losing money every day. The liquidity in the account has been completely cut off. He also has to borrow money to pay his employees. He is trying to fill another's hole by robbing Peter to pay Paul, and is trying to put on a brave face. Days like this are torture every day. For several months in a row, he went to people every day to solicit investment. All his connections have been used up. However, due to the global economic crisis, people were unemployed everywhere, and he was not the only one who encountered difficulties. At this time, anyone with money, as long as they have a little common sense, will never use the money to support the foreign trade industry. Isn't this just like throwing meat buns at a dog, which is a one-way trip? Xiao Hanjun refused to give up. He wanted to persevere to the end and wait until the market recovered. He firmly believes that whoever can hold on until the market recovers will be the winner. That's true. It's a pity that he really couldn't hold on any longer. Without new funds injected into the company's account, bankruptcy is an inevitable outcome. Just when he was at his wit's end, the Han family extended an olive branch. The other party's request was simple. As long as Xiao Ruyu is willing to marry him, the Han family is willing to invest 100 million yuan to acquire 20% of the shares of Zhao's Yuanhang Trading Group. This price, if it were 2 years ago, let alone marrying off his daughter, even if he didn't marry off his daughter, he would not have been able to sell 20% of Yuanhang's shares at such a low price. But times are different now. In today's Yuanhang, even if you sell your 20% stake for only 50 million, there may not be anyone willing to buy it. Of course, the Han family's requirements are far more than that. This 100 million is not a one-time payment, but in installments. They will sign an internal agreement. First, When Xiao Ryu and Han Xiaojiang are successfully engaged, the Han family will pay a down payment of 10 million to help the Xiao family repay a wave of bank loans. The company's account also has several million in liquid funds, which can barely support it for a period of time. Second, if Xiao Ryu and Han Xiaojiang get married and hold a wedding, the Han family will pay 40 million. Third, when Xiao Ryu becomes pregnant with the eldest grandson of the Han family, the remaining 50 million will be paid. If you hurry up, you should be able to get pregnant within 2 months. Another thing that needs to be emphasized is, this money was not a betrothal gift from the Han family to the Xiao family, but rather the money paid to purchase 20% of the shares of Yuanhang Trading Group. That's right. This is such an unfair clause. Xiao Hanjun had no choice but to accept it. After all, the Han family is not stupid. If you want to get something for nothing and divorce quickly after marriage without paying anything substantial, it is impossible. Let's talk business. Since it is a transaction, the interests of both parties must be guaranteed. It is reasonable for the Han family to make such a request. Xiao Ryu didn't know about this, but she could also feel the subtle atmosphere in the car, and the importance that parents attach to this marriage. Xiao Hanjun and Yu Fangxiao both accompanied him in person. This blind date meeting is destined to be more than just a formality. She felt a little regretful. If I had known earlier, I should not have agreed to my mother's request so easily. It's too late to regret now. I feel like I've been cheated. Right at this moment, Xiao Ruoyu's phone suddenly vibrated. Chen Yuan sent her a WeChat message. The content of the message is simple. Where are you? Editor Xiao Ruoyu typed and replied quickly. I'm on my way to Dihao International Hotel. I have some things arranged at home today. Xiao Ryu did not explain in detail what happened. Because her relationship with Chen Yuan hasn't reached that stage yet, it's not even ambiguous. It's just the relationship of old high school classmates. That's all. I know, wait for me. Chen Yuan's message came back quickly. Simple and domineering. He didn't even ask for the reason or cause and effect. He just asked for an address. There was suddenly a slight ripple in Xiao Ruoyu's heart. Could it be that Chen Yuan already knows about this? Xiao Ruoyu guessed. With Chen Yuan's connections, it seems that it is not difficult to find out about this matter. Xiao Ruoyu's heart beat faster. She didn't know what would happen after Chen Yuan appeared at the Dihao International Hotel. Anyway, I felt a little panicked. Chen Yuan is not her boyfriend, and it seems that he has no legitimate reason to help her out. But she actually felt a sense of inexplicable expectation in her heart. She could only comfort herself. Compared to Han Xiaojiang, she may have a better impression of Chen Yuan. After Chen Yuan sent the message, he turned around and went to the underground parking lot near the school. Without even changing clothes, I prepared to drive to the Imperial Hotel. As soon as I arrived at the underground parking lot, I found 2 internet celebrity-looking girls wearing JK uniforms squatting next to a Ferrari LaFerrari taking pictures. Please make way. Who are you asking to make way for you, you loser? It's such a wide road. Am I blocking you from walking? That's right, you're wearing shorts and a vest. You look like a single guy without a girlfriend. You'll have to be single for another 20 years. Do you know what car this is? A Ferrari LaFerrari, worth more than 22 million. A loser like you can't afford it even if you work for 100 years. 2 girls, arms folded. You said something and I said something, mocking you mercilessly. You're blocking my car. Chen Yuan took out his car keys. Drop. Chapter 100, The Short and Thick Han Xiaojiang. The 2 internet celebrities in JK uniforms looked so funny. Just a wave of ruthless taunting, looking down on others as a loser. Who knew the face-slapping part would come so quickly? Before I could even finish my words, I got slapped in the face. Wait a minute, handsome guy, this car is yours. Could it be that it's still yours? Chen Yuan asked with some amusement. Handsome guy, how about adding me on WeChat so we can hang out together when we have time? Not interested. Chen Yuan peeled off the faces of the 2 internet celebrities, got into the car, and drove away, leaving behind only a cloud of exhaust fumes. TSK, what kind of person are you? Just because you're rich is so great. You're so proud of yourself just because you drive a Ferrari. Maybe you even rented the car. You're a straight man. Go to hell. The 2 girls stood with their hands on their hips, cursing loudly in the underground parking lot. It seemed that after being slapped in the face, he was angry and embarrassed and had no place to vent. Chen Yuan didn't know whether he was really a masochist. Anyway, take the initiative to add his girl. He has no interest at all. Only girls who he actively licks will show some interest in him. This may be due to the man's inner desire to conquer. But under normal circumstances, the more proactive girls do seem to be less good-looking. Pretty girls are generally not very proactive. Of course, this refers to the general situation. There are always some boys who feel emotional. Why is it that the girl I like is already taken, while the girl who likes me is so miserable? Boys like this actually don't have a clear understanding of themselves. They didn't even really try. Although Chen Yuan is a bootlicker, in order to pursue Lin Shutong, he was so humble that he had no dignity at all. But in fact, he is a very persistent person, even a little stubborn. He can take action and work hard for what he loves. Otherwise, he would not have been able to persist in pursuing Lin Shutong for 3 whole years. Although it failed. But he is better than many people in terms of action. There are many boys who don't dare to approach the girls they like until they graduate from college. This type of boy may be even more miserable than a bootlicker, because the licker has tried it. They didn't even dare to try. It was not until they entered society that they realized that they had so many opportunities. Just didn't cherish it, leaving behind a lifetime of regret. If you don't try, how do you know you can't do it? Even if you get rejected, just try another one. Try a few more, and you will naturally master the routine. Don't refuse to grow. Chen Yuan doesn't like the definition of scumbag. He felt that this was just a necessary stage for a normal man to gradually learn to weigh the pros and cons. When you grow up, you will no longer give everything for one person. Too much love can suffocate people. Keep some dignity for yourself, and others will respect you more. Let me explain this on 2 sides. Xiao Ruiyu's family at this time. We have already driven to the Dihao International Hotel. At this time, a young man in a white shirt came over. Excuse me, is this Mr. Xiao? President Han is already waiting for you in the conference room of 305 of Dihao. Please follow me. Okay. Xiao Hanju nodded. Carrying a briefcase in his hand, he followed the man in the shirt into the Dihao Hotel with his wife Yu Fengxia and daughter Xiao Ruiyu. The man in the shirt glanced at Xiao Ruiyu from time to time. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. With another sigh, such a beautiful flower. I'm afraid it will be stuck in a pile of cow dung. Doesn't Han Xiaojing, that bastard, have a good dad? It would be fine if he just harmed those gold diggers at ordinary times, but it is really regrettable that even such a goddess with a refined temperament could fall into his hands. Soon, the group followed the man in the shirt to conference room 305. Xiao Ruiyu had a question mark on his forehead. Didn't you say you were here for a blind date? What are you doing in the conference room? What's the rhythm? What does it mean that my father is carrying a briefcase? Xiao Ruiyu didn't understand. She just took out her cell phone and sent a message to Chen Yuan. I'm in conference room 305. That's all. The man in the shirt pushed open the door of the conference room. It's very spacious inside. Among them were the Han father and son, as well as Han Xiaojing's mother, Hua Chunmei, and the Han Group's legal department. There were actually more than 10 people sitting inside. Xiao Ruiyu immediately saw Han Xiaojing sitting on a chair, crossing his legs and chatting with his female secretary. Han Xiaojing is a short and stocky man, about 1.7 meters tall, and weighs an estimated 170 to 180 kilograms. He had a face full of flesh, dark skin, and a blue dragon tattoo on his neck. He is in his 20s, but looks like a greasy man in his 30s. If men and women were scored based on the same appearance criteria, Han Xiaojing barely got 3 points. Although many women don't care much about men's appearance. But people like Han Xiaojing are a little hard to accept. Therefore, none of the rich second-generation girls in the circle would look up to him. This also made him develop a hobby of wilderness. Ba Xiao, you're finally here. Come on, sit down. Secretary Liu, quickly serve the tea. Okay, Mr. Han. Mr. Han, who spoke first, was also a fat man. He looks about 50% similar to Han Xiaojing, but his temperament is completely different from Han Xiaojing. He has a smiling face and gives people a very friendly feeling, just like a kind fat uncle. But at the same time, he also has the bearing of a person who has held a high position for a long time. Don't underestimate it. He is the chairman of Han Group, Han Sanchui. The noble lady sitting next to him was also his wife, Hua Chunmei, the financial director of Han Group. Xiao Ruiyu observed quietly from the side. She felt that she was not here for a blind date today, but rather to discuss business. Ruiyu, I finally see you again. Ever since we parted at the last cocktail party, my heart has been unable to accommodate any other woman except you. I often dream about you during this period of time. I feel like I have lost weight. Ruiyu, don't worry, I already know about your family's difficulties. I will ask my father to fully support your family. Han Xiaojing saw Xiao Ruiyu coming. He immediately jumped up from the chair, ran to Xiao Ruiyu, and said flatteringly. His obsessed and greedy eyes made Xiao Ruiyu feel a little uncomfortable. It was as if I was being stared at by a hungry wolf, naked. Thank you. Xiao Ruiyu suppressed her inner discomfort and spoke politely. You're welcome. We'll be a family from now on anyway, so what's mine is yours. Han Xiaojing laughed. It seemed that he was certain that Xiao Ruiyu would definitely become his woman. What do you mean family? I think it's a little too early for Mr. Han to say that now, isn't it? Ruiyu, how can you talk like that? Why do you treat Mr. Han like this? Xiao Hanjun scolded Xiao Ruoyu with a stern face, then turned to Han Sashui and said, I'm sorry, President Han. My daughter has been spoiled by me and doesn't know the rules. Please forgive me, President Han. It's okay. It's okay. It's normal for young people to have a bit of temper. I wonder if Brother Xiao brought the contract over. Chapter 101. Are you really indifferent? Han Sashui waved his hand. He seemed to be unconcerned. His eyes were smiling, as if he was a generous person. But those who know Han Sashui know that he is a smiling Buddha. He started his business by slaughtering pigs at the age of 20. He used to run a pig farm, and after the farm grew bigger, he switched to the real estate industry. Be able to compete for a place in the sole real estate industry. He is not as amiable as he appears. I don't know how many business partners were ruined by him. Han Sashui is definitely a hungry wolf who will eat people without leaving any bones. Just like today's marriage. He not only wanted the beautiful daughter of the Xiao family to improve the genes of his son's next generation, he also wants to slowly erode the Xiao family's Yuanhang Group's assets. It doesn't matter if Yuanhang is not making money now. With his capital investment, they will be able to survive until the market recovers. At that time, he will secretly acquire Yuanhang shares and then kick Xiao Hanjun out of Yuanhang. Doing so can satisfy his son's obsession with Xiao Ruoyu. It can also complete the Han Group's annexation of Yuanhang. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Xiao Hanjun knew that doing so might invite a wolf into the house. But there is no way. When a person is at his wit's end, he can only choose the lesser of two evils. At least if we agree to the Han family's conditions now, we can still keep Yuanhang, right? At the very least, he could at least leave some assets for Xiao Ruhan. Boss Han, I have already drafted the equity transfer contract. Please take a look. Xiao Hanjun put down his briefcase and took out a stack of documents from it. Member of the legal department of Han Group. Take this document immediately. Start scrutinizing. The review took about dozens of minutes. A young man wearing glasses said respectfully, Boss Han, there is nothing wrong with this equity transfer contract. The assets and liabilities of Yuanhang Group are also clear at a glance, but an additional clause needs to be added. After the agreement is signed, 20% of Xiao family Yuanhang Group shares will belong to Han Group. The Han Group will pay 10 million in working capital on the spot. There is nothing wrong with this. But in the subsequent hidden terms, if the Xiao family fails to complete the agreement on time, the Han Group will not pay the remaining 90 million yuan, and the 20% equity of Yuanhang will belong to the Han Group. Lawyer He from the legal department said seriously. What are the hidden terms? It was nothing more than that Xiao Ruoyu and Han Xiaojiang got married within a month, got pregnant, and had a child within a year, and they were not allowed to divorce within 3 years. After signing the agreement, if the Xiao family cannot fulfill the agreement, it means that the Han Group will spend 10 million to buy 20% of Yuanhang shares. At its peak, Yuanhang Group's market valuation exceeded 1 billion yuan. Even if the market conditions are bad now. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Spending 10 million to buy 20% of someone else's shares is no different from robbery. The key is to do a good job in Xiao Ruoyu's ideological work. This funding can only be obtained. Xiao Hanjun was extremely desperate. But he had no choice at all. Either go bankrupt or become penniless. Either take a gamble. It only takes 2 years. As long as the Han family injects funds, he is confident that he can turn the tide within 2 years. The scale of the voyages was even larger than before. As for Xiao Ruoyu, in fact, Han Xiaojiang is also a good choice. His family is rich and powerful, and he likes Xiao Ruoyu so much. My daughter shouldn't suffer after marrying him. Although he looks a little sloppy. But he should also have many advantages. Xiao Hanjun could only subconsciously comfort himself like this. What's the hidden clause? Xiao Ruoyu asked with a frown. She walked over, grabbed the stack of documents and contracts and started reading them. No one stopped her. She will find out sooner or later anyway. Now that things have come to this point, there is no need to hide it. This equity transfer contract was normal at the beginning. But when Xiao Ruoyu saw the additional hidden terms at the end, she was confused. A look of disbelief. This hidden clause sounds very reasonable in written form. But it can be summed up in 3 words. Selling my daughter. Xiao Ruoyu had to agree to that series of excessive conditions. Only the Han family could transfer 100 million yuan to the account of Yuanhang Trading Group. It is such an outrageous contract. Xiao Hanjun and Yu Fangxia actually agreed. Xiao Ruoyu's mentality collapsed. For a moment, she looked pale. I just feel completely hopeless. Tears welled up in my eyes unconsciously. Xiaoyu, don't be like this. In fact, Mom should have made things clear to you a long time ago, but I really don't know how to say it. I hope you can understand Mom and Dad. Your dad has been under too much pressure during this period. He has been exhausted in supporting this family. He even thought about jumping off the building. Xiaoyu, you have been very sensible since you were a child. You can understand Mom and Dad, right? Yu Fangxia patted Xiao Ruoyu on the back and spoke softly. I don't understand. I really don't understand. If your business fails, you can just start over. If you can't make money in the future, I will support you. Xiao Ruoyu, will support this family. But why didn't you ask for my opinion and just made the decision for me? I am a person, not an animal. How could you do this? Mother, please stop saying that I am sensible. In fact, I don't want to be sensible at all. I just want to be a bad girl who can be protected by my parents when she does something wrong. Xiao Ruoyu said with tears in her eyes. She wanted to yell, but her long-term education has subconsciously prevented her from doing such an extreme thing. She doesn't want this. She has been suppressing herself. Because she is the older sister, she must set an example for Xiao Ruhan. Xiao Ruhan can make mistakes, but she can't. Because she has always been her mother's proudest daughter, she is the legendary child in other people's family. She wants to maintain her mother's proud image. She can't let herself down. But she is really tired. From childhood to adulthood, all her classmates envied her. Why shouldn't she envy others too? Xiaoyu, don't be like this. Mom knows that I shouldn't have kept this from you, but you have to consider the Xiao family and your brother. The Xiao family can't go bankrupt. If we go bankrupt, do you know how those relatives and friends will look at us? Do you know how your aunts will laugh at our family? Xiaoyu, you are already so grown up. It's time for you to learn to share the family's worries. People can't just take without giving back. People can't be too selfish and only think about themselves. Dad has raised you for so many years, you have to give something for the family. Now you're the only one who can save Yuanhang from bankruptcy. Do you really have the heart to let the Xiao family go bankrupt and let your father, your mother, and your brother live on the streets together? Are you really indifferent? Xiao Hanjin said in a deep voice. Chapter 102, Outrageous Arrogance. Dad, it's not that I don't want to share the family's worries, nor am I unwilling to take responsibility, but why do you have to do it this way? Is the voyage really more important than your daughter's lifelong happiness? Evil creature, how could I give birth to an unfilial daughter like you? For so many years, I have fed you, given you drink, and given you the best education. When have I ever treated you unfairly? Now that the Xiao family is in trouble, you only think about yourself? Do you really have to make the Xiao family bankrupt before you are satisfied? Xiao Hanjun was furious and started to scold him. Right at this moment, Yu Fangxia suddenly bent her legs and knelt in front of Xiao Ruoyu. The whole place was in dead silence. Everyone stared at Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu was also confused. She really didn't expect that her mother Yu Fangxia would kneel down to her. In this world, it is only right that children kneel to their parents. How can parents kneel to their children? You really need to make your parents kneel down to you. You are extremely unfilial. Not only will you be condemned by public opinion, but you will probably feel uneasy in your heart. Mom, what are you doing? Hurry up and get up. Xiao Ruoyu quickly squatted down and went to support Yu Fangxia. But Yu Fangxia refused to get up. Daughter, I have no choice. Your father has gone desperate. Now the whole family's hope is on you. Just agree, right? Xiao Jiang has already promised me that he will treat you well. This child really likes you. Tears welled up in Yu Fangxia's eyes. She said while crying and begging. She and Xiao Hanjun played the good guy and the bad guy respectively. He uses both soft and hard tactics, is tactful and shameless. How could Xiao Ruoyu, with her scheming and tactics, possibly defeat them? She has been caught in a dilemma. Can she refuse Yu Fangxia? Even your mother has already knelt down for you. Can you really have the heart to refuse? Ruoyu, Annie is right. I really like you. As long as you are willing to marry me, I will buy you whatever you want in the future. I will buy you a new villa, and any type of car you want is just a matter of words. Even if you want a plane or a cruise ship, I will buy it for you. Han Xiaojiang patted his chest and said confidently. Seems quite sincere. But in fact, what he said were all what he wanted. He had long wanted to move out and live on his own. I just happened to ask the old man for a villa. The car can also be replaced with a new one. As for these things, after you buy them, you must write your name on them. Anyway, husband and wife are one. It doesn't matter who they belong to. As long as Xiao Ruoyu doesn't divorce, there's no problem living here for the rest of our lives. It seems that for many wealthy people, the richer they are, the more they like to be frugal. The Han family is not short of money, but their plans are more ingenious than each other. Xiao Ruoyu's eyes were dull. Speechless. She knew that she couldn't refuse her mother's plea. She doesn't have the courage. Nor do I dare to risk the disapproval of the world. The shackles of fate are so strong. How many people in the world can break free? There are too many things in life that are beyond our control. Perhaps being born in such a family and enjoying material conditions that others do not have since childhood means that you should pay the price for it. Xiao Ruoyu closed her eyes. 2 lines of tears slid down the carpet. She took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, Mother, please get up. Whatever you say is what it is. I have no objection, and I dare not have any objection. My dear daughter, this is my good and sensible daughter. Yu Fangxia stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoyu, Dad didn't mean to say that just now. Dad apologizes to you. You will always be my good daughter. Xiao Hanjuan's tone also began to soften. He didn't want to say those harsh words, but sometimes he couldn't achieve his goal without saying such words. He knew Xiao Ruoyu's character and was sure she would not agree to marry into the Han family so easily. He could only let his wife cooperate with him and put on a show. The couple joined forces, but Xiao Ruoyu's level was too low to handle such a situation. She had no second choice except to agree. Han Sanshui narrowed his eyes. He could naturally see through the double act of the Xiao couple, but using this trick on his own daughter was a bit low. But he didn't say much. I just watched from the beginning to the end. Now that we have convinced people, we can naturally get things done. Boss Xiao, since your daughter has agreed to marry my son, we will be a family from now on. We are a family, so please sign the share transfer contract. There is an auspicious day next week, and I will hold a banquet at the Emperor Hotel. Xiaojiang and Ruoyu, you should hurry up and get the certificate. After all, if we get married earlier, the Han family's funds will be in place earlier. I think Mr. Xiao should know this very well. Han Sashui said with a wry smile. Clear. Xiao Hanjun nodded. He sat on the chair, picked up the contract, and was about to sign it. At this critical moment, Xiao Ruoyu suddenly shouted, Father, do you really want to sign this contract? That's right. This is the only way to save Yuan Hang. Yuan Hang is the hard work of most of my life. I can't give up. What Xiao Hanjun meant by this was that he could give up his daughter for the voyage. Bang! Xiao Hanjun had just finished speaking. The door of the conference room was suddenly kicked open. Everyone looked at that place in unison. A young man wearing flip-flops, a vest, and shorts walked in with an angry look on his face. Damn it, who the hell is so bold as to even poach my people? You guys don't want to get involved anymore, do you? If the person coming is not Chen Yuan, then who else could it be? His look is really a bit shabby. The taste is surprisingly delicious. Where did this lunatic come from? Are you tired of living? Han Xiaojiang became furious on the spot. He rushed over and tried to grab Chen Yuan by the collar, intending to throw him out. But before he could grab Chen Yuan's collar, Chen Yuan slapped him back and sent him flying. What the hell? You are as fat as a ball, and you dare to fight with me, your grandfather. Bold. You little bastard. Do you know who you are hitting? You even dare to hit young Master Han? Do you know the status of the people present here? Two burly bodyguards rushed over. While severely reprimanding and threatening Chen Yuan, he was planning to take him down. Try to move me. Aren't the Han family bosses and the Xiao family bosses here discussing selling their daughters? Believe it or not, I can make your Han family disappear in Seoul. Chen Yuan roared wildly. He is no longer just arrogant. It's so arrogant that it's outrageous. But everyone present felt a skimp in their hearts. This guy actually knows the identities of President Han and President Xiao? I don't know how he dares to be so arrogant. It can be said that ignorance is fearless. But even after knowing this, you still dare to be so arrogant. I'm afraid your identity and background are not simple. Han Sanshui's eyes narrowed. Chapter 103, Giving Away 500 Million. I wonder which family you belong to? I will definitely visit you someday. No need, you are not qualified yet. Chen Yuan waved his hand, seemingly not taking the Han family boss seriously at all. Han Sanshui was almost furious. After all, he is a well-known figure in Seoul. I have never been looked down upon like this before, let alone this guy is just a young man. Where do you get the courage and confidence? Can you ignore the authority of the Han family boss? Was it Fish Liang who gave you the courage? Ruoyu, don't worry, I will help you solve your family's difficulties. Chen Yuan smiled at Xiao Ruoyu. He immediately turned around, walked up to Xiao Hanjun, and picked up the contract in his hand as if no one was around. Xiao Hanjun was about to stop it, but it was too late. Chen Yuan's hand speed was so fast that he had no time to react. The contract has already reached Chen Yuan's hands. Chen Yuan flipped through a few pages casually and burst out laughing on the spot. Haha, Mr. Xiao, are you underestimating your daughter? You sold her for only 100 million? And you even gave her 20% of your company's shares. You are really awesome. How about this? I'll pay 500 million to buy 60% of the shares of your Xiao family Yuan Hang Group. What do you think, Mr. Xiao? As soon as these words came out, the whole place was dead silent. Never stop until your words shock people. Chen Yuan's look, this loser-like appearance, really doesn't look like a big shot who can come up with 500 million. But 500 million seemed so insignificant to him. And judging from his appearance, he seemed to know my daughter Xiao Ruoyu. He came here specifically to stop this marriage. Xiaoyu, who is? Xiao Hanjun asked in confusion. He is Chen Yuan, an old classmate of mine, and he is very rich. Xiao Ruoyu didn't know how to introduce Chen Yuan. After all, Chen Yuan was not his boyfriend. But the meaning of Chen Yuan's actions today is so clear. Finally, she said that Chen Yuan was very rich, which answered Xiao Hanjuan's doubts. Her expression was very complicated. I feel mixed emotions. His attitude towards Xiao Hanjun was somewhat cold. She was very grateful for Chen Yuan's coming. So it's Mr. Chen. Are you really willing to pay 500 million to buy 60% of the shares of my Xiao family Yuan Hang Group? Xiao Hanjun was thinking in his mind, if someone really offered 500 million to buy Yuan Hang Group, not to mention that he only wants 60% of the shares, he would be willing to sell them as a whole. Yuan Hang is now on the verge of bankruptcy and is not worth the price at all. With 500 million, he can definitely make a comeback, so why should he stay with such a mess? Yes, I can take out 500 million, but I also have requirements. Chen Yuan sneered and then glanced at Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Hanjun also glanced at Xiao Ruoyu at the same time and instantly understood. Chen Xiao is willing to spend 500 million to acquire 60% of the shares of Yuan Hang Group. Naturally, it was not because he valued Yuan Hang's value, but because he had other purposes. His purpose is the same as Han Xiaojiang's. He also took a fancy to his own daughter. However, Chen Xiao's bid was higher and more sincere, and he was also more handsome and more in line with his daughter's aesthetic standards. The gazes of Xiao Hanjun and Chen Yuan. It made Xiao Ruoyu feel a little cold. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuan's arrival still could not change her situation of becoming a commodity. In her father's eyes, she was just a commodity that could be sold at will, to the highest bidder. In Chen Yuan's eyes, she could also be purchased as a commodity. She is a person. Why should you be traded on the spot without any character? Even though she had some feelings for Chen Yuan, she couldn't bear to become someone else's woman in this way. This is a violation of her dignity. It's an insult to personality. Mr. Chen, if you have any conditions, just put them forward. I have only one condition. I will pay you 500 million yuan in exchange for you transferring 60% of Yuan Hang Group shares to Xiao Ruoyu. Once the share transfer agreement is completed, the 500 million yuan will be credited to your account immediately. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Ruoyu was stunned. Xiao Hanjun was stunned. Han Sanshui was stunned. Everyone present was stunned. What did Chen Yuan say? He wanted to spend 500 million to buy 60% of the shares of Yuan Hang Group, but in the end he didn't ask for anything and wanted to transfer the shares to Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu is also from the Xiao family. The shares were transferred to the Xiao family as well. What's the difference between this and wasting 500 million yuan and giving the money to the Xiao family? Are you mentally retarded? Are you stupid? Or is it really possible to give everything for love without asking for anything in return? Are there really such people in the world? At this moment, Xiao Ruoyu was moved. Chen Yuan didn't treat her as a commodity. He is completely different from Han Xiaojiang. He simply wanted to give to her, but never thought of taking the opportunity to ask for anything. This man, his emotional world is pure. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability plus 10. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability plus 10. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 85 points. Hot tears welled up in Xiao Ruoyu's eyes again. Mr. Chen, is this really all you ask for? Xiao Hanjun felt like he was hit by a pie in the sky. Some of it is not real. Of course it is. What else do you want? Chen Yuan felt a little amused. If the shares cannot be transferred to one's own name, the money earned from bootlicking will be impossible to spend. He would never make such a weird request. But Xiao Ruoyu didn't know. She thought Chen Yuan really loved her and was willing to give everything for her. Such men are rare in the world. Girls sometimes tend to yearn for some fairy tale love. Chen Yuan's performance today. He is no different from the prince in the fairy tale, and he is even more perfect than the prince. Maybe in the eyes of others, he is a fool. But in Xiao Ruoyu's eyes, he was a god from heaven. He was the Monkey King stepping on the colorful clouds, and he finally made his debut when Fairy Zixia was about to marry the Bull Demon King. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he shocked the whole audience. Amazingly domineering, he can turn things around, and he's a man with the most power. Mr. Chen, I have no objection. I will now draft a new equity transfer contract according to Mr. Chen's request. Inside this conference room, there is a printer. The request Chen Yuan made was too simple. You just need to revise the contract. Even the hidden terms at the back can be torn off directly. Barely 20 minutes. Xiao Hanjun redrafted the contract. It doesn't matter if more than half of the company's shares are transferred to Xiao Ruoyu, since he is a member of the Xiao family anyway. Chen Yuan gave away 500 million for nothing. This is a waste of time. Of course, for the equity transfer, Chen Yuan did not know whether he really had the ability to take out 500 million yuan in one go. Xiao Hanjun still had doubts in his heart. Ruoyu, please sign. Chapter 104. This is not the first time I saved you. Xiao Ruoyu signed the share transfer agreement. Chen Yuan did not break his promise. He took out his mobile phone and started transferring money on the spot. Ding dong. Your ICBC account with the last number 9898. Receiving 500 million yuan. 500 million? Really 500 million? Yu Fangxiao was confused. She held her phone in her hand and saw that there was an extra 500 million yuan in her account. She was so excited that she almost became incoherent. The speed at which Chen Yuan transferred the money was simply unbelievable. Such a huge sum of money, even when cooperating with Fortune 500 groups. It is impossible for the money to be credited to your account so quickly. Because the amount of funds is so huge, the application procedures are very complicated. If the funds can be approved within a week, it is considered fast. For some companies, it is normal to delay your processing for a month or even half a year. But Chen Yuan only took 1 minute. The agreement transfer was completed in 1 minute, and 500 million was credited to the account in seconds. So arrogant. It's just so awesome. He didn't need to apply for any complicated procedures, nor did he need to call home for money. 500 million in liquid funds are already in your account. Shock. Petrified. Everyone gasped. It's not just Xiao Hanjun and Yu Fengxia. Han Sanshui, Han Xiaojiang, Hu Changmei, and all members of the Han Group's legal department. There were huge waves in my heart. The 500 million that Chen Yuan just took out. What it represents is far more than just 500 million. To be honest, the total assets of the Han Group exceed 3 billion. But most of them are fixed assets, company shares, and the sum of some project investments. The liquid funds that the Han family can really come up with will not exceed 200 million. In fact, many companies are like this now. They use money to make money. Use profits to make profits. The market valuation of a large enterprise is tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. But if you really ask him to come up with 1 billion yuan at once, he may not be able to do it. Even if it can be taken out, it will take a long time to prepare. But Chen Yuan doesn't need to prepare. He transferred 500 million yuan without even frowning. This strength and background is simply terrifying. A young man in his early 20s easily has more than 500 million yuan in liquid funds in his hands. It seems that Principal Wang, the son of the former chairman of Qianda Group, who was famous in the entertainment industry and was known as the national husband, is no more than this. So awesome. So amazing. No wonder he speaks so arrogantly. It turns out that they really have the confidence. Han Sanshui didn't dare to act so arrogantly anymore. Mr. Chen's handwriting is amazing. I admire him. Just now, my son and Mr. Chen had some conflicts and misunderstandings. As a father, I would like to apologize first. I hope Mr. Chen will not take it personally. Han Sanshui narrowed his eyes and said with a bow, Dad, what are you talking about? He hit me just now, not me. Why should I apologize to him? He also stole my wife. I can't swallow this. It's just 500 million. My Han family can afford it. Bang. Han Xiaojiang hasn't finished speaking yet. Han Sanshui slapped him in the face with his backhand, right on his fat face. Shut up, you evil beast. The Han family's fortune will be ruined by a fool like you sooner or later. Han Sanshui scolded him. Han Xiaojiang covered his face. He was stunned. He's not really stupid. It's just that young people like to act on impulse. And he really likes Xiao Ruoyu. Things were going very well, and I would be able to marry the goddess home soon. But unexpectedly, at the critical moment, the cooked duck flew away. How can this be tolerated? Your wife has been taken away by someone else. Can you remain calm? This is not just a humiliation. It is a great disgrace. If this matter gets out, how will he survive in the second-generation circle in Seoul? That's why he lost his mind. However, Han Sanshui's slap was like a blow to the head, which made him calm down. The strength and foundation displayed by Chen Yuan was indeed astonishing. It is better for the Han family not to act rashly before they have a clear understanding of the other party's background. Chen Yuan carried it with one hand. He scanned the entire audience with a look that looked down upon the world. His whole body was filled with an astonishing aura of a king. No one dared to look him in the eye, including Han Sanshui, including Xiao Hanjun. Mr. Xiao, I hope you remember this. Don't force Xiao Ruoyu to do things she doesn't like. Otherwise, I can save your Xiao family today, and I can uproot your Xiao family tomorrow. Yuan Hang is nothing in my eyes. Do you understand? What Chen Yuan said was unpleasant to hear. He is totally arrogant. But Xiao Hanjun didn't dare to refute it all. Instead, he became more respectful. Chen Yuan's arrogant and domineering look is very consistent with the arrogant appearance of a rich young man. The more arrogant and domineering he is, the less likely people will doubt his identity. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I understand what you said. Xiao Hanjun nodded. He felt that Chen Yuan's words must have another meaning. On the surface, it was to protect Xiao Ruoyu, but in fact, it was secretly warning him that Xiao Ruoyu was already his and he was not allowed to let her contact with other boys in the future. If someone gives you 500 million, how can it be really given to you for free? He said he would transfer the shares to Xiao Ruoyu. In fact, I just want to leave a better impression in my daughter's mind. Isn't the meaning clear? Chen Xiao is obviously a man with aspirations. He wants to get a woman not just for her body. He also wants to win this woman's heart. Chen Yuan's methods are several times more sophisticated than those of the Han family. It makes people convinced. Xiao Hanjun looked at Xiao Ruoyu speechlessly. I wish I had known that you knew such an awesome rich young man. What kind of Han family is he looking for? Why sign such a crappy agreement? It's simply a waste of time. With just one word from Master Chen, all the difficulties faced by the Xiao family were solved. 500 million yuan of capital injection. Not to mention simply reversing the bankruptcy situation. Even taking the Xiao family's business to a higher level would be a sure thing. Chen Yuan uttered this harsh remark. He didn't care about Xiao Hanjun and others. He grabbed Xiao Ruoyu's hand and walked out of the meeting room as if no one was around. Wait until you walk out of the Dihao International Hotel. He then let out a long sigh of relief. Damn it, I was so nervous just now. I don't know if this wave of forced pretense can shock these losers. Chen Yuan thought to himself. He is not usually an arrogant person. This time when I entered the door, I found that there were so many people, and each of them had an extraordinary demeanor. Xiao Ruoyu's parents are also there. Chen Yuan felt that he was being too low-key and might be looked down upon. Just pretend to be invincible. How much more you want to expand? How much more you want to expand? Be as arrogant as you can. I didn't expect that these guys were really shocked. Even big bosses with billions of dollars have to admit defeat in front of him. This operation was excellent. The main reason is that Chen Yuan hasn't seen much of the world. The acting is slightly lacking and a bit exaggerated. As you see more of the world, your ability to pretend will become more sophisticated and natural. Chen Yuan, thank you this time. Xiao Ruoyu showed gratitude, but she really didn't know what words to use to express it. After all, she couldn't repay the favor of 500 million. It's okay, this isn't the first time I've saved you. Chen Yuan smiled and touched the back of his head. It's not the first time. Have you saved me before? Xiao Ruoyu asked doubtfully. Have you really forgotten? In your second year of high school, after evening self-study, you were blocked in an alley by 2 hooligans, and I was the one who rushed out to save you. When Chen Yuan said this, Xiao Ruoyu was stunned. A wave of memories came flooding back. She had an incredible expression on her face. Chapter 105 Xiao Ruoyu is completely defeated. 5 years ago, Xiao Ruoyu finished his evening self-study and went home as usual. Because she finished her homework late that day, the 2 female classmates who usually went home with her left first. My father has a lot of things to do in his company, and his career is on the rise, so my mother is also very busy. No one took her home. When she was riding her bicycle through a quiet alley, she was suddenly stopped by 2 yellow-haired thugs. A beautiful girl was stopped by 2 thugs in an alley late at night? You can imagine how scared and nervous she was at that time. She was only 16 years old at that time. Going through this kind of thing almost scared her to tears. At this critical moment of life and death, a boy suddenly rushed out. Without saying a word, he started fighting with the 2 thugs. While beating him, he also told Xiao Ruoyu to run quickly. Then, Xiao Ruoyu really ran away. This boy who appeared out of nowhere seemed to be no match for the 2 yellow-haired thugs. He was pinned to the ground and beaten. After Xiao Ruoyu ran away, he immediately called the police. Half an hour later, the police finally arrived. But the 2 yellow-haired thugs and the boy who bravely stood up for justice have disappeared. It seemed that after a fight, he disappeared. The matter was left unresolved. It was a dark day, with dim light, and the incident happened suddenly, so Xiao Ruoyu was very panicked. I didn't get a clear look at the boy's face at all. She felt very guilty. Someone helped him, but she didn't even know who the other person was. I want to thank you, but I can't even find anyone. 5 years after this incident, she still didn't dare walk alone at night, because it left a psychological shadow. This incident gradually became a secret that she buried deep in her heart. But I didn't expect. Never expected. 5 years later, dust-covered memories are uncovered. It turns out that the boy who had bravely stepped forward to help others was Chen Yuan. This boy, who was unknown in the class at the beginning, has been secretly protecting her. No matter it was 5 years ago or 5 years later. As always, never changed. When the thin little boy from 5 years ago and Chen Yuan from 5 years later gradually overlapped, the impact of the 2 events, like an AWM sniper bullet, it pierced into Xiao Ruoyu's heart with unstoppable force. It left an indelible mark on her heart. It has been 5 years in the making. Xiao Ruoyu's inner guilt and emotion became even more out of control. So it turned out that you were the one who helped me back then? Oh my god, I looked for you for a long time, but I couldn't find you. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Xiao Ruoyu, favorability +5. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability +5. Current favorability, 95 points. Ding. Detected that the lick-spittle target number 6, Xiao Ruoyu, has successfully exceeded 95 points in favorability towards the host. Congratulations to the host for his successful counterattack. Ding. The sixth liquor target spent a total of 500 million liquor gold and rewarded the host 50 million. Ding! Xiao Ryu successfully transformed into the host's bootlicker and was rewarded with 35 reinforcement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring skills. You are proficient in English, French, Russian, and Korean. In an instant, the system interface popped up. Name: Chen Yuan. Age: 21. Height: 181 centimeters. Weight: 68 kilograms. Strength: 29. Constitution: 29. Spirit: 15. Agility: 19. Peak level for adults is 10. Status: extremely strong. Skills: proficient in dance, English, French, Russian, and Korean. Enhancement points: 35 points. Tip: enhancement points can enhance basic attributes as well as skills. For each skill, adding one enhancement point can improve the skill proficiency for 5 years. Host: please choose the direction of strengthening. This moment, Chen Yuan was shocked. He originally thought that with Xiao Ruoyu's looks and temperament, it would be the most difficult for her to make a comeback. He was even prepared for a long-term strategy. Who would have thought? Just because of mentioning a small incident that happened 5 years ago, he actually succeeded in the counterattack? But he knew that the further he went, the more difficult it would be to gain favor, especially the last 5 points. Every point of improvement is equivalent to the previous 10 points. Because there is a limit to how much one person can like another person. Once it increases to a certain level, it will no longer increase. It doesn't matter how much money you give. Only by breaking through the bottleneck, making her feel that you are truly excellent, you are truly charming, and making her like you from the bottom of her heart, can you successfully counterattack. I originally thought that this process would be difficult. After all, he spent 500 million yuan to raise Xiao Ryu's favorability to 85 points. Even if you continue to spend more money, the results may not be as good as before. But who knows, because it brought up the events of 5 years ago. Xiao Ruoyu's favorability towards him suddenly exploded. At this moment, Chen Yuan finally understood. It turns out that Xiao Ruoyu did not forget this incident. But he didn't recognize him. Chen Yuan always thought that Xiao Ruoyu knew about it, but just didn't take it seriously. It turned out that some misunderstandings had occurred 5 years ago. Of course, Chen Yuan knew this very well. Even if Xiao Ryu recognized him 5 years ago, there probably wouldn't be any development of stories between them. The most you can do is thank him in person, or give him some money as compensation, as medical expenses. At that time, it was impossible for Xiao Ryu to be Chen Yuan's girlfriend. Perhaps many years later, when their classmates get together, he will leave a better impression in Xiao Ruoyu's mind. That's all. But it's different now. It was precisely after 5 years of brewing that the dusty memories were suddenly uncovered, and coupled with Chen Yuan's series of pretentious slaps in the face, which shocked the entire audience, that Xiao Ryu escaped the dilemma of family marriage. The combination of several things produces an extraordinary effect. Xiao Ruoyu was deeply moved. And it's not just a simple feeling of being touched. She was really attracted by Chen Yuan's charm. He is domineering when he should be domineering, and low-key when he should be low-key. He has everything he needs in terms of appearance, family background, connotation, and knowledge. But he is still so loyal. This boy not only likes her now, but he was willing to risk his life for her 5 years ago. But she just found out now. It was so touching and full of love that Xiao Ryu fell uncontrollably. Girls can be very blind sometimes. When a boy whom she doesn't care much about gives everything for her, she can't see it. But if it is a boy she cares about, as long as he gives a little bit to her, she will remember it for a long time. This is selective memory. Many people have this problem. Chen Yuan was able to successfully counterattack Xiao Ryu in one go today. It can be said that the cause and effect 5 years ago laid a deep foreshadowing. But Chen Yuan only found out later. These two thugs are not really thugs. Instead, it was this guy Li Yong who deliberately found 2 of his buddies, intending to block Xiao Ryu and come to the rescue. Who knew that I would be the one to cut it off? In the end, no one got anything good. At this time, the atmosphere gradually began to heat up. Chen Yuan looked at Xiao Ryu with eyes that had completely fallen. He subconsciously hugged the girl in his arms. Looking at the other person's beautiful face, Chen Yuan couldn't help but want to kiss her. Their cheeks were getting closer and closer, and Xiao Ryu closed her eyes, as if she didn't intend to resist. Chen Yuan could even feel her rapid breathing. Ding 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 ding. At the critical moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Turn on the caller ID and take a look. It turned out to be a call from Zhao Yuqi. Oh my god. Chapter 106. Chen Yuan is proficient in 6 languages. Hey, Chen Yuan, Mr. Hong moved out of the Jiangjing Villa community 2 days ago. I went to buy some new furniture and daily necessities these 2 days. I went to the supermarket this morning and bought a lot of things. Do you know what day tomorrow is? Zhao Yuqi asked happily on the phone. She seemed to be in a good mood. Maybe it's because we just moved into the garden villa. Of course I know. Tomorrow is your birthday. I have already prepared a gift for you. By the way, Chen Yuan, don't give me a too expensive gift tomorrow. I have invited many classmates from the student union. If you give me a too expensive gift, I will be embarrassed to accept it. Zhao Yuqi seemed to have a premonition that Chen Yuan would give her a very expensive gift. So his retreat was blocked in advance. Chen Yuan was speechless. Is women's sixth sense so accurate? I have already bought you a Ferrari LaFerrari, and you said one day in advance that you don't want expensive gifts? Isn't this making things difficult for me? However, Chen Yuan had speculated about this before. Of course, when a girl has a good impression of you and really likes you, she may become reluctant to spend your money and may even take the initiative to save money for you, because she wanted to leave a better impression in his mind. Zhao Yuqi's attitude undoubtedly confirms this point. Okay, then I'll think about what gift to get you, Chen Yuan said with a troubled look on his face. Giving birthday gifts to girls seems to be a particularly worrying thing. I won't talk to you anymore. I need to clean up. Chi-Chi, come and clean the windows. You didn't even ask two aunties to come and clean such a big house. You actually dragged me here to do hard labor. I'm screwed. If I have nowhere else to go in the future, I will just stay at your house and refuse to leave. Humph. Before Zhao Yuqi hung up the phone, Chen Yuan seemed to hear Wu Xiaofei's complaining voice. He thought about it and realized that it was no wonder that Zhao Yuqi hadn't contacted him much in the past 2 days. It turned out that he was busy moving the villa. In any case, this villa worth 60 million is now under her name. It's like her house. Naturally, I take it very seriously. If someone calls at this time, he should proactively report the situation. Zhao Yuqi started to get busy. Hang up the phone. Xiao Ruoyu looked normal. He didn't ask anything and didn't say anything. She is a girl who was educated in a family like this. Usually very smart. Know what questions to ask and what questions not to ask. And even if you ask some questions, you may not get the real answer. Xiao Ruoyu is proud in her heart. She is not an insecure woman. She has a cold personality and has never even been jealous of a man. Because there is no need to be jealous. In her mindset, as long as she is good enough, other women should be jealous, not her. In fact, this is true. Whether it is some young couples dating in school or those boys and girls holding hands on the street. It seems that when they meet Xiao Ruoyu, these boys will subconsciously stare at Xiao Ruoyu. Sometimes they even ignore their girlfriends. This causes these boys' girlfriends to become jealous and complain. Because she is so good-looking, Xiao Ruoyu often feels troubled. Every time she goes out, people turn their heads to look at her, and some boys even bump into telephone poles. It can be said to be an unexpected disaster. Maybe this happens once or twice, and she feels very excited, happy, and proud. But after so many times, she no longer likes so much attention being focused on her. She wears a mask every time she goes out. In the past, there were fewer people wearing masks on the streets, so she would look a little different. But now that almost everyone in the country wears a mask, she seems very normal. The person who called Chen Yuan just now was obviously a girl. But Xiao Ruoyu still won't be jealous. Since Chen Yuanren is already here with her, doesn't that explain a lot of things? Doubt will only push a man further away. She doesn't mind Chen Yuan having normal social interactions, because she is very confident. A classmate just had a birthday and is planning to have a birthday party tomorrow. Are you interested in joining us? Chen Yuan took the initiative to ask Xiao Ruoyu. Regardless of whether she was jealous or not, Chen Yuan felt that it was necessary to take the initiative to invite her. It mainly shows his open-minded and magnanimous side. No, I have a lot of things to do at home tomorrow, and I also have some things to deal with at school, so I may not be able to spare the time. Besides, your classmates at school are having a birthday party, and I don't know anyone there, so it's not a good idea for me to go. That's a shame. If you were to go, you would definitely outshine all the other girls. Chen Yuan looked dejected. In fact, he breathed a sigh of relief. If Xiao Ruoyu went to Zhao Yuqi's birthday party, wouldn't it be a huge disaster? Yes. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely go to your school to play. Xiao Ruoyu blinked her big round eyes and nodded. Chen Yuan didn't know whether she was jealous or not. You can't tell anyway. If it was the old Lin Shutong, she would have been furious if she suddenly encountered another girl calling her boyfriend. We have to get to the bottom of this. Xiao Ruoyu's performance was completely different from Lin Shutong's, which made Chen Yuan a little uncomfortable. Maybe he's used to being a bootlicker. It's all subconscious reaction. Next, Chen Yuan took Xiao Ruoyu to a French restaurant. Xiao Ruoyu was surprised to find out Chen Yuan actually speaks fluent French, even more fluent than her French. Not only that, during the subsequent meal and conversation, Chen Yuan could speak 5 languages: Russian, English, Korean, and Japanese. Add the native Chinese language. That's 6 languages. It's simply awesome. The more Xiao Ruiyu and Chen Yuan talked, the more they got along. The more they talked, the more they admired each other, almost to the point of looking up to each other. She is born with a strong talent for languages. Even so, it took more than 10 years of study to barely master 5 languages. But Chen Yuan actually knew more than her. This is truly a treasure boy. You thought you knew him well enough. But after getting to know him more deeply, I found that he was even better than I had imagined. What's particularly coincidental is that the other 4 languages that Chen Yuan knows are basically the same as the 4 languages she is learning. After chatting like this, we found a lot of common topics. They even played a game of answering questions in different languages. This move was so impressive that the couple eating at the next table almost got their scalps tingling. Of course, what Xiaoryu didn't know was that Chen Yuan's mastery of 4 languages was entirely the reward for his counterattack from her. As for Japanese, I'm sorry, Chen Yuan is not particularly proficient in this area. It's just that there are so many art films in this country, and Chen Yuan used to be more interested in art, so he has a wide range of interests. Through the influence of my surroundings, I could speak a few Japanese words fluently without any problem. Xiaoryu doesn't speak Japanese, so naturally he won't delve into it further. Just by speaking in several other languages, she could naturally tell that Chen Yuan's proficiency in Korean, Russian, English, and French was by no means one-sided. Not only can we have normal and fluent conversations, there are no problems at all. He even understood some obscure words clearly. So it can be imagined that his Japanese is naturally as proficient as the previous ones. This is the inertia of thinking. Chapter 107 Mouth open wide. Until Xiao Ruiyu and Chen Yuan left. The couple next to them said this with some dissatisfaction. Damn it, you have to speak 5 languages just to have a meal? Is that funny? Are you bullying me because I didn't learn English well? Even if I study well, I'm still a poor guy, right? Brother Quan, please stop talking. He drove here in a Ferrari. Fuck, he really drives a Ferrari. Just as the man was cursing, Chen Yuan pulled Xiao Ruiyu into the Ferrari LaFerrari on the side of the road. Seeing such a beautiful and smart girl being with Chen Yuan, a loser in a vest, shorts and flip-flops, seems like putting flowers on cow dung. But now, I have lost my temper. Because he can drive a Ferrari with one hand. Chen Yuan, thank you so much today. I haven't been this happy in a long time. I don't know how to repay you for your help to my family. Since you don't know how to repay me, how about giving yourself to me? You're just a bunch of idiots. Humph. At worst I can make money slowly in the future and return the money to you. Then I will charge you interest. According to the normal bank loan interest rate, for a loan of 500 million, it is not too much to charge you 2 million per month, right? If you give me 2 million per month, I won't need you to pledge yourself to me. Chen Yuan said jokingly. Xiao Ruiyu did some calculations in his mind. What Chen Yuan said seemed to be true. For a normal bank loan of 500 million yuan, they would only charge you 2 million yuan in interest every month, which was already a super low interest rate. It is not impossible for some irregular loan companies to lend 500 million yuan and charge you 5 million or even 10 million yuan in interest a month. Moreover, you have to pay the interest first and then the principal. Under normal circumstances, even if you are really willing to pay such high interest, no one will lend you a huge sum of 500 million yuan. Otherwise, Xiao Hanjun would not have been forced to accept the conditions offered by the Han family. Do you really want me to pay the interest? But I can't afford it. How about I kiss you and take it as the 2 million interest? Wave. Xiao Ruiyu finished speaking. Kissed Chen Yuan on the face. Chen Yuan was about to say, your lips are really precious. You want 2 million for a kiss? But the words haven't been spoken yet. This sudden attack stunned him instantly. Fuck, you actually took advantage of me? Who took advantage of you? I hate you so much. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Yuan sent Xiao Ruiyu back to Wuhan University. She has classes this afternoon, and actually she also had classes in the morning, but she took a leave of absence. Xiao Ruiyu has a heavy academic workload. Given her long-standing image as a top student, it is obvious that a bachelor's degree alone cannot satisfy her. When she was in high school, her college entrance examination score was extremely high, almost reaching the admission score of Yin University. It's just that my parents were both in Seoul, and Wuhan University happened to be one of the top 10 universities in the country, so I didn't choose to go to Yenjing University. However, as she was about to graduate from college, she had already decided to apply for a graduate degree in the Foreign Languages Department of Yenjing University. Even though she likes foreign languages so much, she doesn't necessarily want to be a translator. It's just because I simply like to learn languages of different countries. This may be more convenient when traveling abroad. Of course, girls may learn multiple foreign languages because they want to see more of the world and meet more outstanding people. There is nothing wrong with this. Chen Yuan is not such a narrow-minded person. In this society, no matter men or women, everyone wants to come into contact with better people. Everyone has the right to choose. You can't tie her down just because you like her. The heart cannot be tied. The only thing you can do is to make yourself better and then attract her. You must have your own value. Otherwise, why would a girl who is excellent in all aspects like a loser like you? Aren't you just daydreaming? Hey, isn't this Xiao Ruoyu? Why is she coming to school in a boy's Ferrari? Could it be that someone has given her? Fuck. Our goddess was picked up by a rich second-generation guy. I feel like my heart is broken, said a boy wearing glasses with a painful face. Goddess Ruoyu, I am going to collapse. I am really going to collapse. I have been secretly in love with her for 3 years, but I didn't expect that she would become a slave to money. I don't believe in love anymore. Why are the good cabbages eaten by pigs? Watching Xiao Ruoyu walk down from the Ferrari La Ferrari, many boys beat their chests and gnash their teeth. He wished he could tear Chen Yuan into pieces to vent his hatred. Chen Yuan suddenly felt a strong murderous intent. No, not just one share, but many shares. If looks could kill, I guess he has been killed instantly 100 times. This place is a bit dangerous. It's better to get away as soon as possible. After sending Xiao Ruoyu to the gate of Wuhan University, Chen Yuan immediately turned the car around and drove away. Let me explain this on 2 sides. Ever since the last time at the KTV, Chen Yuan revealed his identity and clarified in front of Lin Shutong that he was not Mr. Yin. Lin Shutong's favorability towards Chen Yuan started to descend rapidly. Later, Sun Rui kept belittling Chen Yuan in her ears. The more Lin Shutong thought about it, the angrier she became. When I think about all the humble things I have done and all the humble words I have said in front of Chen Yuan, she felt very embarrassed. Chen Yuan used to be just her bootlicker, and I served in that position for 3 full years. Although the other party has become better now and his house has been demolished, he is not good enough to make Lin Shutong fall in love with him. The point is that Chen Yuan's arrogant attitude made Lin Shutong very uncomfortable. She felt that her dignity was insulted. Dignity has been trampled upon. So it was just 2 days. Lin Shutong's favorability towards Chen Yuan has completely dropped to 0. She decided to forget Chen Yuan. Start the next stage of fish farming plan. People cannot always be immersed in the pain of a broken heart. They must always move on from it. The best way to get over the pain of a broken heart is to start a new relationship. Let the new love make up for the harm caused by the old love. So this afternoon, Lin Shutong and Sun Rui spent more than an hour putting on makeup and wearing their most beautiful clothes. They decided to go shopping at Qiandao Plaza first. Then at 8 o'clock in the evening, we go to the bar and have a great time. It's been almost a month since I last went clubbing. She's going to rock the place today. Just as she walked out of the school gate, Sun Rui suddenly shouted in surprise. Shutong, look, that's a Ferrari Lafayette in front. This is not an ordinary Ferrari. I checked online and found that this luxury supercar is worth more than 22 million. Is it so expensive? A car is worth more than 20 million? I wonder what kind of rich person can afford such a luxury car. Lin Shutong said enviously. At this time, the Ferrari La Ferrari was slowly approaching. Lin Shutong suddenly felt that the owner of the supercar looked familiar. And the closer it gets, the more familiar it looks. When the luxury car was less than 5 meters away from Lin Shutong was shocked. Her mouth opened wide. Chapter 108 Losing Everything. Stunned. Chen Yuan, why is it you? Lin Shutong shouted with a stuttering tone. Chen Yuan did not stop the car. He seemed not to see Lin Shutong, but drove towards the parking lot not far ahead. Xiao Ruoyu, am I seeing things? The person driving the Ferrari La Ferrari is actually Chen Yuan? Chen Yuan is actually driving a luxury car worth more than 20 million yuan. Lin Shutong was shocked. She had an incredible look on her face. I had already made up my mind to completely forget about Chen Yuan. She even blacklisted Chen Yuan's WeChat. I don't want to have anything to do with Chen Yuan anymore. But who knew that just when she made up her mind, Chen Yuan suddenly appeared in such a slapping way. Shutong, you are not mistaken. This person seems to be Chen Yuan. Damn, we were not fooled by Chen Yuan, were we? He didn't tell the truth last time, or did he actually want to test you? Sun Rui suddenly analyzed with enlightenment. Lin Shutong heard this. The whole person took 2 steps back. I almost lost my footing and fell to the ground. For a moment, her face turned pale. Chen Yuan lied to me, did he? Is Mr. Yan's identity real? Lin Shutong collapsed. Not necessarily. Maybe this car was rented by Chen Yuan. He wanted to show off in front of you. But that doesn't make sense. When we went out today, Chen Yuan had no idea where we were going. How did he know that we would walk out of the school gate at this time and place? I think he didn't do it on purpose. Maybe he just bumped into us by chance. Does that rule out the possibility that Chen Yuan rented a car on purpose to show off? Sun Rui analyzed rationally. She first suspected that Chen Yuan rented a luxury car to show off, but immediately ruled out this possibility. And the relationship between Chen Yuan and Lin Shutong has deteriorated to this point. It seems there is no need to pretend anymore. The fact that Chen Yuan drove past in a Ferrari without stopping to look at Lin Shutong is enough to explain a lot of problems. Xiao Rurui, did I miss something? I felt that Chen Yuan wanted to reconcile with me at the KTV that day, right? He really wanted to reconcile with me, right? But why did I say that at that time? Lin Shutong regretted it. She really regretted it immediately. The scene of Chen Yuan driving a LaFerrari passing by her. It's really too shocking. It was even more shocking than when she found out that Chen Yuan was Mr. Yin. After all, the gifts given to the female anchors in the live broadcast room are all virtual currency, and Lin Shutong doesn't watch live broadcasts very often. She had no concrete idea in her mind. Even if Mr. Yin gave the female anchor hundreds of millions of tips, it's just a bunch of numbers. But Chen Yuan was driving a luxury car worth more than 20 million yuan just now. It was real and extremely intuitive. The impact is far more direct and shocking than rewards given in the live broadcast room. Lin Shutong was talking. The look in her eyes when she looked at Sun Rui gradually began to fill with resentment. If Sun Rui hadn't always said bad things about Chen Yuan in front of her, Lin Shutong would not break up with Chen Yuan in just 1 month. He even said a lot of ugly and vicious words. The same thing happened 2 days ago. Because of Sun Rui's influence, the KTV box alone, Lin Shutong was planning to catch up. But in the end, because Sun Rui deliberately stirred up the resentment in her heart, she completely gave up the struggle in her heart. If there was no Sun Rui, maybe she's in a Ferrari now. The more Lin Shutong thought about it, the more regretful she felt. The more I think about it, the more unwilling I feel. Xiao Rurui, why did you ask Chen Yuan about his identity that day? Why did you do that? I fought so hard to get this opportunity, but because you asked, I had a deeper misunderstanding of Chen Yuan. I'm afraid no matter how I explain it now, I can't explain it clearly. Lin Shutong said in a somewhat irrational way in a hurry. These words ignited Sun Rui's anger. Originally, Sun Rui only regarded Lin Shutong as a superficial best friend. Do you really think you are so important that you think the whole world should revolve around you? Who do you think you are? Sun Rui was stunned. Lin Shutong, please don't say such harsh words. I usually tolerate you, give in to you, and give you advice. I really treat you as a sister. Now you want to put the blame on me because of your stupidity? Are you too self-righteous? Do you think all men must revolve around you? Xiao Rui, you? What? I can't blame you. You are stupid. Who can you blame? You green tea. You want to hook up with rich men, but you asked me to seduce Zhou Haikuan. Why don't you seduce him yourself? To be honest, I tried every means to ask Chen Yuan out that day, not for you, but for myself. I also like Chen Yuan. Why can't I find out his identity information? Is your name written on Chen Yuan's body? Why can't I compete fairly? Does what you, Lin Shutong, like must be yours? You self-righteous bitch. Sun Rui's words seemed to have been kept in her heart for a long time. At this moment, it finally broke out. She didn't want to hide anymore. When hanging out with Lin Shutong, almost 80% of the boys focus on her. She has been feeling unhappy for a long time. She endured it again and again, but finally she couldn't bear it anymore and decided to lay the matter out today. When I meet Chen Yuan in the future, I will compete with him openly. This saves you from having to be sneaky in the future and being afraid of being discovered. These words almost dealt a devastating blow to Lin Shutong. She was confused. Incredible. She really treats Sun Rui as her best friend. I also truly treat her as a sister. That's why she was willing to share everything with Sun Rui. In fact, many times, in Lin Shutong's mind, sisterhood is more reliable than boyfriend. You can change your spare time partners frequently, but you can only have 1 or 2 best friends. It's clear at a glance which is more important. But she never expected that her best friend Sun Rui, with whom she had always confided her very deeply, had already been secretly dissatisfied with her. She even wants to seduce Chen Yuan? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. This is blatant betrayal. Sun Rui, what have I done to you that I am sorry for? I treat you as my best friend and sister, and you actually want to steal my man behind my back. Lin Shutong cursed angrily. Haha, you said I stole your man. Lin Shutong, please have some shamelessness. Chen Yuan has broken up with you. He is not your boyfriend anymore. Why can't I compete fairly? You? Lin Shutong was almost furious. Sun Rui, from today on, we are done with each other. After a 10-second silence, Lin Shutong said this in a decisive tone. Then she turned around and started crying. Crying so heartbreaking. Only then did she finally recall all the thoughtfulness and consideration Chen Yuan had shown her over the past 3 years. It's just because Sun Rue often gossips behind people's backs and conveys some money-first ideas from time to time. This caused her to ignore Chen Yuan's goodness. She lost everything for this so-called best friend. Lost everything. Chapter 109 Lin Shudong's Memories. Lin Shutong, favorability plus 30. Lin Shutong, favorability plus 30. Lin Shutong, favorability plus 30. Current favorability, 90 points. Fuck, what's going on with Lin Shutong? One moment her favorability drops, and the next moment it goes up. Is she crazy? Chen Yuan parked the car in the parking lot. I couldn't help but start complaining. Did she regret it again because she saw me driving a Ferrari? Fuck, can you not be so fickle? Chen Yuan was completely speechless. Anyway, Lin Shutong has already destroyed the last bit of goodwill in his mind. Ding dong. At this time, the cell phone suddenly rang. Chen Yuan opened it and saw that it was indeed a message from Lin Shutong. Chen Yuan, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I was wrong. This time I really know I was wrong. I always regarded Sun Rui as my best friend, but I never thought she would betray me. I really regret it now. I shouldn't have listened to her slander. Chen Yuan, can you stay with me? I'm really desperate and in pain. No time. Chen Yuan refused without hesitation and with just 2 words. Do you think it's still the same as before? Want to be available at your beck and call? Wake up. Stop daydreaming. This dog has evolved into a wolf. You can't control it anymore. Really? Lin Shutong looked at the message Chen Yuan sent back. More and more distraught. She is no longer in the mood to go to the bar today. A man returned to the school playground and walked aimlessly on the rubber track. Recalling the time when I took walks with Chen Yuan. That was the first time she agreed to go for a walk in the playground with Chen Yuan after he bought her an iPhone. The boy didn't even dare to hold her hand. He just walked side by side with her and said some meaningless words. But even so, Chen Yuan was as excited as a child. He used to be very simple. I don't know how to pursue girls. Sometimes they even do some very childish things. For example, holding a bouquet of roses, shouting downstairs of the girls' dormitory, Lin Shutong, I love you. Lin Shutong really hated this childish behavior at first. When her roommates teased her in the dormitory, Lin Shutong would usually say nonchalantly, I was just teasing him. Lost the card game. Do you believe that if I make a phone call, someone will rush over to bring us dinner? Then she made a phone call, and Chen Yuan really delivered dinner on time like a delivery boy. Truth or dare lost. Do you believe me if I say I get drunk at a bar? Chen Yuan will immediately run to the bar to pick me up? Half an hour later, Chen Yuanjin appeared on the bar street. He also took a photo and asked where Lin Shutong was. At this time, Lin Shutong would then calmly send a message. I've already taken a taxi back to school. Then a group of sisters laughed crazily at Chen Yuan, the dog who licked him. It's just this teasing again and again. Chen Yuan never left her side. This boy seems to be really easy to fool. Chen Yuan will believe any excuse she makes, even though this excuse is outrageous and unreasonable. Finally, there was a time. She is together with Huang Junkai. She likes this tall, handsome, and rich boy. Whenever they go out together, her best friends would look at her with envy and jealousy. As for Chen Yuan, the dog who had licked her for 3 years, he began to become particularly annoying. She didn't want the existence of this bootlicker to ruin her relationship with Huang Junkai. But who knows? She had an accident, but Huang Junkai refused to take responsibility. She could only find Chen Yuan again. It was Chen Yuan who paid the 3,000 yuan for her. Back then in the hospital, Lin Shutong was really moved by Chen Yuan. Only then did she agree to be his girlfriend. But only a month had passed before Lin Shutong kicked Chen Yuan away again. Huang Junkai used sweet words to deceive her. Lin Shutong is ungrateful. But she felt that her actions were understandable. After all, Huang Junkai was the man she truly loved. Love is always selfish. There is no right or wrong. And Chen Yuan, sorry, being touched is not love. She doesn't want to compromise herself. Looking back now, she realized that she had been unable to leave Chen Yuan for a long time, but she never realized it. Just when Lin Shutong was in despair, suddenly, a man and a woman came towards us. The man was well-mannered and looked to be about 24 or 25 years old. The woman has a noble temperament, about 27 or 28 years old, with long wavy hair, a height of 1.72 meters, a hot and sexy body, and is very eye-catching. Boss Shun, I have already found out everything. The girl in front is Lin Shutong. She is Boss Yan's first love. Boss Yan pretended for her for 3 years. It was because this girl broke up with Boss Yan some time ago that Boss Yan's personality changed drastically. He has been giving out gifts on all major live streaming platforms. Maybe it's to vent. There could be other reasons as well. But no matter what, Lin Shudong's position in President Yan's mind is definitely extraordinary. As long as we can capture Lin Shutong, bring her back to terms with President Yan, and give President Yan enough face, maybe our company can still be saved. Chen Yuan analyzed with a serious face. Although on the surface, Lin Shutong and Chen Yuan have some grudges against each other. But it is precisely because of the grudges that it shows that Mr. Yan is unable to let go. Lin Shutong can be a good breakthrough. Even if this breakthrough doesn't work, it's always a good idea to try. If Lin Shutong can't do it, isn't there still Mr. Shun who can take the stage himself? Shen Shi glanced at Lin Shutong. He frowned immediately. She originally thought that Lin Shutong would be stunningly beautiful. Otherwise, how could someone like Mr. Yin pursue her so devotedly for 3 years? But after meeting each other, I was greatly disappointed. Although Lin Shutong is pretty and youthful, in her eyes, she is just a potential second-rate anchor. In terms of appearance and temperament, she has at least 5 female anchors under her whose appearance and temperament can surpass Lin Shutong. It's not so unique, is it? Could it be that Mr. Yin doesn't just look at people's appearance when he looks at them? Just when Shin Shuyi was feeling resentful in her heart. Chen Yuan has already walked up. Hello, are you Lin Shutong? I am, who are you? Lin Shutong asked expressionlessly. She really wasn't in the mood to deal with passers-by today, even though this young man looked quite energetic. Let me introduce myself. I'm the assistant to the general manager of Dream Building Media. My name is Chen Yuan. This is the founder of Dream Building Media, Ms. Shin Shui. I came to find Mr. Lin this time because I want your help with something. What help? Lin Shutong began to ask cautiously. Chapter 110 Su Lele fights the keyboard warrior. Student Lin, don't be nervous. You should know Chen Yuan, right? Chen Yuan said. It would be fine if Chen Yuan was not mentioned, but as soon as Chen Yuan was mentioned, Lin Shutong felt heartbroken. So I don't have a good temper. What does it have to do with you whether I know Chen Yuan or not? Student Lin, don't be angry. We have no ill intentions. In fact, we need your help. You may not know that Chen Yuan's identity and background are extremely shocking. Mr. Shun had some conflicts with him before, but who would have thought that with just one word from him, Mr. Shin's company would be shut down, and 8 years of entrepreneurship was ruined. We found you because we had nowhere else to go. If you can convince Chen Yuan to contact the top management of Xiangbao Group to remove the blacklist on our company, our president Shun will be very grateful. Of course, your work is not in vain. There is 100,000 yuan in this card, and there will be 200,000 yuan after the matter is completed. Mr. Lin, please consider it. Chen Yuan took out a bank card. He said in a seductive tone. However, Lin Shutong was shocked by the information revealed by Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's background is so shocking? Can a new media company be banned with just one sentence? Can you also give orders to the top management of Xiangliao Group? Oh my god. Fear. Lin Shutong was stunned. Completely confused. She was nothing but shocked. It's nothing but shock. Just one sentence from Chen Yuan can make people spend 300,000 to bribe her? So he is really that awesome? Maybe half an hour ago, Chen Yuan drove past her in a Ferrari. Lin Shutong still had some doubts in her heart. She still didn't dare to completely believe that he was the super rich Mr. Yin. She still felt that Chen Yuan might be pretending to be awesome. So now, no more doubts. Chen Yuan is really a super rich young man. He can even give orders to the Xiangliao Group, which has a market value of tens of billions, at will. Such an awesome and outstanding male god. I was devoted to her at the beginning, but she cruelly let him down. Lin Shutong really wanted to slap herself. So stupid. It's so stupid. She almost regretted it so much. It's all Sun Rue's fault. If it weren't for her, how could I have done such a stupid thing? Sun Rue, you have ruined my life. I will never forgive you. Lin Shutong roared madly in his heart. Her eyes turned red. Student Lin, don't get too excited. We don't mean to bribe you with money. We just really want to ask you for a favor. We are sincere. As long as you are willing to help, you can take the 100,000 yuan regardless of whether the matter succeeds or not. Chen Yuan looked sincere. Really? If I'm willing to help, I'll get $100,000? Regardless of whether I succeed or not. Lin Shutong was moved. Although I am very sad, angry, and desperate, but since $100,000 is offered to your doorstep, it would be a shame not to take it. It just happened to make up for the blow and harm Sun Rue had caused her. Anyway, she did have the idea of winning Chen Yuan back. Yes, whether you succeed or not, you will have 100,000 yuan, but you can't just give us a perfunctory answer. I can transfer 10,000 yuan to you first as activity funds. You need to do everything you can in the next period of time to restore Mr. Yan's feelings for you and make him clear up his misunderstandings. Only in this way can we have a greater chance of success. Seeing that Lin Shutong was beginning to take the bait, Chen Xin started to use his tricks again. This is his old job. Start by offering a few $100,000 to lure the person into the trap. Then when it came to paying the money, they started to dither and set all kinds of conditions. No, 10,000 is not enough. I need at least 50,000. Lin Shutong opened her mouth very loudly. After a series of betrayals, Lin Shutong is now suspicious of everyone. She doesn't trust anyone at all. You want to get rid of her with just 10,000 yuan? No way. This 50,000 is 50,000. Give it to her. Just when Chen Xin looked hesitant, Shin Shui spoke very generously. It's just a few tens of thousands of dollars, which is nothing compared to whether it can save the company's situation. Ding. Your Alipay account has arrived, 50,000 yuan. Receive money. Lin Shudong's depressed mood eased somewhat. Screw your friendship with your besties. Sun Rui is not worth making her sad at all. She will get Qin Yuan back at all costs. This time, she was determined. She has really made up her mind. There will definitely not be the slightest bit of wavering. Lin Shutong, favorability +5. Current favorability, 95 points. Qin Yuan returned to school. I became more and more confused. What's going on with Lin Shutong? How long has it been since then? The favorability has increased again and returned to its peak value? Are you really an eel? Anyway, this time, no matter how pitiful or sad Lin Shutong behaves, he will not be the slightest bit soft-hearted. At this time, roommate Lao Chao suddenly sent Qin Yuan several messages. Old 4, you're really famous. You're really famous in school. You've become a campus celebrity now. Do you know that I just went out and a girl suddenly came up to me and chatted with me? I thought she was attracted by my looks and qualities, but who knew she actually asked me if Qin Yuan and I were in the same dormitory. Fuck. Later, I looked up the reason and found out that someone had exposed the fact that you were the running man on the campus forum, and that the post in which the keyboard man criticized you seemed to have been responded to by Su Lele herself. This girl is deeply in love with you. I saw 3 messages from my roommate Lao Chao. Qin Yuan suddenly realized. No wonder I got up so early this morning. It seemed like everyone in the school knew him. It turns out that he was exposed again. This is why he is known as the running man. Qin Yuan opened the browser and logged into the campus forum. The previous post criticizing Qin Yuan as a scumbag has been pinned to the top again. And there is another post pinned to the top. It was sent by Su Lele. The content of the post is as follows. Hello everyone, I'm Su Lele, and I'd like to respond to the keyboard warriors who angrily criticized Qin Yuan for being a scumbag. Because Qin Yuan has become more and more popular recently, the incident that he is the Douyin running man was exposed, and more alumni began to be led by the trend. I don't want everyone to doubt Qin Yuan's character because of this incident. Of course, you may not know me, so let me introduce myself first. I am one of the 3 girls who were criticized by keyboard warriors for calling Qin Yuan a scumbag. In fact, what happened that day was very simple. 3 girls brought breakfast to Qin Yuan at the same time, but none of them was Qin Yuan's girlfriend. They just liked him at the same time, that's all. Yes, I admit that I like Qin Yuan. One of the girls was Qin Yuan's ex-girlfriend. She ran away with a rich second-generation man because of her vanity. Later, she discovered Qin Yuan's excellence and wanted to win him back. That's why Qin Yuan was photographed being indifferent to girls. As for the school beauty Zhao Yuqi, she is my competitor. As long as Qin Yuan doesn't make his relationship public, I won't give up. Indeed, it is true that there are girls who like Qin Yuan. But he is still single, so how can he be having 3 relationships at the same time? What makes you say others are scumbags? The so-called keyboard warrior, without knowing the truth of the matter, just rants. You are really a keyboard warrior, only able to hide behind and stab people? I'm afraid you are also a single dog in real life. I, Su Lele, am posting this today, fighting keyboard warrior. If you don't delete this post and apologize, I will fight you to the end. Below this post, there are also many comments. Beautiful Lele is awesome. Fuck, this beautiful girl is so tough. I've never seen a girl who would fight to protect a man. Chapter 111 I haven't agreed yet, Lao Wang. I won't even lean on the wall. I'll just obey you. I don't know Qin Yuan. Is he handsome? Why are there so many posts about him recently? Support the fight. Keyboard warriors must delete their posts and apologize. Qin Yuan looked at the floor comments and found that it was already 999 plus. This post was not posted today. It was posted yesterday, but it became completely popular on the campus forum only today and was successfully pinned to the top. Except for this post. There is also Qin Yuan takes on 20 people alone, shocking HUSD. Qin Yuan poached Li Yang's girlfriend, and the captain of the school's track and field team was cheated on right in front of him. And so on for a series of posts. Qin Yuan felt a little emotional. Although he never paid attention to the crazy talk on campus forums. He also doesn't mind the attacks and insults against him online. But Su Lele was able to clarify on his behalf and post a message to fight keyboard warriors. It would be impossible to say that he was not grateful at all. But the problem is, from the beginning to the end, Chen Yuan only treated Su Lele as a tool. When they first met, Chen Yuan approached Su Lele with the idea of trying to make some money, and the process of chatting her up was not very pleasant. He was also looked down upon by Su Lele. In the end, relying on his money, Su Lele's favorability continued to increase until he successfully counterattacked. But a tool is a tool. Chen Yuan never invested any feelings in Su Lele. It's all about money transactions. I spend money on you, and you complete tasks for me. What a harmonious and friendly scene. But now you have changed. You don't want money anymore, you want love? Isn't this asking too much? Chen Yuan was deeply touched by Su Lele's actions. But Chen Yuan could see it too. She must have done it on purpose. This woman knew very well that she was not as good as Zhao Yuqi in terms of appearance, temperament, and reputation. Therefore, if you want to compete with Zhao Yuqi, you must show some sincerity. And she did it smartly. Su Lele did not act like a lapdog, hanging around Chen Yuan all day and making him annoyed. Instead, he chose to fight keyboard warriors online and publicly defend Chen Yuan's reputation. She never mentioned this matter to Chen Yuan on WeChat. But it is obvious that Chen Yuan will find out sooner or later. Sooner or later you will see this post. When Chen Yuan sees this post, he will be even more moved. This operation, Su Lele's image of giving for love without asking for anything in return, was gradually established. Once a high-level bad girl starts to exert her strength, she is really capable. But don't tell me. Even though Chen Yuan saw through her tricks, he couldn't hate her. Because they really helped you. You can't be so ungrateful as to be on guard against others, can you? Hi. It's really high? Chen Yuan thought about it. Exited the campus forum and sent a message to Su Lele. I saw your post about fighting keyboard warriors. Thank you. Chen Yuan sent this message just to express his gratitude out of courtesy. Su Lele responded quickly. You're welcome, brother Chen Yuan. You've helped me so much. I just did some small things within my ability. They're not worth mentioning. By the way, brother Chen Yuan, I want to invite you to go to the movies. I heard that Wolf Warrior 3 is coming out soon. I wonder if you are free tomorrow. I have something to do tomorrow. How about we talk about it next time? Chen Yuan politely declined. He can't possibly come up with another time management question tomorrow, can he? Celebrate Zhao Yuqi's birthday with her during the day. Go watch a movie with Su Lele in the evening? The key is that Zhao Yuqi and Su Lele know each other. It is better not to overlap on the same day. Well, I heard that tomorrow is Zhao Yuqi's birthday, and she invited many people from the student union, even Qin Bingxue. Su Lele was a little jealous. But no one blamed Chen Yuan. She knew that Chen Yuan would definitely go to Zhao Yuqi's birthday party, and she couldn't stop him even if she wanted to. In this case, you might as well relax. Qin Bingxue. When it comes to this name, Chen Yuan is well known. The most beautiful girl on campus at HUSD, the president of the student union, a senior in the university, and usually elusive. 80% of the students in the school have heard of her name. But it seems that not many people have met her. Among them was Chen Yuan. I have heard the title of the #1 campus beauty for 3 whole years. This guy is about to graduate, and I haven't seen him once. I don't know who gave her the title of the #1 school beauty. Anyway, it sounds so magical. I heard that everyone who has seen it is amazed. Many of Zhao Yuqi's supporters were dissatisfied. They tried every means to see Qin Bingxue, and someone really saw her. I don't know what happened. These guys all rebelled. Chen Yuan has never believed in such rumors. Zhao Yuqi is already so beautiful. She is prettier than Zhao Yuqi, so isn't she about the same level as Xiao Ruoyu? Is she also a girl with a score of 9 or above? 1 in a million? If that's true, Chen Yuan was thinking, could he develop her into a bootlicker? Of course, there's no point in thinking so much now. Maybe someone is exaggerating on purpose? The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Anyway, after meeting Xiao Ruoyu, Chen Yuan has not found any girl who is prettier than Xiao Ruoyu. Even the top female stars in the entertainment industry may not be more beautiful than Xiao Ruoyu. Just returned to the dormitory. The counselor, Wang Xuebing, suddenly called. Chen Yuan, why have you been skipping classes so often recently? Don't you want the credits? Don't you want to graduate? Or do you plan to retake the course? Do you know that you have already failed several exams? Wang Xuebing scolded him harshly. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. I've been busy lately, so I had to skip class. Don't worry, I will make up for the subjects I failed. I will definitely study hard and make progress every day. Okay, stop talking about these nonsense. I know you've become an internet celebrity recently. You've become very famous, so you think you can skip classes? A student should behave like a student. By the way, let me tell you something. The coaches of the Sports Institute's track and field team, Mr. Chu and Mr. Jean, think you're a very good talent and are planning to make an exception and let you join the track and field team. I've already reported this to the school leaders, and they agree. Get ready and start training with the track team next week. Our provincial track and field games are about to be held. Teachers Chu and Jean strongly recommend that you represent our school in the provincial league. If you can win a gold medal on behalf of our school and bring glory to the school, you will have the opportunity to be listed in the top 10 campus celebrities list, which will be recorded in the history of the campus. Your file will also become completely different from that of ordinary students. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must cherish it, understand? Listening to Wang Xuebing's long speech, a look of annoyance appeared on Chen Yuan's face. But Mr. Wang, I am a student of liberal arts. My future dream is to write novels and become a great writer, not to be an athlete, right? All right, stop talking nonsense. With your writing skills, you still want to be a great writer? I don't want to discourage you. You'd better focus on your studies and don't waste your talent. I've already promised Teacher Jean. That's it. Hello. Hello. Teacher Wang. I haven't agreed yet, Lao Wang. Chapter 112. Create a new account and criticize yourself. Lao Wang hung up the phone mercilessly. It seemed that he didn't want to listen to any nonsense Chen Yuan said. Chen Yuan is free. Finally, I have time to search for nearby properties. He paid special attention to the houses in Chen Yuan community. Today, he successfully counterattacked Xiao Ryu and received another 50 million in funds. It was a pleasant surprise. This was the largest system reward he had ever received. So he decided, not only do you need to buy an apartment for yourself, I also want to buy a villa for my parents in the county town. In this way, my parents will feel proud when visiting relatives during festivals or holidays. But the key question is, this money must come from somewhere? If you just casually take out a huge sum of 50 million, they might think that Chen Yuan is robbing a bank. It seems that robbing a bank may not necessarily lead to 50 million in one go. Therefore, there must be an excuse for the source of this money. It seems that being an internet celebrity is also a good choice. This would reasonably explain his source of income. However, we still need to distinguish between the identity of an internet celebrity and the identity of a smoke boss. Otherwise, the social repercussions may be too great and may cause some unnecessary trouble. Besides, Chen Yuan decided to create multiple identities as a wealthy man. Just being a smoke master is not enough. The amount of money owed to the main system account is too staggering. If he really used one account, he could spend tens of billions on major live streaming platforms. I guess even the country will investigate him. Therefore, it is imperative to establish multiple identities. In the early days, Chen Yuan was busy showing off and didn't consider some aspects enough. Now he naturally has to find a way to remedy the situation. And there are two other benefits to creating multiple vests. First, you can use different identities to counterattack the female anchor. This way, there is no need to continue making up stories, saying that his family has inherited 50 billion and that he must spend 1 billion within a month. This excuse is so poor. If you talk too much, you won't be trustworthy. Second, change your vest to get gifts. Girls who he had known before and who already knew his identity as Mr. Yin would not be jealous. It can ensure to a greater extent that the favorability will not decrease. After such analysis, the benefits of having multiple identities are simply too numerous to count. No wonder some scumbags. There are always several WeChat accounts, several circles of friends, and even several mobile phones. Switch identities at any time. Even if his reputation is ruined in a circle of girls, it does not affect his ability to pick up girls. The higher the virtue, the higher the devil. Chen Yuan is a man of action. He uses a penguin trumpet. Start creating new accounts on major live streaming platforms. The name of this vest is Tomato Number 1 Handsome Guy. The name was chosen at random. The trumpet on the Acme sound has just been built. I didn't expect Zhao Yuqi to start broadcasting. Chi-Chi, why haven't you been on air for several days? Anchor, you are so proud now. Are you not willing to work hard anymore because you are supported by Mr. Yin? Boss Yin is such a pervert. He keeps giving gifts to female anchors everywhere. I'm afraid he has forgotten about my Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, you will lose fans if you do this. Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, Zhao Yuqi said apologetically, sorry everyone, I've been busy packing up my new home these past few days, so I haven't been broadcasting, but I've finished packing today. Fuck, Chi-Chi, your house is really big. Is this a villa? Chi-Chi, the doctor said that my teeth are not good, and I am only suitable for a casual living. I think you can consider it. Anchor, I want to be number 1 on your overall list. Just as the fans in the live broadcast room were shocked by the luxury of Zhao Yuqi's new home. In the barrage of the live broadcast room, An ID account named Tomatoes #1 Handsome Guy suddenly said shamelessly that he wanted to be #1 on Zhao Yuqi's list. That's funny. Why is it funny? Everyone knows that Zhao Yuqi's #1 on the list is Mr. Yin. What kind of existence does Smoke always exist? The peerless rich man. A cool guy who can spend hundreds of millions on major live streaming platforms. Even though he only gave Zhao Yuqi a gift once, the amount exceeded 10 million. If you want to be #1 on Zhao Yuqi's list, you have to give at least over 10 million gifts, right? Brother, you are very courageous. You even want to take the top spot on Mr. Yan's list. Come on, Ollie go. He is probably an elementary school student. He probably has no idea what the Smoke Master is and has no respect for him at all. Haha, this idiot is making me laugh to death. The live broadcast room was filled with mockery. The hostility is quite serious. He always brings up cigarettes to argue with others. I'm so angry. Very unhappy. Chen Yuan didn't know whether he should be angry or not, and was speechless. You can't just be angry with yourself, right? But in order to show that his new alias is not the same person as Yin Zong, Chen Yuan started to scold people in the live broadcast room. What the hell is a cigarette? I've never heard of it. You rubbish, you can't even feel the aura of a strong man. Wait for me, I'm going to recharge now. The most handsome guy among the tomatoes started to speak wildly, crazy and angry in the barrage. He looked very arrogant. Even Zhao Yuqi frowned. Host, why don't you just ban this guy? A troll? A loser? Trying to show off his presence here. You haven't even heard of Mr. Yin. Please turn right when you go out and ask around yourself. Don't take your ignorance as glory. This idiot is handsome? He is so handsome. I have seen many such trolls. They say they are going to recharge their account, but they may have already run away. They just like to talk nonsense and show off their presence everywhere. I guess they are not living a happy life in real life. Just when several high-level accounts in the live broadcast room were madly despising the most handsome guy in Tomato, on the public screen of the live broadcast room, a luxurious carnival gift was sent out. The most handsome tomato guy presents a cute carnival to anchor Chi-Chi. 1. The most handsome tomato guy presents a cute carnival to anchor Chi-Chi. 2. The most handsome tomato guy presents a cute carnival to anchor Chi-Chi. 3. Although Chen Yuan is a troll, but he's also a generous troll. Although he criticized others, he also criticized himself. But the gifts are still accepted. He took action this time. It will never be inferior to cigarettes. Unlike Mr. Yin, he wants to create an alias for a rich and powerful person with an arrogant and domineering personality. Blame the heavens, the earth, and the air. This is the only way to distinguish Mr. Yin from Tomato, the most handsome guy. And he even spit out smoke just now. I guess no one would have thought of it. Yin will always be such a boring person. He actually created a small account to criticize himself? Isn't this just a waste of time? At the beginning, everyone looked down on this most handsome tomato guy. Think he is just an idiot, a troll, a loser, and a loser. But half an hour later, the whole audience was shocked. The most handsome guy in Tomato swiped more than 5,000 carnivals in just half an hour. He successfully took the first place in the overall list left by Mr. Yin. But he still didn't stop. Still brushing. The popularity of Zhao Yuqi's live broadcast room also increased from 2,000 people at the beginning to over 200,000. And it ranked first on the hourly list of all platforms. More and more people flocked to Zhao Yuqi's live broadcast room. An hour later, Chapter 113 seen through at a glance. Chen Yuan gave Zhao Yuqi more than 10,000 carnivals. Converted into RMB, it is more than 30 million. It was more than 3 times the total amount of Yan's previous gifts. In the live broadcast room, hundreds of thousands of viewers were in an uproar. Fuck, didn't Mr. Yin give this female anchor 10 million before? How come another handsome Mr. Yin appeared? Shocked. I am shocked again. What kind of awesome background does the cute little Chi-Chi have? Could it be that Mr. Yin and Mr. Shuai are the same person? Their styles are surprisingly consistent. Impossible. Just now Shuai Zong spit out Yin Zong. This must be a hidden powerful boss. He is a little dissatisfied with Yin Zong and wants to compete with him. Zhao Yuqi was stunned. At this time, Chen Yuan stopped giving gifts. He posted a floating comment. Isn't it said that Mr. Yin is awesome? Where is he? He might be his younger brother. As soon as this barrage came out, Zhao Yuqi's live broadcast room exploded instantly. Damn, are we going to openly fight against Mr. Yin? Awesome. Finished posting this barrage. Chen Yuan exited the live broadcast room. Because my 2 roommates have returned from surfing the internet. As for this guy Xiong Tao, it seems that he plans to stay out all night again today. Chen Yuan did not use a pseudonym to send a private message to Zhao Yuqi. Because he felt, such temptation is not good. Human nature sometimes cannot stand the test. For girls, they usually cannot refuse a man who is good to them, especially when this man is very rich. What if he really used the trumpet to seduce Zhao Yuqi? Isn't this guy cheating on himself? Just at this moment, Chen Yuan suddenly received a message from Zhao Yuqi. Chen Yuan, the handsome guy who just gave me gifts in my live broadcast room. Is that you? Seeing this message, Chen Yuan was a little confused. Exposed so soon? Isn't Zhao Yuqi too smart? He did not admit it immediately, but sent a message asking, "Do you think I'm that boring? Spraying myself? Humph, you said you're not Mr. Shuai. Otherwise, how would you know Mr. Shuai scolded you? You naughty boy. Thank you for the gift." Wait a minute, I don't admit it. I just went to your live broadcast room and saw a guy scolding me. I want to fight him now. All right, stop pretending. This most handsome guy on Tomato gave me gifts in the exact same way as you. I can't think of anyone else who would give me so much money for no reason other than you. Stop pretending. Oh my god, Chen Yuan almost broke apart. It seems that Zhao Yuqi is smarter than she thought. The good show he directed and acted in was actually seen through by the other party at a glance. Is my acting really so bad? Doesn't that make sense? Chen Yuan reviewed it carefully. It seems to be really clumsy. There is no problem in creating a small account. There is also no problem in giving gifts to female anchors. The problem is that the way Chen Yuan gave gifts in the live broadcast room just now was too similar to Yenzong. They don't ask anything, they just keep scrolling. Given Zhao Yuqi's understanding of Chen Yuan, it would be strange if she didn't suspect him. Chen Yuan felt that he should learn from his mistakes. Don't make the same stupid mistake again. Fortunately, the person who saw through him this time was Zhao Yuqi. If it were Xiao Ruiyu, it would be hard to explain. Every failure is a learning experience. Okay, Miss Yuqi, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to be the handsome boss now. I knew it was you. Chen Yuan, don't give me so many gifts in the future. Do you know that the platform will take half of the gifts you give me? If you give me 30 million, you will lose 15 million. Don't you feel bad? Zhao Yuqi was really heartbroken. Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this. Although doing so can make her famous, it can also quickly increase the popularity of her live broadcast room. But the loss was more than 10 million. Even if she does live streaming for several years, she may not be able to earn back the money. Zhao Yuqi did not realize that her idea was on the same front as Chen Yuan's. I see that your birthday is coming soon, so I want to celebrate for you in advance. Chen Yuan replied. See the message sent by Chen Yuan. Zhao Yuqi felt warm in her heart. Zhao Yuqi, favorability +1. Current favorability, 94 points. Huh, women. They always say one thing and mean another. They say they don't want me to give them gifts, but why does their favorability increase after I give them gifts? Reality. So true. No wonder Xiong Tao often says that. Sometimes you have to listen to women's words in reverse. She said she doesn't want you to buy her a gift. Are you really not going to buy her a gift? Isn't this stupid? After Lao Chao returned to the dormitory, the first thing he did was throw a box of chocolates on Chen Yuan's bed. Old 4, I just ran into Lin Shutong downstairs. She said she had a gift for you. Since you didn't answer her calls or reply to her messages, she asked me to bring it up to you. What? Chen Yuan looked at the pink box of chocolates in front of him. My brain is kind of stuck. Lin Shutong actually gave him a gift? The sun rises from the west. I have known Lin Shutong for 3 years, and it has always been Chen Yuan who gave her gifts. When has she ever given Chen Yuan anything? I don't remember. It seems like there was one time. It was also the only time. When Chen Yuan was a freshman in college, he fell ill, and Lin Shutong suddenly came to bring him medicine. It was this time that Chen Yuan was moved. At that time, he felt that Lin Shutong was like an angel who warmed his heart, so he pursued her at all costs. But except this time. In the following 3 years, Lin Shutong never gave him any gift in return. Just kidding. It's your honor that the goddess is willing to accept the gift from you. You want a return gift? You must be dreaming. Who would have thought that 3 years later, Lin Shutong would actually return the gift? You guys keep the chocolate. It's a gift from Lin Shutong. I can't eat it. Chen Yuan casually threw the chocolate on the desk. Old 4, it's okay. She ignored you at first, but now you've made her feel out of reach. Since you don't want to accept her kindness, let me bear the blame. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Lao Chao, I want half too. Anyone who sees it gets a share. Damn, don't you dislike chocolate? If you don't like it, I want half of it. This is chocolate with liquor filling. A box is really expensive. The next morning, Chen Yuan attended 4 classes honestly. After lunch, he went to Chen Yuan Community to look at houses. I contacted an agent yesterday, but after watching it for a whole afternoon, I was not very satisfied. Either the price is too high or the room type is not very good. Chen Yuan was very decisive when buying a house for Zhao Yuqi, but he was a little hesitant when buying a house for himself. It seems that he can't make up his mind about buying a house within a day. Need to see more houses. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Yuan drove to the Riverview Villa community. At this time, inside Garden Villa number 1. It's already very lively. Wow. Chi-Chi, how much does it cost to rent this villa for a day? It's so luxurious and beautiful. A student union minister asked in surprise as soon as he walked into the garden villa. Yeah, Chi-Chi, it's just a birthday party. You're being too extravagant. What's the matter with luxury? This is Chi-Chi's own house. Wu Xiaofei spoke before Zhao Yuqi could say anything. What? This villa belongs to Kiki? How is that possible? A girl said in shock. A group of boys also looked shocked. Chapter 114 Birthday Party. There were at least 20 or 30 students, all of whom looked confused. So shocking. Oh my god, this is Garden Villa number 1. According to the housing prices here, this one must be worth at least 50 or 60 million yuan, right? This level, this decoration, I think it will cost at least 60 million. Chairman Zhao, are you sure this villa is yours? My father brought me here to look at the Jiangjing Villa community when it was first launched. I heard that Villa number 1 was bought by a boss named Hong. This boss Hong must be 34 years old. Zhao Yuqi hasn't spoken yet. A girl dressed brightly, wearing all branded clothes and looking very proud, revealed it intentionally or unintentionally. Her name is Zhong Lily. He is the Minister of Propaganda Department of the Student Union. Half a year ago, she and Zhao Yuqi competed for the position of Vice President of the Student Union. He lost to Zhao Yuqi by 1 vote. This leads to the resentment now. The more I look at Zhao Yuqi, the more unhappy I feel. The Student Union is also a small world. Where there are people, there is competition. This time she came to Zhao Yuqi's birthday party just to cause trouble. Judging from the way she dresses, it is not difficult to see that she is also a person who likes to show off. Many times, not only men like to show off, women also like to show off. The words she just said were extremely sinister. He actually pointed out to his face that the villa belonged to a boss named Hong, who was 40 years old. Doesn't this mean telling others that Zhao Yuqi is being kept by a 40-year-old man? You, Zhong Lily, what do you mean? Would I lie to you? Wu Xiaofei looked angry. Zhao Yuqi's face also looked a little ugly. What Lily said is right. My father also knows this boss Hong. When boss Hong celebrated his daughter's birthday before, he also hosted a banquet here. I was lucky enough to attend it. His daughter must be 12 years old now. A boy stood with Zhong Lily and said something also with amusement. His name is Wu Tianhao. He is Zhong Lily's boyfriend, and his family also has some money. He had pursued Zhao Yuqi for a full 6 months, but Zhao Yuqi ignored him. Wu Tianhao simply gave up and turned to chase Zhong Lily. Although he caught up with her, he still liked Zhao Yuqi in his heart, but his love was mixed with a little hatred. This is what it means to hate because of love. Since I can't get it, I want to destroy it. Wu Tianhao's finishing move changed the way all the students present looked at Zhao Yuqi. The male students in particular were all heartbroken. Many of them have a crush on Zhao Yuqi. Now I found out that the goddess is actually being kept by a 40-year-old middle-aged man. And this uncle also has a 12-year-old daughter? Unacceptable. It feels like the cabbage has been eaten by the pig again. With senior sister Yuqi's conditions, she can find any boyfriend she wants. Why does she want to degrade herself? The vice president of the student union and the second most beautiful girl in HUSD is actually a vain woman? At this time, Wu Xiaofei rushed into the villa angrily. A property certificate was found from inside. Look for yourselves, whose name is written on this villa. The property certificate was thrown on the table, and it spread out. The whole place was in dead silence. When everyone saw the name on the property certificate, everyone's face turned stiff. Especially Zhong Lily. She felt like she was slapped in the face. This is really senior sister Chi-Chi's villa, and only her name is written on it. Oh my god, senior sister Chi-Chi was able to buy a villa worth 60 million. A junior high school girl exclaimed. I do know this, Mr. Hong. Because the market conditions have been bad recently, and the business has suffered heavy losses, I am selling this villa. Do you have any other questions? Zhao Yuqi smiled slightly. Said it openly. She admitted that the villa had previously belonged to boss Hong, but also explained that it had been sold. Awesome. Chairman Zhao, you bought a Riverview villa before you even graduated from college. That's amazing. I heard that senior sister Chi-Chi's family is very rich, and she also does live broadcasts. She already has millions of fans. Especially among senior sister Chi-Chi's fans, there are 2 super rich people. One is Mr. Yan and the other is Mr. Shuai. Together, the 2 of them have given senior sister Chi-Chi gifts worth tens of millions. I've heard of Mr. Yan, but who is this handsome Mr.? Boss Shuai is also a super rich man. Last night, he gave senior sister Chi-Chi over 30 million worth of gifts. Xiao Xuimiai seems to be a fan of Zhao Yuqi. I actually watched her live broadcast last night. This was something Zhao Yuqi had not expected. After all, She had never promoted her live broadcast among her classmates and friends. Has Chairman Zhao also started a live broadcast on Douyin? It seems that the live broadcast industry is really hot recently. Hey guys, are you getting off topic? Today is Chairman Zhao's birthday. Let's not talk about this nonsense. Have you prepared the gifts? Of course I've prepared them, but they're just small gifts. I hope Chairman Zhao doesn't mind. A group of men and women surrounded Zhao Yuqi. Start all kinds of flattery and flattery. Zhong Lily's face turned ugly. Wu Wenhao's face also looked very ugly. They had been ostracized by the crowd without realizing it. Seeing Zhao Yuqi's unlimited glory, Zhong Lily was furious. Today's birthday party. Zhao Yuqi not only invited college classmates, but also high school classmates, and some friends who had grown up together. Most of the people who came today were girls. Zhao Yuqi has a wide circle of friends. It's just past 4 o'clock now, and more than 30 students have already arrived, and many people have not yet arrived. In addition, except for the people invited by Zhao Yuqi, some people showed up uninvited. Among them are Zhao Yuqi's suitors. Around 4:50, Chen Yuan drove the car into the Riverview Villa community. He stopped at a random roadside spot, took a teddy bear from the car, and then walked towards Garden Villa number 1. The reason why we didn't drive into Villa District number 1 was mainly because there were too many students from HUSD today. We can't see each other when we look down, but we can see each other when we look up. It's better to keep a low profile. Just as he was holding his teddy bear and walked into Villa area number 1, he unexpectedly saw a familiar Ferrari 488 driving over and parked in the parking space of Villa number 1. Wow, it's a Ferrari 488. I heard that this series of luxury cars costs more than 4 million yuan, and only the truly rich can afford it. Isn't that Senior Jingbin? 2 years ago, Senior Jingbin was a well-known figure in our school. I heard that he took over the family business after graduation. Now, at the age of only 25, he has become the general manager of a large company. Comparing yourself to others is frustrating. Even if I work hard for 20 years, I may not be able to become the general manager. As soon as he graduated, he surpassed me in 20 years of hard work. Why isn't my dad the general manager? A boy wearing glasses sighed in front of Chen Yuan. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan almost fell to the ground. Chapter 115, ready to show off. Brother, you are really outstanding. I haven't even gotten married yet, but I already have a son as old as you. Chen Yuan looked helpless. However, no one present paid much attention to him. Everyone's eyes were focused on Senior Zheng Bin, who was driving a Ferrari 488. He is very young, and at the age of 25, he is already the general manager of the company. There will be over 100 million assets to inherit in the future. Compared with Zheng Bin, these ordinary students are like heaven and earth. Many boys present felt ashamed of themselves. But this does not include Chen Yuan. After Zheng Bin got off the car, he was still holding his cell phone and making a call. Hey, yes, it's the Riverview Villa community, Garden House number 1, please drive in. Zheng Bin finished the call. Just as I was about to enter the villa, I ran into Chen Yuan. It's this guy again? The guy who took Zhao Yuqi away on a bicycle last time. Zheng Bin looked at Chen Yuan with a somewhat arrogant expression, especially after seeing the teddy bear doll in his hand. A look of contempt suddenly appeared on his face. The jiaoxi is indeed a jiaoxi. As a birthday gift for Zhao Yuqi, I only prepared a teddy bear? I'm afraid this was just bought from a roadside stall. Less than $100, right? Are you really so embarrassed to show it off? Chen Yuan, you're here. When Zhao Yuqi saw Chen Yuan, the smile on her face blossomed like a flower. She trotted and quickly came to Chen Yuan, a face full of shyness. Her attitude towards Chen Yuan was obviously different from that towards other boys. Zheng Bin's face froze. He thought Zhao Yuqi ran out with a happy face, ready to greet him, but who knew that in Zhao Yuqi's eyes, there was only this loser Chen Yuan. Is there something he can't understand? Is it true that Zhao Yuqi is different from other girls? Treat money as dirt. You turn a blind eye to the outstanding senior who drives a Ferrari 488 and only have eyes for this poor loser? Yuqi, happy birthday. This is for you. Do you like it? Chen Yuan handed over the teddy bear with a smile. Zhao Yuqi took it happily. Thank you for the gift, I love it. Puff. Upon hearing this, all the boys almost vomited blood. Zhao Yuqi actually likes such a doll? I just gave Zhao Yuqi a watch worth more than 2,000 yuan, but she wasn't so surprised. The watch you gave me is just average. Didn't you see Sun Haoyu? He spent a lot of money today and bought a Prada bag worth more than 20,000 yuan as a birthday gift for Zhao Yuqi, but she returned it to him on the spot and didn't even take it. Hey, isn't this the teddy bear that sold for $50 in the trinket shop next to the school? Zhong Lily crossed her arms across her chest, her face full of disgust. She didn't just dislike the gift Chen Yuan gave her. It also seemed to imply that Zhao Yuqi's taste was a bit low. How could the campus beauty of Zhao University actually like this kind of cheap merchandise? Chen Yuan was extremely speechless. Who the hell are you? I'm giving Zhao Yuqi a birthday present, not a birthday present for you. The original owner didn't mind it, so why are you, a passerby, looking down on it? Are you bored? Chen Yuan rolled his eyes at Zhong Lily. In fact, I am already very happy that you can give me gifts. No matter how much the gifts are worth, they are a token of your thoughts. Don't be too fussy about it. And if you really give me gifts that are too expensive, I would be embarrassed to accept them. Zhao Yuqi stood up to explain for Chen Yuan. Someone gave her more than 30 million before her birthday yesterday. Will Chen Yuan have no money to buy gifts? Are you kidding me? Senior Yuqi has a really high EQ. She is very careful with her words. She is my role model. Indeed, it's your birthday, you can't dislike someone's gift in front of them. That's too rude. Zhao Yuqi behaved decently and generously. I guess other boys will look up to her too. Isn't this guy Chen Yuan? It seems like many people in school are talking about him recently. Someone in the student union seemed to recognize Chen Yuan, but he didn't think highly of him. Among the students invited by Zhao Yuqi today, the basic family conditions are okay, and they are all student union cadres. Birds of a feather flock together. The children who played with Zhao Yuqi were all from middle-class families. Naturally, they felt a bit superior in front of Chen Yuan, a guy who could only give away teddy bears. At this time, a large truck suddenly stopped in front of the villa. A smile appeared on Zheng Bin's lips. Finally, it's his time to show off. He was different from others. This time, he took great pains to prepare a birthday gift for Zhao Yuqi. It really cost a lot of money. Ordinary rich people, when giving gifts to gold-digger women, they will basically give bags, watches, diamonds, necklaces, branded clothes, and so on. Anyway, one word, expensive. The more expensive it is, the more sincere it is. Girls like these things too. But Zhao Yuqi is different. Zhao Yuqi's father is an internationally renowned chef who has hosted state banquets and won numerous awards. Although being a chef may not necessarily make money, it is good enough to reach the level of Zhao Yuqi's father. That's very rich. The Zhao family private restaurant alone makes at least several million in profit a year. This is also the reason why the Zhao family refused to open a chain store. If they had done so, they would have become rich long ago. It is obviously impossible to win Zhao Yuqi over by giving her a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars. It's not that Zhao Yuqi can't afford such luxury goods. Therefore, gifts must not only be expensive, but also thoughtful and appeal to the recipient. Zheng Bin's preparations today were well thought out. It looks like someone has delivered something. What is it? I don't know. The object is quite large. I feel like it's a piano. It really is a piano. Senior Zheng Bin is so thoughtful. He knows that Senior Yuqi is good at playing the piano and has even obtained a grade 10 piano certificate. Giving Senior Yuqi a piano is much better than giving her a brand-name bag. Soon, 2 delivery men carried the piano to the villa hall. Zheng Bin gracefully unwrapped the black cloth package. This is a Yamaha SU-7 imported professional-grade piano. Oh my god, a girl exclaimed. Is this piano awesome? Of course it's awesome. This piano alone is priced at 340,000 yuan. It's a professional-grade concert piano. Are you kidding me? I also have a piano at home. I spent more than 10,000 yuan to buy it. It's very ordinary and can't be compared with a professional-grade concert piano at all. A group of girls were talking about it. 2 of them were connoisseurs and recognized the value of the piano at first sight. Although this piano cannot be compared with the world-famous pianos. But spending so much money on a birthday gift is enough to shock people. Yuqi, happy birthday. This piano is a gift I specially gave you. Do you like it? Senior Zheng Bin said with a smile on his face. I like it, but this piano is too expensive. How about this, Senior? I'll accept the gift, but I'll transfer the price of this piano to you. Yuqi, as long as you like it, it doesn't matter whether it's worth money or not. In fact, today, in addition to wanting to give you a piano, I also want to give you a song. Zheng Bin finished speaking, sitting gracefully on the piano chair. He is ready to show off his skills today. Chapter 116, I want to strengthen my piano proficiency for 50 years. You probably don't know that, back in the day, I was also known as the Little Prince of Piano. Zheng Bin sneered in his heart. He glanced at Chen Yuan intentionally or unintentionally. A child from an ordinary family. I'm afraid I can't afford a piano, and I don't have any extra money to cultivate my child's interests and hobbies. We lost at the starting line from the very beginning. Today, Zheng Bin wanted to tell everyone that he was not only rich, but also talented enough to beat Chen Yuan. Zhao Yuqi should understand. Who is her best choice? Zheng Bin closed his eyes. I saw him put his hands on the piano keys and began to play skillfully. He played a very beautiful and warm piano piece, Coffee Under the Stars. When you hear this song, the beautiful scene of drinking coffee under the starry sky will automatically emerge in your mind. Romantic, graceful, sweet, gentle breeze. Zheng Bin played this piano piece very skillfully and incorporated rich emotions into it. His fingers moved rhythmically to the sound of the piano. Intellectual, elegant, and talented. Just this one skill requires at least 10 years of practice. Even Zhao Yuqi couldn't help but look up to Zheng Bin. He played the piano really well. The performance of this piano piece is almost the same as the original. Of course, this is also due to the great sound quality of this piano. It's so beautiful. I didn't expect Senior Zheng Bin to play the piano so beautifully. I'm almost pregnant from listening to him. I have to say that Senior Zheng Bin is really talented. He is completely different from the rich second generations I have met before. Although some of them have rich families, they are fools themselves. Apart from spending money lavishly, they can do almost nothing. But Senior Zheng Bin took over the family business at a young age, and he plays the piano so well. He is simply outstanding. No, I feel like from today on, I might become Senior Zheng Bin's little fangirl. What a pity. Why wasn't this piano piece sent to me? It would be so romantic if it was sent to me. A group of girls have already revealed their crazy looks. Even the boys admire her from the bottom of their hearts. After all, their strength is there. There is nothing to refute. Recognizing others' excellence is also a quality. Zheng Bin finished playing the song. Suddenly, there was thunderous applause. Thank you, Senior Zheng Bin. You play the piano really well. Even I am ashamed of myself. Junior sister Yuqi, you are too modest. I am just showing off my skills in front of you. My piano playing is actually very average. Just consider it as a show of ugliness. Please don't be offended. Zheng Bin smiled slightly. It feels like a spring breeze. Moreover, he speaks very modestly, like a gentleman, capable but not showing off. However, Chen Yuan could see through his pretentious nature at a glance. But his way of showing off is different from others. Others show off their luxury cars and mansions, but he shows off his talent, and he also has a luxury car. This makes him seem more elegant, more profound, and more unique. I am not afraid of the second generation of rich people having money. I am afraid of the second generation of rich people having money and talent. You have no comparison. I don't know what senior sister Yuqi is thinking. What's so good about Chen Yuan? How can he compare to senior brother Zheng Bin? But senior sister Yuqi is distant to senior brother Zheng Bin, but very close to Chen Yuan. But I also heard that Chen Yuan is very fickle. In addition to his ambiguous relationship with Yuqi, he also has unclear relationships with Lin Shutong and Su Lele. I even heard that he poached Li Yang's girlfriend He Jiying, which led to their breakup. Fuck, this is so disgusting. Why do you still keep such a scumbag? I don't know what's going on recently. Some men are getting worse, and worse the poorer they are. Chen Yuan is really useless except for being a little handsome. The girls were talking about it. Sometimes there is no harm without comparison. Chen Yuan was originally a handsome and energetic young man. I didn't provoke anyone. But there are many people who question him, belittle him, and look down on him. Because Zhao Yuqi had a different attitude towards him. Zheng Bin is also Zhao Yuqi's suitor. In this comparison, it seems that Chen Yuan can do nothing and knows nothing. A loser like him who is a bootlicker is not even worthy of carrying Zheng Bin's shoes. Mr. Chen, why don't you show us your skills? I heard that you are very talented, so Yuqi will be impressed by you. You should be able to play the piano, right? Zheng Bin said casually. He said in a joking tone. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that he was deliberately targeting Chen Yuan. How could a loser like Chen Yuan play the piano? Let alone the piano. I'm afraid he can't play any piano. The so-called talent is nothing but irony. Okay, since Master Zheng wants me to play, I will fulfill your wish. A sneer appeared on Chen Yuan's lips. Can he play the piano? Of course not. However, he still has 35 reinforcement points that have not been used. In addition to strengthening physical attributes, strengthening points can also strengthen skills. One enhancement point can enhance the proficiency of a skill for 5 years. 10 o'clock is 50 years. As long as I have enough strengthening points, I can instantly become a world-class piano master. Do you want to show off in front of me? Do you want to get ahead by stepping on my face? Excuse me. You must be dreaming. As soon as Chen Yuan said this, many people showed surprised expressions. It seems that he can't believe that Chen Yuan can actually play the piano. But even if you can play it, it should be only a mediocre level. Learning a piano piece is not difficult and can be accomplished in just a few months. But if you really want to play well, you have to spend a lot of time practicing and have a teacher to teach you. There are no piano lessons in normal compulsory education. You have to hire a private teacher or take piano lessons. It costs money to buy a piano, and it costs even more to learn how to play the piano. Even if they sign up for piano lessons, many people don't persevere. It's just a passing interest at best. I just study for 1 or 2 years and then stop studying. It's just a hobby, and few people can master it to the master level. If you really want to reach that level, forget it at least 10 to 20 years. There are really not many people who can reach Zheng Bin's level. Chen Yuan was looked at with suspicion by everyone. Sitting on the piano chair, I saw him gently place his 2 paws on the piano keys. He played a few notes at random. A chaotic sound was heard, which was very harsh. With such clumsy and awkward techniques, I guess you haven't even touched the piano for a day? How dare you say you can play the piano? Don't worry, I'm just trying out the sound quality of this piano. Chen Yuan smiled slightly. At this time, a system interface appeared in front of him. System, I want to improve my piano skills. Ding. Reminder to the host, there is no piano skill in your current skill column. Since you have no basic skills, you need to pay an additional 10 points to strengthen this skill. Do you want to strengthen it? Keep improving. I want to improve my piano proficiency by 50 years. Chapter 117, Miraculous Piano Techniques. Ding. Strengthening successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the Grandmaster level piano art. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Strength, 29. Constitution, 29. Spirit, 15. Agility, 19. Normal adult peak level is 10. Status, extremely strong. Strengthening points, 15 points. Skills, dance, LV5, English, LV5, Russian, LV5, French, LV5, Korean, LV5, piano, LV50. Right at this moment, countless piano knowledge emerged in Chen Yuan's mind. The piano keys that originally looked so unfamiliar now feel surprisingly familiar to the touch. It was as if he was born with it and had been immersed in this for decades. Chen Yuan raised his hands gently. He pressed the keyboard gracefully. Right at this moment, his temperament suddenly changed. It was as if an ordinary civilian suddenly put on a dragon robe, showing the world his extraordinary identity. Who else but me can be so domineering and majestic? I will strive for the highest position and dominate the world. Coffee Under the Stars. It's the same song. Zheng Bin has already played it once just now, and plays it very well. If it were someone else, they would definitely not choose to play the same song because it would cause aesthetic fatigue. And even though it's the same song, the contrast is too obvious. If you play it even a little bit wrong, people will hear it. Zheng Bin chose this song, it must be his best. But Chen Yuan chose to play the same song as Zheng Bin. Because if you slap someone in the face, you have to hit them to death. The moment the notes sounded, everyone's eyes froze. This Chen Yuan can actually play the piano, and he seems to play pretty well. Coffee Under the Stars, isn't this the song that Senior Zheng Bin just played? Don't talk, just listen carefully. During the 10 or so seconds that Chen Yuan was playing, there were still people whispering. But half a minute later, there were more than 40 people in the whole villa hall, and no one spoke. Complete silence. The whole place was in dead silence. Only the moving notes like the sound of flowing water in the mountains remain, madly impacting everyone's heart. Driven by musical notes. An extremely strong sense of picture comes to my face. It was as if everyone was forced into a fantasy world. In an instant, everyone's inner emotions were firmly moved by the sound of music. Even though this isn't a sad song. But many people were still moved to tears. I was crying without even realizing it. This is a resonance from the soul. It can make the emotions hidden deep in one's heart burst out in an instant. Chen Yuan performed the song Coffee Under the Stars to a level of magic. The song is over. Everyone's eyes were fascinated. It was not until 1 minute after Chen Yuan's fingers left the piano keys that people began to applaud. Then there was thunderous applause. Some girls were so excited that they almost clapped their hands red. It's so beautiful, so beautiful. I've never heard such a beautiful song. Is this really Coffee Under the Stars? Why does it feel 10 times better than the original? It's incredible. Chen Yuan's piano skills are so high. I have also studied piano for 5 years. Although my level is not high, I still have some appreciation ability. I feel that the performance skills just demonstrated by Chen Yuan are not inferior to those of the world-class piano masters. His sense of immersion is even stronger. This is a feeling I have never had before. It turns out that Chen Yuan is really so talented. No wonder Zhao Yuqi looks at him differently. I have already recorded the video just now. I was originally planning to watch it as a joke, but now I have to keep it safe. I will make a sound of acne later. At this time, everyone looked at Chen Yuan differently. He is not just a loser, but a low-key and introverted but incredibly talented young man. Zheng Bin's performance just now was quite good. But it's just amateur level after all. What's funny is that you, an amateur bronze player, dared to mock the king in person. I bought the piano myself and wanted to show off my skills and attract attention. You wind up showing off to a truly awesome master? Aren't you funny? No one wanted to play it in the first place, but you insisted on humiliating yourself. Isn't this stupid? At this time, Zheng Bin's face turned green. It's so uncomfortable. Very stiff. I feel like I dug a hole and buried myself. Doesn't that make sense? How is it possible that Chen Yuan, a loser, has such superb piano skills? Is this guy playing the pig and eating the tiger? It's so heartbreaking. Ignored the expression on Zheng Bin's face. Zhao Yuqi looked at Chen Yuan, completely obsessed. In her impression, Chen Yuan was already very outstanding. Not only did his family have 50 billion assets waiting to be inherited, but he was also agile and generous. Now, she discovered that Chen Yuan's advantages were far more than that. He can actually play the piano? And you play it so well? Zhao Yuqi has obtained the 10th level piano certificate. It was precisely because she had passed the 10th level piano certificate that she deeply understood the level of piano skills that Chen Yuan had mastered. This is the real treasure boy. You thought you knew him well enough. Who knows that every time you come into contact with him, he can bring you unexpected surprises. It seems that what you know about him is always just the tip of the iceberg. This man is so charming. He is so good. He is so outstanding that Zhao Yuqi feels that she is not worthy of Chen Yuan. Zhao Yuqi, favorability +1. Current favorability, 95 points. Ding. Detected number 3 liquor Zhao Yuqi. Her favorability towards the host has successfully exceeded 95 points. Congratulations to the host for his successful counterattack. Ding. The number 3 liquor target spent a total of 98.16 million yuan in liquor gold and rewarded the host with 9.816 million yuan. Ding. Zhao Yuqi successfully transformed into the host's bootlicker and was rewarded with 25 reinforcement points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Piano Mastery. Since the host already has this skill, the system's rewarded skills will be automatically superimposed, and your piano skill will be upgraded to LV60. The host currently has 40 remaining reinforcement points. Can piano skills be stacked? Chen Yuan was a little confused. He previously felt that forcibly exchanging for piano skills was a bit of a loss. After all, Zhao Yuqi only had piano skills. If you can defeat her, you won't have to redeem it. After all, after she successfully counterattacked, her skills overlapped, which was a bit of a loss. But now I find that skills can be stacked. It seems that the loss is not that much. Zhao Yuqi's piano skill is level 10, and Chen Yuan has reached level 60. Perhaps there is no such thing as a 60-level piano grade internationally. But that's how the system rates skills. How high exactly? Chen Yuan didn't know either. The level 50 piano skill just now shocked the whole audience. Now that it has reached level 60, isn't that incredible? Chen Yuan, you play the piano so well. How come you always surprise me? Zhao Yuqi's pretty face turned red. There seemed to be pink love bubbles popping out of her big round eyes. Even though she is the school belle, she has become Chen Yuan's fangirl at this moment. Hey, who is that girl in white? She looks like an immortal. A male high school classmate of Zhao Yuqi suddenly exclaimed while standing outside the window. Is it Qin Bingxue? Oh my god, my goddess is here. Chapter 118 Mastering Combat. Only one woman was seen. Dressed in white, she looks like a fairy. She has naturally beautiful facial features, bright and charming appearance, and unparalleled beauty. But his appearance is very cold and serious, which makes people feel that he is keeping people at a distance. This is also a girl who is breathtakingly beautiful. If Xiao Ruoyu could be compared to a lotus flower emerging from water, then Qin Bingxue is a unique and proud Tianshan snow lotus. Equally breathtakingly beautiful. But it will make people feel inferior and even afraid to approach. She has such a cold temperament. It's so cold that I don't have any friends around me. Is this Qin Bingxue? She is actually not inferior to Xiao Ruoyu at all. Chen Yuan muttered to himself. He felt that something was wrong. Qin Bingxue did not come when the piano piece was being played just now. Now that the performance is over, Qin Bingxue is here. Just missed Chen Yuan's show-off moment. This feeling. It's just a pain in the ass. During the show, a key person was missed. I feel like this one isn't complete enough. It's not exciting enough. Senior Qin, you are finally here. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Zhao Yuqi walked over warmly and greeted Qin Bingxue. Well, there was a traffic jam on the road just now, so I was late. Qin Bingxue nodded, seeming apologetic. But the expression on her face remained motionless. The tone was also very stiff, not giving people the slightest feeling of apology. Instead, it seems very arrogant. The atmosphere in the entire villa hall seemed to have become cold because of Qin Bingxue's arrival. This girl is extremely beautiful, but it looks really hard to approach. Very strange. Chen Yuan was somewhat confused. Normally speaking, as the president of the student union, Qin Bingxue should be a well-mannered person. At least he is a good person, and his emotional intelligence should be very high. In Chen Yuan's imagination, the student union president should be like this. But Qin Bingxue is the complete opposite. She is simply a place where strangers are kept away. How on earth could he be elected as the president of the student union with such a personality? It's weird, right? It's okay, that's just how Chairman Qin is. People who meet her for the first time will think she's cold, but after getting to know her, they'll find that she's actually a very nice person. A girl introduced it to a friend she didn't know well. Is it really like that? She is cold on the outside but warm on the inside towards girls. She is always cold to boys. Wu Tianhao said again unhappily. He pursued Zhao Yuqi. He also pursued Qin Bingxue, who was more beautiful. But when Zhao Yuqi rejected him, at least she was polite. Qin Bingxue simply ignored him. So cold that I didn't even bother to say a word to him. I heard a rumor about senior sister Qin. Of course, you must not spread it. I heard that senior sister Qin is a lesbian. When she was running for the student union president, most of the student union cadres were boys. It was for this reason that they voted for senior sister Qin. But after senior sister Qin became the student union president, she only promoted girls. It seems that she hates all boys. Well, Xiaoling is right. It seems to be true. Senior sister Qin has never had a boyfriend in 4 years of college, and she hasn't even had any scandals. She is so beautiful, there should be no shortage of boys chasing after her, but there just isn't any scandal. All the boys who want to chase after her, no matter how outstanding they are, will inevitably retreat within a week. The discussion between these two girls. All the boys present felt a chill in their hearts. My originally passionate heart felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over it. Cold from head to toe. What a pity. What a pity. Such a beautiful woman is actually made of glass? It feels like a waste of resources. Chen Yuan also felt it was a pity. If he is really a homosexual, Chen Yuan thinks it is better not to disturb others. After all, sexual orientation is your own choice. Why force others to be straight? In fact, Chairman Qin is not naturally so cold. I even hired someone to investigate her before, and later discovered her secret. I heard that she used to be a very lively and cheerful girl. Once she was kidnapped by a pervert and imprisoned in the basement for a month. I heard that she was almost raped, and she escaped by threatening to commit suicide. But it also left a psychological trauma. I became very indifferent to everyone, especially boys, and I looked at everyone as a pervert. As soon as these words came out, many people present almost gasped. It seemed like no one had expected it. Qin Bingxue, who was so bright and charming, once had such a dark experience. A girl who looks like a fairy. He was imprisoned in a filthy basement for a month. It's chilling to think about it. Then it seems understandable that Qin Bingxue is indifferent to others. Of course, everyone has some unpleasant experiences to look back on. It's just that she wasn't as desperate and miserable as Qin Bingxue. Being too beautiful can sometimes be a danger. Chen Yuan thinks. It's better not to have any communication with Qin Bingxue, in case a bootlicking relationship is formed. He really couldn't bear to cheat on a girl like this. But fate is so strange. Sometimes you don't want something, but that's what happens. Come here, Senior Qin, let me introduce you. This is Chen Yuan. Zhao Yuqi didn't introduce anyone else, but only introduced Chen Yuan. I feel like the treatment is different. Anyone can see that the relationship between her and Chen Yuan is special. It seems that Zhao Yuqi already regards Chen Yuan as her boyfriend. Chen Yuan? Was he the one who played the piano just now? Qin Bingxue suddenly asked. Although she didn't hear Chen Yuan's performance completely when she came over just now. But I heard part of it at the end. That's why I asked this question. Yes, I didn't expect he could play the piano. Zhao Yuqi looked very sweet. Hello, Senior Sister Qin. It's better to meet you in person than to hear about you for a long time. Chen Yuan greeted politely. I've heard about you, Chen Yuan. You've been in the limelight recently and have had ambiguous relationships with many girls in school. Qin Bingshue's tone remained cold. In her plain words, she bluntly pointed out Chen Yuan's fickle nature. So embarrassing. Even if others knew these things, they would not talk about them in front of me. Qin Bingxue did it in front of Chen Yuan. Not shy at all. Her personality may be even straighter than that of a straight man. No wonder I don't have many friends. Ding. The dog-licking operation begins. Name, Qin Bingxue. Age, 22 years old. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Appearance, 9.3 points. The girl's favorability towards the host, minus 80 points. Bind to the host-lick-dog relationship. When the woman's favorability towards the host exceeds 95 points, the counterattack is successful, the identity is changed, and the other party will become the host-lick-dog. After the counterattack is completed, you will be rewarded with 10% consumption bonus. Reward enhancement points. 35 points. Enhancement points can enhance the host's physical attributes, including strength, physique, spirit, agility, etc. Bonus skill, combat mastery. What? Qin Bixue's favorability towards Chen Yuan had dropped to an unprecedented low of -80 points. This was something Chen Yuan had not expected. Moreover, this woman is tall and thin, but she is proficient in fighting? Chapter 119. Ready to make a move. What made Chen Yuan upset was that the system actually bound Qin Bixue. Only one sentence was exchanged between the two. Didn't even ask for contact information. The relationship of bootlicking is already successfully bound. I don't know if it's because the system is too lustful or if Chen Yuan just has some weird thoughts in his heart. He just doesn't want to admit it. Bah, how could I be the kind of person who is attracted by beauty? I'm definitely not that kind of person. Chen Yuan was in crazy denial. But it seems that denial is of no use. Next birthday party. It's just everyone getting together to eat and drink. Zhao Yuqi personally cut a 5-layer cake. I had my birthday today. She would be 21. Maybe Zhao Yuqi started school earlier. Chen Yuan is 1 year older than her. Zhao Yuqi just celebrated her 21st birthday, and Chen Yuan will soon be 22. After this summer vacation, I am about to start my senior year internship. By then, you won't have much time to spend in school. For years of undergraduate study. In fact, the truly carefree time in school only lasts 3 years. If it is a technical college, then only 2 years will be the happiest time. After 2 or 3 years, life is about to enter the next stage. Of course, some people will take the postgraduate entrance examination, but most people will gradually enter society. In the years to come, whether you are rich or poor, successful or unsuccessful in your career, just remember the happiest time in your life. I guess it's just the past few years in college. Because during the years in college, teachers will not pressure you to study, your parents will not control you all day long, you don't have to work to earn money, you can still find a girlfriend openly, and there are plenty of resources. There are young and beautiful girls around me. Come to think of it, this should be the peak of your life. After entering society, these resources will gradually move away from you. Girls will also become more realistic. Without money, you are nothing. If you are successful in your career, perhaps your life can continue to be enriched. If you are just a working class person, earning 3,000 to 5,000 yuan a month, what you may have to consider is not life, but survival. After all, you are so old now, it's embarrassing to ask your family for money again. You need to go to work, make money, and endure all the disappointments in life. There aren't a few extra days of free time every month. For the rest of my life? You may repeat this boring life day after day for decades. Maybe you'll give it a try. But it didn't make much waves. Eventually, it will return to being ordinary. This is the true portrayal of the rest of life for the vast majority of ordinary people. Maybe there will be 1 or 2 people who make a comeback. But those are only rare cases. Chen Yuan in the following process. He didn't talk to Qin Bixue. People's favorability towards him is already -80 points. No matter what he says next, it will only make the other party more disgusted. Moreover, Qin Bixue's first impression of Chen Yuan was really bad. It can be said that it is extremely bad. It seemed that she had already determined in her heart that Chen Yuan was a scumbag who liked to flirt everywhere. No matter whether he is talented or not, it cannot cover up his nature as a scumbag. So not only did she not want to pay attention to Chen Yuan, she also wanted Zhao Yuqi to stay away from Chen Yuan. Yuqi, it's better for you to keep some distance from Chen Yuan in the future. Qin Bixue suggested with a cold expression. Why? Zhao Yuqi wondered if Qin Bixue was mentally ill today. Could it be that she also likes Chen Yuan? No reason. Do you know what's going on with him in school? Several girls have tangled relationships with him. I don't want you to be entangled in such an emotional vortex, otherwise it will affect your work in the student union. I'm about to retire from the position of student union president, and I hope you'll be the next person to take over from me. Qin Bixue's words made Zhao Yuqi a little confused. Because when they were in school, they often had different opinions. As a result, Zhao Yuqi always regarded Qin Bixue as an imaginary enemy. Even on her birthday today, she wanted to take the opportunity to suppress Qin Bixue. She naturally thought that Qin Bixue would never support her to take over the position of student union president. But unexpectedly, senior sister Qin, who had always disagreed with her, actually supported her to be the chairman. This is speechless. It felt like a punch on cotton. The biggest enemy in my mind actually turned out to be my ally? What is this operation? Could it be true, as the rumors say, that Qin Bixue is actually a lesbian? And she's attracted to me? Zhao Yuqi suddenly shuddered. She smiled awkwardly but politely. I actually know everything that senior sister Qin said, but you may still have some misunderstandings about Chen Yuan. He is not the kind of person you think. You don't have to explain anything. Sometimes love can make people blind. Bystanders are often clearer than those involved. In short, you should be careful and never bring your feelings into work. If people knew that the future president of the student union was in a polyamorous relationship with a boy, you should know what kind of bad influence it would have. It doesn't matter. If Chen Yuan really likes me, I don't have to be the president of the student union. Zhao Yuqi looked at Chen Yuan sweetly. In fact, she became famous after she became famous for acne. I have already thought about quitting my job in the student union. It really doesn't matter whether he becomes the chairman or not. How could you be so foolish as to make such a sacrifice for a man? Qin Bingshiwei cursed in frustration. Qin Bingshiwei, favorability -5. Qin Bingshiwei, favorability -5. Current favorability -90 points. Fuck, did I provoke you, big sister? I'm just sitting here eating watermelon. Is there anything wrong with that? Can my favorability drop by 10 points? Chen Yuan was furious. He felt that the rumors about Qin Bingshiwei being a lesbian were very likely true. There is no smoke without fire. There must be a reason for everything. The birthday party lasted until 9 o'clock in the evening. Everyone started to leave one after another. Chen Yuan also followed suit and left. In fact, Chen Yuan can live here. But everyone has dispersed. If Chen Yuan refuses to leave, it will definitely make people have some strange thoughts. The point is, all the boys are gone. Only a few of Zhao Yuqi's close friends stayed. Several girls were staring at a boy named Chen Yuan, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Just say goodbye. Chen Yuan, are you leaving too? Zhao Yuqi chased out and asked. Yeah, I'm back at school, and I can't get a word in when you girls are chatting. Well, that's really sorry. This is your house after all. We should have packed up and left. Zhao Yuqi had an apologetic look on her face. No, since the house is in your name, it's yours. There's no reason for me to take back what I've given away. Please don't ever say that to me again. Chen Yuan's decisive attitude moved Zhao Yuqi even more. Well, to thank Master Chen for his kindness to me, I will treat you to a movie tomorrow. How about Wolf Warrior 3? It must be the type you like. Chen Yuan thought about it. A girl takes the initiative to invite you to go to the movies. And it's a subject you like. If you refuse, it will be very hurtful. And if two people go on a date alone to watch a movie, there might be some exciting developments. The key is that Zhao Yuqi is so beautiful and has a good figure, and Chen Yuan is already eager to get involved. Chapter 120, excellent. Okay. Chen Yuan nodded and agreed to Zhao Yuqi's invitation without much hesitation. He waved goodbye and walked out of Garden Villa No. 1. It took about 5 minutes to walk. Chen Yuan came to the Ferrari parked on the side of the road. At this time, Zheng Bin passed by in a Ferrari 488. Chen Yuan, you haven't left yet. Do you want me to take you back to school? It's on the way anyway. Zheng Bin had a smile on his face, as if it was a sincere invitation. But in essence, it was just showing off the luxury car in front of Chen Yuan. So what if you play the piano well? After all, you are still a loser. I appreciate your kindness, but it's not necessary. Chen Yuan waved his hand and smiled politely. Zheng Bin felt that Chen Yuan's smile was a bitter smile. Do you finally understand the difference? Finally facing reality? In this society, talented people may not necessarily be able to stand out. Only money is hard power. No matter how talented you are, Chen Yuan, it will take you at least 10 years of hard work to achieve what I have now. How many decades do we have in life? Senior Zheng Bin, why don't you take me back to school? It's on the way there. Chen Yuan just refused. Unexpectedly, a girl ran out and actually offered to get in Zheng Bin's car. Okay, classmate Wang Yun, get in the car. This girl looks pretty good, with a petite figure of about 1.6 meters and a very cute face. I estimate her appearance to be 7.5 points. I'm so envious. Wang Yun actually got into Senior Zheng Bin's sports car. If I had known this earlier, I would have taken the initiative, a girl said jealously. Yes, Senior Zheng Bin is handsome and rich, and he became the general manager at a young age. Even if his piano playing is not as good as Chen Yuan's, his overall conditions are many times better than Chen Yuan's. Zhao Yuqi is a little irrational after all. Hey, look, there's an even more awesome LaFerrari next to it. I heard that this luxury car is 4 or 5 times more expensive than Zheng Bin's Ferrari 488. Wouldn't that cost more than 20 million? Just as a group of people were pointing and talking, and some were even about to take out their phones to take pictures. Chen Yuan took out the car keys from his trouser pocket. Drop. The LaFerrari's headlights flashed twice. Chen Yuan opened the car door and sat in as if no one was around. The expression on his face remained calm. Shocked. Petrified. Stiff. Everyone looked at each other. Each of them had a stupid look in their eyes. Especially Senior Zheng Bin, whose originally arrogant look almost dropped his jaw in shock. Wang Yun was also confused. It seemed that no one had expected that this LaFerrari actually belonged to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan actually drives a Lafayette? I understand. I finally understand. I was wondering why Zhao Yuqi would fall for a poor loser. It turns out that he is the real super rich second generation. Yes, actually, I had some doubts when we were in the villa. How could a child from an ordinary family develop such superb piano skills? Even if he is really a genius, it is impossible for him to develop such piano skills without the guidance of a famous teacher and a lot of time to practice. Just think about it. How much does it cost for a lesson from a famous teacher? Fuck, why didn't you tell me earlier? You're just talking after the fact. I just said this in case you guys don't believe me. Chen Yuan ignored these dumbfounded guys. He had just driven out of the Riverview Villa community. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ruyu called me suddenly. Chen Yuan answered the call via Bluetooth. Hey, Chen Yuan, are you free tomorrow? Xiao Ruyu asked. What's going on? It's like this. I heard that Wolf Warrior 3 is out. I want to ask you out to watch a movie tomorrow. This is the first time I ask you out to the movies. You won't refuse me, right? Chen Yuan was dumbfounded. He had just promised Zhao Yuqi that he would accompany her to the movies tomorrow. Xiao Ruoyu actually wants to ask him out to see a movie tomorrow? How the hell is this such a coincidence? Is time management needed again? The point is, this was also the first time Xiao Ruoyu asked him out to see a movie. She said that. Chen Yuan was really embarrassed to refuse. And Su Lele had also invited him before. Why do you feel that the recent movies are good? Or is it because the cinemas have been closed for almost a year and have gradually reopened recently, so everyone can't wait any longer? Well, since it's Miss Xiao who invited me, I certainly can't refuse. But I'm a little busy tomorrow, so I may not have much time. It's okay. If you're busy, then we can schedule the show at 9 in the evening. You won't still be busy at 9 in the evening, right? Xiao Ruoyu seems very understanding. Chen Yuan couldn't make any more excuses. And there is plenty of time to watch 2 movies a day. Watch one during the day and one at night. Since Xiao Ruoyu has booked movie tickets for the evening, he can find an excuse to watch the daytime show with Zhao Yuqi. And they can't be in the same cinema. They have to be separated, so as to avoid the chance of a rollover. Okay, then see you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Chen Yuan agreed immediately. Okay. Xiao Ruoyu hung up the phone. Chen Yuan discovered that Qin Bingxue seemed to be hailing a taxi on the side of the road. He drove the car over and stopped in front of Qin Bingxue. Chairman Qin, how about I give you a ride? We can go back to school together anyway. Qin Bingxue looked at Chen Yuan, who was actually driving a LaFerrari, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and continued to be indifferent. No need, classmate Chen Yuan. I'll take a taxi back to school by myself. Oh well. Chen Yuan nodded. He didn't continue to lick my ass. He just thought that it might be a bit unsafe for a girl to take a taxi alone at night. Since they don't want to get in the car, there is no need to force them. Chen Yuan drove the car and had just driven forward less than 20 meters. He suddenly noticed in the rearview mirror that a group of 5 or 6 men were walking towards Qin Bingxue. Seems to have some ill intentions. Fuck. Brother Biao, this girl is so hot. I have never seen such a hot girl in my life. Look at this face, this waist, these legs, and these curves. They are absolutely exquisite. A group of men were laughing with lustful eyes. Brother Biao, who was in the lead, was also stunned. He has been wandering around Huadu for many years and has played with countless girls. But I have never met someone as pretty as Qin Bingxue. This girl's cold and arrogant temperament makes people feel a strong desire to conquer her. She also has an angelic appearance and a devilish figure, enough to tempt people to commit crimes. Make huge profits in 3 years and no losses in 10 years. Brother Biao was stunned for several seconds. Gurgle. He swallowed his saliva, then walked towards Qin Bingxue with a group of younger brothers. Beautiful lady, it's so dangerous to be alone at night. Aren't you afraid of encountering hooligans? Do you want us to be your bodyguards and protect you? Qin Bingxue ignored them and turned away. But as soon as she left, several men immediately surrounded her. Chapter 121 Qin Bingshue's Imagination. What do you want to do? Qin Bingxue shouted harshly. Nothing, just making friends. Why are you so nervous, pretty girl? I'm not afraid that you'll meet a bad guy. I just want to protect you out of kindness. Brother Biao continued to laugh lasciviously. I don't know who the gangster is. The thief is crying, stop thief. Get out of the way. If you come over here again, I'll call the police. Qin Bingshue's face turned pale. Because of her experiences in her youth, she was particularly sensitive to strangers, especially these burly thugs who wore big gold chains and had tattoos on their arms. Haha, Brother Biao, this girl has a hot temper. Huang Mao hasn't finished speaking yet. Qin Bingxue raised her beautiful legs and kicked him in the crotch. Huang Mao immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. He held his crotch and wailed in pain. No one expected it. This beautiful woman is so cruel and kicks people in the vitals at any time. Fuck you, you little bitch. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Believe it or not, I'll take your turn. Brother Biao was also angry. I just saw a beautiful woman and wanted to tease her. I don't intend to do anything too extreme. After all, this is a society ruled by law. You still have to have a little awe. But who knew that this beauty would hurt people's vital parts at any time? This is your fault. The thugs were so furious that it was impossible for them to let Qin Bingxue leave. Brother Biao took the lead and tried to capture Qin Bingxue. But who would have known that this seemingly weak beauty was actually so agile? The moment Brother Biao got close to her, she kicked him down with a side kick. Fuck, this little bitch has been trained before. Come on, hold her down. Brother Biao roared. Qin Bingxue had indeed practiced it. She also has a set of combo moves, and her fighting skills are very advanced. Ordinary 2 or 3 big men may not be able to beat her. But even if she mastered the fighting skills, she was still at an absolute disadvantage facing 5 or 6 strong men. Girls are naturally weaker. Maybe with her initial fighting skills, she could gain some advantage. But after a long time, you will inevitably become exhausted. Moreover, 5 or 6 strong men rushed towards her at the same time, and she was simply unable to cope with them. Even a tiger can retreat when surrounded by wolves. What's more, you're a girl. Qin Bingxue also knew that it was impossible for her to fight 5 or 6 strong men alone. So she kicked Brother Biao out. Turn around and run. But who knew that he had only run less than 10 meters? Bang! Qin Bingxue bumped into the arms of a passerby. When I looked up, it turned out to be that scumbag Chen Yuan. It only took a little time for Brother Biao and his group to surround Chen Yuan and Qin Bingxue. Run? Are you running again? You want to run after you beat someone up? Are you not done with this today? So what do you want? It's very simple. Just sleep with me for a while, and I'll pretend that the unpleasantness just now never happened. Maybe I can give you a few $1,000s every month in the future. Shameless and obscene. Qin Bingxue cursed angrily. It turns out that all men are bad. And the same goes for Chen Yuan. If it weren't for him, she would have run away. This guy is always causing trouble, but can't do anything good. Qin Bingxue looked at Chen Yuan with deep disgust in her eyes. Brother, give me some face and disperse. Chen Yuan looked at the tense atmosphere between the two sides. Said in a calm tone, giving you face? Who the hell do you think you are? You want to be a hero and save the beauty, but you don't even consider yourself. Get out of here right now, or I'll beat you up too. Brother Biao, this kid seems to be driving a Ferrari. The yellow-haired man suddenly pointed at the Ferrari LaFerrari parked not far away. Chen Yuan had just walked out of this car. A person who can drive such a luxury car must have an extraordinary background. What's wrong with driving a Ferrari is driving a Ferrari so cool I can let this little bitch go today, but you have to pay me $200,000 for medical expenses. Brother Biao changed the subject. The original plan was to rape someone, but now someone has stepped out to meddle in other people's business, so the plan was to change the plan from rape to extortion. They are just idle hooligans. It's almost the same as a fraud. Once I get the chance, I'll bite a piece of flesh off you. Don't think you're awesome just because you have money. There are many barefoot people in this society, and they are not afraid of you wearing shoes. I won't give you any money. I advise you to disappear from my sight within 10 seconds, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Chen Yuan unbuttoned the 2 buttons of his shirt on his chest. He doesn't want to waste time talking to these guys anymore. Get ready to face the wind. You bastard, you dare to be so arrogant to me? I'm going to teach you a lesson today. 1 minute later, the 6 thugs fell to the ground and wailed in pain. Brother Biao just had a head-on collision with Chen Yuan, and he felt like his hand bones were about to be broken. This pretty boy looks harmless. Is it so terrifying? No one could withstand his punch. Qin Bingxue, favorability -5. Current favorability, -95 points. What? Chen Yuan was confused. He originally thought that he could take action at this critical moment and rescue Qin Bingxue from danger. Qin Bingxue's favorability towards him should increase rapidly. But the situation is just the opposite. Qin Bingxue not only did not feel any gratitude towards him, the favorability rating dropped again. It almost reached an unprecedented level of -95 points. This is already a state of extreme disgust. It can be said that Qin Bingxue feels disgusted when she sees Chen Yuan now. Why is this happening? Is it wrong for me to help you? Chen Yuan, do you think you're interesting like this? Do you think I will be easily tricked by you like other little girls? Please find someone with better acting skills next time you find someone to act with. These people fell to the ground after being touched by you casually. Do you really think I'm a fool who can't see anything? You are a scumbag with a beastly heart. Chi-Chi likes you so much that he is even willing to give up the position of student union president for you. But you find someone to act like a hero saving a beautiful girl in front of me. What do you want to do? Qin Bingxue questioned aggressively. Chen Yuan is such an idiot. He really didn't expect that Qin Bingxue would have such a big imagination that she actually thought these people were hired guns by him. Are you deliberately acting with him? What? Is it because my strength is so awesome? The battle ends in 1 minute. You think I'm acting? Is it my fault that I'm too strong? Chairman Sheen, please listen to my explanation. I really don't know these people. No need to explain. The facts are already before us. I hope you won't use such childish tricks again. This will only make me hate you even more. After Qin Bingxue finished speaking, she left without looking back. Chen Yuan did not chase after him to continue explaining. Let it be a misunderstanding. What the hell? You insist on treating me as a bad person. What can I do? Chapter 122, Make the basic attributes more average. Chen Yuan felt that this woman might be suffering from paranoid delusions. The vigilance is too serious. It's better to avoid it. And she's a lesbian. It turns out that there is no perfect woman in the world. God gave her an almost perfect appearance, but her character was almost entirely full of flaws. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't care about your opinion. Chen Yuan drove back to school. I've test-driven this LaFerrari for 2 or 3 days, and it feels pretty good. It seems like I should find a time to send the car away. Although the car owner did not urge him to pay, but it shouldn't be dragged on. Chen Yuan is not a person who likes to owe money and not pay it back. 10:30 at night. Chen Yuan returned to the dormitory. At this time, Lu Wenjie suddenly sent him a message. My dear, I have made up my mind. I want to forget Liao Jia completely. I want to get over the pain of losing love and start a new life. Liao Jia doesn't deserve me to be so nice to her. Do you have a new goal? Chen Yuan asked directly through a message. Shit. How did you know? How could I not know that the best way for a man to forget a woman is to enter into another relationship? Congratulations, Lao Lu. Which girl is it this time? She is from our school. I met her in the library. She is from the foreign languages department and is in the same class as Xiao Ruyu. She is also very outstanding and beautiful. Come on, I support you spiritually. Chen Yuan replied in a message. But I don't want your spiritual support. Can I have financial support? Lu Wenjie joked. Of course Chen Yuan knew that Lu Wenjie was joking. We have been brothers for more than 10 years. He naturally knew what kind of person Lu Wenjie was. He is a little introvert, a little bit hipster, and a little bit immature. Lu Wenjie is a person who doesn't like to take advantage of his friends. I used to buy spicy chicken strips for 50 cents a pack. Lu Wenjie ate 2, and he will return 2 to you next time. I basically never ask friends for money. Even if you really encounter difficulties, you should endure it if you can, and never trouble others if you can avoid trouble. If you really give him money, he will think you look down on him. Okay, I'll transfer it to you, however much you want. Forget it, I was just kidding. I want to ask her out to the movies tomorrow, but I don't know if she'll agree. Go after him boldly, believe in yourself. You are also very good. Chen Yuan encouraged. He felt that Lu Wenjie had been influenced by him, and should also gradually begin to evolve. You can't be a bootlicker all your life. Wenjie, start releasing your great power. Chatted with Lu Wenjie for a while. Chen Yuan began to review his lessons. That's right. I have neglected my studies for such a long time recently. It's time to do something serious. Chen Yuan didn't say he wanted to take the postgraduate entrance examination. But at least you have to graduate successfully, right? He also needs to make up for the subjects he failed. After 4 years of college, you have to give an explanation to yourself and to your parents. After a while, I took the CET 4 and CET 6 exams. Ever since Chen Yuan strengthened his mental power by 5 points, he found that not only his nerve reactions were getting faster, but his memory was also getting better. He used to have to recite a tongue-twisting passage in classical Chinese. It usually takes 30 or even 40 times to remember it. Even if you remember it, it is easy to forget it and you need to remember it over and over again. But since I strengthened my mental power, his memory has improved. Sometimes I read a classical Chinese article of more than 100 words. Often it only takes more than 20 times to remember it. The effect of enhancing memory is very obvious. If it was just an ordinary conversation of less than 100 words, he only needed to recite it silently in his mind 10 times to remember it completely. This kind of memory is far from the legendary ability to read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything it sees. But compared to his previous memory, it has really improved a lot. I still have 40 enhancement points that I haven't used yet. If I use all of them to enhance my spirit, I wonder what the effect will be. Maybe I can really become a genius with photographic memory. But the reinforcement points are very useful, so don't use them all at once. But the basic attribute numbers on the system page don't look good. How about making them into integers? Chen Yuan thought so. He himself is a bit obsessive-compulsive. His parents used to give him pocket money. He always likes to stack the money with the largest denomination at the bottom. 100 yuan, 50 yuan, 20 yuan, 10 yuan, 5 yuan, and 1 yuan. Just stack them together in order. If this order is disrupted, he would feel uncomfortable and aggrieved if a pile of money was randomly stacked together. You have to sort things out before you can feel comfortable. Similarly, when looking at a group of numbers, he prefers to look at whole numbers rather than individual numbers. Now his character's basic attributes. Strength 29 points, Constitution 29 points, Agility 19 points, Spirit 15 points. This is not an integer. It just doesn't look good. System, I want to strengthen my strength +1, physique +1, agility +11, and spirit +15. Ding. This time, 28 points will be deducted from the host. Do you want to continue strengthening? Strengthen. Ding. Strengthening successful. The host currently has 12 remaining strengthening points. Next second, Chen Yuan only felt a warm current flowing through his body again. Especially his mind. It seemed as if he had another epiphany. A cool breeze flowed by. Boom. My mind exploded instantly. I feel that my thoughts are becoming clearer, my thinking is becoming more agile, and I am becoming more energetic. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 69 kilograms. Strength, 30. Constitution, 30. Spirit, 30. Agility, 30. The average value for normal adults is 10. Status, extremely strong. Reinforcement points, 12. It's much more comfortable to look at this way, and it's very balanced. It just so happens that his attributes in all aspects are 3 times stronger than those of ordinary people. At this time, Chen Yuan continued reading. He found that his memory had indeed improved a lot. He could remember a very difficult passage in classical Chinese completely after reading it only 5 or 6 times. If it is a normal conversation of less than 100 words, you can remember it after reading it 2 or 3 times. This is already powerful. It should be entirely possible to continue strengthening your mental attributes and achieve photographic memory. And it's not just memory that improves. His ability to understand mathematical formulas and reasoning skills also seemed to have improved a lot. Damn, Lao Si, you are actually reading a book? Am I seeing right? Have you turned over a new leaf? Lao Chao asked in surprise after returning to the dormitory. Is it weird to read books? As a student, why shouldn't you read books? Chen Yuan asked back. Okay, I was going to ask you to eat chicken, but by the way, I just saw Lin Shutong downstairs again. She actually used candles to make a heart shape with the words Chen Yuan. I was wrong written on it. Many boys have already started to watch. Old 4. I think Lin Shutong must have truly repented this time. She gave you a gift on the first day, and she confessed in public on the second day. I really admire a girl who is shameless enough to do this. Even a grown man like me might not be willing to make up my mind to do such a thing. Zhou Haikuan sighed. It is estimated that Sun Rue will never treat him like this in this life. Chapter 123. It can't be such a coincidence. Isn't this the same tactic I used before? Lin Shutong is really good at applying it. Chen Yuan remained firm in his heart. He is no longer the same Chen Yuan as before. I will not let Lin Shutong's actions shake my heart again. This day, Lin Shutong stood downstairs of the boys' dormitory for 2 full hours. In the end, Chen Yuan still did not show up. 12 o'clock at night. Lin Shutong sent a message to Shen Shui. Boss Shan, it's been 2 days and Chen Yuan still refuses to talk to me. I can't even see him. I'm really discouraged. Student Lin, how come you can't stand it after just 2 days? Didn't you say you wanted to win Chen Yuan back? Without perseverance, no matter what you do, you will never succeed. But it's really embarrassing to do this. After all, I'm a girl. Student Lin, don't forget that we signed a contract. Don't just take the money and not do the work. Okay, I got it. Lin Shutong sighed, feeling helpless. What I did today was totally dog-licking behavior. It's embarrassing for her. She had only been licking for 2 days, but she was already feeling a bit overwhelmed. Put yourself in their shoes. Chen Yuan licked her for 3 whole years. Maybe boys need to be thicker-skinned, but this is enough to show how much Chen Yuan had given to her. She could also better understand Chen Yuan's original feelings. If you have never put yourself in someone else's shoes, you will never understand the anxiety and uneasiness in a bootlicker's heart. If I had known this would happen, I should have been nicer to Chen Yuan. Lin Shutong regrets it very much now. Early the next morning, Chen Yuan attended class as usual. Today, Zhao Yuqi and Xiao Ryu both made appointments with him to go to the movies. Xiao Ryu had an appointment for the show at 9 p.m. He would leave at 8 p.m. and should be able to arrive at Wuhan University at 8:30 p.m. With a half-hour buffer, he would definitely make it in time. That is to say, today's date with Zhao Yuqi must end before 8 o'clock in the evening. It is best to go to the movies at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. The movie lasts 2 hours, and it will end at exactly 5 in the afternoon, so you can have a meal at the same time. After dinner at around 6 or 7 o'clock. Time management was just right. Then you can find an excuse to leave. Going on another date. This is what Chen Yuan planned. However, sometimes plans cannot keep up with changes. 12 o'clock noon. Chen Yuan was eating in the school cafeteria. Lu Wenjie suddenly called. His tone was lost and desperate. Old Chen, I failed. Du Xiaoya rejected me. What's going on? Chen Yuan asked with a puzzled look on his face. I bought 2 movie tickets today. I wanted to ask her out to watch a movie, but she refused. We had already agreed to it last night, but she changed her mind at the last minute. Lao Chen, the movie tickets are already bought. Why don't you go with me? But I have an appointment to go to the movies today. How about we do it another day? Chen Yuan refused. Lao Chen, you've changed. You've started to value women over friendship. Are you going to abandon me for this girl? Didn't we agree to be single together? But you secretly became a sea king, and the movie ticket I bought is for the 2 p.m. show, so it doesn't conflict with your date to see a movie with a girl, right? Chen Yuan was really speechless. He was too embarrassed to say that he had an appointment with 2 girls to watch a movie today. Moreover, one is the campus beauty of HUSD and the other is the campus beauty of Wuhan University. What the hell? Hello? Lao Chen, I really want to talk to you about something today. We've been friends for more than 10 years. You don't have time to spare during lunch, right? Chen Yuan thought about it. He originally paid 3,000 yuan for Lin Shudong's abortion fee. He ended up penniless and couldn't even afford to eat. In the end, it was Lu Wenjie who helped him. You can't forget your brothers just because you have a girl. Okay, send me your location and I'll come find you later. Soon, Lu Wenjie sent him the location. Chen Yuan analyzed it carefully. If you arrange your time properly, even if you watch 3 movies a day, it should be enough. Because of Lu Wenjie's accidental involvement, his date with Zhao Yuqi might have to be postponed until after 4:30 p.m. There was a show at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Make an appointment to meet at the cinema directly. Save some meaningless time. I won't eat after watching the movie. Find an excuse to leave. Then go find Xiao Ruiyu. As long as you manage your time well, changing locations 3 times a day will not be a problem. After dinner, Chen Yuan took out his cell phone and started sending messages to Zhao Yuqi. Yuqi, I have something to do today. How about we meet at Genie International Cinema at 5 p.m.? Okay, Zhao Yuqi replied quickly. He also posted a cute dog expression. She felt that the time Chen Yuan chose was just right. Neither early nor late. Go to the movies at 5 p.m. and it ends at 7 or 8 p.m. Have dinner and go shopping. This is such a sweet date. The only thing that disappointed Zhao Yuqi was that Chen Yuan had never confessed his feelings to her. Maybe after today's date, they should be able to confirm their relationship, right? I heard from my best friend Wu Xiaofei. In the past 2 days, Lin Shutong has started making trouble again. She chased after Chen Yuan and refused to let go. He even lit candles and confessed in public downstairs of the boys' dormitory. This woman is so shameless. Zhao Yuqi felt a little bit of a sense of crisis. Although she was confident that she was no less confident than Lin Shutong, Lin Shudong's position in Chen Yuan's heart was always special. It's better to confirm the relationship with Chen Yuan as soon as possible. She can then legitimately stop Lin Shutong from pestering Chen Yuan. After dinner, about 1 o'clock, Chen Yuan drove to Wuhan University. He parked his car at the school gate and sent a message to Lu Wenjie. I have arrived. Just finished sending this message. Waited about 5 minutes. The car door was suddenly opened and a pretty girl got in. Chen Yuan was a little confused. She doesn't know this girl at all. Miss, did you get on the wrong bus? Oh, sorry, I was distracted just now. The girl pretended to be flustered. She opened the car door and prepared to get out. But when his butt moved halfway, he suddenly turned back. Brother, how about we add each other on WeChat? I'll treat you to a meal next time, and we'll just be friends. My name is Du Xiaoya. The girl finished introducing herself. He naturally took out his mobile phone and opened his WeChat QR code. The meaning is already very clear. She just saw Chen Yuan driving a luxury car worth more than 20 million yuan, so she took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. Is she trying to hook up with a rich man? But why does the name Du Xiaoya sound familiar? Shit, could it be? Chen Yuan remembered. Lu Wenjie called me at noon. The girl he mentioned was Du Xiaoya, right? Isn't it such a coincidence? At this time, Lu Wenjie walked out of the school gate. Chapter 124. Why do you want to find a girlfriend? Sorry, I don't have my phone with me. Chen Yuan said this while looking at the WeChat message on his phone. Du Xiaoya was stunned. She looked at the black square object in Chen Yuan's hand and felt like cursing. Are you lying with your eyes open? Okay, I see what you mean. Du Xiaoya got out of the car with a grim face. Xiaoya, why are you? Lu Wenjie saw Du Xiaoya getting out of Chen Yuan's car. There was a loud boom in my head, such as being struck by lightning. He really couldn't imagine that he would actually see such a scene. Chen Yuan has been his brother for more than 10 years. Once upon a time, 2 people shared a bag of spicy strips. Tear up a novel and read it together. You read one page and I read one page. That's the feeling. Chen Yuan was actually having an affair with the woman he loved behind his back? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Lu Wenji's face suddenly turned pale. Wait a minute. Chen Yuan doesn't seem to be that kind of person. He seldom came to Wuhan University before, so he shouldn't know Du Xiaoye. Besides, he only drove here for less than 10 minutes, so how could he be involved with Du Xiaoye? Du Xiaoye's face didn't look good. She must have been kicked out of the car by Chen Yuan. This means that Du Xiaoye was most likely the one who took the initiative to flirt with Chen Yuan. Lu Wenjie analyzed it briefly. He discovered that things were not what he had imagined. In all likelihood, it was Du Xiaoye who took the initiative to flirt with Chen Yuan. Who would have thought that this girl with a pure and innocent appearance was actually a woman who fawned on the powerful? Do you want to get in just because you see a luxury car? Lao Lu, get in the car. Chen Yuan honked the horn and shouted. Lu Wenjie glanced at Du Xiaoye, then sat in the passenger seat in a daze. Du Xiaoye was shocked. Wenjie, so, you two know each other. Du Xiaoye covered her face in embarrassment. Although it was embarrassing, she seemed to have gotten to know Lu Wenjie all over again. This guy who looks quite introverted, immature, and very low-key in school turns out to have an outstanding background and identity. How could he know the rich young man who drives a LaFerrari? Du Xiaoye's evaluation of Lu Wenjie suddenly increased by several points. If I had known, I wouldn't have rejected his invitation to watch a movie today. On the way, Lu Wenjie felt like crying. Chen Yuan did not give too much explanation, and it seemed that no explanation was needed. Old Chen, is this society really so realistic? Does it mean that if you don't have a luxury car or a luxury house, you don't deserve love? Not necessarily. Even if you have a luxury car and a mansion, you may not be able to find love, right? Puff. Lu Wenjie almost vomited blood. This is so true. I just want to find a girlfriend. Why is it so difficult? Why do you want to find a girlfriend? Let me analyze it for you. After you find a girlfriend, you have to treat her to dinner and a movie, right? You have to accompany her shopping for clothes, right? You have to tolerate her, give in to her, and cook brown sugar water for her when she is in a bad mood every month, right? There are also Dragon Boat Festival, Valentine's Day, Teacher's Day, National Day, Double 11, Double 12, birthdays, and Spring Festival. You have to buy her gifts for all of these, right? Not only is it a waste of money, why do you want to find an ancestor to worship for yourself? You spend your own money to buy ribs. Don't they taste good? Chen Yuan analyzed it briefly. Lu Wenjie really felt that it made a lot of sense. That's not right. You told me not to find a girlfriend, but why did you flirt with so many girls? I don't have any. It's always the girls who flirt with me. I don't want to find a girlfriend at all, but there are always some girls who covet my looks. Lu Wenjie rolled his eyes. He felt that Chen Yuan was deliberately showing off. Come to the cinema. Chen Yuan only then discovered that the movie Lu Wenjie invited him to watch was actually Wolf Warrior 3. It's really fucked up. I don't know why this movie is so popular. Seeing others are in pairs. He and Lu Wenjie, two grown men, came to the cinema together. It seemed that I received a strange look from the ticket inspector. The young lady may think that they are gay. Why? Why don't handsome guys like girls these days? The ticket inspector sighed. Watching a movie with my brothers. Chen Yuan is not so particular. It's very casual and relaxing. It seems like this movie was really well made. 2 hours of watching was still not enough. A grand scene, a big production, with tear-jerking moments and laugh-out-loud moments. When he turned around, Chen Yuan realized that it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lao Lu, you can go back by yourself later. I have to leave first. I have an appointment today. Chen Yuan gave some instructions and prepared to leave. Okay, just go ahead and do what you want. Lu Wenjie nodded without dwelling on it too much. By the way, Lao Lu, please give me a call around 7:30 or 8 o'clock. Just cooperate with me on what I say on the phone. Chen Yuan suddenly had an idea. The groundwork was laid in advance. Because it was impossible for him to accompany Zhao Yuqi on a date until late today, and he would definitely have to find an excuse to leave by then. Lu Wenjie just happened to call at this time. Chen Yuan can then legitimately say that his best brother has suffered a broken heart. Need someone to accompany me. If the order of Lu Wenjie's heartbreak was slightly reversed, he could go find Xiao Ruoyu. This excuse is perfect. Old Chen, what are you planning? Anyway, you can just give me a favor and call me when the time comes. All right. Lu Wenjie nodded. Today, when he called, Chen Yuan came all the way over to watch a movie with him. Chen Yuan only asked him to call back at the right time. He can still help with this little favor. Chen Yuan gave 2 instructions. Just run away. He had to rush to the next cinema. Fortunately, I drove. Otherwise, I would have been exhausted from the round trip. Hurry up or hurry up. Finally, around 5 o'clock, Chen Yuan came to Genie International Cinema. Zhao Yuqi arrived at the cinema early today. She had been waiting for Chen Yuan for more than 10 minutes. For this date, she spent 2 hours putting on a delicate makeup. This makeup should not appear too heavy or too bland. It is precisely the most natural, elegant, and icing on the cake makeup that is the most difficult to create, because it takes a long time to carve it out. When Chen Yuan saw Zhao Yuqi, she had her hair tied in a ponytail today, looking like a clear spring, simple and clean. But the exquisite makeup and the tight black skirt perfectly set off her hot figure. At a glance, so beautiful. When many boys pass by the cinema entrance, the rate of turning heads is almost as high as over 90%. If most of the boys who came to watch the movie didn't already have girlfriends, many of them would probably not be able to resist the urge and would want to go over and strike up a conversation. I don't know which beast it is. He actually let such a beautiful girl wait for him? What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyeballs out. Are you unable to walk because you see someone else is good looking? A girl scolded her boyfriend. Chapter 125, Chatting Up an Experienced Person. Miss, I see you've been standing here for quite a while. Can I add you on WeChat? It may be a little abrupt, but if I don't muster up the courage today, I may regret it for the rest of my life. When Zhao Yuqi was waiting for Chen Yuan, a tall and handsome boy suddenly walked towards her. Ask for contact information right away. Although this man acted very shy, his words were flawless. I guess any girl who hears this would not feel disgusted by such a pickup. This guy is definitely a veteran. Sorry, I have an appointment today, so it's not convenient. Zhao Yuqi politely refused. As per normal situation. Generally speaking, if a boy tries to chat up a pretty girl and gets rejected, he will leave in disgrace. But this man didn't. He said more sincerely. Miss, I'm really sorry. I may have caused you trouble, but I'm not a bad person. I just want to add you on WeChat. I really want to get to know you. Just consider it as fulfilling a small wish of mine. If you really think I'm annoying, you can delete me at any time. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Yuqi also began to hesitate, because what the other person said was so beautiful. He spoke earnestly and his tone was sincere, and know when to advance and when to retreat. The last sentence is, you can delete me. It's simply a stroke of genius. He gave all the initiative to Zhao Yuqi. This will make girls subconsciously let down their guard against him. In just a few sentences, the level is quite high. Such a pickup technique. Without ever chatting up more than 100 girls, Chen Yuan would stand upside down and eat shit. The older the scumbag is, the more he likes to pretend to be a newbie, the shyer he behaves, and he likes to look affectionate when he speaks. He looks harmless on the surface, but upon closer analysis, every word he says is measured. A real newbie. How is it possible to speak so coherently and have such clear logical thinking? At this time, Chen Yuan walked over and patted the handsome guy on the shoulder. Brother, the girl has rejected you, so don't beg for mercy. Watch me, I'm going to teach you how to flirt. After Chen Yuan finished speaking, he directly gave Zhao Yuqi a wall bang. Miss, you are so beautiful. How about we find a place with few people and have a deeper communication? What do you think? He Jun looked at Chen Yuan with contempt. With your terrible pickup skills, you act like a gangster? I'm afraid it's not even 1/10 of my skills. You are just a rubbish rookie, and you dare to show off your skills in front of the master? Okay. What made Yi Jun confused was, this extremely beautiful lady actually smiled and nodded. Then she took the gangster's hand and walked away with a shy look on her face. What the hell? How could this happen? Could it be that this kind of high-scoring beauty likes the wild type and wants to be more revealing? That doesn't make sense. Yi Jun was puzzled. Soon, another beautiful woman came over. Beauty, you are so beautiful. How about we find a place with few people and have a deeper communication? What do you think? Yi Jun repeated what Chen Yuan had just said, found another girl and started chatting her up. Bang. The girl slapped him on the spot. Bah. Hooligan. This slap made Yi Jun stupid. He was trapped in a misconception at first, but now he suddenly understood. What kind of pickup technique is that? You two obviously know each other. Chen Yuan didn't know that there would be people who were so obsessed with the technique of picking up girls. He doesn't even necessarily want a girlfriend. Just like to chat up. Meeting more than a dozen girls a day makes me feel very accomplished. Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuqi came to the cinema on the 5th floor. He ordered 2 glasses of juice and a big bucket of popcorn. Then he got the movie ticket and walked into theater number 5 with Zhao Yuqi. The movie will start soon. Chen Yuan, however, showed little interest. I have just watched it once with Lu Wenjia, and now I am watching it for the second time. It feels so painful. No matter how good a movie is, it doesn't seem to make much sense to watch it twice. But I can still watch it. Just think of it as a review of the plot. After watching for 2 hours, the movie finally ended. Chen Yuan, you don't seem to be particularly interested in this movie. Just during the time you were watching the movie, you looked at your phone at least 10 times. I thought you would like the subject. I like it. Maybe I have too many worries lately. I understand you. You have such a big family business to inherit, and you must be under a lot of pressure. While we ordinary people are carefree, you have actually begun to silently bear a lot of things. Zhao Yuqi said with a distressed look on her face. She felt that a young man from a wealthy family like Chen Yuan might seem glorious on the surface, but in fact, no one knew how much he was carrying in his heart. He has a 50 billion fortune to inherit. He plays the piano so well, I wonder how much time he must have spent practicing. His agility is naturally the result of hard training from childhood to adulthood. The more talented Chen Yuan appears, the more suffering he has endured. She could even associate it in her mind. A young man from a wealthy family. I have been placed with high hopes since I was a child, and my daily schedule of private lessons is very full, leaving me with no time to relax or play. Beneath his bohemian appearance, he actually has many things that ordinary people simply cannot understand. That's why he often feels anxious. I didn't expect you to understand me. Chen Yuan looked like he had met a close friend, although he didn't know what he had endured. Anyway, Zhao Yuqi said he would bear it, so let him bear it. He was just thinking, why hasn't Lu Wenjie called me yet? You don't call. How the hell do I have the nerve to make an excuse to get out? Xiao Ruoyu has another date. It's almost 8 o'clock? Chen Yuan, why don't we go eat something? I'm hungry. Zhao Yuqi suggested. Yeah, okay. The two came to a nearby restaurant. Just ordered 2 dishes. Lu Wenjie's call finally came. Hey, Lao Lu, what's going on? Is it really that serious? Okay, I know. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. Chen Yuan answered the phone and talked for about 2 or 3 minutes. Lu Wenjie was a little confused. What the hell is going on here? Why is this guy talking so irrelevant? Hang up the phone. Chen Yuan said to Zhao Yuqi with an apologetic look on his face. Yuqi, I may have something to do and need to leave first. It's okay. If you have something urgent, just go ahead. Although Zhao Yuqi was a little unhappy, she also expressed her understanding. If something happened to her best friend Wu Xiaofei, she would not just ignore it. Chapter 126. Staying for one night. Chen Yuan didn't even eat and rushed to Wuhan University. On the way, Xiao Ruoyu sent a location to Chen Yuan. Shuiyan International Community. It is a community very close to the Wuhan University campus. Xiao Ruoyu had a rift with her roommate because of her younger brother Xiao Ruhan, so she moved out of the school and rented a house on her own. Chen Yuan needs to go to the community to pick up Xiao Ruoyu first, and then go to the cinema. The reason why he chose 2 different cinemas. And the distance is quite far. This is also to avoid neglecting details and causing failure. For the first time, Chen Yuan felt that time management was not a good thing. I didn't do anything wrong. Do you have to make yourself look like a thief? It's really tiring to rush around everywhere in one day. He wasn't hard-hearted enough after all. I don't know how to reject girls. When can't you watch a movie? Must it be done in one day? At around 8:30, Chen Yuan arrived at Shuiyan Community. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Xiao Ruoyu. I have arrived. Well, okay. I'm already down. Wait for me 2 minutes. Xiao Ruoyu replied. At this moment, Chen Yuan's originally impetuous heart suddenly calmed down. Last day today. Finally, no need to rush. Sure enough, it only took 2 or 3 minutes for Xiao Ruoyu to walk out of the community. She was wearing simple white sneakers, retro high-waisted loose straight pants, and a small t-shirt today. It has a bit of the In's women's clothing style. Very casual combination. But even with such a casual combination, when worn on her, it creates a charming and lazy temperament. Fuck. I've been eyeing this beauty for a long time. She moved into the community half a year ago, but I didn't expect that she would end up driving a luxury car owned by a rich second generation. The security guard on duty in the community said with great sorrow. Okay, young man, stop looking. This kind of goddess is not something that a little security guard like us can get our hands on. Xiao Ruoyu got in the car. Chen Yuan asked tentatively, shall we go watch Wolf Warrior 3? Yes, I have already bought the tickets. I think you guys would like this kind of movie. Xiao Ruoyu smiled sweetly. Like a lotus emerging from the water, it is about to bloom. Chen Yuan was speechless. Now that the tickets are bought, let's go and watch it. Watch it 3 times a day as a way of supporting the director and actors. Came to the cinema with Xiao Ruoyu. The ticket inspector looked at Chen Yuan carefully several times and felt that he looked familiar. But there are many people coming and going passing by her every day. I don't really care. Finally, the movie was over and Chen Yuan felt a little sleepy. At first, he pretended to be watching the movie for the first time, sometimes excited, sometimes exclaiming. But in the end, he really couldn't pretend anymore. I almost vomited from watching it. Chen Yuan, are you a little tired? I felt like you almost fell asleep while watching the movie. Well, maybe there's a bit too much going on during the day. Chen Yuan explained. Xiao Ruoyu didn't ask any more questions. Sometimes it wasn't a good idea to ask too many questions. The movie ends. It was almost 11:30 at night. Out of the cinema. Chen Yuan began to feel a little restless. Looking at the beautiful girl beside him, he felt his blood boiling and his heartbeat quickened. Finally, Chen Yuan tentatively took Xiao Ruoyu's hand. Her hand was soft and limp. Xiao Ruoyu did not resist, but her face suddenly turned red. Her face was full of shyness. How about we go have some midnight snack? Chen Yuan suggested. Yeah, okay. Xiao Ruoyu nodded. It's already very late. If you go out for a midnight snack at this time, you probably don't want to go home, right? The two held hands, like a couple in love. Chen Yuan felt as if he was in another world. He seemed a little bit unable to believe that one day he would be able to hold Xiao Ruoyu's hand and walk quietly on the roadside, instead of hiding in the crowd and looking up at her. Nor did he secretly follow her home in the middle of the night. This high school goddess. She still holds a special place in Chen Yuan's heart. After having supper, Chen Yuan drove Xiao Ruoyu back to Shuiyan International Community. The time was approaching 1 in the morning. Today's process went smoothly. There was no bloody plot in the later part where he was caught alive by Zhao Yuqi and the car crashed on the spot. Although running back and forth is a bit tiring. But time management was still successful. Chen Yuan drove the car into the residential area and parked it downstairs of Building 3. Well, Chen Yuan, you should go back and rest early, Xiao Ruoyu said, covering her hot face. Yeah, okay. Xiao Ruoyu had just gotten off the car when Chen Yuan suddenly shouted, By the way, Xiaoyu, can I go to your house to drink some water? A little thirsty. Chen Yuan didn't know what was wrong with him. Anyway, I just said this sentence for some reason. He felt his heart begin to beat wildly. Plop. The atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous. Well, come up then. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Yuan felt his hair stand on end and he felt as if he was surrounded by fairy music. So wonderful. Is there going to be a play today? Chen Yuan immediately got out of the car, locked the door, and followed. Xiao Ruoyu lives on the 15th floor. She rented a house with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. The room was quite spacious, about 50 to 60 square meters, enough for 1 person. Too big is not good. This community is also quite upscale, and the estimated monthly rent is over 3,000 yuan. The prices in Seoul are not as high as those in Beijing. Under normal circumstances, you can rent a 2-bedroom, 1 living room house for more than 3,000 yuan. Many recent graduates can only afford to rent a shared apartment for around 1,000 yuan. Of course, it cannot be said that Xiao Ruoyu is extravagant. That was how their family environment was before. She doesn't buy a house, but just rents a single apartment for more than 3,000 yuan. Relatively speaking, she is already frugal. Change your slippers, I'll get you a glass of water. Xiao Ruoyu's face was red and she looked a little flustered. She didn't know what was wrong with her. When Chen Yuan suggested going upstairs to drink water, she actually agreed. Isn't this just inviting a wolf into the house? But she couldn't bear to refuse. Chen Yuan helped her so much. If it weren't for him, the Xiao family would have gone bankrupt, and she would have been forced by her parents to marry Han Xiaojiang. This boy is already very good. He was still the heroic boy who had taken a beating for himself in an alley in high school. People have helped you so much, but you refuse them when they ask you to go upstairs to have a drink of water. Isn't that too inhumane? But is it really okay for a man and a woman to be alone in the same room? Chen Yuan is a hot-blooded young man. Xiao Ruoyu is so beautiful. Can he really resist her? Gurgle, gurgle. Chen Yuan drank the glass of water that Xiao Ruoyu handed to him in one breath. I felt that the fire in my heart not only did not subside, but became even more violent. Well, Xiaoyu, can I stay at your place for the night? It's already past 1 in the morning, the school is closed, and I can't go back. Chapter 127 Xiao Ruoyu, you disappoint me so much. This isn't very nice. How about I go out and book a hotel for you? Xiao Ruoyu hesitated. Although she also likes Chen Yuan, she is a girl after all, so she has to be reserved. Booking a hotel is such a waste of money. Don't you have a sofa here? I can just use it for 1 night. Chen Yuan adopted a roundabout strategy. He made it very clear that he just wanted to deal with EU simply and had no other intentions. Anyway, just stay here for now. As long as you stay, the rest of the things will be easy. Xiao Ruoyu was speechless. When you spent 500 million to buy shares of Yuan Hang Group, it was a huge investment and an astonishing amount of money. Now I spend hundreds of dollars to book a hotel, but you say it's a waste of money? Young man, your evil intentions are quite obvious. Then are you going to sleep on the sofa tonight? I'm worried that you'll get a stiff neck tomorrow. It's okay. I'm fine. Well, okay, go take a shower first, and I'll tidy up the sofa for you. Oh, and I have a loose women's pajamas here. I don't know if you can wear it. Xiao Ruoyu took out a long women's pajamas from the closet. Chen Yuan is not fussy about details either. I took off my clothes and changed into pajamas. Although it is a bit small, it can be worn without buttons. His 8 abdominal muscles were just exposed in front of Xiao Ruoyu. For a moment, the atmosphere became more ambiguous. Both of their hearts beat faster. It seems that the air is filled with the smell of hormones. Xiao Ruoyu turned his back, covering your burning cheeks. How embarrassing. This guy has such a great body? He even has a mermaid line. Chen Yuan changed into his pajamas and walked into the bathroom in a hurry. Listening to the sound of running water coming from inside, Xiao Ruoyu felt more and more uneasy. She always felt that Chen Yuan would not be so obedient as to sleep on the sofa. What if he really makes that request? What should I do? I'm so panicked. Although Chen Yuan is very good, but I am not mentally prepared yet. If I reject him, will he be angry? Hey, what is this? When Xiao Ruoyu was tidying up Chen Yuan's clothes, I found that in addition to his cell phone and car keys, there were 4 movie tickets in his trouser pocket. Wait a minute, why are there 4 movie tickets? Did Chen Yuan go to the movies with another woman today? The temperature in the air dropped to freezing point instantly. The atmosphere was suffocating and depressing. Xiao Ruoyu's cheeks, which were originally flushed with shyness, suddenly turned cold. No wonder Chen Yuan said he was very busy today. No wonder he was distracted while watching the movie. It's still Wolf Warrior 3. It turns out you've already watched it once. No woman can tolerate the man she likes dating another girl. And we went on a date on the same day and watched the same movie? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, what else is there to say? It took Chen Yuan less than 10 minutes to finish his shower and he rushed out of the bathroom. But I just came out. He noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Xiao Ruoyu sat on the sofa with a grim face. For movie tickets were clearly placed on the coffee table in front of her. Chen Yuan was stunned on the spot. What the hell? The car flipped over. In today's time management, he took almost every aspect into consideration, and every detail was perfect, avoiding any possibility of accidents. But unexpectedly, the entire plan was completely exposed because of a low-level mistake. Now I'm afraid I can't wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River. Calm. You must stay calm. I can't fail today. I must find a chance to get away with it. Chen Yuan forced himself to calm down. He thought of a countermeasure quickly, and his mental thinking, which was as high as 30 points, was working rapidly. Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? Chen Yuan pretended not to see the movie tickets on the coffee table and asked as if he didn't care at all. Chen Yuan, do you still want to keep pretending? I know you are rich, and I know there is no shortage of beautiful girls around you, but why do you want to trample on my self-esteem like this? Is it fun to go to the movies with 2 girls in one day? If you don't like me, you can just reject me, but why did you go on a date with other girls after you moved me? I can't understand it. I really can't understand it. Have you ever considered my feelings? You scumbag. Get out of here. I don't want to see you again. Xiao Ruoyu's eyes were red and she roared in anger. She is about to collapse. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability -10. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability -10. Current favorability, 75 points. So that's how it is. Are you doubting me because of a few movie tickets? It turns out that you have turned a blind eye to all my efforts for you. It turns out that in your mind, I am not worthy of your trust at all. Chen Yuan said in a cold tone, with a look of disappointment on his face. What? Xiao Ruoyu showed an incredible look. She didn't expect that even with overwhelming evidence, Chen Yuan still had this attitude, as if it was not him who did something wrong, but herself? How can I trust you? The facts are right in front of me. You went to the movies with another girl, and then you went to the movies with me. And it was the same movie. You are going too far. Do you think I am a fool? Facing Xiao Ruoyu's questioning, Chen Yuan didn't say anything. He just picked up his phone and called Lu Wenjie. Ask Lu Wenjie yourself if I went to the movies with him today. Beep. Beep. The call lasted for a full minute before Lu Wenjie's phone was connected. Hey, Lao Chun, it's already 1 in the morning. Why aren't you sleeping yet? What do you want from me so late? Lu Wenjie, my name is Xiao Ruoyu. I would like to ask if Chen Yuan has watched a movie with you today. Xiao Ruoyu asked in a deep voice. I've seen it. Wolf Warrior 3 is very popular recently. Actually, I wanted to ask Du Xiaoya to go to the movie today, but Du Xiaoya refused me. I could only drag Lao Chen to watch it together. Wait a minute, isn't this Chen Yuan's phone? Xiao University's campus beauty. You are actually comparing yourself with that dog Chen Yuan? Damn it. Lu Wenjie reacted and said in shock. Okay, it's okay. Sorry to bother you so late at night. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruoyu's expression relaxed a lot. But she still felt that Lu Wenjie and Chen Yuan were suspected of collusion with each other. Everyone knows that Lu Wenjie and Chen Yuan have a good relationship, and he will definitely not betray his brothers. After thinking about it, Xiao Ruoyu picked up his mobile phone and called Du Xiaoya. It just so happened that Du Xiaoya was in the same class with her. She will always have a thorn in her heart until she gets to the bottom of the matter. Soon, Du Xiaoya's call also got through. This girl must be a night owl. It's 1 in the morning, and there are still some other activities. Hey, shout a campus bell. How come you have time to call me? Xiaoya, I have something to ask you. Did Lu Wenjia from the history department ask you to go to the movies today? No, to be precise, it should be yesterday afternoon. Yes, this guy asked me to watch Wolf Warrior, but I had already watched it with someone else, so I declined. I also saw a handsome guy driving a LaFerrari to pick him up. If I had known that he knew such a rich young man, I would have given him a chance. Got Du Xiaoya's confirmation. Xiao Ryu no longer had any doubts in his heart. It turned out that it was all a misunderstanding, and she really had wronged Chen Yuan. Why? Do you need to confirm again and again? Xiao Ryu, you disappoint me so much. Am I so unworthy of your trust? Chen Yuan put on his clothes. He picked up his cell phone and car keys, slammed the door, and left without looking back. Chen Yuan, I was wrong. Don't be angry. I really shouldn't have misunderstood you. Please forgive me this time. Chen Yuan didn't look back. He actually slammed the door and left. Chapter 128, I actually helped the evil. Xiao Ryu was completely panicked and felt like a child who had done something wrong. The angrier Chen Yuan got, the more guilty she felt. But she had no idea. Chen Yuan seemed angry on the surface, but he was actually very panicked. Although I managed to get away with it temporarily, but the time on the movie ticket was slightly different. This kind of thing is fine if you don't look into it too deeply. Once he made up his mind to find out the whole story, Chen Yuan would still be at risk of being exposed. He acted as if he had been wrongly accused, and the angrier he got, the less Xiao Ryu dared to doubt him. Women should not be spoiled. If you take a step back today, she will have the guts to check your phone tomorrow. She must be made aware of the seriousness of the matter. Xiao Ryu realized that he had done something wrong and felt more and more regretful. When I think about how much Chen Yuan has done for her, she turned against Chen Yuan and ruthlessly suspected him, and even asked him to get out. Suddenly, I felt like a piece of shit and a bit ungrateful. Chen Yuan should be heartbroken, right? But I didn't do it on purpose. Xiao Ryu, favorability plus 10. Xiao Ryu, favorability plus 10. Xiao Ryu, favorability plus 1. Current favorability, 96 points. Ding. The sixth dog licker Xiao Ryu's favorability towards the host has exceeded 96 points, and the reward is plus 10 reinforcement points. Host's current remaining reinforcement points, 22 points. Sure enough, the favorability level increased, and it even increased a little bit. Chen Yuan was still frightened and would never make such a low-level mistake again. This wave almost killed me. Fortunately, I was smart. Chen Yuan just went downstairs. Xiao Ryu called. I'm sorry, Chen Yuan. I may be a little too sensitive, but no matter who encounters this situation, they will feel uncomfortable. I don't really mean to doubt you. Xiao Ryu explained softly on the phone, with a hint of coquettishness in her voice. I think it's better for us to calm down. It will be very tiring if two people don't even have the basis of mutual trust. Chen Yuan finished speaking. I hung up the phone decisively. Xiao Ryu was stunned. She felt a little aggrieved, but she couldn't blame Chen Yuan for this matter. Who told her to be suspicious? I should have chased after him earlier. But she's a girl, and she's already apologized. Why is he still like this? Am I really going too far? People are like this sometimes. If you give in step by step, she will think that everything you do is justified. If you have a clear attitude, she will reflect on whether she has gone too far. Only the crying baby gets candy. Only girls who know how to act coquettishly will be loved. Men naturally also need to have an attitude. Otherwise, what's the difference between that and a dog licker? But do I really have to sleep in a hotel today? It seems like this is the only way. Chen Yuan spent the night in a nearby motel. This also further confirmed his determination to buy a house. You still have to make a nest for yourself. This way, when you can't go home late at night, you will have a place to stay. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Chen Yuan was awakened by the constant ringing of messages on his mobile phone. The first one is from Lin Shutong. Chen Yuan, I want to go to the movies with you. Wolf Warrior 3, please? Please give me another chance. As long as you are willing, I can give you everything. Puff. When Chen Yuan saw the name, Wolf Warrior 3, he almost vomited blood. Coming again? Is this ever going to end? I don't want to watch a movie. Don't mention watching a movie to me again. Chen Yuan sent this message back to Lin Shutong. He thought about it and sent a message back to Xiao Ryu. I was a little impulsive yesterday, don't mind. The reason why Chen Yuan sent this message was that he felt that it was good enough. He was just pretending to be angry, and he didn't really intend to have no contact with Xiao Ryu forever. Give each other a way out, and let her remember this lesson, and your goal will be achieved. If Chen Yuan really ignored the person for more than 10 days because of this misunderstanding, it would make him seem petty. There is a difference between a man with attitude and a petty man. Everything should be done in moderation. Well, I misunderstood you yesterday. Actually, you were right. Two people should trust each other. I reflected on it all night yesterday, and I really felt that I did a lot of things wrong. Xiao Ruoyu replied earnestly. No, no, no. I'm a grown man. It's okay for me to suffer a little injustice. What happened yesterday is all my fault. I didn't explain it clearly, so you misunderstood. Chen Yuan replied in a more sincere manner. Xiao Ruoyu looked at the message. For a moment, tears welled up in my eyes. It was clearly his fault, but the next morning after Chen Yuan calmed down, he still took the initiative to explain to her. What does this mean? This shows that Chen Yuan still cares about her very much. Even if I have been wronged, even if I have been misunderstood. He was also the one who took the initiative to lower his stance. Chen Yuan, thank you for forgiving me. You are so kind. After seeing the reply from Xiao Ruoyu, Chen Yuan thought, is this move a bit too much? People were bullied to the point of crying. At this time, Lu Wenjie called. Fuck, Lao Chen, what happened yesterday? Did you ask Xiao Ruoyu to go to the movies? And you stayed over at her house? Early in the morning, Lu Wenjie could no longer suppress his inner curiosity. After receiving the call last night and finding out it was Xiao Ruoyu's voice, indescribable fantasies arose in his mind. So, I called early in the morning to gossip. That's the situation. There was a hint of helplessness in Chen Yuan's tone. You beast, you didn't really take Xiaoda's campus beauty, did you? She is the dream girl of all the boys in Tianyi High School. Even in Wuhan University, she has at least 3 digits of suitors. There are too many boys who admire her to count. What on earth did you do last night, you beast? There was a strong hint of sourness in Lu Wenjie's tone. This is normal. Xiao Ruoyu is also the goddess in Lu Wenjie's mind. But he never had any idea of getting involved. He is the same as Chen Yuan back then. Since I know that I can only look up to this girl forever, then there is no need to have any thoughts about her. You don't dare to pursue her anyway, and you can't catch up with her even if you do. You don't have much confidence in yourself, so it's better not to humiliate yourself. But now he found out that this goddess was actually taken by his own brother. Except shock. Nothing but envy. All that's left is my sincere blessings. Actually, I didn't do anything. We just had a small conflict last night, but now I've explained it all away. Little conflict? What? Last night at 8 o'clock, you asked me to call you. Were you dating another girl? So you deliberately made an excuse to go to Xiao Ruoyu's date? Old Chen, you scumbag. How did you become the person you hated the most? Lu Wenjie reacted quickly. Considering the context of the incident, he had already guessed that there should have been another girl yesterday. Then, did this guy flip over? I became the rescuer? I actually helped the evil? Chapter 129, the #1 campus Prince Tang Xiuan. Old Chen, you can't go on like this. You have to know that truth will come out no matter how perfect your excuses are or how sophisticated your tactics are. They will be exposed one day. Whether it's Xiao Ruoyu or another girl, you will have hurt their hearts. In the end, won't you be the one who regrets it? Lu Wenjie makes a rational analysis. This made Chen Yuan fall into deep thought. In fact, he didn't think so much at first. Anyway, no matter whether you are a gold digger or a girl who is excellent in all aspects, Chen Yuan will lick you first. Once the girl's liking for him explodes and she succeeds in making a comeback, then your mission as a tool will be accomplished. I spend money on you and you complete tasks for me. It is such a simple and pure transaction relationship. But it's obvious. When it comes to love, once you get involved, it becomes more than just a transactional relationship. Can Chen Yuan treat Xiao Ruoyu as a tool? Can he treat Zhao Yuqi as a tool? Can you treat all the girls you meet in the future as tools? Can he really be as firm as iron and get away with it after a little provocation? It cannot be returned. Every man has possessiveness in his heart, and he is no exception. And he's a beast. He didn't just want one, he wanted them all. That's so real. Only children make choices, adults don't let anyone off the hook. But what made Chen Yuan feel helpless was that none of the girls he met was as generous as the heroine in the novel. She may not care if the male protagonist has affairs with other girls outside, and may even take the initiative to introduce her sisters to the male protagonist. Such a divine plot. It seems to only appear in novels. Girls in real life are more jealous and possessive than each other. Even if the girl has a 95-point favorability towards you. After finding out that you are dating other girls behind her back, her favorability towards you will drop rapidly, and she may even turn against you on the spot. What should I do? Do you have to raise her favorability to 100 points, so that she loves you more than she loves herself, so that she can be truly devoted to you? No matter what you do in the future, she will stick with you and never abandon you. Is this the highest level of training, an ultimate bootlicker? Chen Yuan seemed to have an epiphany. He understood a little. The 95 points of favorability set by the system is actually just a threshold. The real counterattack is to reach the maximum level of favorability of 100 points. He has defeated many girls, but none of them has reached the maximum level, The highest is only 96 points. This means that reaching the maximum level of favorability of 100 points is more than 10 times more difficult than reaching 95 points. This is just like taking an exam. The full score of a test paper is 100 points. It's easy if you get 70 points. Getting 80 points in the exam started to become a bit difficult. It became very difficult to get a score of 90. It is extremely difficult to get a score of 95. Getting 100 points in the exam seems to be something that can be achieved by more than just studying hard, because there are several questions on the test paper that are beyond the syllabus. It's just a pain in the ass. However, Chen Yuan's thoughts began to become clearer. As for the next target of the dog's counterattack, he will distinguish it into two parts. The first part, I just treat you as a tool, make a counterattack, complete a task, raise your favorability to 95 points, get the system reward, and then leave. This is a normal strategy target. The second part, Chen Yuan also liked it in his heart, and he would raise his favorability to 100 points at all costs, even if it cost tens of billions or hundreds of billions. This is the key target of the attack. For the key targets, 95 points of favorability is just the beginning. If you get less than 100 points, it means you haven't mastered it completely. There is still a long way to go. Okay, buddy, I know everything you said. I will take care of it. Chen Yuan was silent for more than 10 seconds and then spoke to Lu Wenzhou on the phone. It's good that you know, but don't let down the campus beauty of Xiao University. Otherwise, when the boys in our class find out, I don't know how many of them will kill you with kitchen knives. Lu Wenzhou was on the other end of the phone, sighing with emotion. Why is the allocation of resources in this world so unreasonable? Some scumbags have several girlfriends at the same time, changing girlfriends one after another, and they are all high-scoring girls. Some brothers have been single for more than 20 years and are still virgins. Not to mention a high-scoring girl. I can't even find a 5-scoring girl. This society is so fucked up. No one will care about your feelings until you succeed. Hang up the phone. Chen Yuan was around 9 in the morning. Returned to HUSD. He parked his car in an underground parking lot near the school, very low-key. He never drives his sports car into the school gate. Just as he was walking past the school gate, an extremely luxurious supercar came at high speed. This was not an ordinary luxury car. It was even not inferior to the Koenigsegg in Zhang Haoyan's hand. Fuck, this luxury car is so cool. It feels even cooler than the Lamborghini I saw before. Pagani Wind God? It's really a Pagani Wind God. This luxury car is worth nearly 30 million. Isn't that Tang Xiuan? The most handsome boy in our Lake University. I've heard that his family is very rich. I didn't expect that he is even richer than I thought. He can even afford a Pagani. My male god. This is the real male god. Brother Xiuan is so handsome, said a girl infatuatedly. At this time, the luxury car passed by Chen Yuan. He didn't slow down at all, but passed through Chen Yuan's body at a speed of nearly 60 yards. Fortunately, Chen Yuan reacted quickly and created some distance in time. Otherwise, he would have been scratched by this luxury car. Can you fucking walk? Are you trying to scam me? The handsome man in the luxury car cursed angrily and gave Chen Yuan the middle finger. But the car didn't stop. Soon disappeared from sight. Chen Yuan got angry on the spot. You were driving your car recklessly in the school, and you actually said I was scamming you? Is it cool to drive a Pagani Huayra? Am I spoiling you? Classmate, let me ask you, who is this guy driving a Pagani Wind God? Chen Yuan walked up to the girl who was acting like a fangirl just now and asked her face to face. Don't you know Tang Xiuan? He's our school's top idol, you ignorant fellow. The girl looked at Chen Yuan with contempt. It seemed that Chen Yuan found it difficult to understand why he had never heard of Tang Xiuan's name. Chen Yuan had really never heard of it. He only pays attention to the school beauties and has never paid attention to the school hunks. I'm not gay. Why the hell should I pay attention to the campus hunk? Forget it. Seeing that you look like you have never seen the world, I will talk to you. Tang Xiuan is the second son of the Tang Group in Hubei province. His family has assets worth billions. He is 1.85 meters tall, handsome, and proficient in singing, dancing, rap, playing basketball, playing guitar, and many other talents. Not only that, his brother Tang Aojia, who is only 30 years old this year, is already one of the top 10 outstanding young people in the province. In the hands of Tang Aojia, the Tang Group is likely to have assets exceeding 10 billion. The Tang brothers are both excellent. Tang Xiuan is the undisputed #1 school idol in our school. Do you understand? That's it. Chapter 130. Everyone is watching. Chen Yuan had a look of disdain on his face. He thought this guy drove a Pagani Huayra and had an amazing background and strength. That's all. The Tang family's background is similar to that of Zhang Haoyan's family. And you are not the main heir of the family, but just the second in command? Even if the eldest brother from your family came over, He wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of me. What the hell is your dick? What do you mean by just that? Boy, you are so arrogant that even the second young master of the Tang family looks down on you. Come on, tell me your name. Let me see if you have the capital to be so arrogant. Chen Yuan showed contempt on his face. This nympho girl is even more contemptuous than Chen Yuan. She is obviously a diehard fan of Tang Xiuwen. Seeing that Chen Yuan seemed to look down on Tang Xiuwen, she immediately became unhappy. You are a loser, a sour person. You feel jealous when you see others are doing well. You don't have any ability, but you still look down on others? This kind of person is the most disgusting. If you have the guts, why don't you drive a multi-million luxury car and try it? Listen carefully. My name is Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan said this and turned away. This Tang Xiuwen has no right to be so arrogant to him. Chen Yuan, are you Chen Yuan? When the infatuated girl heard Chen Yuan introduce himself, she seemed to suddenly understand. He had obviously heard of Chen Yuan's name. This guy is quite famous in school recently. I heard that he has become an internet celebrity, and even the school beauty Zhao Yuqi looks at him differently. But even if you become an internet celebrity, you are not qualified to be compared with the top school idol, right? Tisk, what's so great about an internet celebrity? I'd better go watch Brother Xiu and play basketball. I heard there's a school basketball game today. The nympho girl rolled her eyes at Chen Yuan. Then he ran to the school gymnasium. Chen Yuan also walked towards the gymnasium. He wanted to see how awesome this legendary #1 school idol was. Walk into the school gymnasium. It's already bustling inside. The basketball hall, which was originally very spacious, now had 500 to 600 people gathered. At first glance, they were all girls. Girls occupied more than 70% of the audience seats. Tang Xiuwen, with his extremely handsome and heroic appearance, walked into the basketball court after changing into his jersey, immediately causing countless girls to scream. Wow, Brother Xiuwen is so handsome. Look, Tang Xiuwen is finally on the court. Not only is he handsome and has a good family background, but his basketball skills are also among the best in the school team. I just don't understand why he likes Qin Bingxue, who has an icy face. Why doesn't he just look at me? A pretty girl said self-pityingly. Tang Xiuwen, I love you. Brother Xiuwen, I want to give birth to a baby for you. In the basketball hall, in the audience seats, these girls seem a little crazy. Chen Yuan just couldn't understand. What's so handsome about him? Not as handsome as me. Isn't it just that he's a little whiter, a little taller, has a cooler hairstyle, and looks somewhat similar to that Kuan boy from the entertainment industry? Is this so cool? The aesthetic standards of the girls this year are really getting worse and worse. Chen Yuan couldn't help but complain. Although Chen Yuan thought he was not handsome, the girls in the venue obviously did not think so. Their screams came one after another. It's just one wave higher than the other. Next, the basketball game officially began. Tang Xiuwen joined Li Yang's team. That's right, Li Yang is not only the captain of the school track and field team, he is also a member of the school basketball team. It can be said that he is proficient in both basketball and sprinting, because he has strong explosive power in sprinting and is very fast. He was quite brave when charging with the ball, but every time he grabbed the ball, he would pass it to Tang Xiuwen. I have to say, this #1 school hunk is really quite capable. With the cooperation of Li Yang, his 3-step layup was done in one go, which was perfect, and his 3-pointer was very accurate. He came on midway through the game, and the team that was originally at a disadvantage actually tied the score in just 10 minutes. The atmosphere in the basketball stadium became increasingly heated. Another goal. The cooperation between Li Yang and Tang Xiuwen is simply perfect. Tang Xiuwen is so handsome. I didn't really like him before, but now I really love him. Hey, isn't that Chen Yuan? This guy is actually in the gym too. Finally, someone seemed to recognize Chen Yuan. After all, he is now a well-known celebrity in the school. It's not surprising to be recognized. Li Yang and Chen Yuan have a grudge, and many people know about it. Li Yang and Tang Xiuwen are very close now. It seems that this new celebrity Chen Yuan might be standing on the opposite side of the #1 school idol. Over time, the gym is getting more and more crowded. It seems that today's basketball game attracted quite a lot of people. After a while, Lin Shutong took Li Xiaoling's hand and walked into the gymnasium. When she saw Chen Yuan, her expression froze for a moment, and then she showed a look of surprise. But just 1 minute after Lin Shutong entered the venue, Su Lele actually walked in holding the hand of a girl. Chen Yuan had met this girl once before. She seemed to be a part-time network administrator in Su Lele's internet cafe. Similarly, Su Lele also discovered Chen Yuan. When she saw Lin Shutong, they rolled their eyes at each other. Chen Yuan, you are here too, what a coincidence. Lin Shutong and Su Lele haven't spoken yet. Suddenly, another girl with a thin waist, long legs and curly breasts ran towards Chen Yuan in surprise. This girl is also very beautiful. Not only Ing. Shit, didn't she come to watch Li Yang play basketball? Why is she chatting with Chen Yuan? Isn't she afraid that Li Yang will get jealous if he sees her? You are talking about the past. Li Yang and He Jiying have already broken up. Now He Jiying likes Chen Yuan. I heard that Li Yang even had a fight with Chen Yuan over this matter and lost. I see. There is such explosive news. Wait a minute. Aren't those Lin Shutong and Su Lele? These two girls also seem to have an unclear relationship with Chen Yuan. Just when a group of onlookers were discussing, an even more incredible scene happened. Zhao Yuqi, the most beautiful girl in the School of Arts, walked slowly into the basketball hall arm in arm with Qin Bingxue, the most beautiful girl on campus and president of the student union. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly exploded. Chen Yuan was confused. I feel like I'm having some bad luck today. Damn, most of the lickspittle-bound objects actually gathered together? What is going on? The ultimate Shura game? You want me to die right from the start? Or just run away quickly? The atmosphere was suffocating and depressing. Chen Yuan, so you are here. I wanted to ask you what you did yesterday. You didn't even call me back last night. Zhao Yuqi took Qin Bingshue's hand, came to Chen Yuan, and asked in a coquettish manner. Chen Yuan's scalp tingled. He felt an extremely strong, murderous aura that had locked onto him, and almost all the boys at the scene were staring at him in unison. There was a murderous look in their eyes. If looks could kill, Chen Yuan would have died no less than 200 times by now. Now, what is the situation? Lin Shutong, Li Shaoling, Su Lele, He Jing, Zhao Yuqi, Qin Bingxue, and Su Lele's best friend. 7 girls with beautiful looks and figures surrounded Chen Yuan. What's even more outrageous is that among them are Zhao Yuqi and Qin Bingxue, the 2 first and second campus beauties. The whole audience was watching. Chapter 131 Tang Xiuan takes action. Chen Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. Among the 7 girls, except Li Shaoling and Su Lele's best friend, the other 5 are his dog-licking objects. Zhao Yuqi actually asked him where he went last night. What the hell? It's almost a mess. The atmosphere at the scene was a bit weird. Su Lele looked normal. She knew from the beginning that Chen Yuan was rich and extremely outstanding. She had met Zhao Yuqi and Lin Shutong before, but she didn't expect that in addition to these 2 rivals, there were several other girls who also liked Chen Yuan. He Jiying looked at Chen Yuan differently. Except for He Jiying, Qin Bingxue had the same icy face as always. She looked at Chen Yuan with even more disgust. He was indeed a scumbag. It was only then that Lin Shutong realized that Chen Yuan, whom she hated at first, now had so many high-scoring girls liking him. It turned out that he was really so outstanding. She felt more and more regretful. Chen Yuan was panicked for less than a minute, but he quickly calmed down. It turns out that things are not as bad as I imagined. Among the 5 dog-licking objects, none of them has a confirmed relationship with him yet. Except for Zhao Yuqi, who was a little closer. They had already held hands and watched a movie alone. As for the other 4 girls, Su Lele has always been in a monetary transaction relationship with him. He no longer wants to pay attention to his ex-girlfriend Lin Shutong and doesn't care about her opinion. Qin Bingxue, the super campus beauty, her favorability towards him is already as low as it can be, so he doesn't need to care about her opinion. The last one, He Duiying, has a favorability of 94 points and is almost a counterattack, so she needs to be paid special attention to. However, from beginning to end, Chen Yuan never pursued He Jiying. Since he never took the initiative, there was naturally no suspicion of deliberately flirting with girls. There is no need to mention Li Shaoling and Su Lele's best friends. These 2 girls have nothing to do with Chen Yuan. So let's analyze it carefully. At first it looked like the ultimate Shura game, but in fact he didn't need to panic at all. Anyway, none of them is my girlfriend, and none of them has confirmed the relationship, so why should I panic? Is it my fault that a girl likes me? The expression on Chen Yuan's face began to calm down. If he could sort out the relationships clearly, he would be able to cook even the most messy porridge. The only thing he needs to do now is to remain unchanged in the face of ever-changing circumstances. In this situation, it is best to communicate less, or avoid communicating if possible, because the more you talk, the more mistakes you make. Don't make any explanations. Explanations are a sign of guilt. Li Yang's face turned pale. When he saw Chen Yuan, he felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten 10 tons of flies. Still the most disgusting green-headed fly in the toilet. Chen Yuan, this bastard, is so proud of himself. He is surrounded by a group of girls, including his ex-girlfriend and the first and second campus beauties. What virtue does this dog have? Isn't it just that he is more handsome, a little richer, a better fighter, a faster runner? Besides these, what else does he have? In terms of looks, you are not as handsome as Tang the school grass. In terms of wealth, can you be richer than Tang Xiaoqiao? Are you kidding me? In terms of talent, schoolboy Tang can play basketball better than you, and he can sing, dance, rap, play guitar, and many other skills. I, Liang, cannot compare to you, but aren't you still a scum in front of school, Prince Tang? Brother Tang, this boy is Chen Yuan, the one who has been very popular in school recently. Liang pointed at Chen Yuan and said, gritting his teeth. He is Chen Yuan? There was a hint of disdain in Tang Xiuan's arrogant eyes. I heard that a famous person has emerged in our school recently. I thought he was so great, but he is just like this? Liang, why are you so cowardly? I have been busy with things outside recently. How could you be poached by such a small-time jerk? Tang Xiuan shook his head and glanced at Chen Yuan. He discovered that this guy was actually the loser who almost collided with his beloved car on the road just now. Suddenly, he looked even more unhappy with Chen Yuan. Recently, he has been pursuing Zhou Ruoxi, the campus beauty from the music academy. I didn't care about what was happening in school. He had also pursued Qin Bingxue, but this woman had something wrong with her brain and was extremely wary of every boy. They can even ignore his handsome and majestic figure as the campus hunk of Tang University, as well as his wealthy background. A woman is not interested in handsome men or rich men. How the hell can I pursue this? Use the head to chase? She is basically a lesbian. Once upon a time, Tang Xiuan thought he could break Qin Bingxue's icy heart. Let her feel the warmth of love. Flowers, balloons, applause, luxury cars, various romantic invitations, deliberately finding someone to tease her, then being a hero to save her, and even pretending to be injured for her. He used all these tricks. Who knew that in the end not only did the ice cube fail to be moved, but it was actually discovered. This made Qin Bingxue hate him even more. He also realized that this woman had mental problems, was a lesbian, and had an icy face. Even if she was pretty, what was the use? Not even as good as Zhou Ruoxi from the Conservatory of Music. She is very pretty, has a heavenly singing voice, and a gentle personality. She is even better than Zhao Yuqi. Qin Bingxue is only pretty, but in other aspects, she is not as good as Zhou Ruoxi, the campus beauty of the Conservatory of Music. This ungrateful woman. She even dared to reject him, the most handsome boy in the Tang University. How absurd. Originally, Tang Xiuan planned to leave Qin Bingxue alone for a while. Wait until she steps down as the student union president, and then use your social connections to win over Qin Bingxue. You girls who have not stepped out of the ivory tower will probably never know the difficulties and evils of society. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to be coveted. If you don't have a strong man protecting you from behind, you will be covered in bruises sooner or later. Only after experiencing this will you know how good I, Tang Xiuan, am. He originally thought. Qin Bingxue is never cold to any man. She wouldn't even get within 2 meters of any man. But now, she actually got close to Chen Yuan. Although he was pulled over by Zhao Yuqi, Tang Xiuan still couldn't accept it. Especially when he saw several high-scoring girls all surrounding this guy Chen Yuan. He found it a little difficult to understand. Even he, the top handsome boy in HUSD, had never been surrounded by so many high-scoring girls. What qualifications do you have as a loser? Mr. Tang, this Chen Yuan's family drives a Rolls-Royce. I saw it last time, but I can't be sure if it's his car. Rolls-Royce? Is that awesome? There was a hint of disdain in Tang Xiuan's eyes. He walked towards Chen Yuan with the basketball. Suddenly, he threw a ball towards Chen Yuan's head. If a normal person was attacked so suddenly, they would definitely not be able to react. But how quick was Chen Yuan's reaction? The ball was blocked by him when it was less than 5 centimeters away from his head. The basketball was fixed in Chen Yuan's hands. For a moment, Chen Yuan was angry. He was really angry. How dare you attack me in front of me? How dare I give you face? Chapter 132 Daddy will teach you how to behave today. Sorry, I just lost the ball. Please pass it to me, classmate. Tang Xiuan smiled slightly. Just now you deliberately hit someone with the ball, and everyone saw it clearly. Now you say that the ball slipped out of your hands accidentally? Not intentional. You are really good at telling lies with your eyes open. Chen Yuan did not hesitate. He held the basketball in both hands and threw the ball towards Tang Xiuan with the same force. Others would be concerned about Tang Xiuan's identity and background, but Chen Yuan would not. This ball, very powerful. Chen Yuan threw the ball with a force 3 times greater than that of an ordinary person. Tang Xiuan had already seen Chen Yuan's move, so he prepared to catch it with his hands. It's just a basketball. How much attack power can it have? But it's obvious. He underestimated the power and speed of the ball. The moment his hands touched the basketball, he felt a huge force coming from the ball. My arm feels numb. Tang Xiuan stood with his feet side by side, without one in front of the other to relieve the force. Suddenly faced with such a huge impact force, he accidentally fell to the ground and rolled twice on the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. No one expected it. Chen Yuan's shot actually knocked Tang Xiuan down, or under the gaze of hundreds of eyes in a gymnasium. Shameful. It's so fucking embarrassing. Tang Xiuan, who always prides himself on being heroic, was actually knocked down by a ball on the basketball court, where he is good at. Can you believe it? As soon as Tang Xiuan fell, the conflict escalated immediately. A group of boys from the school team suddenly surrounded Chen Yuan. Captain, are you okay? Fuck, you little brat, you want to cause trouble, right? Damn it, get out of my way, kid, you're done for today. What do you want to do? This is a school. You are students, not street thugs. Do you want to fight in front of hundreds of students in the gymnasium? Qin Bingxue suddenly stood up, scolding in a tender voice. She is the president of the student union, and it is impossible for her to just ignore something like this. Although she also hated Chen Yuan, the scumbag, but it was her duty to not allow the conflict to escalate. Qin Bingxue would actually protect Chen Yuan? Tang Xiuan, who had just gotten up from the ground, looked even uglier. You bitch. How am I inferior to that dog Chen Yuan? Are you, Qin Bingxue, blind? Tang Xiuan was furious, but on the surface, he still maintains the demeanor of a school idol. After all, he is a person with idol burden, and there are so many girls watching him at the scene. Can't destroy the image and temperament. Chairman Qin, we don't fight. Fighting is something only barbarians do. I only play basketball. Chen Yuan, right? Do you dare to challenge me 1v1? Tang Xiuan said with a smile. The tone is calm and steady. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Countless girls began to scream. Brother Xiuan is so domineering and graceful. He is worthy of being called a male god. How is he domineering? Wasn't he just knocked down by a ball? Is this considered domineering? Is this considered graceful? Excuse me, I can't understand it. A thin boy with glasses said in confusion. TSK, it was clearly Chen Yuan who deliberately hit Brother Xiuan with the ball, but Brother Xiuan didn't even bother with him. He used basketball to prove his strength. Isn't that domineering and graceful? A crazy girl retorted. Wasn't it Tang Xiuan who started it first? And basketball is his home court and he's good at it. But Chen Yuan may not be good at it? Isn't this obviously bullying? The thin man with glasses continued to refute. That's an excuse for the weak. In a basketball stadium, you have to speak with your strength. You can't play basketball, so what's the point of your bragging? Didn't you see that they were about to fight, and it was Brother Xiuan who stepped in to stop it? The man with glasses almost vomited blood. Tang Xiuan wasn't trying to stop the conflict. He was just trying to show off. In the field he is good at, he crushes Chen Yuan, the new campus celebrity, and consolidates his position as the #1 male god. If Chen Yuan doesn't dare to accept the 1v1 challenge, he is a coward. If he really accepted the 1v1 challenge, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing to be shown off in front of hundreds of people? The atmosphere is so depressing that it's suffocating. All eyes were focused on Chen Yuan's face. Zhao Yuqi was a little worried. He really didn't want to see Chen Yuan embarrass himself in public. Chen Yuan is good at playing the piano and has good skills, but when it comes to playing basketball, he may not be that good. It seemed that he had never been seen on the several basketball courts in the school. Chen Yuan is 181 centimeters tall and Tang Xiuan is 186 centimeters tall. The opponent is obviously taller than Chen Yuan. Not only is he more advantageous in playing basketball, but Tang Xiuan also has real basketball skills. In the 1v1 competition in the school, the number of people who are stronger than Tang Xiuan can be counted on one hand. Tang Xiuan can become the most handsome boy on campus at HUSD. In addition to being rich and handsome, his basketball skills are almost one of his most attractive skills to girls. How can anyone truly admire you if you don't have anything truly outstanding to show for yourself? Without talent of your own, you are just a simple fool. A stupid rich second generation can never be the most handsome boy in school. Sure, if you want 1v1, I'll satisfy you. Chen Yuan smiled slightly. Accepted Tang Xiuan's challenge. Chen Yuan actually agreed. He actually dared to agree. I guess there are too many girls around him, and he just doesn't want to admit defeat. After all, admitting defeat in front of a school beauty is a very embarrassing thing, and many men's self-esteem can't stand it. Chen Yuan is irrational. Isn't this just bullying? This group of onlookers have already begun to observe a moment of silence for Chen Yuan. But, was Chen Yuan really just acting on impulse? He played basketball for a while in high school, but he didn't stick with it. When it comes to basketball skills, he is indeed no match for Tang Xiuan. But his physical fitness, strength, reaction, and flexibility are far superior to his opponent. Even if his skills are inferior, he will not necessarily lose to Tang Xiuan in a 1v1 confrontation. What's more, he still has 22 reinforcement points that have not been used. At worst, you can improve your basketball proficiency by 30 years. Can't I cure you? Chen Yuan, don't be impulsive. You can't beat him in basketball. He Jiying suddenly spoke. Although she is a girl, she is also a sports enthusiast, and she is very clear about Tang Xiuwen's level of strength. Although Chen Yuan is good at fighting, playing basketball is not fighting, right? There is a huge difference between the two. Yes, Chen Yuan, you are not good at playing basketball, so why do you want to compete with others in a field you are not good at? Can Tang Xiuwen play the piano? Let him compete with you in piano playing, and see if he dares to compete with you. Zhao Yuqi glanced at He Jiying and said with a pout, "It doesn't matter. Even though I'm not very good at playing basketball, I'm still better than this noob, right?" Chen Yuan pointed at Tang Xiuwen and called him a rookie to his face. The tone and expression were extremely frivolous. This guy almost hit him with his car just now, but Chen Yuan didn't intend to make a fuss about it. How dare you provoke him? Dad will teach you how to be a good person today. Chen Yuan left the audience, walked onto the basketball court. The veins in Tang Xiuwen's arms were throbbing. It's on the verge of exploding. Chapter 133, 360-degree slam dunk. The game begins. Tang Xiuwen's eyes were gloomy, like a wolf, staring at Chen Yuan intently. How dare this bastard call him a noob? Very good. You are so arrogant. But soon you won't be able to be so arrogant anymore. You probably don't even know how to write the word death. Next, I will torture you until you start to doubt your life. First goal. It was Tang Xiuwen who was attacking and Chen Yuan who was defending. On the basketball court, Chen Yuan and Tang Xiuwen were facing each other. Their eyes were cold and full of gunpowder. Tang Xiuwen began to dribble skillfully. The basketball in his hands was like a piece of cake, and his various fancy moves dazzled the onlookers. He is very fast, and his dribbling movements are skillful and agile. On the other hand, Chen Yuan looked at Tang Xiuwen indifferently. His defensive movements were very unprofessional, and it was obvious that he was a basketball rookie. There is no suspense at all in such a confrontation and competition. Really, Tang Xiuwen dribbled the ball in a fancy way for more than 10 seconds and easily broke through Chen Yuan's defense line. He jumped up like a cheetah, with extraordinary bravery and amazing bounce. He held the basketball in both hands and had already put it under the basket. Tang Xiuwen is tall and has good jumping ability. Dunking is not a particularly difficult thing for him. Is brother Xiuwen going to dunk? Is he really going to dunk again? So excited. I've heard that Tang Xiuwen can dunk. The video of him dunking on WeChat Moments is so cool. Haha, I laughed. With Chen Yuan's level, he dared to fight Tang Xiuwen. He is really overestimating himself. This moment, the whole audience was watching intently. A hint of a victorious smile appeared on Tang Xiuwen's lips. With this shot, he will surely ignite the whole audience with his majestic and heroic dunk. Bang! A muffled sound. Just when the basketball was about to hit the basket, Chen Yuan suddenly leaped up, and with the same amazing jumping ability, he jumped over Tang Xiuwen's body and slapped the basketball in his hand away. Blocked shot? Tang Xiuwen was actually blocked. Hundreds of girls, who were about to scream, suddenly stopped. Member of the school basketball team. Eyeballs fell to the ground one by one. It's incredible that a rookie like Chen Yuan could block Tang Xiuwen's shot. They are not equal in height and strength. Chen Yuan, who is 181 centimeters tall, was able to block a shot by Tang Xiuwen, who is 186 centimeters tall. This is simply a naked humiliation. This means that the other person's jumping ability is much stronger than yours, so he can ignore the height difference and block your shot. The atmosphere is so depressing that it's suffocating. Tang Xiuwen's face turned blue, then white, then purple. It's very ugly. Of course, not scoring a goal doesn't mean anything. This is just the beginning. Next, it was Chen Yuan's turn to attack and Tang Xiuwen's turn to defend. I was just careless just now. Now I'm serious. You won't be so lucky, Tang Xiuwen said through gritted teeth. Chen Yuan slapped the basketball. He wasn't very skilled at dribbling, and he didn't have any fancy fakes. He picked up the basketball and charged forward. Tang Xiuwen blocked Chen Yuan's offensive steps firmly, and his defensive movements were very professional. While Chen Yuan was dribbling the ball, he almost had the ball snatched away from him. Relying on his super flexible reaction speed, Chen Yuan finally rushed to the bottom of the basket. The next second, Chen Yuan's body suddenly flew into the air. Tang Xiuwen sneered and jumped up with Chen Yuan. If I block your layup from this angle, your mother won't even recognize you. I can finally get my revenge. Just when Tang Xiuwen thought Chen Yuan was going to shoot, he still hadn't thrown the basketball in his hand. His body was rising higher and higher from the ground, almost 2 meters above the ground. His powerful ability to stay in the air allows him to stay in the air for 3 seconds. Then, Chen Yuan spun 360 degrees in the air and slammed the ball. Bang! The ball goes in. The whole place was in dead silence. Everyone was stunned. There were hundreds of spectators at the scene, and their mouths were opened so wide that it seemed as if they could fit an ostrich egg in one. This is a 360-degree spin slam dunk? Holy shit! How is this possible? Chen Yuan is only about 1.8 meters tall. His jumping ability is too amazing, too exaggerated. Accompanied by 5 seconds of suffocation. Next second, the whole audience exploded. Countless screams rang out. Many girls who were present at first only screamed for Tang Xiuan. But now, under the crushing of absolute strength, they cheered and applauded Chen Yuan without hesitation. I just realized that Chen Yuan is also quite handsome, not inferior to Tang Xiuan at all. I was wondering why Zhao Yuqi liked him. It turns out this boy is so strong. Love it, love it. Chen Yuan will be my idol from now on. Just as the audience cheered, He Jing jumped up excitedly. Chen Yuan, I love you. He Jing, favorability +1. Current favorability, 95 points. Ding. It is detected that the target of number 4 liquor is not only Ing, and her favorability towards the host has successfully exceeded 95 points. Congratulations to the host for the successful counterattack. Ding. The total consumption of dog liquor gold by the number 4 dog liquor is 0 yuan, and the reward to the host is 0 yuan. Ding. He Jing successfully transformed into the host's boot liquor and was rewarded with 22 reinforcement points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Dance Mastery. Since the host already has this skill, the system's rewarded skills will be automatically superimposed, and your dance skill will be upgraded to LV10. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Strength, 30. Constitution, 30. Spirit, 30. Agility, 30. The average value for normal adults is 10. Status, extremely strong. Reinforcement points, 44. Skills, piano, LV60, dance, LV10, English, LV5, Russian, LV5, French, LV5, Korean, LV5. Chen Yuan didn't spend a penny on He Jing. Unexpectedly, this 360-degree turn and slam dunk directly led to a successful counterattack. Maybe the performance just now was just too cool, too awesome, too awesome. That domineering and majestic figure flying in the air left a deep impression on many girls and had a huge impact on them. They only discovered it at this time. It turns out that in addition to his other talents, Chen Yuan is also so good at playing basketball. Thus, the chain reaction began. Zhao Yuqi, favorability +1. Ding. The favorability of the host to the number 3 liquor Zhao Yuqi has exceeded 96 points, and the reward is +10 reinforcement points. Lin Shutong, favorability +1. Ding. Lin Shutong, the number 2 dog liquor, has a favorability rating of over 96 points towards the host and is awarded +10 reinforcement points. Su Lele, favorability +1. Ding. Number 1 liquor Su Lele's favorability towards the host has exceeded 97 points. Reward +10 reinforcement points. Host's current enhancement points, 74 points. Chen Yuan was stunned. I didn't expect that playing basketball could collectively increase the favorability of all the people I was trying to please. It turns out that women still like men who shine brightly. But why did everyone's favorability increase, except Qin Bingshue's, which didn't increase at all? Isn't this a weird thing? At this time, Tang Xiuan was so embarrassed that his face turned green. But he was not convinced. Chapter 134, Strengthening Basketball Proficiency for 100 Years. What's so great about being able to dunk? What's so great about scoring a goal? Don't I know how to do that? I just didn't show it. You women who follow the wind are all trash. You treated me as your idol before, but now you betrayed me just because this guy scored a goal? You, the audience this time, have the worst quality. Of course Tang Xiuan was not convinced. He hasn't shown his true strength yet. How could he be convinced? Okay, I admit that I underestimated you, but a 1v1 match isn't a regular match after all. Do you dare to do a 5v5 match? Tang Xiuan provoked again. He saw it too. Chen Yuan's body reactions are extremely flexible and his jumping ability is amazing. In a 1v1 confrontation, he may not be able to crush Chen Yuan. If the duel continues, Chen Yuan might have more and more opportunities to show off. If he were given a few more opportunities to dunk, I'm afraid today would become Chen Yuanxiu's home court. Tang Xiuan would never allow anyone to show off by stepping on his head. Although Chen Yuan has already pretended to be strong, this momentum must be suppressed. You can't win in 1v1, so you want to win in 5v5? Fine, I don't care. Chen Yuan spread his hands. Now he has 74 enhancement points in his hand, so he can handle not only 5v5, but also 1v5. Wei Qi, you should be on the same team with Chen Yuan. Don't let people say that I bully this kid. Tang Xiuwen pointed at the 1.9-meter tall guy in the school team and spoke in a very graceful manner. Since it is 5v5, the levels of both sides must naturally be balanced. Can't you just pick all the strong ones and leave me with a few lousy ones? That's certainly not fair. Tang Xiuwen's approach convinced the audience present. After all, Wei Qi's strength in the school team is definitely the best. Tang Xiuwen is quite generous. He gave Wei Qi to Chen Yuan. This 5v5 match can be considered evenly matched. If Wei Qi hadn't taken the initiative to give in, Tang Xiuwen might not have been chosen as the captain of the school team. Tang Xiuwen's approach is actually very smart. If he really only gives Chen Yuan a few crooked melons and cracked dates, it would not be fair even if he wins, and people would look down on him. If he lets Wei Qi out, it won't be embarrassing even if he loses the game. The key point is Wei Qi really willing to cooperate with Chen Yuan? The skinny, wretched man with glasses analyzed it rationally. The game will start soon. Wei Qi and the other 3 teammates didn't seem to let the game go on purpose. The game was very intense. But Chen Yuan soon discovered that none of his 4 teammates would pass the ball to him. Sometimes they would even deliberately stop him from grabbing the ball. This is not 5 against 5, nor 1 against 5. This is 1 against 9. Basketball is a team sport. No matter how strong Chen Yuan's physical fitness is or how fast his reaction speed is, he will not have much room to maneuver when being targeted by 9 people. The point is that Chen Yuan really doesn't know how to play basketball. He is not skilled at dribbling, his shooting is not accurate, he cannot cooperate with his teammates, and he often commits fouls when trying to grab the ball. This feels like being restricted. Less than 10 minutes into the game, Chen Yuan's team lost by 12 points. During these 10 minutes, Chen Yuan seemed to be sleepwalking. He is not as brave and strong as he was in a 1v1 situation. Sure enough, Chen Yuan just has a stronger jumping ability. When he actually plays in the game, why does he seem like a hindrance? Tang Xiuwen is still more handsome. His 3-point shot is very accurate, and he can also dunk. The most important thing is that he and his teammates have a tacit understanding and solid basic skills. Although Chen Yuan was amazing at the beginning, it's a pity that he lacks stamina and only has 3 tricks. Basketball is indeed not a one-person sport. Chen Yuan was a little too arrogant before. To be honest, Chen Yuan doesn't care about winning or losing today's game, because his 4 teammates were not in the same group with him at all. These people were just cooperating with Tang Xiuwen to show off, but they seemed to be working very hard. Chen Yuan is essentially 1 against 9. Since you are so shameless, there is no need for me to be polite to you. System, I want to improve my basketball skills. Ding. Since the host has not yet mastered this skill, strengthening the basketball skill requires an additional 5 points of strengthening. Would the host like to continue strengthening? The system's answer made Chen Yuan stunned. The last time I enhanced my piano skill, I needed to pay an additional 10 enhancement points. It only takes 5 points this time? Could it be that because he had no idea about the piano skill last time, he needed to pay more enhancement points to master this skill? But he had at least played basketball for a while, although he was a rookie, but it only took 5 points to enhance to the proficient level? One more thing. Piano skills, the techniques and musical knowledge required, are more complex. The proficiency required for basketball skills is actually not too high. 3 to 5 years is enough. What's more important is your physical fitness. But Chen Yuan didn't know this. Anyway, the more awesome the better. System, continue to strengthen. I want to strengthen my basketball proficiency by 100 years. Ding. Strengthening successful. 25 strengthening points are deducted from the host, and the remaining strengthening points are 49. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering mythical basketball skills. Ding. Basketball skills belong to sports competitions. The host has mastered mythical basketball skills and gained strength +5, physique +5, and agility +5. Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment. By strengthening basketball skills, you can actually improve basic attributes? This wave is really profitable. However, after careful analysis, it seems that boys who like to play basketball do have better physical fitness. By analogy, strengthening basketball skills can naturally improve physical fitness. Next second, a familiar warmth surged through my body. There seemed to be a mysterious feeling in Chen Yuan's mind. His body was originally restrained on the basketball court. It seemed as if everything was released at once. It was then that Chen Yuan suddenly realized that a true basketball master actually needs to master more than just the proficiency in playing basketball. You also need to learn to make accurate predictions, control the rhythm, and know how to use your brain to play. Who said basketball is a game that requires cooperation? That's because you are not strong enough. As long as you are strong enough, you can also win the whole game by yourself. Brother Tang, catch the ball. Li Yang glanced at Chen Yuan with disdain, and he cooperated as before, preparing to pass the ball to Tang Xiuan. At the moment the sphere flew out, Chen Yuan appeared out of nowhere and intercepted the ball at lightning speed. It seemed that he had already predicted that Li Yang would pass the ball. The moment the basketball was caught, Chen Yuan dribbled the ball alone and charged forward. He easily broke through the encirclement of 5 or 6 people and made another tomahawk dunk, pouring the basketball into the basket. Li Yang, you have to keep a close eye on Chen Yuan. He can only dunk. If you don't give him the chance to dunk, he will be nothing more than a rookie. Okay, Brother Tang. Li Yang nodded. But is it true that Chen Yuan only knows how to dunk? Chapter 135. Show you so much that you start to question your life. Next is Chen Yuan. It seemed as if he was assisted by God and he could always grab the ball. Whether it's a teammate's ball or an opponent's ball, as long as someone dribbles in front of him, you have no idea what's happening. The ball was already in Chen Yuan's hands. This is definitely the speed of being single for 50 years. Damn it, how could he steal the ball again? Defense, defend quickly, don't let him dunk. Tang Xiuan roared. Bang. This time, Chen Yuan did not dunk, but made an accurate three-pointer that went into the net. Damn, didn't they say he could only dunk? Why is his three-point shot so accurate too? Luck. This must be luck. Come again. Bang. The ball went in again. Chen Yuan's three-point shots are almost always accurate. So accurate that it makes you start to question your life. That's not all. He dribbled faster and faster, grabbing rebounds, blocking shots, fake moves, guarding, charging, shooting beyond the distance, and dunking in the air. Various operations will make your scalp tingle. As long as Chen Yuan's figure flashes past you, you will lose the ball. It's just so exaggerated. You can't even see how he grabs the ball. Whether you are a teammate or an opponent. I am strong enough to fight 1 against 9. Half an hour later, the whole audience was filled with spectators. I was shocked to the point of being petrified. It's so awesome, I don't even know what words to use to describe it. I calculated that in just half an hour, Chen Yuan scored 5 dunks, got 6 rebounds, blocked 7 shots, made 15 steals, and made 11 three-pointers without missing a single one. Damn it, even NBA superstars are not as awesome as him, right? Why do I feel like he's bullying others, 1 against 9? Basketball can actually be played this way? It turns out that truly awesome masters don't need teammates? Fuck. This moment. 9 varsity members. They felt a deep sense of helplessness in their hearts. I've started to doubt my life. Chen Yuan is not a human being at all. He is just a pervert. How could a person actually reach such a level in basketball? This was beyond their imagination. Dunking, blocking, stealing, and three-point shooting were all successful. What was even more outrageous was that every time Tang Xiuan shot, Chen Yuan could actually shoot the ball out of the basket. It's just outrageous. I'm not going to play anymore. I really am not going to play anymore. Playing basketball with this pervert is kind of hurting my self-esteem. Wei Qi wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a heartbroken look on his face. It was speechless to think that he was over 1.9 meters tall, but couldn't even grab the rebound in front of Chen Yuan. I don't want to fight anymore. I feel like I'm being bullied like a primary school student. Brother Tang, it's not that the brothers don't want to help you. It's mainly because we really can't win. The expression on Tang Xiuan's face was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. He found that Chen Yuan, this bastard, was extremely insidious. When we first started 1v1, he only showed strong jumping ability, but his ball control was unfamiliar and he was not very good at defense, looking like a rookie. Therefore, Tang Xiuan judged that as long as it was 5v5, the rookie level of Chen Yuan would be exposed, and he could then get back at the situation. But who knows? He fell into the trap. How could someone who can do a 360-degree spin and dunk not be able to play basketball? It's all a disguise. Deliberately let him underestimate the enemy. When the real competition started, Chen Yuan put out all his strength. Then he began to act cool and slap people in the face like crazy, rubbing the face of the top handsome guy in HUSD on the ground like crazy. Haha. The best basketball player in school is nothing but this. You still refuse to accept the fact that I call you a rookie. You have the nerve to show off your basketball skills. You can't even beat a newbie like me who has only played basketball for 2 days. Don't embarrass yourself in the future. Chen Yuan mocked unscrupulously. If it were someone else, Chen Yuan would not deliberately mock the other person. The main thing is that this guy almost hit someone while driving, but he didn't even apologize and even gave someone the middle finger? Do you think you're awesome just because you drive a Pagani Huayra? Chen Yuan ignored him completely. Tang Xiuan was so angry that he vomited blood. This dog looks more like a villain who has succeeded. He really deserves a beating. Mr. Tang, please don't be impulsive and don't fight. We can't beat him. Li Yang pulled Tang Xiuan's clothes and reminded him with cold sweat on his forehead. Li Yang, you are such a coward, aren't you? He poached your client, and you don't even want to take revenge. No, Master Tang, I've already taken revenge on him. That day I called 20 people to stop him, but he beat them all down by himself. Now some of our brothers are still in the hospital. As soon as these words came out, Tang Xiuan was stunned. Although he had heard some similar rumors in school in the past 2 days, but he thought it was just a rumor. Who can beat 20 people alone? Even special forces soldiers are not so awesome, right? But it was different when Li Yang said it himself. Chen Yuan's physical burst just now was indeed extraordinary. If a fight breaks out, you might end up suffering a loss. It doesn't matter. We are civilized people and we won't be barbaric enough to fight. Chen Yuan, I admit that you are a bit good at playing basketball, but that's all. In front of me, you are still nothing. I'm afraid you don't even know who I am. I think you probably don't know who I am. Tang Xiuan wanted to show off by using his background and identity, but Chen Yuan fought back without hesitation. Aren't you the second son of the Tang Group, with assets worth billions? As the second son, you are not sure how much you can inherit, right? I spent nearly 10 billion in just over half a month. Your Tang Group is nothing. Do you believe that I can buy your company and give it to the girl? Chen Yuan felt no disdain at all. Okay, no one has ever dared to be so arrogant in front of me. You are the first, and I believe you will be the last. Let's wait and see. Tang Xiuan finished speaking harshly. He left the basketball hall with a gloomy look. I'm afraid it starts today. His position as the school's #1 handsome boy is about to be unstable. Did you guys take the video of Chen Yuan's dunk just now? A girl asked. No, I was so engrossed in watching it just now that I forgot to take a photo. Haha, I just filmed it, and I'm going to post it on TikTok. Just when a group of girls were talking about it, Chen Yuan suddenly disappeared. I don't know when. Chen Yuan has followed the crowd and left the gymnasium. If you don't miss this opportunity, when will you? How come Chen Yuan disappeared all of a sudden? We were just about to bring him some water. He Jing stamped her feet. Then she discovered that Zhao Yuqi also took a bottle of water. Su Lei took a bottle of water. Lin Shudong took a bottle of water, and many unfamiliar girls also seemed to be preparing to bring water to Chen Yuan. But Chen Yuanren was gone. Chapter 136, The Second Generation Discussed. Luckily, I ran away quickly. Otherwise, I wouldn't know whose water to drink. Chen Yuan patted his chest. A look of relief. It seems that being too handsome is not good. There are always so many women who covet my looks. Chen Yuan shook his head with a melancholy look on his face. After lunch, Chen Yuan took a shower and changed his clothes. Because I was sweating after playing basketball just now, it feels great to take a cold shower. Chen Yuan was walking around in the dormitory in just a pair of shorts. He picked up his phone and opened the Seoul Second Generation Group. In the past 2 days, Chen Yuan has been contacting the agent to look at houses. But these agents are all a bunch of scammers. Either the house is not that great, or the price is obviously higher than the market price, but the owner won't let you talk to him. Not to mention the high agency fees. There may also be a series of problems after you buy the house. In short, the problem is very serious, and Chen Yuan is quite dissatisfied. Instead of looking for this group of intermediaries, it's better to ask the second generation in the group. See if there is any channel. At least this group of second generation are more reliable than real estate agents, right? Chen Yuan just opened the second generation group. I found that people in the group seem to be discussing him. Do you know that the Yuanhang Trading Group, which was about to go bankrupt, has recently made new moves? Not only has this company paid off its bank loans, but it has also been expanding in the past few days. They have even taken the initiative to acquire other trading companies that are about to go bankrupt. I don't understand where the Shao family got such a large amount of funds. Didn't Shao Hanjun borrow money from everywhere some time ago? He even wanted to marry his daughter to Han Xiaojiang in order to get financial support from the Han family. Could it be that the Shao family and the Han family have already formed an alliance? The Han family wants to enter the foreign trade industry. While the market is sluggish, they will acquire other trading companies at super low prices and then merge them. When the market picks up, they will make a lot of money. This layout is very far-reaching. Bullshit. Although the Han family's boss is smart, he is extremely stingy. Moreover, the market is sluggish now, and no one can see the prospects of foreign trade. If he wants to swallow up the Seoul foreign trade market, it is very likely to shake the foundation of the Han family's real estate industry. Han Sanshui will never do this. Then the question is, where did the Shao family get this money? At this critical moment when the global market is sluggish, who is willing to lend such a large sum of money to the Shao family? When the discussion in the group was in full swing, Zhang Haoyan finally stood up. Okay, I'll be honest. Actually, when the Han family and the Shao family formed a marriage alliance that day, I reported the situation to President Yan, And then the marriage between the Han family and the Xiao family was cancelled, and the Xiao family no longer lacked money. Zhang Haoyan revealed this. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. All the second generation were deeply shocked. So that's how it is. It was actually Boss Yan's work. The group leader is so awesome. As far as I know, the Xiao family is a bit too big. If they want to revitalize it completely and solve the bankruptcy crisis, they can also give the Xiao family the ambition to continue to expand. Without an injection of 500 to 600 million yuan, Xiao Hanjun would not have the guts to do it. At least 500 million. Looking at the discussions of this group of second-generation people in the group, Chen Yuan was somewhat shocked. I didn't expect that these second generations could analyze how much money Chen Yuan invested in the Xiao family based on just some scattered information, even accurate to the exact number. Some of them are much more sensitive to the market and have better judgment than ordinary people. It seems that these second-generation people are not all fools. On the contrary, the culture, education, and background they have received since childhood are more complete than those of ordinary people. As a result, a large number of these second-generation people actually have higher qualities than ordinary people. Among these people, the probability of social elites being born is much higher than that of children from ordinary working-class families. The reason why ordinary people have a bad impression of the rich second generation. It may just be that the second generation from some nouveau riche families have corrupted the atmosphere in the circle. People subconsciously think that all rich second generations are prodigals. Actually, it is not. After Chen Yuan came into contact with this group of people, he found that very few of them were true prodigals. Even Tang Xiuwen, whom he looked down upon, actually had his own abilities. Regardless of his family background, he performed better than ordinary students in some aspects. Chen Yuan knew it very well. This group of second-generation people were willing to support him before, and a large part of them were giving face to Zhang Haoyan. But after what happened to the Xiao family, they should be more respectful of Mr. Yan. Mr. Yan's immense money power is truly impressive. At this time, Chen Yuan edited a message and sent it out. I want to buy an apartment recently, preferably one on Friendship Avenue. Does anyone have any resources that can recommend one? This message has just been sent. Suddenly, the whole group exploded. Fuck, the smoke is coming out. Boss, are you still short of a house? You know nothing. Mr. Yan definitely has no shortage of houses. Last time he gave a girl a villa worth 60 million yuan as a gift. At Mr. Yan, my sister has a townhouse in Shuiyan International on Friendship Avenue. She may be moving to Shanghai for development soon. Mr. Yan, would you like to consider it? A second-generation person named Amorous Prodigal Son sent a message. At Duoqing Longzu, let's chat privately. Chen Yuan sent a message back. Just when Chen Yuan added the romantic Playboy's WeChat number. The second-generation group is still chatting lively. Is this guy Gao Lang related to Boss Yan? Awesome. This guy is a newcomer to the group. I heard that Gao Lang's sister Gao Xianin is very beautiful and a celebrity in the entertainment industry. Gao Xianin, I seem to have heard of this name, but I don't have a very deep impression of it. Gao Xianin, it's her. Now I remember, wasn't she the rising star who made her mark in the entertainment industry last year with a TV series? I heard she offended a big director and was banned. She had a promising future, but now there's basically no news about her. There is constant gossip in the entertainment industry. Gao Xuanin's reputation doesn't seem to be very good. I heard that she acted like a big shot during filming and was replaced as the female lead on the spot by the famous director Tiger Yi. Later, it was reported that Gao Xianin seduced a married man and was torn apart by his wife on Weibo, causing his reputation to plummet. The advertiser she represented sued her for breach of contract and demanded 30 million in compensation. Chen Yuan had some impression of Gao Xianin. This is indeed a very talented actress with solid acting skills. Graduated from Shanghai Drama Academy. He is a graduate of a serious professional school. In the Shanghai Drama Academy, where there are so many beautiful girls, she is also a school beauty. If nothing goes wrong, he should become very popular in the entertainment industry. Who knew it would suddenly become cold? And it's very cool. Unexpectedly, when Chen Yuan wanted to buy a house, he ended up buying a house priced higher than that of a female celebrity. Ding! Amorous Prodigal Son, your friend request has been approved. Chapter 137 Bow to Reality. Hello, Mr. Yan, my name is Gao Lang. After his friend passed, Gao Lang introduced his real name very respectfully. Hello, Gao Lang. Is Gao Xianin your biological sister? Chen Yuan asked curiously. Yes, Mr. Yan, Gao Xianin is my biological sister. I am 1 year younger than her. Mr. Yan, have you also heard of my sister's name? I've heard a little bit about her performance in last year's TV series. She acted quite well, but it's a pity. Mr. Yan, please don't believe those rumors outside. My sister is not a big shot. How dare she act like a big shot in front of the great director Tiger as she is a newcomer? Things in the entertainment industry are very complicated. My sister was framed just because she didn't want to accept the unspoken rules. Gao Lang explained clearly. After Gao Lang sent this message, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Under normal circumstances, Gao Xianin has been banned for a year, and there should be no hope of a comeback. Because Tiger Lord's power in the entertainment industry is amazing. In addition, Gao Xianin was involved in a scandal with a mistress, and her reputation was already ruined. No one would use such a bad artist. It's too difficult to clean up. However, if Mr. Yan is willing to help, even Lord Tiger will give him some face, right? Mr. Yan's powerful money ability is enough to defeat everything. No one would doubt the power of smoke. The matter of Zhao's Ocean Shipping Group can give us a glimpse of the whole picture. Chen Yuan heard what Gao Lang said. Suddenly my eyes lit up. There are not many people who like to lick the dog gold flower recently, mainly because I don't have any consumption goals. Chen Yuan only interacts with college students. How much can college students spend? At most I could spend tens of millions on them. Even so, it had already shocked them beyond words. Chen Yuan's dog-licking money limit is 900 trillion, and he can't spend even a drop of it. Chen Yuan often wondered if he was too rubbish. It has been more than half a month, and the total cost is less than 1 billion yuan. If we continue like this, I'm afraid it will take 10,000 years to finish spending all the money. However, the appearance of Gao Xianin made Chen Yuan feel that she was a very ideal consumer target. First of all, she is a star, and stars must spend a lot of money. Secondly, she is still a bad star. If you want to clear the name of such a tainted artist and make her popular again, it will definitely cost a huge amount of money to turn the situation around. But it doesn't matter. Chen Yuan didn't care. He didn't care whether Gao Xianin was framed or not. I don't care whether she has been a mistress or not. In short, this woman is a very suitable target for making money from bootlickers. The more you spend, the more you get in return. In short, just throw money at her. Of course, you still have to buy a house. Your sister is pretty, and I believe she won't be a mistress. Chen Yuan smiled slightly and sent the message. Gao Lang saw the message. I was stunned for a moment. Boss Yan, are you interested in my sister? But didn't he just hook up with Xiao Ruoyu? Could it be that Mr. Yan also wants to take advantage of my sister? Thinking of this, Gao Lang was not angry. Compared to the filthiness of the entertainment industry, it is normal for a rich and powerful person like Mr. Yan to have such thoughts. After all, it is impossible for others to help you for no reason. If you want to get something, you have to pay something. And Mr. Yin is not married. With his sister's super high looks and celebrity temperament, it is possible that she may even be able to rise to the top. Recently, the entire Gao family has been implicated because of Gao Xuanin's affairs. Her 30 million yuan in liquidated damages have not been paid yet, and the court has made the final judgment, and there is nothing that can be done to save the situation. Their family was originally wealthy, but in recent year, affected by the national economic crisis, the business was already losing money, and now there is a penalty of 30 million yuan for breach of contract. It's such bad luck. A good family was almost torn apart. If I had known earlier that I should not have supported Gao Xuanin's dream of becoming a star, otherwise she wouldn't have fallen to the point of having to sell her house. After thinking about it, Gao Lang called Gao Xianin. Hey sis, are you home? Yes, I'm packing my things. I'm going to the Magic City tomorrow. You stay at home with your parents and don't continue to hang out with those bad friends. Because of my affairs, my family has been in so much trouble, but I will find a way to solve it myself. There was a hint of determination in Gao Xuanin's beautiful eyes. After a year of depression, after being cursed and despised by hundreds of millions of netizens online, she really can't hold on any longer. It would be fine if she was the only one suffering. But now even families have been seriously affected. It even came to the point of selling the house. She decided to compromise. Yesterday, Tiger Lord called her and was willing to give her a chance to reform. She knew what she would face during this trip to the Magic City. But there's nothing I can do. Society is so realistic. A person who has experienced despair, abuse, insults, and notoriety will realize more clearly that money, benefits, and fame are far more important than your ridiculous nobleness. Without money, you are nothing. Sister, you'd better not go to the Magic City tomorrow. I want to introduce you to a very awesome person. Who is it? Mr. Yen, do you know? Boss Yen? Could it be that he is the mysterious rich man who was on the hot search on Weibo and was said to have given the female anchor 100 million in gifts? I have some impression of Gao Xianin. She doesn't usually pay attention to live streaming platforms, but as a female celebrity, she definitely pays attention to hot searches on Weibo. In fact, her Weibo account also has millions of followers. It's just that there are more haters now. Every time she posts something on Weibo, there are people commenting and calling her a mistress. Very dazzling. So much so that she doesn't even dare to post on Weibo now. However, she still has some impression of Mr. Yin, the rich man who recently became a hot topic on Weibo. Yes, I finally got into a second-generation group through connections. The group leader is none other than Mr. Yin. Mr. Yin wants to buy a house near Friendship Avenue, and I think our house is a good choice. You loser, what on earth are you thinking about? No, sister. Wouldn't selling the house just solve the problem of liquidated damages? And I found that Mr. Yin seems to be quite interested in you. If you can gain Mr. Yan's favor. Having said that, Gao Lang paused. But Gao Xianin already understood what he meant. She felt disgusted, even nauseous. This so-called Mr. Yin, who gives gifts to female anchors everywhere, looks like a lustful old man. He does whatever he wants because he has money. He and Li who are birds of a feather. If it were in the past, she would definitely scold Gao Lang. This kid actually wanted to sell out his sister to get close to a rich man. This is outrageous. But now, she has begun to bow to reality. Chapter 138 House Viewing. Hey, Mr. Yan, I've already told my sister that you can come over to see the house anytime. I'll send you my sister's WeChat ID and phone number. This guy Gao Lang seems to like to trick me. When he thought about how if he became Mr. Yan's brother-in-law, wouldn't he be able to get whatever he wanted? By then, he will be considered a top figure among the second generation in Seoul. Even Zhang Haoyan, Bai Qilin and others would call him Mr. Gao when they saw him. This feeling is so great just thinking about it. Okay, Chen Yuan sent a message back. Gao Lang quickly sent his sister's phone number. The phone number is also the WeChat ID, and they are bound together. Chen Yuan copied the number and immediately chose to add a friend. He had never added a female celebrity on WeChat before, and he didn't even dare to think about it. Because it feels like the life of a celebrity is so far away from the life of an ordinary person. Although this is a celebrity artist who has already lost his fame. But even if it's not a hit, at least they've still made TV series, right? Ding. Gao Xianin has accepted your friend request. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the other party approved his friend request. Chen Yuan did not send her a message immediately, but instead took a look at her circle of friends. The other party's circle of friends is set to be displayed only for 3 days. There is only one photo to be seen inside. This is a home photo. She looks really pretty. Her looks are almost comparable to Xiao Ryu and Qin Bingxue. This is also a girl with a score of more than 9. She has solid acting skills, is a rising star, and has a good temperament. If it weren't for the mistress scandal, she would probably have become a big star in the entertainment industry. Unfortunately, even if you are good-looking and have good acting skills, you may not necessarily become famous. Is there a lack of beautiful women in the entertainment industry? There is no shortage at all. The number of students taking art examinations increases year by year. There are hundreds of thousands of beautiful, pure, and lovely girls. So many people are studying acting and art, and everyone wants to be a big star. But how many of them are truly popular across the country? The probability is less than 1 in 10,000. It's time to play a supporting role. They should act as extras. There are very few lucky people who can become famous overnight and get the role of the female lead before graduation. This society has never lacked capable and qualified people. All that's missing are resources. Gao Xianin was lucky at the beginning. Before she graduated, she participated in an acting show and successfully attracted millions of fans and won first place in the public vote. Because of this, he was noticed by a director and filmed a TV series that became popular on the entire internet. She was originally a rising star. The future is limitless. She was also spotted by the famous director Tiger Lord. And she passed the audition for the female lead in a big movie with an investment of 500 million yuan. But who knew? At her peak moment, encountered unspoken rules. It's not just Tiger's unspoken rules. There are also the producer's unspoken rules and the investor's unspoken rules. 3 disgusting fat guys. That's right. If she wants to successfully secure the role of the female lead in this play, she must accept the director, producer, and investor to approach her in turn. Of course, many actresses didn't know there would be so many at first. I thought just diving once would be enough. Once you accept being seduced the first time, then the second and third times will be a natural progression. Because people's bottom line can become lower and lower. Once you compromise, you will compromise countless times. Gao Xianin has a good family background and can be considered a wealthy second generation. She immediately rejected Tiger Lord's excessive request. He left the dinner party with a cold face. The next day on the set, the director began to deliberately make things difficult for her. She was young and hot-tempered, and she actually started swearing at the director on the spot. However, the video of her swearing was edited by someone and uploaded to the internet. The incident of Gao Xianin acting like a big shot on the set and scolding a famous director also came from this. Next, the female lead's role was replaced by someone else. The agent found the investor to intercede and arranged a meeting at the hotel. Then there was the video of Gao Xianin secretly meeting with rich man in hotel and being torn apart by his wife. 2 confirmed hammers. Gao Xianin's pure and sweet personality collapsed in an instant. She became a mistress and a bitch that everyone wanted to beat. She is still too young after all. She thought that if she didn't accept the unspoken rules, she could just give up the filming of the show. Anyway, there are several other dramas that have invited her to be the female lead. Could things really be that simple? You have offended someone. Do you think you can just walk away? Too naive. They have been in this business for decades, and it would only take them a few minutes to deal a blow to you. Gao Xianin was not careful enough and was easily caught. Then after a wave of exaggerated hype, it was completely ruined. Things were far more serious than she had imagined. The company completely gave up on her. You have to pay the penalty for breach of contract yourself. It was only then that she discovered that the contract she had signed with the company had so many loopholes. If there is any profit, the company will take most of it. If you lose money, the company is not responsible at all. When you are glorious, everyone comes to please you. When you are down and out, everyone wants to step on you. Only when you drink the water can you know whether it is hot or cold. Looking at the rich man, Mr. Yin introduced to me by my younger brother on the phone. She really didn't want to deal with such a disgusting person. But there was no other way. If Mr. Yin could really help her solve her current predicament, she was willing to compromise once. Hello, is this Mr. Yin? I'm Gao Xianin. Yes, it's me. Please send me the location of your home, and I'll come find you later. Chen Yuan sent a message back. Gao Xianin was stunned when he saw this message. Are you so impatient to meet each other? What an old pervert. Gao Xianin suppressed the nausea in his heart and sent a location to Chen Yuan. Okay, it seems like we're really not far away. It will only take me 15 minutes to get to your house. After Chen Yuan sent this message, he started to change his clothes and set off. The Waterfront International Townhouse where Gao Xianin lives is really close to Chen Yuan, probably only 5 minutes away by car. Chen Yuan didn't expect that this female star was so close to him. But why has he never met the star in person in real life? It feels like you think she is far away, but in fact she is right in front of you. After leaving the boys' dormitory, Chen Yuan took the car and drove the LaFerrari towards the Waterfront International Community. It's only 2 kilometers in total. Chen Yuan turned a corner and entered the Waterside International Community. Even if you drive a luxury car, the security guard will let you pass regardless of whether you are the owner of this community or not. The development of the Waterfront International Community is very unique. This community is not just a villa area, nor is it just a civilian residential area. This community combines office buildings, residential houses, high-end villa areas, and other grades of residences. You can buy a townhouse in this community, or you can buy a high-end commercial apartment with more than 30 floors. A townhouse is not really a single-family home. This villa is designed with 4 floors in total, accommodating a total of 8 residents, 1 on the left and 1 on the right. Although equally luxurious and beautifully designed and decorated, it is still commercial housing in essence. It looks like a big villa, but in fact the villa is divided into 8 houses. If you want to buy the entire villa, it may cost 80 million, but if you only buy 1 unit, it will only cost 10 million. A house is about 200 to 300 square meters. Spending less money and living in a more upscale villa is a new era real estate development concept that is more in line with market demand. Chapter 139. Are you kidding me? I have arrived. Chen Yuan parked his car downstairs of Building 25 in the row of townhouses and sent a message to Gao Xianin. Building 26, Room 201. Just come over here. Gao Xianin did not come to greet him, and Chen Yuan didn't care. Park the car. Chen Yuan walked towards Building 26. Arriving at the door of 201, Chen Yuan rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Chen Yuan pressed it 3 times in total. About a minute later, the other party opened the door. It was obvious that Gao Xianin had already looked at Chen Yuan once through the cat's eye. You are? Mr. Yin. Gao Xianin looked a little surprised, as if he didn't expect the legendary Mr. Yin to be so young and handsome. The moment Gao Xianin opened the door, Chen Yuan only felt a faint and elegant fragrance coming over him. What came into view was a woman with long flowing hair. Her skin was whiter than snow, smooth as jade, graceful and elegant, with a light and ethereal aura. She is like an elf on earth, delicate and beautiful. This woman seems to be even more elegant than in the TV series. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yes, that's me. Chen Yuan smiled, and pushed the door open and walked in. Then he looked at Gao Xianin with lustful eyes. There was a strong desire and frivolity in his eyes. Chen Yuan had no intention of leaving a good impression on Gao Xianin from the beginning. Being a good person is tiring. What if the first impression is too good and the system binding fails? What if he left an impression of being a good person and Gao Xianin refused to spend his money? Maintaining the image of a gentleman is tiring and hypocritical. Instead of pretending to be a good person and trying every possible way to give her money, it is better to let her know from the beginning that you are a bad person, you are just coveting your beauty, and you want to use your money to make you lie down. You can resist, but it's useless. If 100 million is not enough, then 1 billion. If 1 billion is not enough, then 10 billion. I can help you solve the difficulties you are facing now. As long as you ask, any amount of money is fine. Chen Yuan defined his own personality as a scumbag who plays with women's feelings and bodies. He wanted Gao Xianin to have an extremely bad first impression of him, so that the subsequent improvement of his favorability would become very slow, but he would be able to spend more money, and the reward would be greater at that time. Really, Gao Xianin's first impression of Chen Yuan was quite good. After all, he is a young and handsome brother who looks like he is only in his early 20s, maybe even younger than her. He was completely different from the old man she had imagined at first. But then she realized that this person was very rude. She hadn't even invited him yet, but this guy pushed the door open and barged in, looking at her with a frivolous and reckless look. She really didn't like such looks. I feel like a commodity, being scrutinized. Ms. Gao, I know a little bit about your situation. Chen Yuan smiled slightly. What do you know? Aren't you here to see the house? I don't need anyone else to worry about my affairs. Gao Xianin seemed to be disgusted with others discussing her past. I did come to see the house, but I'm more interested in you as a person. Ding. The dog-licking operation begins. Name, Gao Xianin. Age, 22 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 9.2 points. The girl's favorability towards the host, minus 35 points. Bind to the host's lick-dog relationship. When the woman's favorability towards the host exceeds 95 points, the counterattack is successful, the identity is changed, and the other party will become the host's lick dog. After the counterattack is completed, you will be rewarded with 10% consumption bonus. Reward enhancement points, 30 points. Enhancement points can enhance the host's physical attributes, including strength, physique, agility, spirit, etc. Bonus skill, perform mastery. The moment the system is bound. Gao Xianin had an extremely bad impression of Chen Yuan. As a normal boy, if you like a girl, you won't say that you are interested in her when you meet her for the first time, because it will make you appear too frivolous, too reckless, and too casual. But then, Chen Yuan said something even more outrageous. Miss Gao, are you willing to be my lover? What did you say? Gao Xianin glared at him, as if he couldn't believe that this well-dressed fellow could dare to say such vulgar words so openly. The total meeting lasted less than 2 minutes. You just said such disgusting words? Who is she? Gao Xianin. She was once the campus beauty of Shanghai Drama Academy. In 2019, she won the first place in the variety show The Cultivation of Actors on Banana TV. He subsequently participated in many film and television productions. Later, he became famous on the internet with the online drama, The Dreams of 900 Million Boys. He also worked with Lu Tianwang, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Let her Gao Xianin be your lover? Who are you insulting? Do you think you can trample on my dignity just because you have money? Gao Xianin was extremely angry and laughed instead. Okay, I've never met someone as direct as you. Don't you want me to be your lover? It's not impossible, but I want you to meet my 3 conditions. You say? Chen Yuan remained calm. First, you buy me a luxury car worth more than 10 million yuan. Second, you buy me a house in Tangshan, Shanghai. Third, I want you to invest in 2 movies worth more than 500 million yuan, and I must be the heroine. Gao Xianin said with a sneer. It was obvious that she was deliberately trying to embarrass others. A luxury car worth tens of millions is nothing. The key point is that the houses in Tangshan in Shanghai are said to cost hundreds of thousands per square meter, and it is known as the king of buildings in Shanghai. Any one of them is worth 50 or 60 million, which is very common, and it is possible to even cost over 100 million. Well, buying a house is nothing. Her third condition was even more excessive. This is an attempt to have Chen Yuan invest 1 billion to make her famous again. These 3 conditions are excessive even for truly wealthy people. No one would spend so much money to promote a past celebrity with scandals. You have so much money. Why don't you go to the Drama Academy and sign contracts with 10 or 8 girls with clean backgrounds? Wouldn't that be great? From a capital perspective, this is a losing business. Instead of spending huge amounts of money to whitewash artists involved in scandals, it is better to promote new artists. So Gao Xiaoning confirmed it. Chen Yuan would never agree to such an outrageous request. But after Chen Yuan heard these 3 conditions, the expression on his face remained calm. That's it. What do you mean, that's it? Gao Xiaoning was a little confused. Isn't what she asked too much? How could this guy have such a calm expression on his face? Bang! Chen Yuan threw a pair of car keys on the coffee table. This is a Ferrari LaFerrari, worth more than 20 million yuan. I give it to you. I think the house in Shanghai Thompson Epine you mentioned is still a bit too cheap. The most expensive one is less than 200 million yuan. When the summer vacation starts next week, I will go with you to buy 4 houses, 1 for you, 1 for your brother, 1 for your father, and 1 for your mother. It will be just right. And what? Don't you want to make a movie? I don't really understand this either, so how about this? You go register a film and television company. I'll give you 2 billion in capital. You'll be the CEO, and you can shoot whatever you want. How about that? As soon as these words came out, Gao Xiaoning was petrified on the spot. She looked stunned. Are you kidding? Chapter 140. Transfer 100 million first. Of course I'm not kidding. Chen Yuan spread his hands, looking serious. In fact, if he wasn't afraid of scaring her, Chen Yuan would have done it without any hesitation if he was asked to invest 10 billion. Gao Xiaoning was shocked at first, but then a hint of doubt appeared on his face. Now some men, including the second generation of rich people, say nice things when they are pursuing you, but when you really give yourself away, he will immediately be ruthless. All the conditions I promised you before, they are all excuses to fool you. At most, they will give you some sweet benefits in the early stage and then draw a big pie to trap you. Once you are fooled, you will end up losing both your money and your life. Of course, Gao Xiaoning never thought about really becoming someone else's lover. But since you are such a boaster, this girl doesn't mind playing with you. As long as you are firm in your heart and don't release the eagle until you see the rabbit, I will not let you take advantage of me until you fulfill all your promises. With this idea in mind, Gao Xiaoning sneered again in his heart. Is this car key real? Of course it's true. The car is parked downstairs. It's yours from now on. Drive it as you like. Okay, I'll take the car. When are you going to buy the house? The house will have to wait until I have my holiday next week before I can accompany you to the Magic City. Of course, if you really can't wait, tell me your bank card number and I'll transfer some money to you first. Chen Yuan has never been a person who likes to procrastinate. We are quite efficient in getting things done. Gao Xiaoning sneered and sent his bank card number to Chen Yuan. Are you starting to transfer money now? You want to trap me with a little bit of sweetness? How much do you want me to turn it a little bit? 100,000? Or 1 million? Do you really think I've never seen the world? Chen Yuan took out his phone and operated it. It takes less than a minute. Gao Xiaoning suddenly received a bank text message on her mobile phone. For a moment, her pupils dilated instantly. Ding! 100 million yuan has been credited to your Huaxia bank account. This is 100 million? Shock. Petrified. I'll give you 100 million first. If your personal account suddenly has several billion more, I'm afraid that you will be checked by the bank and cause some unnecessary trouble. Once you register the company, the 2 billion will be deposited into your account at any time. You should know how to buy internet trolls to whitewash yourself, right? Find a few powerful news media and hype yourself up. Even an outsider like me understands this principle, so I think you should know this process better than me. Don't be afraid to spend money. I'm so poor that I only have money left. Chen Yuan smiled indifferently. He felt that maybe he wouldn't have to spend any money at all to buy Gao Xiaoning's house. It wouldn't be too much to use the dog money to buy a luxury house for Gao Xiaoning's family in Thompson first, and then ask for her family's property. After all, her house is worth only 10 million at most. Chen Yuan wants to buy her a mansion worth hundreds of millions. In this way, you can consume the dog money without having to use your own capital. It's the best of both worlds. If you do the math, this saves 10 million. And the car was delivered. After thinking about it, I realized that Chu Wang's payment had been overdue for 4 or 5 days. Chen Yuan took out his cell phone and sent a message to Che Huang. Is the Che Huang here? Yes, Mr. Yin. Are you satisfied with the test drive these days? During these 4 days, Che Huang had actually wanted to urge Chen Yuan to pay for the transaction, but due to Mr. Yan's status as a world-class wealthy man, he forced himself to resist the urge to urge him to pay. After all, if such a wealthy client is offended because of such a small matter, the loss will be immeasurable. So he would rather endure it for a few more days. I'm quite satisfied. I've already given the car away. Please help me with the formalities and transfer the car to a girl's name. I'll send you her ID card and photo later. Please also send me the account number for receiving the payment, and I'll transfer the money to you immediately. Chen Yuan sent a voice message. As soon as these words came out, The car king on the other end of WeChat was stunned on the spot. Damn, a luxury car worth more than 20 million yuan, and Mr. Yin bought it just to give as a gift? Awesome. So awesome. It's totally inhumane. Okay, Mr. Yin, I will handle the formalities for you right away. By the way, Mr. Yin, I have recently opened up a new luxury car agency channel. The Bugatti Veyron is priced at 43 million. I wonder if Mr. Yin is interested in buying it. Che Huang also sent a voice message at the same time. Gao Xiaonin was stunned when he heard this. Before this, Chen Yuan threw the keys to his luxury car on the coffee table. She thought Chen Yuan was just lending her the car temporarily. There is absolutely no sincerity. Who doesn't lose their car keys? After all, even if you take the car keys, as long as the car is not in your name, the other party can take it back at any time. But only now did she realize that this Ferrari LaFerrari was a new car that the other party had just bought, and even the transfer procedures had not been completed. Moreover, he just bought a Ferrari LaFerrari, and now he wants to buy a Bugatti Veyron. How rich is this guy? Bugatti Veyron? Okay, give me one. Old rules. Chen Yuan replied. Xiaonin, give me your ID card. I'll take 2 photos and send them to Che Huang. Gao Xiaonin was completely confused. She obediently took out her ID card. Afterwards, she saw with her own eyes that Chen Yuan transferred another 20 million to the other party. From beginning to end, he didn't even blink. It seemed as if 20 million was just $2 and change to him, and he had no emotion at all. Only then did she remember. The huge sum of 100 million in my bank account must be real. A man I had only known for less than 20 minutes. He casually transferred a huge sum of 100 million yuan and a luxury car worth more than 20 million yuan. Gao Xiaonin suddenly felt a little panicked. She felt that Chen Yuan might really be able to fulfill the 3 excessive conditions she had proposed earlier. First of all, the first condition has been completed. The second condition is no problem either. So the third condition. If she really fulfilled these 3 conditions, would she really want to be this man's lover? This was just her angry words. But Gao Xiaonin hesitated. The Gao family is in great trouble now, and she still has 30 million in liquidated damages to pay. If you don't become Mr. Yan's lover, do I have to compromise with Lord Tiger? After a year of torment, Gao Xiaonin has begun to think about compromising. Since compromising with Lord Hu is a compromise, why can't he compromise with Mr. Yin? Mr. Yin is more generous and obviously more powerful than Mr. Tiger. He is still young and handsome. Although he is also a scumbag, at least he is a good-looking scumbag. Even if I really became his lover, it would be better than being taken advantage of by that old fat man Tiger. Deep down, she had always been looking forward to pure love. But the blow of reality has made her completely give up this unrealistic fantasy. Chapter 141. Sister Qin, are you being too sentimental? She had no good feelings at all towards the scum who took advantage of others' misfortune. But if she had to choose between Chen Yuan and the fat old man Tiger, she would still choose Chen Yuan. Choose the lesser of 2 evils. Even if someone takes advantage of you, choose someone you like. In fact, if you think about it from another angle, this guy in front of you is quite outstanding. Rich, handsome, and generous. This should be the Prince Charming in many girls' minds. But why is his character so despicable? Can't you find another way to chase girls? Why do you have to say it so harshly? Lover? What an ugly word. If you hadn't said such harsh words at the beginning, maybe people would have been moved by you by now. Chen Yuan didn't care about Gao Xiaonin's opinion. He had to make himself clear first. Otherwise, if something goes wrong again, what excuse would I make to explain it? You can't always have an excuse to get out of trouble. Rather than being in a panic when the time comes, it is better to make things clear at the beginning and nip all unstable factors in the bud. If a problem can be solved with money, it's better not to use emotions. Otherwise, he would be too busy. Spending the dog-licking money is the right way to go. Okay, let's stop here for today. I have something else to do, so I'll leave now. If you need money, just tell me anytime. Goodbye. Chen Yuan was in the house for less than half an hour. First give a luxury car, then give 100 million. Although his eyes were always frivolous. But in fact, he didn't do anything excessive from beginning to end. Even if a man and a woman are alone in the same room, or on the premise of some kind of transaction, Chen Yuan didn't do anything to her. When Chen Yuan left, Gao Xiaonin breathed a sigh of relief, and his originally vigilant mood suddenly relaxed. She discovered that this scumbag didn't seem to be particularly bad. There is a little bit of principle and bottom line. Gao Xiaonin, favorability plus 10. Gao Xiaonin, favorability plus 10. Current favorability minus 5 points. After Chen Yuan left the waterside international community, only then did he realize that Gao Xiaonin's favorability towards him had increased. But the increase is not much, and until now, the favorability is still negative. It seems that celebrities are just different. After spending more than 120 million, the favorability is still so low. I should be able to make a lot of money from Gao Xiaonin this time. I might as well just transfer 100 million to her every day. Let's see how long she can hold on. Half an hour later, Gao Lang hurried back home. This is a young man in his early 20s with a middle-parted hairstyle and very trendy clothes. Sister, whose car is that Ferrari LaFerrari downstairs? They parked it in my parking space. What's so great about driving a broken LaFerrari? Can you park anywhere just because you have money? Damn it. Oh, by the way, sister, Mr. Yin should be here soon. I have to get ready to welcome him. Gao Lang hurriedly took out the precious tea from his home, looking flustered. Because he knew that Mr. Yin would come to his house to look at the house, this was a good opportunity to get to know the rich and powerful, so he rushed back from Handong without saying a word. It took about 40 to 50 minutes in total, but he didn't know that it only took Chen Yuan 15 minutes to drive to his house, and 10 minutes of that time was spent walking to get the car. Boss Yin has been here. The Ferrari LaFerrari you mentioned is the luxury car he gave me. He also transferred 100 million to me. Gao Xianin had just finished speaking. Gao Lang was stunned on the spot. It feels like things are moving so fast it's a bit unreal. Only then did he notice the Ferrari keys on the coffee table. A hint of shock suddenly appeared in his eyes. Sister, is this really the luxury car that Mr. Yin gave you? A supercar worth more than 20 million. Right. He also transferred 100 million to you? Right. Fuck, Mr. Yin is so efficient. He actually captured you so quickly. Gao Lang, you little bastard. Do you want to die? Do you know what kind of outrageous conditions Mr. Yin put forward to your sister? He wants me to be his lover. What's wrong with being a lover? You can drive a sports car and have endless money. If I were a woman, I would be one too. Sister, don't be ungrateful for what you have. What's more, I heard that Mr. Yin doesn't even have a serious girlfriend now. He just has an ambiguous relationship with Xiao Ruhan's sister. Maybe you still have a chance to become his regular girlfriend. The first half of Gao Lang's words almost angered Gao Xianin to death. But the second half of his words made Gao Xianin stunned. Some strange thought suddenly appeared in my mind. Isn't Xiao Ruhan's sister Xiao Ruayu? She had met this girl twice. She is also a very beautiful and elegant girl. I heard that the Xiao family was about to go bankrupt, but suddenly came back to life. Could it be that Mr. Yin is supporting him behind the scenes? Xiao Ruayu also became Mr. Yin's lover? This man's energy is so amazing. Sister, can you lend me this sports car? I want to show off. No, I definitely can't lend you the car. I haven't promised him yet. If you drive someone else's car like this, if something goes wrong, your sister, will have to sell myself. Well, then, if you don't want to lend it, then don't lend it. Gao Lang looked unhappy, but he started to have some evil ideas in his mind. He has long wanted to show off in front of his brothers. There is a party tomorrow night. If he shows up in a luxury car worth more than 20 million, it will definitely shock everyone. Just thinking about it makes me feel proud. Let me explain this on two sides. Zhao Yuqi and Qin Bingxue started discussing Chen Yuan's performance on the basketball court in the morning. In Zhao Yuqi's eyes, what she saw was Chen Yuan's chic and heroic performance on the basketball court. Chen Yuan's talent was far beyond her imagination. Whether it was in music, sports, or money, he was impeccable. What Qin Bingxue saw was that Chen Yuan was ambiguous with many girls. This is a scumbag. Yuqi, you saw what happened on the basketball court this morning. Chen Yuan is surrounded by more than just one or two beautiful women. I know everything. Lin Shadong is his ex-girlfriend, but they have broken up now and have no relationship. Chen Yuan is determined, but Lin Shadong is clinging to him and won't let go. As for Su Lele, she has a bad reputation in school and there are so many men who have ambiguous relationships with her. I don't take it to heart. Chen Yuan won't like her. And He Jiying was Li Yang's girlfriend before. She just thought Chen Yuan was better than Li Yang, so she changed her mind. I believe Chen Yuan will make his own judgment. Zhao Yuqi said here. She showed her confident side. It's true that none of the three girls are as good as her. Yuqi, there are some things I don't know whether I should say or not, but seeing you like this, I'm really a little worried. You should stay away from Chen Yuan, this scumbag. Senior Qin, if you keep saying that, I'm really going to get angry. Chen Yuan didn't provoke you, so why do you keep targeting him? Zhao Yuqi's face didn't look good. Yuqi, did you know that on the night of your birthday party, Chen Yuan drove a sports car to take me home? He also deliberately found a group of people to tease me, and then he showed up at the critical moment, trying to be a hero and save the beauty. Tang Xuan used this routine on me before. It's boring and disgusting. I hate it. He also fought 6 people alone? He didn't even find some professional people to act. Do you know what his intention is? Yuqi, I'm not saying this to show off. I just want you to see Chen Yuan's true face as soon as possible. Qin Bingxue thought about it for several days and felt that she should confess to Zhao Yuqi. He thought that after hearing these words, Zhao Yuqi would be shocked and disappointed and would suddenly realize the true face of Chen Yuan as a scumbag. But who knows? The expression on Zhao Yuqi's face did not change at all. Senior Qin, could you be mistaken? Chen Yuan is a good fighter. Haven't you seen the video of him fighting 20 people alone? And it was my birthday that day, and I didn't tell Chen Yuan that you were coming. He probably didn't have time to make arrangements in advance, right? Senior Chen, are you being a little too self-indulgent? How about I find that video and show it to you? After Zhao Yuqi finished speaking, she began to search for videos on her phone. Soon. Video found. Look, Senior Chen, this is the video. Chapter 142 Gao Xianyin tears up the director. The entire video process takes less than 5 minutes. Because it was night, the pictures were not very clear. But it can be vaguely recognized that the brave and invincible man in the video is Chen Yuan. He beat 20 of them alone, moving freely between steel pipes and iron rods. He is incredibly fast. The whole person is agile and graceful, with extremely quick reactions and great strength. He can even lift a person weighing over 100 pounds and use him as a human weapon. This reminds me of Chen Yuan's unrestrained and heroic figure on the basketball court that morning. Qin Bingshue's heart was shaken. Could it be that day? They were really a group of hooligans, and it wasn't a routine arranged by Chen Yuan. Did I misunderstand Chen Yuan? Think of this. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Qin Bingshue's face. If that's true, that means Chen Yuan has no interest in her at all. Nor did he covet her thoughts. It was just a coincidence that day, and the other person wanted to give her a ride out of kindness. It happened that she was molested by a hooligan. So I helped her out of kindness, but instead of thanking her, she spoke harshly to me. Qin Bingshue blushed. Suddenly I felt a little embarrassed. After all this time, it turned out that she was just being too sentimental and self-righteous. How embarrassing. Why is this so embarrassing? Qin Bingshue covered her burning cheeks and looked at Zhao Yuqi a little embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Yuqi, maybe I really misunderstood him. It's okay, senior sister Qin. As long as you don't snatch Chen Yuan from me, it's okay for you to continue to hate him. Zhao Yuqi saw Qin Bingshue making a fool of herself. Suddenly, I feel like laughing. I didn't expect that you, the campus beauty of Qin University, would also be so sentimental. Haha. Cool. Ever since that birthday party. Her relationship with Qin Bingshue has eased, but they can't be considered sisterly friends. At best, we can just be considered ordinary friends, and we will see each other every day. Moreover, Qin Bingshue is about to leave school. She has already joined a large company as the president's assistant. It's a good development for me to be able to get such a high position right after graduation. But since Qin Bingshue is leaving school, let's just write off all the previous conflicts and grudges. After school, we are all classmates. There is no need to dwell on the past. Don't worry, there's no way I'd compete with you for Chen Yuan. Even if I don't get married in this life, I won't compete with you for a man. Qin Bingshue spoke in a firm tone. Afternoon. The Hu University Student Union held a meeting. During the meeting, Qin Bingshue stood on the podium and expressed her thoughts on her 4 years of college life. From today on, she will officially step down as the Student Union President. The new Student Union President will be elected through voting later. Zhao Yuqi, who was originally very competitive, said on the spot that she might focus on the live broadcast career in the next period of time. She is no longer fit for the position of Student Body President. Actively give up. Finally, Zhang Lili became the president of the Student Union. Time flies. It was the next day. All the dormitories in the school began to get busy. Because at this time, the senior students are about to move out. They began to pack packages one after another and send luggage home at various express delivery stations, and were very busy. Restaurants around the school. They all started to fill up one by one. Because many classmates have already started their farewell dinner. We have been together for 4 years and have been able to talk about anything, but maybe from today on, we will go our separate ways and scatter around the world. Let's go our separate ways from now on. Every graduating student has deep feelings in his or her heart. Some even had tears in their eyes. Especially students who have girlfriends or boyfriends. I felt even more panicked. Graduation season is breakup season. The relationships in college are not strong. Once you enter society, you will face various choices and difficulties. Have you found a job? Is the house rented? Or did your family ask you to go back to your hometown and arrange a job for you? You choose to work hard in the city alone. I decided to pack my bags and go back to my hometown to seek stable development under the arrangements of my parents. But your girlfriend is not from the same place as you. There's no way she can follow you back home. But you are working hard alone in a big city, and 3,000 to 5,000 yuan a month is not enough to support her. After paying the rent, your money is barely enough for food. You can't buy gifts, go to the amusement park, or even have time to visit the park. It is normal for a relationship to break down. Otherwise, why do people say that graduation season is breakup season? Once you enter society, there are many temptations, and the girl met some uncles around 30 years old. They have houses, cars, savings, and they all understand girls very well and are more mature and stable. You just graduated and can't even support yourself. How can you compete with these successful uncles? Chen Yuan is a junior this year and will be a senior next year. When he passed by the restaurant, seeing a group of classmates gathered together and cried, with some girls even drinking white wine, he felt quite touched. I don't know if it will be the same when they graduate next year. All good things must come to an end. Parting is always sad. Sometimes people really don't want to grow up. But what needs to be faced must be faced. After finishing his meal, Chen Yuan returned to the dormitory. 3 roommates in the dormitory are discussing gossip on the internet. Fuck, Lao Chao, did you know? At 8 p.m. last night, Gao Xianin broke the news on Weibo that the well-known entertainment industry director Hu was in cahoots with producers and investors and was suspected of having sex with female artists. Gao Xianin was framed because she refused to do so. At 8 p.m. last night, she posted a 3,000-word Weibo post, detailing how she was seduced and publicly criticizing the big director in the entertainment industry. As soon as this Weibo post came out, it was directly forwarded by hundreds of big verses, and now it has already rushed to the top of the hot search list. Who is Gao Xianin? I don't seem to have any impression of him. Zhou Haikuan touched his head and asked with some confusion. Gao Xianin was the actress who starred in a very popular TV series last year, The Dreams of 900 Million Boys. Yes, she was the female lead of this TV series. She seemed to be very popular for a while, but because of her big-name attitude on the set and the scandal of being a mistress, she immediately fell out of favor. So it's her. I thought she was very smart, beautiful, and had explosive acting skills. I know the TV series, but I can't remember her real name. It turns out she's been banned. Zhou Haikuan suddenly realized. This female artist has been missing for a year. I heard that the incident had a huge impact on her. Not only did it ruin her acting career, but she also had to pay a high penalty for breach of contract. I'm afraid she can only sell herself to pay off her debts. I didn't expect that after a year of silence, she would tear up a big director in the entertainment industry. Is she going to fight to the death? Chen Yuan heard several roommates talking. I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect Gao Xianin to move so quickly. Just one day had passed and she had already made a big fuss about the matter. It seems that she has been patient for a year and can't wait to make a comeback. But this is just the beginning. It is probably not that easy to bring down a big director who has been in the entertainment industry for many years just by writing a Weibo post. Chapter 143. You should have heard of Mr. Yin. Ever since Chen Yuan left yesterday, Gao Xianin thought about it for a long time and decided to accept Chen Yuan's conditions. Even as a lover, it is better than being like this now, carrying the stigma of being a mistress, being hated by everyone, and being treated like a rat crossing the street. As long as Chen Yuan can fulfill his promise, she can pay any price. If you have ever reached the top, you will know how it feels to be abandoned by everyone when you fall to the bottom. Since I have made the decision in my heart, then there would be no psychological pressure in spending Chen Yuan's money. Gao Xianin is a smart man. She knew that given her current situation, if she wanted to make a comeback, she had to clear herself. There are many ways to whitewash oneself, but the most effective one is to bring down Tiger Lord and expose the incident of Tiger Lord having sexual relations with female artists. Let yourself come back as a victim. Completely changed her image as a bad artist who acted like a big shot on the set and was the mistress of rich men. Is it difficult to do this? It's difficult. It is far from enough to just rely on a Weibo post to expose the news. She also spent money to buy trending searches, buy internet trolls, buy big verses, and set the tone to completely hype up the matter. It's actually not difficult to do these things. If you have money, you can buy a professional team to wash your clothes for you. But this is far from enough. Tiger Lord has been in the entertainment industry for many years and has his own public relations team. If you can buy water armies, so can others. Throwing dirty water on each other is just dog biting dog. Therefore, she needs some solid evidence. Completely beat Lord Tiger to death. In fact, it is very simple to get evidence. The key is whether you are willing to spend money. Over the years, there are definitely more than one female artist who has been seduced by Tiger Yi or wanted to take advantage of him. Gao Xianin himself knew 5 or 6 of them. Some female artists would even take the initiative to ask for sex, just to get more lines and roles. I spent the middle of the night in the room discussing the script with the director. There are so many female artists who want to get ahead in this circle. They will use their bodies as a condition to actively seduce directors, producers, investors, and even screenwriters, lighting technicians, and photographers. If you want to get along well in this circle, you have to build good relationships with all parties. Just find the female artist that Tiger has seduced before. Pay a high price to get them to come out voluntarily and make a real deal. If Tiger Lord doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Let's not talk about those female artists who have already become famous, because they will protect their own reputation and will not expose their family's dirty laundry. But it's different for those 4th tier, 5th tier, or even 18th-tier artists. As long as you offer a high enough price, they are willing to make fun of themselves. How many female artists have worked with Tiger Lord? It shouldn't be difficult to find a few people who have actually had the experience of being seduced, right? Is 5 million enough for you to reveal the secret? If that's not enough, then 10 million? 20 million? 30 million? There is always a price that satisfies you. There is nothing that cannot be solved by money. If there is, it means that the money you give is not enough. Once Tiger Lord is caught in the rhythm of being blackened by the whole network. Taking this opportunity, Gao Xianin can successfully clear himself. Her thinking is very clear. The key is whether Chen Yuan can give his support. In fact, the 100 million that Chen Yuan transferred to her was not enough for her to spend. After paying 30 million in liquidated damages, she was left with only 70 million. The 70 million is used to buy internet trolls, trending searches, and big verses, and to hire a professional public relations team to whitewash her. Especially talking to other female artists about breaking news. You have to be generous. Otherwise, if she gives too little money, people will ignore her and may even bite her back. She couldn't deal with this kind of thing in person. You have to hire a professional to do it. Just do a rough calculation. 70 million can be spent in a few days. Use 70 million to run this thing. She had no idea whether she could overthrow Tiger Lord. Ding. 100 million yuan has been credited to your Huaxia bank account. Just when Gao Xianin was busy thinking about how to save money. Suddenly, a payment reminder came on the phone. The next second, she was shocked. Another 100 million? What kind of person are you, Mr. Yan? Your moves are so shocking. Just when Gao Xianin's heart was shaken, she received a message from Mr. Yin on WeChat. I know what you said on Weibo. I'll transfer some pocket money to you. I will support you. I am your strong backer. See this message. Gao Xianin's eyes suddenly turned red. There were faint tears flashing. The online violence she endured this year was really too much for her to bear. She had no way to vent the grievances in her heart. I am cursed by the world every day. Whenever the name Gao Xianin is mentioned, she is the mistress. Her parents no longer care about her as much as before, and even complain a lot. Her younger brother Gao Lang is even more of a bastard. All she wants to do is introduce her, the celebrity sister, to some rich second generation, and then have a good time. She is helpless and vulnerable. But after seeing the message sent by Chen Yuan, there was also a transfer of 100 million yuan. Gao Xianin suddenly felt that he had found a backer, with a solid support. For some reason, I felt a little more secure. But why is this guy such a jerk? He is the type of scum that I hated the most. He relied on his wealth to keep a lover. He is simply a playboy. Don't I hate scum like this the most? How could I possibly like him? Impossible. I would never like such a scum. Gao Xianin was denying it madly in his heart. She felt that her current behavior had made her become the person she used to look down upon the most. But she was obsessed with the feeling of having someone to rely on. After thinking about it, Gao Xianin replied a message to Chen Yuan. Thank you. Gao Xianin. Favorability +5. Gao Xianin. Favorability +5. Gao Xianin. Favorability +5. Current favorability, 10 points. Sure enough, after 100 million was transferred, the other party's favorability finally changed from negative to positive. The magic of money is extraordinary. Chen Yuan was not in a hurry to transfer billions to her at once. She needs money now. Spend money like water. You can satisfy her, but not too much. Otherwise, once people no longer have a need for you, their favorability toward you may never improve. Let me explain this on two sides. After Qin Bingxue watched the video Zhao Yuqi gave her yesterday, she felt very embarrassed. She might feel a little guilty towards Chen Yuan, but she had no intention of apologizing. Because when she thought about her own self-conceit, her cheeks became hot and she felt ashamed. If I meet Chen Yuan again, I will probably feel so embarrassed. It would be best not to run into this guy again. She has graduated and left school anyway, and will never be seen again. Today was her first day as assistant to the president of Carp.com, and she received a high-level task. The president of Liu.com, also an independent woman in her 30s, admired Qin Bingxue very much and entrusted her with important tasks as soon as she graduated. Bingxue, as you know, our website was established less than 2 years ago. We are a newly developed internet technology company. We have a very young team full of vitality. The Carp app developed by our technical team has received very good market feedback. However, there is also Dehongshu, an app of the same type as ours, and the competition is also extremely fierce. Dehongshu has spent a lot of advertising fees to promote the market. Now is the era of traffic. If an app software wants to rise and go public, it must spend money in the early stages. I have been looking for financing during this period, but it is difficult to do so. We can no longer develop slowly. We must speed up and seize market share. Boss, I have done my homework in advance. If you have any tasks, please tell me. Qin Bingxue said with full ambition. I've recently noticed a person who should be able to raise funds for our company, and he's in Seoul. I want you to contact him. You should have heard of Mr. Yin, the internet super rich man, right? Chapter 144, Boasting. Mr. Yin? I think I've heard of this name before. He's the rich guy who gave hundreds of millions of dollars to the female anchor on the internet. Qin Bingshui didn't know Mr. Yin, but I have heard this name occasionally. It is said that this guy is a super hidden rich man. Too much money and nowhere to spend it. A few hundred million could buy a big villa, but he spent hundreds of millions just to show off online. Qin Bingshui really couldn't understand this kind of behavior. Yes, Mr. Yin is not only generous online, he is even more generous in real life. Our Seoul Yuanhang trading group encountered a bankruptcy crisis some time ago, and it was he who injected 500 million yuan to save the bankruptcy crisis and let Yuanhang Group rise again. He is much richer than you think. Yu Manqing, the CEO of Carp Technology Network Company, has obviously done some research on Mr. Yin, the wealthy man. In fact, there is a person in the Seoul second generation group who is Yu Manqing's nephew, and his name is Yu Dong. Originally, Yu Manqing's target was the Bai family or the Zhang family. That's why Yu Dong deliberately made friends with Zhang Haoyan and Bai Qilan. But who knew that a smoke would appear unexpectedly? The opponent's strength is unfathomable. There are indeed some hidden wealthy people in China. They are not well known and have never appeared on the Forbes rankings, but their wealth is astonishingly large. This kind of thing is no longer uncommon. After all, some people like to keep a low profile. With Forbes's investigative capabilities, it is impossible to count all the rich people in the world, nor is it possible to investigate everyone's assets. The list of the world's richest people is just a rough estimate. Don't take it seriously at all. In the early 2000s, even some wealthy people could spend money to buy themselves onto the rankings. So we can't just judge a truly wealthy person by appearance alone. Through Yu Dong's narration, Yu Manqing had a certain understanding of Mr. Yan's character. This guy is just a womanizer. You can spend a lot of money on beautiful women. For example, Xiao Yu from the Xiao family spent 500 million just to please the other party. For example, Gao Xianin from the Gao family, this out-of-date artist, is said to have met with President Yin yesterday. President Yin directly gave him a luxury car worth more than 20 million yuan, plus an additional 100 million yuan. This was actually Gao Xianin's brother bragging and revealing the news himself. In addition to these two incidents, on the internet, Mr. Yin only gave tips to female anchors and never to male anchors. With a little analysis, you will have a general idea of what kind of person he is. He spends a lot of money on beautiful women. He is very stingy towards men. In this case, Yu Manqing decided to entrust this glorious and arduous task to Qin Bingshui. She never thought that Qin Bingshui was really capable and talented, just because she is beautiful enough. Qin Bingshui was promoted to the position of assistant to the president so that he would have a good presence when he went out to negotiate contracts. Use the beauty trick when necessary. Now it's time to use her. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely try my best to complete the task. But how can I contact Mr. Yin? Qin Bingshui raised the questions in her mind. After all, you only know this person by his nickname. I don't even know the other person's real name. You have to know where the person lives and what his name is, right? Yu Manqing smiled slightly when she heard this. Don't worry, I will arrange an opportunity for you to contact Mr. Yin. As long as you take down Mr. Yin and let him inject capital into our company, even if you want company shares, I can satisfy you. At 8 o'clock tonight, there will be a charity dinner in the upper-class circles of Seoul. The Zhang family, the Tang family, the Bai family, the Han family, the daughter of the Xiangliao group, as well as some celebrities from the entertainment industry and well-known first-line internet celebrities will all attend this charity dinner. The location is at the 5-star Ramada Hotel. I have prepared the invitations and evening gown for you. When you attend the charity dinner on behalf of our Carp Technology Network Company, you will definitely amaze everyone. I am at least 50% sure that Mr. Yin will definitely attend this dinner. Yu Manqing said with a solemn vow. Qin Bingshui nodded. Since the boss said so, she naturally couldn't refute it. Although she didn't like these high-class gatherings, it was part of the job. To survive in society, you must adapt to society. If you want society to adapt to you, you're probably dreaming. Qin Bingshui took the invitation. Start preparing for the next job. She had put yesterday's embarrassing situation behind her and made up her mind not to see Chen Yuan again. As long as she didn't meet this guy, the previous misunderstanding would be treated as if it had never happened. This way you can avoid embarrassment. Just when Qin Bingshui was discussing the charity dinner tonight with the CEO of Liu App, Chen Yuan also received this invitation. Not only the second generation group is discussing this matter. Zhang Haoyan also called him personally. Hey, Mr. Yin, are you going to the charity dinner tonight? I heard there will be a lot of beauties, daughters of various wealthy families, and some celebrity anchors will be there, including the CEO of Xiangbao Group, Dragon King, Sea King, CEO Banana, and CEO Shark. I know these guys too, especially the female anchors under Shark. There are tens of thousands of them, so there will definitely be a lot of beauties. Zhang Haoyan said in a seductive tone. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Where there are beautiful women, there will naturally be suitable objects for licking dogs to bind to. Besides, he has never attended a charity dinner before. It's nice to see the world. Okay, I'll be there tonight. What's the address? The address is at the 5-star Ramada Hotel. You can just come directly when you arrive. I'm a little busy here, so I'll hang up first. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yuan suddenly remembered that most charity dinners require invitations or something. But Zhang Haoyan didn't give him an invitation. Forget it. When the time comes, I can just call. At this time, the second generation group has begun to discuss. Among them was a guy named Gao Lang who was bragging in the group. Brothers, you have no idea how awesome Mr. Yin is. After he met my sister yesterday, he directly gave her a supercar worth more than 20 million. Not only that, Mr. Yin took a liking to my sister's acting talent at first sight and said he would invest 2 billion to build a film and television group. He also helped my sister find the female lead in 2 big movies with an investment of more than 500 million. And Mr. Yin is definitely not just talking. He transferred 100 million to my sister yesterday and another 100 million today. My sister will be able to make a comeback soon. Gao Ling boasted about his awesomeness. The second generation in the group were all shocked. Because it was just as Gao Lang said. After Mr. Yin met Gao Xianin yesterday, this out-of-date artist who had been silent for a year actually dared to publicly tear apart the great director Tiger Yi. Would she dare without Yin Zhuan's support? Chapter 145. Tang Xiaowen joins the group. I see. I was wondering why your sister Gao Lang has suddenly become so awesome. It turns out it was Boss Yan's doing. Actually, I don't know if I should say this or not. I think Mr. Yin is not only impressed by your sister's acting talent. Haha, I wonder if I will get beaten if I tell the truth. Although Gao Lang was bragging and exaggerating in the group. But among this group of rich second generations, almost no one in the group likes him. In the second generation circle, Gao Lang's status is basically at the bottom, usually the younger type. Now that your elder sister has gotten in touch with Mr. Yin, you feel so proud of yourself, right? What's so great? By the way, everyone, I want to invite a brother to join the group recently. This person is also one of the most prestigious figures in our Seoul Young Master Circle. I want to seek the opinions of all the big brothers. A guy named Swift Boy asked in a message. Who is it? The second son of the Tang group, Tang Xiaowen. His brother is Tang Aojia. Speaking of Tang Xiaowen, it seems that only a few people in the group know him. But when it comes to Tang Aojia, almost 90% of the people in the group know him. One of the top 10 outstanding young people in Hubei province. Representative of outstanding people. The current chairman of Tang Group. Less than 30 years old, he has a net worth of 9 billion. There is hope that by the age of 30, the net worth will exceed 10 billion. The Tang family status in Seoul was not high before, and the family's total assets did not exceed 1 billion. Moreover, the family's financial situation declined day by day. But 5 years ago, Tang Aojia took over the Tang Group at the age of 25. He drastically cut off many of the main businesses and began reform and transformation. But in just 5 years, the Tang Group has grown from a size of less than 10 billion to a group close to 10 billion. It can be said that without Tang Aojia, the Tang Group would not be as glorious as it is today. In the second generation circle in Seoul, he is a person that people truly admire. Even the older generation of family heads were full of praise for Tang Aojia. There are many capable elites among the second generation in the group. But compared with Tang Aojia, there is still a big gap. Even top young masters like Zhang Haoyan and Bai Qilin may be one level lower than Tang Aojia. Not to mention these ordinary second generation people. The second young master of the Tang family? Sure. This top young master's appearance is almost comparable to Brother Tian's. I don't know Tang Xiaowen, but his brother is really awesome. Who do you think is more awesome, Tang Aojia or President Yin? I think President Yin is more awesome. The current market value of Tang Group is close to 10 billion, but less than 10 billion. But President Yin has spent more than 10 billion in less than a month. I think President Yin's background is even more unfathomable. He may be one of the hidden wealthy families in China. Papa Ma once said that people who earn 10 to 20 billion a month are very miserable. I want to help him share his pain. Haha, I guess Mr. Yin is also a person who suffers from this kind of inner pain. After a while, Tang Xiaowen was pulled into the group. It was Chen Yuan who agreed to it personally. After joining the group, this guy was quite honest and low-key. Maybe they have heard of Mr. Yan's reputation and dare not be too presumptuous. After all, Mr. Yan's achievements in recent days have become more and more astonishing. Even his elder brother takes him seriously, let alone him, the second oldest. Hello everyone. Hello group leader. I'm Tang Xiuan. I'm new here. Please give me your guidance. Tang Xiuan kept a very humble attitude. He looked nothing like the day when he drove a Pagani Huayra in school, looking so cool and awesome. Hello Mr. Tang. Your brother Mr. Tang is my idol. Mr. Tang, as a new member of the group, don't you want to give him a red envelope? Red packet 1. Red envelope 2. Red envelope 3. Tang Xiuan decisively sent out several big red envelopes. In fact, the total cost is only a few $100s. Because the maximum red envelope amount set by WeChat is limited. It is impossible to send you a red envelope and give you tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of yuan. In the second generation group, everyone has enough money. It's just for the sake of fun. Fuck. The group leader actually came out to grab the red envelopes, and he even grabbed 100 yuan. Mr. Tang, you are so powerful that even Mr. Yin came out in person to show his support for you. Hello, Mr. Yin. I pay my respects to you. My brother is Tang Aojia, and he has heard of you too. Tang Xiuan greeted very politely, with a very humble attitude. Chen Yuan did not reply to him. This guy. You probably don't even know who I am, do you? Weren't you quite arrogant on the basketball court yesterday? You threatened me to pay me back. Why are you here to pay your respects to me now? Second young Master Tang. Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Chen Yuan held his stomach and felt that the atmosphere in the group was very joyful today. Next, Tang Xiuan started bragging in the group. He began to show off the current scale and development of his Tang family. But he sent a group message. I also learned more about Mr. Yan's amazing deeds, and I admired him even more. Although he is also a top second generation. Luxury cars and luxury houses are indispensable. But no one is as extravagant as Mr. Yan. Spending hundreds of millions just to pick up girls, even his brother wouldn't do such a thing. Not to mention that Mr. Yan has already spent more than 1 billion yuan. With such amazing strength, not to mention in Seoul, even in Yanjing and Shanghai, he would be ranked as a top super rich man. Therefore, if he could make friends with Mr. Yin and become his younger brother, I'm afraid his brother and father would look at him differently, right? Tang Xiuan was determined to curry favor with Mr. Yin. He took the initiative to apply to add Chen Yuan as a friend. But Chen Yuan did not pass. I don't want to bother with him. By the way, will everyone attend the charity dinner tonight? Tang Xiuan asked in a message. Not everyone will attend. Tonight's charity dinner has certain standards. Some of us in the group are relatively young and are not suitable for attending this kind of dinner. Zhang Haoyan sent a message. To say that he is young is actually putting it mildly, because there are quite a lot of people joining the group recently. The number of people in the group has almost exceeded 100. This is still filtered. Some of them are truly rich second generations, while some are just taking advantage of the situation. As the number of people gradually increases, the quality of the second generation begins to vary. Not everyone is eligible to attend the charity dinner. Among the 100 second generation people in the group, only 50 at most received invitations. And even those who have been invited may not necessarily attend. After eliminating all of them one by one, only about 20 to 30 people would attend the charity dinner in the evening. Oh, I see. What I'm more concerned about is whether the Tobacco Association will participate. Brother Tian has just called President Yin and confirmed that President Yin will attend today's charity dinner. I admire Mr. Yan's deeds. I really hope to make friends with such a big shot, so that my brother won't always say that I am not doing my job properly. Tang Xiuan sighed. He deliberately wanted Chen Yuan to see his sincerity in making friends with him. Chapter 146 The Piano Prince is popular again. Why is this charity dinner taking place? The main reason is that the recent economic crisis is quite serious, and there are already tens of millions of unemployed people across the country. A large number of companies went bankrupt. Even the street stall economy, which was previously banned by urban management, has begun to recover comprehensively. Now the country has overcome the crisis and the virus has become a thing of the past. Naturally, we must start to fully support individual merchants. If no one goes to work or finds a job, every household will have to rely on their savings, which is definitely not acceptable. Now is the time for a complete reshuffle in Seoul's upper circles. Going through a crisis is an opportunity. Seize the opportunity, respond to the call from the top, resume work and production in an all-round way, create more jobs, and gain policy support from city leaders. This is actually a good opportunity to expand the business territory. Companies that can survive the crisis will naturally develop more rapidly once the market recovers. Because your previous competitors have either died or gone bankrupt, and you have survived, you naturally become the boss. To put it another way, even if you are not the boss, you will definitely get more of the cake than before. This is probably why Xiao Hanjun was unwilling to give up the long voyage. The reason why we have to stick to this mess and acquire other trading companies. Because he finally waited for this opportunity to rise. Today's charity dinner. Charity donations, auction shopping, that's just one aspect. On the other hand, the focus is on reviving the economy, strengthening cooperation between major companies, launching new business development plans, and creating more jobs. Such cocktail parties are a mixed bag. There are real big guys and tycoons who communicate and cooperate with each other to jointly develop a project. There are also those who try to take advantage of the situation, those who want to attract investment, those who want to get something for nothing, and those socialites who want to rely on their youth and beauty to catch a rich husband, and so on. The upper circle represents resources and money. Once you step into this circle, the connections you make will change dramatically. Then making money will become easy for you. Of course, just because you can attend such a cocktail party doesn't necessarily mean that you have really entered this circle. Chen Yuan looked at the discussion in the second-generation group. I have gained a lot of knowledge. Old 4, do you want to eat chicken? We are 3 and short of 1 person. You are the only one missing. How about having 2? Asked Lao Chao. No more chicken. I'm going to go shopping for clothes this afternoon. Why buy clothes? Why not just shop online? Pink 6E is cheap and affordable. A piece of clothing costs only a dozen yuan. You don't even have to go out. If you have time to go shopping at the mall, why not eat some chicken? Isn't that great? Lao Chao acted as if it was a matter of course. It seems that in 3 years of college, the 3 roommates have never gone to the mall to buy clothes. Nowadays, people buy clothes online. The same is true for Chen Yuan. But he wants to buy formal clothes today for use in the evening, and it is too late to shop online now. Lao Chao, whatever advertising fee Pink 6E gives you, I will give you double it. I, Jingdong, will give you 5 times the amount. Stop playing PUBG and play fewer games. You're almost a senior, and you need to think about your future. Chen Yuan said casually. Old 4, now that you mention it, I remember something. Why don't you start a live broadcast? You're very popular online now, so maybe you can become famous by starting a live broadcast. And you're such a great player of PUBG, so you can also become famous by broadcasting games. I'm not interested. I don't think being a host is suitable for me. I still have a literary dream in my heart. Chen Yuan shook his head. He looked very serious. His behavior almost made his 3 roommates vomit blood. Old Chun, can you please stop talking about your literary dream? You really don't have the literary talent. The things you wrote are really unbearable to read. On the contrary, if I had your level of playing PUBG or your popularity on Douyin, I would have started a live broadcast to make money a long time ago. Maybe I could earn tens of thousands a month, or even hundreds of thousands a month. Chao Jinyan said with a sigh. That's right, what Lao Chao said is right. Why don't you cherish the opportunity? If you don't make money now when you can, you won't be able to make money when you are over this wave of popularity. Xiong Tao also shook his head and said, because in the past few days, the popularity of the Running Man has indeed gone down. This is what internet celebrities are like nowadays. You become popular quickly and also become unpopular quickly. If Chen Yuan is willing to do a live broadcast or release new short video works, form a series, and have his own independent account, he may be able to stabilize his fan base. It can keep him hot for longer. But after he became famous, he never showed up at all. I don't have my own account series, and even my previous works were posted by others. He will naturally get cold soon. I noticed that a video of a piano prince has gone viral recently. That guy plays the piano really well. Even though he's a man, I have nothing to complain about. You know what? I found that the back of the piano prince looks quite like Lao Chun. Xiong Tao said thoughtfully. Don't be ridiculous. Lao Chun can play the piano? I'm doing a live broadcast of me eating shit while standing upside down. Chao Jinyan swore solemnly. He is a guitar lover. I've been in a band before. My dream used to be a rock singer. He is a member of the school guitar club. Have a certain level of music appreciation. According to his judgment, the piano prince's playing skills on Douyin have been practiced for at least 10 years, maybe even more. The other party's skills are superb, almost turning decay into magic. He can even be compared with China's #1 piano master, Lang Shun. Chen Yuan seemed to have never had any musical talent and had never touched a piano. At least during the 3 years they were roommates, he had never seen Chen Yuan play the piano. So he was sure. The piano prince in the video, no matter how similar his back looks to Chen Yuan, can't possibly be Chen Yuan, even though they look exactly the same. It could also be Chen Yuan's long-lost twin brother. Damn, I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't told me, but the piano prince and Chen Yuan are so alike. It feels like apart from their backs, even their profiles are the same. Chen Yuan had already left the dormitory at this time. He ignored the three roommates who were gradually becoming shocked. I don't know when it started. The popularity of Piano Prince's videos gradually surpassed that of Running Man. This divine song is intoxicating. Some people even listen to it 50 times a day and don't feel bored. This song swept all major music charts in just a few days and became the most popular background music at the time. No doubt about it. Even the original author of this song benefited from it. Chen Yuan doesn't know yet. He finally managed to drag the video of the Running Man to the cold. Who knew that the Piano Prince's video would go viral again? Chapter 147, Wearing the Same Clothes. Chen Yuan came to Qianda Commercial Plaza, bought a fairly expensive suit. If he continues to appear in the classic look of slippers, shorts, and a messy hair when attending the charity dinner tonight, he felt that this image was a bit too eye-catching. It seems like you are just pretending to be cool. It's better to be low-key and not make yourself too different. There is no need to emphasize the differences between yourself and others. Pretending to be like this is quite low-level. It's a shame that you can't show up on the stage. He is just like everyone else, and there is no need to pretend, because the aura of a king in him can no longer be concealed. Invisible pretense is the most deadly. Pretending to be cool is like the wind and always accompanies me. Truly awesome people never need to brag about themselves. Strength is enough to explain everything. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Chen Yuan finished his meal, changed into formal clothes, took a taxi, and went to the 5-star Ramada Hotel. Because the sports car has been given to Gao Xianin, the Bugatti Veyron ordered from the king of cars will probably take some time to arrive. He can only take a taxi or Didi Express now. Actually, this is quite good. You can't drink and drive. It is troublesome to hire a designated driver, and it takes a long time to find a parking space every time. There are really too many cars in big cities nowadays. You can afford a car, but you find that driving is more inconvenient. You have to find a parking space every time, and there are traffic jams all the time. Especially in the bustling commercial city center, parking is not allowed here or there, and even the underground parking lots are full. Driving is not necessarily more convenient than riding a bicycle. Chen Yuan didn't think so before, but after driving for a few days, he finally realized that driving also has its inconveniences. Ramada 5-star Hotel. Today seems to be very lively. As soon as Chen Yuan got off the car, he found that the hotel's originally very spacious parking lot was already filled with luxury cars. Various BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche Cayenne, and other models. They are all the lowest type of luxury cars. Luxury cars like Rolls-Royce Dawn, Bentley Mulsanne, Aston Martin, McLaren, Ferrari, Lamborghini, etc. At a glance, almost half of them are such high-specification luxury cars. And it's not even 8 o'clock at night. There are already no less than 100 luxury cars. I guess there will be more to come. It will be even more awesome. Half of Seoul's wealthy circles will gather here today. Chen Yuan had just stepped out of a taxi and was about to head to the hotel lobby. Unexpectedly, a LaFerrari that looked very familiar to him drove past him. I saw a LaFerrari worth more than 20 million stopped, and a young man in fashionable clothes with earrings walked out of it. Fuck, Gao Lang, you actually drove a LaFerrari. A young man who also got out of the luxury car said with a shocked look on his face. This is a luxury car worth more than 20 million. I wonder whose young master it is. So handsome. I'll remember this handsome guy. Don't try to snatch him from me later. A tall and sexy beauty wearing a red backless evening dress said to her sisters. Chen Yuan probably guessed who this guy was. Gao Xian chanted for his brother. His sister is so beautiful, so his brother's genes must be good too. This kid looks like a handsome idol in Korean dramas. But I just gave the car to your sister 2 days ago. You're just here to show off today? If this car was given to his brother by Gao Xianin on her own initiative, Chen Yuan's impression of this woman would probably be greatly reduced. Handsome guy, let's add each other on WeChat. Can I ask you to dance later? Sure, pretty. Gao Lang took out his cell phone and smiled freely. It's indeed different when driving a luxury car worth tens of millions. A beautiful woman comes to your door so soon. Brother, stop being envious. Envy is useless. People like us are totally different from these top, rich young masters. A big man, also in a suit and tie, patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder. Chen Yuan only discovered it then. Why are the clothes I bought today a bit similar to the work clothes of the hotel security guards? Are they all wearing suits and ties, or the same uniform? When did hotel security personnel become so arrogant? Each one of them is as cool as a bodyguard. This is a bit embarrassing. It was only then that Chen Yuan discovered it. Time seemed to have changed. In his memory, in TV dramas, when attending high-end cocktail parties, the boys were all dressed in suits and ties, but this is not the case now. Maybe all the girls are dressed very beautifully. Most were in evening gowns. But the young men who came to the banquet were more rebellious than each other. Although they all wore the same style of suits, theirs were more flashy than each other. Anyway, it has to be different. Some even came in their pajamas. There are also flip-flops and large shorts. I don't know who started this trend. Anyway, we pursue individuality. Being the same as others is not my character. Haven't you seen the world's youngest billionaire, Mark Zuckerberg, wearing slippers and pajamas when attending world-class business gatherings? Of course, many people are reluctant to wear formal clothes, and the hot weather may be part of the reason. Chen Yuan spent thousands of dollars on a formal suit, but he actually wore the same one as the hotel security guard. At this time, another even more awesome supercar is coming. Fuck, Pagani Wind God. This is a luxury car worth 30 million. Isn't that even more awesome than the handsome guy who just drove Rafa? It's the second young master of the Tang family, Tang Yuan. I remember there was only one Pagani function in the whole of Seoul, and it belonged to the young master of the Tang family. A group of socialites were talking about it. At this time, Tang Yuan drove the car to the hotel entrance and threw the car keys to the parking attendant. He moved with ease and grace. The whole body is filled with energy. He was wearing a set of top-grade Armani custom-made clothing. He was 1.86 meters tall, had a handsome appearance, a hairstyle designed by a professional designer, and a Patek Philippe watch worth 8 million on his wrist. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of almost all socialites. Handsome, tall, young, elegant, with a luxury car worth 30 million and the identity of the second son of the Tang family. Any one of these conditions is enough to attract many women. It just so happens that all these advantages are concentrated in the same person. It's hard not to notice him. Tang Yuan has attended such events before, so his aura is more stable than Gao Lang's. In fact, Gao Lang is not qualified to be compared with Tang Yuan. Just at this moment, Tang Yuan unexpectedly saw an acquaintance. Chen Yuan. It's this guy? Still wearing a security uniform? It's summer vacation at school, so you're working as a part-time security guard at the 5-star Ramada Hotel? Haha. Seeing Chen Yuan like this, Tang Yuan laughed on the spot. Let you embarrass me in school. Aren't you good at playing basketball? Aren't you very arrogant? Chapter 148. It doesn't matter. The best is yet to come. Tang Yuan laughed wildly in his heart. You idiot. So what if you were the center of attention in school? When you enter society, you are still a loser. But he wouldn't say that. The upper class naturally needs to have the manners and cultivation of the upper class. Since I have met my classmates, is it okay to go over and say hello? Student Chen Yuan, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. Tang Yuan remained calm and asked in a gentle tone. There was no suspicion of deliberately mocking Chen Yuan at all, but he greeted me deliberately, and his intention was obvious. Yeah, what a coincidence. Chen Yuan spread his hands, his expression calm. By the way, classmate Chen Yuan, are you here to attend the charity dinner as well? Tang Yuan asked with a smile. He had already determined in his mind that Chen Yuan was working part-time as a security guard here. But he asked this question deliberately just to embarrass Chen Yuan and to give him a slap in the face. Yes, today I am also invited to attend the charity dinner just like you. Chen Yuan also remained calm and told the truth. 2 hours ago, this guy was fawning over Mr. Yin in the group. Now Mr. Yin is right in front of you, and you actually want to slap Mr. Yin in the face? Okay, you are excellent. Hearing this, Tang Yuan felt even more contemptuous. Pack, are you pretending to be me again? You're a part-time security guard here, but when you saw me, you pretended to be an invited guest? You're such a boaster. Since you want to show off, I'll help you. Aren't you an invited guest? Where's your invitation to the banquet? Tang Yuan looked at Chen Yuan carefully. Then he made a gesture of invitation. Student Chen Yuan, let's go in together. There are many big shots coming today. The banquet will start soon, so don't stand outside. As Tang Yuan spoke, he pulled Chen Yuan forward. People who don't know them would think that they are good brothers and good classmates. Excuse me, sir, please show me your invitation. At the hotel entrance, Tang Yuan casually threw out an invitation letter and was the first to step into the hotel lobby. But Chen Yuan was slow to produce the invitation letter. The atmosphere is a bit awkward. Classmate Chen Yuan, aren't you an invited guest? How come you don't have an invitation? Did you forget about it at home? Tang Yuan finished speaking. Almost everyone died of laughter. I'll let you act so cool. I don't believe you won't be embarrassed. If you honestly admit that you are a part-time security guard at the hotel, I won't say anything more about you. Do you really have to pretend to be rich? How can I not fulfill your wish? Ha 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 ha. Tang Yuan felt very proud. 2 days ago on the basketball court, he was slapped in the face by Chen Yuan, and he still feels aggrieved about it. I was just thinking about finding an opportunity to regain the face I lost before. Who knew that this guy Chen Yuan would stick his head out and get slapped in the face? If I don't beat your face up today, my last name is not Tang. I don't have an invitation letter, but I am indeed an invited guest. Chen Yuan's tone remained calm. No invitation? The two staff members at the door frowned. As far as I know, all the guests attending the charity dinner today need invitations, except for 3 specially invited CEOs. The first one is the president of Tang Group, Mr. Tang Aojia. The second one is the CEO of Shark Platform, Mr. Chung, and the third one is the #1 internet tycoon, Mr. Yin. These 3 are all big bosses with a net worth of tens of billions. Especially the last one, Mr. Yin, is unfathomable. May I ask which one you are? The staff at the door asked coldly. Tang Xiuwen almost laughed to tears. Chen Yuan, this idiot, is talking more and more outrageous. No invitation, no invitation. You have to say that you have received an invitation. Are you a special guest? I won't talk about Mr. Tang, his brother. Although Tang Xiuwen has never met Mr. Chung, he knows that he is a legendary figure. He founded the Shark live broadcast platform at the age of 28, and it has been 7 years since then. He has become the leading live broadcast platform in the country. There is no way he could be a young man in his early 20s. The last smoke. That's even more impossible. Don't ask why it's impossible. It's just impossible. At this time, another luxury business car stopped in front of the hotel gate. I saw a stunningly beautiful woman in a black evening dress getting out of the car. The first thing you see is a pair of beautiful legs that are as smooth as jade, long and slender. Then, almost all the men at the scene held their breath. This beauty has extremely fair skin, which forms a sharp contrast with her black evening dress. She has a natural beauty, a stunning appearance, a fair complexion, and is extraordinary. It's like a snow lotus on the Tian Shan Mountains. Peerless and cool. Who is this girl? She's so beautiful. I feel that even Xiao Ruiyu from the Xiao family and Gao Xianin, 2 super beauties, may not be able to surpass her in appearance. I have seen almost all the gorgeous daughters in the upper circles of Seoul, but I have rarely seen this beauty. The person who came was Qin Bingxue. She came to the banquet today with a mission. Yu Manqing, the CEO of Carp Technology Network Company, asked her to get close to the internet tycoon Mr. Yin at this banquet. She represents Carp Technology today. This shows how much the company values her. She must convince President Yin to invest in Carp Technology. I didn't expect it as soon as I got off the car. She saw the person she least wanted to see. Chen Yuan. So embarrassing. It's so uncomfortable. It's not that Chen Yuan did anything wrong to her. It was that she herself had some misunderstanding about Chen Yuan and was too embarrassed to apologize. I always feel that when I see Chen Yuan, I think of my own self-indulgent behavior. So embarrassing. Qin Bingxue dressed up specially today. She was already very beautiful, and now after being carefully dressed up, she simply stunned the whole audience. But Chen Yuan didn't have much affection for her. I always feel that this woman is a bit self-righteous, and she's a lesbian, so it's better not to provoke her. Even if you are in a relationship with a bootlicker, you don't necessarily have to fight back, right? Anyway, the system doesn't stipulate that there will be penalties for not completing the task. At most, you won't get any reward. Qin Bingxue was seen walking towards me slowly in high heels. Don't you have an invitation? Yes. Chen Yuan nodded indifferently. I remember that one invitation letter allows me to bring one person in. He is my friend. Qin Bingxue said as she handed out an invitation letter. Yes, ma'am. The 2 staff members bowed slightly. According to the regulations, people with invitation letters can indeed bring one person in. Today, the 5-star Ramada Hotel has been booked out. The 2 gatekeepers are quite good at reading people's expressions and speaking. Just now, young Master Tang obviously wanted to make trouble for this young man and embarrass him. How could they not see it? But it doesn't matter. Even if a loser sneaks into such a high-level dinner, he is still a loser. He will probably make a fool of himself. Tang Xiuwen saw this situation. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. It doesn't matter. The best is yet to come. Chapter 149 stiffened in an instant. Chen Yuan looked at Qin Bingxue with some surprise. He didn't expect that this woman who had the worst impression of him would actually help him out. Although he didn't need to. I don't know what kind of mentality this woman has. Go in. I'm telling you. I'm not helping you because my impression of you has changed. It's just because I did misunderstand you that day. I apologize to you. This time I'll just consider it as a favor to you. That's it. Does this count as returning a favor? Why do I feel a little wronged? Actually, I don't need your help. Aren't you being a little nosy? Chen Yuan said bluntly. Originally, he wanted to make a phone call and show off at the same time to teach that conscientious Mr. Tang a lesson. Who knew that just when I was about to show off, you guys ruined it? But you, woman, actually still think you have helped me? Who gives you the confidence? You? Qin Bingxue paused. I almost exploded with anger. She didn't expect Chen Yuan's character to be so bad, even worse than she imagined. Anyway, they helped bring you in, which solved the embarrassing and passive situation you were in. But you, not only are you not grateful, you even complain? So ungraceful. It's so shameless, repaying kindness with evil. Fuck, who is this security guard? He seems so arrogant. Such a beautiful woman helped him out of kindness, but instead of being grateful, he even complained that she was meddling in his business? I have never seen such a rubbish man. A turbulent socialite cursed with disdain on her face. She spoke loudly and without reservation, and it was obvious that she had no intention of giving Chen Yuan the slightest bit of face. It's so sarcastic and ironic. I didn't even want to say this just now. You, a loser without an invitation, insisted on getting into the upper class. Now that I've finally let you in, why are you still so arrogant? Who gave you the courage, Fish Liang? These days, there are too many people who eat and drink for free. This kind of man is the most disgusting. It would be fine if you didn't have any skills. If you didn't have any skills, you should just work hard. But you don't have any skills, and you don't keep your feet on the ground. Do you want to get in and marry a rich woman? This charity gala is getting worse and worse. Disgusting garbage, get out of here. Chen Yuan didn't have an invitation just now and was stopped by the staff. There were quite a few people there who saw it. Just now they despised him secretly, but did not ridicule him to his face. After Qin Bingxue arrived, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. This ice and snow goddess ignored everyone except Chen Yuan. It's really infuriating. The seeds of this wave of hatred were thus planted. After entering the venue, I thought this loser would be low-key and act like a bootlicker to the ice goddess. Who knew he was so arrogant as if he was worth $2.5 million? Some people couldn't stand it anymore. Wave after wave of ridicule came like a tide. These people's words are more rude than each other? Is this the so-called upper-class quality? You so-called socialites, why are you all as snobbish as dogs? The expression on Chen Yuan's face suddenly turned cold. Tang Xiuan saw such an embarrassing situation. I almost burst out laughing on the spot. But he still didn't forget to finish off the opponent. Chen Yuan, I didn't want to say anything to you. Everyone has vanity, which I can understand. Actually, you work as a security guard in a 5-star hotel as a part-time worker, which is nothing. You earn money with your own hands. There is no distinction between high and low occupations. But why do you have to pretend to be a party guest when you meet your old classmates? Do you think we will look down on you? You don't have to feel inferior. This society is very fair. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will be able to enter the upper-class circle in Seoul one day. Isn't Mr. Chung from Shark the best example? Tang Xiuan patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder. It looks like a successful person teaching a loser a lesson. Chen Yuan was completely speechless. Self-abasement? I feel inferior to you, what the hell? Who the hell gave you the courage and confidence to teach me a lesson? Mr. Tang's family background and upbringing are really different. If it were me, I would have long ago cursed at a classmate with such bad behavior. But Mr. Tang actually gave him earnest advice and gave him some face from beginning to end. He is indeed a great man. Of course not. Compared with Mr. Tang's behavior, how could this guy be so shameless? Which school is he from? I'll call their school leaders tomorrow. Don't college students nowadays pay attention to ideological and moral education? It seems to be from Lake University, a group of so-called upper-class elites. Pointing and talking, Chen Yuan almost became the target of public criticism. They were smart and seemed to have seen that the second young master of the Tang family wanted to make trouble for this young man. In that case, there's no harm in cooperating a little. Just consider it as giving face to the Tang family. I guess no one can withstand such blatant humiliation. A man lives by his face, a tree lives by its bark. Today's wanton sarcasm may make a young person unable to hold his head up for the rest of his life. There are so many people here. Naturally, there was also a rich second generation who knew Chen Yuan and saw the scene where the rich man Yin was ridiculed by a bunch of trash. He was almost shocked. Tang Xiuan, the second young master of the Tang family, you are capable. You even dare to mock Boss Yin. Are you tired of living? Your brother may not even be able to offend Mr. Yin. So who the hell are you? No, I have to call Brother Tian right away. The rich second generation picked up his phone and called Zhang Haoyin. At this time, Zhang Haoyin had already put away the look of a domineering young man. He was dressed very decently today, because at today's charity dinner, he represented the Seoul Zhang family and Longjiang real estate. In recent months, Zhang Haoyin has gradually taken over the family business. The older generation also intends to delegate power and let Zhang Haoyin gradually become independent. In fact, he is indeed very capable. Recently, he made friends with the wealthy Mr. Yin and has a good relationship with the major shareholder of Xiangliao Group, Long Huang. On the surface, he seems a bit cynical. But in fact, he managed his interpersonal relationships quite well. In the circle of rich second generation, he is also recognized for his loyalty. Many second-generation people respect him. So some people speculate that Zhang Haoyan is very likely to be the next Tang Aojia. He may also become one of the most prominent figures in Seoul in the future. Look, today's charity dinner hasn't even started yet, and he has already met the legendary figure of the Tang family, Tang Aojia. The two people talked about certain business areas with great understanding. Zhang Haoyan was the one who asked for advice. Tang Aojia is a few years older than him and does have unique insights in some areas. Gave Zhang Haoyan some experience and inspiration to take over his own group. At this moment, Zhang Haoyan's cell phone rang. Hey, Brother Tian, something terrible has happened. Mr. Yin has been ridiculed. Who is so bold as to mock Mr. Yin? Holy shit. It's the second young master of the Tang family, Tang Yuan. As soon as the voice on the phone came out, Tang Aojia's face on the other side instantly froze. Chapter 150, everyone is shocked. He had originally wanted to get to know this mysterious Mr. Yin better. Because I learned about it through Zhang Haoyan. This smoker is quite unusual. Not only am I young, but I am also very generous. In just less than half a month, I spent nearly tens of billions, and that's cash flow. The Tang family also has money, but you want Tang Aojia to withdraw more than 10 billion yuan at once. If things go wrong, Tang Group's funds will be cut off. Therefore, his evaluation of Mr. Yin has risen to the same level as him, or even a higher level. And now, someone has actually offended Mr. Yin. Is this person my younger brother? Tang Aojia got angry on the spot. Let's go. Go out and take a look at this useless thing. Tang Aojia is decisive and resolute. Walked out of the conference box with Zhang Haoyan and headed towards the hotel lobby. The atmosphere at the scene became increasingly awkward. Chen Yuan didn't care about other people's eyes. He nonchalantly pushed away Tang Yuan's hand that was on his shoulder. Take your claws away. You are not qualified to teach me a lesson, not to mention you, not even your brother. Chen Yuan's eyes were cold. His words were arrogant and unrestrained, and he would not stop until his words were shocking. You are a poor student and a part-time security guard? How inflated and arrogant are you? It's fine that you don't give face to young Master Tang, but you even don't take the president of Tang Group and the representative of the top 10 young people in Seoul seriously? Are you trying to defy fate? Of course, Chen Yuan, I admire your courage. There are many people in Seoul who dare not take me seriously, but you are the first one who dares not take my brother seriously. Forgive my lack of knowledge. I didn't know you were so awesome. Tang Yuan sneered unscrupulously. Since the relationship has completely fallen out, there is no need for him to continue pretending, nor is there any need to give Chen Yuan any face. He just wants to slap someone in the face today. Slap your face, Chen Yuan? Qin Bingxue stood aside. Watch from the sidelines. She even felt a sense of relief. Although she also disliked Tang Yuan, a second-generation rich man. But even so, Tang Yuan seems to be stronger than Chen Yuan. At least the other party won't take your kindness for granted. You helped him, but he still blames you? This kind of man is of the lowest quality. Not gentlemanly at all. Look, isn't that Mr. Tang? And young Master Zhang Haoyan is here too. Haha. Didn't this kid just boast that he didn't even take Mr. Tang seriously? Now that he's really here, I wonder if you dare to continue bragging. It's really Mr. Tang. He's so handsome and has such a good temperament. I heard that he just turned 30 this year and is not married yet. However, he is in charge of the Tang Group with a market value of nearly 10 billion. He is a real top-notch bachelor and a real-life domineering CEO. I like him so much. Don't be such a fangirl. There's no way a man like this would be interested in you. Here he comes, he's really here. At this moment, all the socialites' hearts beat faster. Many elites, like licking dogs, came over, respectfully handed over their business cards, and called out, "Hello, Mr. Tang." But Tang Aojia didn't stop at all. His face was as black as charcoal, and he walked towards Tang Yuan. Boss Tang, Master Zhang. Why does Mr. Tang look so grim? Why don't we call the security guards over and get this guy out? He has completely offended Mr. Tang. Okay. Security, come here quickly. There are people causing trouble here, a hotel manager shouted into the walkie-talkie. This kid is finished. He is completely finished. Tang Aojia walked up to Tang Yuan and Chen Yuan with a gloomy face. Brother, why are you here? Actually, I can handle this little thing. Bang! Tang Aojia slapped Tang Yuan on the handsome face with a loud slap. He was completely stunned. Brother, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me? Tang Yuan covered his left cheek and questioned on the spot. Why did I hit you? What the hell did you do to yourself? Don't you have any sense of decency? Apologize to Mr. Yin right now. Tang Aojia winked and pointed at Chen Yuan. The first time he saw Chen Yuan, he was a little shocked by his youth. But it is precisely because of his youth that people are more afraid of him. Boss Yin, I'm sorry, my brother just bumped into you. I apologize to you on his behalf. Tang Aojia apologized personally. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in dead silence. Oh my God, what is Mr. Tang doing? Yin? President Yin? He is President Yin? Tang Xiuan's mouth opened wide, looking stunned. He really didn't expect that a few hours ago, he had been trying to curry favor with the rich man Mr. Yin in the second-generation group. It turned out to be Chen Yuan? How could he be Chen Yuan? Awkward. Shock. Petrified. At this moment, everyone felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping past their heads. It turns out that this young man did not have an invitation. He is actually one of the 3 special guests today? The legendary billionaire? What the hell? The whole audience was shocked. Everyone's scalp is tingling. Especially the few successful people who had ridiculed Chen Yuan before. They retracted their heads like turtles. So embarrassing. They originally just wanted to flatter the Tang group. Who knew that he would offend someone even more ruthless? I hope the smoke can never see me, can't see me, and treat me as if I don't exist. Boss Yin, I didn't make the arrangements this time. I should have sent someone to pick you up in person. Why didn't you call me before entering the venue? Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Zhang Haoyin stood up and apologized. He took a look at Chen Yuan's clothes and immediately frowned. Damn it, call the hotel manager over here, who arranged the security uniforms for today's banquet. Change them all for me. Do you hear me? Zhang Haoyin roared. Got it, young Master Zhang. I'll have them change their clothes right away. A middle-aged man in his 40s wiped a cold sweat from his head and spoke timidly. Now, Qin Bingshue's 2 big round eyes were almost popping out. I feel like I'm in a mess in the wind. It was nothing but shock. It was nothing but shock. She came here with a mission today. On behalf of Liu Technology and Mr. Yu's trust in her, she wants to successfully approach Mr. Yin at this charity dinner. But she never dreamed of it. Mr. Yin is actually Chen Yuan? Damn, it was as if God was playing a joke on her. It was embarrassing enough to see Chen Yuan. She wanted to quickly distance herself from the matter. His attitude wasn't very good just now. Who would have thought that Chen Yuan was the person she was looking for? Given the current embarrassing situation, how could she have the nerve to talk to Chen Yuan about the company's financing? And what Chen Yuan said is right. They don't need your help at all. But you are so self-righteous that you bring people into the venue, thinking that you are doing them a favor and want to repay the favor in this way. Chapter 151. How about buying it all today? Mr. Yin, I'm sorry. Tang Xiuan lowered his head, his face looking as if he had eaten shit. Why is this happening? I'm the most handsome guy on campus at HUSD. Why is it that meeting Chen Yuan is like meeting my nemesis? Lost in basketball. Compared with wealth and background, he actually lost? He tried to show off, but ended up getting fucked. I originally wanted to treat Chen Yuan like a fool and make fun of him. But who knew that after pretending for so long, I turned out to be the fool? I'm afraid he had just joined the Seoul second-generation group. This sinister guy was already laughing at him behind his back. But he just didn't say it. I just watch you show off in various ways in the group. It wasn't until the charity dinner started at 8 o'clock in the evening that you made a shocking reversal. So pretentious. You big asshole. Tang Xiuan felt resentful. The thought that what he did today might become a laughingstock in Seoul's upper-class circles made him feel as if he was being laughed at. He felt very ashamed. What is this? The second young master of the Tang family, playing tricks on the security guard, bullying his classmates, who knew that his classmate was actually the super-rich Mr. Yin. I guess such gossip will spread all over the city soon. He is in trouble today? Everyone, let's not stand here anymore. Tonight's charity dinner is about to begin. The first part is a charity auction. I think everyone should be very interested. The items auctioned today include not only gems, necklaces, cultural relics, antiques, but also company shares, discounted sales of some bankrupt companies, and a piece of land. Zhang Haoyin began to change the subject. After all, it is very embarrassing to hold on to something. It just so happens that the charity auction is about to begin. Let's get down to business. The so-called charity auction is not entirely for charity. In addition, part of the money will be used for charitable donations. Most of the people present had other purposes. In fact, today's key project is the auction and liquidation of some bankrupt companies. In Seoul, countless companies have gone bankrupt this year. Some went bankrupt and some closed down. It would be fine if they were just some small businesses. Even if you lose money, it won't be a lot. But the bankruptcy of some major businesses, or even some large companies and enterprises, involves very complicated matters. Some companies were forced to file for bankruptcy because they could not repay their huge bank debts and their company's capital chain was broken. However, these business groups will not disappear completely. The companies will be taken as mortgaged assets and auctioned by banks in order to maximize profits. It's just like when you mortgage your house. If you can't pay back the money, the other party can sell your house. It's the same principle. The subject of today's auction. It is to gather the wealthy circles in Seoul, acquire bankrupt enterprises mortgaged by banks, complete capital mergers and acquisitions and restructuring, and effectively drive economic development. Allow bankrupt companies to resume operations. This will ease the employment pressure in cities. Provide more jobs. Even the top leaders put a piece of prime land up for auction. This is the highlight of today. Both the Han family and the Zhang family took a fancy to this piece of land. Even Mr. Chung from Tang Group and Shark Live seemed very interested. Because investing in a piece of prime land is almost a sure-win business. The Zhang family originally came from the real estate industry, and they would definitely not let go of such an opportunity. Chen Yuan was very interested when he heard this. He also thought it was a charity auction. They are all jewelry, paintings, artworks, and other things. In fact, he is not interested in these things. Maybe Chen Yuan has no artistic talent. He really couldn't understand why a very ordinary painting could be sold for millions or even tens of millions. And it's not an antique. Just like diamonds, they are actually not a scarce resource. Why drive the price so high? Buying diamond rings, houses, and cars for marriage has become a common social phenomenon. If you don't buy these things, it's as if you are inferior to others. Chen Yuan has no interest in art. I have no interest in jewelry either. He is interested in companies that are about to be auctioned, especially those that have already reached a certain scale. Others don't have the funds. He does. I'm just worried about not being able to find a place to spend money. But after I buy these companies, they cannot be legally incorporated in my name. I have to give them away. Who should I give it to? Chen Yuan is not afraid of the company losing money at all. As long as there is a dog to boot, there will be companies that dare to accept gifts from him. You lose 50 billion a year. He doesn't feel sorry at all. No matter how much money you need, no matter how hard you try, even if you are a fool, Chen Yuan guarantees to develop this company into a world-class company. It depends on whether you dare to ask for it. Xiao Ruoyu? Zhao Yuqi? Or maybe Qin Bingxue, who is already here. No. Qin Bingxue is beautiful, but she has a bad temper. She is totally stubborn. She doesn't like men. I take the initiative to give it to someone, but they may not appreciate it. Just at this moment, a beautiful girl wearing a white evening dress, bright and charming, with an ethereal temperament, like an elf, walked into the hotel lobby on red high heels. Her appearance instantly attracted countless eyes, and almost everyone knew her. Gao Xianin, it's actually her? Isn't she the celebrity involved in the scandal? The one who acted like a big shot on the set and became a mistress. She really looks like a little devil. I really didn't expect that Gao Xianin, a fallen woman, would have the nerve to show up at such an event. Isn't she afraid of being criticized by others? What are you afraid of? Haven't you read the latest news in the entertainment industry? Gao Xianin has already started tearing up the great director Tiger Yi and has publicly revealed that he has sexual relations with female artists. Now a fierce battle is going on. This is probably the rhythm of her announcing her comeback. When Chen Yuan saw Gao Xianin, he was stunned for a moment. Immediately a smile appeared on his face. I have someone to spend money on today. Charity auction. How about I buy all the tickets today? Chen Yuan thought so. Gao Xianin showed up today, actually for another purpose. Because according to the information she received, among the celebrity guests invited to today's Seoul charity dinner, there is a second-tier female artist named Ouyang Ling, who once followed Tiger Lord on the crew for a period of time and was also one of the female artists who was sexually exploited by Tiger Lord. Ouyang Ling ranks second in the entertainment industry, but her reputation is actually quite high. The other party has 20 million followers on Weibo. His influence is also much stronger than Gao Xianin himself. If she could convince her and expose the fact that Tiger Lord had sexual relations with female artists, she would be 100% sure to win this battle of public opinion. So she has to show up in person today. Who knew that before Ouyang Ling saw him, she saw President Yin first? Chapter 152 Chu Yuma. What is this guy laughing at? What is he planning? Gao Xianin felt a little flustered when she saw the smile on Chen Yuan's face. She felt like a little white rabbit being targeted by a big bad wolf, who could eat her at any time. Whenever he gets hungry, he will eat her until not even a bone is left. Sister, let's go in. The charity auction is about to begin. I want to broaden my horizons today. Gao Lang came over and said, Gao Lang, did you steal the car keys and drive the supercar that Mr. Yin gave me? Gao Xianin questioned unhappily. Sister, today is such a big occasion. As the only son of the Gao family, if I drive that old Audi, it would be so embarrassing. After all, my sister is a big star, and I can't lose face for you, right? Since Mr. Yin gave you that sports car, isn't it to give our Gao family a good reputation? Gao Lang said confidently. You are such a nagging thing. Do you know that Mr. Yin is also here today? What will he think when he sees you showing off in that supercar? He might even look down on your sister from the bottom of his heart. No, I have to explain this matter to him. Gao Xining said this. Gao Lang panicked instantly. Just now, he was waiting for his sister outside the hotel, so he did not enter the hotel banquet hall and had no idea what was happening inside. I don't know that Mr. Yin is Chen Yuan himself. Now I heard that Mr. Yin has arrived. I was so scared that my penis almost became a centimeter shorter. Where's the cigarette? Isn't that the one in front? Gao Xining pointed at Chen Yuan. I'm a little speechless. You brag at home every day about how awesome Mr. Yin is, but you didn't expect that you couldn't even recognize Mr. Yin even when he was 10 meters away from you? He is Mr. Yin? Fuck. Gao Lang was confused. Isn't this the security guard who was stopped by the front desk staff? FCK. Gao Lang was shocked. Then he saw that the person walking side by side with Chen Yuan was Tang Aojia, the president of Tang Group, and he suddenly realized something. Being able to walk side by side with Mr. Tang, Mr. Yan's identity is certain. Because the person following Chen Yuan was Zhang family's eldest son Zhang Haoyan, and even he was half a body length slower than Chen Yuan. Later, while walking, he met Bai Qilin, the eldest son of the Bai family. He greeted Mr. Yin and volunteered to follow behind him. The young masters from various families in the banquet hall came over one after another. Some people even called Mr. Yin the group leader to his face. Dozens of top second-generation leaders in Seoul all follow the lead of President Yin. Such a presence and identity. Is there still a need to question it? Qin Bingshui was stunned from beginning to end. I really didn't expect that Chen Yuan would have such an amazing status and identity. Before, she felt that Chen Yuan was a very high-profile and boastful person. In order to stand out in school, he did everything he could and even flirted with other girls. He even pursued Zhao Yuqi just to make him more famous in school. Just to show off. Now she realizes that the other person is quite low-key, okay? If he really just wanted to be famous, he could have shocked the whole school long ago. There is no need to deliberately create gossip. As long as his identity as the super-rich Mr. Yin is exposed, there are countless girls in the school who will actively pursue him. Zhao Yuqi probably also knows this. That's why he was so worried about Chen Yuan, afraid that he would be snatched away by someone. Yuqi, why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me Chen Yuan's identity earlier, I wouldn't be so embarrassed today. Qin Bingshui covered her burning cheeks and felt embarrassed from beginning to end. But she just couldn't leave. She still has unfinished tasks assigned to her by the company's boss. You must take the initiative to contact Chen Yuan and completely lower your attitude. But I really can't let go. So embarrassing. Chen Yuan and his group walked into the charity auction hall one after another. This is the largest banquet hall in the Huame Hotel. It is big enough to hold 1,000 people without feeling crowded. As soon as he walked into the hall, Chen Yuan saw clear regulations prohibiting taking photos and videos. There are indeed many auctions. There are such regulations. Because auctions involve some privacy issues. If it is just the auction of jewelry, then it is fine. But once it involves the auction of company assets and land auctions, these are sensitive topics. No one wants to be reported as news. This is why there are rarely any news reports on the specific auction process. The most they can report is some antiques that were auctioned for tens of millions of dollars, or a Chinese painting by a certain master that was sold for such and such a sum of money. That's all. It is not convenient to report more content. As time went on, more and more people came in. There is a seating arrangement for this charity auction. According to status level, the bigger the boss, the closer his seat is to the front. Mr. Yan's seat was naturally arranged in the first row. However, except for the first 10 rows of seats, which are arranged in order and have corresponding identities, after the 10th row, everything is random. There were many big shots in the entire venue, and even Zhang Haotian was only sitting in the second row. Chen Yuan saw his old acquaintance Han Sanshui, also sitting in the second row. There were also Xiao Hanjun and his wife, sitting in the 5th row, but Xiao Ryu did not seem to attend the banquet today. Mr. Chung and Tang Aojia from Shark also sat in the first row. Chen Yuan didn't know some of the other big shots. However, Chen Yuan estimated that these people were most likely senior city leaders. Just at this moment, a tall, slender, graceful woman wearing simple casual clothes and a baseball cap smiled and sat in the seat next to Chen Yuan. The woman was not wearing any makeup or an evening gown. It's very casual. There was something very special about her. Very natural. It seems that no matter what the occasion or what she wears, she always looks graceful and elegant. This should be the feeling of a lady from a noble family. This girl is also very beautiful. When you see her for the first time, she doesn't seem particularly stunning, but when you look at her a few more times, you will find that she is very beautiful. The more you look at her, the more beautiful she becomes. After the third look, you will never forget her. She is definitely a beauty that is worth looking at. Of course, what surprised Chen Yuan was not how beautiful she was, but the fact that Chu Tenghui's name was written on the seat next to him. This is the name of the top leader in Seoul. Who is this young girl? Why is she sitting in Secretary Chu's position? Don't talk nonsense. She is Secretary Chu's only daughter, Chu Yuma. Secretary Chu can't come today because of something. Is she Secretary Chu's daughter? She's so beautiful. She's completely different from those mediocre girls. If I can get her, I can work less for 50 years. Don't even think about it. Even the eldest son of the Zhang family may not be worthy of such a wealthy family. Are you dreaming? Chapter 153, As Long as I Don't Speak. After Chen Yuan's body was strengthened, his hearing and eyesight became sharper. Even if some people in the back row were talking quietly, he could hear it clearly. I didn't expect that this girl wearing a baseball cap had such an unusual background. No wonder she has the temperament of a lady from a noble family. However, Chen Yuan did not communicate with him. I didn't even have the idea of chatting up and getting to know her. There are some differences between the second generation of rich people and the second generation of officials. In fact, the second generation of officials are more awesome than the second generation of rich people. But this is a relatively low-key circle. It is rare to see second-generation officials acting arrogantly these days, because their parents are very strict. Our parents hold important positions and have many influences to consider. The higher the position, the more careful they have to be. Otherwise, once you are caught, you may be doomed. Today's society is an era of information explosion. It is impossible for the second generation of officials to be as arrogant and domineering as before. Each one of them is more careful about his feathers than the other, because some of their behaviors may affect their parents' careers. Therefore, in such a family education must be very strict. They will not easily accept gifts from others. If Chen Yuan is facing a rich second generation, he can give him gifts at will, no matter how expensive the gift is, but he cannot give gifts to the second generation officials. Once the value of the gift is too high, it may be suspected of bribery. So, even if he has a bootlicking relationship with Chu Yuma, it was impossible for him to spend too much money on her. This is not a suitable object for licking dogs. Although the other person's identity will generate a strong desire to conquer in people's hearts. But it's better not to mess with such a woman if you can. Chen Yuan has clear ideas. He just glanced at Chu Yuma twice and never looked at her again. Look directly at the conference podium in front of you. Hello, Miss Chu. I'm Tang Aojia. Nice to meet you. Tang Aojia sat on Chen Yuan's left. Chu Yuma sat on Chen Yuan's right. Chen Yuan didn't even find a chance to strike up a conversation, but Tang Aojia took the initiative to talk to him. When this guy faces other socialites, he is so aloof and behaves like a cool and domineering president. But when he spoke to Chu Yuma, the expression on his face was elegant, easygoing, and gentle. It turns out that being cool and aloof depends on the person. If a person is cold to you, maybe she is not really cold, but just looks down on you and thinks you are not worthy of her. So naturally, he is aloof. When she faces people whose status and position are equal to hers, or even higher than hers, she can no longer be so arrogant. That's Tang Aojia. He has countless halos around him. At a young age, he is in charge of a large enterprise group with a market value of tens of billions. He can be called a top single bachelor. Such an outstanding person, when choosing a partner, naturally will not just look at a woman's appearance. He will also look for someone who is equally suitable for him. Chu Yuma is a very good choice. If he could marry Chu Yuma and establish a relationship with the top leader in Seoul, the development of the Tang Group would naturally receive more policy support. Under reasonable and legal conditions, with green lights all the way, it will be difficult for this enterprise not to grow big. Hello, Mr. Tang. I'm glad to meet you too. Chu Yuma replied politely. He was very generous and polite, responding with a smile, but he didn't seem to be particularly interested in Tang Aojia. Maybe from childhood to adulthood, I have been flattered too many times. Subconsciously, she didn't like people who took the initiative to talk to her. On the contrary, she would take a second look at someone like Chen Yuan, who completely ignored her. The fact that Chen Yuan was able to sit in the first row showed that he had an extraordinary background, and he was also very young and quite handsome. The point was, except for the 2 glances at Chu Yuma at the beginning, he never looked at her again after that. It was as if Chu Yuma's appearance was not at all pleasing to his eyes. Hello, my name is Chu Yuma. What's your name? Chu Yuma asked Chen Yuan. A very polite greeting. It doesn't necessarily mean that she is interested in Chen Yuan. She knew almost all the people sitting in the first row. They were either members of Seoul's leadership team or tycoon business executives. She had never seen this young man before. Just a little curious. Chen Yuan heard her question and did not answer. Instead, he looked around and turned a deaf ear. He even glanced at the back row, as if to confirm the location of Gao Xianin and Qin Bingxue. What's wrong with you? I'm asking you a question. Chu Yuma felt a little unhappy. Did this guy really not hear it? Or was he pretending not to hear it? Everyone else wants to curry favor with her, but why does this guy seem to want to avoid her? Is she that scary? Isn't it normal for strangers to exchange polite words and business cards at a dinner party? Why do you react like this? Chu Yuma became more and more curious. Chen Yuan was speechless. He really didn't want to have any communication with Chu Yuma. What if the dog-licking system is bound? After such a long time and binding so many dog-licking objects, Chen Yuan has summed up the rules of system binding. As long as there is a woman who is beautiful enough and there is verbal communication with her, the dog-licking system will inevitably be bound. But as long as he doesn't speak, without any verbal communication with this beauty, the system will not bind. Because not talking means there is no intention of licking. If they don't even make any moves to get to know each other, then naturally there won't be any relationship of being a bootlicker. What's wrong with you? Why didn't you tell me your name when I asked you? You are so rude. Chu Yuma refused to give in. She frowned. Now even Mr. Tang and Mr. Chung couldn't stand it anymore. Boss Yin, you are too arrogant. This is Secretary Chu's daughter. Boss Sharpching frowned. My name is Chen Yuan. For words finally came out of Chen Yuan's mouth. Ding. The dog-licking operation begins. Name, Chu Yuma. Age, 22 years old. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Appearance, 9.1 points. The girl's favorability towards the host, 0 points. Bind to the host's lick-dog relationship. When the woman's favorability towards the host exceeds 95 points, the counterattack is successful, the identity is changed, and the other party will become the host's lick-dog. After the counterattack is completed, you will be rewarded with 10% consumption bonus. Reward enhancement points, 35 points. Enhancement points can enhance the host's physical attributes, including strength, physique, agility, spirit, etc. Bonus skills, firearms proficiency, combat proficiency, Go proficiency, English proficiency, piano proficiency, Guzheng proficiency, painting proficiency. Fuck, I just said a name. How can it be bound? It turns out I can't talk. Chen Yuan was too tired to complain. System, you are trying to trick me. When I think about the daughter of the city's top leader, what if she becomes his bootlicker in the future? It's very annoying. Won't his father-in-law cause trouble for him then? You may even find out his background clearly. Isn't he exposed? This situation is very dangerous. Chu Yuma cannot counterattack, absolutely cannot counterattack. Chen Yuan has already made up his mind that even if he is bound to be a bootlicker, he will never provoke Chu Yuma. Even though she is proficient in 7 skills, she is a truly talented woman. Chen Yuan didn't want to have anything to do with her either. Chen Yuan really doesn't want to touch this kind of girl who can neither spend money on her nor cause trouble for him if he flirts with her. He is like a scumbag with a conscience who is unwilling to touch a virgin. But things often don't develop in the direction you expect. At this time, a host walked onto the podium. Chapter 154, the 300 million necklace was given away. Fuck, isn't this host Yang Xiaoqian, the leading actress of Xinyu TV? I thought today's host would be the host of the provincial TV station. It's different. Our Hubei provincial TV station is incomparable to Xinyu TV. Apart from CCTV, Xinyu TV is the most powerful among the more than 20 provinces in the country. Yang Xiaoqian is a household name in the country. The cards are different. As Yang Xiaoqian walked onto the podium, another charming female star came up. It's Ouyang Ling. I always thought the movie she starred in, Flying Daggers of the Divine Dragon, was a classic. Yes, this movie was directed by Tiger Lord himself. I heard that the original female lead was Gao Xianin, but later it was replaced by Ouyang Ling. Seats in the back of the banquet hall. Many people began to talk about it. In the seats near the front, everyone was quite calm. Because the people sitting in the front seats are all well-known figures with extraordinary identities and backgrounds. Female celebrities are high and mighty in the eyes of others and have their own halo. In the eyes of the big guys, that's all. Not to mention that she is just a second-tier actress. Even if she is a first-tier star, she is not an important figure in today's banquet. Unless a superstar comes, it would still be a bit impressive. Soon, Yang Xiaoqian took the microphone and started hosting. Dear leaders, distinguished guests, good evening. As soon as these words came out, the whole room burst into laughter. Yang Xiaoqian is still as funny as ever. In such a formal occasion, saying the word "Taheo" is indeed a bit funny. But everyone is tired of the rigid hosting style. Otherwise, Yang Xiaoqian would not have been invited. Thank you all very much for coming to today's charity dinner. I am Yang Xiaoqian. 3,000 words omitted here. As host of a charity dinner, the two hosts mainly talked about some topics about positive energy. Then he spoke for more than 10 minutes before starting to talk about the charity auction. Everyone, I won't waste any more time. Now, I would like to invite the professional auctioneer, Mr. Yang Hong, to auction the items that need to be sold today on behalf of the major banks, the municipal government, and the major charity trustees. Yang Xiaoqian finished speaking. A man in his 50s, dressed in a Tang suit, walked up to the podium. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, a staff member immediately placed the first item on the display stand. All charity auction items will not only be placed on display, but there will also be a special PPT screen to introduce the origin and value of the item. Everyone, the first item to be auctioned today is the highlight. This item is called Heart of the Ocean. Yes, I believe everyone has seen the classic love movie Titanic. The Heart of the Ocean is the most precious gemstone necklace in the movie. Originally, there was no such necklace in real life. However, after the movie became a global hit 20 years ago, a famous jewelry company designed a Heart of the Ocean necklace specifically for it. It uses the world's top craftsmanship, with a rare blue heart-shaped diamond in the middle and many white diamonds surrounding it. I believe that the lady who owns this necklace will also have the same everlasting love as Jack and Rose. This necklace is the only one in the world. It is one of the top 10 luxury necklaces in the world. The starting price is 120 million. The auctioneer had just finished speaking. Many people at the scene gasped. No one expected that the opening would be so exciting. Some people think that it starts from hundreds of thousands. Who knew that the first item to be auctioned would be so extraordinary? In particular, many women present already had their eyes shining. There is no need to elaborate on the popularity of the Heart of the Ocean. This necklace is sold internationally for as much as $20 million, and there is no market for it. Its beauty is enough to make all girls fascinated by it, especially the concept of uniqueness. This is priceless. Oh my God, it's actually the Heart of the Ocean. If there's a man willing to buy this necklace for me, I'm willing to bear him a child, take good care of him for the rest of my life, and satisfy all his needs. Madam, if you don't buy this necklace, will you not have children in the future? Please don't use having children as a bargaining chip. If you can't afford it, just say it. What's the point of talking so much? Without money, there is no romance. Beautiful love needs material support. Qin Bingxue frowned when she heard this. Although she does not agree with this point of view, if someone is really willing to buy this unique necklace in the world and give it to her, perhaps her indestructible heart will be shaken. Gao Xuanin's eyes were also somewhat obsessed. I don't know if the smoke will. 125 million. After 10 seconds of silence, someone finally made a bid. 130 million. 140 million. 150 million. Prices soon began to climb. This necklace is of too great a value, and the value will increase over time. Because it is one of the top 10 luxury necklaces in the world, its value will not depreciate even if it is resold. There was a wealthy woman at the scene. It seems like he is determined to win. 300 million. Chen Yuan raised a sign and shouted calmly. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was dead silent. Chu Yuma also glanced at Chen Yuan with wide eyes, as if she didn't expect this guy to be so generous. After all, she doesn't usually watch live broadcasts, so she has no idea who Mr. Yin is. Mr. Yin, who is in seat number 5, bid 300 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer inquired. You're just going to double the 150 million? Who the hell dares to compete with you? 300 million at a time. 300 million twice. 300 million 3 times. Make a deal. The auctioneer made the final decision. At this moment, Chen Yuan suddenly stood up. After you wrap up this necklace, just give it to Ms. Gao Xianin in the back row. This is my gift to her. Chen Yuan said so. Shocked. Petrified. Stiff. Everyone was stunned. Especially some socialites. Their eyes almost popped out. A necklace worth 300 million, and you just gave it away? Boss Yin is too extravagant and inhumane, isn't he? I didn't think much of it before, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I know how awesome Mr. Yin really is. Isn't Gao Xianin the female celebrity involved in the scandal? Is he really favored by Mr. Yin? Almost half of the people at the scene looked towards Gao Xianin. The most common looks among them are those of envy and jealousy. Gao Xianin was stunned. Sister, Mr. Yin is going to give you the Heart of the Ocean. Oh my God. Gao Xianin, favorability plus 10. Gao Xianin, favorability plus 10. Gao Xianin, favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 35 points. Chapter 155 Extraordinary Piano. Gao Xianin really didn't know what kind of mood he was in at this moment. It was obvious that she hated Chen Yuan at the beginning. This man is essentially a bad guy. He was the type of scumbag she hated the most before. The reason why she chose to compromise was simply because she was unwilling to accept her life. She still has dreams and ambitions in her heart and is unwilling to give up. She didn't want to be notorious all her life and live in abuse and humiliation. If her life is like this in the future, she will feel that life is worse than death. So she accepted Chen Yuan's unspoken rules. But she still felt that her personality was insulted by Chen Yuan. It's that complicated feeling that you hate him, but you can't live without him, and yet you're a little grateful to him in your heart. Love and hate mixed together. Hate and like, this is really speechless. But when Chen Yuan publicly gave her the heart of the ocean worth 300 million in front of everyone, she was really touched. I felt like my heart suddenly stopped for a moment, and then started beating wildly. This is a one-of-a-kind necklace in the world. It is a necklace that represents everlasting love. For a moment, she really felt that Chen Yuan was the Prince Charming she had always been waiting for. This man's generosity is so great that it really makes one's heart beat faster. Before she knew it, her favorability towards Chen Yuan had skyrocketed. But then, when I thought about the fact that I was just a lover, it was like a bucket of cold water was poured over my head. She controlled her emotions rationally. Don't be easily moved. He spent so much money just to play with my body. I am just an object in his eyes. He doesn't really treat me. I can't sink into this. But why don't I hate him at all in my heart? Why is that? I clearly know that he is a playboy. Is it because he is willing to spend money? Am I also a woman enslaved by money? No, that's not the case. No matter what, I won't let him get it easily. Gao Xiaoning strengthened his heart once again. She made up her mind. From today on, no matter how expensive the gifts Chen Yuan gave her or how much money he spent on her, she would accept them. Since you want to humiliate me with money, then I'll let you know what a greedy woman I am. You promised me that you would invest 500 million renminbi in 2 movies and buy me a house in Shanghai Thompson. Now these are not completed yet. I won't let you touch me. It will probably take a year or 2 to finish the 2 movies. Let's talk about it in a year or 2. It depends on whether you can wait. Gao Xiaoning thought so. She also had some tricks up her sleeve, wanting to keep Chen Yuan hanging. She felt that what Chen Yuan did was just to play with her body. It seems that this is also the purpose of men trying to please women. But Chen Yuan didn't really think so. I'm attending the charity dinner today for no other purpose. Just to spend money. I have too much money, and I feel uncomfortable if I don't spend more. I am so willful. He really didn't have any evil thoughts. I wonder what these women are thinking about all day. Soon, the auctioneer began to auction the second item. Everyone, the second item for auction today is a basketball signed by Yang Kuan. The starting price is 1,000 yuan. Bidding begins now. Puff. Chen Yuan was just about to bid. As soon as I heard that it was a basketball signed by Yang Kuan, I immediately lost interest. I was planning to buy the whole thing today. He really doesn't want this thing. I won't accept it even if it's given to him. And the gap is a bit big. The last item to be auctioned was the world's top luxury necklace, the heart of the ocean, worth hundreds of millions. A young handsome guy will sign a basketball in the next second? It's a bit low. However, Chen Yuan didn't want it, but there were many girls present who were very interested in it. Final. This basketball, which had a starting price of 1,000 yuan, was sold at a sky-high price of 150,000 yuan. It was bought by a girl of 17 or 18 years old. Everyone, now we are auctioning the third item. It is the signature sneakers of the basketball superstar Kobe. This pair of sneakers is a limited edition custom-made model and is out of print. The starting price is 10,000 yuan. Bidding begins now. 100,000, 200,000, 250,000. The auctioneer had just finished speaking. The bidding prices started to soar. Maybe because Kobe is gone, this pair of signature sneakers has become out of print. This leads to increasingly higher competition prices. In the end, it was sold at a whopping price of 1.7 million. A pair of sneakers was sold for the price of a house, which left Chen Yuan dumbfounded. Maybe everyone is doing this for charity. Chen Yuan is not a fan. This is the only way to understand it. Next, all kinds of weird things were put up for auction. There are artworks, antiques, star-sign jerseys, world-class watches, imperial green jade bracelets, and more. Chen Yuan was not particularly interested. The main thing is that some things, when given as gifts, he feels a bit low. Everyone, the highlight is here. We are now going to auction the 78th item. This item is also a little special. Yes, it is a piano, but it is not an ordinary piano. It is the Henselmann crystal piano, which is ranked second among the top 10 famous pianos in the world and is made of pure crystal. In 2008, at the opening ceremony of the World Olympic Games in my country, the great piano master Langshan used this piano to perform in front of more than 1 billion viewers, creating a legendary story. Later, the piano was sold to a mysterious tycoon for $3.22 million. More than a decade has passed in a flash, and this piano has a special meaning in the hearts of every Chinese citizen. It can be said that it has witnessed the rise of the Chinese nation and the rapid development of our country in the past decade, and it plays for the rise of China. The starting price for this piano is 30 million Chinese yuan. Bidding begins now. Really. As the auctioneer gave a passionate speech, the black cloth covering a piano on the display stand was lifted. The moment this piano appeared in front of everyone, it amazed the whole audience. Because it is made of pure crystal, its appearance is naturally impeccable. Moreover, the manufacturing process of this piano is also top-notch in the world. First of all, it's expensive. What is even more valuable is that it has extraordinary significance. What a beautiful piano. It's the one that Lang Shen played before. Lang Shen is the #1 pianist in China and one of the top 10 pianists in the world. This piano was played at the most important moment in his life. It has extraordinary significance. As a piano lover, I am really moved. One of the top 10 famous pianos, well deserved. A group of people were talking. This piano is also a great value. Whether you can play the piano or not, it is definitely worthwhile to keep it as a collection. I'll give you 35 million, 40 million, 41 million. Soon people started bidding, and there were quite a few competitors. It took less than 5 minutes. The bidding price has been called out to 90 million, 200 million. Chen Yuan just called out a price. But this time, he shouted out 200 million, and there were actually people competing with him. 210 million. A female voice sounded. Chapter 156. Everyone burst into tears. Chen Yuan looked in the direction of the voice. This girl sitting in the second row is the daughter of the Jinhua Group. True Fire Group is the largest gaming company in Seoul. The company has several popular games in the market. The company was established in 2007, which is more than 10 years ago. It has gone through many ups and downs and has come a long way to where it is today. It can be said that it has been through many trials and tribulations. They started with standalone game development, then entered the PC game market, and gradually developed to focus on mobile games. It can be said that it keeps pace with the times. Jinhua Group also has in-depth cooperation with Penguin Group. This is a large gaming company with a market value of billions, different from other industries. During this period, other industries have also suffered setbacks, including the hotel industry, tourism industry, import and export trade, internet cafes, business centers, restaurants, and countless other industries have fallen into economic crisis. However, the gaming industry was not affected at all. In fact, everyone was bored staying at home. Each game is played very smoothly, especially the mobile game market, which is booming all over the world. Penguin's stock soared, making hundreds of millions a day. As a result, other game companies also basically made money. Jinhua Group, because it makes games, is now quite wealthy. But today this piano, Chen Yuan is determined to win. He thought that this gift would be a very good choice if given to Zhao Yuqi. Maybe it can make their favorability continue to increase. Such a gift should be considered very thoughtful, right? 300 million. Chen Yuan continued to shout. 310 million. The daughter of the Jinhua Group, Shangwan Hor, glared at Chen Yuan fiercely, but she still did not give up. At this point, the price had already reached a whopping 300 million yuan, and she was still raising the price. Chen Yuan was a little annoyed. 500 million. The price of 500 million was announced. The whole audience gasped. Such a sky-high price has already surpassed the world's #1 piano. There has never been a piano in the world that could be sold at a sky-high price of 500 million yuan. Even if converted into US dollars, it is a sky-high price of nearly 80 million. The most expensive piano in the world currently has a peak transaction price of 20 million US dollars. Today's auction is enough to make this crystal piano the best piano in the world. Mr. Yen, who is sitting in seat number 5, has offered 500 million yuan. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price to buy this world-famous piano? The auctioneer stood at the podium and asked questions. The whole audience was silent. No one spoke. 500 million at a time. 500 million twice. 500 million, 3 times. I declare that the Henselmann crystal piano has achieved the highest price ever paid for a piano. Thank you, Mr. Yan, for your strong support for charity. The auctioneer shouted passionately. For his career, being able to sell an item for the world's highest price at an auction is also a sense of accomplishment. I wonder if Mr. Yen can play the piano? Or if anyone here can play the piano, they can check it out and feel the sacred moment when Lang Shen played the piano music at the Olympics. Mr. Yen shouldn't mind, right? The auctioneer said with a smile. There will be a piano performance during today's auction. The main reason is that the auction lasts too long, so we need to put on some shows to liven up the atmosphere. Check the goods, by the way. Of course, if someone volunteers and thinks he or she is good at playing the piano, there is no harm in giving it a try. Of course, Chen Yuan wouldn't mind. He is not such a stingy person. Sure. Actually, I know a little bit about piano. I've learned it for a few days. Please forgive me if I don't play well. Chen Yuan stood up with a smile. Under the watchful eyes of the public. Walked towards the display stand. Will Smoke always play the piano? I don't know. If you've only learned it for a few days, it's better not to play it. There are more than one or two socialites here who are proficient in piano skills. After all, if you don't have any talent, how can you catch a rich husband? Bosses like Mr. Yin do this purely for fun, just like Mr. Ma. He makes billions a month and is worth hundreds of billions. He just likes to make movies to fulfill his kung fu dream. He even invites kung fu superstars to play supporting roles. The auctioneer just asked casually. He didn't expect that Chen Yuan would actually go on stage. In fact, if Mr. Yin felt embarrassed or declined, he would have planned to invite Chu Yuma, who was sitting in seat number 6, to come on stage. Secretary Chu's only daughter is extremely talented and is a veritable talented woman in soul. She is proficient in many skills, including piano talent. As early as when she was 15 years old, she passed the 10th grade piano certificate. Later, he participated in many large-scale cultural performances. Chu Yuma also performed piano solo. Her level of attainment has reached the top level. If she was willing to go on stage and perform, it would definitely make this charity dinner more perfect. But since President Yin is on stage, then let's wait until Mr. Yin finishes playing before inviting Chu Yuma. What if the cigarette is not played well? Someone has to save the situation, right? Atmosphere gradually quieted down. Everyone was very polite and stopped communicating. Chen Yuan sat on the crystal piano chair. The moment his hands rested on the piano keys, his temperament has changed, become elegant and refined. He is like a prodigal son, wandering around the world, with a touch of wildness and uninhibitedness in his free and easy manner. But when he really got serious, you seem to be able to sense a sense of melancholy from him. So charming. When the piano sounded, the song Castle in the Sky shocked the reality. Castle in the Sky is originally a world-famous song. The melody is melodious and tear-jerking. Everyone is familiar with this song. But precisely because it is familiar and a classic, it cannot be surpassed. This piece of music is actually not difficult, and there is not much room for showing off one's skills. Because it is soothing and has a slow tempo, it has become one of the beginner pieces in many piano classes. This piece of music is easy to learn, but very difficult to fully master. Because the emotions contained in the songs of Castle in the Sky are so heavy. Ordinary pianists simply cannot play out that kind of heart-wrenching feeling. That kind of slow-paced performance technique is what turns the ordinary into the magical. A piano piece can give people a completely different feeling if it is elevated a little bit. And Chen Yuan, his piano skills have already been upgraded to the level of a 60-year-old. What kind of existence do you say this is? Under his performance, Castle in the Sky resonates with people's souls almost instantly. Everyone present, without exception, they all collectively felt a trembling feeling in their hearts. Their emotions are drawn along with the flow of the notes. The emotions buried deep in my heart burst out. Just like a mountain torrent and tsunami, the softest part of my heart was touched. They unconsciously recalled their youthful recklessness and the running under the sunset, which was their youth that had once passed away. I have no regrets about my youth, and I thought I had forgotten that girl long ago. But why does she still appear in my heart? And that boy from that year? Until I get married, you don't know that you are always in my heart. Touched. A touch from the soul. Accompanied by the sad melody, at least 30% of the audience were crying without realizing it. Is this really Castle in the Sky? Why can it be played so well? It sounds better than the original version of Castle in the Sky that I heard before. This is the most moving piano piece I have ever heard, no doubt about it. Boss Yin said he had studied piano for a few days. I've studied for more than 10 years, but I can't play at this level? Well, it turns out I'm really a loser. Chapter 157, I like dealing with people without purpose. Shocked. Petrified. Suffocated. Everyone's heart could not calm down for a long time. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that everyone recovered from the sad mood. This moment, all the girls in the audience looked at Chen Yuan with eyes filled with incomparable love and admiration. Is this Mr. Yin? He is so talented, so elegant, and so rich. How can there be such an outstanding man in the world who possesses so many excellent qualities? How can I find a boyfriend in the future? If I can't find someone like Mr. Yin, won't I feel very disappointed? Said a socialite with tears in her eyes. I don't know if I can take him to the hotel tonight. I don't ask to possess this man, but I will be satisfied even if it's just for one night, said a very pretty and charming girl with obsessed eyes. My ideal son-in-law was Mr. Tang Aojia, but now I feel like I'm falling in love with someone else. A girl, standing on tiptoe, looked at the brilliant and wealthy Mr. Yin on the stage with fascination. Then she turned her head and glared at Gao Xianin fiercely. Soon, it seemed like a chain reaction. Many girls present began to dislike Gao Xianin. Why would such an outstanding person like Mr. Yan like Gao Xianin, a slut and mistress, and spent 300 million to buy her a necklace? How are we inferior to this bitch? She is just a little prettier, has a better temperament, a better figure, and is a celebrity. What's so great about that? Gao Xianin, favorability plus 10. Gao Xianin, favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 55 points. Faced with a group of socialites and daughters of various wealthy families, they looked at each other with increasing jealousy. Gao Xianin himself didn't know what was going on. She actually felt a little proud inside. At the same time, she was shocked for the first time by Chen Yuan's outstanding talent. It turns out that the way this man plays the piano is so fascinating. His piano playing skills are so high that it is jaw-dropping. But why is it that such an outstanding man, who can play such pure music, has a dirty heart? Or maybe I actually misunderstood him. Gao Xianin's face felt a little hot. She discovered shamefully that her heartbeat had accelerated when she was attracted by Chen Yuan. Why can't I control this feeling? Except Gao Xianin. Qin Bingxue was also confused. When Zhao Yuqi's birthday party was held, Qin Bingxue arrived at a very unfortunate time and just missed Chen Yuan's moment of showing off. But this time, it was made up. Moreover, Chen Yuan's playing skills spanned 50 years last time, and this time it spanned 60 years, which is even more amazing. A woman may hate a man, but she will not hate a talented man, especially someone you admire from the bottom of your heart. Today, Chen Yuan gave Qin Bingxue a loud slap in the face. From the day he saved the beauty, it had always been her fault. She misunderstood Chen Yuan. She didn't want to apologize yet because she was afraid of embarrassment. It wasn't until she discovered Chen Yuan's identity that she became even more embarrassed. And now, she finally understood why Zhao Yuqi liked Chen Yuan. This boy seems to have a lot of advantages. I didn't notice it at first, but when I thought about it carefully, he is good at playing the piano and basketball, and he is better than the captain of the track and field team in sprinting and can fight as well as a boxing champion. He is also very rich, handsome, has a good figure, and a good temperament. This is a serious analysis. She was shocked. It turns out that this guy Chen Yuan actually meets all the standards of a male god. This guy seems to have no real flaws except that he's a bit of a philanderer. How could there be no girls who like such an outstanding man? His music is so pure, and he must be a pure person at heart. To be able to play such a heart-wrenching music, he must have experienced despair, darkness, and pain. Perhaps, I have never entered his heart, so I really don't understand his feelings. I don't know his story, so who am I to judge someone else? Chen Yuan's song, Castle in the Sky, reminded Qin Bingxue of her unbearable past. Over the years, she never dared to turn off the lights to sleep. Because when the lights were turned off, she felt as if she was shrouded in darkness. Make her suffocate, make her desperate, make her suffer. In Chen Yuan's song, Castle in the Sky, she seemed to have found an equally lonely soul. It turns out that there is a resonance between them. Maybe, Chen Yuan and she are the same kind of people. Only after being hurt inside can one build a hard shell on the outside. Through this piece, she seemed to have found companions who could lead her from the dark shadows to the light. Qin Bingxue is a very extreme person. When she hates someone, she will hate him, her very much, but when her impression of him, her is reversed. The favorability will increase rapidly. Qin Bingxue, favorability plus 100. Current favorability, 5 points. Fuck. Chen Yuan saw that Qin Bingxue's favorability level soared by 100 points on the spot. Almost shocked. What's wrong with this woman? Are you also conquered by my talent? Playing the piano can actually increase your favorability by 100 points? Sure enough, in some special occasions, talent is more effective than money. When everyone has money, even if you have more money than everyone else, it is not enough to shock everyone. Money plus talent. That means you are not just a money grubber. You have connotation. There is an essential difference between rich people with substance and rich people without substance. A wealthy family and a nouveau riche. The background is different. Chen Yuan's piano skills undoubtedly told everyone that he was not just a nouveau riche. Only the wealthy and powerful people who have received various private training since childhood can be so extraordinary. Chen Yuan returned to his seat. Chu Yuman next to him started to talk to him again. I didn't expect you to play the piano so well. How about we add each other on WeChat? I actually have some professional skills that I want to ask you for advice. Chu Yuma said this and took out his cell phone. Sorry, I didn't bring my phone. Chen Yuan made up an excuse and refused. In fact, the cell phone was in his trouser pocket. He really didn't want to have anything to do with Chu Yuma. Chu Yuma, favorability plus 10. Chu Yuma, Favorability plus 10. Chu Yuma. Favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 30 points. What's going on? Chen Yuan was stunned. Rejecting a girl from adding you as a WeChat friend can actually increase your favorability. What kind of cool move is this? In fact, Chen Yuan didn't know. Because of her identity, Chu Yuma is often approached intentionally by people with ulterior motives. In the past, someone even took advantage of her because she is Secretary Chu's daughter. That incident almost got her father into big trouble. Later she learned her lesson. She is wary of any man who approaches her intentionally. On the contrary, she will feel relieved if you don't pay any attention to her at all, because it means you have no other purpose. She just likes dealing with people who have no purpose. Chapter 158, Who is Big Cat TV for? Don't you have your phone with you? That's okay, just give me your phone number, WeChat ID, or Penguin ID. Chu Yuma continued to speak with a smile. Chen Yuan was speechless. Anyone can tell that he was refusing just now, right? Is there anyone who doesn't carry a cell phone with them these days? Such an obvious reason for rejection. Can you not hear it? But Chu Yuma didn't feel embarrassed at all. After being rejected, she seemed to look at Chen Yuan with even more admiration. Actually, my memory is not very good. I can't remember the phone number. It doesn't matter if you don't remember your phone number. Give me your ID number, and I'll have someone check it out. Puff. Chen Yuan almost vomited blood when he heard this. So strong. It's so powerful. She is indeed worthy of being the daughter of the top leader. As long as she wants it, there is nothing she can't get. This woman is a bit direct and strong. She looks lovely, but her personality is very tough. Except Chen Yuan wanted to vomit blood. The person who wanted to vomit blood more was Tang Aojia. With his status as a domineering CEO, a net worth of tens of billions, and a representative of outstanding young people in Seoul, even if he wants to pursue Chu Yuma, he has to be cautious. He wants to match up with others and form a strong alliance. But Chu Yuma ignored him at all. But President Yin didn't pay much attention to Chu Yuma from beginning to end. So how could this young lady take the initiative to stick to him? So infuriating. It's so heartbreaking. This feels like a failure. It seems like Chen Yuan is suppressing him in more than one way. Tang Aojia had never experienced this feeling before. In the past, he always oppressed others. When have you ever been run over by someone else? Because Chu Yuma looked at Chen Yuan differently, he became more and more unhappy with Chen Yuan. I used to want to make friends with Mr. Yin. But if Yin keeps trying to snatch the woman from him, he can still turn against her. Big sister, isn't it enough for me to give it to you? Chen Yuan took out his mobile phone, opened the WeChat QR code, and asked her to scan it. It feels like being forced. Why is it that I feel a little bit good when a girl forces me to give her my contact information? Could it be that the masochistic physique has appeared again? Life is like a bow that has been drawn to a woman. Since you are powerless to resist, you can only enjoy it. I knew you brought your phone with you. Are you trying to trick me? Chu Yuma rolled her eyes at Chen Yuan. After adding it to the contact information, he seemed a little proud. It turns out that she only feels satisfied when she gets something through her own efforts. She doesn't want anything that comes to her voluntarily. Everyone, the items we will auction next will be a little different from the previous ones. They will not be jewelry, jade, artworks, or cultural relics. Instead, they will be mortgage auctions of bankrupt companies. The first company we auctioned is called Big Cat TV. I believe everyone has heard of the name Big Cat TV. During the golden age of the development of internet live streaming platforms, Big Cat TV was once one of the top 5 live streaming platforms in China. It once ran on par with the Shark platform, and its market value once reached over 10 billion. Later, due to various reasons, Big Cat TV declared bankruptcy. Big Cat TV had been transferred and auctioned once before, and now the owner of Big Cat TV is putting the company up for auction again. Starting price, 1 million. When the auctioneer finished speaking, many people were stunned. I didn't expect that Big Cat TV, which was once worth more than $1 billion, is now worth only 1 million? But think about it. The internet bubble economy was extremely awesome when it was booming. Various investors are throwing money at it like crazy. When it cools down completely. If a live streaming platform has been closed for 2 or 3 years and all its anchors have jumped ship, the company is actually worthless. And there are still bank debts that have not been repaid. If you take over the company, it means you have to repay the company's debts. Honestly speaking, apart from the name Big Cat TV, I don't think anyone would want this company if given to others. The situation has already been formed on today's internet live streaming platforms. Shark, Longya, Douyin, Slowhand, and Bilibili have already divided the world into 5 parts. Following them are Huajiao, Quanmin, Momo, Aki, and other platforms which rely on the existing internet channels to form a certain scale. Any live streaming platform that is slightly famous has big companies or capital channels supporting it. Either they have the resources to attract traffic, or they are extremely awesome, with powerful software and excellent algorithms, or they spend money like crazy. Ordinary people simply don't dare to take over this kind of live streaming platform. Even if you have assets worth tens of billions, you may not be able to handle it, especially when the market has been divided up. If you insist on charging in, you may end up with nothing left, even your pants. So the auctioneer called out the starting price of 1 million. Everyone at the scene was silent. It seemed that no one was bidding. It feels like this live streaming giant, which once had a market value of over 1 billion, is now not as good as a pair of Kobe's signature sneakers. How ironic. Very realistic too. It's not that I can't afford it, but after buying it, I can't play it. If you want to invest more money, it will cost more than 3 or 500 million. 1 million. Chen Yuan looked around. Since no one is bidding, he will just hold the bottom line. Spend money. He loves doing this kind of thing the most. He doesn't care whether he can play it or not. What matters is that this thing costs money. Given the current situation of the internet live streaming industry, if you want to fight your way out of the siege by major platforms, you have to spend money like crazy, right? Billions of dollars are spent every year. Isn't that easy? Especially for big anchors. If you dig one up, you'd have to pay her tens of millions a year. Just dig up a dozen or so. Wouldn't it cost 500 to 600 million a year? Another high-paying recruiting anchors, technicians, super managers, planners, operations, finance, etc. There is also huge spending on crazy advertising. Chen Yuan estimated that it would cost at least 5 billion yuan a year to buy this platform. It's absolutely a great profit. Okay, Mr. Yen in seat number 5, I'm offering 1 million. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? 1 million times. 1,000,002 times. Is it true that no one has offered a higher price? This is a large live streaming platform that once had a market value of over 1 billion. The auctioneer asked several times. Except Chen Yuan, no one else was bidding. 1 million, 3 times deal. I hereby announce that Big Cat TV has been purchased by President Yen at a price of 1 million. Congratulations to President Yen. I hope that Big Cat TV can regain its former glory under the leadership of President Yen. There was thunderous applause at the scene. Judging from the strength that Mr. Yen has shown so far, he seems to be able to get a share of the live broadcast industry. But if Big Cat TV really rises again, then we are competitors of sharks. Shark Mr. Cheng, who was sitting on Tang Aojia's left, looked at Chen Yuan sharply. Competitors are enemies. Chen Yuan didn't care. He was just thinking, to whom should the Big Cat TV be given? Chapter 159 Land Auction. Actually, anyone can do it. As long as the person is bound to the dog, it doesn't matter who he is given the gift to, right? Don't force it. Whoever is willing to take it, Chen Yuan can add another 10 billion investment later. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to do business, and it doesn't matter if you lose money. If 10 billion is not enough, then add 100 billion. Instead of aiming for profit, Chen Yuan hoped that they could make a loss. You can only spend more money if you lose money, right? The auction is still going on. These bankrupt companies involved a wide range of industries. Chen Yuan did not participate in the auction afterwards. Having a Big Cat TV is enough. The main thing is that this company has not been given away yet, and then the next company was bought. Chen Yuan doesn't even know who to give it to. Rice should be eaten bite by bite, and food should be delivered one by one, right? Let's solve the Big Cat TV problem first. Everyone, today's charity auction has been going on for more than 2 hours. The item to be auctioned is the last one. I believe that many of you here are here for this item. That's right, the last item to be auctioned today is a piece of land. This piece of land is located on Gwanggu 9th Road in Seoul, with a total area of about 260 acres. The starting price is 1 billion. The bidding starts now. The auctioneer finished speaking. The video app on the booth began to introduce in detail the location of the land, the surrounding land prices, and the subway development route planned by the municipal government. It is expected that Metro Line 9 will open within 2 to 3 years. The number 9 subway line will pass through this land. It will then be connected to Metro Line 2. This piece of land on Gwanggu 9th Road is not far from the Gwanggu Commercial Center in Seoul. Once the subway is opened, you can go directly to the commercial center via the subway line. Although this piece of land is not big, but the value is definitely more than 1 billion. It will definitely appreciate in value in the future. If developed into a high-end residential area, it is absolutely a sure win. 1 billion is just the starting price. Chen Yuan estimates that if one really wants to acquire this piece of land, one would need at least 2 billion. The Zhang family, the Han family, and many real estate developers in Seoul have begun to gear up. 1.5 billion. The first time the Han family boss made a bid, he directly added 500 million. Chen Yuan was a little surprised. This guy wasn't so generous before. The Xiao family married off their daughter and formed an alliance with the Han family and sold 20% of Yuanhang Group's shares at the same time, but he was only willing to offer 100 million yuan. Now, in order to acquire a piece of land, people are clamoring for 1.5 billion. Can the Han family really come up with so much money at once? Or after taking out this money, won't the Han family's capital chain be broken? Of course, what Chen Yuan didn't know was, there are actually many aspects to real estate business operations. As long as you can acquire this piece of land and have the land sales contract, you can go to the bank for a mortgage loan. At the same time, during real estate development, commercial properties will be pre-sold in advance. In other words, the plate hasn't even been built yet, but the house has already been sold. The pre-sale price is generally lower than the normal house price, and there will be many preferential activities to quickly recover funds. They will use the recovered funds to build real estate. Some real estate developers will contract out the projects. Large real estate developers have their own construction teams and also operate building materials markets and interior decoration projects, providing one-stop services. In the 1990s, some real estate developers were able to take advantage of business loopholes to make money out of nothing. They first disguised themselves as rich people and applied for a bank loan. Then they used the money from the bank loan to buy land, and then used the land sale contract to borrow more money from another bank. Then they deceived the construction team and building materials suppliers to build the foundation of the building first. After that, we can carry out a wave of property pre-sales. Wait until the house is pre-sold and then repay the loan. Back and forth. You can make hundreds of millions without spending a penny. As long as you can fool, everything is possible. However, with the development of the times, the government's control over land sales has become increasingly strict. It is no longer realistic to try to get something for nothing. However, there is still a lot of room for maneuver regarding the operation of capital recovery. Some business wizards. He has almost reached the level of perfection in capital operation. He can spend 100 million as if it were 1 billion. Then he made 1 billion yuan and used the same capital operation method to quickly accumulate assets. In just over a decade, you can create a fortune of tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Of course, there have been people who have succeeded in using the trick of getting something for nothing. They have transformed from a deceptive liar to a truly successful person. Some people fail and become fraudsters and end up in jail. Chen Yuan doesn't have so many cunning ideas. I don't quite understand how capital works. In short, there are many people competing for this piece of land. Before we knew it, the bid had reached 3 billion. Chen Yuan actually wanted to take action, but he was not eligible to bid. In the land auction process, companies participating in the auction need to apply in advance. And there are regulations. 1. Bidders need to collect relevant auction documents. 2. To participate in the auction, bidders must apply to the Municipal Real Estate Transaction Center and pay a certain amount of deposit to obtain qualification. 3. Qualified bidders should go to the Municipal Real Estate Transaction Center to collect bidding signs before the auction. Chen Yuan did not prepare in advance. No relevant documents were received. So the last field auction had basically nothing to do with him. Those who are eligible to bid are all regular real estate developers who have passed the qualification certification in Seoul. In the end, the land was successfully bought by Longjiang Real Estate at a price of 3.2 billion Chinese yuan. The auctioneer made the final decision. Many people were talking about it. This piece of land was sold at a price of 3.2 billion. I think it's a bit high. Indeed, if we buy this piece of land at such a high price, even if the subsequent real estate is developed, the profit will not exceed 1 billion yuan. Moreover, spending such a large amount of money will also be a great loss to Longjiang Real Estate. Real estate is not as easy to do now as it used to be. In the past, if you developed a piece of land, you could multiply the assets several times if you were lucky. Now it's not possible. Many things have become transparent. It's clear at a glance how much profit margin you have. But relatively speaking, the risk is not too high. Now urban planning and construction are all based on regulations, and information is basically transparent. The ridiculous incident of an unfinished building suddenly becoming a school district house should not happen again. Even if such a thing really happened, it is estimated that the news would leak out a few years in advance. It's impossible for you to get a bargain for nothing. 10:30 at night. The auction finally ended successfully, but the reception had just begun. Chen Yuan took out his cell phone and sent a message to Zhao Yuqi. Yuqi, can I give you a piano? Zhao Yuqi replied quickly. Why are you giving me a piano? Isn't there already a piano in Villa number 1? That was given to me by someone else. It's an eyesore to me. Get rid of it tomorrow, and I'll send you a new piano. Zhao Yuqi thought it was an ordinary brand name piano. Chapter 160. I can be confident without a girlfriend. She thought Chen Yuan might be jealous. A hint of sweetness arose in my heart. It seems that Chen Yuan still cares about her, otherwise why would he think of giving her a piano? Okay, Zhao Yuqi sent a message back. Chen Yuan looked at the message sent by Zhao Yuqi, and a smile appeared on his lips. He contacted the field staff directly. After payment and delivery, have someone deliver this crystal piano to Garden Villa No. 1 in the Riverview Villa community tomorrow morning. Today's auction. Chen Yuan didn't spend that much money. The total cost was probably over 800 million. Bought 3 things. Henselman crystal piano, Heart of the Ocean blue diamond necklace, Big Cat TV. The Heart of the Ocean and the crystal piano have been given away, leaving only the Big Cat TV. At this time, Xiao Ruiyu's parents, Xiao Hanjun and Yu Fangxiao were talking in a low voice. Old Xiao, why do I feel that Mr. Yin and that female celebrity who is his mistress have an unusual relationship? He just gave her a blue diamond necklace worth 300 million yuan without any hesitation. If Xiaoyu knew about this, she would be very sad. Yu Fangxia, who still had her charm, frowned. Don't tell Xiaoyu about this. After what happened today, I think President Yan's background is even more extraordinary than I thought. You know what kind of temper our daughter has. She is arrogant and has never experienced the beatings of society. If she and President Yan fall out, it will definitely do more harm than good to our Xiao family. We have finally got in touch with President Yan. Whether our Xiao family can rise depends on this wave. Instead, you should persuade Xiaoyu to contact President Yan more often. Don't let such a big golden son-in-law be seduced away by other little bitches. Xiao Hanjun said with a sharp look. That's right. Xiaoyu is a rather aloof girl and not very proactive. I have to persuade her that when she meets a truly outstanding man, she must learn to seize the opportunity. If she doesn't fight for it, she will suffer sooner or later. Don't worry, I have confidence in our daughter. No matter her appearance or temperament, she is no worse than Gao Xianin. Moreover, she and Mr. Yan were classmates in high school. Just based on this point, Gao Xianin cannot compare to her. Xiao Hanjun said confidently. He is ambitious. Those who achieve great things do not fuss about small details. The relationship between Mr. Yan and me must not be broken up. Otherwise, the Xiao family is likely to face bankruptcy crisis again. The market has not yet fully recovered, and the Xiaojia shipping group is still in an unstable state. With the reputation of Mr. Yan as an outside escort, Yuan Hang can truly overcome the difficulties. The moment Chen Yuan saw the Xiao couple, I was stunned for a moment. Awkward. Speechless. A little panicked. It feels like keeping a lover in front of your father-in-law, and then getting caught red-handed when buying gifts for your lover. Caught alive on the spot. Damn it. Why didn't I notice that Zhao's parents were also present? Chen Yuan was about to avoid it. Unexpectedly, the Xiao couple took the initiative to come over. Master Yuan, thank you for helping my Xiao family out of trouble. I would like to offer you a toast. Xiao Hanjun took a glass of red wine and drank it all, as if he didn't mind at all that Chen Yuan gave the necklace to Gao Xianin. Instead, there was a hint of flattery in his politeness. Master Yuan, I'll toast you too. Ruyu has actually been thinking about you these past few days. Yu Fangxia also finished the glass without saying anything. Okay, uncle and aunt, you don't have to be so polite. Xiao Ruiyu and I are high school classmates. If my classmate's family encounters difficulties, I will naturally not sit idly by. Chen Yuan replied politely. At the same time, he made it clear that he and Xiao Ruiyu were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Since we are not boyfriend and girlfriend, then there would naturally be no moral issues when he gave Gao Xianin the Heart of the Ocean necklace. He is a single bachelor. Naturally, I want to tease whoever I want. He also has the right to choose, isn't that right? Well, anyway, young Master Yuan's help to my Xiao family will always be remembered in my heart. If Ruiyu is not sensible in any way, please forgive me, young Master Yuan. Xiao Hanjun continued politely. After Chen Yuan understood his relationship with Xiao Ruiyu, he became a little anxious. At present, Xiaojia Yuanhang Group cannot do without Chen Yuan. Xiao Hanjun is a bit ambitious. The 500 million yuan that Chen Yuan had transferred previously was enough to stabilize the situation of Yuanhang Group, but Xiao Hanjun was not content with this. As the overall market situation continued to shrink, he acquired other trading companies at low prices. He wants to take advantage of the opportunity to grow and complete the merger plan. Once the market recovers, he will be the leader of the Seoul Trading Group. At this critical moment, if we lose Mr. Yan's support, I'm afraid the consequences will be disastrous. Okay, Uncle Xiao, you go ahead. Chen Yuan smiled slightly and breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the behavior of Zhao's parents, it is estimated that they would not complain in front of their daughter, maybe even say something nice about him. On the psychological level, Chen Yuan has an absolute advantage. The benefits of not formalizing the relationship gradually became apparent. It turns out that without a girlfriend, everything you do is justified. At this time, a beautiful woman with charming looks and perfect figure walked towards Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan knew this person, a well-known actress in the entertainment industry and one of the hosts tonight, Ouyang Ling. "Sir, can I invite you to dance?" Ouyang Ling said with a smile. He spoke with grace and grace. Her charming eyes did not conceal her admiration for Chen Yuan. This man is too outstanding in terms of appearance, talent, and wealth. Even though she is a female celebrity and attends many business events, she has met many outstanding men, but she rarely meets someone as outstanding as Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan also smiled and nodded. If a popular actress invites you to dance, you should at least give her some face, right? At the party, men and women invited each other to dance. It is a very normal social activity. In fact, there were many socialites who wanted to invite Chen Yuan to dance, but Ouyang Ling got there first. There were quite a few rich second generations who invited Ouyang Ling to dance just now, but she politely declined. She only likes Chen Yuan. Ouyang Ling has excellent dancing skills. She is from a professional dance class and graduated from the Yanjing Film Academy. She has a professional background and her body flexibility is amazing. Chen Yuan's dancing skills are also good. He even dances better than Ouyang Ling, because he has defeated 2 of his best dancers. Chen Yuan has been practicing dance for at least 10 years. The two danced gracefully on the dance floor, overwhelming the entire audience. "I'm jealous. It's okay that Mr. Yin is good at playing the piano, but is he also so good at dancing?" One move can tell whether a person is professional. Ms. Yan's dancing skills are definitely at the professional level. Compared with Ouyang Ling, who has studied dance for 10 years, she is not inferior at all. This is the young master of a truly wealthy family. Whether it's temperament, cultivation, music, or dancing, he's proficient in everything. He's completely different from those nouveau riche. Chapter 161. You guys are really good at bragging. Ding. The dog licking operation begins. Name: Ouyang Ling. Age: 26. Height: 167 centimeters. Weight: 49 kilograms. Appearance: 8.8 points. The girl's favorability towards the host: 60 points. Ding. Because the object's favorability towards the host is too high, it does not meet the dog-licking binding standards, and the binding failed. The system prompt sounded in Chen Yuan's mind. He probably guessed that this would happen. If a girl likes him too much, the dog-licking relationship will fail. So the first impression can't be too good. The worse the better. The more you ignore me, the more I will lick you. I will counterattack you and make you my licking dog in return. This is the normal operation. If you like me from the beginning, then what's the point of counterattack? So this system is a bit crappy. It is only aimed at women who look down on Chen Yuan. Han Sanxue looked at Chen Yuan with a sinister look. Ever since I was slapped in the face by this kid last time, it wasn't that he did nothing, but he hired someone to secretly investigate Chen Yuan's background. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. He hired a professional private detective to get to the bottom of Chen Yuan's background. I don't know where this smoke came from. Why are you so rich? With such a strong flow of funds, how come no one in Seoul has ever heard of such a person before? Sudden, Han Sanxue received a call. It was a private detective calling. "Hello, Mr. Han. I have already investigated the detailed information about Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan is a male of Han nationality, 21 years old, and will soon be 22. He was born in Muyang County, Tianmin City, Hubei Province, a small county. His father, Chen Jianhong, and mother, Ma Qiumei, are both farmers who grow fruits and own 2 fish ponds. There is not much else." Chen Yuan attended Shuangfeng Primary School, the number 3 middle school in the county for junior high school, Tianyi Middle School for high school, and HUSD for college. From childhood to adulthood, he has always been an inconspicuous person. It is said that from elementary school to high school, his grades have always been in the middle of the class and are very stable. I had a sudden burst of success during the college entrance examination and was admitted to HUSD. He was always ordinary after entering college. I heard that he pursued a girl for 3 years, but she treated him as a bootlicker and a backup. But a few weeks ago, he suddenly exploded. I checked his payment bank account and found that it was the world's top-level VIP account. There are no more than 100 people in the world who own this account. This account has no payment restrictions. There is no problem in transferring tens of billions of dollars at one time, and it is generally used exclusively for large national grants. His funding came from a legitimate source. The identity bound to the account is indeed him. As far as I know, even Mr. Ma is not qualified to have such an account at present. Here are the private investigator's findings. Han Sanxue was shocked. He was not shocked by Chen Yuan's amazing identity and background. But it's just too damn ordinary. It couldn't be more ordinary. Chen Yuan's performance at the charity dinner was basically completely inconsistent with the results of the private detective's investigation. How can a child from an ordinary family achieve world-class piano proficiency? How could a child from an ordinary family blend in so well at an upper-class dinner party and even dance at a top-notch professional level? A child from an ordinary family would give someone a jewel necklace worth hundreds of millions without blinking an eye. Your sister's ordinary family. Are you kidding me? The private detective's investigation results can only indicate one problem. Chen Yuan's information has been tampered with. There is an astonishing giant hand behind him, deliberately concealing Chen Yuan's true identity. Han Sanshui no longer dared to think about the family that could do this. So scary. So scary. Stop investigating immediately. Stop investigating immediately. Do you hear me? Okay, boss. The private detective is a little confused. However, hearing the boss' serious tone, he dared not disobey. People in their line of work do things for money. As long as the money is in place, it is better to have less trouble than more. Knowing too much may bring yourself unpredictable troubles. Hang up the phone. Han Sanshui looked at Chen Yuan with fear. Just then, a rich second-generation guy passed by Han Sanshui. He listened to half of the conversation on the phone. Not clear, but I didn't miss the main content. The boss of the Han family investigated the true identity of Mr. Yan, but ended up being scared. Even the private detective quickly withdrew. Is Mr. Yan's true identity so terrifying? Then, the rich second generation started gossiping and spreading rumors. When I meet acquaintances, I start talking about it. Do you know Mr. Yan's true identity and background? The rich second generation asked in suspense. Mr. Yan's true identity? I don't know. Tell me now. When I went to the bathroom just now, I accidentally heard the Han family's boss making a phone call. It seemed that the Han family was looking for a private detective to investigate the true identity and background of President Yan. As a result, he was frightened and hurriedly asked the private detective to stop the investigation. Even I was shocked. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The Han family is also a well-known family in Seoul. Not only does he have billions of assets, but he also has very strong connections in all aspects. The president of the Han Group remained silent just because he investigated Mr. Yan's identity? How awesome is Mr. Yan's identity? It's terrifying when you think about it. This matter was spread out like this. With the exaggeration of some gossip people, the story becomes more and more outrageous. Do you know that Mr. Yan's background is quite unusual? He comes from a hidden family. This family is very mysterious and its power is beyond your imagination. Even the CEO of the Han Group was shocked after investigating Mr. Yan's identity. Even the private detective almost disappeared. I told you that Mr. Yan's background must be extraordinary. I wanted to investigate, but now that you've said that, I don't dare to do it anymore. 20 minutes later, Zhang Haoyan is chatting with a group of rich second generations. Suddenly, a second generation said mysteriously, "Brother Tian, I just heard a rumor about Mr. Yan's identity and background." As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the attention of many rich second generations. They have long been interested in Mr. Yan's identity and background. It's just that Mr. Yan is a low-key and introverted person. Many people don't even know his real name and don't know where to start looking for it. Moreover, it seems impolite and a bit taboo to discuss the family background of the group leader in public in the group. Now that such gossip has spread, they are naturally all ears. Tell me, Brother Tian, I heard that Mr. Yin comes from the Chen family, one of the 4 mysterious families in China. The Chen family has a very ancient heritage, which can be traced back to the Sui and Tang dynasties. It has gone through more than 1,000 years of history and is still standing. The power of this family is very mysterious and has always been hidden in the dark. It is very low-key. On the surface, there is nothing special, but many well-known corporate groups in the world have the shadow of the Chen family chable. Having said that, Bai Qilan nodded in agreement. That's true. Let's talk about the most famous Penguin Group and Ani Group in China. There are many mysterious shareholders behind them. You don't know their identities or backgrounds at all, but if the accounts are really settled, the shares they own may not be less than those of the 2 Ma CEOs. Bai Qilan's words made many people fall into deep thought. Because he was right. I don't know if there are any hidden families in this world, but I believe there are always people who are better than you. There are indeed some powerful families who do things in a low-key manner. Mr. Yin may be one of them. Zhang Haoyan also nodded. This comes from awe of the unknown. Just because you don't know it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. In this way, Chen Yuan's identity and background became more and more bizarre. When Chen Yuan heard this gossip, he was completely dumbfounded. When did I become the young master of a hidden tycoon? The Chen family has a history of more than 1,000 years, and is one of the 4 hidden chaebols in China. How come I don't know about this? Isn't my father a fruit seller? You guys are really good at bragging. Chapter 162, Angry. Chen Yuan was speechless. He couldn't even make up such an identity himself. Don't you even draft a draft before you brag? Is this still the Sui and Tang dynasties? With such a wild imagination, why don't you write a novel? But are there really hidden families in the world? It even made Chen Yuan himself a little suspicious. Sometimes rumors are just so scary. It may not be a big deal if a person tells a lie, but as more people spread it, the fake things become real. This is the human-to-human transmission phenomenon. It just so happened that Chen Yuan's performance at the banquet was consistent with everyone's guess. If he wasn't the young master of the Chen family, a hidden tycoon, how do you explain that he has so much money? How do you explain his piano, dancing, and the talents in various languages that he displayed from time to time at banquets? Isn't this the result of the chaebol tycoon's training since childhood? Sure enough, the reason why President Yin dares to ignore Secretary Chu's daughter is that he has the confidence. The daughter of the top leader of the municipal party committee has a very impressive status, but President Yin may not really think highly of her. This is the level. This is the realm. Congratulations, Brother Tian, for making friends with a wealthy tycoon like Mr. Yin. I'm sure Longjiang Real Estate will take a step further under Brother Tian's leadership. Don't talk nonsense. It's my honor that Mr. Yin appreciates me and treats me as a friend. Our friendship has no purpose, Zhang Haotian suddenly said with a cold face. Indeed, this rich second generation is a bit too outspoken in his flattery. Just when many people were discussing it, Chen Yuan has been overwhelmed by girls. One socialite after another ran towards Chen Yuan as if they had seen a pile of money. Boss Yin, can I invite you to dance? Boss Yin, this is my phone number. I'll be waiting for you in room 2706 tonight. I want to have a drink with you alone. Is that okay? Master Yuan, I forgot to bring my cell phone. Can I borrow yours to make a call? These girls approached Chen Yuan in a variety of ways. Some secretly passed notes to others, some borrowed lighters, and some even asked directly for WeChat. This is a more proactive and bold type. There is also a more subtle type. Just 5 steps away from Chen Yuan, these girls would occasionally lift their hair or deliberately sway in front of Chen Yuan 2 or 3 times, showing off their hot bodies and pretty faces. You know what? These girls are basically all pretty good looking. No score below 7. After all, if you want to catch a rich husband, you have to have some capital, right? It's a pity that Chen Yuan remained indifferent from beginning to end. He has seen more and more beauties now. His standards are getting higher and higher, and he is becoming more and more picky. Sometimes he doesn't even want to pay attention to girls who score below 8.5 points. Zhao Yuqi's appearance score is only 8.7 points. There are more than 6,000 girls in the school, and Zhao Yuqi ranks second. You can imagine what kind of aesthetic standard this is. At this time, Gao Xianin took a step and finally walked towards Chen Yuan. At the charity auction just now, everyone knew that Mr. Yin gave her a necklace worth 300 million. She couldn't possibly ignore Chen Yuan the whole night. Mr. Yin, can I invite you to dance? Gao Xianin asked, his tone somewhat hesitant. In fact, she and Chen Yuan had only known each other for a few days and had only met once briefly, so they were still very unfamiliar with each other. There was no physical contact. This man spoke rudely when they met for the first time, which gave her a bad first impression. But today, after seeing Chen Yuan's talented side, she changed her mind. Okay, I'm waiting for you tonight. Don't you know that I've already rejected 18 girls just for you? Chen Yuan smiled slightly. His hand unconsciously rested on Gao Xianin's slender waist. It's abrupt, bold, yet natural. Sometimes a man has to take action when he should. If you don't take action, how do you know where her bottom line is? Without physical contact, how can it possibly develop to the next step? Gao Xianin's body trembled slightly. Feeling the fiery temperature of Chen Yuan's palm, her face turned red instantly. Of course, dancing involves physical contact. She didn't know what to say. Soon, everyone watched Chen Yuan and Gao Xianin dancing gracefully on the dance floor, like a pair of immortal lovers. Some people envy, some people are jealous, and of course some people bless you. Gao Xianin is really beautiful. Her face is a standard oval face, extremely delicate, and her skin is so fair and tender that it seems as if water could be squeezed out of it. Chen Yuan danced with her and seemed to be able to smell the faint floral scent on her. It is relaxing and refreshing. This scent is different from ordinary perfume. You will never get tired of smelling it, and it smells fresh and natural. The whole dance is over. Chen Yuan felt that their relationship had become much closer. At least it's not as unfamiliar as before. With physical contact, the feelings between people will quickly heat up. Gao Xianin, favorability +5. Current favorability, 60 points. The favorability is increasing quite fast. Only a few hundred million have been spent, and the number has already reached 60. If tens of billions are spent later, it doesn't seem to be particularly difficult to make a comeback and become a female star, right? It seems that I have greatly underestimated the power of money. Gao Xianin felt even more conflicted. She felt that the defense line in her heart was being broken bit by Chen Yuan. She gradually fell in love with this man's excellent temperament. Just like some girls know that bad guys will cheat. But she would rather be cheated than be with an honest man. Because she is very happy and addicted to being with the scumbag. Even if it is only short-term happiness, it is better than long-term pain. They don't pursue eternity, they just want to have it once. I didn't expect Chen Yuan to be so loyal. Chu Yuma crossed her arms and watched Chen Yuan and Gao Xianin dance. I admire this talented boy more and more. How to say it? She had been observing secretly just now. Chen Yuan had rejected at least 18 girls. Among these girls, there were supermodels, internet celebrities, and fashion bloggers. They were all good-looking and had good figures. Some of these girls earned millions a month. They are all excellent. But Chen Yuan ignored any of them. Only after seeing Gao Xianin did a smile appear on his face. Doesn't a man like this prove that he is loyal? For the girl he likes in his heart, he doesn't care about what other people think of her. Regardless of whether there were rumors that Gao Xianin had a mistress or was a big shot, he ignored them. This man's heart is extremely determined. When he likes a girl, he will not care what the world thinks of her and will do his own thing. Even if the whole world is scolding you, I will choose to believe you and will always stand behind you to support you. Because I like you. I don't care about the whole world. Chu Yuma liked this passage very much. She felt that a man who did not care about other people's opinions for the sake of the girl he liked was a truly responsible man. This is a real man. But this guy rejected me. While Miss Chu admired Chen Yuan more and more, she felt a little angry inside. Am I not as good as Gao Xianin? So angry. Chapter 163, I'm speechless. Miss Chu, can I invite you to dance? Tang Aojia walked over and spoke elegantly and confidently. No, I'm not very good at dancing, and I'm not interested in older men, so you'd better not approach me deliberately. Chu Yumo refused bluntly. Awkward. Extremely embarrassing. I'm only 30 years old. How can I be considered an old man? Even if you are Secretary Chu's daughter, you don't have to say such hurtful things, right? 30 should be the golden age for a successful career man. And his career is more than just a success. A hint of gloom appeared on Tang Aojia's handsome features, but he quickly returned to normal. As the CEO of Tang Group, he is less than 30 years old, in charge of the Tang Group, and his net worth is close to tens of billions. Such an outstanding and successful person. I don't know how many socialites have a secret crush on him. He had never been disliked before. And now, in front of Chu Yuma, he was actually treated as an old man? While Tang Aojia was unhappy, he also felt a strong desire to conquer. A man who is extremely successful in all aspects of his career. He is extremely conceited inside. At the same time, the desire to conquer is also very strong. The more he can't get a woman, the more he wants to conquer her. So what if I'm Secretary Chu's daughter? If you ignore me now, I'll make you kneel on the bed and call me daddy. At this time, Chen Yuan had just finished dancing with Gao Xianin. Just wanted to take a break. Unexpectedly, Chu Yuma left Tang Aojia and ran to him happily. Boss Yin, do you mind dancing with me? Puff. Hearing this, Tang Aojia almost vomited blood. Didn't you just say you can't dance? You can't dance with me, but you can dance with Yin Zong. I'll throw you, Lao Mo. Tang Aojia was originally well-mannered, but at this moment, he almost couldn't help himself. You always smoke a lot, but your appetite is too big, isn't it? One Qin Bingxue is not enough, one Gao Xianin is not enough, and another Chu Yumo? These are the three most beautiful women at the banquet today. Do you really want to have them all to yourself? My friend, there is no one as unkind as you. Indeed, there are many socialites attending the banquet today, and many of them are very pretty and have good figures. It can be said that there are beauties like clouds and beautiful girls like rain. But the only beauties who truly reach 9 points in appearance are Qin Bingxue, Gao Xianin, and Chu Yuma. These three people were the focus of the whole audience. He is also the subject of discussion among many wealthy young men. In fact, many people had thoughts about them at the beginning, but they suppressed their thoughts. First is Gao Xianin. President Yin has already made it clear that this scandalous actress is his woman. She gave him a necklace worth 300 million yuan on the spot at the auction. There is no need to say any more nonsense. The second is Qin Bingxue. When this woman entered the scene, it seemed that she had some unclear relationship with Mr. Yin, and also had some relationship with the second young master of the Tang family. It is best not to get involved in such a complicated situation. The last one left is Chu Yuma. These rich young men dared not move recklessly anymore. The daughter of the top leader of the municipal party committee. Are you taking this as a joke? Besides, Tang Aojia has already taken action, so how can they be confident enough to compete with Tang Aojia? What is shocking is that Chu Yuma doesn't care about Tang Aojia at all, but is very interested in Mr. Yan. In this situation, isn't it that Mr. Yan has monopolized the three most beautiful women in the audience? Sorry, I'm a little tired from dancing just now. I want to take a break. Chen Yuan refused. It's okay if you don't want to jump. Then I'll ask you a question and you have to answer me honestly. You say, do you have a girlfriend? I mean, is Gao Xianin your girlfriend? Chu Yuma asked bluntly. Although Chen Yuan gave Gao Xianin a necklace worth 300 million yuan, she still wanted to ask whether they were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Not yet. Why are you asking? Chen Yuan told the truth and didn't feel any psychological pressure. Gao Xianin was indeed not his girlfriend. In other words, you are still single now, and Gao Xianin has not agreed to be your girlfriend? Chu Yuma asked with some surprise. Maybe. You can understand it that way. Chen Yuan spread his hands. He felt that Chu Yuma's analysis was correct. Although he had some ambiguous objects, none of these people had a confirmed relationship with him. Maybe girls are a little reserved. But Chen Yuan didn't want to break this window paper. Who told him to have such a system? Once the relationship is officially confirmed, he can no longer flirt with others with a clear conscience. Chen Yuan, you know about the scandal surrounding Gao Xianin, right? A year ago, she was a very promising new star in the entertainment industry. But later, someone broke the news that she acted like a big shot on the set, swearing at the director in person, and even meeting with a wealthy man in a hotel. In the end, she was torn apart by his wife. Don't you mind all this? Don't mind. She'll be able to clean up her mess soon. Anyway, I'll be the one spending money on her. Chen Yuan said nonchalantly. Then how much money do you plan to spend on her? When the topic came to this point, Chu Yuma suddenly felt that something was wrong. It seemed that Chen Yuan was being treated as a fool. It won't cost much. She mentioned it to me before. She only wanted a luxury car worth tens of millions, a house in Thompson first floor in Shanghai, and 500 million movie investments. I think her requirements are too low, so I doubled the amount for her. Puff. When Chu Yuma heard this, he almost vomited blood. Isn't this request too much? Are you too rich or too naive? This woman obviously thinks you are a fool and wants to rip you off, so why are you so obedient? For a moment, there was actually a hint of sympathy in Miss Chu's eyes when she looked at Chen Yuan. Yes, Chen Yuan was born into a hidden wealthy family and was trained in various professional skills since childhood. He spends all his time studying. I have never come into contact with the scheming green tea girls in this society. Some women look beautiful on the outside, but they are like vampires on the inside. Chen Yuan is talented, loyal in love, comes from a prominent family, and has a pure heart. When he likes a woman, he wants to treat her well wholeheartedly and doesn't care how much money it costs. But it was this kindness and simplicity that was exploited by Gao Xianin. She used Chen Yuan to pay off her defaulted debt. They actually made all kinds of outrageous demands. A luxury car worth tens of millions? A Tangchen Epine that costs hundreds of thousands per square meter in Shanghai? There are 2 more movies with an investment of 500 million? Do you have to meet these requirements before you are willing to be Chen Yuan's girlfriend? That's too much. It's really too much. This scheming bitch. The green tea king. The fighter among green tea. Don't you feel guilty about making such a request? Even though they were both girls, Chu Yuma felt that it was too much. She looked at Chen Yuan with an expression as if she had given him less. I am speechless. Chen Yuan, don't you think that there is something wrong with the request Gao Xianin made to you? There's nothing wrong with that. Isn't it normal for a man to spend money on a woman? And so far, I've only transferred 200 million to her. That's all. Chapter 164 Negotiation. Yes, Gao Xianin was framed. She is actually innocent. If she wants to clear her name in the entertainment industry, she will definitely have to spend money. How do you know she was framed? How do you know that the news reports are not true? Who can say for sure about things in the entertainment industry? Flies don't bite eggs that are not cracked. People have videos as evidence. It's all confirmed. She said the video was edited, and I believe her. You? Chu Yuma was both angry and furious. She was not angry with Chen Yuan, but she felt that Gao Xianin was too good at disguising and too scheming. This green tea girl must be pretending to be a good person, innocent, and naive in front of Chen Yuan. Now, Chen Yuan has spent more than 500 million yuan on her. Not satisfied yet. Want more? It is shameful to be so greedy. Forget it. I don't want to say anything to you. It's fine for you to spend money on women. It's your freedom to spend money on whoever you like, but you have to be careful. You've spent hundreds of millions on Gao Xianin, and she hasn't agreed to be your girlfriend yet, nor has she explicitly refused. She just treats you as a cash cow. Can't you see that this kind of woman will never be satisfied? Miss Chu, I think you may have some misunderstandings. I'm actually not as stupid as you think. There are some things that Chen Yuan is not convenient to explain. Could he say that the more money I spend now, the more rebates I will get in the future? Chen Yuan Kai is not that kind of simple rich man. And he didn't plan to make Gao Xianin his girlfriend. Just a lover. If you spend money on your lover, the maintenance fee will naturally be more expensive. The nature is different. I know that people who are blinded by love don't think they are fools. Miss Chu felt that Chen Yuan was too pitiful. A man with excellent conditions in all aspects unexpectedly has such low emotional intelligence. I can't even see through this green tea routine. Willing to spend so much money on others. Don't you know that a woman with truly excellent qualities will not spend a man's money casually before they establish a relationship? This is the kind of education Chu Yuma received since childhood. She glanced at Chen Yuan with both anger and amusement. I felt it for the first time. This handsome, talented, proficient in piano and dancing, and extremely rich Mr. Yen is actually so pure at heart. In fact, such men are quite pitiful and likable. Chu Yuma, favorability +5. Chu Yuma, favorability +5. Chu Yuma, favorability +5. Current favorability, 45 points. Does this increase your favorability? Chen Yuan wanted to laugh. He felt that Chu Yuma's misunderstanding of him might be a bit deep. You think I'm a cash cow being tricked, but actually I'm the ultimate king of the sea. I'm afraid you don't even know my rank. Chen Yuan thought about it. Since it's a misunderstanding, let it be a misunderstanding. Anyway, the person who misunderstood was Gao Xianin, so he was too lazy to explain for Gao Xianin. By the way, how come Xianin disappeared in the blink of an eye? Did you see where she went? Chen Yuan asked deliberately. I just saw Gao Xianin and Ouyang Ling enter a private room. It seemed like they had something to discuss. I've said so much, but didn't you listen to anything at all? Well, I've heard it, but I hope you won't say bad things about Xianin anymore. Do you think you look a bit like the green tea you mentioned? Puff. Chu Yuma just took a sip of champagne and sprayed it out on the spot. He also sprayed Chen Yuan in the face. What did this guy Chen Yuan just say? You actually said she was a green tea? Oh my god. Miss Chu was so angry that her lungs exploded. She had never been told that in more than 20 years. I'm kindly reminding you, but you actually thought I was the kind of green tea who was trying to sow discord and spread rumors. You're a big pig's hoof, a wooden fish head. I hate you. Chu Yuma said this. She thought carefully about the conversation just now, and it seemed that there was indeed suspicion of sowing discord. But she meant completely well. You guy, why don't you suspect Gao Xianin, the woman who cheated you out of your money? You actually doubt me? There is a type of girl who, if you are courteous to her, it is really useless because there are too many boys courting her. On the contrary, if you doubt her, belittle her, and question her, she will be impressed by you. The man a girl loves most is never the man who brings her joy, but the man who once made her cry. You taste it carefully. Of course, when you belittle girls, the prerequisite is that you yourself are good enough, otherwise it will only have the opposite effect. Let me explain this on two sides. At this time, Gao Xianin was having a private conversation with the second-tier star Ouyang Ling. Xianin, I haven't seen you for a year, and your figure and appearance are still in top shape. I thought you would be completely decadent after that incident. Ouyang Ling smiled slightly, as if reminiscing about the past. I can't compare to Sister Ouyang's stunning style. In fact, I came to the charity dinner this time specifically for you, Sister Ouyang. I want to ask Sister Ouyang for a favor. What's the matter? Ouyang Ling frowned. It doesn't feel good. Gao Xianin came closer and whispered something. Ouyang Ling's face changed instantly. No way. There is no way I would agree to such a childish and ridiculous condition of yours. Nothing is impossible. Sister Ouyang, you are 26 now, and will be 27 soon. You only have a few years left in your golden age in the entertainment industry. Moreover, you have little backstage resources, so it is not very likely that you will become a first-line star. You might as well take advantage of the current popularity and expose the fact that Tiger Lord has sexual relations with female artists with me. In fact, it won't have much impact on your reputation. Anyway, your reputation in the entertainment industry is not particularly good. Of course, the price is negotiable, Gao Xianin said in a calm and composed tone. She is an actress with strong acting skills and is also good at speaking. When negotiating with others, I feel very strong in my aura. This is not a question of money. 100 million. As long as you can stand up and speak out, you can get 100 million. You should know that for a second-tier actress in China, If she wants to make 100 million, I would need at least 5 years, if not 10 years. These 5 years are the golden period for an actress. Can you guarantee that you can make 100 million in 5 years? As soon as this price is released, Ouyang Ling's heart was instantly moved. But this kind of thing involves one's own reputation. If she revealed the fact that Tiger had sexually exploited her, no one knew how people on the internet would view her. Her reputation would definitely plummet, which would be tantamount to digging her own grave. She is a second-tier star, but now she also earns a lot of money. She actually wants to try her best to break into the first tier before she turns 30. But if she did this, she might be completely out of luck. No, this is really not a matter of price. Tiger Lord is not so easy to bring down. He has been in the entertainment industry for more than 20 years and has come to where he is today step by step. Do you think that we alone can bring down Tiger Lord? It's fine if you succeed, but if you fail, we'll all be in trouble together. Ouyang Ling hesitated. So what do you think of cigarettes? Boss Yan. Yes. Do you think Mr. Yan's strength is inferior to Mr. Tiger? Moreover, Mr. Yan has already agreed to invest in 2 500 million scale movies in the future. If you are willing, not only can you get 100 million, but you can also be the second female lead in the next 2 big movies. Gao Xianin finished speaking. Chapter 165, Is Mr. Yin interested in office buildings? Ouyang Ling was moved. As a second-tier star, it is unknown whether she can earn 100 million in 10 years, let alone 5 years. If things go well, maybe you can make money. What if it doesn't develop well? What if she dies next year? Who the hell can say for sure? Even first-tier stars are only at their peak for a few years. Not to mention she's just a B-list star. The new generation in the entertainment industry is better than the old ones. Few people can stay popular forever. I have to say that the conditions offered by Gao Xianin are very tempting. Not only 100 million, but also the second female role in 2 major movies. Mr. Yan's strength is indeed convincing. She is now a little envious of Gao Xianin, who is actually hanging out with such a young and wealthy man. The point is that this man is really generous. All are in 100 million. Okay, when will you transfer the money to me? Also, we must sign a confidentiality agreement for this matter. That's easy. I'll advance you 30 million of the 100 million. After you speak out and prove that Tiger Lord is you, the remaining 70 million will be deposited immediately. You're also a senior actor. I believe you can do some things better than me. That's all. Gao Xianin and Ouyang Ling reached a private agreement. There are still some female artists left, and Gao Xianin hired a professional public relations team to operate it. In fact, the total money spent by these people is not as much as that spent by Ouyang Ling alone. After all, she has 20 million fans. He debuted at the age of 19, and it has been 7 years now. His appeal and influence are quite extraordinary. They can't be compared to those 18th-tier artists. Time. Before I knew it, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. After Gao Xianin and Ouyang Ling had a secret conversation, they walked out of the box. The two of them were like best friends, arm in arm, and very close. She came to the banquet hall. I found that Chen Yuan was talking to a girl with extraordinary looks and temperament. She suddenly felt a little jealous. Although she understood that her position was just a lover, but she still felt a little uncomfortable when she saw Yan talking and laughing with other girls. Brother Yan, can you transfer some more money to me? I'm running out of money. Gao Xianin said coquettishly. She has now completely let go of the last bit of reserve in her heart. Since she is a lover and a toy, there is no need to act like a bitch and put on a chastity memorial. If you want money, just ask for it boldly. She also wanted to see where this man's bottom line was. Will he dislike her just because she asked for money? Many men say nice things and are indeed generous at the beginning, but once a girl asks them for money, they will turn hostile and ruthless. I think you are a materialistic, money-worshipping girl with low quality. Gao Xianin actually seemed a little angry. Since you, Yan, can always be a playboy and flirt with girls everywhere, then I, Gao Xianin, can also be a gold digger who only cares about money. Don't you want to hit me with money until I lie down? Then you continue to smash it? Chen Yuan smiled slightly when he heard this. Other men hate women who ask them for money. Regardless of whether I have money or not, I don't like girls to ask for money actively. But Chen Yuan won't. On the contrary, he particularly likes to have a bootlicker partner ask him for money. I'm not afraid that you don't want it. I'm just afraid that you don't want enough. Are you short of money? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Wait, I'll transfer some to you. 2 minutes later, Gao Xianin received a transfer notification on her mobile phone. She opened the text message alert and took a look. Just then, Ouyang Ling and Chu Yuma also leaned over. 200 million. Chu Yuma cried out. Ouyang Ling was also shocked. It's your monkey. Mr. Yin gives me pocket money. Is it hundreds of millions? She was a little envious of the cocks that turned purple, even though she didn't have one. But that's not the point. The point is that she felt that Mr. Yan's charm had increased a bit. It felt like his whole body was glowing. The way Mr. Yan transfers money is so handsome. Chu Yuma was extremely shocked. The look he gave Gao Xianin was even more disgusting. This woman was even more disgusting than she had imagined. He actually asked for money on his own initiative? Wouldn't you feel embarrassed? She is indeed a green tea queen, a typical gold digger. Chen Yuan, are you blind? Why would you go lick a gold digger instead of picking up a beautiful girl like me? Well, in terms of looks, she is indeed on par with me, but whether in terms of family background or personal qualities, I am better than Gao Xianin in every way. You ignore me, but you are open-hearted to Gao Xianin, and you are willing to spend any money on her. Are you sick in the brain? Chu Yuma had unknowingly begun to doubt herself. At the same time, she had a firm idea in her heart. She wanted to snatch Chen Yuan away. She must make Chen Yuan clearly realize that there are women in this world who are not materialistic. You are talented, virtuous, loyal, generous, and magnanimous. You should not be harmed by such a woman. A girl who is truly good to you will not only not let you spend money, but she will spend money on you instead. Boss Yan, can I add you on WeChat? Ouyang Ling asked. Okay. Chen Yuan took out his cell phone and added Ouyang Ling's WeChat. If a female star takes the initiative to add contact information, Chen Yuan will not refuse. Ding. Ouyang Ling's favorability towards the host has reached 80 points. System binding failed. Really? Even before binding, the favorability has reached 80 points. I guess Ouyang Ling already wants to be Chen Yuan's bootlicker. This is so annoying. Being too charming is not good either. Girls already like him and automatically become his bootlickers, and the system will not bind them. Today's charity dinner. After 12 o'clock in the evening, the show began to gradually disperse. Some men and women, after drinking some alcohol, had their hormones explode and went to a certain room. Of course, more people began to go back to their own homes and look for their own mothers. Many rich second generations gradually gathered around Chen Yuan. Boss Yan, we will withdraw today. I hope you have fun. Mr. Yan, let's meet again next time when we have time. Group leader, are you interested in office buildings? My family has an office building, and the rent collection in the past year is not very ideal. My parents have moved their careers to Shanghai and are developing other industries. They sold this office building and invested the funds in other places. I wonder if the group leader is interested? A short and fat boy who looked to be about 24 or 25 years old suddenly asked Chen Yuan. Is it a whole building? Yes, this office building is in the city center. It has 41 floors in total, and each floor is about 1,000 square meters. Chen Yuan was shocked when the fat boy said this. Other rich second generations were also shocked. An office building in the city center costs nearly 50,000 yuan per square meter. If one floor is 1,000 square meters, that would be 50 million yuan. And there are 41 floors? Isn't this office building alone worth 2 billion? Chapter 166, The Last Chance. It turns out that this little fat guy is the real rich man. What's your name? Chen Yuan asked. My name is Zhu Xiaowei. Okay, add me as a friend. I'll take some time to go and look at the building some other day. This is the only one you have, right? If you have more, I can consider it. No, no more, just this one. The little fat boy wiped the sweat from his forehead. Originally, he wanted to show off, because the price of a building is as high as more than 2 billion. Even if it is Mr. Yan, it would be difficult to buy it all in one go, right? He felt it would be very face-saving if he showed off in front of Mr. Yan before leaving. Who knew that Mr. Yan didn't care at all? Some people even think one building is not enough and want to buy a few more. My scalp is tingling. A group of rich second generations looked at each other with wide eyes. Suddenly, I felt that I was a bit weak in the past when I showed off my multi-million-dollar luxury car in front of passers-by. Look at Mr. Yan. I have to buy a building at any time. It is also a commercial office building in the city center. Damn, a luxury car worth millions is nothing in front of a big shot like this. And there's Zhu Xiaowei, who used to be very low-key in the circle. He was a silly little fat boy. Who would have thought that there was a building in his house? Just from collecting rent, you can earn tens of millions a year, right? But what kind of business do his parents do that requires such a large amount of money to sell even the building? Added WeChat friends. The little fat man asked again, Mr. Yan, actually my parents have contacted a lot of people to look at the building these days, but most of these retail investors can only buy one floor or a few floors, and some people have already paid the deposit. Mr. Yan, do you need a few floors or just this one? And don't contact other buyers. I don't like buying things and having to share a portion with others. Chen Yuan said calmly. As soon as the words fell, a group of rich second generations broke out in a collective sweat. That's a strong reason. Don't you like to share your purchases with others? Bro, this is a building, right? Don't worry, Mr. Yan. I will call my dad right now and ask him to refund all the previous deposits. After the little fat man said this, he quickly made a phone call. Seems a little excited. Normally speaking, if you want to sell all the office buildings in the city center, it will take at least a year or two, right? The main reason is that the price is high, few people buy it, and the current market economy is not doing well. House prices are not continuing to rise. Many companies went bankrupt and couldn't collect rent. Another point is that if you sell floor by floor, it will be a very tiring task. Some buyers don't actually want a single floor, they just want a few offices, and each floor can be split up and sold. People who buy houses are usually very cautious. Sometimes a decision may take several months to make, and you have to compare prices from different stores and haggle over prices. I want to sell all of them at once and get the funds out quickly, but saying a year or two is too short. But smoke is always different. They can buy your entire building at once. Not to mention other aspects. Just the rapid recovery of funds is something that retail investors cannot compare to. And it really saves you the energy of bargaining with hundreds of retail investors. When the fat boy called, Chen Yuan was just thinking. He needs to find a girl to go house shopping with him. This is also a good way to give it to someone, right? I don't know how a girl would react if I gave her a commercial office building worth more than 2 billion yuan. The key is that this girl can't be too timid. You need to have a stronger mental quality. Who should I find? Mr. Yin, I've already called my dad. When would it be convenient for you to come and see the building? Let's do it tomorrow. Chen Yuan thought about it and decided that it would be better to do it today than to wait for another day, since he had nothing to do tomorrow afternoon anyway. When the time comes, I will date the girls one by one and date whoever I can. It's very casual. Okay, goodbye, Mr. Yin. We'll contact each other tomorrow. After the fat man finished speaking, he drove away in a Volkswagen Phaeton. Very low-key style. A luxury car worth more than 1 million yuan looks like it costs only hundreds of thousands. But even so, you probably can't tell that this unprepossessing little fat boy has a building in his home. It's a pity. This little fat boy is actually quite cute and chubby. He even invited me to dance and wanted to add me on WeChat. Why didn't I agree? A hot socialite said with great regret. Yeah, he's quite low-key among the rich second generation. Who knew he was so rich? He's much richer than those playboys who drive Lamborghinis. Chen Yuan sighed as he looked at the group of socialites. He probably understood why the fat guy wanted to show off. It turns out that he was rejected by a girl, so he deliberately showed off his skills while leaving. However, he didn't expect that Chen Yuan would really be interested in a building. The deal was somehow half done. The time has already reached 12:30 in the evening. The school dormitory is closed. Are we going to stay in a hotel again today? Chen Yuan frowned. At this time, a handsome man and a beautiful woman came out. Mingxue, where do you live now? How about I take you home? It's so late. It's not safe for you to take a taxi alone. Tang Xiuwen and Qin Bingxue walked out side by side, asking as they walked, and pressing the car key in their hands after they finished speaking. I saw the extremely cool Pagani Huayra spread its butterfly wings. This attracted a lot of socialites, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. No need, Xiuwen. We don't seem to be going the same way, so I'd better not trouble you. It's not a big deal. It's just a matter of stepping on the accelerator. Wouldn't it be more troublesome if you took a taxi? Tang Xiuwen pursued the victory. He felt that Qin Bingshue's attitude had softened today, and there might be some progress. After witnessing the luxurious dinner parties of the upper class, this woman probably understood the importance of identity, background, and social status. Now that you have graduated, you are no longer a student. As you survive in society, you will eventually understand the benefits of being rich and powerful. Tang Xiuwen was right to think so. However, Qin Bingxue was thinking about something else. Today she came to attend the charity dinner on behalf of Carp Technology Company with a mission. From the beginning to the end of the banquet, she had been trying to find an opportunity to get close to Chen Yuan and discuss the financing of Carp Technology. During this period, Mr. Yu also made a special call to her. I asked her if she had seen Mr. Yen, and she said yes. When asked if she had been close to Mr. Yen, she said no. It's very urgent. It was not convenient for her to approach during the auction. But at the cocktail party, there were too many girls who came into contact with Chen Yuan. It's not convenient for her either. President Yu had urged her several times and had high hopes for her, but until the end of the banquet, she didn't have a chance to say a word to Chen Yuan. Except there were too many people. The main reason is that I feel a little embarrassed and can't let go. She used to be a cool goddess, but now when she has to beg Chen Yuan for help, she feels very humble and can't let go. After walking out of the hotel, she saw Chen Yuan again. And Chen Yuan no longer has any beautiful woman around him at this moment. This is her last chance. Chapter 167 Gang Crime. Chen Yuan hailed a taxi on the side of the road. This taxi just happened to be parked at the door. Chen Yuan just opened the car door. Who knew that an ice and snow goddess in a black evening dress would suddenly rush over? Chen Yuan, wait a moment, I have something to tell you. Qin Bingxue blushed. There was a bit of shyness and embarrassment. What's the matter? It's so late today. Why don't we talk tomorrow? Chen Yuan got into the car with a calm expression. He did not look at Qin Bingxue differently because of her extremely good looks. Qin Bingxue did not leave after hearing this. Instead, he followed Chen Yuan into the taxi. Tang Xiuan was dumbfounded. Depressed. Vomiting blood. Total loss of face. Bitch. This bitch. I invited you to ride in the Pagani Wind God, but you refused to take it. Mr. Yin called a taxi, and you followed him? What ice and snow goddess? What the most beautiful girl in HUSD? She is still a vain woman. She used to pretend to be so pure, but she is still a cheap bitch. Tang Xiuan was furious. He felt it was more than just a humiliation. This is simply a great shame and humiliation. This is like throwing his face to the ground and stepping on it. If Qin Bingxue had taken a taxi and left instead of getting in his car, perhaps he would feel better. But now, Qin Bingxue ignored him. He took the initiative to invite Qin Bingxue, but she didn't go. Chen Yuan didn't invite her, but she took the initiative to go up. Are you insulting anyone? Tang Xiuan's eyes turned bloodshot, and he was shaking with anger. Senior Qin, what are you doing? Chen Yuan was sitting in the back row, and Qin Bingxue rushed in, sticking close to his side. The two of them touched each other's bodies unconsciously. Qin Bingxue's face suddenly hit Chen Yuan's arms. I feel like I can smell the fragrance of each other's shampoo. Are you using Rejoice? Why is it so silky? Chen Yuan, I do have something I want to talk to you about. Just say what you want to say, no need to beat around the bush. I am representing Carp Technology today. I would like to invite you to visit Carp Technology tomorrow. This company is really promising and the team is very young. The Carp app we launched has received good market feedback. Last month, the number of downloads exceeded 1 million. Carp app. Chen Yuan seemed to have heard of the name of this software. The main function is to share social life. It's a bit similar to the Dehongshu. In fact, it is a social app for some young people to show off their wealth. It is euphemistically called light luxury and petty bourgeoisie, with an average income of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan per person. The girls are all fair, wealthy, and beautiful, and the boys are all second-generation rich, or even first-generation rich. Besides showing off, it's still showing off. It is either about hooking up with rich men or hooking up with girls, and it also incorporates some shopping promotion functions. People with a fan base can make money on it. This type of app is very meaningful, and they are all under the guise of finding interesting souls. In fact, the girls in there are more open-minded than each other. Chen Yuan has a roommate who has downloaded almost all the social software on the market. I have downloaded the Carp app before. Chen Yuan didn't expect Qin Bingxue to join such a company. Do you still think this company has great prospects? Well, that's quite promising indeed. After all, this kind of app with more content is indeed more suitable for dating than Momo, which has been occupied by advertising and live broadcast market. Young people, who doesn't want to have more contact with the opposite sex and have some unspeakable things happen? Do you want me to invest money in this Carp app? Chen Yuan asked calmly. I did come here with this mission today. Of course, whether you are willing to invest or not, you can make your own decision after you have inspected our company. Then why should I visit your company? Because you are good looking? Chen Yuan asked with contempt. Qin Bingxue was speechless for a moment. She was so choked up that she couldn't speak. I feel a little aggrieved. Do you know that sometimes if you want to get something, you have to learn to give something first? If you don't give anything but want to get everything, what is our relationship? Why should I help you? Chen Yuan said even more impolitely. Qin Bingxue understood. This guy is indeed a scumbag. You actually want to take this opportunity to blackmail her? Scum. Nausea. Brute. She just thought that the way Chen Yuan played the piano was very profound and soulful, but she didn't expect that this guy was such a despicable person. Qin Bingxue, favorability -5. Qin Bingxue, favorability -5. Qin Bingxue, favorability -5. Chen Yuan was speechless as he watched Qin Bingxue's favorability rating begin to drop again. This woman really can't take a joke. Okay, if you agree to one condition, I will consider investing in the Carp app. What conditions do you want me to agree to? Do you want to sleep with me? Qin Bingxue said with a cold face. I felt the temperature in the car drop by dozens of degrees in an instant. What the hell? What are you thinking about? Do you think I'm short of women? I'm not interested even if you take off all your clothes. Chen Yuan cursed with a disgusted look on his face. It was as if the person sitting next to him was not a stunningly beautiful woman, but a big guy who still farted, pooped, and peed. Qin Bingxue was stunned for a moment. Don't you want to sleep with me? No one wants to sleep with you. You're as cold as ice. So what exactly do you want me to agree to? When Chen Yuan scolded her, her attitude softened a lot and was not as cold as before. Let's talk about this tomorrow. I'll talk to her in person in front of your boss. Just as Chen Yuan and Qin Bingxue were talking, they all seemed to be ignoring some issues. The taxi driver started the car without even asking for their address. And this car was not heading towards Huda, but it is getting more and more remote. Soon we were away from the city center and on a suburban road. Master, did you go to the wrong place? Qin Bingxue frowned. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes, and he also noticed something was wrong. The car's doors appeared to have been locked. I took out my cell phone, but there was no signal. Did they install a signal jammer? Kidnapping and ransom? Veteran? What the hell? Chen Yuan glanced at the driver in the driver's seat. He was wearing a baseball cap, had a very sturdy build, and his hands were covered with calluses. He looked honest and simple, but his eyes were extremely cold and harsh. But that doesn't matter. Behind this taxi, there are two vans. Seems to be in the same group. Master, I want to get off the car. Please let us go. Qin Bingxue spoke. Upon hearing this, the taxi driver actually stopped the car, but the two vans behind also stopped. There were 7 or 8 big men in total, holding daggers, ropes, sacks, and other tools. Among them was a waiter wearing hotel work clothes. Gang crime. Chapter 168, Encountering a Bandit. Are there any waiters hiding in there as undercover agents? This is definitely a planned and organized kidnapping and extortion case. Qin Bingxue panicked. Boss, it seems we have caught a fat fish this time. This guy keeps talking about hundreds of millions. I'm afraid he is very rich. After getting off the car, the driver excitedly introduced a man with long hair and beard. The bearded man looked to be about 40 years old, and there was a cold aura all over his body. He looks at people like a hungry wolf. It will give people a chilling feeling. This kind of person might have a murder on his hands. Generally speaking, criminals who dare to carry out kidnapping and extortion are very likely to kill the victim even if they are paid. Because it's the best way to avoid exposing yourself. It means to cut the roots and eliminate future troubles. The waiter in the crowd was shocked the moment he saw Mr. Yin. Boss Yin, damn, we actually kidnapped Boss Yin? Boss Yin, what Boss Yin? What are you talking about, Lao Lu? Haven't you guys watched live streaming? He is a wealthy man who has spent hundreds of millions of dollars on various live streaming platforms. Moreover, at today's charity dinner, I witnessed him spend 300 million to buy a world-class luxury necklace and 500 million to buy a world-famous piano. He is really not an ordinary rich man. The waiter said with a tingling scalp. Such a well-known wealthy tycoon cannot be kidnapped easily, because the social impact involved is so huge. And it is said that the power behind Mr. Yin is very terrifying. Oh my God. Is he really that rich? It's true, the waiter said solemnly. Isn't this even better? Originally, I just wanted to take advantage of the charity dinner today, where all the rich people gathered, to find someone to do something with. Now I've encountered such a big fat fish. After I finish this job, I'll have no worries about food and drink for the rest of my life. The bearded man said with a sinister look on his face. Boss, there's a gorgeous lady in here. She's so hot. I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. She's prettier than those stars. A wretched man with pockmarks all over his face, probably in his 30s, said this with drooling eyes. The way he looked at Qin Bingxue was like a big bad wolf looking at a little white rabbit, wishing he could eat it alive. The same is true for other men. They were wanted criminals, and these desperate criminals had no scruples in their hearts. I don't even know if I can survive tomorrow, so I'll just enjoy myself. A hint of despair began to emerge in Qin Bingxue's eyes. She had encountered a similar incident in her early years. Until now, she still has psychological trauma and cannot turn off the lights to sleep. She would feel suffocated in the darkness. But now, this kind of thing happened to her again. And they were 8 desperados. Although Chen Yuan was by her side, she was still afraid. She had learned fighting skills and could deal with 2 or 3 thugs, but she knew that thugs were different from desperados. Gangsters won't kill, but desperados will. When they start fighting, they will really fight for their lives. This woman is really beautiful. Tie them up first and put them in sacks. We'll do it once we get to the stronghold, the bearded man ordered. Chen Yuan, what should we do now? Qin Bingxue's face was pale, but she still forced herself to stay calm. She had heard what these people were talking about just now. If she can't escape today, her fate will be extremely miserable. What can I do? Just give in. Chen Yuan opened the car door, put his hands on his head, and looked cowardly. Brothers, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. You just want money, right? I'll give you whatever amount you want. And as for this woman, you can do whatever you want with her. I have no objection. We can discuss anything. Chen Yuan, You are a beast, a scumbag. You are not a man. Qin Bingxue was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She didn't expect Chen Yuan to be such a coward. In order to protect himself from harm, he could actually push a woman away. In times of crisis, a person's true character is revealed. Chen Yuan is a coward. Boss Yin really knows how to handle things, but this woman seems a little disobedient. It's okay, he'll be obedient after a beating. You're welcome, brothers. Chen Yuan had a fawning look on his face. Like a licking dog. He says the most humble words, but his actions are tougher than anyone else. Even when facing 8 robbers, he still attacked violently. He was smiling 1 second, and suddenly kicked one of the robbers in the crotch the next. He did not hold back at all in this kick, and used all his strength. Different from last time. That time he held back some strength and didn't dare to use his full strength, otherwise he might have injured the person. But this time Chen Yuan really didn't dare to hold back. With this kick, the robber, who weighed nearly 160 kilograms, was kicked 5 meters away. The lower pelvis was shattered on the spot. After rolling on the ground for more than 10 times, he fell to the ground and couldn't get up, covering his crotch and wailing in pain. Before anyone could react, Chen Yuan delivered a second lightning-fast kick. The lecherous middle-aged man with pockmarks all over his face was also kicked crippled by Chen Yuan. Second child? Third child? I'm fucking mom. Seeing this, the bearded man stabbed Chen Yuan with a knife. The knife was fast, powerful, and extremely vicious. Chen Yuan is faster. His strength, physique, and speed are 3.5 times that of an ordinary person. After bursting out with all his strength, he thought he could easily defeat the opponent, but who knew that this guy would actually cut a hole in his clothes? The other party is obviously a martial artist. Master the killing fighting skills. Able to kill someone with 1 blow during a fight. It was obvious that he was inferior to Chen Yuan in terms of speed, strength, and physique, but he relied on his experience and skills to make Chen Yuan unable to do anything to him. The bearded man was also a little shocked. He has practiced martial arts for more than 10 years and has fought on the battlefield in Africa. He has killed more than 20 people. Who knew that he would be suppressed by a young boy? Moreover, he had a knife in his hand. If he didn't have the knife, he would have been killed by Chen Yuan long ago. This amazing explosive power and speed is even stronger than that of an ace special forces soldier. Perhaps the only thing lacking is not much combat experience. Old 5, old 6, arrest that woman. The bearded man slashed with his knife and shouted immediately. The 2 robbers immediately understood that this kid had extraordinary skills. The explosive power is too strong. The first move was to destroy both of them. Even the eldest, 4th, 7th, and 8th brothers combined could not suppress him. His reactions are so agile, and his strength is so strong. If Chen Yuan wanted to run away, I'm afraid no one could stop him. Only use that woman to threaten. Let him surrender. This was also the first time that Chen Yuan encountered such a brutal bandit. Chapter 169, Suddenly Heartbeat. Chen Yuan is confident. Give him 2 minutes, and he can take care of all 4 gangsters in front of him. But he couldn't guarantee whether Qin Bingxue could hold out for 2 minutes against 2 thugs armed with knives. If he is threatened, what should he do? The situation that we least wanted to see still happened. You forced me to do this. System, I want to strengthen my strength plus 10, my physique plus 10, and my agility plus 20. Ding. Strengthen strength by 10 points, physique by 10 points, and agility by 20 points. You need to pay 40 points for strengthening. Are you sure to strengthen it? Sure. Ding. Strengthening successful. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Strength, 45. Constitution, 45. Spirit, 30. Agility, 55. The average value for normal adults is 10. Status, extremely strong. Reinforcement points, 9 points. The moment the strengthening is completed, Chen Yuan's speed and strength transformed again. The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is to be faster. Chen Yuan doesn't need any fighting skills. When his speed reaches a certain extreme and his strength becomes ridiculously strong, all the gangsters present are his brothers. Because Chen Yuan's punching or kicking speed is so fast that the opponent has no time to react. This moment, in Chen Yuan's eyes, the attack speed of all the bandits seemed to have slowed down, feeling like a snail. Of course, saying it was a snail might be a bit of an exaggeration, but at that moment, I did feel like I was watching a movie in slow motion. In fact, others didn't slow down. It's just that his speed became faster. When fighting, it feels like others are in slow motion. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches. In the eyes of the 4 robbers, Chen Yuan's speed was already unbelievable. You clearly saw him punching you, but you couldn't react at all. For punches were thrown, and the four robbers were blown away like a parabola. The ribs on their chests were broken by Chen Yuan's blows. It is impossible to have the ability to fight anymore. You might even be beaten to death with one punch. It happened in the blink of an eye. The moment Chen Yuan dealt with the four bandits, the other two bandits had already pounced towards Qin Bingxue. They thought Qin Bingxue was a weak woman. It takes no effort at all to subdue it. In fact, Qin Bingxue is proficient in fighting. In order to be able to protect herself, she trained for several years. She can poke eyes, kick crotch, elbow, and specifically hit men's vital parts, and she specializes in dirty tricks. If anyone underestimates her, they will often suffer a great loss in front of her. It was obvious that this group of bandits did not take Qin Bingxue seriously. One of the robbers was about to subdue Qin Bingxue, but she poked his eye. At the same time, he gave the opponent a fatal kick in the crotch. "Fuck you, you bastard, you're looking for death." The last robber was a waiter in the banquet hall, and there was a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Right now, he has no sympathy for women. He was holding a sharp knife and stabbing it towards Qin Bingxue's chest. The other robber was not idle either. Even though he was poked in the eyes and kicked in the crotch, he still endured the pain and held Qin Bingxue's legs tightly, making her unable to move. At this critical moment, Qin Bingxue felt like she was about to be stabbed to death. A strong chest stood behind him. The dinner knife in front of him was firmly held in an iron hand. Unable to move forward any further, under the sharp blade, bright red blood flowed out of Chen Yuan's palm. The next second, the robber dressed as a waiter was kicked away by Chen Yuan. This kick filled with hatred was like a collision on the battlefield. The opponent was kicked 3 meters high and then fell heavily on the concrete ground. After rolling more than 10 times, he died on the spot. That's right, Chen Yuan, whose strength was strengthened again, was unable to stop himself and kicked the robber to death on the spot. It's no big deal. This is self-defense. Qin Bingxue fell on Chen Yuan's strong chest, looking at his injured and bleeding palm, and an unprecedented sense of security surged in her heart. It seems that as long as this man is by her side, no matter what kind of crisis happens, he can always solve it easily. Chen Yuan is not a coward. He spoke shameless and scumbag words, but his actions were stronger and more decisive than any other man. It wasn't just this time. The last time he encountered gangsters, Chen Yuan also took action to deal with them. Looking at Chen Yuan's injured and bleeding palm, Qin Bingxue's indestructible heart was shaken for the first time. It turns out that there really is a man who can protect her when she is in danger. It turns out his chest is so strong, I really want to lean on him. Qin Bingxue, favorability plus 30. Qin Bingxue, favorability plus 30. Qin Bingxue, favorability plus 30. Current favorability, 80 points. Your hand, is it okay? It's okay. It's just a minor injury. It's nothing serious. Call the police. I hit you a little too hard just now. I'm afraid I'll have to spend the night in the police station. Okay, I'll call the police right away. Qin Bingxue obediently started dialing 110. Described the cause and course of the incident in detail over the phone. After receiving the alarm call, the police immediately responded. Her eyes never left Chen Yuan. For a long time, she always felt that she didn't like men. Sometimes she would feel uncomfortable if a boy got a little close to her. Because when she was imprisoned, she deeply realized that a man could be so ugly and disgusting. But when she leaned on Chen Yuan's chest just now, she was actually very attached and intoxicated. In that instant, she fell in love with this man. I don't know if it's because of his determined eyes or his unique temperament. Sometimes it's like this when you look at a person. When you think he's not good enough and he's low class, you just can't stand him no matter how you look at him. But once you think he is good, you will see his advantages no matter how you look at him. No matter how you look at him, he seems charming and has good temperament. And girls can be weird sometimes. When she has a particularly good impression of a boy at the beginning, once she discovers some shortcomings in this boy, her favorability will drop rapidly. On the contrary, those boys who gave her a bad impression at first suddenly changed their image in her mind one day, and it would be difficult to lower her favorability towards them. Because you have seen his worst side, and all that remains are his good points. As for those boys who you see only good qualities in the beginning, you will have too high expectations of them and will gradually be disappointed. One rises from the bottom, the other falls from the top. People who have experienced the lows will not think there is anything wrong with the lows. It is a bit difficult to accept for someone who has been at the peak and suddenly drops to the bottom. This is a very normal psychological reaction. About half an hour passed. The police car finally arrived. Because the location is a bit remote. What confused Chen Yuan was that the criminal police leading the team was actually Chu Yumo. What? Captain Chu, we have already checked the scene. After a fierce fight, one person died and 7 were seriously injured. These 7 seriously injured robbers all suffered from massive internal bleeding. If they are not rescued in time, I am afraid their lives will be in danger. Also, these 8 people are wanted fugitives, especially the bearded Hu Taibing. He is an S-level international wanted criminal. Chapter 170. Don't move, I'm applying medicine for you. Hu Taibing. Isn't this the notorious thief who traveled across many countries? Chu Yuma was genuinely shocked. She glanced at the bearded man lying on the ground, dying. There was a dent in his chest, and it was obvious that a punch had broken his ribs, causing internal organ damage and heavy bleeding. She looked at Chen Yuan again. A huge wave has already risen in my heart. 8 experienced gangsters organized and planned a kidnapping of a wealthy man. They select targets randomly to reduce risk costs, and they also have insiders. Then Mr. Yin fell into the trap, and there was a weak girl who held him back. What happened was that there were 8 fierce bandits, and almost all of them were wiped out. How could this man, who seemed a little thin, be so awesome? Aren't you a rich second generation? An artistic young man who can play the piano and dance. How come his fighting level can't even compare to the king of special forces? You too. Please cooperate with us to go to the police station and record your statements. Okay. The ambulance arrived soon. At around 3:30 in the morning, Chen Yuan and Qin Bingxue were taken to the police station to record their statements. Captain Chu, the medical examination reports of the robbers have come out. 2 of them are in the process of being treated, but they are too seriously injured to be saved. Of the remaining 5, 2 have broken ribs in their chests, 1 has 6 broken bones, and the other has 7 broken bones. They are currently being rescued and are not out of danger. 2 others have broken pelvises and multiple fractures on their bodies. The last person has comminuted fractures in all 4 limbs and a punctured eye. I guess he will have to use a wheelchair after he is cured. In addition, the identities of these people have been basically confirmed. They are indeed suspected of multiple kidnapping and extortion cases. Some of them are already wanted fugitives. Once their injuries are stabilized, we will further intensify the interrogation. Chu Yuma looked at the injury report. My head is buzzing. Xiao Zhong, what kind of person do you think has such explosive power that he can break 6 or 7 ribs with 1 punch? I think the world boxing champion should be able to do it, but Chen Yuan's body shape is too different from the world boxing champion. I even think he is still a little thin. Okay, is the confession ready? Chu Yuma suppressed his inner shock and asked. There is basically no problem. The 2 people's statements are consistent. According to the on-site investigation, it can be judged that it was indeed self-defense. Maybe these robbers were unlucky to encounter such a powerful and ruthless person. The kidnapping was tied to the head of the devil. Well, let's record the confession and release Qin Bingxue first. I need to talk to Chen Yuan alone. 6 o'clock in the morning. Student Qin, you can leave now. There is basically no big problem. However, if the police summon you in the future, you need to cooperate at any time. Okay, officer, I want to ask if Chen Yuan can leave too. He's not good enough yet. Our Chu team still needs to interrogate him. Then I won't leave either. I'll wait for him here. Qin Bingxue said with a firm look in her eyes. Although she had stayed up all night and had been through so many things, she was already physically and mentally exhausted and wanted to find a place to have a good sleep. But Chen Yuan was still being interrogated, and she was concerned whether Chen Yuan would be okay. After all, he hit too hard and beat the man to death. Even if they encountered robbers and it was self-defense, but someone was killed, who wouldn't panic when encountering such a thing? Inside the police station, Qin Bingxue was also treated very well. Some people brought her water and food, especially the male police officer, who found a place for her to lie down and rest, and asked her to wait. This is probably the power of appearance. You are good-looking, and people will courteously court you wherever you go. Chen Yuan was taken to a separate interrogation room. There were only him and Chu Yuma inside. The point is, Chu Yuma also turned off the surveillance video. She brought a breakfast and handed it to Chen Yuan. Let's eat something first. Chen Yuan ignored her and started to eat voraciously. I feel like my appetite may be increasing again recently. Looking at the man in front of me eating the breakfast I bought, he was eating so happily. She is very happy. Chu Yuma, favorability +5. Chu Yuma, favorability +5. Chu Yuma, favorability +5. Current favorability, 60 points. Chen Yuan was speechless. Can you increase your favorability by eating breakfast? Could it be that brother's handsomeness cannot be concealed even when he is eating? Chu Yuma's profession surprised Chen Yuan a little, but when he thought about it, it made sense. Officer Chu, when can I leave? I have something important to do this afternoon. Don't you really want to be with me? Also, what is your relationship with Qin Bingxue? Chu Yuma narrowed his eyes and asked. It's nothing. She and I went to the same school, but we were not familiar with each other. She wanted to raise funds for me on behalf of Liu app yesterday, and then she followed me into the taxi. Who knew that this would happen? Chen Yuan spread his hands and told the truth. Sure enough, apart from Gao Xianin, the green tea girl, Qin Bingxue is also a troublemaker. These two women both offered themselves up for money. Qin Bingshue's appearance score is as high as 9.3 points, which really makes Chu Yuma feel a sense of crisis. The man in front of me is so outstanding. Besides being rich, generous, handsome, loyal, infatuated, and willing to spend money, he also plays the piano at the level of a world-class master, dances at the highest level, and even in fighting, he is at the level of a top soldier. He is simply a super treasure boy. Chu Yuma admitted that she liked Chen Yuan a little bit. Actually, I kind of liked it during the dinner yesterday, and now that I've gotten to know it better, I like it even more. So that's how it is. You're injured. How about I bandage you up? Chu Yuma took out a medicine box and forcefully held down Chen Yuan's hand. Officer Chu, this is a bit inappropriate. Men and women should not be intimate with each other. Don't move. I'm applying medicine on you. You're a grown man. Are you afraid that I'll take advantage of you? Chapter 171, Taking a Bath. Boys must protect themselves when they are outside. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous if you encounter a female police officer who forces herself on you. Chen Yuan was very melancholy. Being too popular is not good. Being handsome is also a kind of trouble. Officer Chu, why don't I do it myself? You're very busy with official duties and have been busy all night, so you must be very tired. I can handle this minor injury myself. Chen Yuan said politely. I'm not busy. You boys are so careless. What if the wound gets infected? Be obedient. Don't move. Chu Yuma suddenly rolled her eyes in a charming manner. This roll of the eyes did not mean any contempt. Instead, it is charming, shy, seductive, and mixed with a little bit of care. Chen Yuan's bones went weak, and he almost collapsed on the spot. No, we can't do this. Don't try to trick me. The most common trick girls use is to show concern for you and let you indulge in her tenderness. When you become distracted and turn around to pursue her, she will start to play hard to get, as still as a mountain, hot and cold, like flying a kite. If you retreat, she will advance, and if you advance, she will retreat, which will make you lose your temper. Eventually, he loses the initiative step by step and becomes a bootlicker. Do you think she has been attracted by your charm? Do you think you can pursue her as long as you put in some effort? In fact, it is totally wrong. Chen Yuan and Chu Yuma have only known each other for less than a day. This woman is definitely more of a test. Chen Yuan would never be fooled by her. Just yesterday at a charity dinner, he bought Gao Xianin a necklace worth 300 million, and later acted like he was deeply in love with her. If he was easily seduced by Chu Yuma, wouldn't that destroy his character? Chen Yuan would never make such a low-level mistake. Officer Chu, I think it's better to keep a little distance. We've only known each other for less than a day. Please respect yourself. Chen Yuan watched Chu Yuma bandage his wound. He really didn't resist. But after the bandage was done, instead of saying a word of thanks, he told the other person to respect himself with a cold and ruthless look on his face. This is unpleasant to hear. Chu Yuma felt uncomfortable after hearing this. But precisely because she felt uncomfortable, she wanted Chen Yuan's approval even more and wanted to conquer this man even more. People always don't pay attention to things that can be easily obtained. You want it because you can't get it. And she did have some tentative intentions just now. Chen Yuan's character has been verified once again. This is a man of determination. What are you doing? I just saw that you were injured and bandaged your wound. Why are you still angry? I'm not angry. I just hope you don't have any other misunderstandings about me. We can be ordinary friends, but if we are boyfriend and girlfriend, I don't think it's possible. You'd better not spend your time on me. Student Chen Yuan, I find that you are a bit narcissistic. I just bandaged your wound, and you actually think I am interested in you? Chu Yuma counterattacked. At this time she was also a little angry. You, Chen Yuan, are very outstanding, but not everyone will like you. Thank you, Officer Chu, for bandaging my wound. My reaction just now was a bit too strong. I'm sorry. Actually, I already have someone I like in my heart. I just don't want you to misunderstand me. Seeing Chu Yuma was really angry, Chen Yuan quickly apologized and explained the reason. Chu Yuma thought that the person Chen Yuan was talking about liking was Gao Xianin. In fact, Gao Xianin ranks relatively low in Chen Yuan's heart. She is not as good as Zhao Yuqi, nor as good as Xiao Ruoyu, and may not even rank ahead of Qin Bingxue. I just said that I have someone I like. I didn't say I only liked one. Chen Yuan thought so. I don't know if it's because I just strengthened it today. Even if I didn't sleep all night. Chen Yuan is still in high spirits. 12 o'clock noon. Chen Yuan Kai walked out of the police station. It just so happened that this police station was not far from the Jiangjing Villa community, So Chen Yuan took a taxi and prepared to go there to take a shower, take a short rest, and take a nap or something. As for Qin Bingxue, he heard from Chu Yuma that she had been let go a long time ago. I thought Qin Bingxue had left the police station in the morning and didn't think much about it. In fact, Qin Bingxue fell asleep after waiting in the police station for 2 hours. When Chen Yuan left the police station, she hadn't woken up yet. 20 minutes later, Chen Yuan arrived at the Jiangjing Villa community. Enter the password and walk in directly. Zhao Yuqi just changed the password lock of this garden villa 2 days ago, so no key is needed, just enter the password. Although Chen Yuan is the buyer of the house, his name is not written on the property certificate. But since Zhao Yuqi changed the combination lock, she would naturally tell him. This is respect for him. There is another meaning as well. That is to say, Zhao Yuqi no longer minds living with Chen Yuan, even a little bit looking forward to it. Just walked into the villa. Chen Yuan heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom in Zhao Yuqi's room. Through the glass door of the bathroom, Chen Yuan could vaguely see a graceful woman taking a bath. His heart suddenly began to beat rapidly. I feel a little restless. The blood boils. Young hormones are running wildly. A strong desire began to rise in his heart. Zhao Yuqi is taking a shower. She won't reject me, right? If she wanted to reject me, why would she tell me the password to the villa? She should have been prepared. A real man should not be timid. He should strike when the time comes. The opportunity is right in front of you. Go ahead and push her down. Chen Yuan's face flushed red, and he finally tiptoed to the bathroom door. Before he could push the door, the bathroom door burst open. A naked girl was wiping her wet hair with a towel. She looked pretty. Not Zhao Yuqi. Fuck. The moment the girl saw Chen Yuan, my whole body is stiff. Chen Yuan also stiffened, petrified on the spot. Oh. What followed was a scream that resounded through the sky. Rogue. Go to hell. Who are you? Get out of here. Qian Mingming retreated to the bathroom and roared angrily. Why should I leave? I haven't even asked you who you are. Why are you just running into someone else's house to take a shower? Do you know that you are trespassing? You rascal. Just wait. I'm going to call the police right now and sue you for molesting a girl. Just wait to go to jail. Then you fight. I'll wait. Chen Yuan spread his hands, showing no sign of weakness. Qian Mingming was almost crying with anger. She found that her cell phone was not in the bathroom, and she was not wearing any clothes, and there was not even a large bath towel in the bathroom. The clothes that I just took off were also thrown outside the bathroom. At this time, Chapter 172, the piano arrives. The door of the villa was opened, and Zhao Yuqi finally came back. When she saw Chen Yuan, she was stunned for a moment. Yuqi, woo, you're finally back. There's a hooligan here. He was peeping at people taking a bath. Qian Mingming, who was in the bathroom, heard the noise and quickly asked for help. There was also a hint of crying in his voice. Oh, Mingming, you misunderstood. Chen Yuan. He is not a gangster. He is a gangster. Drive him away quickly. Drive him away. Okay. Mingming, don't cry. While comforting Qian Mingming, Zhao Yuqi took Chen Yuan's hand and went up to the second floor of the villa. I'm sorry, Qian Mingming is my childhood friend. Today is her day off, so she came to hang out with me. She was just working out in her private gym, and I didn't expect you to come back when I went out to buy something. Zhao Yuqi explained with an apologetic look on her face. She realized that her behavior was not very good. I bring my friends to visit the villa every few days. In fact, I still have the intention of showing off in my heart. After all, it was Chen Yuan who bought the house. What would Chen Yuan think if I bring my friends over to visit all the time? Would he think I was a little vain? Chen Yuan didn't think too much about it. If you like to bring your friends over, just bring them, as long as they are not men. Chen Yuan knew from the beginning that Zhao Yuqi was indeed a little vain. Human beings. It's normal to be a little vain. Just like Chen Yuan himself sometimes likes to show off, it's the same. They are all ordinary people. There are no fairies who are detached from the world. It is human nature to like to show off and compare with others. No one is perfect. As long as he doesn't make mistakes in principle, Chen Yuan doesn't care about this little problem at all. It's okay. I thought it was you who was taking a shower in the bathroom just now. Go and explain it to her. Okay. Zhao Yuqi explained to Chen Yuan and went downstairs. Mingming, I brought you some clean clothes. Put them on first. Qian Mingming was putting on her clothes while feeling indignant. Chi, has that gangster left? Not yet, he is my friend. Zhao Yuqi originally wanted to say that Chen Yuan was her boyfriend, but until now, Chen Yuan had not confessed to her. She was a little unsure about what position she held in Chen Yuan's mind. It's not a good idea to rashly call yourself Chen Yuan's girlfriend. It seems a bit unreserved. So what if they are friends? Can friends just enter someone's house without their consent? This disgusting man might want to do something bad to you. Chi, you too. How could you so easily tell your password to a wretched man? It's a good thing I'm with you today, otherwise he would have done something to you. Qian Mingming scolded him harshly. After saying that, he wanted to go upstairs to settle the score with Chen Yuan. Ding dong. At this moment, a doorbell suddenly rang outside the yard of the garden villa. Zhao Yuqi and Qian Mingming can directly see the scenes outside through the surveillance. I saw a truck parked at the gate of the yard. A tall man in a formal suit stood under the surveillance camera. Who are you? What do you do? Hello, is this Ms. Zhao Yuqi? We are from Shintong Escort Company. Your item has been delivered. Please open the door and complete the signing procedure. What's the gift? Yes, it's a piano. Hearing the other party say this, Zhao Yuqi suddenly realized. Chen Yuan sent him a message last night, and it seemed that he did say that he wanted to give her a piano. The reason why I called Qian Mingming over today was also for this matter. It just so happened that Qian Mingming also wanted to buy a piano. Zhao Yuqi felt that there was no place to put another piano at home, and it would be an eyesore for Chen Yuan to see, and it would be a waste if it was thrown away. Otherwise, just sell this piano to Qian Mingming at a discount price. After all, it's worth hundreds of thousands. But these days, are all the delivery guys dressed so handsomely? Since Chen Yuan was at home anyway, she didn't have too many doubts. Zhao Yuqi pressed the remote control, and the yard door opened automatically. She opened the door. At this moment, Chen Yuan also came down from upstairs. What are you looking at, you rascal? Chi-Chi, this piano couldn't be a gift from him, could it? You must not let yourself be bribed by this wretched man just for such a small benefit. Qian Mingming looked at him with disdain. Chen Yuan looked a little sloppy at this time. He didn't take a shower the whole day yesterday and had a fight with a group of gangsters at night. He had an injury on his hand, which was bandaged. His white shirt was covered in stains, and his hair was a mess. In such hot weather in summer, mixed with sweat, it naturally looks dirty and loser. Ming, don't say that. You're making it difficult for me. Chen Yuan ignored them. He went straight into the bathroom to take a shower. On the first floor, there are 2 bathrooms, one for men and one for women. After Zhao Yuqi opened the door, only then did I realize that there was not just one delivery staff member, but 8. Each of them is dressed in a suit, tall, and looks very cool. They transported a piano, looking attentive and ready. It was as if this was not a piano but a national treasure. What's wrong with express delivery companies nowadays? Do they really need 8 people to deliver a package? Aren't you afraid of bankruptcy if your company employs so many people? Zhao Yuqi was full of doubts. Ma'am, are you Zhao Yuqi? Yes. Zhao Yuqi nodded. Please show us your ID. We need to confirm your identity before we can confirm receipt. So troublesome? Zhao Yuqi frowned. We really need this process, and we do it for the sake of caution, because these are valuable items, and if there is any accident, we cannot take the responsibility. Really, the piano is worth 500 million yuan. If something goes wrong, even if they sell their whole family, they still can't afford the compensation. Although Zhao Yuqi found it troublesome, she still cooperated and took out her ID card. Ma'am, please check if there is any damage to this item. Once you have confirmed it is correct, please sign it. The staff moved the crystal piano into the villa hall. Zhao Yuqi and Qian Mingming opened the package together, and a sparkling crystal piano appeared in front of them. It's really beautiful. It's actually a piano made of pure crystal. It must be expensive. Zhao Yuqi said this. Chi-Chi, don't be fooled by the appearance of something. This piano is indeed very beautiful, but its value may not be very high. I think the crystal material is not particularly expensive. It is not inlaid with diamonds. Moreover, whether a piano is really useful can't just be judged by its appearance. The sound quality should be considered. The most essential thing for an instrument is the sound quality. Qian Mingming was deliberately looking for trouble. Because Chen Yuan saw her naked body, she deliberately took revenge. No problem, I love it. Zhao Yuqi signed. Chapter 173. How much does this piano cost? Signed. After making sure that the piano was not damaged at all, the group of staff left the Riverview Villa. Chen Yuan took a shower and walked out of the bathroom. The injury on his hand healed quickly. It might be because my body has been strengthened. I was injured at 1 or 2 in the morning, and it is only 2 in the afternoon now. In just a dozen hours, the wound has already scabbed over, and there is no longer much pain. It seems that as the physical fitness improves, even the self-repairability will become stronger. Of course, in real life, those who are physically strong can recover faster after injuries than those who are physically weak. Chen Yuan was not wearing any clothes. She wrapped herself in a bath towel and walked out of the bathroom. Strong pectoral muscles, 8-pack abs, and well-defined mermaid lines. Exposed to air. A smell of male hormones swept through the hall. Zhao Yuqi and Qian Mingming were stunned on the spot. It seems that no one expected that Chen Yuan, who usually looks a little thin, would have such an explosive figure. It's simply the golden ratio. Better figure than male models. You rascal, didn't you see there were two girls? Why are you not wearing any clothes? Qian Mingming covered her eyes with her hands. However, there was a big gap in the middle of her ring finger. She covered her eyes pretending to be reserved, but she couldn't help but sneak a peek. Yuqi, my clothes are dirty. Can you go buy me 2 sets of men's clothes? Wait a minute. I remember there are men's clothes at home. Wu Xiaofei usually likes to wear men's clothes. I don't know if his clothes will fit him. I'll go and look for them. I'll tell Xiaofei later. Zhao Yuqi also covered her face and ran past Chen Yuan. This figure is so good. I really want to touch it. Bah, Zhao Yuqi, how can you be so lascivious? You are a girl. You should be more reserved. Zhao Yuqi's cheeks flushed. When I was getting clothes upstairs, I already started to have wild thoughts. Let's talk about Wu Xiaofei, this tomboy. She usually likes to dress in a neutral style and also likes to wear men's clothes. She is 1.75 meters tall. It's quite high among girls. Her clothes are basically very fashionable, trendy, and handsome. And it is a loose type. Chen Yuan usually dresses casually, but after changing into Wu Xiaofei's clothes, they fit him perfectly. Maybe girls are really better at choosing clothes and matching them better than boys. After Chen Yuan changed his clothes, a fashionable and trendy man's temperament comes to you. Very handsome. A very high-quality feeling. No wonder many girls look more handsome than boys when they cut their hair short and dress like men. It turns out that you have already lost in terms of dressing. Boys are very casual and don't know how to choose clothes at all. You guy, after changing your clothes, I didn't expect you to look so decent. There was a hint of appreciation in Qian Mingming's eyes, but the words still stink. After all, Chen Yuan's gangster image after seeing her naked body is not so easy to reverse. But she softened a little. He no longer looks like he was ready to call the police at any moment. Sure enough, girls are also superficial creatures. After being seen naked by the obscene men, they felt disgusted and angry, and even wanted to kill someone. I felt it was acceptable to be seen naked by a handsome guy. It didn't feel so disgusting anymore. I was even a little shy. Qian Mingming is a very cute girl. She and Zhao Yuqi are childhood friends, but she looks like a minor. Such a cute face. Kawaii type of girl. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Yuan. There was indeed some misunderstanding just now. I hope you don't take it to heart. Ding. The dog-licking operation begins. Name, Qian Mingming. Age, 20 years old. Height, 161 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 8.6 points. The girl's favorability towards the host, minus 20 points. Bind to the host's lick-dog relationship. When the woman's favorability towards the host exceeds 95 points, the counterattack is successful, the identity is changed, and the other party will become the host's lick dog. After the counterattack is completed, you will be rewarded with 10% consumption bonus. Reward enhancement points, 25 points. Enhancement points can enhance the host's physical attributes, including strength, physique, agility, spirit, etc. Bonus skills, hacking mastery, software design, mathematics mastery, piano mastery. Have to. Here comes another dog binding object. System, this isn't a good idea, is it? This girl is Zhao Yuqi's childhood friend, right? Even rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. This will really embarrass me. Chen Yuan was very melancholy. Originally, he didn't care much about Qian Mingming. Who knew that after he took a look at Qian Mingming's information? I was stunned for a moment. This cute girl is actually a hacker? Very cool. Very useful skills. It smells a bit. Didn't you just buy Big Cat TV recently? This kind of talent who is proficient in hacking technology and software programming is very suitable to stay and develop in Big Cat TV. You can be a technical director or something. Well, hello, my name is Qian Mingming. There were indeed some misunderstandings about what happened just now. Qian Mingming smiled slightly, as if she had forgiven Chen Yuan. Don't worry about what happened just now. But in fact, she had already made up her mind secretly. Don't you want to pursue Zhao Yuqi? I won't let you succeed. I want to let you know how serious the consequences of offending a woman are. The Dark Loli is online. You are ready to be judged by death. Countless men have died unclearly due to the advice of their best friends. And you, Chen Yuan, are no exception. Chen Yuan really thought that Qian Mingming had let go of the embarrassing incident. I thought this cute girl was quite reasonable. Not that disgusting. By the way, Chen Yuan, how much did you spend on this piano you bought for Chi-Chi? It's not that much. It's just an ordinary gift, as long as she likes it. What brand of piano is this? Let me check. Qian Mingming had already determined in her mind that this was definitely not an expensive piano. It's just made of crystal and looks a bit fancy. In fact, it might just be the price of a bag she bought. At this time, Chen Yuan's cell phone rang. Hello, Mr. Yan, I'm Zhu Xiaowei. We discussed this yesterday. I wonder when Mr. Yan is free to come and see the building. Any time is fine. How about you send me your location and I'll be there right now? Chen Yuan thought about it. Anyway, I'm still energetic now. I just took a shower and feel refreshed. Why don't I take a walk and see some buildings? Okay, Mr. Yan, I'll send you the location right now. Hang up the phone. Qian Mingming felt even more contemptuous. This piano is really worthless. Or are you planning to run away as soon as I say I want to check the price? Yuqi, I have something else to do. I need to go out now. Do you want to come with me? I still can't. Mingming came all the way here to play with me today, so I should just accompany her. Zhao Yuqi really wants to go out on a date with Chen Yuan, but she can't just ignore Qian Mingming. Besides, if she takes Qian Mingming with her, she'll feel like a light bulb, and Qian Mingming probably won't want to do that. She thought about it, then shook her head and refused. Chapter 170, For the world's #1 piano came to my house. Chen Yuan had just left for less than 5 minutes. Qian Mingming started to say bad things about him in front of Zhao Yuqi. Chi-Chi, I remember there were quite a few rich second generations chasing after you. The senior Zheng Bin was pretty good. He was handsome, had a good family background, was gentle and elegant, and became the general manager of a company at a young age. With so many outstanding rich young men chasing after you, why did you fall for this Chen Yuan? I don't think he's that good. You don't understand. Love is something very special. The feeling Chen Yuan gives me is different from that of others. I also think he is very outstanding and handsome. Zhao Yuqi didn't want to reveal too much information about Chen Yuan, because not everyone knows that he has 50 billion to inherit. Can being handsome be used to make a living? I admit that he is a little handsome and has a good figure, but these things are false. I feel that this kind of thing is the most unreliable. If a man really likes a woman, he will definitely be willing to spend money on her. Look at Senior Zhengbin. I heard that he gave you a piano worth hundreds of thousands of dollars at your birthday party. He must have put a lot of thought into it. Look again what Chen Yuan gave you. A stuffed toy? Damn, when I heard others talk about this incident, I found it a little hard to understand. This scumbag actually deceived you with just a stuffed toy? Are you going to sell the expensive piano that Senior Zhengbin gave you at a low price just because Chen Yuan bought you a cheap piano? For him, you have lost all your bottom line. Chi-Chi, I still hope you can be more sober and not be blinded by love. I heard that Xiaofei had a fight with you because of Chen Yuan. After being best friends for so many years, you actually had a fight over Chen Yuan. Is it worth it? Qian Mingming is indeed a top student in the Department of Mathematics. When speaking, the words are clear and logical. In just a few words, he found many of Chen Yuan's shortcomings and loopholes. And through another outstanding senior, he launched a dimensionality reduction attack on Chen Yuan. There is harm only when there is comparison. But Qian Mingming didn't know. The information she obtained actually contained many errors. Therefore, this kind of attack of discrediting Chen Yuan by comparison will not work at all on Zhao Yuqi. Mingming, you may not really know Chen Yuan very well. He is actually very rich. Then you should not have a man like that. Look at what gift he gave you at your birthday party. And the cheap piano he gave you now is probably not a valuable gift. He has money, but he won't spend it on you? Isn't he a scumbag? Zhao Yuqi was speechless. Chen Yuan gave her tens of millions of dollars in tips while she was live streaming. And he also gave her a villa. What the hell? You don't want to spend money. Mingming, listen to my explanation. You don't have to explain. I came here today because I really wanted to stand up for Xiaofei. Why did you quarrel with Xiaofei for Chen Yuan? She has been so sincere to you for so many years. I don't know how many men with bad intentions she has blocked for you. Not only did you not thank her at all, but you hurt her heart for Chen Yuan. Do you really deserve her for this? She did it for your own good. And look at Chen Yuan's reaction just now. As soon as he heard me say that he wanted to check the price of the piano, he ran away. What does this mean? It means he is guilty. Don't be fooled by Chen Yuan's sweet words. This man is not honest. He hangs around outside all day. Who knows what kind of vixen he might come into contact with? Do you think he really cares about you? Does he really contact you every day and ask about your well-being every day? He won't. This shows that you don't have such an important position in his heart. Qian Mingming spoke out all kinds of heart-wrenching words in rapid succession. The first half was fine and Zhao Yuqi didn't feel anything. But the following few sentences. This undoubtedly hit the sore spot in Zhao Yuqi's heart. Because Chen Yuan didn't contact her often. Sometimes she would think that Chen Yuan had 50 billion assets to inherit and must be very busy, so she should understand him. But sometimes she felt that Chen Yuan really didn't care about her that much. Otherwise, why would he suddenly leave after watching a movie in the evening and leave her alone in the restaurant? Why does he give gifts to other female anchors? Although I haven't brushed it much now. But his previous actions clearly showed that he was casting a wide net. And some excuses don't stand up to scrutiny. Chen Yuan said that he had 50 billion to inherit, and he had to spend 1 billion within a month. Is this excuse really credible? In fact, after careful analysis, there are many loopholes, and it is more likely that Chen Yuan is fooling her. It's just that sometimes she doesn't want to believe it. She didn't want to believe that Chen Yuan was a liar. Stop saying those things, I don't want to hear them. Zhao Yuqi turned on the TV with an unhappy look on her face. She wanted to divert attention. I don't want to discuss whether Chen Yuan loves her or not. Qian Mingming thinks there is hope. It really hit Zhao Yuqi's sore spot. They must be cut off once and for all. I absolutely cannot let my best friend and childhood friend be deceived by a scumbag like Chen Yuan. Qian Mingming was just about to continue speaking. A hot news suddenly appeared on Seoul TV. Hello everyone, I am the host Li Ru. Yesterday, at the Seoul charity dinner, many wealthy people gathered. It is said that a piano worth a fortune was bought by a mysterious wealthy person. This piano is the famous Henselmann crystal piano. In 2008, at the opening ceremony of the World Olympic Games in my country, the world piano master Langshan played passionately on this piano in front of more than 1 billion viewers. Later, this piano was named one of the top 10 famous pianos in the world and ranked second. Because this is a piano that is endowed with historical significance for the Chinese nation. More than a decade later, the Henselmann crystal piano was auctioned again, and this time, the competition was so fierce that it was sold at a sky-high price of 500 million yuan. Broke the highest transaction record in the history of musical instruments. It can be said that this piano, since last night, has been the undisputed #1 piano in the world. I don't know who owns this world-famous piano. The host exclaimed vividly. Screenshots of photos of the piano also appeared on television. Then, Zhao Yuqi took a look at the crystal piano that had just been delivered. She was confused, shocked, petrified. Qian Mingming was also stunned. I feel like my eyeballs are about to fall out. No, it can't be such a coincidence. How come this crystal piano is exactly the same as the one on TV? Is this the world's best piano? Worth 500 million. Oh my god. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Qian Mingming said fuck 3 times in a row. Chapter 175 Chen Yuan paid too much. Mingming, don't say bad things about Chen Yuan in front of me anymore, otherwise I will really be angry. Zhao Yuqi said seriously. Her tone was extremely serious, and it didn't sound like a joke at all. No matter how you belittle Chen Yuan, facts speak louder than words. Is Chen Yuan really not good to her? Do you really not care about her? Ridiculous. Zhao Yuqi likes to play the piano. When Chen Yuan found out, he bought her the most expensive piano in the world. It cost 500 million. Maybe Chen Yuan is not very good at expressing himself and has never said any sweet words. But he proved everything with his actions. A man is willing to spend 500 million yuan to buy the world's best piano for a woman's hobby, just to make her smile. Isn't this more convincing than those ridiculous inquiries about one's well-being, those sweet words, and those advice to drink more hot water? Moreover, Chen Yuan bought this world-famous piano and did not give it to any other woman. Instead, he gave it to her directly. Last night, he sent a special message to Zhao Yuqi to reveal this matter. Isn't this enough to prove Chen Yuan's true love for her? Zhao Yuqi looked at the crystal piano in front of her. The last bit of dissatisfaction she had towards Chen Yuan in her heart began to disappear. Life is like this, what else can you ask for? She felt an unprecedented sense of emotion in her heart. Extremely strong. So much so that tears welled up in my eyes. This is not just 500 million, this is her weight in Chen Yuan's heart. In this world, how many men are willing to give so much for a woman? Chi-Chi, this piano can't be a fake, right? How can it be the world's #1 piano worth 500 million? I still can't believe it. Qian Mingming, how many times do you want me to tell you to stop slandering Chen Yuan? He has really done enough. Do you know that the villa we live in now is bought for me by Chen Yuan? He has given me gifts worth tens of millions in my live broadcast room. He said last night that he would give me a piano. I just remember now that he was probably attending a charity auction at the time. In that kind of occasion, there are so many beautiful girls with good figures and good looks. But Chen Yuan didn't give this piano to anyone else, he only gave it to me. He only gave it to me, do you understand? It's ridiculous that for the sake of so-called best friend friendship, I doubted him, questioned him, tested him time and time again, and never even defended him. I regret it, I really regret it now. Zhao Yuqi shed hot tears. Only now did she realize how far she had gone. Chen Yuan bought her a piano worth 500 million yuan, the most romantic and beautiful gift in the world. Then I sincerely invited her out on a date today. But she refused. For the sake of this best friend from her childhood, she rejected Chen Yuan's invitation. Between her best friend and the man she loved, she chose her best friend. Even when Qian Mingming mocked Chen Yuan in various ways, she did not explain herself, nor did she choose to stand on Chen Yuan's side. This is more than excessive. It's simply so cruel. What's funny is that she was just instigated by Qian Mingming, but she was actually shaken. When I think of Chen Yuan's back as he left the villa alone just now, it's so lonely. So lonely. She feels like she is nothing. It's green tea. So sad. Heart-wrenching. So regretful. Put yourself in her shoes and imagine if her place was Chen Yuan. I prepared everything carefully and spent billions of dollars to create the most romantic and gorgeous scene and spend a wonderful day with my beloved. But after preparing all this, I walked into the house and found another man inside. Then this man made an appointment with your boyfriend to play games. He left you aside and went to play games with his brothers. What do you think? What kind of mood are you in at this moment? Zhao Yuqi felt that if Chen Yuan was replaced by her, she might collapse. But this man didn't complain. He always endured it all silently. Remorse. Anxiety. My heart aches. Is this villa also given to you by Chen Yuan? Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have misunderstood him so much. Zhao Yuqi started crying when she saw him. Qian Mingming's voice became lower and lower. I feel like a little kid who made a mistake. When she thought back to what she had just said, she felt that it had a strong flavor of green tea. Maybe it's because I've been attending too many tea art classes recently. Unconsciously, I was cast in a certain role. Okay, Chi-Chi, I really know I was wrong, so I won't say bad things about Chen Yuan anymore. Is that okay? Chen Yuan is a good man. He is the most handsome man in the world. That should be fine, right? Just when Qian Mingming began to apologize. Chen Yuan has already left the Jiangjing Villa community. He took a Didi Express and headed for Chuahanjie Street. Chuahanjie is one of the more prosperous commercial areas in Seoul. The location sent by Zhu Xiaowei was near Chuahanjie Street. Chen Yuan was in a Didi Express, about to ask other girls if they were free to accompany him to see the building. Suddenly a system prompt sounded in my mind. Byte. Zhao Yuqi. Favorability +1. Zhao Yuqi. Favorability +1. Current favorability, 98 points. Ding. Since the favorability of this liquor has exceeded 95 points, for every point of favorability increase, the host will be rewarded with +10 reinforcement points. Ding. Reward the host with +20 reinforcement points. The host's current reinforcement points are 29. This sudden reward made Chen Yuan stunned. But he reacted quickly. When I was playing basketball at school, Zhao Yuqi's favorability towards him has reached 96 points. Now suddenly 2 more points have been added. Could it be that she has discovered the true value of the crystal piano? Chen Yuan thought that it would take some time for Zhao Yuqi to discover the true value of the piano, or that she might accidentally find out the true value of the piano under his guidance. You will definitely be deeply moved. I didn't expect to find it so quickly. Of course, Chen Yuan would not describe the value of this piano himself, because it feels different to hear it from someone else than to brag about it yourself. The style is also different. This is called forced pretense if you brag about it yourself. The information obtained through retelling by others is the invisible pretense. You must have deep skills, and you must be steady when pretending to be cool. Invisible pretense is the most deadly. I'm afraid Zhao Yuqi is already deeply moved now. A smile appeared on Chen Yuan's lips. It feels so good. He could even imagine the scene of Qian Mingming being slapped in the face. The expression on his face must have been quite interesting. It's very transparent and enjoyable. Chen Yuan, I'm sorry. On WeChat, Zhao Yuqi suddenly sent an apology message. What's wrong? Why are you sorry? Chen Yuan continued to play dumb and sent a message back. Chen Yuan, you have given so much to me. I feel guilty when I think about how I have never done anything for you. What happened today made me suddenly realize that I am such a selfish person. Chen Yuan, I'm sorry. I like you. I really like you. Please don't be so nice to me in the future. Let me be nice to you. I saw this message sent by Zhao Yuqi. Chen Yuan was completely stunned. Is this a confession? The campus beauty Zhao suddenly confessed to me, but I'm not ready yet. Chapter 176 Tea Art Class. Chen Yuan was very melancholy. He decided not to reply to Zhao Yuqi's message for the time being. Let her calm down first. When a boy gives something to a girl, he always expects to get something in return. He keeps spending money on girls, hoping that they can be with him and become his girlfriend. Just like investing in a business. The more you invest, the more you can expect in return. And the more beautiful the girl is, the more worth investing in her. However, there is always a difference between chasing girls and investing. It's not that the more you invest, the more returns you get. You also need to master the skills and methods of investment. Different skills and methods will give girls completely different feelings. There is a difference in the way men and women think. Most boys are impatient. After making a wave of investments, they hope to get a quick return. This is what being straightforward means. I am good to you, so you should be good to me. Girls are usually slower to react. She will observe slowly. The more anxious you are, the less you will get. The more anxious you are, the worse her impression of you will be. Because she thinks you are an immature, naive, inexperienced, and essentially low-class guy. She will subconsciously feel that you are not worthy of her. The harder you chase her, the faster she runs. But Chen Yuan was never like this. Maybe there are too many bound dog objects and he is too busy to handle them all. There is absolutely no urgent desire to be with a certain girl. He didn't even have the idea of establishing a relationship. It's very stable. Just be calm. He was not in a hurry at all, but the girls started to get anxious. Zhao Yuqi was already anxious. Chen Yuan was too outstanding, and she was afraid that he would be seduced away by other vixens, so she abandoned the reserved attitude that a girl should have and took the initiative to confess her love to Chen Yuan. And it's not a cryptic way of expressing it. It is a very direct and bold confession. She hopes that Chen Yuan can reply to her, agree to be with her, and they can formally confirm their relationship. But Chen Yuan did not reply to her. 10 minutes passed, and there was no reply. Ming Ming, Chen Yuan didn't reply to my message. What should I do? Does he no longer like me? Zhao Yuqi said, somewhat distraught. Chi, is your brain stuck in the door? How could Chen Yuan not like you? If he didn't like you, why did he give you a big villa? If he didn't like you, why did he spend tens of millions on gifts? If he didn't like you, why did he buy you a piano worth 500 million? He doesn't want to pay attention to you now. He must be angry and thinks he has paid too much, but you value friendship over love. Naturally, he has some opinions about you. It's possible that he has other things to do. A man who is so rich must have a lot of social engagements around him. Of course, although I think it's natural for boys to spend money on girls, in a relationship, it can't be just one party that gives. Girls should also give a little to boys appropriately, so that he will feel balanced. I admit that I had some misunderstandings about him before, but now I think he should be sincere to you. If I had a boyfriend who was willing to give me a gift worth 500 million. Qian Mingming stopped talking here. Forget it. I'm afraid I won't meet a man like this again. After Qian Mingming's guidance, Zhao Yuqi thought about it and felt that this should be the case. Chen Yuan likes her. It's just that she has always been enjoying Chen Yuan's kindness to her, but she has never given much in return. At best, I would give him an iPhone. When I think about the mobile phone Chen Yuan is using now, which was given to him by her, Chen Yuan has never changed it. She suddenly figured it out. If Chen Yuan didn't like her, how could he have been using her phone all the time and never put it down from his body? It seems like I should find a suitable time to apologize to him. Besides, he gave me such an expensive gift, so I should give him a gift as well. Ming Ming, what do you think is a suitable gift for a boy? Zhao Yuqi asked. She really doesn't understand this aspect. She has never given any thoughtful gifts to boys. Usually other boys give her gifts in various ways. She would never consider such a question. But Qian Mingming was right about one thing. Feelings are mutual. Boys can't just give all the time. Girls also have to give appropriate reciprocation. I think there are 3 types of boys. The first type is the ordinary loser. There is no need to return the gift. The second type, potential stocks. You can give them some appropriate responses, maybe send them some snacks, and they will be very happy. The third type, tall, rich and handsome. You must give something valuable as a return gift, such as watches, belts, sunglasses, and men's shoes. Choose some well-known brands to make him feel that you and he are evenly matched and well-matched. Boys will usually be very touched and think that you are fundamentally different from a materialistic green tea lover. As for Chen Yuan, he should be the 4th type. He is so rich. I think giving him a watch, a belt, or a pair of shoes seems a bit petty. Why don't you just give him a car? After all, they spent 500 million yuan, so it's not too much for you to give them a car. Qian Mingming analyzed it very clearly. Qian Mingming, why do you talk in such a set way? Who did you learn this from? Zhao Yuqi frowned. Although Qian Mingming's analysis is very good, giving away the car is also a better choice. But when did you become so understanding of men? I even learned to summarize. I learned from an emotional expert. His tea art class was very good. I even spent 2,000 yuan to buy the course. Puff. Zhao Yuqi almost vomited blood when she heard this. Qian Mingming, don't take this kind of class anymore. It's all poisonous chicken soup, okay? Anyway, I think what they teach is pretty good. I suggest you go and listen to it in the future. The course is not expensive, and it's all practical. It teaches us girls how to prevent being deceived by scumbags, how to deal with boys, how to avoid boys' tricks, and how to control boys' psychology and make them die for you. I've only taken 3 classes, but I've already understood a lot of skills and routines. I feel like I was really too naive before. Qian Mingming sighed. She actually wanted to drag Zhao Yuqi to attend the tea art class with her. I'm not interested in these. They're all toxic chicken soup. They will only deepen the conflict between men and women. You trick her and she tricks you. Is this fun? Are you playing psychological tactics, or are you in love? Isn't this tiring? Zhao Yuqi shook her head. She wouldn't take that kind of class. Actually, it is not necessary. Because she is good-looking, talented, knowledgeable, and has inner qualities, she is quite outstanding. She has no shortage of suitors. Even among her suitors, there are many tall, rich, and handsome men. Under such conditions, what's the point of taking a tea-art class? If an outstanding person takes a tea-art class, isn't that a self-funded martial arts exercise? Have you wasted all these years of reading? Chapter 177. A man should have style. Qian Mingming, let me ask you, what kind of people are taking the tea-art class? Green tea. Qian Mingming replied. Since you already know, I won't say much. These women learn some tricks to seduce men and make men spend money on them. But do you need it? There are a lot of boys chasing you, right? You are also good-looking, and you are a top student at Huazhong University. You are enrolled in the junior class of a key university at the age of 15, and you are the #1 in the computer department of your school. Why do you take these messed-up courses? But I also want a sweet love. The boys who chase me are all idiots, and I don't like them. When I think about it, I feel that no one can compare to you, Chen Yuan. Qian Mingming didn't feel anything before. But through analysis and comparison, she found that among all the boys she knew, no one was as good as Chen Yuan. Very strange. At first glance, Chen Yuan didn't seem to be incredibly handsome. But when comparing all aspects of the conditions, he is actually invincible. Crush all the boys he knows. He is rich, handsome, generous, and most importantly, he knows how to create surprises and romance. I gave a crystal piano to you without any notice, and I didn't expect it to be the best piano in the world. This unexpected feeling makes people's heart beat fast. The more Qian Mingming thought about it, the more she felt that Chen Yuan was exactly like her ideal partner. She was a little envious of Zhao Yuqi. Thinking carefully back to the scene where Chen Yuan saw her naked body, she was not disgusted at all. I even wonder if this is fate's arrangement? In fact, it seems quite interesting to have such an encounter. Ming, why are you grinning so foolishly? Zhao Yuqi asked. Qian Mingming came back to her senses immediately. How is this possible? How could I have such thoughts about Chen Yuan? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chen Yuan is Chi-Chi's boyfriend. How can I not have any feelings for her boyfriend? If I really do that, wouldn't that make me a green tea? Qian Mingming shook her head vigorously. She decided to kill this dangerous idea. She and Zhao Yuqi have known each other since elementary school, which is more than 10 years ago. They have known each other longer than Zhao Yuqi and Wu Xiaofei. She could dislike Zhao Yuqi's boyfriend. Even if she says something bad, she can stand on the perspective of justice and say it is for the good of her best friend, and she is justified. But what if you have feelings for your best friend's boyfriend? This is very immoral. She will feel guilty. Although Chen Yuan has not yet agreed to be Zhao Yuqi's boyfriend. But this is the bottom line. Don't cross this line. I'm not grinning. You're the one grinning. Qian Mingming flatly denied it. She picked up the teacup and gulped down 2 gulps of water. A little panicked. This is a sign of guilty conscience. She wanted to get Chen Yuan out of her mind, but she could not forget the image of her naked body and staring at Chen Yuan. Even getting deeper and deeper. Qian Mingming. Favorability plus 50. Current favorability, 30 points. Qian Mingming's favorability has also increased? Chen Yuan was very surprised. It seems like he hasn't done anything to Qian Mingming. Didn't even say a few words. And it started with a misunderstanding. Can this also increase favorability? It seems that women can't escape the big net of money. Chen Yuan ignored her. He just picked up the phone and called Xiao Ruoyu. The call took a long time, and I waited for more than a minute before the call was connected. Hey, Ruoyu, do you have time to come out today? Yes. Xiao Ruoyu whispered. In fact, she didn't have time. When Chen Yuan called her, she was in class. However, this was the first time Chen Yuan took the initiative to call her, and it was after the unpleasant incident that night. For several days, Chen Yuan didn't contact her. Maybe she also felt a little aggrieved. So I didn't contact Chen Yuan. After all, you are a grown man. Even if someone misunderstood you once, you can't use this incident as an excuse to ignore me for several days, right? And she is a girl after all. Why should she keep chasing after a boy to apologize? Xiao Ruoyu was also proud in her heart. Even if Chen Yuan is really rich and his parents are trying to curry favor with him, she is not willing to be a humble bootlicker. As a campus beauty of Wuhan University, Xiao Ruoyu couldn't stick to a boy with a stern face, as she was gentle on the outside but strong on the inside. But Chen Yuan took the initiative to call. As soon as he said he wanted to meet someone. Even when she was in class, she said she had time. This means that she has been waiting for this call for several days. As long as Chen Yuan takes the initiative, she won't hold herself in high esteem. She was eager to eliminate the gap between Chen Yuan and her. Well, okay, wait for me at Chuahanjie Street. I'll wait for you here, and Wuhan University is quite close to here. Good. Xiao Ruoyu hung up the phone, but he actually felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Chen Yuan didn't come to the school to pick her up. Let her go to Chuba by herself. There is always a feeling of not being valued in my heart. Girls pay more attention to details. If Chen Yuan does not deal with this problem in a timely manner, it may lead to a series of conflicts later. Even serious cases can lead to emotional breakdown. Xiao Ruoyu, the former high school beauty goddess, skipped class for a boy for the first time. But she wasn't particularly happy. When Chen Yuan was interacting with her, his attitude was too tough, and she felt oppressed. Moreover, after not contacting her for a few days, Chen Yuan didn't even go to the school to pick her up. If it were any other girl, she would probably feel bad. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability -1. Current favorability, 95 points. What the hell? Chen Yuan was stunned. What happened to Xiao Ruoyu? I didn't say anything excessive. Isn't it just a phone call asking her to meet at Chuva? Is there anything wrong with that? Chen Yuan analyzed his behavior carefully. If this happened to a boy, he would definitely not care much. But girls are different. They will attribute such details to whether boys care about them or not. It's so annoying. Chen Yuan figured out where things went wrong. But he didn't want to change. I don't want to guess what girls are thinking. If you want to be a real man, you cannot apologize or admit your mistakes, and you must be firm in your attitude. If she is unhappy, throw money at it. If she doubts that you don't care about her anymore, then buy it. A man must have style. Don't be swayed by a woman's emotions. If you start to admit your mistakes and apologize, what's the difference between you and a bootlicker? Anyway, after being ravaged by Lin Shudong, Chen Yuan will never say, "I'm sorry, I was wrong" to any girl again. 20 minutes later, Chen Yuan arrived at Chuva. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ruoyu arrived before him. She is wearing a beige plaid skirt today. She is very fresh and beautiful. Even without any makeup, she can make the boys passing by lose their minds. Have you been waiting for a long time? No, I just got here too. Then come with me, I'll take you to a place. Chapter 178. How did I lose Chen Yuan? Chen Yuan just pulled Xiao Ruoyu and was about to leave. His cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Zhu Xiaowei. Hey, Mr. Yin, are you here? We're here. I'm already at Chugahan Street. Where exactly is your location? We are in the Jimao building office building next to the subway. Have you arrived yet, Mr. Yin? I'll come pick you up right away. Generally speaking, if an ordinary retail investor comes to see the property, Zhu Xiaowei will not go to receive him personally. Just send one of your employees. But Mr. Yan's identity is different. Not to mention him. Even if his father Zhu Hui went out to receive them personally, it wouldn't be excessive. Okay, I see the building. We'll be there in 5 minutes. Chen Yuan hung up the phone. Holding Xiao Ruoyu's hand, he walked towards the Jimao building. He didn't explain why. He didn't even ask for Xiao Ruoyu's opinion. Chen Yuan, where are we going? Xiao Ruoyu frowned. I'm going to discuss business. Just follow me. Chen Yuan's tone was very domineering, with no regard for Xiao Ruoyu's feelings at all. As if giving an order. There is no intention of negotiation. Very strong. Xiao Ruoyu felt more and more aggrieved. She looked obviously unhappy, but Chen Yuan didn't try to comfort her or ask her why she was unhappy. She increasingly felt that she was not valued by this man. Is it because I didn't let you have it that night that you were getting impatient? Back in high school, I caused you to get beaten up, and then I ignored you instead of thanking you. So you're here to take revenge on me now? If you don't really like me and don't really care about me, please don't hurt me. Chen Yuan's cold and strong attitude. It made Xiao Ruoyu really uncomfortable. Maybe every girl has a little bit of a personality. It was originally a very ordinary thing, but because the boy's attitude was not particularly good, it would be magnified infinitely in their minds. It may even rise to the level of whether you love her or not. In the eyes of others, Xiao Ruoyu is a beautiful and smart girl, independent, cold and noble, like a lotus flower emerging from water, naturally without any decoration, who can be admired from afar but not touched. But when she really likes someone, just act like a little girl. In fact, many girls are like this. They look like goddesses when they are not familiar with each other, but like fools after they get to know each other. And they will put themselves in the role of the heroine in the tragedy. I like to find something to do when I have nothing to do. This is the only way to prove the value and significance of their existence. Many goddesses with high scores actually have very stupid personalities. As long as you remember that she is a fool, you will have good luck in picking up girls. Chen Yuan did not coax Xiao Ruoyu. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the Jimao building office building. The building has 42 floors. Each floor is 3.2 meters high and is more than 130 meters high. Of course, such an office building is not actually particularly tall. Compared with the skyscrapers in the magic city of Yinjing, it is naturally much worse. But in Seoul, such an office building is considered relatively tall. Moreover, it took less than 10 years for Chuahanjia Street to develop into a prosperous commercial district. It has only become prosperous in the last 5 or 6 years. This building is still new. When Chen Yuan walked to the Jimao building, he saw more than 50 staff members standing side by side in 2 neat rows at the front door of the building. It seems like we are welcoming the arrival of some important person. This caused a lot of discussion among passersby, especially the employees working in Jimao building. Everyone was shaking violently. It's okay for newcomers who haven't seen much of the world, so they just come to watch the fun. But those old employees, or some bosses who rented offices in Jimao building, were so shocked that their eyes dropped to the ground. Isn't this Mr. Yu from Jimao? Who on earth is coming? Even Mr. Zhu came down to greet him in person. This is so terrifying. Boss, who is Mr. Zhu? Does he look impressive? Lin Shatong, who had just joined a new company and was going to work part-time for 2 months, asked curiously. Shaolin, even though I opened a company in Jimao, with more than 30 employees and an annual revenue of over 10 million, these are nothing in front of Mr. Zhu. Do you know what kind of status he has? Let me tell you, this entire Jimao building belongs to someone else. Oh my god, this whole building belongs to him? Lin Shatong opened her mouth wide. Quickly calculate how much this building is worth. In prime locations like Chuahanjia, housing prices are already close to 50,000 renminbi per square meter. Jimao building is located in the center of the business district, less than 5 minutes walk from the subway. It has 42 floors and costs at least 2 billion, right? And there is still room for premium. Because the price of real estate in this prime location will definitely rise in the future. Don't make a fuss. Mr. Zhu's net worth is far more than that. It is said that most of his industries have been moved to Shanghai for development. His net worth may be over 10 billion. And that little fat guy, did you see him? He is Mr. Zhu's son, Zhu Xiaowei. These staff members are all employees of Jimao Property. Our company's monthly rent is hundreds of thousands, and we have to pay millions of rent to Jimao Property every year. This young boss in his 30s was showing off his knowledge. He also shows off his worth from time to time. Because Lin Shatong, who just joined the company, is indeed quite pretty. It would be great if we could take it down. Just when this young boss was trying to show off, Lin Shatong suddenly spotted a familiar figure. I saw Chen Yuan, dressed in a handsome and trendy outfit, walking slowly towards me, holding the hand of a goddess-level beauty. The girl next to him is no less beautiful and charming than Zhao Yuqi, and even better than her. Of course, this is not the point. The key point is after Chen Yuan arrived. The legendary Mr. Zhu, who was worth tens of billions, and Mr. Zhu's son, actually went to meet him at the same time. Hello, Mr. Yin. This is my father. Zhu Xiaowei introduced his father to Chen Yuan, and then introduced his father again. Dad, this is Mr. Yin who I told you about last night. Hello, Mr. Yin. I'm Zhu Hui. I've heard about you from my son a long time ago. Boss Zhu, you're too polite. Please come in. Please come in. Zhu Hui said politely. Lin Shatong was shocked on the spot. She felt like her 3 views were shattered. Although she already knew that Chen Yuan was rich and awesome. But she had never thought that Chen Yuan had become so awesome. Mr. Zhu, who owns an entire Jimao building, made such a big scene. And the person he wanted to welcome was actually Chen Yuan? Oh my god. Why is this happening? She just thought her boss was pretty good. In his early 30s, he founded a company and earned 5 million a year. This is definitely one of the promising young people today. But compared with Chen Yuan, too low. Every time she saw Chen Yuan, she felt extremely regretful. Why did I lose Chen Yuan in the first place? Chapter 179 As long as you like it. I don't know who this young man is, but he was actually received by President Zhu himself, and he was so polite. But the girl next to him is so pretty. The young startup boss, Sun Haomiao, said to himself. He shook his head. People are different. He worked hard for 10 years to achieve his current social status. She looks like a young man in his early 20s, yet Mr. Zhu treats her as a VIP. This gap is not a little bit. I am afraid that even if he continues to struggle for another 20 years, he may not be able to achieve the status that this young man has today. Sun Haomiao's words were like a precise finishing blow. It pierced Lin Shatong's heart fiercely. Let her heart bleed. It's so heartbreaking. If he hadn't dumped Chen Yuan at the beginning, would the girl standing next to Chen Yuan now be her? People, sometimes you can't think too much. The more I think about it, the more upset I feel, and the more I feel I'm at a loss. Not everyone can understand the feeling of missing out on hundreds of millions. Boss son, you may not know this yet, but all the office workers and companies in Jimao building have recently spread some rumors that our old landlord, Boss Zhu, may want to sell Jimao building and gradually transfer all assets to Shanghai to develop new projects. This young man is likely to be the one to take over. If he can really buy Jimao building, he will be our landlord in the future. Another CEO who also works in Jimao said this. Are you serious? Jimao building is actually for sale? Holy shit, this is a negotiation involving billions of dollars. Who the hell is this young man? I don't know. Anyway, with such a grand display, we can easily tell that the other party has an amazing background. Anyway, we can continue to work as usual. It doesn't matter if the landlord changes, as long as he doesn't raise the rent. Sun Haomiao's discussion with another boss. This made Lin Shutong even more shocked. Her mood was up and down, and it was like an uproar. Chen Yuan wants to buy Jimao building? Shocked. Extremely shocking. Shaolin, what's wrong with you? You don't look very well. Are you feeling unwell? No. It's nothing, Mr. Sun. I'm fine. Lin Shutong's words were evasive. Although she was in great pain inside, she still forced a smile. Try to look normal. Come on, Xiaolin. I'll take you around the company first. Chen Yuan and Xiao Ruoyu had just walked into the Jimao building when Lin Shutong followed Mr. Sun and others in. In fact, Chen Yuan also saw Lin Shutong. But he didn't say anything. I was too lazy to say hello. Lin Shutong finally stopped bothering him these days. Maybe after pestering her for several days, Chen Yuan still ignored her, and she felt embarrassed, so she didn't persist. She admitted that in her heart she still liked Chen Yuan and still loved Chen Yuan. But she is not unable to accept other people. People must always learn to look forward. Lin Shutong has never been the kind of woman who stays with one man forever. As long as a man pursues her and treats her well, she will basically not refuse. It is even common for her to accept several men at the same time. She likes to raise fish. Then I said with confidence, I was just afraid of hurting you, so I couldn't bear to reject you. That's right. She likes to eat what's in the bowl and look at what's in the pot. She originally thought Chen Yuan was just a small fish, and she accidentally let him go. Who knew that this little fish would turn into a giant whale, and her small fish pond could no longer accommodate it? How can a golden unicorn stay in a pond? Once it encounters the sea, it becomes a sea king. Chen Yuan is the sea king. Boss Yin, the construction of this Jimao building started in 2011 and was completed in 2012. In fact, it has only been built for about 9 years. Currently, there are more than 300 companies of all sizes settled in this building. The underground first and second floors are connected to Metro Line 4 and are home to many snack shops. In addition, the first to fifth floors are all clothing stores, including branded men's clothing, branded women's clothing, luxury goods counters, etc. The sixth floor is a cinema, the seventh floor is a hot pot restaurant, the eighth floor is a high-end fitness club, the ninth floor is a KTV, and the 10th to 21st floors are special theme hotels. From the 21st floor up, there are commercial offices. Among the companies that have settled in, there are financial management companies, online game companies, intermediary companies, various self-media studios, etc. Mr. Yin, I can take you to visit each floor one by one. Zhu Hui said patiently. This is a fat man who is also a bit fat. He is not good-looking and a bit dark. Like a farmer. If someone hadn't introduced him, you would never have guessed from his appearance that he was a billionaire. Maybe even richer than Tang Group. Chen Yuan walked and looked. A dozen people followed behind. I just looked at a few floors casually. He didn't have the leisure to check every layer. There are more than 40 floors in this place. It'll probably take several hours just to see them all. How's it going, Ruoyu? Chen Yuan suddenly asked. Xiao Ruoyu was already feeling very depressed. Chen Yuan asked her out today, but not for a shopping date, nor did he try to coax her. Instead, he left her aside and started talking business with others. If you talk about work, why don't you ask me out? Why did you ignore me after you asked me out? You know, Xiao Ruoyu skipped class for today's meeting and a call from Chen Yuan. From the moment they met, Chen Yuan never considered her feelings. What? Xiao Ruoyu was a little absent-minded. I mean this building? What do you think of it? I think it's pretty good. Xiao Ruoyu answered this subconsciously. Okay, as long as you think it's good, I'll sell it to you. Mr. Zhu, just name a price for this building. I'll buy it, and you just need to transfer the property rights of this building to the lady next to me. Puff. Zhu Xiaowei, the little fat boy behind Zhu Hui, just took a sip of pulse and spit it out on the spot. What did Chen Yuan say? He actually wants to buy this building and give it to someone else? It is understandable that you bought the Jimao building. After all, you have money and you will basically not lose money by investing in real estate. It's just that the assets are growing more slowly. But you actually want to give this building to a woman. Brother, this is a building worth billions? Can you stop joking? Chen Yuan's words shocked the knowledgeable Mr. Zhu Hui. It took me several seconds to react. Mr. Yin, are you sure you want to buy Jimao? And give it to this lady? Yes, as long as she likes it, it's not a problem. Xiao Ruoyu heard this. I was stunned on the spot. I feel like my soul is shaken. Chen Yuan, are you kidding me? This is a building. Xiao Ruoyu asked with a trembling voice. I know. As long as you think it's good, I'll buy it, and you can just be a landlady in the future. Okay, listen to me. It's settled. Chen Yuan is still strong, and there is no doubt about it. Chapter 180, a building was given away. Chen Yuan's strong attitude now is the same as his previous strong attitude. But the same attitude gave Xiao Ruoyu a completely different feeling. Chen Yuan's previous behavior made girls feel that he was a bit chauvinistic and didn't care much about girls' feelings. Selfish and self-centered. It's a very annoying character. But now, he was also a male chauvinist and didn't even consider the girls' opinions and just made the decision directly. Xiao Ruoyu was deeply moved. This is probably the image of a domineering president that many women expect in their hearts. Don't say anything. I'm going to buy it for you. You have to keep it. That's the feeling. Very manly and masculine. So handsome. Only then did Xiao Ruoyu finally understand. It turns out that Chen Yuan called her out to give her a building. She completely misunderstood Chen Yuan. This man didn't neglect her. He valued her immensely. He didn't say it, but his actions spoke for themselves. However, this gift was too expensive and Xiao Ruoyu didn't dare to accept it. Chen Yuan, I know your feelings, but no matter what, just listen to me. Chen Yuan decisively interrupted Xiao Ruoyu's words. Oh shit. Is it easy for me to give a gift out? I finally found a gift of super high value to give to someone, so I can spend a little more money. Don't you dare try to stop me. Chen Yuan ignored Xiao Ruoyu before on purpose. He just wanted to maintain an image of a domineering and unreasonable person, not giving Xiao Ruoyu any chance to resist or refuse. Are you unwilling to buy a house for you? You're probably going to heaven. Girls are like this sometimes. When they meet a man with a particularly strong personality, they will let him do whatever he wants. Anyway, you don't have to worry about anything. It's nice to have a man to protect you from the wind and rain outside. It is necessary for girls to be reserved. At this time, if the man behaves a little more domineering and decisive, the woman will be happier and more touched. She said she didn't want it, but did she really not want it in her heart? In this world, there is actually no woman who would complain that a gift from a man is too expensive. The reason why she didn't dare to accept it was because the psychological pressure was too great and she couldn't bear it. I also want to maintain a better image in front of everyone. At this time, you have to dispel her worries. Boss Yin, since you were so generous, I will just say it directly. This Jinao building is priced at 2.6 billion. Okay, 2.6 billion. Chen Yuan is 10,000 times more decisive than anyone imagined. A building worth 2.6 billion is just like buying vegetables in his mouth, and he doesn't even bargain. When it comes to buying things, this kind of person is simply the gold medal customer of all sales staff. It feels great. 1 word. How? 2 words. Super rich. 3 words. Great rich man. 4 words. The peerless rich man. Of course, the sale of real estate also follows the market price. It is what the market price is, and it is impossible to cheat you too much. The price per square meter is clearly marked. This building is indeed worth more than 2 billion yuan. Boss Yin, after you buy this building, you hope that the property staff who were previously responsible for maintaining this building. Don't worry, Mr. Zhu. I won't change the property staff casually, nor will I care. If you have any rent collection in the future, just let Mr. Xiao handle it. Let's start the process directly. I don't have much time. I will complete the transfer procedures today, and the 2.6 billion can be deposited into the account at any time. Chen Yuan waved his hand. A group of dozens of employees all turned their eyes to Xiao Ruoyu. Some people are envious, some are jealous, and some lament the unfairness of fate. Why don't such good things happen to them? Xiao Ruoyu is very young and is obviously still a college student. Own a building in an instant? The rent from this building alone can generate tens of millions every year, which is enough to ensure that you will have no worries about food and clothing, and live a wealthy and prosperous life for the rest of your life. Rich man, I don't want to work hard anymore. Can you support me? It doesn't matter if I'm your mistress. I don't want a building. I will be devoted to you even if you give me 1 floor. Many female employees were roaring in their hearts. It's not like they haven't seen rich people these days. But they had never seen anyone rich enough to give someone a building as a gift. How come you guys don't have any sense at all? Hurry up and call Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao will be your boss from now on. Zhu Xiaowei suddenly cursed. Hello, Mr. Xiao? Hello, Mr. Xiao? Hello, Mr. Xiao? Dozens of employees saluted Xiao Ruoyu respectfully in unison. Xiao Ruoyu was a little at a loss on the spot. She is just a female college student who has not graduated yet. How did you suddenly become the big boss? Chen Yuan, It's okay, stay calm. These people will be your employees in the future. They will collect rent for you and manage the Jimao building. You don't have to do anything. Just wait for others to pay the rent. As soon as Chen Yuan said this, Xiao Ruoyu suddenly felt a strong sense of security and happiness in his heart. She stared at Chen Yuan's cheek infatuatedly, full of tenderness. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability +1. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability +1. Xiao Ruoyu. Favorability +1. Current favorability, 98 points. Ding. Xiao Ruoyu's favorability breaks through 98 points, rewarding the host with +20 reinforcement points. Host remaining reinforcement points, 49. Why did it only increase by 20 points? Could it be that Xiao Ruoyu's favorability had reached 96 before, so I can't increase it repeatedly to gain strengthening points? Chen Yuan frowned. Zhu Xiaowei was a little envious of Chen Yuan. Why are all the girls Yin Zong dates so beautiful? Before there was the star Gao Xianin, there was also Qin Bing Xiwei, there was also Secretary Chu's daughter, and now there is Xiao Ruoyu. Almost all of them are top-notch girls. None of them have a score lower than 9 points in terms of appearance. Girls like this are all 1 in a million. Zhu Xiaowei has also dated many girls. But I feel the quality is not as good as the total smoke. The point is that people are really willing to spend money on cigarettes. Do you always give away necklaces worth hundreds of millions or buildings? Zhu Xiaowei also has money. He's also one of the top second-generation rich in Seoul. But the most he could give his girlfriend was a bag worth hundreds of thousands, or a watch worth millions, or a luxury car, and that was the best he could give her. He thought he was willing to spend a lot of money to pick up girls. But when I compare myself to cigarettes, I feel like I'm nothing. Mr. Yin dares to give away a building, but does he dare to do so? If he dares to give it to him, his father will probably chop him with a kitchen knife. The transaction and sale procedures for a building are a bit complicated. Need to report to the relevant departments for approval. There are also issues regarding rent settlement for some of the companies and shops that have settled in the city. There are also a lot of miscellaneous things in various aspects. But money makes things easier. That's not a problem. It took barely an afternoon. The ownership of Jimao Building was transferred to Xiao Ruoyu. Chen Yuan transferred 2.6 billion yuan and it arrived on the spot. It's so efficient. Around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Shitong came downstairs to eat with a colleague she had just met at the company. People at the next table started talking. Have you heard? The ownership of Jimao Building has been changed. I just heard the property management say that the owner of Jimao Building is now a girl in her early 20s, and she's very pretty. Girl. Yes, you probably don't know how wealthy the mysterious tycoon who bought the Jimao Building is. He spent a full 2.6 billion to give the building to his girlfriend. You should have seen her this afternoon. She's that beautiful girl. Fuck, is this true? Stop telling stories, okay? Lin Shutong didn't care at first and planned to leave after dinner. But when she heard these comments, she almost vomited blood on the spot. Chapter 181 Regret. A building worth more than 2 billion? Chen Yuan actually gave it to another girl? Lin Shutong felt heartbroken and regretted her decision. She really wanted to cry out loud. If she had accepted Chen Yuan at the beginning, if she had not dated Huang Junkai, if she had not been pregnant, if the child she was pregnant with was Chen Yuan's, then all of this will belong to her. However, what is even more ironic is that she is still working in the Jimao Building. The owner of this building has become Chen Yuan's girlfriend. Now, she is just a new receptionist with the lowest position in an inconspicuous small company. The gap is huge. No, Chen Yuan, you can't do this to me. Why would you give this building to another woman? I still have a chance. I must still have a chance. You have been chasing me for 3 years. I must have a special place in your heart. You love me so much. You can't just say you don't love me anymore. I must win you back. I will do it at any cost. Lin Shudong's heart was roaring wildly. Jealousy can drive people crazy. If you have never had it, then you won't feel anything when you see others marrying into a wealthy family. Just listen to a story. But what if this wealthy family was once yours and you missed it? Your mentality will explode. Lin Shudong's mentality exploded. Lin Shutong, favorability +1. Current favorability, 97 points. Ding. Reward the host with +10 reinforcement points. The host's current reinforcement points are 59. At this time, Chen Yuan was having dinner with Xiao Ryu and the Zhu father and son. After all, we just concluded a big deal. It is normal for Zhu's father and son to treat others to a meal. In the business world, it is easier to build closer relationships over eating and drinking at the dinner table. This is a farm restaurant. Chen Yuan and Xiao Ryu had just sat down when he suddenly discovered that Lin Shudong's favorability towards him had also increased and added 10 reinforcement points. Lin Shudong's favorability has also increased. What's going on? Chen Yuan was a little confused. Logically speaking, after the favorability reaches 95 points, it becomes extremely difficult to increase it by 1 point. Chen Yuan has never done anything for Lin Shutong. Even during this period of time, he completely ignored this woman. It's so strange. Even after Chen Yuan treated her like that, her favorability rating actually increased? This is a bit weird. Sometimes Chen Yuan really doesn't understand women's way of thinking. No matter how good you are to her, She may not like you, but as long as you are excellent, she will like you even if you don't spend money on her. Lin Shutong is probably this type of woman. Chen Yuan shook his head. So what if the favorability level increases to 97 points? Even if you increase it to 100 points, there is no way he can turn back. Boss Yin, don't underestimate this farmhouse restaurant. It's not big, but the food is really authentic. The owner is a very good cook and very conscientious. The chickens, ducks, fish, and meat in the restaurant are not fed with feed. They are all authentic farmhouse chickens, and the vegetables are all organic vegetables that have never been sprayed with pesticides. Zhu Hui introduced it very seriously. Of course, Chen Yuan wouldn't mind the size of a restaurant. He often eats at roadside stalls. Many wealthy people pay great attention to the ostentation when they eat out. It's either a Michelin 3-star restaurant, a high-end Western restaurant, or a certain big hotel. It is common to spend tens of thousands of dollars on a meal. They won't even go into an ordinary restaurant. These people generally have a little money, like to show off. They really want people around them to know how rich and powerful they are. Their net worth may be tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, but not too rich. On the contrary, those tycoons with a net worth of tens of billions can sometimes be very casual, because they don't need to use these ostentations to prove their social status. Do whatever makes you feel comfortable. Chen Yuan felt the same way. He thought Western food wasn't tasty at all. How could it be as good as Chinese food? Chinese cuisine has been passed down for thousands of years. How can it be compared to those barbarians? This kind of farm restaurant is very much in line with Chen Yuan's appetite. Mr. Zhu, you're joking. Actually, the environment is quite good. I'm used to eating at roadside stalls. It doesn't matter where the food comes from. Chen Yuan smiled slightly. Sure enough, this young man from a hidden wealthy family is different from ordinary rich second generations. If he were an ordinary rich second generation, he would have started to dislike the environment of this kind of farm restaurant a long time ago. Even his son Zhu Xiaowei has this problem. But cigarettes are always different. Whether it is a high-end banquet or a roadside stall, they can fit in perfectly. If you don't complain about this or that, you are very down-to-earth. Xiaowei, you should learn more from Mr. Yin in the future and stop being so out of tune. Dad, don't worry. Yin is always my idol. Brother, I want to be your little brother. I wonder if you will accept me. Zhu Xiaowei is quite capable and good at livening up the atmosphere at the dinner table. It's just a small matter. We can play together when we have time later. Of course, Chen Yuan would not refuse a billionaire second-generation rich man who wanted to be his younger brother. Brother, I will be going to Shanghai soon. When you and sister-in-law come to Shanghai to play, I will make sure to arrange everything for you. To be honest, you really helped our Zhu family this time. I will never thank you enough. Zhu Xiaowei, the little fat boy, expressed some meanings in a very obscure way. Chen Yuan also heard it. It is impossible for the Zhu family to sell the Jinmao building for no reason. Isn't it nice to just wait for appreciation and collect rent? There is actually no need to sell this kind of stable real estate. The reason for selling it must be that something went wrong with the Madu company and a large sum of money was needed to save the market. The Zhu family claimed that they needed to use large sums of money only to develop new projects, but this was most likely just an excuse. Of course, Chen Yuan wouldn't ask too many questions about this kind of thing. Xiao Ryu listened to the fat boy calling her sister-in-law all the time. Her cheeks were getting redder and redder. While eating, he kept picking up food for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's mouth was dirty, so she wiped it for him. He looks very sensible. Such a beautiful goddess can be so gentle. Mr. Yan's method of picking up girls. It's really unfathomable. The fat boy could tell that the way Xiao Ryu looked at Chen Yuan was not just because she loved his money, but that she really loved him as a person. The little fat boy had never felt that kind of loving look from any other girl. They all just love his money. Without money, these women would never even look at him. Is it because he is short? Is it because he is fat? Chen Yuan, do you know Gao Xianin and Ouyang Ling? Xiao Ryu suddenly asked. Bang! Chen Yuan panicked when he heard this. I almost knocked over the bowl. Could it be that Xiao Ryu discovered something? I know, they're celebrities in the entertainment industry. Why are you asking this? You don't know? Weibo has exploded today. A few days ago, Gao Xianin revealed that the big director in the entertainment industry, Tiger Lord, had hidden rules with female artists. This matter had been suppressed, but who would have thought that Ouyang Ling would publicly tear Tiger Lord apart today? Ouyang Ling is a popular star. She disregarded the consequences in her reputation and revealed in great detail how Tiger had used his unspoken rules on her. Later, 7 or 8 less famous female artists also revealed that they had all been subjected to Tiger's unspoken rules. The entire entertainment industry is in an uproar right now. Almost 1/3 of the trending searches on Weibo are about female artists being seduced. Don't you know about this? Chapter 182. Neither inside nor outside. Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. I seem to have heard of what you said, but I didn't pay much attention to it. You know, I don't usually read these gossip news. Chen Yuan was serious and spoke the truth. The expression on his face was genuine, because he really rarely reads these gossip news. The little fat boy Zhu Xiaowei looked at Chen Yuan with such admiration that he almost prostrated himself in front of him. What a master! Mr. Yin, your ability to lie with your eyes open is simply beyond my reach. At yesterday's charity dinner, everyone knew that the person who supported Gao Xianin in tearing apart the big director in the entertainment industry was you, Mr. Yin. We can even say that the entertainment industry has been in turmoil recently, with wave after wave of female artists encountering incidents of unspoken rules. Aren't you, Mr. Yin, the mastermind, manipulator, and supporter behind this matter? But in front of another girl. How can you confidently say that you didn't know anything about this? Awesome. You are really awesome. It seems that the gap between me and Mr. Yin is really huge. The fat boy shook his head. Boss Yin, I'll toast you a glass. From now on, you'll be my brother. Brother Zhu, you are too polite. Actually, you are 2 years older than me. None of this matters, Brother Yuan. I really admire you. I admire your grasp of many things. It is my honor to have the chance to meet you. Things at the dinner table. Chen Yuan only believed it 3/10 at most. Because it is normal for people who do business to compliment each other and promote each other's business. You're calling me brother 1 second, but the next second you don't give a damn who I am? Without benefits in exchange, all this is empty. This meal. We ate until 7:30 in the evening. Originally, Zhu's father and son were planning to arrange an event, but Chen Yuan refused. The main reason is that Xiao Ruiyu is around, so it's not convenient for me to participate in some activities. There is a subway station right next to where I eat. Chen Yuan decided to take the subway to send Xiao Ruiyu back to school. Because he drank a few glasses of white wine, Chen Yuan deliberately put his hand on Xiao Ruiyu's shoulder. In fact, he was not drunk, he just wanted to get started. Feeling the other person's fresh and natural body fragrance, Chen Yuan felt somewhat refreshed. After getting on the subway, almost all the boys in the entire car were looking at Xiao Ruiyu. Even girls are no exception. Take a few sneak peeks from time to time. Xiao Ruiyu leaned on Chen Yuan's shoulder and said sweetly, Yuan, why are you willing to take the subway with me today? Don't you usually drive your Ferrari? Driving a Ferrari is boring. I think it's also fun to take the subway or bus with you. I actually like lively places, which makes me feel closer to life. Pooh, scumbag. A girl adjusted the frame of her glasses and cursed in a low voice with a look of disdain on her face. Others also showed contempt. What Chen Yuan said is so fake. He used to drive a Ferrari, but now he suddenly doesn't drive it anymore. Doesn't it clearly show that he rented the car? How fucking close to life? Are you afraid you don't have money to rent a car? Does being close to life mean taking the subway or the bus? Hee. You rich people really know how to have fun. This scumbag is clearly deceiving the ignorant girl. Anyone with a little bit of intelligence would not believe his nonsense. That's bullshit. But what shocked everyone was that this top-notch high-scoring girl actually believed it. Yuan, I also think riding the subway is quite interesting. Thank you for riding the subway with me. I think today is very meaningful to me. Puff. Several boys almost vomited blood. When did it make sense to take the subway? Girl, are your requirements for your boyfriend really that low? Nowadays, when girls are looking for a boyfriend, don't they all require the guy to have a car, a house, and savings? When other girls take the subway with their boyfriends, they all look complaining and disgusted. You actually look grateful? Oh shit, what the hell is wrong with this world? Is it true that the prettier the girl, the lower her requirements? 10 minutes later, Chen Yuan and Xiao Ruiyu got out of the car, leaving behind a group of hungry men who began to doubt their lives. 8 o'clock in the evening. Chen Yuan sent Xiao Ruiyu back to Wuhan University. Let me explain this on two sides. Around 2 o'clock this afternoon, Qin Bingxue woke up in the police station. The first thing she did when she woke up was to inquire about Chen Yuan, who knew that the police told him that Chen Yuan had already left the police station at noon. She wanted to call Chen Yuan. Only then did she remember that she didn't have Chen Yuan's cell phone number, not even his WeChat. It seemed like she had always disliked Chen Yuan, so adding contact information is impossible. Besides, Chen Yuan never asked her for her WeChat. She thought about it. I started asking the police for Chen Yuan's contact information. Because such a big thing happened, the police station will definitely keep Chen Yuan's cell phone number. But who knew that he was stopped by another female police officer? This female police officer is also very beautiful. She decisively rejected Qin Bingshue's unreasonable request on the grounds of refusing to disclose other people's privacy. It just so happened that it was because Qin Bingxue asked for Chen Yuan's contact information. This made Chu Yumon more convinced that Chen Yuan was a loyal person. Otherwise, with such a beautiful girl sitting in the same car with him, and this girl was very proactive, if Chen Yuan had any bad intentions, how could there be no contact between them? This proves that what Chen Yuan said before was true, and he and Qin Bingxue were indeed not familiar with each other. It's just that this woman also wants to climb up the social ladder. Qin Bingxue met with a setback at the police station. Then she thought of Zhao Yuqi. Zhao Yuqi must have Chen Yuan's contact information. But when Qin Bingxue thought of Zhao Yuqi, she felt even more conflicted. She still remembered that she had said in front of Zhao Yuqi that she would never like Chen Yuan and would never compete with Zhao Yuqi for Chen Yuan. Do I have to go back on my word just because I said it? She couldn't do such a thing as going back on her word. But she felt that she really fell in love with Chen Yuan. It's so painful. She didn't want to compete with Zhao Yuqi for Chen Yuan, nor did she want to do anything like a green tea. Even last night, she had thought about telling Zhao Yuqi about Chen Yuan buying a necklace worth 300 million for Gao Xianin. Let Zhao Yuqi stay away from this scumbag Chen Yuan as much as possible. But now, she couldn't say it anymore. First, she cannot be ungrateful. Chen Yuan saved her life. If she turns around and tells Zhao Yuqi about Chen Yuan's behavior of picking up girls at the charity dinner, that would be ungratefulness and revenge on her benefactor. Second, she herself had developed feelings for Chen Yuan, so how could she say this clearly? Wasn't this just the thief crying, "Stop thief"? Third, the task assigned by her superior has not been completed yet. Chen Yuan is her biggest client, and she cannot betray her partner. However, in some ways, she felt that it was wrong to hide it from Zhao Yuqi. It's very confusing. It feels like nothing I do is right. Everything you say is wrong. Neither inside nor outside is acceptable. Chapter 183. The enthusiasm is hard to accept. When she thought of this, Qin Bingxue didn't dare to call Zhao Yuqi guilty. So she used the dumbest method. Sit back and wait. Around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, she arrived at the second phase of the apartment, downstairs of the boys' dormitory. Waiting. Wait till death. I waited from 2 or 3 in the afternoon until 9 in the evening. More than 6 hours. She didn't know why she was waiting for Chen Yuan. Is this to discuss financing for the company? It seems that there is no rush for this matter. It was just because she fell asleep in the police station, and when she woke up Chen Yuan had already left. She didn't know when it started, but she actually developed a little psychological dependence on Chen Yuan. When this man is not with her, she will feel empty and insecure. The campus beauty of Qin University, who rarely shows up in public, actually waited downstairs of the boys' dormitory for more than 6 hours. It really shocked countless boys. This is simply awesome. You know, when Tang Xiuan, the top school idol of HUSD, pursued Qin Bingxue relentlessly, she never gave him a good face. But now, she actually waited for more than 6 hours downstairs of the boys' dormitory just for one person? Which dude is so awesome? At this time, Chen Yuan's 3 roommates had just returned from playing games in the internet cafe. Fuck, Lao Chao, isn't that your goddess Qin Bingxue? Xiang Tao said in surprise. Oh my god, really? What should I do? I haven't fixed my hair for today yet. Don't be funny. No matter how cool your hairstyle is, people won't even look at you. Look at the state of senior sister Qin. Is she waiting for someone? Why don't I add her on WeChat? It's been 3 years. I've been waiting for 3 years. Senior Qin has already left school. If I miss the opportunity today, I will never have another chance. Xiao Jinyan encouraged himself. Although he looks a bit vulgar. But a toad that doesn't want to eat swan meat is not a good toad. After he said this, he still didn't dare to go up. The main reason is that this goddess is so beautiful that 99% of the boys feel inferior in front of her. You get nervous when you get close to the goddess and don't dare to talk to her at all. But Xiao Jinyan doesn't dare, but someone else does. I saw a boy wearing black frame glasses, holding a bottle of water in his hand. He took a deep breath, then mustered up his courage and walked towards Qin Bingxue. Senior Qin, I saw you here this afternoon. How about you drink some water first? Can I add you on WeChat? This thin boy wearing black frame glasses is named Yisifan. Although he looks a bit cowardly. But few people know that he is the famous keyboard warrior on the internet. It has a strong appeal on major website forums. He even has over 5 million followers on Weibo. He is one of the members of the Troll Army Alliance. He is the legendary king of trolls. He is also the leader of a certain Navy union. Excuse me, classmate, I'm waiting for someone. Senior Qin, I have really liked you for many years. I don't dare to ask for anything. I just want to add your contact information. I just want to pay attention to you silently. Is it possible? I don't like you. Please go away. Qin Bingxue refused expressionlessly, without even waiting for the boy to finish speaking. Starting from 3 o'clock this afternoon, more than 20 boys have come to chat with Qin Bingxue, bring her food and water, and ask for her contact information in various ways. There is no doubt that these boys all suffered a setback. Chen Bingxue has a paranoid and somewhat extreme personality. She is completely different from girls like Lin Shutong and Su Lele. There is a type of girl who will never reject a boy's advances. She is very tactful and knows how to take boys' feelings into consideration. But there is a type of girl who rejects all advances from boys. And it's very disrespectful. Even when refusing, the words were harsh. Chen Bingxue is this kind of person. She speaks very rudely and doesn't give you any face at all, making you lose face in public. Chen Yuan had experienced this before. He Siphon was heartbroken. So embarrassing. Very frustrated. It seems that he can't believe that the goddess he has secretly loved for many years would have such an attitude. Lao Chao, are you sure you still want to chat up someone? I still can't. Actually, if you admire someone, you don't have to pursue her. Besides, chatting her up makes you feel like a gangster. Every boy who chats up with her will probably leave a bad impression on girls. Because they got to know each other through chatting, girls will definitely think, since you can chat with me, you can naturally chat with other girls as well. This person is obviously not an honest person. So I think that real social interaction requires a certain occasion and atmosphere. It's too abrupt to just go up and chat with someone, and that's not good. Xiao Jinyan shook his head. By the way, I also talked about a theory. Okay, stop making excuses. You just don't dare. If you're scared, just say it. Xiong Tao laughed aside. Just at this moment, Chen Bingshue's originally cold face suddenly showed a smile. For a while, it's as if the glaciers have melted and spring light is spreading all over the earth. It is also like rhododendrons blooming all over the mountains, so breathtakingly beautiful. It turns out, when Senior Sister Chen smiles, she looks like an angel. I've never seen Senior Sister Chen smile before. I want to protect this smile for my whole life. This smile is so beautiful, really so beautiful, but it's a pity that she is not smiling at me. The moment Chen Bingxue smiled, she took a step forward and walked towards the front of the boys' dormitory. She walked faster and faster, and after a few steps she was actually running. Then, she ran headfirst into a man's arms. Greedily buried his head in the other's chest. Old for? Damn. School beauty Chen took the initiative to throw herself into a man's arms? Oh my god, why did you let me see this kind of thing? I can't accept it. I can't accept it. It seems to be that bastard Chen Yuan. Fuck you, isn't he hooking up with the school beauty Zhao? Now, has even Senior Sister Chen been murdered? Scumbag. Bitch. Beast. So hateful. Why is it that no one likes an honest man like me? But Chen Yuan, a piece of shit, can date the school beauty? A strong sense of resentment and murderous intent swept through the entire boys' dormitory. If looks could kill, Chen Yuan has died no less than 1,000 times. Chen Yuan was also confused. He had just sent Xiao Ruoyu back to Wuhan University. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a thing when he returned to school? When did you, the campus beauty Chen, become so unreserved? Actually pounced alive? Hard pounce? Sister, you're making it very difficult for me to be a human being. We're not that familiar with each other yet. Are you being too proactive? Chen Yuan was speechless. Chen Bingxue had been indifferent to him before, but now she was so enthusiastic that it was hard to accept. Chapter 184 Keyboard King. What are you doing, Senior Chen? Chen Yuan slowly pushed Chen Bingxue away. Although it feels great to be embraced by a school beauty, you should at least be aware of the consequences. My reputation in school is already very bad. If you do this, won't I be completely screwed? Don't push me away, let me hold you a little longer. Chen Bingxue leaned against Chen Yuan's chest and spoke in an extremely gentle voice. She waited for Chen Yuan for more than 6 hours, and the moment she saw him, she could no longer control herself. What happened last night was too thrilling. She nearly lost her life. It was Chen Yuan who used his hand to block the sharp knife in the robber's hand at the most critical moment. He was like a lighthouse in the darkness, lighting up a ray of light in Chen Bingxue's dark inner world. This light can make her see hope, make her feel warm, and make her no longer afraid in the dark night when she is alone. She was like a drowning person, clinging to the last straw. A person with childhood psychological trauma. When she is really attracted to someone and feels safe with him, her reaction will be stronger than ever before. The colder a person is, the more he desires love in his heart. Heartache. Severe pain. Headache. A group of boys who were just watching the show had their eyes red with envy. Chen Yuan is such a scumbag. Did he save the Milky Way in his previous life? Why do all the pretty girls like him? I don't accept it. Is Senior Sister Chen blind? Doesn't she know how many girls Chen Yuan has been involved with? Let's not talk about other things. Just look at our school. There are Lin Shutong, Su Lele, Zhao Yuqi, and He Doing. There are 4 of them. Now even the most beautiful girl in school has fallen for him. What's so good about this scumbag? I want to beat him up. Are there any brothers who support me? My friend, you are very brave. I support you with my eyes. Anyone in the school who knows a little about Chen Yuan should have heard of his impressive fighting record. Are you trying to give yourself away? Boom. Just when this group of boys were feeling indignant, there was a rumble of thunder in the sky. Soon, it began to rain heavily. Chen Yuan had no choice but to take Qin Bingshui back to dormitory 503 to shelter from the rain. It is the rainy season recently. It rains almost every other day. There were floods in many places. Some low-lying areas along the river have been submerged by the flood. Chen Yuan was very annoyed. The rain this year is particularly heavy, and the city may be flooded. After Qin Bingshui arrived at the boys' dormitory, she didn't feel particularly restrained. On the contrary, Lao Chao, Lao Zhou, and Lao Xiong seemed a little nervous. Just sit anywhere. Just sit on my bed. I'll get you a glass of water, Chen Yuan said casually. Then he used a mineral water bottle to pour a glass of water for Qin Bingshui, which was the large bottle of Yilabao that he had drunk before. Qin Bingshui sat on Chen Yuan's bed obediently. He took the cup and drank 2 sips without any disgust. The boys in the school dormitory all have bunk beds, and they don't particularly like to clean the dormitory. Dirty clothes, smelly socks, underwear, and the like are all thrown around. After Qin Bingshui arrived at 503, her 3 roommates immediately cleaned the room. He doesn't need anyone to tell him what to do. He's very proactive. Chen Yuan, are these your dirty clothes? Qin Bingshui asked. Yes. Your hand is injured. It's not very convenient. Let me wash it for you. Casual. Shock. Dumbfounded. Lao Chao, Lao Zhou, and Lao Xiong looked at Chen Yuan as if he were a god. So awesome. The most beautiful girl on campus at HUSD, the ice snow goddess in the eyes of countless boys, actually offered to wash your clothes? Oh my god. How on earth did you do that? Is this still the same cold and arrogant goddess? Is this still Qin Bingshui, the former student union president that everyone admires? Why does it feel a little unreal? Chen Yuan thought it was nothing. Anyway, there is a washing machine in the dormitory building. Just throw boys' clothes into the washing machine and stir them. It's just that a lot of people use washing machines on a regular basis. Often have to wait. Chen Yuan thought Qin Bingshui would use the washing machine, but she actually washed the clothes by hand. And even wash your underwear together? A bit embarrassing. The 3 roommates were so shocked that they were petrified when they saw Qin Bingshui washing Chen Yuan's underwear. Trap your monkey. What the hell did I see? The most beautiful girl in school wash my roommate's underwear? We all have 9 years of compulsory education, so why are you so outstanding? Chen Yuan, you bastard, you are here to attack our brothers on purpose. I'm still single. You want me to see these? Well, don't wash it by hand. Actually, there is a washing machine outside. Don't move. The washing machines in the school are so dirty that you boys wash clothes in a row. It's not very hygienic, especially for underwear. There aren't many of them anyway. I'll wash them for you in no time. Qin Bingshui didn't know what was wrong with her. Maybe he felt that he owed Chen Yuan. Whether it was the life-saving grace, the previous misunderstanding, or other reasons. I always feel like I should do something. This is the only way to make up for the debt in my heart. Chen Yuan is so rich, he definitely doesn't need financial compensation. In other aspects, Chen Yuan doesn't seem to be lacking anything. It just so happened that doing laundry was something she could do. But she felt it was a small thing within her ability. In the eyes of several roommates, this was a major event that was enough to make them question their lives. Nowadays, how many girls are willing to wash clothes for boys? And she's the most beautiful girl in school? Old 4, you didn't come back last night. What on earth were you doing? Were you with the school beauty chain? It seems so, but it's not what you think. I understand. Xiang Tao nodded meaningfully. If a girl is willing to wash clothes for a boy, then the relationship between them must be special. Maybe something unspeakable has happened. Considering that Chen Yuan did not return home last night, I can basically guess it almost right. Just when Chen Yuan was busy, inside another boy's dormitory, Siphon, wearing black-framed glasses, had a look of pain on his face. He couldn't believe that Qin Bingshui would like Chen Yuan, a piece of shit. Why do you cheap women prefer to be hurt by scumbags rather than look us excellent and honest men in the eye? Isn't Siphon excellent? Maybe in reality, he is indeed inconspicuous and gives people the impression of a teenager addicted to the internet. But on the internet, he is the keyboard king who can stir up the storm. Is it true that a generation of keyboard warriors is just a reputation gained in vain? Last time he was not specifically targeting Chen Yuan. Because there is no grudge or hatred, there is no need to kill anyone. So much so that even when Su Lele later openly challenged him, he never made an official response. Besides, the campus forum is a small place after all, and not many people pay attention to it. This time, he won't show mercy. Chapter 185 Tiger Lord is angry. Qin Bingshui was busy in the boys' dormitory for an hour and a half. The main reason is that Chen Yuan does have a lot of dirty clothes. After she finished washing the clothes, she tidied up Chen Yuan's clothes and bed, as well as the bookshelf, shoes, etc., which made Chen Yuan feel a little embarrassed, to be honest. In fact, boys are also emotional creatures sometimes, based on some kind of male chauvinism. When a girl is really willing to do laundry, cook, or even wash underwear for a boy, the boy will be more or less touched. This kind of touch is even more important than a girl's appearance, temperament, knowledge, talent, and other excellent qualities. Chen Yuan also touched it accidentally. He may never have thought that, apart from his parents, the first girl to wash his underwear would be Qin Bingxue. According to Qin Bingshue's previous personality, this should be the most unlikely. Who could have thought that things would be so unexpected? 10:30 at night. Chen Yuan sent Qin Bingxue out of the boys' dormitory and took her home. At this time, the heavy rain stopped. But it might rain again, so Chen Yuan gave her an umbrella. It just so happened that the house Qin Bingxue rented was in Chen Yuan community near the school. Not far either. Walking out of the back door of the school, Chen Yuan community is next door. It's less than 10 minutes walk. Arrived at the bottom of building 9. Qin Bingxue said, Chen Yuan, I haven't added you on WeChat yet. I want to invite you to the carb technology company tomorrow. What do you think? Sure. Chen Yuan took out his mobile phone, opened the QR code, and scanned it for her. Looking at Qin Bingshue's slightly rosy cheeks. I don't know whether she was trying to please him on purpose in order to close a deal, or whether she wanted to add him on WeChat so she used work communication as an excuse to cover up the embarrassment. Qin Bingxue seemed very happy after adding Chen Yuan on WeChat. Bye, go back and go to bed early, good night. Watching the campus beauty Qin get on the elevator, Chen Yuan felt a little sorry. He did not ask to go upstairs for a drink of water. In fact, it is impossible for the other party to agree even if you bring it up. Qin Bingxue was indeed very enthusiastic today, but this woman actually has principles and bottom lines. She would be very disgusted if boys took the initiative to attack her or made certain requests to her. The point is that the favorability is not high enough now. Only 80 points. Why don't we just buy carb technology tomorrow and give it to Qin Bingxue? Then when her favorability improves, we can make some money. I bought the Gmao building today and spent more than 2 billion, but I didn't get any rebate. It's a bit of a loss. Chen Yuan shook his head. But I don't regret it. There are at least 20 reinforcement points as a reward, right? Of course, the decision to give the building to Xiao Ruoyu was also made after careful consideration. At that time, Chen Yuan didn't have many choices. There are some dog-licking objects that he doesn't want to give away at all, such as Lin Shutong. Some people are not suitable for gifting. Gao Xianin and Chen Yuan were already planning to invest in a film and entertainment company for him, and they had just given him a necklace worth 300 million yuan and transferred several hundred million yuan more. If you give her another building, she might even float away. Zhao Yuqi confessed her love to him in the afternoon. If he gives me a building, doesn't that mean he's confirming the relationship? You can't do that. Chen Yuan doesn't know Qian Meiming, who he has just connected with, very well, and she is also Zhao Yuqi's best friend. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for Chen Yuan to take the initiative to flirt with Qian Meiming. And Secretary Chu's daughter, Chu Yuma, is even more unacceptable. Her father is a high-ranking official and she herself is a policeman. You give her a building worth more than 2 billion yuan. What do you want to do? Bribery? So after thinking about it, Xiao Ruoyu is more suitable. Return to the dormitory. Chen Yuan started to take a bath and go to bed. Several roommates, from being shocked at the beginning, have gradually become numb. Maybe it's because I've been shocked so many times that my nerves have started to become thicker. At this time, in a luxurious villa on Nanjing Road in Shanghai, a man who looked to be in his 40s, with a stubbled face and a stocky build, was swearing wildly on the phone. You are useless. You are all useless. Why did I spend so much money to invite you here? You are telling me now that the situation is out of control. What use do I have for you? Bang. Tiger Lord roared and smashed the phone to the floor. He dropped the new Apple phone and the screen was cracked. At this time, a young star in his 20s was shivering beside Tiger Master. She originally thought that she could use her flexible body to gain the upper hand, because Tiger Lord has promised to support her as the heroine of his next movie. But who would have known that just after she gave her body, something like this would happen to Tiger Lord? Because Ouyang Ling publicly revealed that she was sexually exploited by Tiger Yu. The entire entertainment industry is in an uproar now. A group of internet trolls are trying to lead the trend crazily. There was condemnation everywhere. There are even artists who sued Tiger Lord and wanted him to go to jail. This matter has become a big deal. The cause was simply because of Gao Xianin, an artist with a bad record who had been banned for a year. When Gao Xianin first denounced the incident on Weibo, Li Hu didn't even take it seriously. An artist with a bad record deliberately threw dirty water in an attempt to whitewash himself and hired some internet trolls to lead the discussion, thinking that he could bring down a great director who has been in the industry for nearly 20 years? I'm afraid you're thinking too much. This matter was quickly suppressed. But who knew that just when Gao Xianin was suppressed, Ouyang Ling suddenly came out to lead the pace? This is a popular artist and star who has been in the entertainment industry for 9 years. He has starred in more than 30 movies and TV series, appeared on more than a dozen variety shows, and is also the spokesperson for international brand clothing. She has over 20 million followers on Weibo. Her status in the entertainment industry and her public influence are far beyond what Gao Xianin, who was only popular for half a year, could achieve. She suddenly revealed that she had been subjected to unspoken rules, which was almost a sign of self-destruction. But she did it anyway. For a time, the entire entertainment industry was in an uproar. Coupled with a series of revelations from celebrities, Tiger Lord's reputation has become completely ruined throughout the entire entertainment industry. Actually, this kind of thing. Everyone knows it. It is not uncommon for some actresses to take the initiative to seduce directors and investors in order to get ahead. Of course, there are also some directors or investors who use this superior resource to have emotional exchanges with some actresses. It's a win-win for everyone. Some are based on mutual consent, while others are based on coercion and inducement. But the key cannot be stated openly. Once this kind of thing comes to light, you are immoral, you are dirty, shameless, and vulgar. If it involves forcing a woman's will, you may even have to go to jail. He has worked hard for more than 20 years and finally got to his current position. How could it be possible that he has no connections or relationships at all? Although he was angry, he had not yet reached the point of despair. Actually, there is a person behind Lord Tiger. Chapter 186, Fight Back. This person is Li Jiamu, the heir to the Li family chaebol in Shanghai. Maybe in the entertainment industry, everyone has never heard of this name. He is not as famous as Principal Wang. But those who really understand the Li family chaebol know what kind of power and background the other party has in the entertainment industry. Many well-known brokerage companies in the entertainment industry today have the shadow of the Li family chaebol behind them. The top 50 entertainment agency. At least 1/3 of them are more or less related to the Li family chaebol. And the artists under these companies. Among them are many top-tier stars in the entertainment industry and even superstars. This is an extremely huge network of relationships. The network of people involved is quite complex. The Li family chaebol is at the top of the food chain of this network of relationships. Not to mention these brokerage companies, even the major film and television groups, including Weibo, Baidu, and other portal giants, have to give some face to the Li chaebol. And this big director in the entertainment industry is Tiger Lord. At best, he was just a lackey of Li Jiamu. Usually borrow your own identity. Looking for some pretty girls with good figures and good temperament who want to be actors. Provide some good resources to the upper circles. If you can please the big guys, you will naturally get investment in the film. Generally speaking, when he meets a girl with a score above 9, he dare not enjoy her privately. Such top resources will naturally be reserved for Li Jiamu to choose first. 1 year ago, at the dinner party, Lord who originally planned to introduce Gao Xianin to Master Li. But who knew that this little bitch would be so rude? How dare a small artist who has only been popular for half a year thanks to an online drama to ignore Mr. Li? Are you so inflated that you don't even know your own last name? Really? In less than a month, Gao Xianin was brutally banned. Her agent added insult to injury. Various scandals involving mistresses broke out, and various rumors of her being a diva. The company began to pass the buck, and the products endorsed by her were demanding compensation for breach of contract. After a series of blows, Gao Xianin was instantly chilled to death. There was no chance for her to turn things around. Tiger Lord has been in the entertainment industry for many years. What kind of artist have you not seen? He wouldn't have gone so far as to kill a small artist. But Gao Xianin offended not only him, but also the eldest son of the Li family chaebol. If you don't feel cool, who will? A year has passed since this happened. Lord Tiger almost forgot about it. He is also a very busy man. Every day he is busy on the set, attending various dinner parties, or chatting about the script with some little star late at night. But last week, Li Jiamu suddenly had an idea and called Li Hu. Asked about Gao Xianin's situation. Lord Tiger became interested. I didn't expect that even after a year, Li Xiao still hasn't forgotten the little star Gao Xianin. It can be seen that Gao Xianin is indeed very beautiful. He estimated that after a year of oppression, this woman should understand what reality is. So he called Gao Xianin. Give her a chance to turn over a new leaf. Who knew that after he made the call that day, this little bitch would publicly attack him on Weibo the next day? Lord Tiger used his connections. Suppress this matter. Since this little bitch is so ungrateful, there's no need to give her a chance. Li Hu intends to continue the suppression. But before he could make a move, Ouyang Ling exposed him. A series of combination punches. He was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. The other party's water army was too fierce. Even his highly paid public relations team couldn't handle it. This incident has even risen to the level of rectifying the unhealthy trends in the entertainment industry. It has aroused widespread attention from all walks of life. No way. He could only use his last trump card and call Li Xiao for help. Mr. Hu took out another private cell phone and called Li Jiamu. Hello. Mr. Li, it's me. I need your help with something. I roughly know about your situation. Keep a low profile recently. Spend money when necessary and keep your mouth shut. I will help you calm down on this matter, but only this time. You're used to having the dog around, and I just don't want to replace it. But if this dog often causes trouble for its owner. I understand, Mr. Li. I promise there won't be a next time. Hang up the phone. Lord Tiger wiped the sweat from his forehead. Li Xiao is very young, not even 30 years old this year, but every time he talks to him, Tiger Master feels a huge pressure. The little star next to her was almost stunned. Even a domineering person like Tiger Lord can be as humble as a dog sometimes? How shocking is the other party's identity and background? Early the next morning, Gao Xianin hasn't gotten up yet. Suddenly I received a call from Ouyang Ling. Xianin, something happened. Check Weibo. What happened? Upon hearing this, Gao Xianin quickly opened Weibo. On the hot search rankings, an extremely eye-catching headline caught my eye. Gao Xianin met a rich man again to support her. She wanted to clean up her act and return to the entertainment industry. She even spent a huge amount of money to buy off artists, distorting right and wrong, and slandering others. The video of artist Tong Tong was exposed. Click on this trending search. It really was a video. Hello everyone, I'm Tong Tong, a minor actor who once played the supporting role of a maid in Tiger Lord's movie. I'm sorry that I made a post on Weibo, cursing that I had been sexually exploited by Tiger Lord. Actually, I lied because someone gave me 1 million yuan to publicly discredit Tiger Lord. A minor actor like me doesn't make much money, and I happened to have to pay off my mortgage recently, so I went against my conscience. Some unfounded facts were fabricated. I apologize for my past lies, and I deeply regret for the negative impact I have brought to Tiger Lord. I will return the money, and you can scold me as much as you want. I know I was blinded by greed, but now I have come to my senses. Since I took this money, my conscience has often been disturbed. This is not money earned through legitimate means. I cannot abandon my professional ethics for this money. Watch the video shot by Tong Tong and tell his own story. Gao Xianin felt it was a bit absurd. Do you still have work ethic? What kind of international joke are you playing? I gave you 1 million before, and now, just a few days later, you immediately bite back. I'm afraid you have received more money from Lord Tiger, right? But it's such an obvious thing. Many netizens actually believed it. Take a look at the comments under the video. It has exceeded 50,000. Is Gao Xianin really on the list of richest people again? She is really a mistress, and she will never change her nature. This woman is so beautiful. Why does she like to be a mistress so much? She still wants to clear her name. Get out of here. Disgusting. Tong Tong, you are such a scumbag. You took other people's money before, and now you change your mind. You are not a good person. Anyway, why did you change your mind? You can figure it out with your toes. Did Gao Xianin really pay Tong Tong to pay? If so, does Tiger Lord have any hidden rules? Things are getting more and more complicated. Look at the reviews online. Gao Xianin almost vomited blood. This is obviously led by the Navy. However, there is more to it than that. Chapter 187 Fong Jingyan speaks out. An 18th-tier artist goes back on his word. Revealing on Weibo that one has been bribed is not enough to completely turn the situation around. This is just a vanguard, meant to muddy the waters. Later, Gao Xianin discovered that Fong Jingyan actually posted a video on Weibo to publicly support Tiger Lord. And this Weibo post became the #1 hot search at an incredible speed. Who is Fong Jingyan? Top A-list celebrities in the entertainment industry. 10 years ago, she became one of the most popular actresses in the entertainment industry because of the drama, The Legend of Sword and Fairy. Then his career went on the rise. He has filmed many film and television masterpieces. Every drama is extremely popular. In 2016, she won the Golden Rooster Award for Best Actress in mainland China. In 2017, she was named Best Actress. In 2018, he established his own artist studio and signed more than a dozen artists, all of whom have gained considerable fame and status in the entertainment industry. She has more than 60 million followers on Weibo. We have also had in-depth collaborations with Hollywood international superstars. Someone once calculated that her salary for each movie was as high as 80 million. The media studio currently established by Fong Jingyan has a market value of over 1 billion yuan. She is more than just an entertainer, still a successful businessman. Gao Xianin opened the Weibo post and saw a public statement released by Fong Jingyan herself. Hello everyone, I'm Fong Jingyan. Recently, There has been a lot of controversy over the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry. Let me share my own views. As everyone knows, I actually know Mr. Tiger. 10 years ago, when I was still a newcomer, I once collaborated with director Tiger on a TV series. But he has never expressed any improper intentions. I believe in Tiger's character, and he is also a serious and responsible director. Maybe because Tiger had a hot temper on the set and liked to scold people all the time, he offended a lot of artists unknowingly. There were even a few newcomers who, because of their popularity and traffic, began to make all kinds of demands for their roles and couldn't even recite the most basic lines properly. In order to produce good works, Tiger Master had to repeat the process many times, and many conflicts arose in this way. I won't make any comments here. I just hope everyone can look at the problem from an objective perspective and not just follow the crowd. As soon as Fang Jingyan's Weibo video came out, in just 1 hour, the number of comments exceeded 20,000. There are also hundreds of big versus reposting it. In the video, she speaks very artistically. First, she emphasized that she had worked with Tiger Lord and had not been harassed in any way. Second, she talked about the places on the set where conflicts are most likely to occur between artists and directors. Third, she did not overly support Tiger Lord in speaking. She simply stated a fact objectively and then gave some guidance. There is no need to make things too obvious, leaving room for fans to fill in the blanks on their own, and that's the most amazing thing. Many people know that Gao Xianin once had an argument with Tiger Lord on the set, and that's why she was replaced as the leading actress. Then through the previous scandal videos, you can make the connection. A young star who has just been popular for half a year feels that she is invincible. While filming on the set, he couldn't stand it after the director blocked his shot several times and started swearing at him. This arrogant newcomer deserves to be dismissed because of his corrupt character. Now that she's hooked up with a rich man, she starts to whitewash herself, to seek revenge, to discredit director Tiger, and to use the opportunity to get herself to the top. This was a premeditated and targeted incident. If you really encounter unspoken rules, why didn't you say it a year ago? Why did you have to wait until today to speak? You obviously have impure motives. Regardless of whether director who has ever slept with female artists, you, Gao Xianin, are a scheming bitch. This matter was a frame-up from beginning to end. You spent money to buy internet trolls, buy trending searches, and even bribed Ouyang Ling. So what? You'll never be able to clear yourself. Fang Jingyan's influence is absolutely significant and far beyond what Ouyang Ling can compare to. She did not overly support Lord Hu, nor did she deliberately discredit Gao Xianin. She just gave some guidance. Those netizens who are just watching the show will feel that they have guessed the truth of the matter. Since it is revenge, since you are spending money to throw dirty water on others, you don't have to stand on the moral high ground to criticize others. Gao Xianin took a look at the comments below and found them simply disgusting. There are quite a few people at her inside. Gao Xiaosan, you want to be a saint when you are a mistress? I just laugh. All I can say is that I bought a watch last year. How should I put it? I think the unspoken rule incident is real. A group of women voluntarily used their bodies to exchange for some roles. Because they didn't become popular, they blamed the director. Now because they received money, they bite back at the director they once worked with. I just laugh. Isn't this called ungratefulness? You are all a bunch of snakes and rats. How dare you bring this up? If you think you are noble, then don't become an actor. The mistress also wants to get promoted, and she slanders me, Director Tiger? Really? After the water became muddy. The nature of the matter is different. In the past, some people sympathized with the plight of Gao Xianin and a group of female artists. But now, just because you received money, you are going to frame your former partners? Who is the victim after all? Woman, haha. Following Fang Jingyan's voice, many celebrities in the entertainment industry publicly supported director Hu on Weibo. Among these people, there are 3 first-tier stars, 15 second-tier stars, and more than 50 third and fourth-tier stars. These people spoke out collectively and unanimously believed in Tiger Lord's character. This terrifying network of contacts and energy really shocked many people. Everyone knows. The entertainment industry is a place of gossip. This is a place where the powerful are flattered and the weak are trampled upon. When you are awesome, everyone praises you and wants to be friends with you. When you are involved in scandals, everyone will be eager to cut off ties with you. Even if you are loyal, the agency will never agree to you dating an artist with a bad record. If you don't add insult to injury, you are considered a good person, not to mention helping to speak out in support. Tiger Lord is surrounded by scandals right now, but so many first and second-tier celebrities have come out to support him. Doesn't this speak volumes about director Tiger's character? When someone says you have good character, no one believes it. If 100 people, 1,000 people, or 10,000 people say that you are a good person, even if you are morally corrupt, there will still be people who believe that you have good character. Gao Xianin took a look at Ouyang Ling's Weibo. There is already a lot of cursing here. Countless big V at Ouyang Ling asked her, "How much did you receive?" All kinds of obscene words are disgusting to the eyes. Even insulting family members. Not only did she fail to defeat Tiger Lord, but she also implicated Ouyang Ling. I'm afraid that no director will be willing to ask Ouyang Ling to film a movie in the future. Chapter 188. Why are you crying? It's very uncomfortable. Very aggrieved. Gao Xianin felt that he would never be able to clear his name in this life. She has spent more than 100 million yuan on all the arrangements. She originally thought that she could gather the strength of many victimized artists and completely defeat Tiger Lord in one fell swoop. But who knows? Not only did her move fail to defeat Tiger Lord, but it brought her even more insults and abuse. Not only was the money wasted, but Ouyang Ling was also implicated by her. The attempt to steal a chicken ends up with the loss of the rice. The sheep hasn't even been eaten yet, but it's already causing trouble. This time she was really shocked by Tiger Lord's energy. So many familiar artists, so many familiar faces that we often see on TV, actually collectively support Tiger Lord. She failed after all. No matter how much money you spend, it will all be wasted. Can't you clear yourself even with billions of dollars? For the first time, she felt how stupid she was. If she wasn't stupid, how could she have been coaxed by her agent into going to the hotel, where reporters took pictures of him and some rich second-generation man in the room? If you're not stupid, how could you be easily bitten back by others? If it weren't for Chen Yuan's support, she felt like a waste. Apart from good looks, there is nothing good about him. Who else in the entertainment industry would spend more than 100 million to make himself infamous? After thinking about it, Gao Xianin sent a message to Ouyang Ling. No matter what, I will transfer the remaining 70 million to you. I will not break my promise, and everything I said before counts. Finish sending this message. Gao Xianin really transferred the remaining amount. She wanted to cry. I don't know who to tell about the pain in my heart. Parents? Relative? Friend? During this year, her parents often scolded and ridiculed her. Even her younger brother looked down on her and treated her as a commodity to be traded. My relatives are long gone. A year ago, when she was exposed to be a mistress, all the relatives who had tried to curry favor with her wanted to kick her when she was down, and they had already cut off all contact with her. Friend? Would anyone be friends with a mistress who has a bad reputation and owes 30 million in liquidated damages? He was deserted by his friends and was hated by everyone. This year, she was like a rat crossing the street, and she didn't even dare to go out. No one can care for her, love her, and support her. Except Chen Yuan. There is only this man, the man who wants to support her as his lover. 9 o'clock in the morning. Gao Xianin called Chen Yuan. In the boys' dormitory room 503, Chen Yuan was awakened by the ringing of the phone. He slept very soundly last night. Maybe it's because I haven't slept for 2 days and 2 nights, so I feel very sleepy. After sending Qin Bingxue home, Chen Yuan returned to the dormitory and fell asleep. I slept until 9 in the morning without waking up. It's so annoying. Who the hell disturbed me while I was sleeping? Chen Yuan cursed, but still answered the call. As soon as the call was connected, Chen Yuan was about to curse a few words when he suddenly heard a girl sobbing. Is it Gao Xianin calling? Still crying? What's going on? Chen Yuan asked. He actually hated girls crying the most. Chen Yuan, am I stupid? You are quite stupid. Don't you know that lovers should behave themselves? Who allowed you to call me? Can't you just send a message if you have something to say? Chen Yuan said unhappily. So what if a girl cries? I won't comfort you. I see. Who bullied you? Hasn't the matter been settled yet? Although Chen Yuan had a bad attitude and was a little grumpy, he still asked with concern. After being asked this question, Gao Xianin cried even harder. Okay, I'll take care of the matter. Why are you crying? After Chen Yuan cursed, he hung up the phone. Chapter 189. Qualitative change caused by quantitative change. Although it was a curse, Gao Xianin actually felt a little touched in his heart. At this time, perhaps only Chen Yuan would dare to say that he would be the one to settle the matter. There was an unprecedented arrogance in that nonchalant tone. Although he is inflated, arrogant, and has a bad attitude, even so, he can make people feel inexplicably at ease. Even a little bit of dependence. No matter how severe the abuse she received online, Chen Yuan can be her safe haven. Stabilize. Reliable. Gao Xianin, favorability +5. Current favorability, 65 points. Fuck, this can also increase favorability? Chen Yuan's 3 views were completely destroyed. He never dared to speak loudly to girls before. Especially beautiful girls. Do you feel nervous when talking in front of a pretty girl, let alone losing your temper? But the more timid and cautious he was, the more girls looked down on him. Treat him like a lapdog. As a spare tire. Be a jack. But now, He obviously has a bad attitude. He loses his temper whenever he wants and is not patient or accommodating at all. He has already gone so far. Gao Xianin can actually increase favorability? What is wrong with this world? True feelings can never be retained. Only routines can win people's hearts. No matter how good a dog is to a goddess, the goddess will not look down on him. Because you always respond to requests. Because you are extremely humble. You help people with things, treat your goddess to dinner, and still make demands on them? Naturally, she won't appreciate your kindness to her. Since you are helping someone, you should let the other person please you. Please remember, you are the one paying the bill. If she treats you badly, I'm sorry, let's split the bill. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yuan took out his cell phone. I checked the Weibo news. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. Fang Jingyan, Wang Baobao, Fan Xianxian, Zhou Tianluan, Zhu Yikuan, and dozens of other popular idol stars actually spoke out collectively to support Director Hu. They all unanimously believe in Director Hu's character and his professionalism. There was even a video circulating online showing Director Hu working continuously for more than 20 hours on the set. He is very conscientious and personally does everything. In order to catch up with the filming schedule, he worked day and night, even until his voice became hoarse, but he still strived for perfection. Such a hard-working and good director was framed by a newcomer? You yourself were involved in a mistress scandal, and you acted like a big shot on the set, and ended up being replaced as the female lead. Then you held a grudge and even bribed other artists, falsely accusing Director Tiger of having affairs with you? It's simply both right and wrong. With the collective promotion of dozens of popular stars in the entertainment industry, Director Hu's character and professionalism are almost at the level of being the best director in China. Of course, there is some truth in this. Tiger Lord is indeed a relatively dedicated director. After all, without some real talent, it would be impossible to stay in the entertainment industry for 20 years. But whether you are professional or not, and whether you would take advantage of female artists are two completely different things, right? They cannot be confused at all. This woman is so stupid. She bribed the artist directly and was caught by someone, and you spent so much money, but you didn't get any key photos or videos to prove it. Chen Yuan covered his face. He probably knew why Gao Xianin was cheated. With the way you operate, you not only don't kill the person you're hitting, but also give him a chance to fight back? Are you still ready for a fight? If it were Chen Yuan himself, he would never be as impatient as Gao Xianin and alert the enemy. Since you want to accuse someone and clear his name, you must make sufficient preparations and wait until you have collected the key evidence before striking the fatal blow. To take a step back, even if you don't have photos of Tiger Lord having sex with female artists, can't you plan one? Do you understand the beauty trap? You spend several million to find a high-quality escort to seduce Mr. Tiger. Pretend to be a little actor who wants to get ahead. Then check in at the hotel that was prepared in advance. Late-night chat about the script. Don't we already have photos and videos? Once we get these key evidences, one wave will be enough to beat Tiger so hard that he can't get back on his feet. Something that could be solved with a few million. You spent more than 100 million and ended up making yourself notorious? Chen Yuan felt that he had overestimated Gao Xianin's IQ. Even a layman like me can think of these tricks. You are a senior artist in the entertainment industry. How come you don't even know this trick? I thought you knew everything. I could just give you the money directly and save myself some trouble. As a result, you took the money and went to compete with others for resources? Are you a tough guy? King Kong Calabash Brothers? Chen Yuan frowned. Now that Lord Tiger has been alarmed, the previous routine will definitely not work. They are in the center of the storm right now. They will definitely not mess around. I will definitely keep myself clean. Either someone can come up with the key evidence, or we just have to fight to the end. More than 50 popular stars in the entertainment industry? It's not impossible to knock them all down at once. I'll bribe 1,000 paparazzi. 365 days. We take turns squatting outside your house. I just don't believe that we can't find any valuable news. Chen Yuan thought viciously. Old Chen, which girl called you so early in the morning? It sounds like it's not Qin Bingxue or Zhao Yuqi, and she's crying. My roommate Lao Chao asked with a pained look on his face. Oh, the person who called just now was Gao Xianin. Who? Gao Xianin. Isn't this the actress who has been making a lot of noise about the scandal in the past 2 days? You are exaggerating more and more. When did I ever brag? Chen Yuan said seriously. Okay, you may not know that Fan Xianxian was my ex-girlfriend. Lao Chao waved his hands. Regarding what Chen Yuan said, he said he didn't even believe in punctuation. Although Chen Yuan has been extremely awesome recently and has shocked countless people, but the lives of celebrities are still too far away from those of ordinary people. Naturally, no one took Chen Yuan's words seriously. Chen Yuan would not explain too much. In addition, Gao Xuaning's matter is too complicated to be resolved in a day or two. Chen Yuan decided to let her set up the company first. Get up, wash your face, brush teeth, change clothes, have breakfast. After finishing this process, Chen Yuan took out his phone and sent a collective good morning to all the female lickers on his WeChat. These girls include Xiao Ruiyu, Zhao Yuqi, He Jing, Su Lele, Qin Bingxue, Chu Yuma, Gao Xianin, and Su Yihan. 8 people in total. There is also a Lin Shutong. Chen Yuan has her contact information, but doesn't want to send her a message. In addition to the above-mentioned people, there are also Qian Mingming and Shin Shui. Chen Yuan does not have a particularly good impression of these 2 girls, and so far does not even have their contact information. Send the word morning. Soon, Chen Yuan's cell phone started ringing nonstop. He is having a lot of fun. Sure enough, if you lick a girl, you are her licker. After licking them many times, these girls will become your lickers. This is the qualitative change caused by quantitative change. Chen Yuan replied to messages very quickly, probably because his agility and spirit had improved. Even his typing speed had increased. One person can chat with 8 girls at the same time, easily. Xiao Ruoyu. Today is my first day collecting rent. I'm a little nervous. Chen Yuan, can you accompany me? Qin Bingxue. Chen Yuan, are you ready? You agreed to go to Liu Technology with me today. Chapter 190, how could it be such a coincidence? What the hell? It's so painful. If a girl asks you out, you will be very happy. It's a bit uncomfortable when several girls ask you out at the same time. Chen Yuan thought about it. He had already accompanied Xiao Ruiyu yesterday, and he had indeed promised Qin Bingxue to go to Carp Technology Company. There must be a choice between the 2. Chen Yuan tilted the balance towards Qin Bingxue. He began to edit the information. What's so difficult about collecting rent? It's just collecting money. You don't need to do it yourself. There are employees who will collect it for you. You just need to take the money. Chen Yuanxian replied to Xiao Ruoyu with a message. Then he replied to Qin Bingxue with 1 word. Good, Xiao Ruoyu. But I want to be with you. Chen Yuan. Be obedient. I have another thing to do today. Xiao Ruoyu. Okay then. Qin Bingxue. Then come to the back door of the school, and we'll set off together. Chen Yuan. Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Finished replying to Qin Bingxue's message. Chen Yuan decisively cut off the conversation with other girls on the pretext of having something to do. There are more and more girls in the WeChat chat box. He wondered if he should prepare a few more mobile phones or create a few more accounts. After all, it's better to be prepared. But after some careful consideration, he decided not to do that. Creating a secondary account or using a backup phone is essentially a sign of guilt. Girls nowadays are very smart. Do you think everything will be fine if you delete the chat history? Wrong. Looking at WeChat chat records is the lowest level of behavior. When many girls check their boyfriend's mobile phones, they will look at the WeChat payment records, the shopping records on major platforms such as Tianmao, Pink6e, Jingdong, and JiffyPay payment records. The more advanced ones will even look through your browser search history. There are also Weibo search records, taxi records, and so on. With these things, it is easy to analyze your day's schedule. If you buy something you shouldn't buy, spend money you shouldn't spend, or go to places you shouldn't go, I'm sorry then. You're exposed. No matter how deeply a scumbag hides himself, there will always be a day when he will be exposed. But Chen Yuan is different. He disdains it. And does Chen Yuan really have nothing to feel guilty about? He doesn't even have a formal girlfriend. Is there any need to be secretive? If you really want to check my phone, then may I ask, are you my girlfriend? What is our relationship? I'm just spending money on girls in a fair and honest way. If you're unhappy, I can stop spending money on you. Strong. Overbearing. Always take the initiative. Only low-level scumbags would act secretly. He, Chen Yuan, wants to be the king of the sea openly and honestly. Around 9:30, Chen Yuan appeared at the back door of the school. Qin Bingxue also walked out of Qin Yuan community. After the 2 met, they took a DD Express and went to Liu Technology Company together. In the car, Qin Bingxue made a phone call. Yes, boss. Boss, Yin is already in the car. We will be downstairs of the company around 10 o'clock. Okay, boss, I'll pay attention. After hanging up the phone, Qin Bingxue felt much calmer today. It seems not as enthusiastic as yesterday. When in the car, she began to keep a certain distance from Chen Yuan intentionally or unintentionally. It seemed that after a night of thinking and calming down the turbulent emotions in his heart, he gradually regained his sanity. That's right. After Qin Bingxue returned home last night, she suddenly realized that her behavior was a bit too much. She hugged Chen Yuan in public and even ran to the boys' dormitory to wash his underwear. Although it is done for the purpose of expressing gratitude, it is something that only lovers do. So here comes the question. Are she and Chen Yuan a couple? Is she really going to go back on her word and compete with Zhao Yuqi for the man? Can she accept that there are other women around Chen Yuan? Not only Zhao Yuqi, but also a celebrity Gao Xianin, and even the daughter of the top leader of the municipal party committee, had some thoughts about Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan himself is not very honest either. Can she accept all this? Obviously no. Since it is not possible, we should decisively cut off these unrealistic ideas. She couldn't let herself become a treacherous and ungrateful person just because she was obsessed with the sense of security by Chen Yuan's side. So today, her attitude towards Chen Yuan began to turn cold. Chen Yuan naturally felt Qin Bingshue's alienation towards him. To be honest, a girl's hot and cold attitude towards a boy can really make the boy lose his temper. This is usually something that only high-level bad girls would do. They will destroy the boy's self-confidence and turn him into a licker. Of course, the premise of this routine is that you are very beautiful and attractive enough to boys. Otherwise, if you are not good-looking enough, the routine of being hot and cold will basically end in failure. If it was before, when Chen Yuan met a school beauty, she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, but her attitude suddenly became cold the next day. He must be mentally exploded. I began to doubt my life, myself, and what I had done wrong. Did you make the other person angry? Then you will fall into self-denial. But now, he simply refused to take the challenge. He has a very stable mentality and doesn't care. Anyway, you are not missing. I didn't intend to develop a relationship with you quickly. Slower is better. The slower you spend, the more money you can earn. So far, he hasn't spent any money on Qin Bingxue. Half an hour later, at about 10 o'clock, the Didi Express stopped. Chen Yuan didn't look at the route at first. Only after getting off the bus did I realize that this place looked familiar. Come on down, Chen Yuan, we're already here. Your company, isn't it in this building? Chen Yuan pointed at the building in front of him, a little confused. He really didn't expect it. I never expected this. The carp technology company mentioned by Qin Bingxue actually has its office in the Jinmao building? How could this be such a coincidence? There are so many office buildings in Seoul. Why is your company located in Jinmao building? Chen Yuan frowned. He looked around and made sure that Xiao Ruiyu was not in sight. Just got out of the car. Which floor is your company on? On the 39th floor. Qin Bingxue replied. Okay, come in quickly and let me put on your mask. Because of her good looks, Qin Bingxue has become accustomed to wearing a mask when going out, and she has the habit of wearing a mask at all times. Why are you wearing my mask? Because I didn't bring it, Chen Yuan said righteously. Just like that, Chen Yuan pulled Qin Bingxue into the elevator and headed straight to the 39th floor. He didn't want to be recognized by too many people. After all, there are many people and many opinions. About a minute passed. Bite. The elevator opens. The 39th floor. We're here. Chen Yuan had just walked out of the elevator when a familiar figure walked towards him. Chen Yuan, didn't you say you didn't want to come with me to collect rent? Didn't you say you had something to do? Xiao Ruiyu glanced at Qin Bingxue beside him. Chapter 191. Be careful with Qin Bingxue. How could it be so bloody? How could this happen? Chen Yuan's mentality exploded. I didn't check the almanac before going out today, and I ended up getting into a car accident. Very panicked. But he knew that he couldn't panic. If you panic, it's all over. In the event of a sudden rollover like this, the best thing to do is to stay calm. There must not be any expression of guilty conscience. Ruoyu, let me introduce you. This is Qin Bingxue, the former president of the student union of our Lake University. She now works for Carp Technology Company. After Chen Yuan introduced Xiao Ruiyu, he turned around and introduced Qin Bingxue. Senior Qin, this is Xiao Ruiyu, my high school classmate. She is now the owner of the Jinmao building. This building is hers now. Chen Yuan introduced this. Qin Bingxue was surprised. I didn't expect this girl to be so slender, pretty, and preppy looking in her early 20s. On a building? She knows. Carp Technology Company rented the entire 39th floor of Jinmao building. The rent for this floor, all added up, would cost nearly 1 million per year. The rent for 1 year alone is so expensive. How much is the entire building worth? It's simply an astronomical figure. This girl is so rich and beautiful, and she is Chen Yuan's high school classmate. I feel like she has a special relationship with Chen Yuan. This scumbag is too fickle. Qin Bingxue looked Xiao Ruiyu up and down. Hello, I'm Qin Bingxue. Nice to meet you. Hello. Xiao Ruiyu shook hands with Qin Bingxue politely, but the expression on his face was obviously unnatural. Although Chen Yuan acted very calm and looked like he was here to discuss business, but Xiao Ruiyu still felt a little uncomfortable. The man she liked walked out of the elevator with another stunning beauty, and they were her college classmates. She didn't believe that the relationship between them was just a simple classmate relationship. She knew that rich men were more or less unfaithful. But Chen Yuan, even if you are unfaithful, you can't be so blatant, right? You gave me a building yesterday. Today you were having an affair with another beautiful girl, and she is an employee in the same building. What Xiao Ruyu could not accept the most was that she had invited Chen Yuan to collect rent with her today, but Chen Yuan rejected her and was with another girl. Regardless of whether they have a purely working relationship or not. In her heart, she always feels that she is outdone by another woman. Unacceptable. Cannot agree. Chen Yuan's behavior only made Xiao Ruyu feel even more uncomfortable, but she couldn't do anything about it. I feel like I'm about to get internal injuries. This is a mistake that many scumbags make. I feel that as long as I have a perfect excuse and stand on the right side, I will be justified and invincible. But, will girls reason with you? You really take others for fools. As long as there is a car accident, no matter what excuse you make, girls will still be suspicious. She just can't do anything to you temporarily, but it doesn't mean she has gotten over it. Chen Yuan, shall I go in and talk to the boss first? Qin Bingxue suddenly felt a little gloating. Let you, Chen Yuan, pick up girls everywhere. It's Gao Xianin again, then Zhao Yuqi, and now here comes Xiao Ruyu. Let's see how you explain it. You deserve it. Qin Bingxue finished speaking and walked into the office. As soon as she left, Chen Yuan came up to Xiao Ruyu and whispered in her ear, "Ruyu, you must be careful of Qin Bingxue." Why? Xiao Ruyu was a little confused. I have absolutely no idea what Chen Yuan means. She is a well-known lesbian in our school. She only targets pretty girls. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask around. You are so pretty. I am worried that she might turn you into a lesbian. Is this true or false? Xiao Ruyu was shocked. I totally can't believe that such a beautiful girl could be a lesbian. If she is really a lesbian, she really doesn't like men. Then it can be confirmed that there is no relationship between Chen Yuan and her. Because lesbians, both physically and psychologically, will instinctively reject men. Chen Yuan, come in. Our boss is already waiting in the conference room. Qin Bingxue ran out and shouted. Okay. Chen Yuan nodded. Then he turned to Xiao Ruyu and said, I'm going to their company to discuss a project. Let's have lunch together when you're free. Xiao Ruyu nodded. I don't know what to feel. In fact, she also has classmates studying at HUSD, such as one named Li Yang. She once won the school short-distance running championship in a high school sports meet, and this boy had pursued her before. I haven't given up until now. I would send her a few messages every now and then, but they are all meaningless words. Out of consideration for their friendship, she did not block Li Yang. After thinking about it, Xiao Ruyu made a voice call to Li Yang. Li Yang answered the call quickly. He was a little excited. It seemed that he had never expected that Xiao Ruyu, the goddess who had always haunted him in high school, would actually call him on her own initiative. Could it be that the goddess finally saw my good side? After 5 years of unremitting efforts, she was finally moved? If he really hooks up with Xiao Ruyu, then what does it matter? I don't care at all. Hey, classmate Ruyu, how come you have time to call me? Is something wrong? Just tell me if you have anything to say. It's like this, classmate Li Yang, I want to ask you something. There is a Qin Bingxue in your school. Do you know her? Xiao Ruyu asked. Oh, you mean Qin Bingxue, the most beautiful girl in Huda University. There are very few boys in our school who don't know her. But she has graduated this year. Why are you asking about her, Ruyu? I'm just asking casually. Does Qin Bingxue have any psychological problems? As soon as Xiao Ruyu said this, Li Yang started to imagine automatically. Could the rumors be true? Qin Bingxue is really a lesbian. She likes girls. For some reasons, she happened to meet Xiao Ruyu. She was attracted by Xiao Ruyu's appearance and temperament. So this lesbian began to pursue Xiao Ruyu and launched a strong attack. Xiao Ruyu felt that the friendship between the girls was abnormal, so she called for advice. This is your chance to show off. Think of this. Li Yang began to tell the story, describing it vividly. Speaking of senior sister Qin, she is also a pitiful person. You may not know that she was just like a normal person in her early years. But one summer vacation in high school, she was suddenly knocked unconscious by a perverted pervert and then imprisoned in a dark basement for a month. During this month, she suffered inhuman torture. When she was rescued, she almost had a mental breakdown and became a lunatic. Although her condition improved later, she started to keep strangers away and became extremely wary of all boys. From that time on, she became a lesbian, only liking girls and not boys. Several girls in our school were turned lesbian by her, and almost all the student union cadres she promoted were girls. So that's how it is. Thank you, Li Yang. Xiao Ruyu thanked. You're welcome. By the way, Ruyu, why are you asking these questions? Li Yang changed the subject and planned to chat more with Xiao Ruyu. It was Chen Yuan who told me. It seems that I was overthinking it again. Chen Yuan really didn't lie to me. There really is nothing between him and Qin Bingxue. I'm hanging up now. I won't say any more. Wait a minute. Beep, beep, beep. Xiao Ruyu has already hung up the phone. Li Yang stared at his phone in a daze. He suddenly imagined a scene that made him mentally explode. Chen Yuan, this bastard, is now dating Xiao Ruyu and Qin Bingxue at the same time, but who knew that it would suddenly fail? Then this bastard made an excuse and told Xiao Ruyu that Qin Bingxue is a lesbian. Xiao Ruyu didn't know many classmates at HUSD, and he happened to be one of them, so he called him and asked some questions. Then, without understanding what was going on, he actually helped Chen Yuan to clarify things. Oh my god, I actually helped Chen Yuan? Puff. Li Yang almost vomited blood. Chapter 192 Carp App. The feud between Li Yang and Chen Yuan has long been irreconcilable. If only he had known this earlier. He will definitely take advantage of the situation and kill Chen Yuan. If he doesn't do that, he is not named Li. But what has he done now? He actually helped Chen Yuan clear his suspicion and helped Chen Yuan hook up with Xiao Ruyu, the goddess he had admired for many years. Give the person you love most to your enemy with your own hands? What the hell? How could this happen? No, I can't let this happen. Li Yang called back. Xiao Ruyu heard the ringing of her cell phone and found that Li Yang was calling again. She thought about it and pressed the answer button. Hey, Li Yang, do you have anything else to say? Ruyu, don't believe what I say. No, don't believe Chen Yuan's lies. He is lying to you. So, you just lied to me. Qin Bingxue is not a lesbian. I didn't lie to you just now, but Chen Yuan did. He is a scumbag. He flirts with girls everywhere. Do you know that it's not just Qin Bingxue who has a relationship with him? I don't know how many girls in our school have had affairs with him. Even my ex-girlfriend was poached by that bitch Chen Yuan. Li Yang explained vigorously. He hoped that Xiao Ruyu would see clearly what kind of beast Chen Yuan was. Student Li Yang, didn't you send me a message a while ago, saying that you have always liked me for so many years, and that you have waited for me for 5 years and have never had a girlfriend? So here comes the question. How did your ex-girlfriend get poached by Chen Yuan? Were you lying to me before? Or do you want to lie to me now? Li Yang was confused. How did you get yourself into this trouble? No matter how he explained it, it seemed like he was lying. Also, do you know what kind of people I hate the most? People who say bad things about others behind their backs and spread rumors. I think such people are very vulgar. After Xiao Ruyu finished speaking, he decisively hung up the phone. She has her own judgment. Li Yang should have told the truth at the beginning as he had no idea about the situation, but when he heard that he was with Chen Yuan, he immediately changed his words. It is obvious that he still has evil intentions and wants to slander others. What's the point of talking bad about people behind their backs? Xiao Ruyu just hung up the phone. Li Yang called again. This time Xiao Ruyu was really annoyed and simply blocked him. Fuck. Li Yang looked at the red exclamation mark on the dialog box. I want to die? How so? Why is this happening? You actually accused me of spreading rumors. What I said was all true. Why don't you believe me? Li Yang roared wildly into the phone. Let me explain this on two sides. Just when Xiao Ruyu was talking to Li Yang, Chen Yuan followed Qin Bingxue to a very luxurious office. This office is about 60 square meters and is equipped with a desk, bookshelves, filing cabinets, coffee tables, sofas, and its own tea room. The building itself adopts a floor-to-ceiling window design. Through the 39-story building, you can overlook the beautiful and prosperous scenery of the entire Chuahanjie Street. It gives people a feeling of being in control of their lives and looking down on the world. Inside the office was the CEO of Carp Technology Company, Yu Manqing. This is a standard image of a strong woman. She has medium short hair and wears delicate makeup. Although she is in her 30s, she still has charm and wears a fashionable yellow dress customized for the office. Judging from Chen Yuan's perspective, her appearance should be rated 7 points. Don't think that 7 points is low. In fact, in real life, among 20 or so girls, there may not be one whose appearance can reach 7 points. 7 points, which is the level of the most beautiful girl in class. Besides, she is already in her 30s and her appearance has declined. She should have been more beautiful when she was 20. Boss Yin, please take a seat. Xiao Xue, go make Mr. Yin a cup of coffee. Yu Manqing ordered. Okay. Qin Bingxue nodded. In fact, Yu Manqing had already known that Chen Yuan was very young, because his cousin had met Chen Yuan before. But after meeting him in person, I still felt that he looked too young. A junior student who is only 21 years old can easily use hundreds of millions of dollars. Yesterday was even more incredible. I heard that the Jinmao Tower has been bought by someone, and the buyer is none other than Mr. Yin himself. There is no need to prove Mr. Yan's wealth. But what shocked Yu Manqing was that after Mr. Yin bought the Jinmao building, he actually gave it to a girl. This is the most explosive news. A building worth more than 2 billion yuan is just given away for free? She had never seen anyone willing to spend so much money to pick up girls. When this girl came to the company to collect rent today, she was stunned for a moment. Mr. Yu, right? Let's get to the point. I heard you wanted to raise funds from me. Chen Yuan asked directly. Yes, Mr. Yin. Why don't you take a look at the data report first? The CARP app launched by our company has exceeded 30 million users in less than 3 years since it was launched in 2018, and the daily active data is also around 5 million. Our company will also launch a new technical function in the future. I believe that with this technology, we will definitely gain a higher market share. As Yu Manqing spoke, he took out a data report. Chen Yuan couldn't understand these things. Even if he could understand it, he wouldn't believe it. Nowadays, even the Fortune 500 companies have falsified data. You just show me a random data report and expect me to believe you? Am I that naive? Okay, there's no need to look at the data reports. Before I came to your company, I conducted some research on the CARP app. You can make an offer yourself. How much do you think your company is worth? Chen Yuan threw the data report aside. He said casually, leaning back in his chair. Yu Manqing really couldn't handle his behavior. Given Chen Yuan's financial background, it's no joke to say that he had investigated her company in advance. They do have the ability to do this. Since there is no secret at all, there is no need to play any tricks. Boss Yen is a quick-witted person, so let's be frank. I founded this company 3 years ago and have invested nearly 100 million yuan. I am still a wholly owned shareholder. CARP app ranks third among similar software in the country. I value its market at 300 million yuan. Of course, this is only because we haven't launched the latest AI intelligent algorithm yet, and our company does not have enough operating funds. If we have sufficient funds for advertising, coupled with the latest AI intelligent algorithm, I am confident that within a year, CARP app will be ranked first in the country. So you've been talking for a long time. What is the specific valuation? Chen Yuan was getting a little impatient. 1 billion. Yu Manqing narrowed her eyes. She had previously talked to another investment company about 1 billion yuan, but they rejected her outright, believing that the CARP app was not worth that much money. The other party wants to use 100 million to acquire 30% of the shares of Liu app. She didn't agree. Chapter 193 Hypocrisy. 1 billion. Chen Yuan frowned. Yu Manqing felt a little unsure. Could it be that Mr. Yin also felt that the valuation was too high? But she is very confident in the intelligent AI that her team has just developed. She even thinks that this technology alone is worth 1 billion yuan. It's just because the current profit direction of CARP app is not very clear. So I dare not quote too high. What do you think, Mr. Yin? I don't think it's that great. It's only 1 billion. Why are you talking to me for so long? Why don't you just say no? Only 1 billion? Yu Manqing felt her thoughts were a little confused. 10,000 alpacas are running wildly through my heart. How about this? I will invest 1 billion yuan and not take advantage of you. I will only take 49% of the shares of CARP app. What do you think? Is there such a good thing? Yu Manqing was shocked. Having been doing business for so many years, she has seen many successful people in suits and ties who would fight to the death for 1% of the shares and would not give up an inch. Just to maximize their own interests, they can be shameless and even go back on their words. Kian always talks about business and actually offers to give money. The market valuation of CARP app is 1 billion yuan, and you spend 1 billion yuan to acquire only 49% of the shares, which is equivalent to buying CARP app at a market valuation of 2 billion yuan on the spot. Actively double the price. The key point is that 49% of the shares, less than half, is equivalent to voluntarily giving up the company's dominance and will not endanger Yu Manqing's position in Liu technology. Isn't this equivalent to giving money away for free? Boss Yen, do you have any other conditions? Yu Manqing pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on her face and asked wisely. Yes, I do have a condition. It's very simple. I need you to secretly transfer these shares to Qin Bingshue's name. I understand, Mr. Yin. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you. Yu Manqing and Chen Yuan shook hands and smiled at each other. Chen Yuan's idea is very simple. Qin Bingshue's favorability has now risen to 80 points, and it is unknown when it will break through 95 points. Spend 1 billion now and don't let Qin Bingshue know. If this woman's favorability suddenly reaches a critical value one day, the system will give her a rebate of 100 million. This is what it means to prepare for a rainy day. And even if the favorability doesn't increase to 95 points, it doesn't matter. The system quota is 900 trillion, and less than 5 billion has been spent so far. It is time to find an opportunity to spend more money. As for how to let Qin Bingshue obtain 49% of the shares of Liu app without knowing it, this is a problem that Mr. Yu should consider. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, Qin Bingshue knocked on the door and walked in, holding 2 cups of coffee in her hands. Mr. Yu, this is your coffee. Mr. Yin, this cup is yours. Okay, Xiao Xue, sort out the documents first, and then print out a copy of the equity transfer contract. Yu Manqing ordered. Qin Bingxue nodded. Naturally, she had to complete the boss's instructions as soon as possible. In fact, the equity contract had been made long ago, but it was not negotiated during the last financing. 20 minutes later, Chen Yuan walked out of Mr. Yu's office. Chen Yuan, how was your talk with our boss? Qin Bingxue asked curiously as Chen Yuan just walked out. Not bad. Work hard. I'm optimistic about you guys. With your talent, I think you'll get a promotion and a raise soon. I haven't thought too much about things like promotions and salary increases. After all, I just graduated. I want to ask what your plans are. Qin Bingxue suddenly asked seriously. What are your plans? Don't think I can't see your relationship with Xiao Ruoyu outside. Let me ask you, between Xiao Ruoyu and Zhao Yuqi, who are you going to choose? Yuqi is sincere to you. Qin Bingshue's words meant that she had suppressed her thoughts about Chen Yuan. Although the man in front of her was probably the only man she didn't hate. But this man is essentially a playboy. Her mind told her that she could not have any relationship with Chen Yuan, but subconsciously, she especially wanted to be close to Chen Yuan. Very contradictory. Very conflicted. But now reason prevails. If Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuqi can continue to be together, she will choose to bless them. Why should I choose? I want them all. You want both? Yeah, isn't it? Hearing Chen Yuan's answer, Qin Bingxue felt as if struck by lightning. All three views are destroyed. She had known for a long time that Chen Yuan was a scumbag, but she didn't expect that this guy could be so self-righteous about it. How can you even say something like this? You probably want to go to heaven. But for some reason, even though Chen Yuan was a scumbag, she didn't feel any disgust towards him. It may be a rather hypocritical routine. Chen Yuan seems more real. He didn't hide anything. He was open and aboveboard. I'm telling you straight away, I want them all. If you feel unhappy, there is nothing I can do. You are amazing. You can say such a beastly thing. I thought at that time. What do you think is wrong? Didn't you know that I like to flirt with other girls? It's not the first day you've known me. Even so, you were at school yesterday, throwing yourself at me, and even went to the boys' dormitory to wash my underwear? I think you are quite contradictory. If you really like me, why don't you dare to admit it openly, and even ask me to choose Zhao Yuqi or Xiao Ruoyu? Why don't you ask me if I would choose you? And I don't think you're a good person either. If you really wanted to protect Zhao Yuqi, you shouldn't have seduced me like that yesterday. I think I'm more open-minded than you when it comes to relationships. You have no right to teach me a lesson. Chen Yuan finished speaking. Without even looking back, he turned and left. Very cool. Very cool. The feeling of pointing at the school beauty's nose and scolding her is so damn comfortable. Have I spoiled you by letting you be hot and cold? Chen Yuan's words made Qin Bingxue fall into deep thought. It can be said to hit the soul directly. He ruthlessly tore off the last piece of cloth covering her body. In this materialistic and money-oriented age, everyone is more or less selfish and is self-centered when considering issues. No one is a saint. Neither Chen Yuan nor Qin Bingxue is one. Why do you have to pretend that it is for the good of others? Chen Yuan's words were equivalent to pointing at Qin Bingshue's nose and calling her hypocritical. No one has ever said that before. Qin Bingxue didn't realize it either. But at this moment, she suddenly couldn't refute. She is quite hypocritical. She didn't dare to face her true feelings. Don't you even have the courage to fight? You said she was cold and arrogant? In fact, she has a bit of low self-esteem. Am I really hypocritical? So, I have always been this kind of person. I am indeed not as frank as Chen Yuan. I am not qualified to teach him a lesson. Qin Bingxue was a little distraught. Xia Xue, please sign this document. Chapter 194 Chen Yuan, what do you want to do? Qin Bingxue was absent-minded. She thought this document was an application for regularization. I didn't care much and just signed it casually. She kept reflecting on herself in her heart. I have to admit that her behavior yesterday was not only hypocritical, but also very green tea. Is the attitude she shows towards Chen Yuan really just that of a classmate relationship? Just deceiving yourself. Xia Xue, let's gather in the company's conference room. President Yu has something to announce. After a while, a company secretary was informed. She not only notified Qin Bingxue, but also notified all employees in the company. All in all, there are nearly 300 people in all departments. Soon, all 300 people gathered in a large conference hall. In fact, this conference hall is not small, it is more than 180 square meters. If a company department holds a meeting, the space is more than enough. But if employees from all departments of the company gather together, it will seem a bit crowded. As soon as Qin Bingxue walked into the conference room, she found that many people were already there. There are finance department, technology department, operations department, management department, human resources department, planning department, and many other departments. Managers and directors from various departments also attended the meeting. In addition, some management who were on expatriate assignment or on vacation have all started video conferencing. Obviously, this sudden staff meeting was very grand. I remember we just had a regular company meeting a few days ago. Why are we having another one? The company's regular meetings are usually held once a month. This time, President Yu convened it suddenly. He must have something important to announce. I heard that our company has been looking for venture capital financing recently. I guess this matter should be settled. There may be new shareholders joining. A group of employees were watching and talking about it. Everyone wants to know, who is this new big boss? Yu Manqin is actually a very capable person. When Liu App was founded, it was not solely funded by her. At the beginning, she only owned 20% of the company. There are 5 shareholders in the company. But in 2019, Liu App encountered a severe crackdown crisis. Because users of the Carp app spread some not-so-positive content, the reputation of the entire software is not particularly good. It can almost be classified as a vulgar social software. Therefore, it was removed from the shelves for rectification. It was this crisis that caused other shareholders of Carp app to flee and sell their shares at a low price. Yu Manqin stood up at the critical moment. When the company was in a very difficult time, she bought out the shares of other shareholders and continued to pay the salaries of more than 100 employees as usual. Without the company making any profit, it is suffering a net loss of several million every month. She endured the pressure for half a year. Gradually let the Carp app transform and get on the right track. Currently, among the same type of apps, Liu App has ranked 3rd. The best one should be Dehongshu. Dehongshu's current market value exceeds 6 billion. The market share is much higher than that of Carp app. But Yu Manqin is confident that after receiving investment from Mr. Yen, she can bring the Liu App to the same level as Dehongshu within 2 years. Yu Manqin smiled and glanced at Qin Bingxue. Everyone, I called you all here today to announce something. Our company is going to promote a vice president soon. As soon as these words came out, all the company's senior executives sat upright. The position of vice president of the company has been vacant for a long time. The former vice president is a major shareholder of the company and one of the founding fathers of Liu App. After selling his company shares in 2019, he resigned from his position as vice president. Until now, the position of vice president remains vacant. Now, the management of each department is a little excited, because they all have the opportunity to become the vice president. The atmosphere gradually began to become tense. Several management levels are already gearing up for action. Now, I announce that the candidate for the company's vice president will be Ms. Qin Bingxue. Please come in. Yu Manqin finished speaking. More than 300 employees in the venue all turned their eyes to Qin Bingxue. Qin Bingxue herself was stunned. Even she herself couldn't believe it. How could she, a new employee, have the qualifications to go from a small assistant to the position of vice president of the company? Boss Yu, I'm afraid your hasty appointment is inappropriate. Xiaoqin is just a new employee. What qualifications does she have to be the company's vice president? Whether in terms of seniority or ability, I don't think she is suitable. The marketing director stood up and objected loudly. What Director Sun said makes sense. I also think that President Yu's appointment was a bit hasty. Another company manager also refuted the same point. Is it careless? I don't think so. Although Xiaoqin has just joined the company in the Carp family, her ability is absolutely outstanding. You have no idea what kind of great contribution she has made to the company. I have a shareholding agreement here. To tell you the truth, Xiaoqin is now the 2nd largest shareholder of Carp Technology Company, holding 49% of the shares. She has brought in 1 billion yuan in capital injection to our company. Do you have any questions? Yu Manqin's words were like a huge storm, shocking the entire audience. No one expected that this beautiful female assistant who had just joined the company could come up with 1 billion yuan in funds and acquire 49% of the shares of Carp Technology Company. Whether the sale of Liu Technology is worth 1 billion yuan is still a question worth discussing. You spent 1 billion yuan, but only own 49% of the shares. Do you have money but nowhere to spend it? What if I lose money? Who knows the future development of Carp app and whether it can rise? Originally, several managers in the company had some ideas about Qin Bingxue and wondered if they could play some unspoken rules of the office. Now I don't dare to have such thoughts easily. Since no one has any objections, Ms. Qin Bingxue will officially take over the position of vice president of our company. By the way, I would like to tell you another good news. After the company obtains this financing, it will provide dividend rewards to the employees who have worked in the company for more than 2 years, and veteran management who have worked for more than 3 years will receive equity rewards. Yu Manqin began to talk big in the meeting, paint all kinds of rosy promises to employees. She started talking about her ideals and ambitions and promised employees a series of benefits. She tied everyone to her chariot. Bosses all like to fool people. No matter whether it is true or not, they just brag about it first. Qin Bingshui at this moment. Yu Maching's speech could no longer be heard. She looked almost dazed, her thoughts extremely complicated. I suddenly became the second largest shareholder of the company and also became the vice president? But she didn't buy the shares. Then there is only one possibility. Chen Yuan gave it to her. This man secretly gave her 1 billion worth of shares, but before leaving the company, he didn't even mention it. Qin Bingshui's heart was suddenly in turmoil again. Chen Yuan, what on earth do you want to do? Chapter 195 Counterattack. Don't you already have Zhao Yuqi and Xiao Ruoyu? Why are you doing this to me? Do you like me too? But Qin Bingshui's thoughts were extremely complicated. In fact, in the minds of many women, the way to judge whether a man likes them is very simple. It depends on whether the man is willing to spend money on them. Those who are willing to spend money are not necessarily sincere. But those who are unwilling to spend money are definitely not sincere. Such toxic chicken soup will be spread in the circle of friends and major short video platforms. Many gold diggers will confidently and publicly make such remarks on social platforms. Money and love seem to be equal. Even many boys would agree with this statement. Everyone has the right to pursue a better life. If you just start pursuing a girl and you are reluctant to spend money on her, then why are you pursuing her? At first glance, it seems to make sense, and you can't say she is wrong. But if you hear this kind of talk too many times, I can tell you with certainty that you will never be happy in the future. Such remarks will only increase the conflict between men and women. Just like boys would say, it's useless to be nice to a girl when you're chasing her. You buy her lipstick, bags, whatever she wants. But if a boy with better conditions than you appears at this time, he can replace you anytime and anywhere. Isn't it heartbreaking? That's the truth. If you are very good, invest all your money in yourself, build up enough attraction, let girls be nice to you, let them pay for you. Only when she has paid, will she cherish you. From a normal psychological perspective, everyone wants to get a return after investing. It's not just a monetary investment. The same is true for emotional investment. So here comes the question. When men and women are in love, they both want the other party to give and cherish themselves. Are both of the above views wrong? In fact, both are correct. But men and women are opposite and contradictory. Both sides have a point. Who do you listen to? Listening to too much toxic chicken soup will only make both men and women unwilling to give, and both want the other party to be nice to you. No one wants to suffer a loss. Both parties will become increasingly selfish and their relationship will fall apart. If you don't have any friends, I guess I'll never find someone who suits my taste. If you are already in a relationship or are a couple, in serious cases, the result is divorce. It caused the family to be broken up, the wives and children to be separated, and a originally good family was torn apart. The purpose of toxic chicken soup is to gain your approval with very reasonable words, making you feel that it makes sense, but it can invisibly make you more and more prejudiced towards life, more and more selfish, and more dissatisfied with your partner's practices, increasing conflicts between men and women and provoking wars. The final result is that no one will benefit. Once ideas are formed, they cannot be changed. Let's get back to the topic. In today's China, is there any girl who has not been harmed by toxic chicken soup? Almost all girls will instinctively think that if a boy is willing to spend money on you, he must be interested in you. And the more you spend, it shows that he is more sincere. Qin Bingshui also holds the same idea. You can't blame her for this. I can only say that it is normal for girls to have such thoughts. And Chen Yuan spent 1 billion on her? This is 10 billion? If a boy does not love a girl deeply, how could he be willing to spend so much money on you? And Chen Yuan didn't tell her yet. He just made the deal secretly with her boss. Isn't this a plot that only appears in idol dramas? The hero silently gave a lot and sacrificed everything for the heroine. But the heroine does not understand the hero and often treats him as a scumbag, and even pushes him into the arms of another woman in front of him. So the male protagonist said some very excessive words in a fit of anger. He said he wanted both. In fact, the person he really loves is the heroine. 1 billion is the best proof. Unfortunately, the heroine didn't understand and hurt the hero's heart. Qin Bingshui put herself into the situation. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that Chen Yuan had asked her a question with an angry look on his face. Why don't you ask me if I would choose you? Qin Bingshui suddenly came to her senses. So he likes me? The person he really wants to choose is me? But I pushed him away with my own hands. Qin Bingshui ran out of the meeting room with red eyes. She was filled with regret. This is a girl with some low self-esteem. Although she is pretty, she is not very confident inside. Before she was sure of Chen Yuan's feelings, she didn't dare to invest too much emotion. They may even try to control their emotions rationally and suppress themselves. But now, she was sure. She finally confirmed it. Chen Yuan likes her, and Chen Yuan loves her. This boy is willing to silently give everything for her. Qin Bingshue's suppressed emotions burst out at this moment. Qin Bingshue, favorability +5. Qin Bingshue, favorability +5. Qin Bingshue, favorability +5. Current favorability, 95 points. Ding. Detected that the number 8 liquor target Qin Bingshue has successfully exceeded 95 points of favorability towards the host. Congratulations to the host for the successful counterattack. Ding. The 8th liquor target spent a total of 1 billion yuan in liquor gold, and the host is rewarded with 100 million yuan. Ding. Qin Bingshue successfully transformed into the host's liquor, rewarded with 35 strengthening points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Combat Mastery. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 73 kilograms. Strength, 45. Constitution, 45. Spirit, 30. Agility, 55. The average value for normal adults is 10. Status, extremely strong. Reinforcement points, 84. Skills, basketball, LV 100, piano, LV 60, dance, LV 20, fighting, LV 10, English, LV 5, Russian, LV 5, French, LV 5, Korean, LV 5. Let me explain this on two sides. Do you think Chen Yuan is really deeply in love with Qin Bingshue? Actually not. Of course, it cannot be denied that boys have a natural liking for pretty girls. But Chen Yuan doesn't have to be with Qin Bingshue. Her position in Chen Yuan's heart is not even as high as Xiao Ryu or Zhao Yuqi. For Chen Yuan, spending 1 billion was just out of boredom and he simply wanted to earn some extra money. Besides, when Chen Yuan scolded Qin Bingshue just now, he really just wanted to scold her. There is no deep meaning in it. But Qin Bingshue doesn't think so. She felt that Chen Yuan liked her. Moreover, he tolerated her willfulness and stubbornness time and time again, and was willing to silently give for her. A man who spends 1 billion on you, you don't believe he loves you. Do you want to believe those men who just talk and say they love you with sweet words without making any effort? Chen Yuan at this time just found Xiao Ruoyu. A series of system prompts suddenly rang in my mind. Chapter 196, I feel guilty. Chen Yuan didn't expect that Qin Bingshue's favorability would exceed the critical value so quickly. Is the power of 1 billion really that great? This is also the case with President Yu. Didn't she ask him to do it secretly? How did it get exposed so quickly? Chen Yuan frowned. Although he had already left Carp Technology Company, he could still tell that Qin Bingshue's favorability towards him had increased, and there was only one reason for that. That is, she already knew that Chen Yuan had bought 1 billion shares for her. Apart from this reason, Chen Yuan couldn't think of anything else that could make Qin Bingshue feel more favorable towards him. It's very real. In fact, more than 99.9% of girls in this world are materialistic. There is nothing to criticize about this because men are the same. Everyone knows it tacitly. It's just that some girls with low emotional intelligence often talk about this kind of thing, which is very disgusting. There are also some girls who, deep down, feel that they are not materialistic. They just want to use some things to judge whether this man really loves them. In fact, it doesn't matter whether it's money or not. What matters is the thought. In the eyes of girls, the thought is very important. But the problem is, it seems like everything that proves one's feelings has to cost money. I am speechless. Chen Yuan also has a strategy when it comes to spending money. He did not give Qin Bingshue 1 billion directly. Otherwise, people might think you are pretending to be cool, showing off your wealth, trying to embarrass others, or trying to use money to bully them. Chen Yuan did not do so. He took a roundabout way and used Yu Manqing's hand to pretend to be cool, so that people would not feel disgusted. Instead, they think you are making silent contributions. No woman can resist this silent dedication. This wave of counterattack was both unexpected and reasonable. At this time, Xiao Ruyu was chatting with a girl in the cafe on the first floor. Chen Yuan had met this girl once. Isn't this that guy? Du Xiaoya? Which girl does Lu Wenjie like? It just happened by chance. After Xiao Ruyu blocked Li Yang, I ran into Du Xiaoya just when I was getting off the elevator. The two were classmates, so they started chatting together. It happened that when they were on the first floor, a property employee exposed Xiao Ruyu's identity. Du Xiaoya was instantly stunned by her beauty. She took Xiao Ruyu to a cafe on the first floor. Ruoyu, I'm shocked. You are actually the landlord of Jinmao Building. Oh my god, you are so rich. Xiao Yu, please don't be so exaggerated. I'm a little embarrassed when you do this. Okay, I'm not kidding you anymore. I've heard before that the owner of Jinmao Building seems to be a wealthy man named Zhu. How come you're the landlady now? Du Xiaoya obviously had something else in her words. She even wondered if Xiao Ruyu was being kept by Boss Zhu. Xiao Ruyu also clearly heard the ambiguity in the other party's words. Her relationship with Du Xiaoya is actually not that good. Although we were classmates, we never played together. There was a meet and greet, but that was it. A class is divided into several circles, and Xiao Ruiyu is in a different circle. It's not what you think. It's a bit complicated. Boss Zhu started a new project in Shanghai and needed a large amount of funds, so he sold the Jinmao building. I just took over it recently. So your family is so rich. Wait, let me do the math. This building is worth at least 2 billion. How can your family afford 2 billion? Oh my god. Du Xiaoya took out her cell phone and did some calculations, and was even more shocked. If Xiao Ruiyu's family could come up with more than 2 billion at one time to buy a building, then the Xiao family's assets are at least over 10 billion. Xiao Ruiyu is actually a billionaire? Not really, my family can't afford that much money. This building was given to me by my boyfriend. Puff. Du Xiaoya almost couldn't help but spray the coffee on Xiao Ruiyu's face. What kind of joke is this? What kind of couple would give a building as a gift? Are you kidding me? Did your boyfriend buy this building? Yes, his name is Chen Yuan, and he is a good friend of Lu Wenjia. You should know Lu Wenjia, right? Xiao Ruiyu said. Lu Wenjia's good friend, could it be? Du Xiaoya suddenly thought of someone. Before, at the gate of Wuhan University, she met a man driving a Ferrari LaFerrari. This is a luxury car worth more than 20 million yuan. Anyone who can afford it must be rich or noble. She took the initiative to get in the car, wanting to get to know the rich young man, but she didn't expect that he was not interested in her. Then she met Lu Wenjia. Was it a bit embarrassing at the time? Could it be that the boyfriend Xiao Ruiyu mentioned who bought her a house was the handsome guy who drove the Ferrari that day? Did your boyfriend really give you a building? 2 billion. Du Xiaoya confirmed again. She was a little jealous. Why were other people's boyfriends so outstanding? A building worth more than 2 billion is given away just like that? Her previous boyfriend refused to buy her a bag worth 30,000 yuan. What a scumbag. Pooh. Yes, even the property rights are registered in my name. I am still a little confused. Do you think Chen Yuan really likes me? Xiao Ruiyu, I think you are a little too hypocritical. He gave you a building worth more than 2 billion, and you actually asked him if he really liked you? I want to have a boyfriend like this. I would serve him tea and water and wash his feet every day. Du Xiaoya said bluntly with contempt. But I always feel that there are some girls around him. Isn't that nonsense? Du Xiaoya rolled her eyes. He's young, handsome, and rich. How could there not be some seducing vixen around him? How could there not be competition for such high-quality resources? What you need to do is not to doubt him, but to believe in him and acknowledge him. Doubt will only make you go further and further away. You have to know that this kind of boy is never short of beautiful girls around him. The more you suspect him, the more annoyed he will feel, and he might be taken advantage of by other vixen. Let's take a step back and say, do you think this guy doesn't like you enough? He spent more than 2 billion to buy a house for you. Why not give it to other girls? It's because you have a different status in his mind. Can't you even figure this out? Do you still need to verify it? I'm drunk. Du Xiaoya said this. It instantly awakened Xiao Ruiyu. She suddenly realized that she had been being too stubborn. Maybe after Chen Yuan bought her a building, she became a little anxious and worried. It always feels unreal. When she saw Chen Yuan and Qin Bingxue walking out of the elevator together, she was a little panicked. Now that she has been awakened, she began to realize that this was a very bad state. No man would like a woman who is suspicious all day long. You're right. Thank you, Xiaoya. Chen Yuan has done so much for me, but I haven't done anything for him yet. I feel really guilty when I think about it. Chapter 197. The Bad Girl Du Xiaoya. Xiao Ruiyu's thoughts changed, and he suddenly felt enlightened. Strictly speaking, she is not yet Chen Yuan's girlfriend. There was no publicity, no confession, and no verbal commitment between the two. From beginning to end, it was Chen Yuan who gave her things. He helped her family solve the bankruptcy crisis, gave her a building, and even took a beating for her when she was in high school. This boy is actually quite reserved and introverted. I am not willing to say what I have done, and most of the time I am the only one who silently makes contributions behind the scenes. Never force. He is not good at sweet talk and can be overbearing and strong occasionally. On the contrary, I am indeed a bit pretentious. They treated her like that. What is there to doubt? Maybe it's because I care too much, so I feel a little insecure. Ruiyu, you are here. I looked around. Is this your friend? When Xiao Ruiyu was lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him. When she turned around, Chen Yuan was already standing behind her. Chen Yuan, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is my college classmate, Du Xiaoya, who is also in the foreign languages department. Oh, it's Xiaoya. I'm Chen Yuan. Nice to meet you. Have we met before? You look familiar. Chen Yuan said with a smile. Du Xiaoya was also stunned when she saw Chen Yuan. Sure enough, her guess was correct. The person who bought a building for Xiao Ryu was the handsome guy who drove a Ferrari at the gate of Wuhan University that day. It was actually him. This handsome guy is young, good-looking, and generous. He can actually give a building as a gift? So generous. He is simply the perfect rich son-in-law. A modern version of Prince Charming. Du Xiaoya became interested. Handsome guy, you forgot that we met before. You were with Lu Wenjia. Actually, Wenjia and I are also very good friends. Now that you mention it, I seem to have some impression of it. Chen Yuan and Du Xiaoya shook hands politely. He touched it only lightly, and just when he was about to let go, Du Xiaoya's fingertips actually gently tapped Chen Yuan's palm. It seems to have a teasing meaning. This woman is obviously seducing, and he was playing some tricks in front of Xiao Ruoyu. Ding! The dog-licking operation begins. Name, Du Xiaoya. Age, 21 years old. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 8.2 points. The girl's favorability towards the host, 65 points. Ding! The favorability is too high, binding failed. Chen Yuan is not interested in Du Xiaoya. He doesn't like girls who take the initiative to get into luxury cars. What's more, this is the girl Lu Wenjia likes. By the way, Ruoyu, do you mind if I add classmate Chen Yuan on WeChat? He is good friends with Lu Wenjia and I are also good friends. Let's add each other as friends, and maybe we can have a chance to hang out together in the future. Du Xiaoya asked schemingly. Her statement is very meaningful. Instead of asking Chen Yuan for his WeChat ID directly, he asked Xiao Ruoyu in front of her if she could add Chen Yuan on WeChat. This gives Xiao Ruoyu enough face. If she asked Chen Yuan for his WeChat ID directly, perhaps Chen Yuan would reject her in person out of consideration for Xiao Ruoyu's opinion. But asking Xiao Ruoyu's opinion first would make a difference. People are just socializing normally. It's just making friends. You can't be so stingy, right? She asked in this way, and it was difficult for Xiao Ruoyu to refuse. You can add more if you want. I have no objection. Xiao Ruoyu glanced at Du Xiaoya warily. I was quite grateful just now. Now you want to steal my man. Chen Yuan, Ryu has agreed. You won't disagree, right? It's just adding a friend. Don't be so stingy. Just scan me. Du Xiaoya opened her WeChat QR code very naturally and in a joking tone. Drop. Chen Yuan took a quick look. People have come to this point. It seems that not adding it would be disrespectful. And adding WeChat friends doesn't mean anything. Du Xiaoya is obviously a scumbag. As long as he is a high-quality boy, she will add him as a friend first. Don't be in a hurry. Raise the fish slowly. The more fish there are in the pond, the more choices she has. No matter you are a boy, have a girlfriend or not. It doesn't matter. Add friends first. She doesn't necessarily want to poach other people. What if you break up one day? When this high-quality boy breaks up, is it possible that he will think of her? This is equivalent to laying a foreshadowing. As long as there are more and more boys like this in her circle of friends, there will always be good resources for her to choose from. This is the routine of the bad woman. Almost like a scumbag. The same is to cast a wide net and focus on fishing. Moreover, in the boys' circle, birds of a feather flock together. You can always find an equally outstanding boy around an outstanding boy. This is equivalent to you fishing a fish, and there is a fish nest underneath the fish. There are endless resources to be mined. Looking for a good job while riding a donkey, a guide to raising fish. It's so cool. There's no need to rush anything. Lay out first. There will always be opportunities later. But you, a scumbag girl, want to support me, the Sea King. Are you thinking too much? Chen Yuan sneered in his heart. By the way, have you had lunch yet? How about we go have hot pot? I remember there is a Haidaleo on the 7th floor. Du Xiaoya took the initiative to propose. In that case, I'll call Lu Wenjia over as well. It'll be more fun with more people. Chen Yuan's words made Xiao Ruoyu very satisfied. In fact, for lunch, she just wanted to eat with Chen Yuan alone. But he was too embarrassed to chase Du Xiaoya away. It feels a bit awkward for 2 women and 1 man to have dinner together. It would be perfect if we could call Lu Wenjia over. Hello, Lao Lu, come over for dinner. Chuahanjia Street. I'll send you the location later. Chen Yuan dialed Lu Wenjia's number and spoke directly. Eat? I don't want to go. Lu Wenjia refused. Why? What's the point of eating at Chuahanjia at noon? It's expensive. Do you have a date with a girl? Yes. Chen Yuan admitted it honestly. You've already made a date with a girl, and you still want me to be a light bulb. Do you want me to eat dog food? I don't have this kind of masochistic tendency. Are you sure you're not coming? I'm sure. I still have to review my lessons and prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination. Lu Wenjia said firmly. Okay then, that guy, Du Xiaoya. Lu Wenjia said he won't come. Wait a minute, brother Yuan. I'll be there soon. Hung up the phone with Lu Wenjia. Chen Yuan shook his head. With Lao Lu's temper, I'm afraid he will be controlled by Du Xiaoya. The difference in level between the two is too big. Not to mention whether you can catch up or not. Even if you really catch up, you will probably repeat the mistakes of a dog licker. 20 minutes later. Chapter 198. Encountered poachers. Lu Wenjie called. Let Chen Yuan go and pick him up. The main reason is that Lao Lu is a bit directionally challenged. He has no idea of the direction in unfamiliar places. Even with positioning, he could only find an approximate location but not the exact location. Ruoyu, Xiaoya, you guys order the food first. I'll go pick up Lao Lu and come right over. Okay. Xiao Ruoyu and Du Xiaoya nodded. They found a seat and started ordering food. Heidaleo's business is pretty good. After Chen Yuan left, many men in the hot pot restaurant looked towards the seats of Xiao Ruoyu and Du Xiaoya. These are two girls who are alone, and they are all very beautiful. Although Du Xiaoya's appearance and temperament are inferior to Xiao Ruoyu, she is still an 8-point beauty. Walking in the crowd, you will definitely be the focus. She is also the most beautiful girl in the department. Otherwise, Lu Wenjie would not regard her as a goddess. Xiao Ruoyu is even more amazing. A 9-point beauty, 1 in a million. Not to mention anything else. Even in the entertainment industry where beauties gather, Xiao Ruoyu's appearance and temperament are worthy of top level. Two gorgeous girls, with no men around them. Naturally, she will be coveted by other men. This kind of hot pot place is actually a good place to strike up a conversation with a girl who is alone. This has a higher success rate than asking for a girl's WeChat directly on the street. For those who are more awesome, it is not impossible to share a table with girls. Beautiful lady, do you mind if I ask your friend for WeChat? Xiao Ruoyu and Du Xiaoya had just sat down. A handsome man with a slicked back hair, wearing Versace and a Richard Miller RM056 on his wrist, who looked to be about 30 years old, asked with a smile. Du Xiaoya narrowed her eyes. Are you so lucky today? Another super rich son-in-law? Du Xiaoya is very knowledgeable about luxury goods. She knows that the watch on the wrist of the man in front of her is worth 17 million. This is a global limited edition. It is said that poor people play with cars, while rich people play with watches. To identify a truly awesome rich second generation, just look at the watch on his wrist, and you'll probably know his strength. What a pity. This man was obviously more interested in Xiao Ruoyu. Moreover, from his polite questions, it can be seen that he is a veteran. Handsome. If you want to add me on WeChat, I don't mind. But if you want to add my friend's WeChat, you should ask their opinion. I can't make the decision. Du Xiaoya said with a smile. Is that okay? Let's make friends. By the way, waiter, this table of theirs will be on my bill. Yes, sir. No need. My boyfriend is coming over soon, so I don't need you to invite him. We don't even know each other. Xiao Ruoyu decisively refused. Looking at the other party's familiar routine, she suddenly felt disgusted. Because that's how Du Xiaoya used WeChat to trick Chen Yuan just now. It's only been a few minutes, and you're already using the male version of a pickup line? Beautiful lady, you misunderstood. I have no other intentions. I just want to make friends. Actually, you are so beautiful. I think you have a chance to develop in the entertainment industry. It just so happens that I have a friend who is a director. I think you should know him. The handsome and mature man was not angry at all when facing Xiao Ruoyu's rejection. He was very patient and talked a lot. By the way, he pointed to another man who came to Heidaleo with him. Du Xiaoya looked in the direction of the voice. Sure enough, I found a familiar figure. Oh my god, he's Yang Sison. Is he really Yang Sison? He's a genius director. I'm sorry, I have no interest in the entertainment industry. Also, your friend Yang Sison's reputation is not very good, so please leave. My boyfriend will be here later. If he sees this situation, I'm worried that you will suffer. Xiao Ruoyu refused bluntly. She has absolutely no interest in the celebrity entertainment industry that many girls aspire to. Are you kidding? What is the purpose of being a star? In essence, it's not about making money. Being a celebrity is also a job. Xiao Ruoyu is now worth tens of billions. She owns a building and earns tens of millions in rent every year. This does not include her shares in Xiaojie Yuanhang Group. Isn't it great to be a landlady? What kind of star can have such income as hers? I'm afraid it would take a top star in the entertainment industry, right? Speaking of Yang Sison, we have to say that he is also a notorious figure in the entertainment industry. He was originally a very talented young director in the entertainment industry. Besides, he is also an actor. In 2009, when Yang Sison was a sophomore at the Yenqing Film Academy, he became famous all over the country through a TV series in which he directed and acted. In 2011, Yang Sison became famous overnight and made a sensation across the country with a youth romance movie that grossed 1 billion yuan at the box office with a low-cost investment of 5 million yuan. He is known as the youngest and most talented director in the Chinese film and television industry. In 2015, Yang Sison got married at the age of 26 and married a top actress in the entertainment industry. He achieved success at a young age and achieved success in both love and career. He has a bright future. If there are no setbacks, his future achievements may surpass those of Director Hu, Director Feng, Director Zhang, Director Wang, and many other big names in the film and television industry. Pity. A person's life can never be smooth sailing. In 2016, Yang Sison's wife had just given birth to a daughter when he was exposed for a group sex scandal, and was also photographed by reporters. The talented director who once had a promising future fell from grace in an instant. The online attacks and abuse never end. His wife divorced him and left the house with nothing. His career also began to plummet. Although he made several movies later, the audience was no longer interested. The box office flopped. The costs cannot be recovered. Fewer and fewer people are looking for him to make movies. In the past, he didn't even have to solicit investment, as countless people would take the initiative to give him money. But now, he has to lower his face and look at the face of the rich second generation. Life is like this, ups and downs. Just because you rise doesn't mean you will always be at the top. Being successful at a young age is not necessarily a good thing. Mr. Luo, regarding the film investment, what do you think? Before Yang Sison could finish his words, he was interrupted by Luo Yufeng. Director Yang, let's talk about this later. My beautiful lady, you may not know me very well. There are not many people in Seoul who dare to make me suffer. I don't know who your boyfriend is. My name is Luo Yufeng, but I really want to meet your boyfriend. This Mr. Luo was extremely confident in his words. It seemed that he knew Xiao Ruyu had a boyfriend. He also doesn't bother the other person at all. So what if you have a boyfriend? As long as you use the hoe well, there is no corner that you cannot dig down. This kind of wall foundation has been dug by him more than once or twice. Xiao Ruiyu's appearance and temperament really moved him. Even though he has played with countless girls, someone like Xiao Ruiyu still gives him the feeling of first love. Chapter 199, No Need to Renew the Lease Next Month. It is said that Chen Yuan ran to pick up Lu Wenxia. He was gone for no more than 10 minutes. After just 10 minutes, I came back to find a mature man in his 30s flirting with a girl. Judging from the way he's dressed, he must be quite rich. But why would you flirt with my girl when you can flirt with anyone else? My dear, who gives you the confidence? Old Chun, what's going on? What's happening? Lu Wenxia asked in confusion. It's okay, let's go and take a look. Chen Yuan and Lu Wenxia walked over slowly. When Xiao Ruiyu saw Chen Yuan, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Her smile is as bright as a bud about to bloom, or like the sunshine in spring, bright and warm, but not scorching. Luo Yufeng was stunned for a moment. This smile is so sweet. Beautiful lady, maybe I am a little abrupt today, but I really want to get to know you. Why do you have to reject me? More friends mean more paths. I think a beautiful girl like you should leave yourself more room for choice. When Luo Yufeng said this, suddenly I felt someone patting my back. He glanced back. I saw two boys standing behind him. Both of these boys are handsome and appear to be in their early 20s. There is still a childish look on his face, a bit like a college student who has not yet graduated. For a boy, his early 20s should be the best time of his life, but it is also the poorest time. Because boys at this age are too embarrassed to ask their parents for money. But they can't make any money. Having just entered society and being at the bottom of the social ladder, if such boys have a girlfriend, most of them will live a very difficult life. Even if you're a rich second generation, your monthly living expenses may only be tens of thousands, or at most hundreds of thousands. There won't be much pocket money for them to spend. They will not be able to have enough money until they gradually take over the family business. Luo Yufeng is different. 30 years old is the golden age for a man. And he has taken over the group shares left to him by his parents. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford a watch worth more than 17 million. It is a very embarrassing thing to chat up a girl brought by someone else in person. But Luo Yufeng discovered that the people coming were just two young people. I don't take Chen Yuan seriously at all. Little brother, let me introduce myself. This is my business card. Chen Yuan took the business card and took a look at it. Member of the board of directors of Qianda Group, chairman of Xianyan Film and Television Company, and founder of Sipu Investment, Luo Yufeng. Wow, there is a series of titles. It's quite intimidating, huh? In particular, the title of director of Qianda Group seems to carry a lot of weight. Anyone who can become a senior executive of Qianda Group's board of directors must be worth at least tens of billions. Chen Yuan didn't know that this guy had just taken over the shares left by his father this year. If Luo Yufeng's father hadn't suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, how could he be in charge of such a huge fortune at such a young age? In the past, he was a spendthrift who lived a life of debauchery. In order to control him, his father imposed a series of economic sanctions on him. He was only given less than 50,000 yuan in pocket money every month. At the beginning of this year, After he took over the company's shares, he began to expand completely. Start letting yourself go. Of course, with that little bit of shares, he can only be considered a small shareholder in Qianda Group. If it were an ordinary rich second generation, he might really be intimidated by him. But Chen Yuan didn't care. Not to mention that you were just a small shareholder. Even if Principal Wang came in person, Chen Yuan would not take you seriously at all. Chen Yuan just smiled slightly. Throw the business card away casually. My dear, have you ever been beaten? What's the meaning? Luo Yufeng frowned. You flirted with my girl in front of me. Now that I'm here in person, why don't you just get out of here with your tail between your legs? You're even handing me your business card. What do you want to do? Are you trying to poach me? Little brother, young people should not be so angry. Luo just wants to make more friends. You are not so stingy, right? Bang. Luo Yufeng's words had not yet fallen. Chen Yuan slapped him hard in the face with his backhand. This slap stunned Luo Yufeng. He hadn't expected it at all. After handing over his business card and revealing his family background, this young man actually dared to hit him? This is simply outrageous. How could a director of Qianda Group get shoved in the face by a college student? How can this be tolerated? Luo Yufeng was angry. He was really angry. You little brat, you dare to hit me? Luo Yufeng roared and threatened to fight back. As soon as he rushed over, Chen Yuan kicked him away. He held back his strength and only used a third of it. But even so, Luo Yufeng was almost kicked to the point where he couldn't get up. Mr. Luo, are you okay? Yang Saisen asked. Damn it, just wait for me. Today I will make you pay for it. Call someone. Luo Yufeng roared. What's going on here? The manager of the hot pot restaurant was soon alarmed. Manager, there's a fight in our store. Do you think we should call the police? Fight? Go see. The hot pot restaurant manager frowned. When he came to the front hall, Luo. Mr. Luo, why is it you? Were you beaten? Manager Huang, you've come just in time. Kick these two brats out. Upon hearing this, Manager Huang glared at Chen Yuan and Lu Wenxia. He knew that the opportunity to show off had come. This Mr. Luo has an astonishing wealth and background. Because I love hot pot, I am a frequent customer of the restaurant. If I perform well this time and satisfy Luo Xiao, I might have greater opportunities for development. Gentlemen, you are not welcome in our store. Please leave. Also, you have hurt others without reason. Our store has video surveillance. I advise you to apologize to Mr. Luo as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will reserve the right to pursue your legal responsibility. Manager Huang, accompanied by a group of employees, spoke righteously. Are you sure you want me to apologize to this Luo guy and kick me out? Chen Yuan scratched his ears and questioned coldly. I'm sure. I hope you can cooperate actively. We are all adults. Don't let me make things too ugly. The atmosphere suddenly began to become depressing. In fact, it happened as early as the very beginning of the conflict. Xiao Ruoyu took out his cell phone and called the property management. Manager Huang just finished speaking. More than 20 security guards suddenly rushed into the hot pot restaurant. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Manager Ma, you're here just in time. There's a fight going on in our store, and it's these two guys. Ma Taizhu ignored the guy named Huang and trotted over to Xiao Ruoyu, bowing to Chen Yuan. Boss Xiao, what's the problem here? No problem. Ask this hot pot restaurant to move out within 3 days. I heard their rent has expired, so they don't have to renew it next month. Xiao Ruoyu ordered. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into silence. Chapter 200. How can I let this go? Okay, Mr. Xiao. Ma Taizhu nodded. Manager Huang, I think it's unnecessary to discuss the contract renewal issue that your store discussed with us before. Mr. Xiao has already spoken. You should understand what he means, right? Boss Xiao? She is Boss Xiao? Huang Donghao was stunned on the spot. In fact, he had heard yesterday that the owner of Jinmao Building had been replaced. Someone invested 2.6 billion to buy this building. And she's a young woman. Surname Xiao. He had originally planned to meet this big boss today and get to know him. Who would have known that this incredibly beautiful girl in front of him was actually President Xiao? Luo Yufeng was also a little confused. It seemed that he didn't expect that the beautiful woman he wanted to chat up would have such an amazing identity and background. The boss of Jinmao Building? This building alone costs more than 2 billion? No wonder they are indifferent to such temptations from celebrities in the entertainment industry. It turns out that she is a rich woman. Very good. A rich lady like this, who is also so beautiful, is totally different from those mediocre girls in the company. A girl like this is truly qualified to be my match. Luo Yufeng thought secretly in his heart. This time, he became more interested in Xiao Ruoyu. These days, the second generation of rich people are becoming more and more savvy. They may date pretty girls, but they will eventually marry someone of equal social status. This is reality. It is said that when Cinderella puts on the crystal shoes, she will meet the prince, But who knows that Cinderella herself is also a princess? A girl like Xiao Ruiyu is undoubtedly the most ideal girl in his mind. As for Chen Yuan, he looked down on him even more. Isn't this just a pretty boy? What he was wearing was obviously cheap stuff bought online. All the money he had on his body, added up, was probably less than 500 yuan. Can a loser like this be worthy of a rich and beautiful girl like Xiao Ruiyu? Mr. Luo, what do you think? Huang Donghai felt like crying but had no tears. The hot pot restaurant had been closed for half a year due to the city lockdown. Now that business has finally picked up, who would have thought that I would be kicked out by the landlord? What the hell? How could such a bad thing happen? If the Heidi branch was driven out of the Jinmao building because of him, then he would not be far from being fired. Manager Huang, I can't help you with this matter, but you just wait. This matter is not over yet. After Luo Yufeng uttered these harsh words, he took out his cell phone and left the hot pot restaurant while talking on the phone. It seems like he really wants to call someone. That's right. He was kicked and slapped. How could he let this matter go? He must fight back against this embarrassment. He wanted to let Xiao Ruiyu and that little bastard Chen Yuan know what real respect was. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm a sick cat? Luo Yufeng, was once one of the top young masters in Seoul. He only went to the Magic City to play for half a year and just came back for a few days, but he was bullied by a pretty boy who hasn't even grown all his hair yet? How can this be tolerated? Hey, Master Bai, it's me. I got beaten up. Come here quickly. I have to get back at you. Hey, young Master Zhang, I just came back from the Magic City. I'll talk about it later. Hurry up and bring the brothers over. I was slapped in the face by a little jerk. Do you think I can tolerate this? Hey, Mr. Han, no need to say anything. My friend, I'll send you a location. Bring someone over quickly. Luo Yufeng made more than a dozen phone calls in a row, and he basically called everyone he could. Positioning unified sending. Today, he's going to show off. He wanted to tell everyone that he, Luo Yufeng, young Master Luo, was back. This is the return of the king, and cannot be despised. Fortunately, these young men in the circle are all loyal. Except for a few who really have important things to do and can't come. Others responded one after another. Young Master Luo still has some status. Mr. Luo, I think the other party's identity and background are not simple. Maybe it's better to keep out of trouble? Yang Sison, the talented director who came out with Luo Yufeng, gave some advice. He saw it very clearly just now. The young man who hit Luo Yufeng slapped him without hesitation after seeing his business card. This means that the other party doesn't take your identity as young Master Luo seriously at all. Maybe his background is even more impressive. Director Yang, I don't like what you said. If you were slapped in the face, can you just pretend that nothing happened? People live by their faces, and trees live by their skins. I remember that you used to be quite arrogant and confident. How come you have become a coward now? What do you call this? Because of a setback, you can never recover from it? No wonder the movies you make are getting worse and worse, just like you. You are a piece of trash. Luo Yufeng looked scornful and sarcastic. Young Sison and he are not friends either. You are just a dog introduced by a friend and came here to ask for investment? If Dad is happy, he can reward you with a meal. Can't you see that I'm still angry? You actually told me to just let it go? I'm your mother. Mr. Luo, you can insult my people, but you can't insult my movies. I just insulted you, so what? The movies you made are rubbish, and you can't let people say it's rubbish? What genius director, do you think you're still the same as before? To tell you the truth, you're not even as good as a third-rate director now. Your wife cheated on you, and you ended up leaving the house with nothing. I've never seen such an idiot as you. Do you think you can still stay in the circle after offending masterly? You really think too much. Luo Yufeng sneered unscrupulously. When Yang Sison heard this, veins on his forehead bulged and his eyes turned bloodshot. If it were in the past, if someone dared to say such things to his face, he would probably pick up a kitchen knife and chop the person. But now, his edges and corners have been gradually smoothed out. No longer has the arrogance that he once had. Yep, he's trash. The reason why he has fallen to this state today is all because of Magic City Li Xiao, Li Jiamu. His ex-wife was a first-line star, and they had a happy family. He was successful at a young age and possessed great talent. But by accident, he discovered that his wife had been seduced by Li Jiamu and had been maintaining an improper relationship with this Li Xiao after marriage. So he got angry. At a dinner party, he poured a glass of wine on Li Xiao in public. Then he was cold. From a talented director, he fell from the altar. He made countless efforts to make a comeback, but there were always people getting in his way. Perhaps he no longer has the chance to reproduce his past glory. He had previously thought about finding a young master of the same level to fight against Li Jiamu. But it is obvious that someone who has reached this level will not offend a person like that just for a down-and-out director like him. Because it's not cost-effective.